Family. The plot of Douluo is too dramatic. A 6-year-old kid, Fujikawa, awakens his martial soul, and when the 3-Demo Sharingan activates, it scares the 26th level soul master, Su Yuntao, so much that his calves start shaking. Su Yuntao frantically paints a big picture inviting him to join the Spirit Hall, but Fujikawa outright refuses. Before this, Fujikawa had shrunk from a big shot in the ninja world to a small child. What else is going to happen next? Let me tell you, the scene at that time was simply incredible. That guy named Su Yuntao looked like his eyes were about to pop out. He was almost begging me to join the Spirit Hall. He talked about top-notch resources being taught by a titled Douluo and painted a huge picture. But guess what? I, a 6-year-old child, looked at him expressionlessly and directly threw 2 words at him. I refuse. Goodness, his expression was like the server crashing on the spot, far surpassing all my expression memes. This story has to start from a month ago. As soon as I opened my eyes, I realized something was off. Fujikawa, a prominent figure in the ninja world, had actually shrunk down to a child under 6 years old. Even more outrageous, the chakra in my body was leaking out like a deflated tire, eventually transforming into an energy I had never seen before. Later, I found out this thing is called soul power. It was much cheaper to use, and I could cast ninjutsu like it was free, but the problem was that I couldn't tap into my lifespan at critical moments. I could only say each has its pros and cons. When I first arrived in this strange place, I definitely couldn't act like a naive child. I had to keep my ninja skills sharp, so I immediately used the shadow clone technique to disguise myself, and went to the neighboring village to gather intelligence, learn the language, and collect information, while my main body stayed in the village as a cold and introverted child, focusing on information disparity. Then I met my neighbor, Tang San. This kid is also strange. He looks quite cute, but there's a maturity in his eyes that hints at a story. His father, Tang Hao, is even more of a heavyweight. He drinks himself into a stupor every day, unkempt and messy, but who understands? That physique, the occasional glint in his eyes, is definitely a hidden big shot. One day, while I was having porridge with Tang San, the village chief, Old Jack, burst in. He started berating Tang Hao, saying that the Spirit Hall people would come in 3 days to hold some awakening ceremony for us little kids. I noticed that when Tang Hao heard the words Spirit Hall, the murderous aura in his eyes almost materialized. Hey, there's a story here. I have to dig into this. After Old Jack left, Tang San was quite excited and asked what I wanted to awaken. What could I say? I just figured out what that was. I couldn't be bothered with him and headed straight to the back mountain, my secret base. Once I arrived, I had to confirm safety. Spiritualization technique. I directly projected my soul out and scanned the entire back mountain like I was flying a drone, confirming there were no spies. Then I began to receive the intelligence from my undercover clones. Wow, the amount of information was huge. The Spirit Hall is the top force on the continent. The levels of soul masters, the colors of soul rings represent years, and the unlucky guy coming this time is named Su Yuntao, a 26th level soul master, and my clone even stripped his underwear color. After sorting out the intel, it was time to make plans. Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. I created 3 clones and changed their appearances. One became a middle-aged uncle, one a handsome guy, and one a bald strong man. I let them infiltrate into Nodding City. Let me tell you, my skills deserve an Oscar for best makeup. 3 days later, the ceremony began. The shabby wooden house in the center of the village was the so-called Spirit Hall. The first few kids had either sickles or hoes. It was simply an agricultural examination. When it was Tang San's turn, a blue-silver grass sprouted in his hand, and Su Yuntao's face fell as he directly called it a useless martial soul. But Tang San insisted on testing his soul power, and guess what happened? The crystal ball flashed and showed innate full soul power. That guy was completely stunned. It was my turn. As soon as I stood up, that power surged toward my eyes. In the next second, my crimson Sharingan activated and the 3 tomos began to spin. The murderous aura I couldn't suppress made Su Yuntao's face turn pale in an instant, and his legs began to shake. Who understands? A 26th level soul master was silenced by just one look from me. After he regained his composure, he tested my soul power, and again it showed innate full soul power. This time, he completely went crazy, grabbing me and starting to paint big pictures about the Spirit Hall's resources and being taught by a titled Douluo with a bright future ahead. I just quietly watched his performance. Once he finished, the scene from the beginning happened. I coldly uttered 2 words. I refuse. He didn't hear clearly at first and thought I agreed. So I repeated, I said, I refuse. The scene was just too funny. My refusal directly made Old Jack faint from anger. He couldn't take it anymore. Tang Hao remained calm. But when he learned that Tang San had a twin martial soul, Even he couldn't hold back his expression, and the two of them made some sort of man-to-man agreement. On my side, a bigger plan was brewing. With such a large organization as the Spirit Hall, how could I let it go? Since I wouldn't go openly, wouldn't I send clone? Would release? Would clone technique? I directly created an identical version of myself. This thing is much more advanced than shadow clones. Even the reincarnation, I can't see through it. Fooling Tang, how would be easy? I had the would clone wander around the blacksmith shop, and Tang how didn't even raise an eyebrow. My would clone even secretly activated a Sharingan, and he didn't notice. Done. The plan was successful. This clone would be called Uchiha Itachi from now on, and would go undercover in the Spirit Hall to take them down. My main body would be Fujikawa, continuing to stay close to Tang Hao, operating on two fronts. With everything settled, Old Jack also arranged for school. He actually managed to get 2 work-study student spots. So, Tang San and I followed him to Nodding City. As soon as we arrived at the so-called Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, we were stopped by a gatekeeper, dressed in rags, who looked at us with a sarcastic tone, saying things like, "Can a grass hut produce a golden phoenix? And the academy hasn't had work-study students for many years." Goodness, this background character dared to mock us? Let me tell you, Old Jack's temper flared up immediately. He could take insults, but if anyone dared to diss Holy Soul Village, that was absolutely unacceptable. "What did you say?" Old Jack turned around, his eyes wide open, ready to roll up his sleeves and fight. The gatekeeper got even more excited. "What? Still not convinced?" I said, "You're from a beggar village." Before he could finish a sentence, Tang San directly used a mystic jade hand and sent him flying. I was just watching from the side, not intervening, mainly because I felt it was unnecessary. First, I sensed the fluctuation of Tang San's soul power. Second, I thought I should hold back a bit. What I needed most now was to get a soul ring. I had previously sneaked into the Soul Beast Forest, but was directly stopped by security. Want to sneak in? That's even more absurd. The place is completely fenced off, like a breeding farm, with patrols 247. If I force my way in, I'd probably lose half my soul power, and even if I use the insect technique, it would cost a lot of blue. Relying on my 2 legs to run in? That's even less realistic. So, I thought about whether I could get some sort of pass, but I found out that with my shadow clones, I couldn't obtain one at all. I originally wanted to ask Su Yuntao for help, but I was afraid of getting involved with the Spirit Hall. That's why I thought about coming to Nodding Academy to see if I could find a loophole. As I was pondering, a voice suddenly emerged, shouting, "Enough, stop." It forced Tang San's hidden weapon back, effectively saving the life of that guard dog. The guard dog was stunned for a moment, then quickly changed his expression, nodding and bowing to the newcomer, showing a level of flattery that was akin to a little dog seeing a meat bone. "Master, you're back." Tang San and I looked up, and to our surprise, it was a man with a buzz cut, in his 30s, with his hands behind his back, a face full of wisdom, and eyes sparkling with intelligence. This person gave me a very special feeling. He resembled Tang San and Tang Hao, but the resemblance was even stronger. The man referred to as Master merely glanced at the guard dog and completely ignored him. Given his own demeanor, he probably had no qualifications to judge others. Then, the Master turned to Old Jack and asked in a very serious tone, "Sir, may I see the proof from the Spirit Hall?" He even used a respectful form of address. Old Jack was extremely anxious and quickly handed over the proof that had been thrown to the ground by the guard dog and then carefully tucked away in his bosom. After confirming the identity, the Master looked at Tang San and finally fixed his gaze on me, saying, "Come with me." He first apologized to Old Jack, then led Tang San and me into the academy. On the way, Tang San spoke first. "Thank you, teacher. To be honest, I think Tang San can be a bit impulsive at times. He easily threatens lives. Although he might not feel much psychological burden, the law of life for a life is a strict rule everywhere. If he really had killed that guard dog, whether he could escape from Nodding City would be questionable." In response, the Master directly said, "Teacher, I'm not a teacher from the academy." Tang San was taken aback. "Not a teacher? But you just said you represent the academy?" The Master shook his head. Usually, he had no patience for such matters, but today he was particularly lenient because he had seen Tang San's proof from the Spirit Hall. "You are Tang. We're going to find a blacksmith. Travel 20 miles south to Shanghan Village, where a blacksmith named Tang Hao possesses commendable skills, though he is a notorious drunkard. So one must bring wine." Uncle Yun Peng wore an expression of discontent. "Shanghan Village? Tang Hao? What a splendid coincidence." Without delay, I hastened to Shanghan Village and located the dilapidated blacksmith shop. At the entrance sat a child, as thin as a reed, with an unusually large head. I approached and inquired, "What is your name, and how old are you?" The child replied honestly, "My name is Tang San, and I am 1.5 years old." I couldn't help but scoff internally. It would still be over 4 years before Tao Gu arrives. And this upgrade speed is rather lackluster. I asked Tang San to summon his inebriated father. Tang Hao emerged, disheveled and bleary-eyed, immediately asking if I had brought any wine. I handed him the bottle and requested a gun barrel and a chopping knife. After taking a hearty swig, he burped and instructed me to return the next day to collect my items before vanishing from sight. Mission accomplished. The timeline was confirmed. There remained nearly 12 years. I needed to act swiftly. The following day, I retrieved my tools. Tang Hao's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, dark in hue yet of exceptional quality. I fashioned a gun barrel from a piece of white waxwood and began to practice my marksmanship. The techniques of fist and firearm are interconnected. I blended the ferocity of the Lin Yo Mo fist with the agility of the Ling Yuan Duan Ti Gong into my shooting practice. Within half a month, I could thrust with precision, leaving 6 immaculate bullet holes in the wooden board. The time had come. Armed with water and my weapons, I made my way towards the ominous hill 30 miles north of the village. 6 months prior, I had discovered an ancient bloodthirsty centipede beneath a cliff on that very mountain, guarding a precious herb known as Shuewugua. I stealthily approached, concealing myself in the underbrush. 30 meters away, the centipede, thicker than my thigh, was dripping its blood at the roots of a shrub to ripen a crimson fruit the size of a chicken egg. It was nourishing my experience. Once the fruit ripened, it would be my time of harvest. As I contemplated this symbiotic relationship, akin to a purer bond than that with my employer, a rustling in the grass startled me. A snake, as thick as an arm, lunged forth, its tongue flicking menacingly, clearly not to be trifled with. Remarkably, the snake's movements grew slower, its head wobbling like a rattle, evidently under the influence of the herb. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty centipede sprang into action, coiling tightly around the serpent and piercing its flesh. The snake struggled briefly before succumbing. Alas, it was not a soul beast and bore no soul ring. I crouched low, intending to approach while the centipede feasted. Just 10 meters away, the creature abruptly turned its head. I exploded into motion, my legs propelling me forward, sending dirt flying as I catapulted several meters. I could discern the intricate patterns on the centipede's shell. Its antennae flailed wildly, the hooks poised to unleash a toxic mist. Unfortunately for it, it was too late. With my 2-meter-long spear and the might of my Qian arm, I thrust with precision, striking the centipede's jaw. The spear tip emerged from the shell at the back of its head, and with a jolt of my arm, the centipede was cleaved in two, a white and yellow soul ring materializing with a resounding pop. Oh dear, I was so close to reaching the century mark. I wondered if adding another 10 years to the soul ring would allow me to exchange for the Yijin Duan Gupian. After securing the soul ring, I approached the centipede's head and inserted the hook at the junction between the Shuewugua and its branches, squeezing the venom glands. The once firm fruit softened immediately. As it dropped, I deftly caught it and placed it in a prepared wooden box. This Shuewugua cannot be consumed directly. It must be neutralized with the centipede's venom for a day, lest one ascend to the heavens immediately. With the fruit secured, my mission was accomplished. In high spirits, I retrieved my chopping knife, eviscerated the centipede, removed its innards, and peeled off its shell to extract a flesh strip as large as an adult's arm. I kindled a fire and roasted the succulent white meat until golden, the aroma tantalizing. Upon consuming it, a warm current surged to my dantian, invigorating my vitality. After consuming a third, I was satiated. I found a clear area nearby and commenced practicing my punches. The Douluo Mo fist was ferocious and domineering, while the Ling Yuan Duan Ti Gong was agile and versatile, and the Jin Zhong Zhao was steadfast as a mountain. As I moved, my muscles contracted, and it felt as if tiny creatures scurried beneath my skin, a gentle warmth rising from my abdomen, filling my limbs with vitality, gradually transforming into essence. By the time the sun began to set, I sensed a significant surge in my essence, invigorating me further. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, I gradually concluded my training. My physique had reached its zenith. Aside from the soul ring, the essence of the centipede lay within its flesh. Though not large, it was nearly a century-old soul beast. Aiding my breakthrough was no trifling matter. I excitedly swung my fist, causing the air to crackle, my bones resonating. My strength had indeed increased substantially, yet I could not unleash my full power without risking injury. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The physique primarily enhances skin and muscle, while bones and tendons are merely ancillary. As I was still growing, I could not fully harness such brute force. However, once I entered the bone and tendon realm, utilizing essence to strengthen my bones and tendons, I need not fear losing control of my strength. Now that both the soul ring and Shui Wu Guo were in my possession, it would not be long before I could extricate myself from this predicament. After tidying up, I took a few steps with my spear before halting abruptly. Had I forgotten something? Turning back, my gaze fell upon the shrub bearing the Shui Wu Guo, and I smacked my forehead. Shui Jing Shi. If the Shui Wu Guo tree is sufficiently aged, there is a chance of it producing Shui Jing Shi beneath its roots. Though not as valuable as the Shui Wu Guo, when combined with certain medicinal herbs, its medicinal bath effect is remarkable. Upon uprooting the fruit tree, I indeed unearthed several pieces of Shui Jing Shi. The smaller pieces were the size of fingernails, while the larger ones approached the size of fist. Using them 4 or 5 times would pose no problem. I had thoroughly extracted the last vestiges of value from this place. As the sun's afterglow hung atop the mountain, I retraced my steps to Su Jia village. After a modest meal and a brief wash, I sat cross-legged on my bed, bare-chested. Calming my mind, I delved into my martial spirit space. 2 soul rings hovered beside me, one pure white and the other white with a hint of yellow. The latter soul ring was from a beetle soul beast. While it possessed little offensive power, its defense was formidable. After striking it with stones a dozen times, the stones shattered before the soul ring finally emerged. Regrettably, without soul power enhancement, the hardness of its shell plummeted to a mere 30% of its original strength. Once I had collected my thoughts, I focused my mind to exchange for the Yijin Duan Gu Pian, but after a prolonged wait, there was no response. The Yijin Duan Gu Pian is one of the highest techniques of the Taoist sect. While effective only in the bone and tendon realm, it can enhance one's aptitude and alter one's roots. It was only natural that I could not exchange for it. I had prepared for this eventuality and felt no disappointment. In the future, I would exchange for it with a stronger soul ring. In any case, I was determined to acquire this remarkable skill. I proceeded to exchange for Shi Hu Shuang Xing. I communicated with the San Yuan Tower with my consciousness, announcing the second technique I had meticulously researched. The 2 soul rings vanished, and simultaneously, a tome transformed into a dark light and struck my forehead. Shi Hu Shuang Xing consists of 2 components, the Ling Shi Bu and the Hu Zhua Shou, representing footwork and claw techniques respectively. The snake form refines the muscles, while the tiger form refines the bones. Though this technique did not originate from a grand sacred site, it is quite exquisite and serves as a commendable technique for the bone and tendon realm. My path is clear: to elevate my realm while simultaneously enhancing my combat capabilities, prioritizing strength augmentation, then hunting souls for rings to exchange for superior techniques, cementing my foundation. I mentally reviewed the essential aspects before opening my eyes. Practicing required snake gall and tiger bones as adjuncts, and preparing the medicinal bath necessitated several herbs. Thus, I would need to journey to Nodding City, conveniently selling the pelts I had accumulated during this time. Upon finding Su Yunpeng, I discovered him applying an unknown oil to his bowstring. Uncle Yunpeng, when are you heading to Nodding City? Every fortnight, Su Yunpeng would venture into the city to sell a batch of pelts and herbs. And it was nearly that time again. Is it that you wish to go to the city? He hung up the well-maintained bowstring, and then filled a basin with water to wash the grease off his hands. I stated my purpose directly. All right, let us do it tomorrow. After breakfast, bring the items over, and we'll rent a cart to head into the city together. After a few more exchanges, I took my leave. Upon returning to my small courtyard, I practiced my skills for a while, consolidating my recent breakthroughs, and experimented with the Ling Shi Bu and Hu Zhao Shou. Once night fully descended, I retired to bed to rest. The following morning, a horse-drawn carriage slowly entered Nodding City. In the southern part of the city lay a fur market, bustling with merchants selling pelts, herbs, weapons, and various game. The 2 of us rented a stall and arranged our goods by category. When I unfolded a piece of pale blue fur, Su Yunpeng's eyes widened in surprise. After seeking my permission, he inspected it closely. Xiao Anzi, this fur is truly exquisite. It will certainly fetch a high price. How did you acquire it? Luck was on my side. I encountered a blue fox. A soul beast? I nodded. I pursued this blue fox for over 30 miles, exhausting its soul power before striking it down with a single blow, which is how I obtained this complete pelt. Su Yunpeng calculated silently. Don't engage unless you have at least 1 gold soul coin. The price of pelts could reach up to 3 silver soul coins, depending on their size, completeness, and the season they were hunted in, and soul beasts commanded even higher prices. Su Yunpeng was a straightforward man. When I sought his advice on hunting techniques, he generously shared his knowledge. After I had mastered the basics of Dali Nyoemo Quan, I remained low-key in the village, behaving much like an ordinary child, albeit slightly more mature. My frequent access to meat led the villagers to naturally assume it was due to Su Yumping. When questioned about it, he would merely smile and remain silent. Whenever he came across something good, he would think to share it with me. And over the year and a half, our relationship flourished. Perhaps he had pondered my unusual ability to return from the mountains with game. A rarity for a child under 8 who was not a soul master, but he never pressed the matter. My stability in Su family village was greatly attributed to him. After half an hour of bargaining, I sold the blue fox pelt along with some other furs to a fur merchant, netting a total of 1 gold soul coin and 6 silver soul coins. Adding what I'd saved, I now possessed 3 gold soul coins, 15 silver soul coins, and 278 copper soul coins, a modest fortune indeed. Su Yunpeng had not yet sold all his goods, still having some herbs left. I informed him of my plans, and we agreed on a time to meet before I wandered through the fur market. After exploring 2 streets and gaining a general understanding of the local prices, I stopped in front of a stall. I picked up a bone and weighed it in my hand. What kind of bone is this? The stall owner, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a pair of small mustaches and sharp, shrewd eyes, exuded a faint air of threat. He was likely a soul master. Tiger bone. On it last month. Seeing a potential customer, the stall owner eagerly began to pitch the product. A fully grown male tiger, over 3 meters long. If used in medicine, it will not disappoint you, my young friend. Even if it isn't a soul beast, a tiger is stronger than many 10-year-old soul beasts. How much is it? The stall owner's eyes darted. 3 silver soul coins per pound. I turned to leave. Wait, young brother, we can negotiate. 8 copper soul coins per pound. That is a steep cut, I replied coolly. The most I'll pay is 1 silver soul coin. Clearly, the stall owner had anticipated my reaction and thought that if he asked too much, I would flee. He then feigned a pained expression. All right, since I see you have an eye for quality, 1 silver coin it is. How much do you want? Let us start with 10 pounds. I handed him a gold soul coin, and the stall owner, keenly catching on to my choice of words, brightened up instantly. After weighing out 10 pounds of tiger bone, he added a small piece and adopted a very cordial demeanor. You want to go anywhere else for tiger bone? I've been here all along. You're welcome to come back anytime. Then he produced a long box from behind his stall. I have something else good here. Take a look. As he opened the box, a long object with a hooked tip emerged, releasing a faint, pungent odor. What do you think? He winked at me. Tiger whip? I'm not swayed. I think the Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic paths each have their own dual cultivation methods. I have no need for this. The stall owner eyed me sideways. Humph, a fledgling doesn't know the value of this item. At that moment, another customer hurried over. Hey brother, wait a moment. I'll take that. This young man has good taste, but the price, well, recently, I've been a bit tight on funds. I've spent all my money at Fangqiao Pavilion. Is the new arrival tower or lure? The stall owner raised an eyebrow. You tried it too? He. The two exchanged knowing glances, their camaraderie evident. Then we are kindred spirits, brother. How about a better deal? Ignoring their banter, I finished wrapping up the 10 pounds of tiger bone and headed to a stall selling herbs. My funds were dwindling. Aside from single herb, Shi Lin Chao, I managed to purchase everything else, only to sadly discover that I was left with only 23 copper soul coins. All the money I had painstakingly saved had slipped away in an instant, and the herbs I had bought would last me merely 10 days. What to do? As I pondered how to acquire more funds, I suddenly noticed 2 individuals trailing behind me. I recalled having seen them before when I purchased the tiger bone. They had clearly spotted me. A faint smile crept across my lips. At that moment, my package contained items worth 4 gold coins, and my appearance was quite deceptive, making me an easy target. I led the 2 further into a secluded alley, and soon they found themselves bewildered at the sight of an empty dead end. Where did the kid go? Shouted a scruffy man with triangular eyes, glancing around. I didn't see him. He must have run away. Damn it, we've been made. That kid was playing us. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind. The 2 suddenly turned around. Out of nowhere, a dark figure darted close, and they felt a heavy blow to their stomachs, collapsing to the ground in pain, contorted faces as if their intestines were twisted. Were you looking for me? In the past year, I had often ventured into the mountains to hunt, developing a habit of laying ambushes. Master Soul Master, we were blind. Spare us. The triangular-eyed thug groaned in supplication. To him, it seemed astonishing that a mere child of 11 or 12 could incapacitate 2 grown men. I must surely be a soul master with considerable experience. Hand over all the money you have. Yes. They each fumbled for a pouch of coins and presented them. Throw it over. As I weighed the pouches, I felt something was off. Upon opening them, I discovered each contained a gleaming gold soul coin along with several silver and copper ones. A question arose in my mind. How could these street thugs possess such wealth? Particularly gold soul coins. Such scoundrels would typically extort petty merchants, and ordinary folks rarely dealt in gold soul coins, using primarily copper coins and at most silver. Turn around. The two thugs exchanged glances and complied obediently. One of them received a swift strike to the head and was knocked unconscious. When I returned to the fur market, Su Yunpeng had already finished packing up his goods and was waiting at the stall. Uncle Yunpeng, have you sold the remaining items? Yes. I sold them to a regular customer. He glanced at the package I carried. You bought quite a bit. You weren't targeted, were you? No, I shook my head, adding, Uncle Yunpeng, you should head back. I still need to look for one herb. It may take until afternoon or tomorrow for me to return. Su Yunpeng trusted me immensely and harbored no doubts. He nodded and said, All right, give me the package. It's inconvenient for you to carry. I'll help you take it back. In a narrow alley, two ruffians slowly regained consciousness, clutching their necks in pain. Ouch, it hurts. One of them grimaced, revealing his triangular eyes. Our money. It's been stolen. We just got it this morning, and now it's gone. We can't go to Fangxiao Pavilion now. At least we didn't lose an arm or a leg. The other ruffian dusted himself off. They reminisced about a comrade who was beaten to a pulp for drunkenly harassing a female soul master, returning home battered and bruised. And they lamented that losing money was better than losing a life. We might as well search the streets. If we encounter a suitable merchant from afar, we can quickly recover our losses without lifting a finger. The pair emerged from the alley, and moments later, I climbed over the wall, deep in thought. It became evident that they were two local merchants on lookout duty. Regardless of whether they were selling or purchasing, any merchant with conditions would surely hire a few guards. Or perhaps they themselves were soul masters. Since they dared to act against them, this group must possess some strength. It was prudent to observe further. I rubbed my face a few times, and soon my features transformed, making it difficult for the two ruffians to recognize me, leaving them with an inkling of familiarity. This was a small trick I had mastered after reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. As long as I maintained my focus, I would not revert back. I then followed the two, keeping an eye out for anyone selling shielding grass. Without money, the ruffians were highly motivated, and by afternoon, they finally found a suitable target. They hastily exited the city. I did not pursue them further, for as long as the fat sheep remained, they would inevitably return. Their sights were set on a small merchant convoy, which comprised only a little over 30 individuals, including guards and drivers. With 17 carts of goods, the convoy's leader was a well-fed middle-aged man. Among them were two individuals of high status, dressed distinctly from the other guards, indicating they were likely soul masters. After observing for a while, I concluded that the two ruffians must have inquired about the strength of this merchant convoy. Since they dared to report back, they must have been confident in their ability to take them down, perhaps even planning to intervene. The two soul masters of the convoy, along with the ruffian's hidden soul master, likely did not exceed a 2-ring level, posing little danger to me. I would assess the situation as it unfolded. Subsequently, I rented a room on the second floor of the inn opposite the Four Directions Hotel, opening the window that faced the entrance of the Four Directions Hotel. Early the next morning, the merchant convoy began to load their goods, bustling for over an hour before finally setting out. I followed them at a distance. After traveling approximately 17 or 18 li outside the city, a fiery line shot out from the dense forest on one side, accompanied by an arrow forged from soul power, precisely targeting the two soul masters within the convoy. An ambush. The two soul masters, experienced enough, sensed the fluctuations of soul power and quickly raised the alarm, activating their martial spirits. However, they were still a step too late. The soul master with the bull martial spirit was struck by the arrow, incapacitated instantly. The other agile soul master attempted to evade. I must say, his reaction was quite swift as he prepared to flee. But could I allow him to escape? Not a chance. In just a few swift moves, I resolved the skirmish with precision. After dispatching the band of roadblocks, I remembered my main objective for this outing. Aside from acquiring wealth, the most critical task was to properly arrange matters concerning my cheap uncle, Su Yunpeng. I contemplated that I would need to focus on my cultivation in the future. I couldn't be distracted by trivialities of daily life. I needed a trustworthy aide, a right-hand man, and Uncle Yunpeng was the best choice. Thus, I spoke plainly, Uncle Peng, I must be straightforward. I won't be staying in this small village for long. I offer you two paths. 1. I leave you a substantial sum of money, and you can marry and have children, living as a wealthy man. Or 2, you can accompany me and experience the thrilling adventures of Douluo. He fell silent, his gaze complex and contemplative. I understood too well. His awakened, mutated martial spirit proved useless, and his innate soul power was 0. He had long accepted his fate. I immediately dispensed some encouragement. Who says excitement is reserved for soul masters? That is incorrect. It belongs to the strong. Soul masters are merely one type of strong individual, and I am pursuing a different path. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Yunping's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and he clenched his fists. At just over 30, his blood still ran hot. Who would willingly remain confined to this small mountain village? However, as an adult, he had to ponder carefully. I didn't want to rush him. I merely required a response before he departed. Back in my modest courtyard, I retrieved the precious blood centipede fruit and inspected it. The toxins had been neutralized, and it was ready for consumption. However, I consider my current position, having reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. I was just a step away from progressing to the bone refinement realm. Using the fruit now would be wasteful. It would be wiser to wait until after my breakthrough, thus solidifying my foundation and possibly achieving further advancement. I then began to prepare the tiger bone powder and snake essence ointment. The tiger bone powder was straightforward. I merely had to grind it into powder and mix it. The snake essence ointment was more troublesome, requiring a slow simmer over low heat. Guess what? While most herbs were manageable, that tiger bone was as tough as iron. I put all my strength into one hammer strike and crack. The tiger bone remained intact, but my stone mortar shattered into pieces, the sound crisp and clear. I thought to myself that I needed to seek professional help for this task. Tomorrow, I must visit Qian village to find that blacksmith, Tang Hao. The mortar was ruined, but I continued to simmer the snake essence ointment. While practicing my punches, I kept an eye on the fire, and by nightfall, it was finally ready. The concoction emerged as a dark, viscous mass, exuding a pungent, bitter aroma. I tasted a small spoonful, and let me tell you, the sensation was akin to drinking traditional Chinese medicine, hitting me right in the crown of my head, nearly bringing tears to my eyes. A prime example of how bitter the best medicine can be. Gritting my teeth, I downed it, and before long, it felt as if I had a small furnace in my belly, warming me from within and invigorating my vital energy. Indeed, the absence of elixirs made a significant difference in my cultivation experience. The next morning, as I opened the door, I found Su Yunpeng standing at the entrance with dark circles under his eyes, resembling someone who had played games all night. Upon seeing me, he uttered 3 words. "I'm coming with you." I had anticipated this response. I welcomed him into the courtyard and directly inquired about his martial spirit to prescribe an appropriate cultivation method. He did not hesitate, waving his hand to reveal a black dog that appeared almost 7 meters long, with strong limbs that exuded power. I approached to pat its head, and the texture felt quite pleasant. Uncle Yunpeng explained that his parents' martial spirits were wolves and dogs, and it had mutated into this form. An idea flashed through my mind. The celestial wolf scripture from the Sacred Spirit Sect. That cultivation method seemed tailor-made for him. However, it was too sinister and posed great risks. I feared it might ruin him. After contemplating my options, I ultimately selected a more stable method, the barbarian bear technique. Although this technique had been modified by a demonic master, its roots still lay in the orthodox path, transforming practitioners into muscular powerhouses. Given Uncle Yunping's physique, it was a perfect fit. I informed him that mastering the technique would require time for him to memorize the manual, asking him to return in the evening. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, expressing his desire to assist me with errands in Shenghan village. Fine by me. I welcomed the opportunity for some leisure. That day, I transcribed the barbarian bear technique, amounting to about 1,000 characters. Uncle Yunpeng truly valued this opportunity, dedicating an entire afternoon to commit the verses to memory. In the days that followed, I enjoyed a more relaxed routine, becoming a hands-off manager, dedicating just 2 hours daily to guide him while delegating cooking and medicinal preparation tasks to him. A month passed in this manner, and I felt poised to break through to the bone refinement realm at any moment, yet something still felt amiss. I wished to wait for a natural culmination. One afternoon, after completing my practice, I wiped the sweat from my brow and prepared to head to Uncle Yunping's house for a meal. However, upon arrival, I discovered the meat in the kitchen was already cut and soaking in water, but the fire in the stove had gone out and not a soul was in sight. Confused, I inquired at his cousin's house next door and learned that trouble had struck. It turned out that the villagers from Shaoyang village came to seize the water channel. Recently, the weather has been dry, leaving everyone in need of water for their fields, prompting the village chief to lead all the men to reason with them. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Reasoning? I had to witness the spectacle. When I arrived, I was taken aback by the rather crude method of reasoning. Wrestling. Each village sent several strong men, bare-chested, to engage in a physical contest, best out of 5 rounds, with the last one standing deemed the victor. I spotted Su Yunpeng. His side looked rather grim, having already lost 2 rounds. Chief Old Tom, anxious, dispatched his ace contender, Su Yunpeng. Uncle Yunpeng was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. He had mastered the bear strength technique and gained nearly 200 pounds of muscle. In just a few moves, he knocked down his opponent, making it look effortless. Old Tom was pleased and insisted that Uncle Yunpeng continue his winning streak. Naturally, the opposing village chief was incensed, flipping the table in protest. What is the big deal? Just because you have a powerful soul master in your village? He retorted. We have one too. Bring Dongzi here. Upon hearing this, our village erupted in confusion, as Wang Dong had been missing for 5 or 6 years. I thought to myself, could this be a tale reminiscent of a returning hero in a Douluo-inspired saga? This promised to be entertaining. Shortly after, a frail, white-haired figure was brought forward. The opposing village chief raised his chin and commanded, Dongzi, show them your soul rings. Upon seeing Wang Dong, I felt an unsettling vibe. His expression was sinister. And when his soul rings emerged, white, yellow, yellow, I was taken aback. A 3-ring soul master. Moreover, the 3rd soul ring was a deep purple, nearing 1,000 years in age. Most alarming was the malevolent aura he exuded, which he could not conceal. My heart sank. Could he be a malevolent soul master? With a soul master backing him. It was evident that the water channel would belong to him. On the way back to the village, I pulled Uncle Yunpeng aside and inquired about his impression of Wang Dong. He replied that encountering him felt akin to meeting a tiger in the mountains, with a palpable threat of imminent danger. I advised him to remain within the village and keep a low profile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he asked if Wang Dong posed a problem. I laid it bare. That man's aura was identical to that of a dark martial artist. He was most likely a malevolent soul master. Consider this. His innate soul power was only level 1. Yet he had ascended to soul master in just 5 or 6 years. Wasn't he that a cheat? He was far ahead of the rest. Su Yunpeng turned pale with fear and asked what we should do. I instructed him to discreetly inform the village chief and send a reliable person to the Wuhuan temple to seek out Su Yuntao. Coincidentally, as this pressure mounted, a surge of energy erupted within me. My bones felt as though they had been disassembled and reassembled, a mix of discomfort and exhilaration. At that moment, one thought consumed me. I was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the sheer volume of energy required for the breakthrough was daunting. My current reserves were woefully inadequate. As I felt my strength waning, I dashed back to my room and retrieved the blood centipede fruit, consuming it in one go. The sensation was akin to having a small sun nestled in my belly, an immense energy coursing through me, making me feel as if I might ascend to the heavens. I quickly began practicing my martial arts, employing techniques like Tiger Claw, Spirit Serpent Steps, and Ox Demon Fist, utilizing whatever came to mind as my body greedily absorbed this newfound power. After half an hour, I finally caught my breath, feeling as if I had emerged from the depths of water, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction washing over me. After my breakthrough, I tested my newfound strength by slicing my arm with a small knife. It merely left a white mark. Pushing harder, it felt akin to stabbing a tire with a needle. Impossible to pierce. My power had exploded. A single punch echoed with a resounding crack. A sound priceless beyond compare. This was a manifestation of true strength. I estimated that I could now exert 3,000 pounds of force with a single punch. And if I concentrated all my might, 5,000 pounds would be mere childish play. With my powers surging, I felt confident. Yet it was clear there was a glaring shortcoming. I lacked ranged attacks. I resolved to learn a technique for throwing concealed weapons. After much deliberation, I settled on the simplest option, stone projectiles. Stones were abundant, making them the perfect choice for my needs. Just as I began to mobilize the village children with candy to gather stones for me, Su Yunpeng arrived to inform me that he had discussed with the village chief and would soon head to Nodding City to relay the news. I immediately halted him. Are you planning to go now? Do you not realize that the moment you leave the village, Wang Dong will likely follow you? A malevolent soul master would never allow such a significant risk to escape. His face paled in realization. I urged him not to rush and to wait for a few days while I honed my skills. We would go together. Thus, I enlisted the village children with candy to collect a large basket of pebbles. I hung a target on the wall of my courtyard and embarked on my journey as a projectile thrower. Initially, I struggled. My throws were either too high or too erratic, causing the earthen wall to crumble. However, I possessed skill. I simply lacked the feel for it. After a brief period of practice, my accuracy improved dramatically, transitioning from hitting the target to striking the bullseye, my experience points rising rapidly. For days later, feeling sufficiently prepared, I set out with Su Yunpeng by horse-drawn cart towards Nodding City. Along the way, he anxiously questioned whether Wang Dong might come. I reassured him, fear not. As long as he is a malevolent soul master, he will undoubtedly come. The last time he looked at me, it was with the avarice of a man eyeing a plate of braised meat. Sure enough, just as we approached the entrance of Xiaoyang village, Wang Dong appeared like a ghost, blocking our path and requesting a ride. He brazenly climbed aboard, taking a seat beside me. Neither of us spoke as we listened to the rhythmic creaking of the cart wheels, the atmosphere decidedly eerie. After another half hour, as we neared a grove, I decided it was time to act. I tugged at his clothing. As he turned, I smiled and inquired, Master Soul Master, may I ask you something? Are you a malevolent soul master? His eyes widened in shock, but before he could respond, I swiftly tossed a prepared handful of quicklime directly onto his face. Wang Dong's eyes were instantly blinded. Being a formidable individual, he barely had time to scream before activating his third soul ring, exploding in a cloud of blood mist. Almost simultaneously, I lunged through the blood mist, my fingertips brushing against remnants of flesh. 10 meters away, the blood mist coalesced back into Wang Dong's form. He grasped his throat in disbelief, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. He attempted to flee, but the blood shadow escape required 10 minutes to recharge, leaving him with no means of escape. Suddenly, my right shoulder jolted, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing from a state of martial spirit enhancement, rendered motionless. Lian sighed in relief. As long as he hit. Is he dead? Su Yunpeng clenched his fists, palms slick with sweat. He must be dead. That stone, Lian remarked, pulling out a pebble and hurling it at Wang Dong. Wang Dong dodged with a roll, the stone whizzing past his ear and exploding dirt onto his face. As he evaded several more stones, one struck his leg, causing him to stagger. Another hit his lower back and chest, blood spraying freely as he grew disoriented. Finally, a pebble struck him squarely on the forehead, causing his skull to crack. Lian observed as 3 soul rings, white, yellow, emerged from the shattered remains. It was evident he was truly deceased. Yunpeng, search his body for valuables. Then dig a grave for him. I find it disgusting to touch corpses, but the most valuable item is already in our possession. Su Yunpeng nodded in agreement. Approaching Wang Dong, utterly stunned. A soul master of such stature, a notable figure in Nodding City, had perished just like that? He had only used one soul skill throughout the ordeal. This is the martial way. Su Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with ambition. I can achieve this too. He felt a surge of energy as if he had broken through a barrier. His muscles tightened, and his strength grew. He discarded Wang Dong's body and assumed a stance to familiarize himself with his newfound realm. Unexpectedly, he too experienced a breakthrough at that moment. Lian raised an eyebrow in surprise, then sunk his consciousness into the 3 soul rings. The colors of the rings, white, yellow, deepened, the lowest one turning a rich yellow. The 100-year soul ring, once near 1,000 years, had its age reduced through refinement. However, soul masters could provide multiple soul rings, making them more valuable than hunting soul beasts. Lian pondered deeply, and with a flicker of thought, the white and yellow soul rings vanished, while a shadowy light penetrated his brow. After organizing the information, he glanced at the deep yellow soul ring. With the Yijin-Duan-Gu technique in hand, his foundation could be further solidified. While he had acquired the Taoist martial arts, he still lacked the Buddhist Yijin-Jing and the demonic Yugu-Ju. The Yijin-Duan-Gu technique cultivates both muscles and bones. The Yijin-Jing reinforces the tendons, and the Yugu-Ju strengthens the skeletal structure, creating a perfect complement. The other 2 aspects could wait. He needed to develop a formidable offensive capability first, as relying solely on his bare hands would be disadvantageous. With the agile Ling Shibu footwork, the unarmed Hu Zhao Shou technique, and the range Fei Huang Shi, he was missing a weapon-based skill. Both soul masters and soul beasts possessed abilities, and he needed to have one as well. The sword and knife were the most commonly used weapons. However, the sword required finesse, which could not fully harness his strength. A heavy sword was somewhat lacking. A knife was far more suitable for him. Ultimately, he chose the Duan Lu Shui Dao Fa, a single swift and lethal strike. It was imperative to acquire a good knife. Returning his consciousness to his body, Su Yunpeng had already stabilized his realm and began to fill in the earth. Before long, he returned carrying a bag. This was found on Wang Dong. Aside from soul coins, there was this. Lian received a rectangular black metal plate, the front adorned with a bat and the back with an abstract sun, marked with the number 28. From a certain organization, Lian tucked away the metal plate, deciding to become better acquainted with them when the opportunity arose. The two continued their journey. At the entrance of a nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a young gatekeeper looked puzzled. What brings you here? Registration? School has been in session for several months. With a flick, Lian tossed a silver soul coin. We're looking for someone, Yu Xiaojiang, known as the Master. Oh, yes. The Master is an old friend of our principal. He came 6 months ago, not as a teacher but as a guest, residing on the top floor of the dormitory. I will take you there. The young man instructed his companions and led the two inside the academy. Young sir, do you know the Master? He asked. I have heard of him, but we are not acquainted. The young man did not press further and guided them to the top floor of the dormitory, pointing to a door. This is the Master's residence. He rarely goes out, usually working on his research. Just knock on the door. Lian tossed another silver coin, and the young man left with a cheerful demeanor. Knock, knock. After the knocking, the door opened to reveal an unremarkable, worn-looking middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a perplexed expression. May I help you? The Master, aware of his poor reputation, had secluded himself in Nodding City for research. Now, with visitors at his door, he was taken aback but politely invited them inside. You must be Master Yu Xiaojiang, Lian stated directly. I have come to propose a transaction. A transaction? The Master poured 2 cups of water and sat down, waiting for him to elaborate. Leaning forward, Lian tapped his fingers on the table. Before we proceed, I have a question. Your research indicates that the limit for a soul master to absorb the first soul ring is 423 years. What is the reason for this? The Master, confident in his research, took a sip of water. The body of a soul master has its limits. Once that limit is reached, no amount of training will suffice unless one absorbs a soul ring to break through the bottleneck and refine the body with stronger soul power. Ultimately, it all boils down to the strength of the body. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Lian continued. What if there were a method to elevate the physical strength of a soul master to that of a soul master, or even a great soul master? The Master pondered, shaking his head. Impossible. If it were possible, it would likely involve directly integrating soul bones at the soul scholar stage. At that moment, Lian picked up the cup. With a snap, the half-inch thick porcelain cup shattered in his grip, fragments spilling onto the table. Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands dry. You. The Master noticed that Lian's palm bore not a single scratch. How did you accomplish that? To him, Lian appeared merely 11 or 12 years old. At most, a great soul master, yet he had managed to crush the cup without using soul power or injuring himself. Could it be the method you mentioned? Lian pointed at Su Yunpeng. Uncle Yunpeng possesses 0 innate soul power. You can verify his physical strength. The Master circled the table and, apologizing to Su Yunpeng, began to examine him. 10 minutes later, the Master, feeling Su Yunpeng's biceps, murmured to himself, while Su Yunpeng clenched his fists, his expression darkening. This level of physical strength is almost on par with a powerful attack type, Soul Master. How could an ordinary person achieve this? After a while, the Master realized his lapse in composure, coughed a couple of times, and straightened up, saying seriously, So what is the transaction you mentioned earlier? The Master speculated on the value of such a method. It is worth a fortune. Indeed, knowledge is priceless, and thus, only knowledge can be exchanged for it. The Master understood, feeling a surge of excitement, that the other party was willing to trade such a treasure for his research findings. Please wait. Taking a deep breath, he approached the bookshelf, gathering a towering stack of books, over a meter high. These are my lifelong studies, encompassing both martial souls and soul beasts. I hope to exchange this knowledge for that method. Lian produced a thin booklet. In addition, I require a storage soul guide of a larger capacity. The booklet contained a martial technique he had revised. It would show significant effects initially, but the progress would slow down over time, ultimately allowing a soul master at the soul scholar stage to possess the physique of a soul master. Agreed. The Master readily consented, retrieving a small box and placing it on the table. This ring has 18 cubic units and can store many items. Lian was surprised that the Master had not only a belt but also a storage soul guide. Was it prepared for the destined child of fortune? He accepted the booklet and donned the ring, discovering he could use his vitality to substitute for soul power. It was a bit slower, with a delay of 1 or 2 seconds when retrieving items, but it was not a significant drawback. After collecting the stack of books, the primary objective of this trip was achieved. Departing from the Master's quarters, the two split up. Su Yunpeng went to purchase durable food and outdoor gear, while Lian headed to the largest blacksmith shop in the city, spending 30 gold coins on a high-quality long knife. Upon returning to the inn, Su Yunpeng had yet to arrive. Once everything was prepared, the next step was to embark on their trials. The Binghuoliang Yi Yin lay within the Sunset Forest. Going there before reaching the Qi realm would be futile, and with 10 years to spare, there was no rush. The forest where soul beasts were raised required a hand order, and even encountering a 1,000-year soul beast was rare, so that option was eliminated. Thus, the only remaining choice was the Star-Do Great Forest. With his current strength, exercising caution in the outskirts posed minimal danger. After all, the exchange of martial techniques did not impose any restrictions on the Age of Soul rings. If quality was lacking, quantity could compensate. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Lian rubbed the ring, lost in thought. The previous matter had been a test. The concept of luck seemed ethereal, yet undeniably real. If Tang San's fortunes were poor, forcibly seizing them might result in losing both the capital and the interest. The child of fortune was born in accordance with the heavens, representing the grand trend of the universe. However, there were ways to counteract this. To claim first, one must first offer. Before seizing his fortune, it would be prudent to provide him with an opportunity. Yes, it would be best if it were linked to his fortune. The Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic paths all possess secret arts for cultivating through the luck of others. Such techniques were extraordinarily beneficial. Moreover, the Douluo continent served as a reserve for the divine realm, with limited resources, likely providing enough for him to reach the perfection of his primordial spirit. To step into the realm of the law, he would have to seize sustenance from those so-called demigods. Tang San can indeed be utilized. As a transmigrator from a middle martial world, why should he cultivate the indigenous martial souls when training under him would be far more rewarding? Eventually, they could ascend to the divine realm together, making those demigods taste the bitterness of opposing a child of fortune. A recluse raised in the morally ambiguous Tang Sect, skilled and suspicious, was perfectly suited to become a disciple of the demonic path. He would obediently become the blade in my hands. Gradually, Lian formed a rough plan in his mind. First and foremost, he had to establish a master-disciple relationship with Tang San before the awakening of his martial soul, severing his connection with the master. This matter required careful planning. In the afternoon, a merchant caravan entered the western gate of Suodo City. Sodoching is significantly larger than Ding City, bustling with activity, where the streets teem with people and soldiers are ever present. This place is far more lively than Ding City. Su Yunpeng glanced around, his eyes wide with wonder. After arriving in this world, it was the first time Li had encountered such a vibrant city. If he spotted anything appealing, he could purchase it, as both of them were financially secure. However, Su Yunpeng shook his head, stating that money should not be squandered, and he had no particular desires, preferring merely to observe. After bidding farewell to Huang Sheng and his daughter, Lian decided to stroll through the streets with him, hoping to find the quaint shop owned by Falanda. Given the predicament of Shrek Academy, it was highly probable that he had already established his business. Having navigated the Golden Triangle for many years, he certainly possessed valuable items that he would not part with easily. Moreover, gathering the myriad materials required for cultivating the 5-element secret tome was imperative. Efforts would not go unrewarded. Lian soon discovered a shop with an unusual sign, featuring a sword, a hammer, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let us go in and take a look. The interior of the shop was dimly lit, devoid of counters, with items hanging on the walls. The proprietor, a burly man with a shoehorn-shaped face and glasses, lay sleeping in a recliner, neglecting to attend to customers. Lian knew he had found the right place. After examining the items on the wall, he found no banjing. The Fa gene within the banjing was a rare metal and a 5-element wonder, serving as a supplementary item for cultivating the White Tiger Divine Sword. Could have been added later. Lian was not disheartened. After all, the cultivation of the 5-element secret tome required one to reach the Qi realm first, and he could gather the necessary items gradually. He picked up a jade bottle and asked, "Could you please describe this item for me?" The bottle reminded him of the ring he wore, though there were subtle differences. Falanda cast a glance. That is a storage soul guiding device, with a storage capacity of half a cubic meter, suitable exclusively for liquids. Priced at 1,000 Gene Soul coins. Lian grimaced and returned the bottle, then picked up a thick, deep yellow rope, woven from an unknown material. What about this one? That is a binding dragon rope. It can restrain soul beasts under 2,000 years old, rendering them unable to break free. For a price of 100 Gene Soul coins. 50, that is the highest I can offer. A face mile cost fut deux espaces. Deal. The binding dragon rope was incomplete, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in length, insufficient for larger soul beasts. Lian felt somewhat cheated. He grimaced slightly but tossed a bag to him. Nevertheless, it wasn't a total loss. This binding dragon rope was likely woven from the tendons of a subdragon soul beast. If he dismantled the tendons and combined them with some tiger bone powder and auxiliary herbs, he could probably concoct 5 batches of dragon tendon and tiger bone ointment. With such a secret medicine, he was confident he could break through to the minor accomplishment of the bone and tendon realm within 2 to 3 months. After stowing away the binding dragon rope, Lian's spirits lifted as he departed the shop with Su Yunpa. With Soto City, less than 500 miles from the Qing Great Forest, and a small town just 100 miles away, he intended to establish a foothold in the town before venturing into the forest for training, returning periodically for rest. Lian and Su Yunpeng spent a night in Soto City and took a carriage to the town the following day. After 3 days, they arrived at their destination. The town was thriving, with numerous shops lining the streets and a significant proportion of soul masters among the bustling crowd. Aside from the absence of city walls, it was quite similar to Nuo Ding City, and perhaps even livelier. As noon approached, Li Yin suggested, "Let's find a place to dine first." They casually entered a nearby hotel, and after ordering their meals, Lian handed a silver soul coin to the waiter. "Who should I approach to purchase a house in the town?" The waiter smiled. "You've come to the right person. My second uncle's in-laws are real estate agents. Their home is not far from here. Just turn right upon exiting, and after 200 meters, you'll see a sign for rentals." After finishing their meal and locating the agent, they quickly reached an agreement. Spending 47 Gene Soul coins to acquire a small independent courtyard in the eastern part of the town, complete with storage rooms. Lian entrusted Su Yunpeng with purchasing daily necessities while he ventured to the marketplace. He discovered a plethora of useful herbs, guiyuan grass, fulling flower, and Taisian vine, and he eagerly bought them. The prices in the marketplace were low, but the sheer volume of his purchases left his pockets considerably lighter. Having gathered all the materials required to concoct the dragon tendon and tiger bone ointment, his wealth had diminished once again, prompting Lian to ponder. He realized he could not afford to consume his resources without replenishing them. He needed to devise a means to generate income. The town's proximity to the Qing Great Forest, coupled with the prevalence of soul masters and mercenaries, indicated that opening a pharmacy would surely be profitable. To this end, he carefully observed several pharmacies and noted the bustling business, with hemostatic and detoxifying potions being the most sought after. After returning to the courtyard with his acquisitions, Lian deliberated and ultimately selected 2 formulas, Mafei San and Ningxue San. One served to alleviate pain, while the other halted bleeding. Suitable for both internal and external application, with low costs, common herbs, and simple preparation that required little more than a pair of hands. When Su Yunpeng returned, Lian discussed the plan, assigning him the task of selling the medicines. With the materials for the dragon tendon and tiger bone ointment fully gathered, Lian intended to break through to the minor accomplishment of the bone and tendon realm before entering the Qing Great Forest, simultaneously keeping an eye on the pharmacy business. After all, wealth could sway hearts, and with the efficacy of the medicines he provided, he would quickly establish a foothold. Su Yunpeng had only recently entered the flesh realm, his combat prowess comparable to that of a Baihuan soul master. Lian was reluctant to leave him alone in the town, so he decided to delay his training for 2 or 3 months. As evening fell, the medicinal pot bubbled and steamed. Lian, holding chopsticks, vigilantly monitored the concoction, occasionally stirring the herbs and checking the fire. When preparing the dragon tendon and tiger bone ointment, the flames could not be too high or too low. Excessive heat would dissipate the medicinal properties, while insufficient heat would yield nothing, requiring constant supervision. He adjusted the amount of firewood, striving to maintain the appropriate heat, a task that tested his endurance. As his realm advanced, the required medicinal effects for Lian's cultivation would grow stronger, and the methods of refinement would become increasingly complex. The true Qi realm could invoke true fire, facilitating both weapon forging and potion brewing. Until then, he could only rely on this rudimentary method. If only he could find a spark of fire or raise a medicinal beast. In the courtyard, Lian stood before a table, holding a knife with one hand, with a basin of clear water resting on the surface. Regulating his breathing, he suddenly swung the knife. With a swish, a black line shot through the air. The water in the basin was cleaved in two, a narrow gap forming between the halves, which trembled slightly as if an invisible force prevented them from reuniting. After half a second, the water finally healed, splashing everywhere as the basin tipped and the water spilled out. Lian approached, running his fingers lightly over the shallow knife marks on the table. There were 7 or 8 such marks, the deepest nearly severing the solid-wood surface by an inch. He was still somewhat lacking. Setting the knife aside, he performed a few punches to stretch his muscles, then retreated to a shaded area to drink a small bowl of cool dragon tendon and tiger bone ointment before commencing his training with the Yijin Duan Gupian. 5 days had passed since the two of them settled in the town. During the first 2 days, they acted separately, aside from their daily expenses. All remaining Jin soul coins were spent acquiring the herbs needed to prepare Mafei San and Ning Shui San. In the following 3 days, after teaching Su Yunpeng the preparation methods, Lian took on the role of a hands-off manager, focusing all his thoughts on enhancing his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, strength remained paramount. Before departing, the old man's disciple from the rejuvenation hall had been murmuring to his master, suggesting that he had no fluctuations of soul power and should perhaps be subjected to physical exorcism. Fortunately, that elder Zhou had maintained a semblance of clarity, insisting that business must adhere to rules. Should they encounter a formidable opponent, the entire rejuvenation hall might face ruin. I tell you, his premonition was remarkably accurate. The next day, Su Yunpeng and I set up our stall as usual. I had anticipated trouble. Someone had come yesterday to request medicine on credit, clearly testing the waters. Today they asked for medicine on credit. Tomorrow it will be money, and the day after that, will they demand the formulas directly? Just as expected. As soon as our stall was set up, a burly man, resembling a bear, crashed through the crowd and charged towards us. Lo and behold, he was a formidable soul master, intimidating everyone purchasing medicine nearby. He pointed a finger at me and demanded, "Yesterday you said you couldn't take charge. Is the person who can take charge here today?" At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle as I scrutinized him. My hand instinctively rested on the hilt of my knife, and I casually inquired, "Brother, you're here for some medicine. Are you injured?" Before my words could fully settle, a dark line flashed past. The burly man clutched his shoulder, howling in pain, and just as he intended to unleash his martial spirit against me, I was already right up in his face. With a swift motion, I struck, the hilt of my knife landing squarely in his heart. His nascent soul power dissipated in an instant, and he spewed a mouthful of old blood before collapsing. I stepped on him, planted my knife beside his neck. The chilling blade likely offered him a brief glimpse of what life could be. I gestured to Su Yunpeng, who, with remarkable perceptiveness, promptly handed me a packet of coagulation powder. I tore it open and sprinkled it over the man's wound, remarking, "See, this is indeed an injury. Today, I shall lend you this medicine." The onlookers were left dumbfounded, cold sweat trickling down their backs. I helped the man to his feet and patted his shoulder, saying, "The debt for the medicine is settled. Make haste to leave. Remember, for silver soul coins, not a penny less, must be repaid." The man dared not utter a word, trembling as he placed the coins on the ground and scooped up his nearly severed arm before scurrying away. Once he departed, I immediately donned a cheerful demeanor and clasped my fists in greeting to the crowd. My apologies, everyone, for the little mishap. To make amends today, all coagulation powder and anesthetic powder are half price. I tell you, that scene erupted instantaneously. The previously quiet street transformed into a festive atmosphere, with everyone enthusiastically shouting praises for the little boss. One foolhardy individual asked why the Chunyang Dan wasn't half price, only to be swiftly rebuffed by Su Yunpeng. "Do you expect the brothel to give you a discount?" Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Those who understood the atmosphere immediately filled the air with joyous energy. In less than half an hour, all the medicine was sold out. Just as I was considering closing up shop, the elderly Zhou Yuan from the Huichun Tang arrived with his apprentice. He was quite polite, introducing himself and inviting me to discuss matters at an inn. I raised an eyebrow and asked, "That man earlier, was he sent by you?" He quickly shook his head, asserting that he was a legitimate businessman. I thought to myself, whether legitimate or not, any trickery would be met with swift action. Upon reaching the inn, as the dishes were served, I dove into the meal. Once I had my fill, I wiped my mouth and, without waiting for him to speak, directly asked, "You sought me out for a prescription, didn't you?" Just as he was about to affirm, I interrupted him. "First, listen to my terms." I laid out my conditions with a commanding presence. First, you provide the medicinal ingredients and establish the sales channels. Second, I will concoct the medicine, and I shall retain 80% of the profits. Third, I require access to your channels for acquiring rare medicinal herbs. After stating this, I raised a finger. Lastly, the cooperation period is 1 year. Just 1 year. After that, these 3 prescriptions will be yours for free. I tell you, the old man was utterly taken aback, probably not expecting my straightforwardness. Little did he know, I had countless prescriptions in mind. All I lacked were the time and resources for stable development. The deal was struck. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Collaborating with Huichun Tang was an absolute delight. I had no responsibilities and spent my days concocting medicine and cultivating. The spirit beast meat was a delightful staple, and I consumed rare medicines as meals, my strength soaring. Within just half a month, I felt myself on the brink of another breakthrough. Just as I considered finding someone to test my skills, an opportunity arose. Zhou Yuan's eldest son, Zhou Hao, a level 28 battle spirit master, returned from his training and insisted on honing his skills against me. "Sure, come on." The moment he approached, he revealed his martial spirit and summoned his soul rings, his muscles bulging like a bodybuilder. I merely stood there, adopting a ready stance. He seemed displeased and questioned why I wasn't summoning my martial spirit. I retorted, "If you can force my martial spirit out, you win." This infuriated him, and with a mighty roar, he charged at me with a punch. I twisted my waist, deftly diverting his punch, then delivered a swift kick to his jaw. With a simple maneuver, he found himself sprawling on the ground. Enraged, he unleashed his soul technique. His first attack involved stomping the ground, creating a localized tremor meant to destabilize me. Unfortunately for him, I stood firm, my stance as steady as a rock, not budging an inch. Instead, I countered with a punch, sending him staggering back several steps. Seeing he couldn't control me, he activated his second soul technique, sprouting a layer of green fur that formed an armor, significantly enhancing his strength and defense. As soon as he donned his tortoise shell, I slithered to his side like a serpent, my fingers clawed as I swiftly tore open a gash in his side. He spun around to strike, but I sidestepped into his embrace, using a trip and shoulder thrust to send him crashing. The green bull armor shattered on impact, and Zhou Hao soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, landing on the ground groaning for several minutes before finally rising, looking disheveled. Later, Zhou Yuan sought my assistance once more, asking me to take his recently leveled up son, Zhou Cheng, into the Star-Do forest to hunt for a soul ring. A simple task, I readily agreed. Not long after entering the forest, we encountered a pack of gray wolf mice. I instructed the 2 brothers to flee while I held the rear. What followed? In a flash of my blade, with a few swift strikes, the entire pack of over 30 mice, including a century-old leader, was cleaved in half. When I caught up with them, I discovered they had stumbled upon our target, a herd of long-haired cattle. I instructed the brothers to watch from a distance while I stealthily approached. At 50 meters, I no longer felt the need to conceal myself. I stood tall and pulled out 2 bags of stones. I tell you, the scene resembled a game of whack-a-mole, as I hurled stones with precision, each strike resulting in a bone-shattering impact. The Bull King, realizing the threat, charged at me with a dozen others, a force akin to 1,000 troops. I immediately switched to a fist-sized iron ball, targeting their knees. The carnage was brutal. The lead bull's leg shattered, causing a domino effect as the others tumbled, some even goring their own herd members. The 2 brothers stood in stunned silence. Once Zhou Cheng absorbed his soul ring, I sent them back while I remained in the forest to continue my training. What happened next? Once those 2 left, I initiated my soul bone explosion plan. I reasoned that slaughtering soul beasts would increase the drop rate, so I began tormenting them, from long-haired cattle to serrated wolves, relentlessly killing 46 in total. My hands nearly went numb from the effort. Yet the result? Not a single strand of fur. This 1 in 1,000 drop rate felt worse than my card pulls in 2025. Fine, I thought, moving on. I grabbed a handful of leaves, crushed them, and applied the juice to myself to mask the scent. I tell you, the stench of blood was akin to a signal inviting soul beasts to attack me. Those with lower age would flee, while the more seasoned ones would see me as a buffet. This simply wouldn't do. I had no choice but to resort to my secret treasure, the soul bone method. I glanced up to find the sky darkening. The towering trees of the Star-Do forest would soon envelop me in darkness. I realized I wouldn't be leaving tonight. Swiftly, I climbed to the top of a giant tree to ascertain the exit's direction, only to spot a swarm of spotted tiger bees buzzing past me. My eyes lit up at the sight. These were ready-made material packs. On the outskirts of the Stardow, these bees were likely around 10 years old, perfect for my needs. However, they were notoriously difficult to deal with during the day, being small, swift, and armed with paralyzing venom. Confronting them head-on would be folly. Luckily, they had a fatal weakness. They slept at night. Done deal. I promptly decided to make a significant move tonight. Fortunately, the forest was abundant in herbs, if nothing else. I spent over an hour gathering a collection of items capable of inducing a deep slumber, accompanied by a potent concoction of incense. When ignited, the incense emitted no discernible scent, yet inhaling it rendered one utterly insensible. I assure you, it was remarkably effective. On this moonless and blustery night, it was the perfect time to undertake my endeavor. Like a covert agent, I stealthily approached the hive of bees, concealing my mouth and nose with a damp cloth before igniting my specially crafted incense. Using an exceptionally long pole, akin to raising a flag, I gradually maneuvered this formidable device close to the hive. I waited patiently below, and within 5 minutes, plop, one fell. Prodding it with my stick, I discovered it was in a deep stupor. Success. Following that, it was like dumplings falling from the sky. Plop, plop. As the second and third bees plummeted down in droves, I hurriedly gathered these little creatures into a bag, but I did not kill them outright. Instead, I clipped their wings and bound them together. Why, you ask? Because my true target was the queen bee. She was the psychic force behind their operation, and if too many worker bees perished, she would awaken immediately. My efforts were not merely for these minions. Estimating that the incense had burned out, I ascended once more. The hive still harbored 20 to 30 bees, all of which were likewise entranced. A jab from my stick sent them tumbling down. As I moved upward, I finally spotted the queen. She measured a full foot in length, her abdomen swollen, blissfully slumbering in her nest. Without hesitation, I struck with my blade. This strike bore no spiritual energy, silent as a whisper, until I had severed one of her wings, at which point she roused. With a piercing scream, she lunged directly at my mind. The sensation was akin to having a steel rod twisted within my skull, nearly causing me to succumb on the spot. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I retaliated with a stone, stunning her into submission. Task accomplished. I swiftly claimed the entire hive. After all, the honey within was a prized treasure. Upon returning to my temporary sanctuary, I bound the queen securely. As she regained consciousness, I would systematically eliminate the worker bees before her very eyes. Anyone who understands the gravity of that moment knows. The interior of the tree hollow was teeming with white soul rings, a total of 438. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The next phase was to witness a miracle. I cast all the soul rings into my San Yuan tower. With a resonant hum, hundreds of rings merged instantaneously, compressing and coalescing into a translucent piece of bone the size of a thumb. This was the coveted secret soul bone. I replicated the process, fusing the remaining 300 rings to produce an even larger piece resembling an arm bone. Once completed, I dealt with the now enraged queen, who astonishingly yielded another piece of natural soul bone. Acquiring 3 soul bones in one night was nothing less than a windfall. The following day, I pondered the potential for mass production of this method. Hence, I set my sights on a creature known as the Nichiyo, toiling tirelessly throughout the morning to dispatch nearly 100 of them. An idea struck me. These creatures consumed carrion, and surely there must be remnants from the cow I had slain yesterday. Upon arriving at the site, I was not disappointed. It was a veritable gathering of Nichiyo, a chaotic throng. I unleashed my prowess, claiming over 100 more soul rings. Just as I was preparing for another fusion, a complication arose. This time, a portion of the soul rings was forcefully ejected. I was momentarily stunned. What could this possibly mean? After careful consideration, I discerned the truth. Crafting this secret soul bone required not only soul rings, but also the lingering resentment of the soul beasts prior to their demise. My San Yuan tower could store soul rings, yet it could not retain resentment. Over time, that essence dissipated. It appeared my dreams of mass-producing soul bones were thoroughly dashed. Just as I was sinking into despair, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from the forest. Before I could conceal myself, a familiar figure darted into view, none other than the woman named Wenwen from the previous day. She was being pursued, and upon spotting me, she looked as though she had found a savior, immediately inquiring, "Little brother, where are your 2 brothers?" I could not help but smirk inwardly. She intended to use me as a decoy. I remained calm and pointed in a direction, stating, "They are over there." As she turned her head, I launched a pre-prepared stone from my hand. She reacted swiftly, manifesting claws that shattered the stone into fragments. Alas, my stones were specially crafted, infused with poison and quicklime. Upon fracturing, the powder enveloped her entirely. My eyes! I discerned her position by sound and sent 2 more stones her way before fleeing without a backward glance. Engaging in direct confrontation with such a swift attacker was not my strategy. I had not run far when I was met with a rustling noise behind me. Emerging was a massive black spider, over 1.5 meters in length, with 8 legs spanning over 3 meters. Adorned with a white human face on its abdomen, it was a Renxue. It paid no heed to One on the ground, swiftly dispatching her. And then all 8 of its purple eyes fixated on the direction I had fled. My goodness, that was a 2,000-year-old Renxue. I dare not linger. Quickly veering off to avoid that perilous area, seeking refuge in an open field to establish a new camp. I presumed that this creature would be the one to deliver an advantage to Tang San in the future, and I was not prepared to provoke it. Once settled, I retrieved the honey I had procured earlier and brewed a cup of honeyed water, feeling the fatigue dissipate. It was utterly delightful. Next, I produced a piece of secret soul bone. Unlike soul masters, I did not engage in fusion. I absorbed it directly. I summoned my vitality, gradually permeating the energy barrier surrounding the soul bone. After over 2 hours of effort, the once transparent bone became tinted with a layer of rosy hue from my vitality. The crucial moment arrived. I forcefully infused my vitality into it, causing the 2 energies to clash violently. The soul bone heated to an extreme degree, vibrating furiously as if on the brink of explosion. I maintained a firm grip, and fortunately, it gradually stabilized. Then, using my vitality as a bridge, I began to extract the purest energy within the soul bone, the kind that could enhance my physical form, slowly drawing it into my own body. Once this energy entered, it clung to my bones as if a fish returning to water. Success! Indeed, it was feasible. Absorbing approximately 30% of the energy from this soul bone significantly enhanced the strength of my skeletal structure. The residual remnants were not to be wasted. Through mental communication with the San Yuan Tower, I exchanged this scrap bone for a secret technique called GMI and a manual titled Ju, specifically designed to fortify bones. Consequently, my power ascended to a new echelon. I began to strategize my future path to strength, planning to cultivate internal energy over the next 3 years, at which point I would persuade little Tang San to take me as his master. Suddenly, a cataclysmic wave of soul power surged from the distance, and not just one. At least a dozen formidable soul kings were embroiled in fierce combat. An immediate thought struck me. There must be treasures there, likely soul bones. Yet reconsidering, I realized that such chaos was not to be approached lightly. Should I be caught in the fray, I would have nowhere to lament. Better to prioritize my own survival. Just as I was packing my belongings to depart, an imposing figure, resembling a tank, burst forth from the thicket, adorned with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, dazzling my eyes. A soul emperor. It was none other than the formidable Zhao Wujia. Before I could fully process the situation, a contingent of over 10 soul masters swiftly surrounded him. Zhao Wujia, surrender your possessions and submit. The leader commanded. Good heavens! It was none other than the indomitable Zhao Wujia, besieged by 16 soul emperors from the spirit hall. I crouched low amidst the grass, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. I heard Zhao Wujia cough up blood and roar, "Damn spirit hall! I've seen nothing. If you have the ability, kill me. Everyone, attack together. Disable him. I'll be the first to disable you." Zhao Wujia glared, and all 6 of his soul rings ignited in unison. The formidable Dali King Kong roar, coupled with precise tracking, gravity enhancement, and gravity compression, along with the immovable Ming Wang's presence, culminated in a seamless series of strikes that sent the leading soul emperor soaring through the air. What a stroke of misfortune for this fellow. He parabolically arced through the air and, with a resounding thud, landed squarely before my face, collapsing the surrounding grass. We exchanged wide-eyed glances, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. Who among my kin can fathom such a sudden fright? My mind buzzed, and instinctively, I flung a handful of poison powder at his face. To my surprise, this man, already disoriented from Lao Zhao's relentless assault, choked on my powder, rolled his eyes back, and fainted. Stunned, I shook my dazed head, my thoughts racing. He had seen me. If he were to awaken, would I not be pursued to the ends of the earth by the spirit hall? No, I had to act decisively. With a steely resolve, I drew my blade and swiftly delivered a piercing strike. Apologies, brother, but you saw me first. After dealing with this unfortunate soul, I contemplated the necessity of erasing all traces of his existence. I attempted to stash him within my storage ring, but a strange force repelled him, as if the very dimensions resisted. I was taken aback. He was utterly lifeless, his soul ring already absorbed by the San Yuan Tower. So what could be the cause? It dawned on me. The storage soul guide. Only a dimensional space would exhibit such repulsion. Hastily, I searched his body and indeed discovered a ring adorned with an emerald gemstone upon his finger. Jackpot! However, when I removed the ring and returned to collect the body, the same repulsion persisted. I was flabbergasted. What else could he possibly possess? Searching further, I found a necklace around his neck, and its pendant was another ring. How wealthy was this man, playing a game of Russian nesting dolls? After finally retrieving the second ring, the body was finally absorbed into my storage. I swiftly cleared away the blood-stained earth and changed my direction, taking several winding paths to avoid detection. The corpse of a soul emperor was a treasure I could not afford to discard. It would be perfect for practicing my newly acquired secret technique of corpse refinement. Imagine the body of a soul emperor, a veritable masterpiece forged through countless trials, an exquisite material indeed. I sought out a bear den, forcing out a 10-year-old black bear, and, despite the unpleasant odor, I squeezed myself inside. After careful consideration, I believe my actions left no loopholes. After all, the disappearance of a bishop would undoubtedly prompt an investigation by the Spirit Hall, but what concern was that to an ordinary person devoid of soul power? I was merely a witness to history. The name of Zhao Wujing, the immovable Ming Wang, emerged from this very encounter. After this confrontation, he would vanish to become the vice president of Shrek Academy. Yet, I pondered, how could the mighty Spirit Hall, filled with titled Douluos, allow Zhao Wujing to escape? But pondering would lead me nowhere. It was time to open my spoils. I first examined the 2 storage soul guides. Surely, a soul emperor bishop would possess a considerable fortune. The ring on his hand revealed a small space of 4 to 5 cubic meters, filled with tattered clothing and books. Though it did contain several tens of thousands of gold soul coins, which was decent enough, I instinctively knew that the true treasures must lie within the other ring. I lifted the black ring from the necklace. Its surface was smooth, adorned with intricate patterns, and inscribed within was a name, likely that of the creator. Upon probing with my spiritual power, I was astounded. A vast space of over 40 cubic meters. Neatly arranged within were more than 20 large chests and a small silver box. With a mere thought, one chest materialized in my arms. By the heavens, it was heavy. This small chest must weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. Without a doubt, it was filled with gold soul coins. Roughly estimating, with 28 chests, I had nearly 600,000 gold soul coins. My kin, I was now financially liberated. This adventure had proven immensely rewarding. I carefully set the chest aside, trembling as I opened the silver box. Upon gazing inside, my breath caught in my throat. There lay a segment of a pale blue vertebra, akin to jade, a soul bone, and it was a torso bone over 20,000 years old. Although incomplete, the overwhelming energy radiating from it was palpable even from a distance. A realization struck me. This was not merely an assassination of Zhao Wujing. It was a case of black eating black. This bishop had betrayed his own, stealing the soul bone from the Spirit Hall and framing Lao Zhao for it. The Spirit Hall likely uncovered the truth later, but chose to remain silent for the sake of their reputation. Poor Lao Zhao, enduring a brutal beating and bearing the brunt of such a grave accusation. This burden must be placed squarely on Lao Zhao. I immediately retrieved the soul emperor's body, stripped him of his garments, delivered a few more stabs, and sprinkled corpse-dissolving powder over him. With a sizzling sound, the soul emperor was reduced to a puddle of goo. I burned the clothes, and, without taking the conspicuous emerald ring's wealth, seized a wolf, pried open its mouth, and forced the coins down its throat before kicking it deep into the forest. Now, my plan was flawless. Just as I thought my trial had reached a successful conclusion, a surprise awaited me. The following day, as I made my way back, a bear-like giant suddenly emerged, and without a word, unleashed a soul skill upon me. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded. It was Zhao Wujing. He was in a dire state, bloodied and battered, with broken arms and exposed bone fragments. Coughing blood. He glared at me with fury. You brat, I have locked onto you. Dare to flee, and I will end you. Go ahead, scout ahead, maintaining an 80-meter distance. If you encounter anyone from the Spear Hall and speak, I will make you the first to bear the consequences. My fist clenched tightly, but I had no choice. Under the eaves, one must bow low. Life is a tumultuous ride, characterized by a dynamic balance, is it not? As I walked ahead, my mind raced. Could I rely on him to spare me? Impossible. Once it was safe, he would undoubtedly eliminate me to silence me. I had to save myself. A direct confrontation was out of the question. I could only rely on cunning. Suddenly, I recalled passing a meadow with a human-faced spider. An opportunity presented itself. I feigned scouting ahead, subtly leading him in that direction. Simultaneously, I quietly ignited calming incense to dull his senses, sprinkled paralysis powder to mask the pain from his wounds, and scattered a potion to promote blood circulation, ensuring the scent of blood would be undeniable. Sure enough, before long, rustling sounds echoed, and a massive web descended from above. Ensnaring Zhao Wujing. The 2,000-year-old human-faced spider emerged. Startled and furious, Zhao Wujing attempted to use a soul skill, but hesitated, fearing the arrival of pursuers. In that moment of indecision, the spider's long legs lunged towards him. Left with no choice, he roared, unleashing his sixth soul skill, Dali King Kong Roar. The terrifying sound wave cleared the surroundings, but also completely revealed his position. Now was my chance. With a surge of energy, I dashed beyond the reach of his soul skill. Zhao Wujing was entangled by the spider, unable to attend to me. In less than 2 minutes, powerful waves of soul energy reverberated from all directions. The spirit hall was encroaching. I quickly sought refuge in a mound of leaves, employing my pulse-cutting technique to enter a state of turtle breath, minimizing my heart rate. I watched helplessly as a soul emperor raced past me, the distant sound of Zhao Wujing's desperate roar echoing in my ears. Ah, if only my strength were greater. I could have turned the tables on him without such elaborate schemes. I stealthily slipped away, escaping the Stardow forest under the cover of night. 5 days later, news spread that Zhao Wujing had colluded with the bishop, stealing treasures, and was slain on the spot. That unfortunate bishop was now on the wanted list. Hearing this gossip, I felt a twinge of regret. Such a significant character as Lao Zhao had met his demise due to my minor machinations. What a pity for those 6 soul rings he possessed. Upon returning to town, I delved deeper into my training, leading a fulfilling life. Each day was consumed with practice. The I Jing Jing had contorted me into a pretzel, my head nearly touching my backside. After each session, I indulged in a broth made from the tendons of 12 different wild beasts, a delectable treat. That lad Su Yunpeng had also made strides. He could now spar with a first-ring soul master. After only a brief period of peace, troubles soon emerged. Boss Zhou from Huichentang approached me with a furrowed brow, expressing his distress over Hu Zhen, the leader of the local medicine guild, who had recently ascended to the rank of a 4-ring soul master. Hu Zhen was conspiring with others to usurp his apothecary. Seizing this opportunity, I boldly demanded a 50 stake in the venture. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly provoking a confrontation. I remained unperturbed, casually inquiring whether he could withstand a 4-ring soul master. He instantly wilted under the pressure. Ultimately, I consented to provide him with 3 new medicinal formulas, and he reluctantly agreed. Hu Zhen's martial spirit was a long-eared tiger. Upon studying his soul abilities, I found them to be a balanced amalgamation of control, speed, offense, and defense, resulting in a rather mediocre combination, akin to a patchwork creation in the realm of soul masters. I paid him little heed and continued my training diligently. However, after 2 weeks, Boss Zhou returned, his complexion pale. He informed me that Hu Zhen had acquired 2 additional allies, the Fire Lion brothers, both nearing level 30 in their mastery of the soul, who had deliberately concealed their true strength. This development posed a significant threat, and Boss Zhou could no longer withstand the pressure, imploring me to assist in gathering more allies. Where was I to find such allies? I reassured him not to worry. Rising from my seat, I casually grabbed my blade and declared, "Let us go, Boss Zhou. We shall seek out the Fire Lion brothers." Boss Zhou was taken aback. "Young brother, what are you planning to do?" I slung my sword over my shoulder and grinned. "Of course, I intend to swiftly cut through the chaos and resolve the issue." We stormed into the Luo family courtyard, where the 2 brothers were indulging in food and drink. I kicked open the door and charged in, my gaze locking onto the two identical hulking figures. Which of you is Luo Ping and which is Luoan? Before they could respond, I swiftly swung my blade at the nearest one. To my surprise, instead of aiming for his neck, I reconsidered. These two had potential and should not be eliminated so easily. With a flick of my wrist, my strike transformed from a lethal blow to a resounding slap, crashing against his shoulder. His martial spirit, which had just begun to emerge, shattered like a fragile glass bulb. I wasted no time, swiftly closing the distance, my elbow poised like a spear, delivering a crushing blow to his solar plexus. The other brother, witnessing this, roared in alarm. Second brother, he ignited with fury, charging at me, his body adorned with a white and yellow soul ring. To eliminate them? No, that would be a waste. I pride myself on resourcefulness. As the fiery figure barreled towards me, I barely lifted my weapon, instead meeting him with a light punch. He was taken aback by my audacity, fueling his flames further, akin to an explosive gas canister, and he charged me head-on. With a resounding impact, our fists collided against our chests, and I immediately sensed a jolt of energy. He indeed possessed some strength. Concealing my true power, I twisted my fist, unleashing a powerful strike. His fire lion armor crumpled like paper, and he was sent crashing into a table, food scattering everywhere in a chaotic display. As he regained his composure, my blade was already poised at his throat. Looking down upon him, I posed a simple question. Do you wish to live? He clutched his chest, attempting to muster a defiant retort, but my gaze quelled his bravado, and he stammered. What do we gain? Ah, wise man. This would be straightforward. I sheathed my blade and laid my cards on the table. You align with Hu Zhan for the sake of obtaining a third soul ring, correct? I shall take care of that. From now on, all your soul rings will be under my purview. The cost is simple, your loyalty. Those who understand, understand. This was not a whim. My training required the refinement of potions, which necessitated a stable and controllable flame. Observing these two brothers' martial spirits, I recognized them as natural mobile alchemical furnaces. They exchanged glances, their intentions evident. They merely aimed to secure their soul rings before attempting any tricks. It mattered not. They would soon learn who truly held power. Ultimately, they conceded, then we shall follow your lead. Mission accomplished. My efficiency in handling matters was remarkable. At that moment, Zhou Yuan burst in, his martial spirit activated, appearing quite formidable. But upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback. I waved my hand dismissively, Boss Zhou. No need to be alarmed. We are allies now. Zhou Yuan was visibly excited, his face flushed. I instructed him to rally more people and then turned to my newly acquired subordinates, saying, change your clothes. We are heading to the Iron Wolf Guild. My plan was straightforward, encapsulated in 8 words. Speed is of the essence. Strike swiftly. While Hu Zhan remained oblivious to the brewing conflict, I aimed to persuade or eliminate his allies one by one. Accompanied by the 2 mobile alchemical furnaces, we made our way to the Iron Wolf Guild, where the doorman was surprisingly courteous, ushering us into the main hall. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, the guild leader andHis, entered with a smile. Upon noticing the demeanor of the Luo brothers and hearing my affiliation with Tang, he quickly grasped the situation. I wasted no time with pleasantries, banging the table and asserting, Guild Master, you know Hu Zhan's true nature. If he can swallow Tang today, he can just as easily consume the Iron Wolf Guild tomorrow. It is better to be a leader than a subordinate. You understand, don't you? To my surprise, he maintained his composure, sneering. You think a few words from you can sway me? Dream on. As he spoke, he prepared to strike. The Luo brothers, ignited with fury, rose to confront him. Donglei believed he had the upper hand, activating his martial spirit. However, he was not prepared for my immediate assault. With a swift draw of my blade, I aimed a decisive strike at his head. Startled, he unleashed his soul rings and retreated rapidly, only to find himself cornered against the wall. With no escape, he raised his hand to block. I flicked my wrist, and with a swift motion, one of his hands was severed. The blade then glided across his neck, and he stared wide-eyed, clutching his gushing wound as he collapsed to the ground. I shook the blood from my blade and instructed the Luo brothers to carry his lifeless body outside, warning that anyone who resisted would be killed. Within 10 minutes, I intended for the Iron Wolf Guild to undergo a name change. Luo Ping nodded. That will suffice. Outside, silence quickly fell. Soon, the remaining soul masters of the Iron Wolf Guild were brought in, trembling like quails. I rested my blade across my knee and announced, from this day forth, The Iron Wolf Guild shall be renamed the Tianlang Guild, and it now belongs to me. Who dares to object? Approximately 15 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and Hu Zhen's factions arrived simultaneously, confronting one another at the entrance. Hu Zhen, upon seeing me, could hardly contain his glee. Well. His hard-earned allies had swiftly become my spoils, leaving him humiliated. Without hesitation, he activated his martial spirit, his muscles swelling, a royal emblem forming on his forehead as he unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of soul energy towards me. Anticipating this, I evaded with a serpentine motion, the attack narrowly missing my nose. In the next instant, I lunged towards him, delivering a powerful strike. Despite being a soul master, he was quick to react, summoning his fourth soul ring, which enveloped him in a protective armor. My blade struck his arm with a resounding clang, akin to hitting a steel plate, numbing my grip and bending the blade. Nevertheless, my strength prevailed, sending him soaring through the air. At this juncture, a stalemate ensued. While we had the numerical advantage, he had the prowess of a soul master. An all-out battle would lead to mutual destruction. Seizing the opportunity, I cleared my throat and spoke. Engaging in violence is futile. It is all for the sake of profit. Why not sit down and negotiate? Let us expand our horizons. Hu Zhen's expression fluctuated before he finally snorted coldly and retreated inside. Once seated, he proposed 80,000 gold soul coins, and Hua Chuntang will be mine. I nearly burst into laughter and immediately painted a grand vision for him. Hu Bangzhu, let's think long-term. Our town is so vast. Why must we engage in infighting? If we unite, we can monopolize the entire herbal business of the town. Wouldn't that be splendid? Right then, I laid out the blueprint. His Yaobang would be responsible for gathering resources, Zhou Boss's Hui Chuntang would handle the manufacturing of medicines, and my Tianlang Hui would oversee the establishment of branches for sales. Together, we would eliminate all competitors. In no time, the wealth of the entire town would flow into our pockets. Hu Zhen and Zhou Yuan were no fools. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. That very day, the three factions announced their alliance, forming the Sanlian Hui, leaving the entire town astounded. What followed was a natural progression. I handed over the management of Tianlang Hui to Su Yunpeng and instructed him to recruit a group of orphans, as I intended to cultivate some core strength myself. Over the next 2 months, Sanlian Hui swiftly consolidated half of the town's power like a bulldozer, reaping a fortune in Jinhun coins. As for me, aside from occasionally asserting my authority, I spent most of my time in seclusion, focusing on my cultivation. I had nearly absorbed the energy of the soul bones, and my Jingu realm had reached perfection. Now, I aimed to break through to the Zongfu realm. This was no easy feat. I attempted the Taoist technique of Henga Erki, but almost ended up injuring myself. Ultimately, I resorted to the shortcut of the Demon Sect's Wuguei Liuzhai Tang, which was essentially a specially concocted stew meant to supplement one's form. The ones preparing the broth for me were the Luo brothers. They looked as strained as programmers forced into overtime, yet they dared not complain. The effects of the broth were truly remarkable. Not long after consuming it, I felt a significant change within my body. While washing dishes one day, I pressed my hand lightly against a porcelain bowl, and to my astonishment, a clear palm imprint was left behind. Elated, I realized I had achieved the dark strength, the hallmark of the Zongfu realm. With dark strength, I immediately began practicing various martial arts. I wanted to master Iron Head, Iron Cloth, and all forms of Iron Palm techniques. I started with Iron Palm, which proved exhilarating. It required me to first damage the tissues in my hands with dark strength and then use medicinal ointment for recovery, repeatedly dancing on the edge of self-torture. My first attempt was poorly controlled, and the pain left me shuddering with fear. Thankfully, I did not start with Iron Crotch technique. Otherwise, I might have sacrificed my happiness for life. Eventually, I discovered a trick, soaking my hands in medicinal liquid while practicing double my efficiency and ensured safety. After just 1 day of this method, my palms became as hard and dark as iron. Su Yunpeng struck me with a knife, sparks flew, and ultimately, I broke his steel blade with a single slap. Seeing his astonished expression, I casually inquired, "By the way, how is that batch of orphans I asked you to find doing?" Upon hearing this, Su Yunpeng instantly perked up, his expression brightening as if he had won the lottery. He excitedly replied, "Oh my boss, I must say these little ones are truly hard-working. They practice relentlessly, save for meals and sleep. There's a girl named Sun Chanqian with incredible talent. I estimate that in a few days she will grasp the Peiyuan Gong." Upon hearing this, I was thrilled. The Peiyuan Gong is characterized by its gradual approach, If one can grasp it in half a month, they are undoubtedly a promising candidate. I hadn't anticipated that casting a wide net would yield such a significant catch. I promptly decided, let's allocate more resources to her. Once she reaches the Pyre realm, bring her to me for evaluation. By the way, how's everything on the Tang Renxue side? No issues, I hope? It was merely a casual inquiry, but I quickly noticed a hesitation from Su Yunpeng. His expression was off. I immediately sensed something was amiss. Speak, what is it? He reluctantly divulged that half a month prior, a wandering soul master named Qian had joined Tang Renxue. Initially, he seemed quite honest, but after assessing our strengths, he began to draw people to his side, attempting to leverage our reputation for his own gain. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, he aims to play us for fools? This Qian must possess considerable strength. Did the Luo brothers not handle him? They did, Su Yunpeng replied helplessly, but that fellow's martial soul is the black pattern python. Level 39, with a formidable soul ring configuration, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A few days ago, the Luo brothers joined forces to confront him. And guess what? In just 5 minutes, they were utterly defeated. Upon hearing this, I was intrigued. I stood up decisively. Let's go. I want to meet him. The Tang Renxue's base remained in the same location, yet it had expanded significantly, with all surrounding shops acquired, doubling its area. Although I was the behind-the-scenes boss, I had only intervened twice, once to crush the Iron Wolf Club and once to eliminate the tough characters from the southern town. Each time, 3-ringed soul masters had perished. Thus, upon seeing me, the senior members of Tang Renxue regarded me as an ancestor, which explained why Su Yunpeng, despite his moderate strength, maintained a firm grip on the president's position. As we arrived at the main hall, we barely settled when several beautiful ladies arrived with refreshments. I exchanged glances with Su Yunpeng, teasingly remarking, "Well, Yunpeng, it seems you are living quite the affluent life." His face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed. Ahem. It's all for appearances. Noticing his discomfort, I refrained from teasing him further. After all, men understand one another. Su Yunpeng had already sent someone to summon Qian. In about 5 minutes, the door swung open and a tall, slender man entered, appearing around 35 or 36. He looked rather clean-cut, donned in a blue robe, and his hair was slicked back. Upon seeing me, he paused momentarily, then squinted and smiled. "Qian, at your service, President." When he spoke, his voice was coarse and grating, reminiscent of sandpaper. But that wasn't the main point. At the instant he began to speak, I felt a jolt in my heart. There was a menacing aura emanating from him, deeply concealed. Had I not recently broken through to the Zongfu realm and experienced a surge in perception, I would have been oblivious. An evil soul master. The thought flashed through my mind instantly. This aura mirrored that of Wang Dong from last time. Moreover, this individual felt even more dangerous than Wang Dong, surely more than just a soul master. The more one appeared to be an ordinary person, the deeper their hidden depths. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. An unknown, powerful, evil soul master had infiltrated my Tang Renxue. What could he be after? The joy of my recent breakthrough faded swiftly. This fellow must be eliminated at once. While my thoughts raced, I maintained a calm facade, tapping my fingers rhythmically on the table and inquiring, "Why do you wish to join Tang Renxue?" He had clearly prepared a rehearsed response, claiming he was weary from wandering and sought stability, that the rules of larger factions were too cumbersome, and that Tang Renxue was just right for him, etc. Is that so? I replied coldly. Those who genuinely seek stability would not engage in covert maneuvers. Without waiting for his rebuttal, I pressed on. In Tang Renxue, the capable rise while the inept fall. If you possess the skill, not only can you lead a hall, but the entire Tang Renxue could be yours, provided you operate openly. I then shifted the topic, stating, "Next month, San Lianhui intends to seize control of the western town. You will be responsible for Tang Renxue's affairs. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Is there any problem with this?" Qian appeared visibly taken aback, likely not anticipating my approach. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure. "No problem. Thank you for your recognition, President." I wave him off, return, and prepare. As soon as he left, Su Yunpeng opened his mouth to speak, but I swiftly dipped my finger in the tea and wrote 2 characters on the table, Wang Dong. Upon seeing this, Su Yunpeng's face turned pale. He certainly remembered Wang Dong and had never questioned my judgment. Yet, he couldn't comprehend why, despite both being 3-ringed, I would be so cautious about Qian. Wouldn't it be simpler to eliminate him outright? Unless, I wiped away the water stains from the table and said nonchalantly, "No need to concern yourself with him. Everything remains as is." Emerging from the Tianlang, my mind raced with thoughts. This Qian was indeed formidable. If he were merely a soul master of around level 40, I could easily employ some tactics to eliminate him. However, should he be a soul king of level 50 or above, that would present a significant challenge, as he would possess a 10,000-year soul ring, an absolute game-changer. While I could manage a soul master, encountering a fully equipped soul king could spell disaster for me, as a single 10,000-year soul skill might obliterate me. No, I needed reinforcements. I must seek someone stronger. The first name that sprang to mind was Flander. That miserly old man would certainly agree to hunt down an evil soul master if the price was right. Moreover, the funds spent would yield a substantial return in the future. With my plan set, I immediately took action. Upon returning to my residence, I rubbed my hands over my face, transforming my appearance. My bones cracked as I shrank by 10 centimeters. After changing into a different outfit, I crawled beneath the bed, lifted a wooden board, and slipped into a dark tunnel. This tunnel had been excavated long ago, leading directly to a shop on the adjacent street. Once I emerged, I hastened towards Suatua City. By the time I arrived, dusk was approaching, yet Flander's shabby shop remained open. I had inquired earlier and discovered that this old fellow was in dire straits. The Balak royal family had once sought to sponsor Shrek, but when Flander refused their condition that graduates serve the royal family, they were cast aside. Consequently, along with the exclusion from other academies, Shrek was relegated to a small village outside the city. With no students to attract and a plethora of teachers to support, he must be on the brink of financial ruin. Upon entering the shop, I noticed a fair amount of merchandise, but a particularly conspicuous head-sized crystal in the corner caught my eye, filled with impurities. An unexpected find. I approached and took it. Flander immediately sprang from his recliner, adjusting his glasses, and plastered a forced smile on his elongated face. "Dear customer, are you interested in purchasing this crystal? It is a treasure I uncovered from ancient ruins. Absolutely worth it. Since you're my last customer, I'll offer it to you for a mere 200 gold soul coins." I couldn't help but smirk at his blatant greed. I did not come here to buy anything. His smile vanished, replaced by a piercing glare as he replied, "I advise you to reconsider and purchase it." Amused, I clicked my tongue. The esteemed Flander of the Golden Iron Triangle, the four-eyed owl, threatens a mere child for 200 gold soul coins? Before he could get angry, I dropped my bombshell, stunning him. I wish to invest in Shrek. Flander was momentarily dumbfounded, sizing me up before bursting into laughter, clenching his fist to intimidate me. "Boy, I don't know where you've heard of my reputation, but you should leave before I lose my temper." His disbelief was palpable. I appeared no older than 12 or 13. Who would take me seriously? Ignoring his skepticism, I pocketed the crystal and casually tossed 200 gold soul coins onto the table before turning to leave. Flander's expression was a masterpiece of emotions, shifting dramatically. Just as I reached the door, he could no longer contain himself. "Wait," I smirked. My plan was working. "You are not jesting about investing in Shrek, are you?" I glanced around. "Shall we discuss it here?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily flipped the sign to closed and led me into the inner chamber. Once inside, he began to weave grand tales, claiming Shrek only recruited exceptional talents, producing remarkable individuals, and citing a certain Qin Ming as an example, 47 levels at the age of 18. His enthusiasm was infectious. Finally, he looked at me intently. "So, how much do you intend to invest?" I refrained from answering immediately. Instead, I posed a few questions of my own. How many students does Shrek currently have? How many teachers? Flander faltered, adjusting his glasses. After a long pause, he managed to say 2 students. For teachers, including myself, all at least soul kings. Our faculty is formidable. Nodding, I proceeded to dissect his claims one by one. A soul emperor, 3 soul kings. Impressive, yet where were the 5 elemental academies? Did Shrek's facilities rival theirs? That Qin Ming, with a top-tier mutated martial soul, would not have reached level 47 in any other prestigious academy. My relentless questioning rendered him speechless. His fists clenched in frustration. I pressed on. Shrek has been operational for 10 years. Yet how many top-tier students has it produced? How many have graduated? Where did the rest go? Was it their lack of effort? Make no mistake, it is not you who have achieved greatness for the students. It is their exceptional talents that have elevated your makeshift academy. Veins bulged on Flander's forehead as he shouted, "Boy, are you here to mock me? Am I not stating the truth?" My words seemed to drain the energy from him, leaving him dejected. "If Shrek does not accept your investment, you should leave." I continued to rub salt into his wounds. At this rate, Shrek is destined for failure. His soul power flared, his eyes reddening with fury, clearly tempted to strike me. At that moment, I casually inquired, "Do you not wish to change the situation?" He froze, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. "What do you mean?" Smiling, I produced the small booklet filled with valuable insights I had acquired from the master and gently pushed it towards him. "Take a look at this." Skeptical, he picked it up, initially dismissive, but as he flipped through a couple of pages, his expression shifted. He began to read diligently, word for word, engrossed for an entire hour. "Is this all true?" His voice trembled. "Why not test it for yourself?" I added a further incentive. Additionally, I could provide the Academy with 30,000 gold soul coins annually. At this revelation, he was utterly flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend the sudden influx of wealth. Clutching the booklet tightly, he asked, "What are your conditions?" I laid out my demands. "Firstly, I wish to become the vice principal of Shrek. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your teaching, but if students learn from me, they should address me as teacher, which is not too much to ask, is it?" He nodded. I continued. "Secondly, your vice principal, myself, is currently targeted by an evil soul master. I require your assistance in eliminating him." "Evil soul master?" Flanders' expression hardened. "What level of strength?" "I may not be able to defeat a soul emperor." "Not that strong." I waved my hand dismissively. "At most, a soul king. Otherwise, I would not have the opportunity to meet you. If you're concerned, you may bring along additional assistance." "Where is he?" "Nanjia Town. You will accompany me back tomorrow." "Very well. I will summon old Li and the others." The following day, Flander took me to Shrek Academy. The place was in a state of disrepair. Aside from 3 teachers and 2 students, I encountered an 18 or 19-year-old youth, none other than the prodigy he had boasted about. Qin Ming. Flander gathered everyone together and announced, "From this day forth, Lian shall be our vice principal at Shrek Academy." The 2 students stared wide-eyed, likely struggling to comprehend why a mere child was appointed to such a position. Flander quickly clarified, stating that I would be investing 30,000 gold soul coins annually and would provide a miraculous cultivation method, which helped to stabilize the situation. When it was my turn to speak, I did not hold back, declaring, "I will primarily reside in Nanjia Town. The Academy's affairs will remain as they are, with the teachers in charge. Should there be any matters, you may find me in Nanjia Town." Upon hearing this, the teachers' gazes towards me softened considerably. They certainly did not wish for an outsider to meddle in their affairs. Next, Flander called Qin Ming to join us as we convened in the office to discuss the elimination of Qian. I assessed our lineup: 1 Soul Emperor, 2 Soul Kings, and 1 Soul Master, along with a supportive Soul King. We would have no trouble dealing with an evil Soul Master, at most a Soul King, and we could even confront a Soul Sage if necessary. This was a secure plan. Flander decisively proclaimed, "We must act swiftly. Let us depart at once." As we raced forward, my recent breakthrough left my stamina lacking, and ultimately, Flander had to carry me. Along the way, he expressed curiosity about my lack of soul power fluctuations, to which I concocted a casual excuse to deflect his inquiries. After more than 2 hours, we returned to Nanjia Town. I instructed someone to prepare lunch, and upon hearing this, Li Yusong chuckled, mentioning that he had been subsisting on meager fare at the Academy, nearly becoming desensitized to flavors. Flander appeared somewhat awkward at this exchange. I understood their implications clearly and promptly presented 30,000 gold soul coins, while also requesting that Qin Ming remain after graduation to assist me. Without hesitation, Flander agreed. After our meal, we headed straight to the Tianlang Association. The process of dealing with Qian was astonishingly simple, akin to child's play, lasting merely 3 minutes. The fellow had indeed concealed his strength, being a level 49 Battle Soul Master. However, before Flander and his formidable companions, he was akin to paper, swiftly vanquished. Once the task was completed, Flander retrieved a necklace from Qian corpse and tossed it to me, declaring it a fine item that could freely adjust soul rings and alter colors, which I would surely find useful. My eyes lit up. Was this not a tailor-made artifact for making a grand impression? Upon testing it, I activated my vitality and instantly adorned myself with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Although there were no fluctuations in soul power, it was sufficiently impressive. At that moment, Li Yusong rummaged through the corpse and exclaimed, "Flander, take a look at this." It was a black metal plate, featuring a serpent on one side and a sun on the reverse, with the number 17 inscribed within the sun. My pupils constricted. I had seen this item before. It was identical to the one belonging to Wang Dong, albeit with different designs and numbers. This indicated that they were part of the same sinister Soul Master organization. With a level 49 Battle Soul Master only ranked 17, I could only ponder what monstrous entities occupied the higher ranks. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that Qian was likely investigating Wang Dong's demise. Frander stared at the plate for a long while before slapping his thigh, exclaiming, "I remember now, it's the Qiyong." This organization was eradicated by the Spirit Hall long ago, yet remnants remain. He further elaborated that these malevolent soul masters relied on draining blood to elevate their soul power, making them exceedingly troublesome. Once entangled with them, unless one acted decisively and thoroughly, peace would be elusive. Hearing this, I was filled with trepidation. I had no desire to live under constant threat. I promptly informed Frander, director, "You all should return to the academy and discreetly dispose of this corpse and the plate at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by a letter of denunciation. Let the Spirit Hall deal with them amongst themselves." Frander chuckled in response, "You're quite cunning. And what about you?" I replied resolutely, "It's either a clean break or nothing at all. I will take a day or two to liquidate my affairs here and then seek refuge at the academy. Money is a valuable asset, but life is infinitely more precious." Qian had been lurking for over half a month. Who knew if he had spread the word? I absolutely could not remain in Nanjie town. Frander, impressed by my decisiveness, agreed to wait for me at the academy. After they departed, I immediately summoned Su Yunpeng, prioritizing the arrangement for the 10 orphans' future, as they were to be the foundation of my endeavors. Once that was settled the next day, I called upon Zhou Yuan and Hu Zhen in my courtyard to discuss the transition of affairs. Upon entering, Hu Zhen was brimming with delight, striding confidently, and immediately patted my shoulder, asking if there were any lucrative opportunities, perhaps involving the rascals from Jinxi. My goodness, his ambition was so palpable that I could almost hear it echoing all the way in Suatawa City. The Medicine Guild had indeed expanded recently, having recruited 2 soul masters and tripling their numbers. He seemed to believe he was capable of devouring the entire town. Beside him, Zhou Yuan wore a benevolent smile akin to that of a benevolent Buddha, though his eyes gleamed with shrewdness. I gestured for them to sit and got straight to the point. "Brothers, spare your guesses. It is not a matter of conflict. I have decided that my time here has come to an end, and I am preparing to flee." Upon hearing this, their expressions were nothing short of remarkable. They mistakenly assumed I was unable to continue, feigning concern and offering support, proclaiming that we rise or fall together, urging me to speak my mind. They had no inkling that I had already settled matters with Qian, still perceiving me as the younger brother in need of their protection. Internally, I was elated. Maintaining a composed facade, and with a subtle gesture on the table, I made the sign they would understand. I stated, "Once I leave, Uncle Yunpeng will certainly accompany me," leading to the Tianlang Association being left leaderless and inevitably disbanded. Hence, I have considered the 2 of you. In an instant, they grasped my intent. This was a farewell feast, as well as a division of the spoils. Hu Zhen was the first to react, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I will contribute 100,000 gold soul coins to aid my brother on his journey." Huh. Did he believe he could purchase the entirety of my Tianlang Association for a mere 100,000? Zhou Yuan, the cunning fox, was even bolder, stroking his goatee, leisurely stating, "I shall offer 120,000. I chuckled and replied, "Brothers, the Tianlang Association is a substantial piece of meat. None can consume it alone without risking discord. Why not negotiate? You could each take half, and I will slice the cake in 2 for a smoother digestion. Yes? I aim to extract every last coin from their pockets." Ultimately, after much whispered deliberation, they managed to gather a total of 238,000 gold soul coins, thereby dividing my Tianlang Association. Just like that, I packaged and sold the entire Tianlang Association, leaving the brothers beneath in confusion the following day, wondering how their boss had changed. Once the money was in hand, I immediately departed with Uncle Yunpeng and the 10 orphans, slipping away under the cover of night. By the afternoon of the next day, we arrived at Shrek. Imagine my astonishment upon reaching the destination. Shrek Academy resembled a dilapidated village. Uncle Yunpeng's expression was one of disbelief, akin to someone discovering their online romance had a 10-level beauty filter. I could only console him, assuring him that this would be our new home, and not to be disdainful. Upon arriving at the village entrance, we were greeted by 2 children, a boy and a girl. The girl, named Jiang Lingling, was a complete bundle of energy. Spotting our large group, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired if we were new students. I quickly clarified that these children were merely temporary guests and not students. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately signaled to the boy beside her to spread the word, then took it upon herself to lead us, likely seizing the opportunity to slack off. The welcoming teacher was Li Yusong, whose eyebrows were as thick as those of a cartoon character. Upon learning that I had brought along 10 baggage children, his brows furrowed as if he could crush flies with them, his demeanor radiating the message that Shrek only accepted monsters, not ordinary folk. Yes, te li clarifia. No. These are disciples from my own Xinwu sect, not taking up any of your slots. Only then did his expression soften slightly. I pondered that it would not do to house them in dormitories indefinitely. I might as well approach the village chief to purchase a larger courtyard for renovations. After all, I was now financially capable, focusing on my monetary prowess. During dinner that evening, I experienced the most extraordinary meal of my life. The culinary creations of teacher Xian were simply divine. Frander, that miserly old man with a shoehorn-like face, proudly informed me that teacher Xian was a food system soul master. His cooking infused with soul power not only enhanced one's strength, but also elevated cultivation. At that moment, my mind buzzed, as if the entire world had brightened. Was this not a walking, talking, human-shaped elixir? Forget about pills and rare treasures before this gentleman. They were mere trifles. Moreover, there were no adverse side effects, no resistance, purely natural and harmless. I was instantly invigorated for getting my meal and seized teacher Xian, inquiring, "Teacher, do you possess any skills for restoring vitality and soul power?" Teacher Xian, being quite forthright, disclosed that his first soul skill was called rainbow candy beans, capable of replenishing soul power and physical energy, as well as detoxifying. I eagerly pressed for details on how many could be produced at once and their shelf life. He responded that he could easily make hundreds or even thousands at a time, though their shelf life was short, lasting only 12 hours. I thought to myself, this is sufficient. It was as if this was an external enhancement crafted just for me. I immediately requested him to prepare one for me to try. As soon as the candy bean entered my stomach, a wave of pure energy erupted, causing every cell in my body to rejoice. I decisively proclaimed, "Teacher Xian, I propose we engage in a business transaction." Teacher Xian is quite generous, stating that we are all part of the same circle and he can provide me with some assistance daily at no cost. I interrupted him directly, asserting, "Teacher, my demand is substantial." After a brief calculation, I boldly proposed 10 sugar beans for 1 Jin Hun coin. I require 100 each day. Let us start with 10,000 Jin Hun coins. Upon hearing the figure, the old miser, Flander, was visibly excited, his eyes gleaming with greed as he gestured fervently to Xian to accept the deal quickly. Once the business was settled, I shifted the conversation, plotting my next move against the avaricious Flander. I inquired about the Academy's revenue sources, and after much hesitation, he divulged that the teachers often took on odd jobs during their breaks. I thought to myself, here lies an opportunity. I told him I had a method to rejuvenate his shabby little shop. I asked him, whose money is the easiest to acquire in this world? The nobility, he replied. Where do they spend their money? Flander mentioned the Grand Soul Arena, while another teacher chimed in, and on women. I couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I possess a potion recipe that all men understand. It costs 3 silver coins, yet selling it for 10 gold coins is certainly reasonable. Initially, Flander hesitated, feeling embarrassed to sell such a concoction as a soul emperor, fearing the disgrace it might bring. However, once he heard about the profit margins, he quickly relented, gritting his teeth and saying, let's do it. It's all about making money, after all. Then, I unveiled my true ace. I mentioned that I also had a medicinal bath formula capable of enhancing physical attributes. Flander's expression darkened immediately, and he waved his hands vigorously, insisting, that absolutely cannot be sold. It must remain within the academy. He had indeed taken the bait to utilize my exceptional formula that could enhance physical prowess. He would need to purchase a significant quantity of medicinal materials, and where would the funds come from? He would have to sell the very embarrassing potion recipe I had provided him. My dear friends, this was a classic example of a cunning strategy. Once his reputation suffered due to the sale of that potion, the position of the Shrek Academy's principal would soon be within my grasp. The following morning, Flander was waiting eagerly at my door for the potion recipe. I instructed Uncle Yunpeng to hand him the written formula while I began my grueling training regimen indoors. I immersed myself in the medicinal bath, relentlessly pummeling myself with hidden strength until my skin was battered and raw, relying on the potion's healing properties. The sensation was indescribable. After finishing the bath, I consumed the rainbow sugar beans sent by Qian as a meal. I discovered that these sugar beans were even more effective at healing hidden injuries than the medicinal bath, making them the perfect complement for my rigorous training. Consequently, I decided to forego the medicinal bath entirely, unleashing my hidden strength upon myself, targeting every part of my body from arms and legs to chest and back, even my most private areas, delivering relentless blows. The pain was excruciating, nearly causing me to faint, my vision fading as my muscles convulsed. I hastily chewed 5 sugar beans and swallowed them. The warm surge instantly soothed all my aches. For the next few days, I secluded myself within my room, inflicting self-harm while consuming sugar beans, fervently training. 6 days later, Flander rushed in excitedly, announcing that the potion had been successful, only to be taken aback by my appearance. At that moment, I was bald, my skin had hardened like iron, dark and gleaming with a metallic sheen. He looked at me in horror, exclaiming, "Young man, what on earth happened to you?" I flashed a broad smile, revealing my pearly white teeth. "I am splendid, better than ever." Just as I finished speaking, I felt an itch in my palm. Rubbing it lightly, I tore away a large patch of grimy old skin, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath. Seeing my vigor, Flander relaxed and discussed how to split the profits from the potion sales. I waved my hand dismissively, stating that all the money would be used for the Academy's development. This left him flabbergasted, likely feeling guilty for underestimating my intentions. He suggested that I mentor those 2 young students in their training, but I declined, claiming to be too busy and instructing him to let their teacher handle it. Flander finally couldn't hold back, candidly asking me, with offers of money and secret potion recipes, what my true motives were. I looked him in the eye and revealed my long-prepared response. I aimed to establish the Qian Sect. I explained that my focus was not on soul power, but on martial arts, a transcendent path that requires no soul rings or innate soul power, accessible to anyone. This shattered his worldview. I painted a grand picture, stating that I was still weak and needed the stability of Shrek to develop. Once the Qian Sect was established, Shrek would be my staunchest ally, and we would achieve mutual success. He believed me. Yet, little did he know, my true focus was on his 7 precious students. That kid Tang San, with his one-get-one free deal accompanied by a 10,000-year rabbit spirit, and Dai Mubai's burning desire for power were tailor-made for my martial arts. Just wait. Dear friends, for your principal will soon be selling potent pills for the future of the Academy. As soon as Flander left, I locked myself in my room. The sensation was extraordinary. Shedding my old skin was akin to a snake molting. That dry, hardened layer on my hand could be torn away in one go, revealing new skin beneath, soft and pale, akin to that of an infant. Not only my hands, but my entire body felt as though I had donned a layer of tight-fitting leather, slightly numb and itchy. What did this signify? It indicated that my copper skin and iron bones were nearing completion. To test my strength, I seized a steel dagger, and with all my might, plunged it into my left palm. The blade met resistance as if slicing through cowhide. Yet the result? My right hand only felt a slight pressure, leaving a faint white mark that disappeared after a few rubs. I estimated that now I could withstand even 100 years of soul techniques without issue. Once I completed my transformation, I had to find Qin Ming to spar, allowing him to experience the shock of physical prowess. Meanwhile, across town in Nanjia, the members of the Medicine Guild were embroiled in a heated discussion. We must take down the Rejuvenation Hall. If we absorb them, half of this town will be ours. It sounded easy. Would that old fox, Zhou Laogue, be unprepared? What if we ended up mutually assured destruction and allowed the nearby factions to profit from our conflict? How about we trick the Rejuvenation Hall into leading the charge? Let them take the initial brunt, and when they're nearly wiped out, we can step in. What a splendid idea. As these seasoned schemers plotted their deception, suddenly, a figure appeared at the door of the meeting hall as if conjured from thin air. Cloaked in black from head to toe, exuding an aura of mystery. As he stepped forward, soul rings emerged beneath his feet with each step. White, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black. 6 rings. My friends, do you understand? A soul emperor has descended upon the novice village. The leader of the Medicine Guild, Hu Zhen, turned pale, immediately slapping himself in the face and hastily bowing, saying, "My lord, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance." The cloaked figure spoke in a surprisingly gentle voice. "It's all right. I am quite magnanimous." He then produced a portrait, asking, "Have you seen this person?" A senior soul master scrutinized the image for a moment before attempting to speak, only to be met with the soul emperor's piercing gaze. Have you seen him? The man's legs weakened, and he hurriedly confessed. About a month ago, the Tianlang Association recruited someone named Qian, a 39th level soul scholar, who bears a striking resemblance to the one in the portrait. His martial spirit is a black pattern python. That is correct. The soul emperor's tone turned grave. What happened to the Tianlang Association? Hu Zhen's heart sank, realizing he could not escape this situation. He recounted the transactions involving myself and Su Yunpeng. The soul emperor remained silent for a long moment, the room so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Hu Zhen's eyelids twitched, aware he was holding a hot potato. The soul emperor muttered to himself and then asked, "Where are those two individuals now? How is Hu Zhen to know?" As his thoughts raced, he immediately shifted the blame. "My lord, I truly do not know." However, the Luo brothers of the Rejuvenation Hall were once high-ranking members of the Tianlang Association. They must know something. The Luo brothers of the Rejuvenation Hall are quite good. As soon as he finished speaking, a skeletal hand emerged from the cloak, gently grasping at the air. In the very next moment, an abundance of thorny black vines emerged from the underground of the entire assembly hall, instantly ensnaring the high-ranking members of the Yao gang, binding them tightly like Zongzi. The sharp thorns pierced their bodies, voraciously draining their soul power and blood. Within mere seconds, these once lively soul masters had transformed into mere desiccated corpses. This was a spectacularly efficient clearing. The scene shifted back to the sunlit Shrek Academy. In the morning cafeteria, the aroma was simply delightful. Ever since my arrival, the meal standards for these little tykes had soared to unprecedented heights. Enormous bowls of hot porridge, an abundance of boiled eggs, along with meat buns, steamed buns, and various side dishes awaited them. The two senior students, Bai Ziren and Jiang Lingling, savored their meals while reminiscing. "Lingling, have you noticed? Ever since the vice principal arrived, our cafeteria has never run out of meat," Bai Ziren exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of his meat bun, grease dripping from his mouth. "Indeed, the dormitories and playground have also been refurbished. The changes in the academy are remarkable," Jiang Lingling replied, sipping her porridge with a look of bliss. Among the 10 orphans I had brought along, a little girl named Sun Qian heard their conversation and earnestly remarked, "You have had homes and an academy since childhood. We used to go hungry every day. If it weren't for the sect master taking us in, we would have starved long ago." This little girl cherished her current life immensely, training harder than anyone else. And just days ago, she had made her first breakthrough in the Pei Yuan Gong. Jiang Lingling curiously asked, "Qian, can your daily training really compare to ours as soul masters?" Sun Qian raised her eyebrows confidently and replied, "Don't believe me? Let's have a competition. But not now, I've just started. In 3 years, I will surely defeat you. I'm already a level 24 great soul master. In 3 years, I will be a soul Zune. So what?" She continued, "Uncle Su has practiced martial arts for just a few months and can defeat a soul master with a single move. Our sect master is even more formidable. He has already slain several soul Zunes." The two little girls were engaged in their playful banter when Flender, who had just entered, overheard their conversation. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to be plotting something in his mind. "Over the past few days, I had finally shed all the dead skin on my body. Even my hair and eyebrows had been renewed, making me resemble a piece of exquisite jade, so smooth that no pores were visible. I had initially thought to master a skill to avoid any flies landing on me by applying honey to my arms, but soon realized that I needed to first sense the flies and then use my internal energy to shake them off. My reaction was too slow, proving to be a waste of time. It was far more prudent to focus on enhancing my realm. Just as I was contemplating this, Flender knocked at the door. This fellow, having sold medicine until his eyes were red, was nonetheless brimming with energy, having made a profit. "Lian," he said, polishing his glasses, "we teachers have tested your body refining secret technique, and the results are quite impressive. However, there's a problem. Practicing it consumes soul power and affects the speed of soul power cultivation. Is there a way to achieve both?" I roll my eyes in response. "What kind of dream are you having, Principal? You want to have your cake and eat it too?" The martial arts and soul master systems are fundamentally different paths. One excavates human potential from within, while the other relies on external forces. Attempting to cultivate both will inevitably lead to mutual interference. Flender was not surprised. He chuckled, revealing his ulterior motives. "In that case, you should teach the body refining class. After all, you understand it best. You can schedule it as you see fit and help us clarify any doubts." I understood his intentions clearly. This old fox wanted me to interact more with the students and foster relationships, ultimately binding me to the Shrek ship. Hey, that suits me perfectly. I was eager to find an opportunity to showcase my newfound skin's defensive capabilities. All right, I agree. Let us start today. On the playground, 12 little ones stood in neat formation. Flinder began with an introductory speech, emphasizing the importance of physical fitness for soul masters in absorbing soul rings, and then pointed at me. Starting today, the vice principal will guide you in body refinement, teaching you how to break through your limits. Jiang Lingling and Bai Ziren's eyes widened in astonishment, and Jiang Lingling raised her hand to ask, Vice Principal, is that true? I stepped forward, straightforwardly replying, Don't believe me? Come and test it. How should we test it? Let's have a spar. I will stand right here, not using any soul power. If you can force me to use my soul power, I will consider it a loss. I chuckled inwardly, knowing I had no soul power to speak of. The little girl, filled with competitive spirit, immediately summoned her martial spirit, her hair turning blue, electric sparks crackling around her as 2 yellow soul rings appeared. Jiang Lingling. Level 24 Battle Spirit Master, please enlighten me. Bring it on. She wasted no time. Upon activating her first soul ring, she transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards me with her claws aimed at my face. Goodness, she was fast. Unfortunately, to me, it felt like slow motion. I sidestepped, extending my hand to expertly grasp her incoming wrist. The electric current coursing through her body caused a slight tingling in mine, but that was all. The little girl was startled. As she tried to break free, she realized she couldn't move at all, prompting her to activate her second soul ring. Thunderstorm. In an instant, blue and white electricity enveloped us both. Let me tell you, that current surged through my body, causing my muscles to twitch and feel numb. Yet that was all. With a shift of my blood flow, the negative effects dissipated instantly. However, at that moment, I sensed something unusual. The cells within my body, especially my internal organs, became extraordinarily active due to the electric stimulation, fervently signaling that they craved more. Good heavens! I had just discovered a new world. This was no mere student. She was practically my personal power bank. When the current ceased, Jiang Lingling, noticing I still held her hand firmly, thought I had been rendered immobile by the shock, and her face turned pale with fright. Vice Principal, are you all right? I grinned widely. Continue. Huh. I explained to her, your second soul skill is impressive. It aided my cultivation. Let us do it again. With Flinder's tacit approval, Jiang Lingling activated her soul skill once more. This time I was prepared. As the electric current surged into my body, I immediately assumed my stance, stimulating my fascia, and a thunderous roar erupted from my chest and abdomen. The release of energy felt like a surge of blood rushing into my organs, doubling my cultivation efficiency. This little girl was a treasure trove of potential. As she exhausted her soul power, I observed her panting and realized I couldn't let her expend her energy without reward. I needed to help her level up. I began instructing her. Your soul skill's power is too dispersed. You need to learn to control these currents and concentrate them on a single point to enhance their potency. Bai Ziren, eager for guidance, approached as well. I offered brief advice, and Flinder, concerned they might aim too high, added a few cautions. I readily agreed, affirming that the principal was right. Cultivation was the foundation. Thus a month passed, and the body refinement class found its rhythm. One day after training, Jiang Lingling rested under a tree with Bai Ziren. Xiaorun, I've noticed that while my soul power has increased slowly since practicing the body refinement technique, I feel as if I could fight 2 previous versions of myself. Jiang Lingling exclaimed, flexing her arms excitedly. Bai Ziren, skillfully massaging her calves. Dropped a bombshell, what is that? I heard from senior brother Qin that our food system teacher, Xiao Xian, practiced our technique and actually dropped a level, from level 56 to level 55. What? Jiang Lingling gasped in shock. In the office, Flinder was earnestly persuading Xiao Xian. Old Xiao, do you really want to practice martial arts? You're the most promising candidate on the continent to become a food system titled Douluo. Xiao Xian's resolve was unwavering. Fire burning in his eyes. Flinder, do you understand? I don't want to spend my life hiding behind the scenes making rice balls. I want to stand proudly on the Do Soul platform and fight. Now that an opportunity is in front of me, even if I drop a level, I must try. Let me tell you, upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes sparkled and his mind raced. He leaned closer to Xiao Xian and began to whisper, his expression cunning like that of a wily fox. Old Xiao, Why not just join Lian's Qian Sect? That would solve everything. You need not withdraw from Shrek. After all, Lian remains our esteemed vice dean, does he not? Upon hearing this, I immediately comprehended the cunning intentions of that old fox. He aims to engage in a strategic integration of resources. He has discerned that martial arts is akin to a definitive answer. There are no soul power restrictions, and it is accessible to all. Should this endeavor flourish, what relevance would soul masters hold in the future? He fears that his Shrek will be rendered obsolete by the likes of this young Lian. Thus he has chosen to unite everyone in an investment, forging a deep bond between the Qian Sect and Shrek, ensuring that none can part ways and that we all soar together. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Let me tell you, these 2 years have witnessed monumental changes. Since joining the Qian Sect, teacher Xiao Xian's cultivation has surged as if he were endowed with a cheat. He has swiftly ascended to the blood marrow realm. Yet, who among our family understands that such a boon comes at a price? His soul master rank plummeted from the Soul King to merely level 51, nearly losing his Soul King experience card entirely. Meanwhile, that young Lian has transformed into a veritable monster. Not only has he reached the blood marrow realm, but he has also achieved perfection. He has sealed all his vital energy within, not allowing a single ounce to escape. To the casual observer, he appears as an ordinary individual, yet we are well aware that he harbors a nuclear reactor ready to explode at any moment. He even boasts about his inability to find a suitable opponent, claiming that he would have already surpassed his limits otherwise. On a particular day, teacher Xiao Xian emerged from seclusion, his vital energy ablaze, insisting on sparring with Lian. Come, let us have a match. I must tell you, the scene was extraordinary. As teacher Xiao Xian struck forth, the air wailed in a mournful cry, reminiscent of a runaway high-speed train. And what was the result? Lian merely stepped forward, meeting the strike with a single punch. The sound of impact was thunderous, akin to the ringing of a temple bell. The walls of the courtyard crumbled, glass shattered, and a nearby section of wall collapsed. Teacher Xiao Xian was sent reeling back several steps, his feet carving deep impressions into the stone path, his face flushed with exertion. In stark contrast, Lian merely shrugged, appearing utterly unfazed. After their bout, Lian began to coax teacher Xiao Xian into transitioning to the role of an alchemist, suggesting that his martial soul's ability to produce candy beans was a tremendous waste, and that alchemy represented the true path. In the future, he could concoct as many miraculous elixirs as he wished, far superior to his 9 soul skills. Teacher Xiao Xian was visibly conflicted. After all, how could one simply abandon a lifelong commitment? As they conversed, Lian shifted the topic, announcing that Qin Ming had also reached level 50 and that Flander intended to take him to the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt for his 5th soul ring. I was invigorated by this news. Lian's objective was more direct. He sought a soul beast capable of delivering a crushing defeat, leveraging the pressure to break through to the inner Qi realm. He was evidently aware of the thrill of challenge, eager to become a living target. Meanwhile, in the Pope's Hall of Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong, the strikingly beautiful and formidable female Pope, was being nagged by her prized disciple, Hulaina. Having just broken through to the 20th level, Hulaina was being adorably insistent that her teacher take her to hunt for soul rings. Bibi Dong, exuding indulgence, seemed ready to declare the entire Wuhuan Hall as her disciple's domain. She had already selected a 600 to 800-year-old charming fox as a perfect match for Hulaina, but was unable to accompany her, thus discreetly dispatching the titled Douluo Yuguan to protect her disciple from the shadows. Days later, our group of 5 arrived at the small town bordering the Star-Do Great Forest. Flander's frugality resurfaced, insisting on dining at a rundown eatery, claiming it was essential to remember hardships. I mused that this was not a special forces excursion in 2025. Such extremities were unnecessary. Ultimately, it was Lian who suggested that we each order our own meals, which finally settled the matter. During dinner, Lian casually inquired about the 2 local gangs he had antagonized 2 years prior, only to learn that they had been annihilated overnight, with over 30 soul masters reduced to dried corpses. He broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that he had fled swiftly. Upon entering the Star-Do Great Forest, we made our way to a location known as Lava Lake, aiming to hunt a soul beast called a Magic Flame 3-headed hound. These creatures are social and notoriously difficult to deal with. Yet, before we could reach our destination, trouble found us as dusk fell and we began to set up camp. Everyone, be cautious, Flander uttered in a low tone. No sooner had he spoken than a massive gorilla, towering 3 to 4 meters high, charged forth. its muscles resembling iron lumps, crashing through several trees. By the heavens, it's a mighty King Kong. This creature was a distant relative of the Titan giant ape. Upon spotting it, Lian's eyes gleamed with excitement, his expression akin to that of a man encountering a breathtaking beauty. With an estimated age of 7,000 to 8,000 years, its tough hide and immense strength made it an ideal target, devoid of flashy skills. Teacher Xiao Xian was left dumbfounded. Surely you don't intend to use it to aid your breakthrough? With a grin, Lian called out to Flander, Old F. Assist me. With that, he charged forward. The mighty King Kong, enraged by the audacity of this small challenger, retaliated with a paw the size of a fan, imbued with cataclysmic force. At that moment, I felt the sky darken. Lian stood resolute, his vital energy exploding forth, his right hand converging into a solid thrust upward. The impact was unfathomable. The ground beneath him sank as he withstood the blow. The mighty King Kong howled in pain, as if it had struck a bed of nails. Seizing the opportunity, Lian countered with a powerful kick, sending the massive creature flying. The mighty King Kong rose, blood and broken teeth staining its hands, driven to madness. Its powerful arms swung like battering rams, and Lian was sent flying like a baseball, crashing into a small mound. However, the next instant, he emerged from the pit, resetting his dislocated arm with a crack, his injuries vanishing instantaneously. Then his entire being erupted with vital energy, transforming him into a living torch as he charged once more at the mighty King Kong. Teacher Li Yusong watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This lad is truly a monster. It's fortunate I usually keep my distance. Flander, however, understood the situation, explaining to us. He's doing it on purpose. He's using the mighty King Kong as a hammer to beat himself, expelling impurities from his body. Each time he is struck, his aura strengthens. Indeed, Lian remained there, passively enduring the blows, rising time and again to charge back into the fray. The mighty King Kong struck hundreds of times, its own arms growing weary. Yet upon realizing that this small figure remained lively and sprightly, it finally sensed an anomaly and turned to flee. In that moment, Lian extracted himself from the dirt, his vital energy in his dantian suddenly boiling, swiftly collapsing inward. He had finally broken through. He quickly sat cross-legged, observing 3 ethereal seeds of internal energy, one faint gold, one pale blue, and one soft black, materializing in his dantian. The harmonious cultivation of Buddha, Tao, and Demon had been achieved. However, he knew that these 3 forces would inevitably clash. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the long-anticipated Hunyuan Wuxiang Dafa in his mind. With the technique in hand, he immediately began to operate the secret method, meticulously controlling the 3 nascent energies, guiding them closer, preparing for their fusion. As the 3 energies made contact, a resounding crack echoed, as if my entire dantian had erupted. The sensation was indescribable. It felt akin to a drop of cold water splashing into hot oil, leaving me utterly stunned. Cold sweat cascaded down, half from pain and half from sheer terror. This was my dantian after all. If mishandled, I could very well end up singing Juhua Tai from a wheelchair for the rest of my life. My mind swirled with curses. Was this secret technique even reliable? However, there was no turning back. I had come this far, and I could only grit my teeth and press on. I cautiously maneuvered the 3 streams of energy to converge once more, simultaneously channeling all my vital essence into the mix as a peacemaker. The outcome? Bang! It erupted again. However, wait a moment. This time it seemed a tad quieter. There was potential here. My spirits soared, invigorated as if I had been injected with adrenaline. I lost count of how many times I attempted this. 3rd, 4th, 5th. I simply continued the cycle of explosions and harmonization. My vital essence, a product of the simultaneous cultivation of 3 meridians, acted as an adhesive. With the aid of the secret technique, the 3 conflicting energies finally ceased their tumult and began to intertwine hesitantly. Remarkably, it resembled 3 distinct lumps of colored clay, which I had skillfully molded into a twisted braid. Although they had yet to completely merge into a singular hue, the intention was unmistakable. Recognizing the moment was ripe, I immediately intensified the output of my vital essence, desperately infusing it into the mix. At a certain instant, my mind buzzed, and I saw a brand new, colorless and transparent energy emerge from the twisted mass. Despite its delicate appearance, akin to a single strand of hair, it possessed an insatiable appetite, akin to a bottomless pit, voraciously consuming my vital essence and simultaneously devouring the previously mixed energy. Without hesitation, I severed the supply to the mixed energy, committing all resources, all iron. I felt myself grow increasingly fatigued, yet simultaneously, an unprecedented sense of power surged within me. I cannot say how much time passed, but eventually, my vital essence and the mixed energy were entirely consumed by this small entity. I shuddered all over, abruptly opening my eyes to a pitch-black world. Flandra and the others were nearby, guarding me, while the ground lay strewn with the corpses of a dozen spirit beasts, likely drawn by the commotion I'd caused. Upon seeing me awaken, Flandra inquired, "Did you break through?" I nodded and replied with 3 words, "I have broken through." At the sound of these words, Flandra visibly sighed in relief. He remarked that the stench of blood was too overwhelming in this place, and we needed to relocate swiftly. We hurriedly gathered our belongings and made our escape. As we traveled, I continuously attuned myself to the changes within my body. Let me tell you, the sensation was extraordinary. I felt as light as a balloon, able to leap 6 or 7 meters with ease, landing silently. Previously, my jumps relied on explosive strength from my waist and legs. Akin to a cheetah, now I dispersed my inner energy throughout my limbs, and with a slight exertion, the effect was doubled. Moreover, my senses sharpened immensely. The entire world unfolded before my eyes, as if I were viewing it through 4K high definition. Once we settled in a new location, Qian, the first to approach, insisted I demonstrate my newfound abilities to the group to showcase the differences post-breakthrough. After a moment's consideration, I acquiesced. With a flick of my toe, a palm-sized stone soared into the air. I caught it deftly, then with my fingertip poised like a blade, employed the technique of breaking water. The others, all proficient fighters, had no trouble seeing in the dark. In an instant, a blade of light erupted from my fingertip, extending half a foot long as I sliced through the stone. With a crisp sound, it split in 2. Flandra collected one half, examining the cut surface, which gleamed as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any rough edges. He commented that my casual maneuver was no less potent than century-old soul techniques. Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as he rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is a leap to greatness. Previously, I could only engage in close combat, but now I can unleash energy blades at will. Absolutely incredible." Beside him, Qin Ming, feeling competitive, attempted to mimic my technique by condensing his soul power in his hand and striking another stone. The result was a disappointing puff, leaving only a charred mark, while his fiery blade dissipated, creating an awkward silence. Liu Song, eyes sparkling, half-jokingly yet earnestly remarked, "Wow, your skills are so impressive that I'm tempted to switch jobs. Given our relationship, how about making me an elder?" Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. This was precisely the effect I desired. As the others retired for the night, Flandra kept watch outside. I sat in the tent, pulling out the rainbow candy beans Qian had made, treating them like a snack. To my surprise, while previously one would sustain me for half a day, I consumed 100, and my inner energy barely increased. Clearly, my former supplies were insufficient. I needed to seek higher quality nourishment. With a thought, I plunged my consciousness into my San Yuan tower. This place functioned like my system's backend, containing the various soul rings I had accumulated. I rummaged through them, locating a 10,000-year soul ring, and without hesitation, exchanged it for the burning heart black flame. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded my mind. This burning heart black flame, I must tell you, is exceedingly formidable. It belongs to one of the 5 elemental secret tomes, corresponding to the heart, and requires refining a fire-based treasure into the heart during cultivation. Once mastered, I could synchronize my heartbeat with that of an opponent, inconspicuously implanting a small ember of black flame within them, incinerating them from the inside out. This skill is characterized by its insidious nature. Most importantly, with this ability, I could commence alchemy ahead of schedule. I glanced at the map and noted a lava lake just a few dozen miles away, a place abundant with fire element resources. After some contemplation, I emerged from the tent and sought out Qin Ming. His martial soul, the fiery wolf, possessed an inherently aggressive flame, making it the perfect catalyst for my needs. I wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "Xiao Ming, my brother, I need to borrow some fire for my training." Qin Ming readily complied, conjuring an orange-red flame with a flick of his hand. I enveloped my palm with inner energy, gently swiping the flame to capture a small wisp. A remarkable scene unfolded as my colorless inner energy, upon contact with the flame, transformed into the same fiery hue. Qin Ming stood in stunned disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. I silently reveled in my success. My Hunyuan Wuxiang power had the extraordinary capability to mimic all things. Though the consumption was considerable and not entirely cost-effective, I proceeded without hesitation, absorbing the flame into my body. After refining it, I forcefully pressed it into my heart. The searing pain was accompanied by a strange sensation of comfort, simply exhilarating. I turned to Qin Ming and said, "Xiao Ming, I will be relying on you now." At dawn the next day, our group set off towards the lava lake. As we ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly heated, infused with a sulfuric aroma. Before long, we encountered another team, 3 men and 1 woman, dressed entirely in red, resembling 4 flames. Flandre adjusted his glasses and whispered, "They are from the Qihua Academy. Stay alert." The opposing team noticed us as well, and the woman sauntered over, her figure exquisite, clad in a high-slit qipao, exuding charm with each step. She introduced herself as Zhou Yin'er, a teacher from Qihua Academy, here for the purpose of hunting soul rings. Her electrifying gaze lingered on me for a moment. Likely perplexed by my presence in such a perilous location, Flandre reciprocated the introduction, stating that we were from Shrek Academy, with Qin Ming intending to acquire his 5th soul ring. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin'er immediately proposed a collaboration, explaining that they had originally targeted an 11,000-year red flame serpent, but had deftly evaded them by retreating into the magma after sustaining an injury. With no other options, they planned to pursue the golden flame ground dragon lizard. But that creature was social in nature, and they lacked sufficient manpower. Coincidentally, the golden flame ground dragon lizard was also among Qin Ming's potential targets. As our objectives did not conflict, we quickly reached an agreement. During introductions, a fellow named Zheng Kai from Qihua Academy, noticing my youth, expressed skepticism regarding my capabilities. Unwilling to engage in banter, I simply extended my right hand, summoning my San Yuan Tower martial soul, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose from beneath my feet. Indeed, it was a ruse crafted through my inner energy and the soul guiding device. The expression on that fellow's face turned a vivid shade of green, utterly mortified. I maintained a serious demeanor, spinning a tale. In truth, I'm already 16, though I appear quite youthful, which causes me much distress. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin'er's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached with a beaming smile, casually resting a hand on my shoulder. In that moment, a fragrant breeze enveloped me, prompting me to hastily shake off her unwelcome grasp. Now, let us set aside idle banter and discuss the matter at hand. Our plan was deceptively simple, even somewhat unscrupulous, to incite conflict between 2 nearby groups of soul beasts, one comprised of the Mo Yin Sentu Quan and the other the Jin Yin Di Long Shi, prompting them to engage in a fierce battle while we reaped the rewards. As the strongest among us, Flandre decisively declared, "We shall target the more formidable Mo Yin Sentu Quan while you handle the Di Long Shi." The plan was set, and we split into 2 teams. On our side, Flandre paired me with Qin Ming, while he embarked on his own mission to discreetly eliminate a few stragglers and lure the remainder into conflict. Soon, Qin Ming and I stumbled upon a solitary Mo Yin Sentu Quan, estimated to be around 3,000 to 4,000 years in age. Qin Ming eagerly volunteered, claiming he possessed range skills for a swift resolution. I nodded in agreement and took on the role of lookout. Qin Ming executed his task with remarkable efficiency, successfully dispatching the creature. However, as he hoisted the carcass, the wind shifted ominously. Alarmingly, another beast was downwind, its 3 heads keenly sniffing the air. My heart raced as I realized that the creature blended almost perfectly with the surrounding stones, having previously gone unnoticed. It called out, receiving no reply, and immediately sprinted towards us. Upon climbing a small rise, it spotted Qin Ming carrying its fallen comrade. Its 6 eyes widened in alarm, and its mouth opened to howl. In an instant, I crouched low and stealthily approached. As it opened its mouth, I stomped the ground with force, causing the earth to erupt in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity to obscure its vision, I darted forward like a shadow. The Mo Yin Sentu Quan was caught off guard, trembling as the flames in its throat extinguished, its gaze dimming. A long blade had pierced its heart, embedded between its 3 heads. Seeing that I had subdued the creature, Qin Ming approached with the carcass, ready to express his gratitude, but I interrupted him. No time for pleasantries. We must hurry to regroup with Flander. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, we found Flander and the others already assembled, blood and carcasses prepared. We exchanged a portion of our spoils with the members of the Qihua Academy, discarding them near each other's lairs. Within half an hour, we were greeted by the thunderous barks and roars from afar. Combat had commenced. This chaotic melee raged on for over an hour, and when the tumult finally subsided, Flander ventured to assess the situation. Within 20 minutes, he returned, beaming with excitement. Hurry! Both sides have been severely weakened. Approximately 50 to 60% of those below 10,000 years have perished, and their leaders are gravely depleted at merely half their usual strength. Now is the opportune moment to strike. We bid farewell to the Qihua Academy members and hasten towards the lair of the Mo Yin Santu Quan. Indeed, the remaining beasts were all injured, with the leading male sporting several wounds, while the ancient female bore a severed tail. Flander gestured animatedly. Fortune favors us. They are downwind. Let us set an ambush along their path. We five took our positions, concealing our presence. The moment the battered remnants entered our encirclement, Flander struck first, unleashing a dazzling array of skills to confound them. Qin Ming and the others joined in, and in a single confrontation, we dispatched over 10,000-year-old Mo Yin Santu Quan. By the time the two ancient leaders comprehended the situation, they had already been rendered vulnerable. The remainder was straightforward. Under our coordinated assault, the two ancient Mo Yin Santu Quan swiftly succumbed, leaving behind two black, 10,000-year soul rings. Qin Ming bowed deeply to us before sitting cross-legged to absorb the more prestigious soul ring belonging to the leader. Yet, within minutes, his expression contorted in agony, his bones cracking audibly as black flames engulfed him, his face a mask of torment. Li Yusong grew anxious. Flander, something is amiss. Flander frowned, logically deducing that, given Qin Ming's physical prowess, absorbing an 18,000-year soul ring should pose no problem. At that moment, I interjected, Flander, we are in grave trouble. This Mo Yin Santu Quan is not 18,000 years, but 20,000. Flander's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? I lifted the leader's hind leg, pointing to an inconspicuous area. Take a look for yourself. This one is female. Everyone was taken aback. Among the Mo Yin Santu Quan, females are typically smaller than males of the same cultivation level. We had assumed the leader was male, estimating its age at 18,000, only to discover it was a female, revealing its true age to be 20,000. The difference of 2,000 years is a formidable challenge. Xiao Xian anxiously rubbed his hands together, suggesting we should interrupt the absorption to ensure his safety. Flander gritted his teeth, preparing to intervene, but I halted him. Wait, let me try. Even if it fails, I can still safeguard his life. I immediately settled beside Qin Ming, activating my nascent Zhuo Xian Hei Yin. I enveloped my palm in inner energy, probing into the Mo Yin's essence, fervently extracting the chaotic energy, refining it, and channeling it into my heart. Initially, I merely alleviated his burden, but gradually, my inner energy transformed into black flames. Merging our essences, the majority of the soul ring's pressure was borne by me alone. Qin Ming's complexion finally began to stabilize. After half an hour, I retracted my inner energy, sensing that I had fully grasped the Zhuo Xian Hei Yin. A few minutes later, Qin Ming successfully absorbed the soul ring, catapulting his soul power to level 53. He rose, brimming with gratitude towards me. Flander laughed heartily, proclaiming this a double blessing. He approached the corpse of the Mo Yin Santu Quan leader, using a dagger to split open its head, astonishingly retrieving a piece of jet-black soul bone. The most coveted of all, head soul bone. We took turns examining it, each envious and salivating, yet none harbored greed. Ultimately, the soul bone was placed in Qin Ming's hands. Holding it, he turned to Flander and inquired, Teacher, may I manage this soul bone as I see fit? I must tell you, Flander's brow furrowed in contemplation, likely pondering the young man's intentions. What happened next was surprising. Qin Ming promptly turned and presented the obsidian soul bone directly to Lian. He expressed that he could not repay the life-saving grace and implored the Vice Dean to graciously accept it. At that moment, I understood Qin Ming's intentions. This was a gesture of reciprocity, knowing that Lian required fire attribute treasures for his Zhuo Xian Hei Yin. Lian, being a clever individual, weighed the soul bone in his hand and, squinting, queried Qin Ming, You're willing to part with this? Qin Ming, being forthright, hesitated only briefly before responding. I am pained, but I do not regret it. Ah, such a response was undoubtedly commendable. Lian, pleased, declared, very well. I shall accept this, but I cannot let you go unrewarded. No sooner had he spoken than a pale blue vertebra, resembling jade, materialized in his hand, which he tossed to Qin Ming. He explained that this was a 2 to 3,000 year wind attribute vertebra, and we had made a trade. Understanding the profundity of this exchange, a profound silence enveloped us. Exchanging a head-soul bone slightly over 10,000 years for a 2 to 3,000 year vertebra? Such a transaction would leave even AI in awe. Li An's clever maneuvering was evident. He understood that Qin Ming could not utilize the wind attribute bone, but Flander could. In essence, he secured favors from 2 individuals, demonstrating remarkable acumen. Qin Ming, of course, comprehended this and, with the vertebra in hand, presented it to Flander, expressing gratitude for his years of guidance. I tell you, the cunning and shrewd Flander became visibly emotional, unsure where to place his hands, his speech faltering. As the events unfolded, Li Yusong, unable to bear the sight, reached out to intervene, exclaiming, "Furlao, if you don't want it, just give it to me." Flander, taken aback, snatched it away, retorting, "Who said I don't want it?" His protective demeanor was utterly amusing. Once this incident passed, our soul-hunting expedition was deemed a resounding success. Unexpectedly, Lian announced his desire to remain in the Qingdou Sun Lin for further cultivation, promising to return a year. We were taken aback, yet understood his decision. He entrusted a booklet to teacher Xiao Xian, claiming it contained the techniques for the inner Qi realm, and requested him to look after Su Yunping and the others. Flinder patted his shoulder and simply said, "Take care. Li Yuzon Shota, Geet. Remember me if you find a suitable soul bone." After we departed, Lian did not idle. He first drained the remaining fire attribute energy from the corpses of the 3-headed canines, resembling a power bank. Then he rushed to the lair of the Jin Yendi Long Shi, where the Qihua Academy had only slain one, leaving the other 2 to escape. These foolish lizards returned home, only to fall right into Lian's line of fire, swiftly dealt with. He absorbed all the golden flames from the 2D Long Shi, and his Zhuang Xianhe Yin reached a perfected state. The energy within the head-soul bone he exchanged with Qin Ming was nearly depleted, the surface cracking. However, it was worth it. With his divine ability perfected, he could utilize it freely in the future. Without pausing, he retrieved the large crystal he had previously acquired from Flinder. Known as Banjing, he mused that fire counters metal, and now that his Zhuang Xianhe Yin was perfected, it was the perfect opportunity to cultivate his next divine ability, the Baihu Lu Shun Dao, which by its name alone sounded incredibly formidable, reputed to possess the highest lethality among the 5 divine abilities. While he immersed himself in his cultivation, the atmosphere elsewhere was far from serene. In a dimly lit room, 2 unsavory characters were conspiring. One, missing an arm, seethed with rage, having recognized a certain someone from the spirit hall who was hunting souls alongside a young girl, implying her significant status. The other, more vicious, with blood-red eyes and claws like daggers, suggested they should eliminate the entire team in the Qingdou Sun Lin, striking a decisive blow against the Spirit Hall. These 2 were remnants of the Qi Yang organization, nearly eradicated by the Spirit Hall, now seeking revenge. Unbeknownst to Lian, he was wholly focused on the crystal. Instead of brute force, he applied a deft touch, meticulously scraping away the crystal's surface like a master craftsman, gradually exposing the fine golden metal filaments within. After more than 2 hours, he filled half a small jar. He grasped a golden thread, infusing it with his inner energy, which immediately straightened and became razor-sharp. Testing it against his fingertip, he pierced through effortlessly, a testament to its lethal sharpness, considering even his skin, impervious to century-old soul techniques, could be breached. Then came the most astonishing part. He began his cultivation. Utilizing the black flames to scorch the golden threads, he reached a certain threshold before forcefully inhaling. A nearly invisible white stream of energy was drawn into his lungs. My heavens, what a perilous method of cultivation. He referred to it as Gung Jinji Qi, essential for cultivating the Bai Hu Lu Shin Dao. The sensation he described felt like being stabbed by countless tiny blades within his lungs, causing him excruciating pain. After finishing, he spat out a thick phlegm filled with black blood clots. Yet being a resolute individual, he took a moment to catch his breath, consumed a pill, and persevered. He practiced for an entire day and night, improving from 20 minutes to 3 minutes per thread. Finally, as the jar neared emptiness, he sensed it. He had succeeded. The Baihu Lu Shan Dao was perfected. With a flick of his wrist, a blade of white energy, about a foot long, emanated from his fingertips, delicate as gossamer, exuding an enchanting beauty. However, it was tremendously dangerous. When he swiped it across the nearby grass, all flora within a 3-meter radius was effortlessly severed, the cut smooth as a mirror. He then retrieved an iron-long knife he had used previously. A mere brush with the energy caused it to snap silently in two. With his divine ability perfected, he contemplated his next pursuit, noting he still needed wood, seeking to find a plant-based soul beast to supplement his skills. Feeling famished, he produced a Delong Shi egg, roasted it with black flames, seasoned it with salt, and upon tasting, it was so delectable that he couldn't help but shake his head in delight, narrating, high-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Having satiated his hunger, he set out in search of plant soul beasts, quickly locating a 1,400-year-old Tai Xiantung. The vine, initially aggressive, wilted upon sensing Li An's black flames. A swift slice of his energy shattered its core, allowing him to uproot the entire plant for refinement, swallowing a wisp of azurewood essence. As he calculated how many plants would be required to master his new divine ability, he suddenly detected a violent fluctuation of soul power in the distance. Far stronger than Flender, undoubtedly a soul saint-level expert engaged in battle. Alarmed, he recalled his previous lesson and prepared to flee to avoid being caught in the fray. However, sometimes trouble finds you. Just as he was about to escape, a flash of blood light streaked across the sky, and a sinister figure fell before him. Upon seeing Li An, the individual grinned maliciously, declaring, "Kid, encountering me is your misfortune." As he spoke, his fourth soul ring glimmered, transforming his arm into a wing. Sharp claws lunging towards Lian's chest. Lian stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Just as the assailant's claws were about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The assailant's body suddenly stiffened, his expression frozen in place. A gossamer-like blade of energy swept gently across his neck. He uttered a single syllable, a line of blood emerging, followed swiftly by black flames erupting from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Within 6 or 7 seconds, a living being was reduced to wisps of azure smoke. Just as Liam let out a sigh of relief, muttering that the individual did not seem particularly strong. He turned around and nearly had his heart leap out his chest. Standing behind him was an androgynous figure, curiously observing him with an amused expression. Instinctively, Liam sensed immense strength emanating from this person, someone he could not afford to provoke. The figure spoke in a somewhat soft voice. "Kid, was that your self-created soul technique used just now?" Lian, feeling cornered, affirmed it was. The figure inquired about his mentor, to which Lian replied that he belonged to a reclusive sect taught through a singular lineage. To his surprise, the figure, with a delicate flick of their wrist, smiled and said, "Kid, I suspect you are in cahoots with this evil soul master. Come with me to the Spirit Hall." In that instant, realization dawned on Lian. The Spirit Hall, the androgynous voice. Wasn't this the infamous Jew, Douluo? Clearly, this old flower was eyeing Lian's talent, seeking an excuse to recruit him. Lian thought to politely decline, saying he needed to consider. Douluo, smirking, replied, "Of course, I have a junior currently hunting for soul rings. From now until we return to the Spirit Hall, you may take your time to think it over." Before Lian could respond, Douluo's figure flashed to his side, gripping the back of his collar. How outrageous! This old flower showed no regard for martial ethics. Lian, unable to resist, due to the overwhelming difference in strength, was whisked away, spinning helplessly. He resigned himself to the situation, thinking if resistance was futile, he might as well join, allowing him to infiltrate the Spirit Hall and access resources more conveniently. When Douluo brought him to rejoin the main group, the battle had already concluded. A female soul saint approached to report that all 15 evil soul masters had been eradicated, and they had discovered insignias of the Qian organization on them. It dawned on Li that the unfortunate soul he had just dispatched had narrowly escaped from Douluo's extensive soul technique. At that moment, a petite girl, exuding a certain charm, curiously inquired, "Elder Jew, who is he?" Douluo chuckled, remarking that this was a little genius he had casually picked up. As he spoke, he playfully pinched Lian's shoulder, intending to assess his physical age. However, as soon as his soul power brushed against Lian's skin, He was repelled by an inexplicable force, even suffering a minor counterattack. Douluo was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "Young man, have you cultivated some soul skills?" At this moment, he was filled with curiosity. This boy's skeletal strength was astonishing, surpassing even some defensive soul saints who did not activate their soul power. His intrigue deepened, prompting him to inquire whether Leon practiced any special techniques. Leon, quick-witted, replied, "Perhaps it is due to my unique martial soul. While it absorbs soul rings without granting soul skills, it enhances my physical attributes comprehensively. My ancestors even developed several soul skills to complement it." Douluo dismissed his thoughts, noting the myriad peculiar martial souls across the continent. "Young man, introduce yourself," he commanded. Nodding, Leon summoned his martial soul, channeling inner energy into the soul guide. And 4 soul rings suddenly appeared, 2 yellow and 2 purple, dazzling to behold. "Greetings, everyone. I am Bola, 13 years old, with a martial soul of the Triad Tower, and I am a level 46 support system soul master." This level was indeed remarkable, a sign of genius in the present day. Moreover, I must mention that within a year, he could easily find an excuse to slip away from the martial soul hall and venture independently. However, Hulaina was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, a support system capable of defeating a soul emperor? Are you jesting?" Leon quickly clarified, "My soul skill directly buffs myself, enhancing my abilities across the board. I support myself, which certainly qualifies as a support system." How many understood this? Supporting oneself was an audacious maneuver. Upon hearing this, Hulaina furrowed her brow, deep in thought. After a moment of recollection, she confirmed that she had never encountered such a martial soul in her studies. "Elder Ju, is there truly such an odd martial soul?" she asked. Douluo stroked his chin, his smooth voice responding, "Martial souls, much like soul beasts, are diverse and can mutate. One day, there may appear a new martial soul capable of stable inheritance. Even we at the Martial Soul Hall cannot claim to have seen every martial soul." "I cannot answer your question." Hulaina nodded, offering a polite smile to Leon. "I am Hulaina, 10 years old, with a martial soul of the Demon Fox, currently at level 20. Elder Ju and the others are here to assist me in hunting for my second soul ring." Leon then managed to extract from her that the 2 soul saints and the soul emperor were named Zhao Haixin, Song Lifeng, and Yeli. These individuals seemed eager to establish rapport and were quite courteous towards Leon. However, Douluo was less cordial, directly interrogating, "Young man, you claim to be the sole descendant of a hidden sect? Who else remains in your family?" Leon had long prepared his response. "I am the last. My ancestors mentioned that our martial soul resembles the Jioshin Haitong, yet it is more extreme. Only one heir can survive each generation. To ensure the continuity of our lineage, we seldom traverse the continent." "Then why have you ventured out? You are not yet ready to absorb soul rings, are you?" Douluo inquired. Leon shrugged. "The world outside is vast. I wish to see it." Douluo promptly seized Leon's shoulder, declaring, "Come to the Martial Soul Hall. Here, you shall receive the finest training. With your talents, it is not impossible for the Pope herself to take you as her disciple. With the protection of the Martial Soul Hall, your family legacy will endure." Such enticing conditions. Leon feigned contemplation before responding. "Let us discuss it further at the Martial Soul Hall." This could be interpreted as an implicit acceptance of the invitation. After an hour of rest, the female soul Saint Zhao Haixin consulted Douluo, and the 6 of them resumed their search for the Meihu. Goodness, with this lineup, wandering around the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest felt like a leisurely outing. The Xingdou Great Forest was vast, nearly rivaling the Kingdom of Balak, stretching across the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, with complex terrain. Even though they had pinpointed the Meihu's active range, locating it was still a considerable challenge. Moreover, given the recent battle in the area, the perceptive soul beasts had already fled. After 2 hours of searching, they found nothing. Suddenly, Zhao Haixin, leading the way, alerted Elder. "There are numerous dead soul beasts ahead, the highest among them exceeding 4,000 years of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately instructed, "You all wait here. I shall investigate," and swiftly vanished from sight. With time to spare, Hulaina inquired of Zhao Haixin, "Zhao, what exactly is happening ahead?" Zhao Haixin explained, "I did not observe closely at the time, but I noticed many dead soul beasts and hurried back. After all, the safety of Miss Na and young Master On is paramount. Those capable of killing so many soul beasts in such a short time are undoubtedly formidable." Reflecting further, She added, however, I observed that the heads of the deceased soul beasts were all oriented in one direction, likely frightened by Elder Jewess' intervention. Additionally, there are signs of struggle and dragging. It is unlikely they died from poisoning, most probably a plant-type soul beast with several thousand years of cultivation. Plant-type soul beasts? With several thousand years of cultivation? Lian's mind stirred. If I could refine such a creature, my Qinglian Tushi Shu would reach perfection. Zhao Haixin, an elite of the Martial Soul Hall, possessed extensive knowledge. Her deductions were likely accurate. Oh no, Hulaina exclaimed. What if the Mehu we seek is among those soul beasts? That would be disastrous. Just as her words fell, Douluo returned, carrying a soul beast less than a meter long, its body a pale pink. Hurry! This Mehu is on the brink of death. Leon noticed the Mehu's emaciated form. Its chest caved in, clearly having been violently compressed, and it was on the verge of expiration. Hulaina quickly produced a crescent-shaped dagger, stabbing it into the Mehu's brain before it breathed its last. Immediately, a deeper yellow soul ring emerged. That was close. Hulaina patted her modest bosom, filled with trepidation. Had she waited even a minute longer, or even a few seconds, she might have missed the soul ring most suited to her. Douluo urged. Quickly absorb the soul ring. Once she completes the absorption, this hunting expedition will conclude successfully, and I can return attending to my flowers. Thank you, Elder Jiu. Thank you, Zhao. Hulaina expressed her gratitude before sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Leon hesitated briefly before approaching Douluo. Elder Jiu, was a creature that killed so many soul beasts a plant-type soul beast? Douluo nodded. It was a Shitong. I did not pay much attention to its cultivation, but judging by its range, it should be around 60,000 years old. Upon hearing this, Leon's eyes sparkled. The Shitong, a plant-type soul beast capable of earth and wood evasion, was tailor-made for him. Realizing this opportunity could slip away, he quickly spoke. Elder Jiu, this Shitong is of great importance to me. Could you assist me in hunting it? Douluo was somewhat taken aback. You cannot absorb soul rings at present. What do you need it for? Leon thought it better to be forthright than to conceal. The soul skill I cultivate requires the corpse of a plant-type soul beast. The stronger, the better. I came to the Xingdou Great Forest specifically to hunt plant-type soul beasts for my training. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo agreed. Currently, Na is absorbing her soul ring and must not be disturbed. Once she completes the absorption, I will assist you in hunting the Shitong. This seemed reasonable. Turning, Douluo escorted both me and Hulaina back to the Martial Soul Hall. He intended to report to Pope Bibidong, while Hulaina was responsible for settling me in. I must say, the Martial Soul Hall is indeed affluent. The guest room they arranged for me was magnificent, resplendent in gold and splendor. One might mistake it for a private club owned by a wealthy individual. Hulaina offered a few instructions before hurriedly departing, claiming she needed to practice the boxing techniques I had taught her, displaying an enthusiasm that rivaled my own. Closing the door, I leaped into the natural hot spring that flowed into the bathing pool, nearly crying out in sheer comfort. As I soaked, I began to contemplate the intrigues and depths that lay within the Martial Soul Hall. On one side stands Pope Bibidong, while on the other, the obstinate elders of the Elder Hall, with Qian Daolu caught in between. How should this lineup be arranged? I must say, a mere child would make such choices. Why should I play the subordinate role? Instead, I resolved to establish my own independent faction, rendering myself irreplaceable and compelling others to seek my presence. The solution lay in technology, in core scientific advancements. With a mere thought, I accessed my GoldenFinger, the Sanyuan Tower, in exchange for the complete compendium titled From Novice to Master Alchemist. The sheer volume of knowledge surged into my mind, covering everything from herb processing to manipulating flames with mental energy and alchemical techniques. It felt as if my CPU were on the verge of overheating, causing me significant discomfort, nearly leading to a mental breakdown. After recovering for over half an hour, I felt revitalized. The suffering was not in vain. While others spent years mastering the basics, I had accomplished it in under an hour. Next came the practical application. The first step in alchemy is fire control. I closed my eyes and visualized in my mind, ultimately intertwining my mental energy with a strand of black flame. When I opened my eyes again, lo and behold, the flame danced at my fingertips, performing street dance moves, even executing a Thomas full rotation. Truly remarkable, embodying sheer freedom. With everything in place, I only needed a furnace for my culinary endeavors. I shook the small copper bell on the table, and before long, someone knocked at the door. It was a competent middle-aged man, who respectfully inquired about my needs. Feeling hungry, I requested he guide me to the dining hall. The feast was magnificent, and while I was enjoying the meal, Hulaina arrived, freshly bathed, her face glowing and fragrant. I thought to myself, how fortuitous. I asked her, Nana, could you do me a favor? Is there a top-notch blacksmith in Wuhuan City? I wish to forge a furnace. She looked bewildered and asked, a furnace? What is that? Who among my family understands? This world is so backward that even alchemical concoctions are not commonplace. I had to enlighten her, explaining that this device is essential for alchemy. With basic potions for healing injuries and more advanced concoctions like the Ningyuan pill for enhancing cultivation and the Longxue pill for boosting physical constitution. Before I could finish, her eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of two 500-watt light bulbs as she grasped my arm, her voice trembling. You reached level 46 at 13 because you consumed such pills? I nodded. Upon hearing this, she could no longer contain her composure, shedding her previous elegance and transforming into a ravenous girl. She devoured her meal in mere moments, her eyes gleaming with eagerness, silently urging me to hurry. I spent an hour drafting the blueprints, and she anxiously pulled me to the armory of the Wuhuan Hall. Upon learning that the Pope's treasured disciple had arrived, the supervisor was exceedingly courteous, immediately summoning the finest blacksmith in the establishment. The blacksmith, Sun Yang, stood over 2 meters tall, with a bald head and a physique brimming with muscle, his arms thicker than Hulaina's waist, an embodiment of a real-life Dwayne Johnson. Albeit a man of few words, embodying pure social anxiety. I handed him the blueprints. He glanced twice and simply remarked, can forge. Considering that ordinary steel would not withstand my black flames, I informed the supervisor that we required high-temperature resistant materials. As I spoke, a strand of black flame flickered from my fingertip, forming a small stick figure that executed a punch sequence. Hulaina watched in awe, her eyes sparkling, while both Sun Yang and Supervisor Kong were left astounded. Particularly Sun Yang, who worked with fire daily, immediately recognized the terrifying nature of my little flame. After some contemplation, he suggested there was a piece of deep-sea iron in the storage that should suffice. Upon hearing this, I seized the opportunity, accompanying them into the underground storage. I felt like a mouse in a grain bin, completely overwhelmed. Rows upon rows of boxes contained various rare metals, including Leiwan purple copper and Xingyan divine iron. I even spotted Baihu Gangjin, formed from the condensation of golden iron qi. My mouth nearly watered into a river. Sun Yang brought over a piece of deep blue or the size of a wheel, declaring it deep-sea iron. Upon inspection, I realized this was not iron at all. This was deep-sea blue gold. What a treasure. Initially, I intended to forge a simple iron furnace for temporary use. But now it seemed I could aim for the highest quality right from the start. Suppressing my excitement, I asked Supervisor Kong, given that these materials are gathering dust, how many pieces can I take? Supervisor Kong, being a shrewd individual, likely hoped to build rapport due to my close relationship with Hulaina, generously replied, Young master, feel free to take as much as you like. These materials are quite difficult to refine and are seldom used. I took a deep breath, reminding myself to remain calm and not overly greedy. In the end, I selected 3 pieces, one of genuine magic gold for the furnace, and 2 others, Baihu Gangjin and deep-sea blue gold, absolutely essential. I handed the half-human height piece of genuine magic gold to Sun Yang, saying, let us use this. Sun Yang remarked that it was incredibly difficult to melt and would require a Soul King to heat it for a long time. I replied, no problem. I will handle it myself. I then turned to Hulaina, instructing her to inform the Pope that the meeting should be postponed until I had completed the furnace and practiced for a few days. I would then perform a grand display of alchemical transformation before all the elders. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes shone even brighter, and without a word, she dashed off to relay the message. In the forging chamber, I began heating the genuine magic gold with my black flames. Sun Yang swung his massive hammer, creating a symphony of clanging sounds as sparks flew. However, I soon realized this was inefficient. At this pace, by the time the furnace was ready, it would be too late. I approached him and said, Master Sun, let me show you a new technique that will save effort. I adjusted his posture from head to toe, helping him channel his raw strength into a cohesive force. Guess what? When he struck again, the result was remarkable, with efficiency skyrocketing tenfold. He was astonished, looking at me with newfound admiration, his gaze filled with a thirst for knowledge. Supervisor Kong observed from the side, bewildered, and quietly inquired if I was using the Haotian school's chaotic hammer method. I thought to myself, that method is nothing. What I was employing was a legitimate martial arts technique for exerting force. Once Sun Yang mastered the new technique, he was full of enthusiasm, but soon fatigue set in. He was a straightforward man, and he candidly admitted that working alone was too slow. He wanted to call his brothers and his soul sage father over, pleading with me to teach them this skill as well. He pounded his chest, promising that if I agreed, they would purify the impurities from the metal within 3 days. Upon hearing this, I was delighted and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Hulaina relayed the news of the alchemical endeavor to Bibi Dong. To my surprise, the Pope declared that as long as the materials were reliable, not only would I receive the materials, but a position as an honorary elder would also be reserved for me. In the following 3 days, the 5 members of the Sun family, 1 soul sage, 2 soul emperors, and 2 soul kings, performed a fervent symphony of forging under my guidance. After 3 days, the impurities were entirely eliminated. With the elder of the Sun family working tirelessly for 5 days and nights, a flawless alchemical furnace finally took shape. The elder handed the furnace over to me, collapsing from exhaustion. I understood this was in repayment of my kindness. With the furnace in hand, I immediately returned to my residence and had a plethora of herbs delivered. Bibi Dong was extraordinarily generous, providing 10 times the quantity sufficient for me to practice. I set up the furnace and began crafting the Ningyuan pill. This particular concoction was the most astonishing and ideal for making a grand show. I must tell you, the theoretical knowledge and practical application are entirely different realms. At first, I was flustered. The first herb I added instantly turned to ash. My mind said I got this, while my hand protested, no, you do not. But who am I? A naturally gifted individual. After wasting dozens of herbs, I finally found my rhythm. Purifying all the herbs took me 7 to 8 hours, with my mental energy and internal qi being drained multiple times. Having replenished my spirit, I commenced the formal process of alchemy. This endeavor lasted for 4 days. Upon conclusion, I gazed into the alchemical furnace, where a pure azure liquid had coalesced. A smile finally graced my face. The separation of the elixir, cooling, and baking were executed seamlessly. With a decisive clap upon the furnace, the lid sprang open with a resounding pop, releasing an intoxicating aroma that instantly filled the air. I inhaled deeply, absorbing much of the fragrant essence, feeling my cultivation surge slightly. What a delight! With a flick of my hand, 12 perfectly round, deep azure pills tumbled into a dish. I sampled one and found it to be of exceptional quality. Indeed, quite satisfactory. I retained 3 for myself, while the remaining 9 were carefully stowed in a jade vial. Proceeding to the main hall, I struck a small hammer against the bell. The door opened, revealing a level 78 female soul sage. Without lifting my gaze, I casually tossed the jade vial to her. This is an Yuan Dan capable of enhancing cultivation. Deliver it to the Pope, please. Additionally, prepare another batch of medicinal materials, as the previous supply has been exhausted. The female soul sage solemnly accepted the vial, acknowledged my request, and hurriedly departed. Let me tell you, no sooner had she left than the elixir found its way into the hands of Bibi Dong. What a remarkable woman, truly the cautious leader of the spirit hall. Holding the deep azure pill, she scrutinized it from every angle, refusing to consume it herself. With a commanding tone, she ordered, "Fetch me a first-ring soul master." Naturally, given her high cultivation, she had no need to test its efficacy herself. Shortly after, her subordinates returned with a 12 or 13-year-old girl named Lisa, who was also her apprentice. Upon entering the Pope's chamber, the young girl's eyes darted around like searchlights, but she quickly settled down under her master's stern gaze. Bibi Dong, radiating warmth, gently explained that this was a reward for her, encouraging her to consume it so they could observe the results. The girl, undeterred, accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, she felt as though a small energy bomb had detonated in her abdomen, swiftly adopting a meditative posture to begin the refinement process. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. We watched in awe as the girl's soul power surged like an inflated balloon, approaching a critical threshold. Then, with a pop, she broke through, elevating from level 19 to 20. The girl, stunned, stammered her excitement, exclaiming that the pill's potency was so pure that it transformed into her own soul power with little effort. Her master quickly added, "Your Holiness, my apprentice has been stuck at level 19 for several months. Under normal circumstances, she would require at least 2 to 3 more months to achieve a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong's grip tightened around her staff, the veins on her hand bulging. Who among us understands? One pill equates to 2 to 3 months of arduous training for her. If this were to happen in 2025, it would certainly be a marvel of technology and skill. If mass-produced, the Spirit Hall's power would surely skyrocket. Her mind raced as she recognized the value of this elixir, which could alter the entire continent's landscape. It was imperative that this information remained a secret. Take her away, and remember, today's events must remain confidential. Bibinong's voice turned dicey. Once they departed, she slammed her staff onto the ground, causing the entire hall to vibrate. Elder Gui, as her words echoed, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground, emanating a chilling aura, accompanied by the androgynous Elder Ju. You witnessed the previous events. Bai Dong's gaze was sharp as a blade. This must remain tightly secured within the Spirit Hall. Elder Gui, notify the Temple of Offerings. Elder Ju, summon Bo La to me. She had made a resolute decision to fully support me, and Bo La, in attaining a position of significant authority among the elders. As the two exited, Elder Guy's ghostly voice floated back. Old Ju, when didn't Bo La grow into an elder? I wasn't aware. Elder Ju, ever astute, cut in directly. Are you daft? That lad can concoct elixirs. The Pope intends to elevate him. Will the great offering oppose that? Will the other elders? Every family has a few unworthy descendants. After all, if you vote against him, do you expect to continue receiving elixirs? Elder Gui fell silent, realizing the truth. Indeed, who would oppose a treasure capable of altering their family's future? He even pondered whether a similar elixir could cure his own ailments. Meanwhile, Elder Ju made his way to my abode. I had anticipated his arrival, leisurely awaiting him in the main hall. Upon entering, his face was adorned with a broad smile. Elder and Bola, Her Holiness the Pope requests your presence. A thrill shot through me. He had directly addressed me as Elder. I quickly approached, handing him a small jade vial. This is a minor concoction I prepared for you. Oh, he took it, opened it, and inhaled, his eyes lighting up. Is this the fragrance of 3-colored water lily? Your sense of smell is remarkable. I complimented. In truth, this was merely the failed remnants of my concoction, devoid of efficacy, but retaining its enchanting floral aroma. Tossing one in a bathwater would impart a fragrance lasting 100 days. A perfect gift for someone who adored flowers. You are thoughtful. Elder Ju's tone softened considerably as he confided. Both Her Holiness and the Great Offering support your elevation to the Elder Hall. This matter is essentially settled. Prepare yourself and follow me. Upon entering the Pope's chamber, I was taken aback to find 2 towering figures present, Bai Dong and Qian. One exuded noble elegance, while the other was shrouded in inscrutability. My mind raced as I replayed the plot of Douluo in an instant. The situation concerning Qian Renxue was amiss. Qian demeanor regarding his son's death was equally suspicious. This was nothing short of a celestial duel. The Rakshasa god and the angel god were treating the entire continent as their chessboard, with Bai Dong and Qian Renxue as their pawns. I felt like an unwitting intruder in an elite gathering, a chill coursing through me. I needed to devise a formidable defense quickly. Otherwise, I could be crushed at any moment by a careless divine hand. Noticing my distraction, Elder Ju cleared his throat, pulling me back to reality. Bai Dong wasted no time, stating, "We have reached an agreement. You will be appointed as a full elder, and a special alchemy department will be established for you. You will have authority over it. Do you have any further requests?" What further requests could I possibly have? I promptly replied, "Thank you, Your Holiness. I have but one request. I hope to gather some 5-element rare materials for my cultivation." Granted. Bibi non responded with remarkable decisiveness. However, the quiet Qian Lu then spoke up, the old fox smilingly suggesting, "There will be a meeting to vote in 10 days. You should prepare some further compelling evidence to persuade the other elders." I was taken aback. This cunning old man sought to have me produce more valuable items. Would I allow him to succeed? I resorted to feigning hardship, claiming my low cultivation made it difficult to refine other elixirs. And if it proved burdensome for the great offering, I would forego the elder position. Qian Lu chuckled. "The position of elder is rightfully yours. I shall handle the other elders on your behalf." Now I owed him a favor. The old fox was truly crafty. Subsequently, Bai Dong presented me with an elder token, granting me unrestricted access to the Pope's chamber and the ability to command 5 soul sages. Such treatment was extraordinary. Upon leaving the Pope's chamber, I immediately received notice that I had been assigned an independent estate on the back mountain. The bearer of this news was none other than the female soul sage, GoldenFinger. Today, she donned a flowing water blue gown, and her figure was quite striking. I casually offered her a vial of Ningyuan Dan as a tip, which she graciously accepted, informing me that she would be the captain of my Elder Guard team. Upon hearing this, I inquired further and learned that her role was essentially to assist the Elder with miscellaneous duties. GoldenFinger also candidly revealed that she was a trusted confidant of Bai Bai Dong, sent to both extend goodwill and keep watch over me. Very well. I had no objections. Upon arriving at the estate, I was greeted by a sight of over 100 servants and maids standing at the entrance. Overwhelmed, I promptly dismissed 90% of them, retaining only a select few who were absolutely essential. In the ensuing 10 days, what did I occupy myself with? I traversed the halls of the Wu Hun Temple, bearing elixirs, nearly wearing down the thresholds of all the elders with my visits. After 10 days, when it came time for the vote, I, Li En, was officially appointed as the 10th elder of the Wu Hun Temple, though this matter was to remain confidential. Meanwhile, at the Wu Han Academy, Hulai Na and her companions were consuming the Ningyuan Dan as if it were their daily sustenance. One day, Xiaoyu approached Hulai Na, requesting more medicine, claiming that he was just one dose away from a breakthrough. Hulai Na, visibly displeased, retorted, "There are none left." "I consumed the last one." Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you friends with Eldarin? How could there be no medicine? Don't even mention that scoundrel." Hulai Na's demeanor changed dramatically upon hearing my name. Her face flushed with anger. Yin, the naive one, immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Na, has he bullied you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Hulai Na became even more irate. Finally, she stamped her foot and declared, Fine, since you all are in need, I'll make another trip to the back mountain." At that moment, I was secluded in the secret chamber of the estate, deep in meditation. I must confess, this situation is truly inexplicable. On the day Hulai Na came for the medicine, we were engaged in pleasant conversation when that little fox unexpectedly employed her beguiling charm on me. Unfortunately, I had just completed a training regimen, leaving certain aspects of my body in a heightened state of excitement, and I was caught off guard. The awkwardness of that moment could have filled an entire apartment with discomfort. The little fox, realizing the situation, blushed and hastily fled. To make matters worse, GoldenFinger was nearby, laughing uproariously, her mirth tumultuous. I suffered a social death right then and there, retreating to the secret chamber for several days without daring to emerge. I recited the Bing Xanju, finally managing to expel the mortifying image from my mind. Presently, I was just a step away from mastering the 5 elements divine techniques. I retrieved a soul power crystal from a great earth demon bear and commenced the refinement of my innate treasure, the Wanhua Lusha. This endeavor was exceedingly challenging. After more than an hour of effort, I managed to extract a grain of sand smaller than a pinhole from a bead. However, once the initial breakthrough was achieved, the process became smoother. 20 minutes later, the bead transformed with a crack into a handful of deep yellow fine sand. With a mere thought, the sand instantly coalesced into a short blade, which, when imbued with my Gung-Jin blade energy, became extraordinarily sharp. With a casual swing, the blade energy enveloped the flowing sand, expanding to a length of 6 or 7 meters, leaving a deep gash in the stone wall. Emerging from the secret chamber, I made my way to the alchemy room, where GoldenFinger had already prepared the materials for the day. Do you grasp the value of a skilled alchemist? I extended my hand and deftly removed 1/3 of the herbs, plucking them as easily as a bird snatches seeds. Then, I ignited the furnace for alchemy, executing the process with the ferocity of a tiger, and within 2 hours, 7 batches of superior Ningyuan Dan were freshly produced. I casually tucked away 2 vials for myself. Finally, I sat cross-legged and expelled a mouthful of dark, murky energy. This, my friends, is Dan poison. To put it plainly, all medicine has its poison. Unless one is dealing with the legendary flawless grade elixirs, regardless of their quality, they will harbor a degree of this toxicity. Overindulgence can lead to antibiotic resistance in the body, where future consumption yields diminishing returns. Breathing in the medicinal fumes daily is akin to inhaling secondhand smoke. I could not escape the accumulation within me. Nevertheless, it was not a grave concern. I sensed my dantian, and lo and behold, my internal energy was nearing 40%. At this rate, in 3 months, I would be fully charged and prepared to commence my journey through the meridians. As I reveled in my calculations, the stone door of the alchemy room creaked open, revealing two figures waiting outside. One was Zhao Xian, and the other was unexpectedly Hulai Na, the little fox. Zhao Xian, a true clever one, upon sensing the atmosphere, stifled her laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She took the elixirs from my hand, said, "You too, chat. I have something to deliver," and swayed her way out, exuding a captivating grace, clearly relishing the drama. Now, only Hulai Na and I remained, locked in a gaze of mutual bewilderment. The tension was palpable, a discomfort so thick it could be sliced with a knife. After all, the last incident involving a 10-year-old girl had left me quite vulnerable, and although it was not my fault, the embarrassment lingered. Fortunately, I had my Bing Xinju to steady my heart. After reciting it twice, I entered a sage-like state, feeling as if I could run naked without a hint of shame. I cleared my throat and calmly inquired, "Are you here for the elixirs?" However, the little fox, with her tiny white teeth gleaming, gazed at me with wide, round eyes as if she were about to devour me. Those around me would understand. The last incident had evidently left a significant impact on her, and returning to find me composed seemed to ignite her temper. She sulkily replied, "Xiaoyu and Yin have run out of their elixirs, so I can't get some." I handed her the jade vial, and she finally remembered the matter at hand. "The teacher is looking for you. She wants you to come to the papal palace after you finish refining the elixirs." "All right, I shall head over." I nodded and turned to leave, while the little fox behind me likely pouted in discontent. Upon arriving at the papal palace, I was met with an atmosphere of solemnity. Bai Dong waved her hand, dismissing everyone else, leaving the grand hall empty save for her and me. Then, she dropped a bombshell on me. "I hope you can participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent in 8 months." My eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You want me to go? ISNT, the Wuhan Temple team, already set? Moreover, with my continuous supply of Ning Yuan Dan, wouldn't the team have several Soul Kings by then? With one Soul King leading and the rest being Soul Masters, such a configuration would surely dominate the competition. Did they really need my involvement? I wasn't boasting. At this point, I had reached perfection in the 5-element secret techniques. In terms of group combat, I had the Zhuo Xen He Yin. For one-on-one confrontations, I wielded the Bai Hu Lu Shan Dao. Defensively, I possessed the Wan Hua Lu Sha, and my endurance and recovery capabilities were off the charts. Essentially a mobile fortress. Against opponents below level 60, I could dispatch them with a single strike. Inviting me to participate in the academy competition was akin to asking Tyson to duel in a kindergarten. Bibi Dong, however, shook her head and tossed out another bombshell. "No, I mean for you to compete as a free agent." My mind instantly buzzed with alarms. What if I were to encounter the Wuhan Temple team? I inquired. If I were to compete but not join the team, there had to be some underlying scheme. I would eat the floor of the papal palace right then and there. With a gentle wave of her staff, Bai Dong revealed her plan. Defeat them directly. I want you to secure the championship of the competition, and then accept an invitation from Ningfeng Ji to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Good heavens! I was taken aback, my mind swirling. I was well acquainted with this script. It was a classic case of an undercover operation, a maneuver of grand design. I immediately grasped the crux of the issue. If I left, who would refine the elixirs? Bai Dong fell silent for a moment, seemingly sighing, and replied, "Someone will contact you then. You can go to her for elixir refinement." A thought struck me. Qian Renxue, the undercover agent from the Tian-Do Empire. I quickly realized the truth. Essentially, they found my current alchemical output insufficient. Producing 100 or so elixirs a day was merely a drop in the bucket for the Wuhan Temple. My position was rather delicate. While it was indeed important with potential for the future, in the present, my absence didn't seem to create a critical gap. I pressed further, joining the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. And then what? Bai Dong's eyes sparkled with ambition as she replied, "In another year, Ning Feng Ji's precious daughter, Ning Rong, will awaken her martial soul. According to the rules of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the partners of direct descendants must be powerful battle soul masters." Do you understand what I'm implying? Goodness, she was suggesting I become a son-in-law, instigating internal discord. I had to admire this woman's audacity and boldly asked, "Your Holiness, are you not concerned that I might genuinely fall for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Bibi Dong exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Having witnessed the profound depths of the Wuhan Temple, she scoffed at the notion that a mere Qibao Liuli sect could contend with them. "Very well, I accept this matter. From this day forth, do your utmost to remain within the manor. and I shall ensure that all traces of you in the Wuhuan Temple are erased. Thus, this undercover plan was hastily established. Upon returning to the manor, I immediately sought to secure my position. I composed a list for Zhao Haixin, Sister Haixin. Please arrange for 50 portions of these medicinal herbs to be delivered promptly. Individuals like Bibi Dong could turn on you faster than one could turn a page. Should she deem me of no value or find it more advantageous to sacrifice me, she would undoubtedly discard me without a second thought. Therefore, I needed to concoct a pill of utmost significance to her, the Ice Heart Pill. I had already devised an excuse, claiming that I was about to absorb the fifth soul ring, which contained residual energies from Soul Beast, and that the Ice Heart Pill would help maintain clarity of mind and prevent possession. This rationale seemed sound, did not? However, my true objective remained Bibi Dong herself. Currently, she was entangled in the so-called God examination, and I wagered that she was tormented daily by inner demons, with the matter of Qian Renxue likely replaying incessantly in her mind. After all, why would a divine examination take 20 years? Although the Ice Heart Pill was merely a spiritual concoction, it would undoubtedly be a refreshing respite for her, akin to a ray of light for someone who had languished in darkness for too long. She would seize it at any cost. As long as she remained reliant on my creation, my safety would be assured. The efficiency of the Wuhuan Temple was remarkable. Within half an hour, the 50 portions of materials were delivered. With my foundational knowledge in alchemy, I produced the first batch of Ice Heart Pills within an hour. After savoring the aromatic essence of the pill, I reflected on the experience, noting areas for improvement, such as slight delays in temperature control and rough purification of the herbs. By the following afternoon, the superior Ice Heart Pill was successfully crafted. What? The Ice Heart Pill has been completed? Upon hearing this news, Bibi Dong leapt from her seat as if propelled by springs, striding toward me with an intense gaze, demanding, "Does the Ice Heart Pill truly possess the effects you claim?" We stood scarcely half a meter apart, and I could sense the alluring fragrance surrounding her, as well as the terrifying malevolent energy coursing within her. With utmost confidence, I replied, "The truth shall reveal itself through trial. I have already tested it myself." Upon ingestion, a refreshing chill surged through my mind, awakening me more effectively than splashing cold water on my face in the depths of winter, with effects lasting half an hour. Very well. I shall arrange for the testing of the pill. You may return for now. Bibi Dong clutched the jade vial, her impatience palpable. I must say, her decisiveness was impressive. As soon as I departed, she summoned 3 level 50 soul masters to serve as test subjects for the 5th soul ring. Among them was Yenjue, the son of the sect master of the Elephant Armor Sect. She led the charge, accompanied by the formidable Douluo and Douluo, as they boldly ventured into the Stardow Forest. In no time, Douluo emerged with a luminous, 10,000-year-old Xianjing heavy armor rhinoceros. Yenjue, undeterred, swallowed the Ice Heart Pill without hesitation and began to absorb the soul ring. Bibi Dong's anxiety was palpable as she fixated on Yenjue's expression, scrutinizing every twitch of his muscles. And what was the outcome? Throughout the entire process, Yenjue remained remarkably composed. Aside from a brief frown at the onset, his demeanor remained unperturbed, in stark contrast to the usual grimaces associated with absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong's anxious heart finally found solace. After approximately 10 minutes, Yenjue opened his eyes, knelt before Bibi Dong, and fervently expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Holiness. Without this miraculous pill, I could never have experienced such ease." Bibi Dong eagerly inquired about his sensations. Yenjue elucidated. During the absorption, a refreshing chill enveloped my mind, rendering the soul beast's resentment and hatred utterly ineffective, allowing me to dissolve its essence effortlessly. Excellent. The joy radiating from Bibi Dong was unmistakable. This was precisely the effect she had sought. After enduring torment from the God examination, she must have been utterly fatigued. Douluo was lavishly praising her, while Douluo, touching his mask, likely contemplated whether I could provide him with a pill for restoring his appearance. At that moment, Bibi Dong cast her gaze upon the 3 newly ascended Soul Kings, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. I surmised she contemplated silencing them to protect the secret of the Ice Heart Pill. However, given their significant backgrounds, killing them would only lead to complications. Ultimately, she merely compelled them to swear oaths upon their martial spirits, declaring that should they divulge even a whisper of the secret, their entire families would perish. After ensuring that the remaining two also successfully acquired their soul rings, the group returned to the Wuhuan Temple. Once back in the papal chamber, Bibi Dong resumed her administrative duties. One document called for an apology regarding an incident where an evil soul master had slaughtered several villages, and the Wuhuan Temple's attempts to eliminate him resulted in 8 experts being bested by one, allowing the perpetrator to escape to the slaughter city. Infuriated, Bibi Dong slammed her palm upon the table, berating her subordinates as incompetent fools. By the time she concluded her work, night had fallen. Upon returning to her chambers, she dismissed all her maidservants and sat alone in solitude. The overwhelming sense of loneliness was palpable. After some time, she retrieved the jade vial containing the ice heart pill, hesitated briefly, and consumed one. I hope this proves useful, she murmured to herself, loosening her long skirt as she stepped into the bath. A night passed without incident. The following morning, as dawn broke, the occupant of the bath stirred. Bibi Dong awakened, initially disoriented, but her face soon erupted with uncontainable joy. I fell asleep last night and did not have any nightmares. She sat before the vanity in a delicate lavender nightgown, her reflection revealing a radiant complexion. Devoid of her usual gloom, she instinctively touched her face, murmuring to herself in uncertainty, "It seems I have undergone some change." Before long, a maid entered to assist her with dressing. When she finally emerged from her chambers, she had transformed back into the imposing figure of the Pope. Yet, as she departed, 2 maidservants whispered behind her, "It seems the Holy Pope looks even more beautiful today. Indeed, she radiates such vitality. Surely something wonderful has occurred." These words reached Bibi Dong's ears, causing her to pause momentarily, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. It appeared that the effects were indeed real. In high spirits, she entered the papal chamber, issuing her first command to summon me. I had been practicing in the courtyard when I received the summons, feeling slightly bewildered. Zhao Haixin, fussing over me like a mother hen, helped me don my outer robe while teasingly pinching my arm, exclaiming, "Strong and handsome. I wonder which lucky girl will claim you in the future." I chose to ignore her. Upon entering the papal chamber, I got straight to the point. "Your Holiness summoned me. Is there something you require?" I assessed her, noting that her mental state had improved significantly. Even her previously intimidating aura had softened considerably. Under my direct gaze, she seemed somewhat unsettled and began, "Eldarin, I reconsidered yesterday. Sending you to infiltrate the Qian Sect may be too perilous. You are far too valuable, and any misstep would be an irreparable loss for the Wuhuan Temple." Upon hearing this, I quickly grasped her concern. She had personally tested the pill and was now protective of me, this national treasure of an alchemist. I immediately seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Precisely for that reason, it is all the more imperative that I go. It is the safest course of action." Bibi Dong appeared perplexed. "Eldarin, what do you mean?" I elaborated, "Your Holiness, consider this from another perspective. If your Ning Fengji and I, a prodigious talent with formidable strength and alchemical skills, voluntarily sought to join your sect, would you suspect me of being an undercover agent?" In an instant, Bibi Dong comprehended. Indeed, who would send their national treasure, a formidable weapon, out as an infiltrator? They would prefer to keep such a treasure safeguarded at home. This reverse strategy aimed to catch the enemy off guard, effectively alleviating any suspicions. Her gaze toward me had shifted, and she even began to question whether my Wuhuan was a variant of the 7-treasure glaze tile. Finally, she leaned slightly forward, her eyes sharp as daggers fixed upon me. "So, are you an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall?" I remained composed internally, responding, "Does your Holiness not trust me?" She scrutinized me for a while before finally waving her hand dismissively. "Everyone harbors secrets. As long as you do not jeopardize the Spirit Hall, you shall forever be our 10th elder. If you insist on going, I shall not hinder you. For the next 8 months, strive to enhance your cultivation. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." I pondered briefly. I lacked nothing in offense or defense, but I was deficient in speed. However, I could manage the lightness of foot on my own. Thus, I replied, "Please send more 5-elemental rare materials. These items can infinitely enhance my abilities. The more, the better." Before I departed, I added, "I also require some spider-type soul beast silk, preferably of greater age." As I spoke, my gaze subtly swept across her flat abdomen. "A birdly parceptable Frauen krost brow. What do you need the spider silk for?" "To craft a mask," I confessed, "one that can alter my appearance, facilitating my undercover work." She did not press further. With a flicker of purple light from her palm, she conjured a mass of spider silk through her soul power. thoughtfully extracting the toxins. Is this sufficient? Adhering to my principle of free acquisition, I shamelessly replied, not quite enough. It would be best to procure a bit more. She created 2 more bundles and tossed them my way. I secured the items and took my leave. After my departure, Dong sat alone, her slender fingers gently tapping on the table, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Who exactly are you? What a profound question to ponder. In my view, Lian is undoubtedly the type of individual who conceals his true self beneath a veil of mystery. One can discern his demeanor. It is not one of arrogance, but rather one of someone who seems to see through everything, as if he can perceive your very essence. No one in the family understands. This feeling is genuinely unsettling, and Dong found herself feeling somewhat emo at that moment. But enough of that. The scene shifted, and Lian returned to his estate, diving into the secret chamber to embark on his mask-making journey. What he intended to create was not an ordinary mask, but one that could seamlessly alter his visage at will. The primary material for this creation was the silk of a spider demon, supplemented by a myriad of other materials. Fortunately, the spirit hall lacked nothing when it came to materials, and once the order was placed, it was promptly fulfilled. With the materials gathered, Lian extracted a bundle of spider silk. This silk was smaller than a human head, light as a feather, and lacking in stickiness. Upon unfolding it, each strand appeared finer than a hair, in a delicate lavender hue, semi-transparent, and exuding an air of sophistication. To test the quality of the silk, Lian sliced through it with a blade of energy. The result was astonishing. The blade met resistance akin to cutting through leather, requiring substantial effort to sever it. I was astounded. The quality of this silk was exceptional. Lian contemplated that this material could potentially be fashioned into a mask of unparalleled versatility. Unlike ordinary disguises, which require predetermined shapes, this mask had no fixed form. When worn, it could transform into any desired appearance, truly the pinnacle of the art of disguise. After testing several more attributes, Lian cast the entire bundle of spider silk into the alchemical furnace, infusing it with black flames and commencing a lengthy process of refinement that lasted over 4 hours. After this duration, Lian stood before a mirror, delicately handling a mask as thin as a cicada's wing, cautiously placing it upon his face. Upon infusing it with his inner energy, the mask adhered snugly to his skin. Merging seamlessly, it was virtually indistinguishable from his natural visage. It was remarkably light, almost as if he were not wearing anything at all. Lian scrutinized the edges of the mask. There were no discernible marks. He then gently pinched his cheeks, and instantly, the reflection in the mirror morphed into a different countenance. He experimented with several transformations, grasping the limitations of the mask. While the underlying bone structure could not be altered, it was entirely feasible to craft an appearance with numerous wrinkles and other features. With this mask, the concern of facial muscle control was no longer an issue. Lian then took the remaining spider silk and, utilizing the leftover materials, forged a dozen rudimentary versions of the mask. These rudimentary masks could only change appearance upon initial wear. Once the face was molded and removed, the shape would remain fixed. Although they could not compare to the true mask of versatility, they were nonetheless quite practical. He intended to present these dozen rudimentary masks to Dong, as her silk could not be taken for granted. Following that, Lian retrieved the Mingyuan Dan, and Bing Xin Dan, contemplating my standing within the spirit hall is secure. But my time of joining has been too brief. I have yet to truly penetrate the core of power. In 8 months, the elite competition among the continent's advanced soul master academies will commence, and I must go undercover within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Although I can influence Qian Renxue to affect Douluo, there remains a layer of separation. How can I achieve this in 8 months? Must I merely rely on the passage of time? As he pondered, an idea struck him: Ling beast pills. These were specifically designed for spirit beasts, capable of purifying their bloodlines and awakening their wisdom. Crucially, the crafting of Ling beast pills required a drop of the owner's blood. Thus, when consumed, the spirit beasts would develop a closer bond with their master. Could Ling beast pills also be applicable to humans? The more Lian considered it, the more convinced he became of its potential. The origin of Wuhuan stems from the divine conflict during which deities fell, merging divine power with spiritual energy to form soul power. At that time, humans influenced by soul power awakened their Wuhuan. Weapon Wuhuan originates from various divine artifacts, while beast Wuhuan are the residual bloodline energies of various beasts that have attained divinity. Upon this realization, Lian suddenly understood that the cultivation system of Douluo continent, which involves hunting soul beasts to acquire soul skills, as well as the tribulations faced by soul beasts upon reaching 10,000 years of age, likely serve to restrict beasts from attaining divinity. Those who are not of our kind inevitably harbor different intentions, he mused, acknowledging the adeptness of these pseudo-deities. Continuing his thoughts, Lian recalled that Wuhuan could be passed down through generations, implying that Wuhuan itself is a form of bloodline. The Ling beast pills, with their blood-purifying effects, should hold some efficacy in this regard. Practice is indeed the sole criterion for testing truth. With this in mind, he promptly exited the secret chamber, instructing that the dozen rudimentary masks be delivered to Bai Dong, while also requesting materials for crafting Ling beast pills. 2 days later, 12 high-quality Ling beast pills were freshly prepared. Lian emerged from the secret chamber. "Where is Zhao Haixin?" he inquired, intending to have her find several soul masters for testing the pills, preferably those with beast Wuhuan. The guard stationed at the entrance immediately responded respectfully. "Miss Hulaina has arrived. The captain is accompanying her. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Lian casually rewarded them with a bottle of Ning Yuan Dan. The guards straightened their backs, collectively exclaiming, "Serving elder and is our honor." During this time, the elder guard team had been thoroughly won over by Li An's medicinal offerings. If the Ling beast pills proved even 1% effective, he would be confident in fully grasping this power. And this was merely the beginning. Among the 7 offerings and 9 elders, more than half possessed beast of Wuhuan. Furthermore, with Bai Dong's support, the future appeared promising. If this trajectory continued, he was certain to gain a portion of support from the Elder Hall. Since ascending to the papal throne, she had expended considerable effort to win over a few elders. Now that power was within her grasp, she was naturally reluctant to relinquish it. Lian, this dark horse, had instilled a sense of pressure within her. Her gaze then shifted to the little fox, who currently looked apprehensive, her thin lips pressed together, hands instinctively clutching her clothing, her black and white eyes reflecting a hint of hope. Bibi Dong smiled. If Nana wishes to move in, the teacher naturally agrees, as long as Eldarin does not object. "Thank you, teacher." The little fox beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she embraced Bai Dong's arm, refusing to let go, nestling comfortably against her. "Once you come of age, your teacher will support you in becoming the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple," Bai Dong remarked while gently stroking her head. The little fox looked surprised. "Teacher, if all goes as planned, the saintess will be the next pope of the Wuhuan Temple." After all, Bai Dong was once the saintess herself. "What's wrong? Do you lack confidence?" The little fox clenched her fist and waved it. "Rest assured, teacher, I will not disappoint you." Imagining Lian bowing slightly to her, addressing her as Your Highness, the saintess filled her with pride and invigorated her spirit. That afternoon, the little fox moved into Li An's estate. The next day, Lian took the beast soul pill and the little fox to visit the 7 offerings and 9 elders. Upon learning about the effects of the beast soul pill and hearing the little fox's first-hand account, the titled Douluos could no longer remain composed, especially the few elders with beast Wuhuan, who showed an overwhelming enthusiasm. Consequently, the beast soul pill was classified as a top secret of the Wuhuan Temple, prioritized for the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall, often vanishing before it was even produced. On one occasion, Elder Zhu unexpectedly acquired a rare 5-element item and, after gifting it to Li An, received an additional bottle of the beast soul pill as a return gift. Once the news spread, the Elder Hall began to engage in a frenzy of competition. As titled Douluos, they were all well off, leading to a constant influx of visitors to Li An's estate, with numerous 5-element items landing in his possession. Half a year drifted by. During this time, Lian enjoyed a life of comfort, absorbing the fragrance of elixirs daily, refining various 5-element items, and steadily enhancing his cultivation and strength. Now, he had not only filled his dantian with internal energy, but also opened up 4 meridians. With the 5th nearly complete, his mastery of 5 divine abilities had also significantly advanced. The 10,000 transformations sand could now envelop his entire body, and the white tiger divine blade was no longer as ethereal as a light veil. He had condensed nearly 400 drops of the primordial heavy water. Undoubtedly, the most significant gains were from the Elder Hall. Elders with beast Wuhuan and cultivation below level 95 had all made advancements, and the second elder, Jin Ao, at level 98, felt his bottleneck subtly loosening. Other elders also reaped considerable rewards, and Lian naturally became their most favored individual. Several even attempted to introduce their granddaughters into his estate, though none succeeded. With a resounding click, the stone door of the alchemy room swung open. Lian stepped out to find the little fox sitting on the steps, pouting and looking displeased. "What is the matter?" The ninth elder had come again. The little fox glanced down at her slightly developed chest, her voice tinged with sorrow. After half a year of nurturing, her Yao Huwuhuan had sprouted 3 complete tails. With the 4th nearly grown, in another month or 2, it would be complete. Her cultivation had also reached level 25, making a breakthrough to level 30 before she turned 12 certainty. Simultaneously, she had become increasingly clingy. Lian felt a twinge of headache as he noticed her arrival. The ninth elder was the only female elder in the Elder Hall, named Chu Gu, with a Wuhuan of the golden-winged flame eagle. After spending some time together, Lian discovered she was a person of pure intent, driven by a desire for formidable strength, with her thoughts predominantly focused on cultivation. It was precisely this dedication, combined with the special effects of the Beast Soul pill, that made Lian feel somewhat overwhelmed. "Where is she?" "Waiting for you in the back garden. Sister Qian is also there. Perhaps you should not go?" The ninth elder is not someone to be trifled with. "No way." The little fox glared at him, her expression conveying that she would cry if he disagreed. Lian poked her puffed cheeks, the soft texture prompting him to squeeze a few more times. The little fox seized his hand and bit down. All right, let go." The little fox released him. "That is more like it." Lian admitted that he had initially harbored some utilitarian thoughts about the little fox, as she was destined to be crowned as the saintess, which would significantly aid his future plans. Particularly, his intention to leverage the influence of elixirs felt somewhat unscrupulous, leading to occasional pangs of guilt in his heart when with her. However, he eventually reconciled with the notion that as long as he took responsibility for the outcome, the means were justified. "All right, let us proceed." Lian glanced at the neat bite marks on his hand, pondering how the little fox had developed a penchant for biting. The little fox linked her arm with his and huffed. "We should send that old woman away quickly to spare you from her incessant interference." On the way to the back garden, the little fox fell silent for a while before suddenly asking, "Do you prefer the more ample ones?" Lian momentarily faltered, his steps halting slightly as he turned to look at her. "What do you mean?" The little fox lowered her head. "I noticed that whenever the ninth elder comes, you always look at her, and occasionally at Sister Qian. In the back garden, in a pavilion, a woman sat on a low stone bench. She wore a form-fitting outfit of black and gold, her short black hair neatly styled, exuding an air of sharpness. Her shoulders appeared sculpted, with 2 modestly sized items resting on the stone table, tapering down to a waist that could barely be grasped, before flaring out like water meeting a reef, forming a perfect gourd shape. Coupled with her profound and exquisite features, her allure was undeniable. This woman was none other than the ninth elder of the Wuhuan Temple, Chu Gu, possessing a cultivation level of 92. "When will you finish refining the elixirs?" "I've been waiting for half an hour," she lamented, propping her fair chin on her hand, her long legs crossed elegantly, her calf swaying gently, tracing graceful arcs that hinted at her boredom. In truth, her share had long been delivered. However, under the competitive dynamics among the elders, an unwritten rule had emerged. One could exchange 5 element items for a certain quantity of B-Soul pills from Lian. That is not guaranteed. Zhao Qian poured her another cup of tea. "It won't be less than 2 hours at the minimum. It could take days to emerge. If you grow weary, you may leave, and I will deliver it to you later." Initially, Zhao Qian had no right to sit before an elder like Chu Gu, having to stand aside as company. Yet, over the past 6 months, as Chu Gu frequently visited the estate and their shared gender and lack of pretense fostered familiarity, their relationship became more amicable, and the formalities diminished. "It's fine, I have plenty of time." Chu Gu waved her hand, indicating her willingness to wait. After absorbing her 9th spirit ring, it took her 6 years to break through to level 91, and she had been stagnating at that level for an additional 4 to 5 years. Without the Beast Soul pill, relying solely on arduous training would have required approximately 10 years for a breakthrough. Since discovering the joy of taking elixirs, the notion of relentless training had been cast aside, leading her to roam the continent in search of 5-element items, anxious that her supply of elixirs might run short. Zhao Haixin revealed a bitter smile. "Over the past few days, both Elder 8 and Elder 6 have visited, leaving behind their offerings before departing. Fortunately, the number of elders with weapon spirits has nearly reached saturation, leading to a diminished demand for B-Soul pills." Chu Gu reassured her, "Rest assured, I will handle matters with Lao Long and Ci Shui." I shall not make things difficult for you. Since the emergence of beast soul pills, the supply has consistently fallen short of demand, and her presence here is self-evident in its purpose. Zhao Haixin, being merely a soul saint, cannot afford to offend either side. In reality, the scarcity of beast soul pills has been deliberately orchestrated by Lian, as rarity increases value. Only in this manner can he empty the pockets of these tidal Douluo. While the two were conversing, Lian and the little fox entered the back garden. Upon hearing their footsteps, Chu Ge lifted her head, then in a flash appeared before Lian, producing a crimson orb radiating intense heat and tossing it to him. The heart core of a lava lord with a cultivation of 40,000 years. How many bottles of beast soul pills could this procure? Lian, holding a thin layer of deep yellow fine sand, isolated the heat emanating from the orb, allowing his internal energy to probe within and extract a trace of energy for an approximate assessment. How about 4 bottles? This was indeed a bargain, but given that he was engaged in a monopolistic business, he had little choice. Chu Ge extended her delicate, pale hand, her 5 fingers splayed and wiggling enticingly before his eyes. 5 bottles. Wishing to expedite her departure, Lian hesitated briefly. Very well, 5 bottles it is. Chu Ge leaned slightly forward, her ample bosom prominent, her eyes sparkling as she winked at him. What about 6 bottles? This woman was habitually inclined to push for more. Lian, without further ado, tossed the orb back to her, signaling that he would not indulge her any longer. He had fallen for her tricks before. Although he did not suffer losses, the aftertaste of discontent lingered. 5 bottles it is. He retrieved the pills, the orb now in her possession. Chu Ge, filled with frustration, thought to herself that had he not been one of their own, she would have locked him up, withholding food and rest until he produced the pills. Suddenly, she draped her arm over Lian's shoulder, gently breathing into his ear. Have you thought about my previous proposal? After 6 months of development, Lian had grown to over 1.7 meters, yet he felt dwarfed beside the towering Chu Ge, who stood nearly 1.9 meters tall. In this position, they were almost pressed against one another. The little fox, witnessing this scene, was filled with indignation, but upon lowering her gaze to her own toes, her anger dissipated, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. In terms of cultivation, the other was a tidal Douluo, and in stature, the comparison was even more disheartening. In that moment, she had to grow up instantly. With a fragrant and soft older sister so close, it would be disingenuous to claim that there were no feelings involved. Her heart inevitably fluttered, and Lian's shoulder trembled slightly, shaking off her arm. He was acutely aware of her intentions, perhaps partly influenced by the pills, but primarily, she sought to cultivate him as a free provider of pills for her own advancement. You're already of grandmotherly age, yet you wish to pursue me. Such lofty aspirations. Chu Ge remained undeterred. Hey, I'm only 72 this year. Even if my cultivation ceases to grow, I still have 500 years of life left, equivalent to a 14 or 15-year-old girl. As long as the age gap is within a century, it is hardly significant. You must consider this carefully. On the entire continent, female soul masters of my cultivation level are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, I have never had a boyfriend before. Now, I offer you the chance to pursue me. Will you let slip away? I already have Nana. Lian wrapped his arm around the little fox's slender shoulder. Although they were occasionally close, this was the first time he had done so openly. The little fox's cheeks flushed, and she raised her chin defiantly, shaking her fist as if to assert herself. I will become a tidal Douluo one day. Her tone was resolute, exuding a tenacious spirit. Yet, as her eyes wandered over Chu Ge's impressive physique, her confidence faltered. Such a domineering figure was indeed rare within the spirit hall. An existence that even the force of gravity could not restrain, striking the perfect balance of exaggeration. Chu Ge clicked her tongue, playfully lifting Li An's chin with her slender fingers. At your tender age, you still treasure this little girl. Wait a few years, and you will come to appreciate the advantages of having an older sister. I shall be waiting. With that, she gracefully turned, her long legs gliding as she swayed her hips while departing. Observing her retreating figure, the little fox furrowed her brows, lost in thought, before suddenly leaning closer to Li An and whispering, I've heard that the more one has, the larger it becomes. Should we try it when we return? With Zhao Haixin's cultivation, even at such a close distance, she could not help but overhear. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Had they truly reached this stage? Wasn't it a bit premature? In some rural towns, it was not uncommon for children as young as 12 or 13 to marry. But she distinctly remembered that the little fox had only celebrated her 11th birthday half a month ago. When the little fox first moved in, She had sensed that Bai Dong held a tacit approval of certain matters. Thus, she had turned a blind eye during their interactions, never expecting that in just half a year, things would escalate to this point. How rapid the development. In truth, Lian was equally bewildered. The little girl rested her chin on his shoulder, shyly pursing her lips, her gentle breaths brushing against him, her soft voice tickling his ear. It felt as if a feather were teasing the very tip of his heart, a sensation both delightful and overwhelming. Maintaining his composure, he quietly reminded himself, Sister Xin is still here. The little fox startled, quickly realizing the situation, her face flushing crimson, her mind momentarily blank as steam seemed to rise from her head. 3 fluffy tails emerged from behind her, curling forward to envelop her half-formed body, her head obscured so thoroughly that she fled without a backward glance. Lian raised his hand, brushing his face where the little fox's tail had swept by, then stepped into the pavilion. TSK, TSK. Zhao Haixin scrutinized him from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lian, accustomed to such scrutiny, remained unfazed. He produced over 300 jade vials, placing them on the stone table, their numbers nearly overwhelming the surface. These are all B-Soul pills. Let's store them. So many? Zhao Haixin shifted her gaze from the table, a hint of contemplation crossing her features. Are you preparing to undergo training? The undercover plan was known only to Li Un and Bai Dong, though he had previously mentioned to the little fox and Zhao Haixin his intention to venture out for a period of training. Indeed, with these pills, the demands of the Elder Hall will be satisfied for 3 to 4 months. Should anyone inquire, simply state that I am refining pills or cultivating. Currently, the preliminary selection of the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent had commenced. He aimed to join a Soul Master team in this endeavor. Furthermore, Tang San was now 5 years old and likely approaching the first bottleneck of Xintiangong. At this moment, it was indeed the most opportune time. Zhao Haixin refrained from touching the jade vase on the table and solemnly addressed him. I'm the captain of your Elder Guardian team, and ensuring your safety is my foremost duty. Lian replied, Sister Haixin, do not worry. With my current strength, I require no protection. Zhao Haixin raised her finely arched brows, displeased, and retorted, Sister, I'm also a formidable assault-type soul saint with few rivals of my level. Do not speak too boastfully. Over the past 6 months, she had consumed numerous B-Spirit pills and condensing Yuan pills, and her cultivation had now reached level 77. Although the quality of her martial soul, the Mandarin Duck Twin Blades, had not undergone a qualitative change, it had significantly enhanced, making her a formidable presence among high-ranking soul saints. If Sister Haixin does not believe it, she may attempt to test me, Lian said, eager for a challenge. Since joining the Spirit Hall, he had devoted himself daily to alchemy and training, resulting in a considerable increase in his cultivation and a substantial enhancement of his 5 divine abilities. However, he lacked a precise understanding of his own capabilities. This was an opportune moment to use Zhao Haixin as a sharpening stone to gauge his strength. Hearing this, Zhao Haixin crossed her arms, her chest becoming even more pronounced under the pressure. With a light huff, she declared, no matter how strong you are still merely a soul master. Today, Sister will give you a proper lesson. With that, Zhao Haixin put away the jade vase from the table, tossed her head, and said, follow me. In the estate, there was a designated area for practicing soul techniques, which could temporarily serve as a battle arena. The space was not excessively large, measuring about 100 meters in width, surrounded by towering walls, and the ground was paved with gravel, devoid of any weeds, indicating regular maintenance. This was Lian's first visit to this place. As he surveyed the surroundings, Zhao Haixin had already positioned herself opposite him, wielding her twin blades, with 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, flickering faintly, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. A level 77 weapon soul, saint with the martial soul of the Mandarin Duck Twin Blades. Lian found the customary practice of revealing one's cultivation and martial soul somewhat peculiar. Even in friendly sparring, one inadvertently disclosed portions of their own strength, as if fearing being targeted. I am a level 50 weapon soul master with a martial soul of the Triad Tower. Lian had broken through to level 50, and seeking the 5th soul ring was one of his reasons for departing. Sister Haixin, you may proceed first. Very well, do be careful. The two stood about 50 to 60 meters apart. Even though Zhao Haixin was not a speed-type soul master, this distance was but a matter of 2 or 3 seconds for her. As soon as she finished speaking, She dashed toward Lian like a leopard, her speed astonishing, leaving behind a trail of faint phantoms. The Mandarin ducked twin blades, one long and one short, were expertly wielded, one thrust and one slash executed almost simultaneously. Lian raised his hand. A torrent of deep yellow fine sand surged forth from his storage ring, forming a layer of armor around him while several hundred small shields stacked densely in front, creating a formidable barrier. With a resounding clash, the twin blades struck the sand shields, the sound nearly overlapping. The shields shattered into pieces, but the blades, now losing their momentum, were halted by the subsequent shields. At the same time, the shields on either side began to converge inward, rapidly closing in on Zhao Haixin, capable of ensnaring her within half a second. Having experienced countless battles, Zhao Haixin possessed immense combat experience. Her second soul ring glimmered as she pivoted on her toes, her body spinning rapidly, the blades facing outward, creating a multitude of razor-sharp edges around her like a miniature tornado. This was her second soul technique, the Blade Tornado. Instead of retreating, Zhao Haixin advanced, attacking in place of defending, charging straight toward Lian. The sand shields shattered and reformed, utterly incapable of impeding her progress. Calmly, Lian knocked his fist against his chest. With a thump, his heart reverberated like a heavy drum. Within the encircled sand shields, Zhao Haixin suddenly felt a searing pain in her heart, her soul power momentarily stalling, interrupting the soul technique she was executing. Beneath her, countless grains of sand suddenly animated, forming ropes that ensnared her legs and swiftly climbed upwards. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a massive sandball, encasing Zhao Haixin within. As the two engaged, the fluctuations of soul power attracted considerable attention. 7 or 8 elders emerged from the estate. The 9th elder, Chu Gu, sprouted enormous wings ablaze with golden flames. Hovering in midair, and at the moment Lian pounded his chest, his brow twitched slightly. This little fellow has quite the flair. My interest in you is growing. Simultaneously, in the papal hall, Bibi Dong glanced over in this direction, tapping her fingers on the table, summoning the silent presence of Douluo. Go and see what is happening. Chapter 79, A Test of Strength, Part 2. Elder An's timing for his attack was impeccably precise, completely under his control. Indeed, the soul technique he had just unleashed seemed to directly target the heart, a rather sinister move. Even I would likely be unable to defend against it. The best strategy would be to prevent him from executing that soul technique at all. Elder An must have gathered numerous 5-elemental oddities specifically for the cultivation of these soul techniques. With 5 soul techniques, he had only utilized 2 thus far. I have witnessed him employ a blade aura that was exceptionally sharp, likely rivaling the 7 kills Sword of Sword Douluo in its development. I wonder how powerful the other 2 soul techniques are. The speaker was Douluo, who had rushed over. Elder An is only about 13 or 14 years old. At that age, I had barely surpassed level 30 in cultivation, and my strength was far inferior, truly a prodigy. Upon hearing this, the elders present turned their gazes toward Qian Daolu, all harboring a similar thought. The granddaughter of the Grand Elder may not fare as well. With both internal and external pressures, this young lady is likely to lose. Having said this, Qian Daolu turned to leave, a contemplative expression gracing his visage. Upon hearing Qian Oliu's words, the other elders lost interest in continuing to observe and returned to the estate. However, the 9th elder, Chu Gu, chose to remain. With her right arm crossed over her chest and her left hand delicately pinching her fair chin, she regarded Lian with keen interest. At this moment within the sandball, Zhao Haixin found her movements restricted, as if trapped in a quagmire, but like a great python had ensnared her completely, leaving her no space to maneuver. Even the slightest movement proved arduous. Damn it, I'm trapped. She sensed the compressive force surrounding her intensifying, the fine sand rapidly solidifying. If this continued, she would soon find herself akin to an insect encased in amber. No, if this persists, I will lose. I must activate my martial soul true form, or escape will be exceedingly difficult. As a soul saint, being defeated in just a few exchanges by a quasi-soul king, especially one she was tasked with protecting, was utterly unacceptable to her. At the very least, I must lose with some dignity. She had already realized during their initial exchange that she might not be a match for him, as the sand shields were too resilient and could rapidly regenerate after being shattered. This indicated that, as long as his soul power was sufficient, he would remain nearly invincible, even capable of exhausting her. Zhao Haixin's soul power surged violently, with two pairs of paired blades, one long and one short, parting the fine sand and hovering before her, drawing close and swiftly merging. At that moment, her heart suddenly jolted, and that strange, searing pain re-emerged. It felt as if her internal organs were placed upon a blazing fire. The soul power she had just gathered dissipated instantly. Zhao Haixin understood that Lian had shown her mercy. Had he not, she might have ended up reduced to ashes like the experimental subjects from half a year ago. All 7 of her soul skills were offensive in nature, and she had no means to deal with such a rigid external constraint. Having not even had the opportunity to unleash her various techniques, she faced a rather frustrating defeat. Fortunately, she was not one to take a loss lightly. She consoled herself, thinking that with his talent, he would eventually become a titled Douluo. As merely a soul sage, it was entirely reasonable to lose to a titled Douluo. This line of thought eased her heart considerably. Retracting her martial soul, her soul power returned to a state of tranquility, signifying her surrender. In truth, the moment Lian infused the searing black flame into her heart, she had already lost. To facilitate alchemy, Lian fused his spiritual power with the black flame. The black flame was an extension of his spiritual energy. Once the child flame entered Zhao Haixin's heart, the flow of her soul power became an open secret. The majority of soul masters possessed high attack power, but thin vitality. Even purely defensive soul masters had fragile internal organs. Take, for instance, Qian Renxue, who had already ascended to divinity, yet was still pierced through the heart by a hidden weapon and severely injured. It was absurd. Noticing Zhao Haixin's actions, Lian waved his hand, causing the iron-hard sandball to disintegrate, slowly gathering into several streams at his feet. At this moment, Zhao Haixin appeared somewhat disheveled. Her hair was in disarray, and her clothing bore numerous tears from the fine sand, resembling a beggar's attire. The tattered areas revealed her fair and plump skin, lending an air of allure. Zhao Haixin exhaled gently, inevitably feeling a tinge of frustration. She had been practicing since the age of 6 and had dedicated over 30 years to her craft, only to find herself outmatched by someone who had trained for mere years. This feeling was beyond the comprehension of others. Soon, however, she adjusted her mindset. If her strength was inferior, then she had lost. She spoke with a hint of relief, contemplating that his strength only reinforced her discernment. Such a person was indeed worthy of her loyalty. A lion would never allow a goat to lead it. Sister Haixin's strength was considerable, but unfortunately, it was just countered by Lian. He extended a cloak to her, indicating that she should drape it over herself to cover her modesty. Despite his youth, he displayed a commendable sensitivity towards women. Chu fluttered her wings and landed beside them, teasingly inquiring, "The soul skill you used earlier was quite impressive. Sister's martial soul carries flames as well. Might you teach me that skill? It could be beneficial." As she spoke, she playfully tapped her chest. This gesture nearly triggered an avalanche, and due to the thick armor, there was no sound from the impact of her fist against her chest. Lian couldn't help but glance at her more than once. Family secrets were conditional and could not be learned by outsiders. Chu did not press the issue, deciding instead to experience the searing black flame herself, seeking to understand its mysteries. Once a soul master reached the level of titled Douluo, they would possess 9 soul skills. To enhance their power, aside from the common methods of increasing cultivation and integrating soul bones, various secret techniques or self-created skills were also options. However, her intentions were bound to be thwarted, as the two were not of the same system. It was an opportune moment to test the efficacy of the black flame against the titled Douluo. Lian nodded, "I will incrementally increase its power. Should it become unbearable, speak immediately. Sister is prepared. We may begin," Chu replied, her smile fading as she adjusted her soul power to its optimum state. Upon hearing this, Lian infused the black flame into her heart. Almost simultaneously, Chu let out a soft hum, using her spiritual power to sense the changes within her. In her perception, the bizarre heartbeat resonated directly with her own, and at that moment, a strand of black flame suddenly appeared within her heart, radiating terrifying heat. Even though her martial soul could manipulate flames and had some resistance to high temperatures, she still felt a pronounced, searing pain from the black flame's overwhelming heat. As time passed, the temperature of the black flame escalated, quickly reaching an unbearable level. "All right, stop. How is it? Did you gain any insights?" Lian asked, having anticipated her thoughts. Chu pondered for a moment. It relates to the heartbeat, but why does the flame connect to it? Chapter 80. Reluctance in the Douluo continent. There is no concept of the 5 organs and 5 elements. Chu Gu was perplexed, realizing that there might be a connection between the two, but unable to grasp the key. Lian, however, remained silent, as this woman had a penchant for taking liberties. And once he opened that door, dismissing her would become quite challenging. Prior to retracting the child flame, he had distinctly sensed a suppression of soul power, indicating that a title, though a level soul master, possessed a certain resistance to the black flame. Of course, he had not fully unleashed the black flame in a life-and-death struggle. It could catch the opponent off guard or distract them significantly. Lian silently assessed the black flame's effectiveness. As Chu Gu pondered the connection between the heartbeat and the black flame, her eyes darted, and she thought, if she could not decipher this question, she would deal with the source directly. With her furrowed brows relaxing, she stepped forward with a smile. "You must know, right?" she said, lightly placing her hand on Lian's chest. Her slender fingers, with faintly pink nails, revealed delicate blue veins on the back of her hand. Her hand was beautiful, and she deliberately traced it lightly. For some reason, she always enjoyed teasing Lian. Each time she saw his expression of helplessness, her mood brightened, and she felt relaxed, as if her monotonous life suddenly gained a splash of color. Simultaneously, she felt that Lian concealed many secrets, akin to a Pandora's box, leaving one unable to resist. Lian felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny and swatted her hand away, stating, "This is a family secret." Chu Ji's eyes sparkled as she leaned in slightly, facing him. "So, if we were to become allies, you could then share this secret with me?" The two were very close, less than half a foot apart, with each able to see their own reflection in the other's eyes. Gradually, the atmosphere became delicate. Zhao Haixin stood to the side, feeling like a third wheel when she suddenly caught sight of a figure approaching, prompting her to clear her throat softly. "Miss Nana is coming." Chu Ji's ample bosom heaved twice, and then she nonchalantly straightened her posture, raising a hand to tuck the short hair that had fallen to her cheek behind her ear, revealing a hint of rosy earlobes. Not wishing to speak, she simply let her words fade away. Flames of golden light ignited within her wings as they unfurled, her long legs bending slightly as she leapt gracefully into the air, ascending effortlessly. The little fox had sensed the fluctuation of soul power and had come over. She glanced upward at the departing Chuj, then cast her gaze upon Zhao Haixin, who was draped in a cloak, concealing the beauty of spring, before finally settling her eyes on Lian, scrutinizing him closely. "You aren't injured, are you?" Despite the absence of any creases in his attire, the little fox couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. For reasons unknown, Lian felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. No, Haixin Jie was simply being considerate. At this, Zhao Haixin rolled her eyes at him. "You and Nana can have your chat. I must return to change my clothes and shall not intrude upon you any further." The little fox's cheeks flushed slightly. In the past, Zhao Haixin had often made it a point, whether intentionally or unintentionally, to create opportunities for the two to be alone. A time or two would have sufficed. But over time, how could she remain oblivious? She then made a fist and playfully declared, "Haixin Jie, I shall teach him a good lesson on your behalf." When only the two of them remained in the area, the little fox's expression fell, her head lowered, and her lips pouted slightly as she kicked at the stones by her feet. "I saw everything." Her voice was melancholic, tinged with a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a forsaken little wife. "What did you see?" Lian feigned ignorance, realizing all too well that the Douluo continent was indeed as renowned as its reputation. Girls at such a tender age exhibited a maturity beyond their years. The little fox puffed out her cheeks. "You were so close to the ninth elder. Your faces nearly touched. Is that so?" Lian stepped closer, cradling her face in his hands, applying a gentle pressure that caused her pouting lips to part with a soft pop, trembling like two delicate jelly halves, stirring an irresistible urge within him to taste them. Over the past 6 months, perhaps influenced by her martial spirit, the little fox's childishness had faded, her brows and eyes gradually blossoming, her beauty becoming increasingly striking. A nascent allure taking shape. Lian caressed her face with his thumb, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The joy of nurturing was beyond the imagination of others. As their gazes locked, the little fox found herself unable to avert her eyes, and when she saw his face inching closer, she simply closed her eyes. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped her forehead. "Walk with me," Lian said, releasing her. This affectionate closeness left the little fox feeling a bit dizzy, and she raised a hand to touch her forehead, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "You rascal." After a brief hesitation, she slipped her hand into his. The two walked in silence, aimlessly yet peacefully, occasionally stealing glances at one another, smiles blooming on their lips. The little fox moved lightly, kicking at pebbles. Her heart filled with an inexplicable emotion. They wandered around the area, making their way through half the circle when Lian suddenly spotted a simple pavilion. The roof was constructed from several horizontal beams, overrun with climbing vines adorned with pink blossoms, cascading down like curtains. This was a corner of the walled enclosure, with a few willow trees outside, forming a semi-enclosed space. He led the little fox into the pavilion. After sitting down, he patted his lap. The little fox let out a gentle hum, hesitating before settling onto his lap, and Lian instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. I must leave for a few days. Are you going to hunt for the 5th spirit ring? The little fox's tense body relaxed as she adjusted her posture, leaning comfortably against him, her fingers lightly tracing patterns in his palm. She was the first to learn of Lian's breakthrough to level 50. Not only that, the matriarch has given me a task. I will return in 2 to 3 months, but after that, I must embark on this mission, and it is likely I won't be back for 3 to 5 years. How can that be? The little fox immediately became anxious. You are the only one capable of refining various elixirs within the spirit hall. You are so important. How could the teacher send you away? No, I must speak with the teacher and request someone else to take on this task. She attempted to rise, but was unable to escape his embrace. Do not fret. In truth, the matriarch intended to replace me, but I insisted on undertaking this mission. The little fox quieted, though confusion lingered. Why? You will understand in time. It is merely a separation of 3 to 5 years. I can return during that time. Focus on your training. The beast's soul pills I left for you should suffice. Do not fall behind. Lian contemplated passing on the cultivation techniques of the refining stage to her, but ultimately decided against it. Being in the heart of the spirit hall could easily expose their martial arts, leading to unpredictable consequences. After all, the soul master system could be directly transitioned later. But I do not wish to be apart from you. The little fox protested, feeling utterly distressed. Today marked a significant step in their relationship. Yet the impending separation cast a shadow of sorrow over her heart. Do you not feel that you have been lax during this time? A period of separation would benefit you. Lian's words resonated within her. Indeed, since the supply of beast soul pills had opened up to her, her cultivation had surged rapidly, and she had gradually ceased to exert the same effort as before. The little fox pondered. Was this the reason he needed to undertake the mission? She vowed to double her efforts. Chapter 81. Return to Sujia village. When do you plan to leave? The little fox nestled closer into his embrace, her voice subdued, lacking its usual cheer. 3 days from now, I want to spend these days with you. Parting from her tugged at Lian's heartstrings, for he had painstakingly shaped the little fox into the person he cherished. However, he had to leave the spirit hall during this time. It was a plan long set in motion. He could not forfeit such an exceptional tool as Tang San. With the matter settled, the little fox began to make demands. Then you must obey me these next few days. Lian chuckled and whispered something into her ear. The little fox's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully punched his shoulder with her tiny fist. Soon after, her fluffy foxtail emerged from behind, offering it to him. 3 complete tails, thrice the joy. In the days that followed, Lian temporarily set aside alchemy and cultivation, devoting himself entirely to the little fox. However, joyful moments are fleeting. On the 4th morning, Lian left a letter for the little fox on the table and quietly departed. In the papal hall, Bibi Dong sat at the desk. Dressed in splendid attire and adorned with a magnificent crown, she radiated nobility and authority. As the sound of her pen glided across the paper, she inscribed elegant yet grand characters onto the document. Suddenly, Douluo appeared in the grand hall. Bibi Dong paused her writing, not lifting her gaze. He has departed? Just left, Douluo replied hesitantly. Your Holiness, given elder and significance, should we not send someone to discreetly protect him? While framed as protection, it also carried an undertone of surveillance, considering Lian had only been with the spirit hall for 6 to 7 months. Upon reaching the esteemed rank of GoldenFinger, while the B-spirit pill may exert some influence, it merely serves to enhance the fundamental goodwill. However, when it pertains to matters of a more profound nature, the situation becomes markedly different. After all, public responsibilities and personal affairs are distinctly separate. A lack of accountability would preclude one from being selected as an elder of the Wuhuan Temple. Naturally, without the efficacy of the B-spirit pill, Lian would likely remain tethered to the Wuhuan Temple. Concerning the infiltration plan of the Buddha Sect, even if it were not terminated, it would not fall to him to execute, at least not until trust was fully established. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of the concerns harbored by Douluo. With his formidable strength, as long as no Fenghao Douluo emerges, he is more than capable of ensuring his own safety. Moreover, he had previously indicated that he had certain private matters to attend to, necessitating no covert accompaniment. In her view, the Wuhuan Temple's depth and strength were unparalleled across the continent, and with the factor of the little fox, Lian had no reason to betray them. Meanwhile, Lian had transformed his appearance and departed from Wuhuan City. Before nightfall, he found a small town using a map and booked a room at the most luxurious inn. After resolving his dinner, he secured the doors and windows and swiftly formed hand seals. With a command of heavenly vision and earthly listening, he unleashed a subtle wave of spiritual energy within a radius of 10 kilometers, akin to ripples on water, capturing all targets within this area, emanating soul power into his consciousness. Lian let out a low grunt as blood trickled from his nose. His current spiritual strength was still rather weak, and employing such a vast range of the heavenly vision and earthly listening technique was indeed a strain. However, it was well worth the effort. The most powerful individual nearby was a soul king, indicating that Bibi Dong had not dispatched anyone to follow him clandestinely. After a brief respite, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, manipulating his facial features. With a soft rustling sound, he appeared slightly taller, and his physique seemed to swell, transforming him into a stout and guileless figure, 3 to 4 years older than before. He then donned a new outfit and exited the inn. In the following days, Lian altered his appearance upon entering each new town, occasionally employing the heavenly vision and earthly listening technique once more. He aimlessly wandered around, ensuring he was not being followed, before feeling completely at ease. One evening, in Sujia village, wisps of smoke rose from every household as villagers returned from the fields, wielding their hoes in groups. Su Yunhai and Su Yunxing conversed as they walked. "Yunsheng, your little one is 6 years old this year, isn't she?" "Yes. In just 2.5 months, she'll be able to partake in the soul awakening ceremony upon Yuntao's return." "What a coincidence. That girl has always seemed more intelligent than the other children. She should be able to become a soul master. Don't forget to treat me to a drink, then." Su Junai prast. Everyone enjoys flattery. Su Yunsheng grinned, but shook his head. "But this is uncertain. In the past 3 years, only Jizu has entered the nodding primary soul master academy. It's about time for one of them to emerge. Alas, my Jizong is disappointing. He and Jizu share the same great-grandfather. Yet why does Jizu excel? A couple of days ago, I heard Yunlei say that Jizu is already at level 8. In another year or two, he'll be able to absorb a soul ring and become a true soul master. Jizu's innate soul power is a remarkable level 4, surpassing Yun Tao's aptitude. He may very well become a soul king in the future." Su Yunhai's face displayed envy. Becoming a soul master signifies a privileged class, offering the common folk the rare opportunity to rise above. By the way, Yunpeng has been gone for over 2 years now, hasn't he? Indeed. It's been so long without a word from him. I fear the worst. Why would he leave if everything was well? I suspect it might be that boy he brought back who has been misleading him. I've seen that lad play around in the yard, practicing various moves all day long. Without innate soul power, all his efforts are in vain. Their conversation drifted, leading to discussions about the village's young women, interspersed with laughter that was both meaningful and ineffable. Upon reaching the village entrance, Su Yunxing's keen eyes spotted an unfamiliar figure approaching. He halted and pointed. "Who is that? I don't recognize him. He likely isn't from our village. Perhaps he's visiting relatives? I doubt it. Look at his attire. Who has such affluent relatives?" Su Yunhai suddenly felt a chill. Let us hope he's not an evil soul master. Just 2 years ago, the entire Shao Wang village perished overnight, reportedly at the hands of an evil soul master. At the time the news broke, the entire village was terrified, and old Tom fell ill, taking months to recover. Shao Wang village and Sujia village are merely 10 miles apart, akin to the village having narrowly escaped death. Su Yunsheng, being bolder, said, "I'll keep watch here. You go back and inform the village." Since mastering the heavenly vision and earthly listening technique, Lian's senses have been greatly enhanced. Although the distance was considerable and they spoke softly, he comprehended their conversation with clarity. The evil soul master was likely from the Qian organization, which had acted carelessly in the past, nearly bringing disaster to the village. Fortunately, such troubles would not persist. Initially, he intended to enter the village for a closer look, but given the tense atmosphere, he lost interest. Thus, he feigned being a wandering soul master, casually inquiring for directions before departing. Chapter 82. Observation and interaction in the early morning light. As dawn broke, a small figure appeared at the foot of a modest hill, no more than 100 meters high, near Shenghun village. A young boy, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with a neat head of black hair, donned a tattered gray garment adorned with several patches but remarkably clean. For a child of such tender age, scaling a hill of 100 meters would pose a significant challenge. Yet, he ascended effortlessly and swiftly reached the summit. Facing eastward, the boy settled upon a large stone, fixating his gaze upon the increasingly radiant pearly white at the horizon, his breaths forming a rhythmic cycle. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he absorbed a fleeting wisp of purple energy into his gaze, subsequently entering a state of deep focus to refine it. Unbeknownst to him, Lian, merely a few meters away, observed with intrigue. The practice of absorbing the purple energy produced during the transition of sunrise, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, revealed some intricacies of the Ziji demon eyes, while the Xiantian technique appeared rather mundane. Lacking the step of refining essence to strengthen the body, he proceeded directly to cultivating qi, resulting in a frail internal energy akin to that of a premature infant, naturally unable to transcend the constraints of this realm's laws. It was no wonder that each level of perfection encountered bottlenecks, necessitating the absorption of soul rings for breakthroughs. This was a compromise of the martial arts system in this realm. If direct confrontation proved ineffective, adaptation became imperative. In essence, the martial arts system from his previous life was of a considerably lower caliber. In his former existence, the Tang Sect was regarded as a top-tier sect, largely owing to its array of formidable hidden weapons. In this context, it could be inferred that this world belonged to a mid-tier martial realm. Relatively strong, yet still some distance from a truly advanced martial world, perhaps a gradual degeneration from a once-high martial world. In a world of limited martial arts, the principles of martial cultivation should be more severely constrained by the laws of this realm, likely serving merely an auxiliary function. Lian perceived Tang San with a profound clarity. He emanated a gentle spiritual aura, which those of inadequate cultivation would instinctively overlook. Moments later, Tang San concluded his meditation, his face illuminating with exhilaration. I have been practicing since I was 1 year old, and now, after more than 4 years, I have finally perfected the first level of Qian Tiangong. Perhaps I should allocate some time to forge various hidden weapons, allowing Tang Min's concealed armaments to shine in this world. Indeed, I could establish a Tang Min that belongs solely to me in this realm. What ambition! No wonder he is destined to become a formidable figure in the future. Such potential must not be squandered. Lian contemplated that since Tang San had perfected the first level of Qian Tiangong, he would soon strike a bottleneck. That would be the opportune moment to lure him away. Unbeknownst to Tang San, he had already become the object of scrutiny. He activated his ghostly shadow technique and swiftly descended the small mountain. He still needed to rouse his father for breakfast. What a misfortunate child. Upon returning home, Tang San stood on a small stool to serve 2 bowls of porridge from the pot. Though referred to as porridge, it was more akin to a watery concoction, with even the rice grains at the bottom countable. "Father, it's time to eat," Tang San called out. After a while, the curtain to the inner room was lifted, revealing a disheveled, middle-aged man reeking of alcohol. He gulped down the porridge in one go, without concern for its heat, then carelessly placed the bowl on the stove, his eyelids drooping in silence, signaling Tang San to refill his bowl. Upon lifting the 4th bowl of thin porridge, a glimmer of clarity suddenly flickered in his murky eyes, and he raised his head to gaze outside. Tang San felt this shift keenly. "Father, what is the matter? Do you sense someone watching us? Or is it just my imagination?" Tang Hao's eyes flashed with confusion as he set down the bowl and said, "I'll step outside for a moment. You stay put at home and don't wander about." With that, he strode out the door. "Understood, father," Tang San replied, but by then, Tang Hao had already walked quite a distance. Holding the bowl, Tang San felt a tinge of melancholy, yet he soon regained his spirits. "I have a family now, and a father." After finishing another bowl of porridge, Tang San reserved the remaining for Tang Hao, washed the bowl, and resumed his practice of Qian Tiangong. The first level of Qian Tiangong is relatively easy to break through. Those with good aptitude can progress to the second level in just a few days, while those of average or even lesser talent, given diligence, can overcome this bottleneck in less than half a month. Meanwhile, Tang Hao had arrived near the small mountain. His gaze was sharp as an eagle-lass, scanning the surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss before departing. With the uninvited guest gone, the area returned to its tranquil state. The symphony of chirping birds, buzzing insects, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze composing a harmonious melody. After about 10 minutes, Tang Hao reappeared. Having lived in seclusion for 5 years, if he were discovered, he would not have made it to today. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes moistening slightly, murmuring, "Senmei, are you watching over me from above?" Wiping away a tear of sorrow. Tang Hao left behind a dejected silhouette as he slowly descended the small mountain. Half an hour later, beneath a grand tree, the air shimmered slightly, and a figure materialized. Lian collected 7 triangular flags. Aside from a few soul masters with spiritual attribute martial souls, others, including TheReborn's, were rather crude in their manipulation of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On another clear morning, Tang San sat atop the small mountain, his brow furrowed, a visage full of disappointment. Why is it still not working? Even if my aptitude is at its nadir, there should be signs of a breakthrough after such a long time. In my previous life, my aptitude was equally poor, and I missed the prime cultivation period. Yet, even then, I broke through to the first level of Qian Tiangong within half a month. It's not your fault. Not mine. Startled, Tang San leapt to his feet. Instinctively grasping a stone from the ground and flinging it towards the source of the voice with a technique akin to a hand-thrown arrow. This response was purely instinctual. However, as soon as the stone was released, he regretted it. It was not out of fear of harming an innocent. The actions of Tang Min disciples were guided solely by preference, with notions of righteousness and evil being rather nebulous in their eyes. What he feared was provoking the other party and inviting calamity. If the individual could appear silently beside him, it indicated a cultivation level far superior to his own. His demise mattered little, but his father's safety was paramount. He was just an ordinary blacksmith, though he was not particularly kind. Constantly drinking and needing Tang San's care, he remained his father, the only family he had in this world. In that moment, the love-deprived Tang San contemplated much. When he raised his head, his violet-tinged pupils constricted slightly, his heart filled with astonishment. A stone the size of an egg hovered in midair, spinning incessantly as if held by an invisible force. Its rotation gradually slowed, losing momentum until it plummeted to the ground with a soft thud, landing 3 feet away from the figure. The ability to halt a projectile, equivalent in force to a common arrow, from such a distance demonstrated a cultivation level that even the elders in the Tang Min could scarcely attain. At that moment, Tang San felt an icy chill envelop him. What now? He understands Qian Tiangong. He knows I'm a reincarnate. My greatest secret has been exposed, yet I cannot contend with him. There is no way to silence him, and with his strength, should he make a move, I would have no chance of survival. What if my father is implicated? Tang San was instantly engulfed in panic. He stood frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead and back. Without hesitation, you resort to such ruthless measures. You must be a disciple of the demonic sect? Lian inquired deliberately. He then shook his head. No. Your cultivation technique seems to carry elements of the Taoist school. The temperament does not align with the technique, making it exceedingly difficult to reach perfection. Hearing this, Tang San trembled all over. No wonder the elders in the Tang Min struggle to progress beyond the 7th or 8th levels of Qian Tiangong. He then realized another issue. From the villagers, he learned that this world lacked martial arts, but possessed entities known as martial souls, where the wielders of great power are not martial artists but soul masters. Yet this person knew of martial arts, as well as the demonic and Taoist sects, and seemed unfazed by his reincarnation. Could it be? Tang San's heart raced, and taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together, saying, I am Tang San, the younger generation. I acted impulsively and offended you earlier. I ask for your forgiveness. Ignorance is no crime, Lian acknowledged with a nonchalant nod, silently noting Tang San's reaction, preparing to add some flair to his guidance, all for his own good. Having observed you for half a month, I have discerned that among the martial arts you practice, only the art of the eye technique possesses a modicum of sophistication, while the rest remain rather mundane. Upon hearing this, Tang San was profoundly shaken. It dawned on him that the other party had been here for half a month already. Did this not imply that his secrets had long been exposed? Cursed be it, why had he allowed himself to speak aloud in solitude? In an instant, Tang San's mind was a tempest, his thoughts muddled and chaotic, utterly losing coherence. He was merely a tech enthusiast. In his previous life of 29 years, He had spent nearly every day engaged with martial arts and hidden weapons, and in this life, he had never ventured beyond Shenghun village. Confronted with such a situation, he was entirely at a loss. From which world do you hail, Dahong, Zhenming, or Yucheng? To my knowledge, those worlds follow a direct path of cultivating qi from the outset, Lian stated matter-of-factly. This was no mere deception. The three worlds he mentioned were indeed associated with the realm of martial arts and literature. What do you mean, esteemed senior? Tang San inquired cautiously, blinking his eyes. We are neither of this realm. There is no need for such trepidation. It would be child's play for me to take your life, and I harbor no interest in the inferior martial arts you possess. Lin laid bare his thoughts. Tang San's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, but he shook his head and replied, I hail from Bashutang Min, and I know nothing of the Dahong or Zhenming you speak of. Oh, Lian feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. You are unaware of such matters? Did you not ascend to this realm due to an unforeseen incident during your flight through the void? The void was shattered. Tang San trembled, his eyes widening as he asked urgently, in my previous life, there indeed existed beings who shattered the void, but that was centuries ago. No such experts remain in the martial world today. He then recalled something and queried, have you ever heard of Chinamo? To my knowledge, he was the last of the void-shattering predecessors. Indeed, there were those who shattered the void, Lian reminisced before shaking his head. I have not heard of him. The number of those who ascend to the upper realm after shattering the void is as countless as the sands of the Ganges. Most talents from the lower realm fade into obscurity upon reaching the upper realm. Moreover, those who shattered the void in the middle martial world typically ascend directly to the high martial world. The world I belong to is the origin immortal martial continent, which has a few connections with middle martial worlds. What is the name of the world you originated from? Tang San shook his head. I only know that the country where Bashutangmen is located is called Datong, and the reigning emperor is Li Longji. As for the name of the world, I am unaware. With Li Longji, perhaps Li Bai is also a master, Lian thought to himself. It may indeed be a wild middle martial world. May I ask, esteemed senior, what constitutes a middle martial world? Aside from hidden weapons, Tang San was most concerned with martial arts. As the Tangmen were a prestigious sect in the martial world, renowned for their supremacy through various hidden weapons. What kind of prowess do the unparalleled experts of your world possess? Lian retorted, during the late Sui and early Tang. The formidable General Li Yuanba of Datong wielded a pair of 800-pound war hammers, cutting through thousands of troops to claim the heads of generals as if plucking flowers. Today, there is the Qinglian sword immortal Li Tai Bai, who, with a single sword, traversed 3,000 miles, slaying 13 notorious bandits, each of whom was a first-rate cultivation in this era. With that, Tang San puffed out his chest. Moreover, the top-ranked hidden weapons of our Tang men can slay experts of this caliber. Lian nodded, such combat prowess belongs to a relatively powerful middle martial world. Is it merely middle martial? To what extent do high martial and immortal martial reach? Tang San, momentarily lost in thought, then respectfully clasped his fists and asked, earlier, esteemed senior, you mentioned that my inability to break through the first layer of my cultivation is not my fault. Indeed, the reason lies in the rules of this realm, which differ slightly from those of the martial world, and the martial arts system of your previous world possesses inherent flaws. Upon arriving in this realm, you will naturally face certain restrictions, Lian explained. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Did this mean his Xiantian Gong would be forever stuck at the first layer? No, there must be a way. With fervent eyes, he looked at Lian and asked, esteemed senior, how can this issue be resolved? Why should I divulge this to you? Lian's retort left him speechless. Tang San adopted the respectful demeanor he had when seeking guidance from his mentors in his earlier years, bowing deeply. I humbly request your guidance. I would be immensely grateful. Very well, you'll find out sooner or later. The solution is quite simple. Since you lack the ability to break the rules of this realm, you must strive to adapt to them. In my view, your current situation resembles that of those aspiring soul masters. By absorbing a soul ring, you may be able to break through your current bottleneck, Lian stated. Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination as he bowed again. If I may be so bold, esteemed senior, did you utilize such a method? Lian chuckled. Trying to draw me out, are you? Not at all. Tang San replied earnestly. The soul master system of this realm is quite acceptable. After reaching 100 levels and becoming a deity, one may contend with the most formidable beings of the high martial world, albeit still falling somewhat short. At the very least, one would not be easily wounded by a hidden weapon. Deities, This world actually harbors deities. Tang San's emotions surged. He then reflected that this senior hailed from the origin immortal martial continent, which was a realm even more exalted than the high martial world. The soul master system was unfamiliar, while his 2 lives had been devoted to martial arts, which should suit him better. He then took a step back, knelt down, and respectfully bowed 3 times before Lian esteemed senior. Please accept me as your disciple. Upon Tang San's kneel, Lian realized he could now practice the great causal technique, which had previously been inaccessible. Activating the eye of causality, he beheld a vibrant aura above Tang San's head, a resplendent canopy of colors, layers upon layers thick enough to reach 100. Such immense fortune before even achieving prominence. It was no wonder he was the true protagonist of the Douluo world. When he turned to observe himself, however, he found naught but emptiness, devoid of any fortune. No fortune? That made sense. Neither he nor Tang San were from the Douluo world. Yet, Tang San was the protagonist, while he was merely a remnant, lacking fortune, which explained why he had previously been unable to even enter the doors of the great causal technique. Lian operated the great causal technique, inhaling deeply as he extracted nearly 20 layers of fortune. The technique then surged forward. Meanwhile, Tang San, kneeling on the ground, felt a sudden chill and a sense of emptiness within him as the fortune above his head churned, gradually recovering while subtly exhibiting a tendency to rebound. Lian narrowed his eyes. Was the forcible extraction of fortune facing rejection? That can be easily remedied. He then spoke softly. Neither of us belong to this realm. Our meeting today is indeed serendipitous. Throughout this half-month, I have observed your diligence in training and your commendable aptitude. You are a promising candidate. However, the relationship of master and disciple is pivotal to inheritance, and such an important matter cannot be settled with mere words. Therefore, I shall temporarily accept you as a registered disciple. Do you consent? Tang San's heart resolutely affirmed this, and he bowed once more. Registered disciple Tang San pays respects to the master. The selection of a master is as crucial as the selection of a disciple. If Lian had readily agreed, Tang San would have harbored doubts, just as he had in his previous life within the Tang men. The outer disciples number in the thousands. After passing down the techniques and methods for crafting hidden weapons, they are mostly left to their own devices, except for explanations given on the 1st and 15th of each month. In addition, they are responsible for various chores within the sect. After 3 to 5 years, the most promising are selected to enter the inner sect. The inner disciples, however, number less than 100, receiving small lectures every 3 days and larger ones every 5 days. If there are questions, designated elders provide answers at specific times. The most exceptional among them may become true disciples, of which there are only a handful, having established formal master-apprentice relationships with the elders. Being acknowledged as a named disciple is already a considerable satisfaction for them. As Lian observed the fortune above Tang San's head, he noted its recovery speed had accelerated, and there was no longer any aversion towards him. Indeed, with another 30 to 50 instances, the great cause and effect technique would likely reach a minor accomplishment. Nurturing him and harvesting periodically would be a steady approach, and by the time he reached the realm of spirit refinement, he should be able to obscure the heavenly secrets, preventing the divine realm from catching his trail. Contemplating this, Lian said, "Since you have called me teacher, I should impart some knowledge to you." He then raised his hand and pointed. This gesture grew larger in Tang San's eyes, and although the speed was not fast, it imparted an overwhelming sense of inevitability, as if the entire universe could accommodate only that single finger. With a soft touch at his brow, a surge of information imprinted itself in Tang San's mind. A moment of confusion quickly gave way to clarity as he organized the information in his mind, his mouth agape and his eyes widening in astonishment. The technique had been directly inscribed into his consciousness through mental energy, a truly miraculous method. Even more astonishing was the content of the technique. This method diverged entirely from the Tang Sect practices, which focused on cultivating internal energy, beginning from the sensation of qi and continuing through 9 levels. In contrast, this new technique emphasized the cultivation of vital essence and blood, resembling external martial arts. However, external martial arts ultimately seek to cultivate internal energy from the outside in, adhering to the path of qi refinement. In his past life, Tang San's cultivation was not weak. Though most of his efforts were devoted to hidden weapons, he possessed a solid foundation in martial arts. With his discerning eye, He quickly realized that practicing this technique would turn the internal energy cultivated from Qian into mere sustenance, which, through continual consumption, would ultimately lead to its demise. He lowered his head, his expression shifting. Then he raised it again, asking, "Teacher, I do not wish to forfeit my martial arts. Is there a way to reconcile both?" For someone who had grown up in the Tang Sect, Qian represented a portion of his emotional attachment to the sect, serving as a link between him and the Tang Sect that he could not easily discard. "Let me ask you, what are the three treasures of the human body?" Li inquired calmly. "Essence, Qi, Spirit," Tang San replied promptly. This was fundamental knowledge. Even a novice in the martial world could enumerate it. Indeed, refining essence transforms into Qi, and cultivating Qi transforms into Spirit. The three treasures progress in layers. In the realm of primordial immortal martial arts, all martial techniques follow this principle. However, your cultivation bypasses the stage of refining essence to strengthen the body, beginning instead with Qi cultivation. As a result, the internal energy you cultivate is feeble, unable to break free from the constraints of this realm's rules. If this is not corrected, you will find yourself, like a soul master, relying on absorbing soul rings to break through each bottleneck. Having said that, consider your options carefully. If you choose to persist, then our master-disciple bond shall come to an end. With that, Lian waved his hand, sending Tang San uncontrollably flying 3 zhang away. Tang San stood still for a moment, then knelt and bowed his head before descending the small hill, burdened with thoughts. Upon returning home, he served porridge and called Tang Hao to rise for breakfast. After finishing the porridge, Tang Hao attempted to return to his slumber, but Tang San suddenly called out to him, "Father." Tang Hao lowered the curtain he had lifted, turning back with a hint of impatience. "What is it, father? Do you understand soul masters?" Tang San inquired. Tang Hao furrowed his brow and approached, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. "Who had you heard this from?" "Lately, the villagers had been discussing this topic as the day for the martial soul awakening ceremony drew closer, and they often spoke of soul masters and martial souls in their spare time. Do you wish to become a soul master?" Tang Hao's expression hardened, his fists clenched, showing signs of agitation. Tang San hesitated for a moment before nodding. He sought to gather information about soul masters from Tang Hao, preferring his father's insights over those of Lian, his unofficial teacher. However, upon seeing Tang San nod, Tang Hao's demeanor grew cold. "Soul masters? What use are they? Even the mightiest soul master is but a useless person." With that, he abruptly flung open the door and retreated inside, the stench of alcohol wafting in the air. Tang San found himself torn between two paths: to continue practicing Qian and rely on absorbing soul rings to break through his bottlenecks, or to switch to the technique imparted by Lian emotionally. He leaned toward the former. But did his father not favor soul masters? Tang San finally resolved, "Since father disapproves of soul masters, I shall continue my martial training." As for Qian, he felt an immense reluctance to abandon this secret of the Tang Sect. Yet for his father's sake, he was willing to forsake it. After washing the dishes, Tang San stepped into the courtyard, slightly spreading his legs and adopting a proper stance. As he practiced his punches, the internal energy cultivated from Qian coursed through his limbs, gradually enhancing his physique. The following morning, Tang San ascended the small hill. He respectfully addressed Lian, "Teacher, I wish to follow you to learn martial arts." Half a month later, on the small hill, Tang San practiced his punches with precision, each movement executed flawlessly. During this time, the internal energy cultivated from Qian had transformed into nourishment for strengthening his body. His complexion had improved. Muscle definition appeared on his arms, and he had grown taller, no longer resembling the malnourished state of before. Tang San proved to be an exceptionally diligent disciple, executing instructions with unwavering diligence and even practicing beyond what was required, making him a source of great relief for Lian. "Well done, Xiao San. Your cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of physical refinement, and, after a few days of adjustment, you will be ready to break through. Coupled with the hidden weapon techniques you have mastered, even an ordinary great soul master would struggle against you. It is time for me to take my leave." Over the past half-month, Lian had not only guided his training, but had also shared fundamental insights about the world of soul masters. "Teacher, you are leaving?" Tang San inquired hastily, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. Although the internal energy from Qian was no longer present, his newfound strength alone could easily surpass his former self from half a month ago. His skin had become increasingly resilient, nearly comparable to seasoned martial artists from his previous life. Furthermore, he had never experienced such personalized guidance from mentors before. Though their time together had been brief, he had gradually begun to genuinely acknowledge Lian. There are no feasts that do not come to an end, and I have matters to attend to, which prevents me from staying here indefinitely. Lian had been keeping track of time, knowing that the preliminary rounds of the elite competition at the Advanced Soul Master Academy were likely concluding soon. The grand finale is upon us. His intention is to seek out a team that barely qualifies to join, allowing him to participate directly in the finals. As long as he demonstrates sufficient strength, he believes the opposing team will not refuse him. After all, who wouldn't want to effortlessly claim the championship? Lian is aware of Tang San's concerns. Enough of your words, focus your mind. I shall impart to you the techniques of the three realms, sinews, organs, and blood marrow. Tang San nodded, taking a moment to regulate his breathing. Teacher, I am ready. With that, Lian pointed, initiating the transfer. Having gained experience from the first time, Tang San was well prepared for this occasion. Yet even so, the sensation of having vast amounts of information etched directly into his consciousness was still quite uncomfortable. He let out a muffled groan, his brows furrowing, his body swaying slightly, and his complexion turning pale. Nevertheless, his eyes shone brightly. Flesh, sinews, organs, and in blood marrow. Step by step, he developed his body. After achieving perfection in these four realms, even the most formidable expert from his past life would pale in comparison, wouldn't they? And this was merely the refinement stage. There remained the cultivation of qi and spirit. Tang San's emotions surged, and he bowed deeply to Lian. Thank you, teacher, for imparting your teachings. If you can attain the perfection of blood marrow by the age of 12, seek out a place called Shrek Academy in Suatawa City, and I will formally accept you as my disciple. Lian mused that having spent over 5 years reaching the inner qi stage, granting Tang San 6 years to achieve the perfection of blood marrow was not unreasonable. Shrek Academy? Is that where my teacher resides? Tang San mentally noted. Rest assured, teacher, I will strive diligently. As a parting gift, Lian presented a ring to Tang San. This is a storage soul guide. It holds 18 cubic meters and can store numerous items. Though you're not a soul master, you can use your blood qi to activate it, albeit with a slight delay of 1 to 2 seconds. However, once you cultivate your inner qi, this flaw will vanish entirely. This ring was something he had traded for from the master, and now, having upgraded to a storage soul guide with 64 cubic meters of space, he found it fitting to pass this one on. Tang San attempted to infuse a trace of blood qi into the ring, and soon felt a spacious area exceeding 2 meters in length, width, and height. What a marvel! With this ring, I can carry many concealed weapons. He then discovered a corner of the space filled with a substantial quantity of shimmering soul coins, numbering in the tens of thousands. Are these gold soul coins? Although he had never seen them, he understood the monetary system of this world, having often assisted Tang Hao in purchasing wine over the years. Thus, he was acutely aware of the purchasing power of gold soul coins. Considering Tang Hao earned only a handful of silver soul coins in a good month from his blacksmithing, this amount of money was more than sufficient for the two of them to live comfortably. Tang San felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Teacher, wealth in the literary realm is essential for the martial path. One cannot progress without money, so please cherish this. To Lian, a sum of 10,000 gold soul coins was hardly significant. There was something else he pondered during his time teaching Tang San. He reflected on Tang Hao and uncovered a troubling realization. Even if Yin had passed away and reverted to her original state, and Tang Hao had fallen into despair, he would not neglect Tang San, for he is the embodiment of their love. Yet what kind of life had Tang San led these past years? He had scarcely experienced a full meal in his childhood, shouldered all household chores as he grew, and ultimately took care of Tang Hao. While there are certainly unfeeling parents, they are an exceedingly rare breed. Did Tang Hao possess the ability to provide Tang San with a decent life? Yes, and it could have been done effortlessly. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As the continuation of his and his wife's legacy, while Tang San had not endured physical abuse, the treatment he received was arguably worse than that of an adopted child. The silent cruelty was the most terrifying. When did Tang Hao's attitude shift? It was upon Tang San awakening his twin martial souls, the blue silver grass from Yin and the Haotian hammer from himself. What caused this transformation? Lian speculated that it must be related to Tang San's unusual maturity from a young age. He behaved far beyond what was typical for a child. A child of a few years old exhibiting thoughts and actions akin to an adult would undoubtedly raise questions in anyone's mind. Perhaps it was only when Tang Hao witnessed Tang San's martial soul that he truly recognized him as his son. Lian hesitated briefly before speaking. It pertains to your father. Perhaps knowing this will be beneficial. Tang San's heart jolted. He had long suspected that his father, who drowned his sorrows in alcohol, was a man of many stories. Teacher, please tell me. Your father is an exceptionally powerful soul master. According to this world's hierarchy, he has attained the level of a titled Douluo and, within that esteemed group, is considered one of the most formidable beings. Even I cannot rival him at present. How can this be? Tang San's face was a mask of disbelief, for the image he had of Tang Hao was far removed from that of a top-tier powerhouse. His father was merely an ordinary blacksmith who, after forging, would indulge in drink and sleep, perpetually inebriated. You must prepare yourself mentally, Lian cautioned. Such a level of strength begins to touch upon matters of spirit and soul. You have crossed realms, and if I am correct, your behavior as a child was markedly different from that of your peers, wasn't it? Boom! It was as if a heavy bomb had exploded in his mind. Tang San stood frozen as memories from the past 5 years flooded his consciousness, tears streaming down his face. No, it can't be. This is impossible. The familial love he yearned for turned out to be one-sided, a reality he found unbearable. With that, Lian departed gracefully. Chapter 86, Oakland Academy. Tang San stood atop the hill for a long time, allowing his emotions to settle. He wiped away his tears, his gaze becoming resolute, regardless of the circumstances. In this life, he was granted a second chance at life by his father, and he would forever regard him as such. Descending the hill, Tang San returned home. He climbed onto a small stool to serve 2 bowls of porridge from the pot. Father, it's time to eat. Moments later, Tang Hao emerged from the inner room, a yawn escaping his lips, reeking of alcohol. He picked up a bowl of porridge and then noticed Tang San's reddened eyes, his brow furrowing in concern. What is wrong with you? The harshness of his voice pierced Tang San's heart. In an instant, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. I miss my mother. Crack. The bowl Tang Hao held fell to the ground, shattering and spilling porridge everywhere. Silently, he retreated to the inner room, kneeling on the bed and clutching his hair in anguish. San Mei, the father and son, separated by walls, wept silently. The dilapidated courtyard was enveloped in an air of sorrow, while Lian sped away, his pace swift. He feared that if he lingered, Tang Hao might catch up to him for a more intense conversation about the hammer. In Tiando City, at the Tiando Great Soul Arena's resting area, the dean of Clan College, Casa, appeared despondent. After much effort to qualify, having fought 8 advancement matches, they had only secured victory in the first round, subsequently suffering 7 consecutive defeats. The remaining opponents were formidable, and the thought of further losses weighed heavily on him. Alas, the college's reputation was tarnished. Beside him, the team leader wore a bitter smile. Dean, it's not that the students lacked determination. We exerted our utmost strength in the preliminary rounds while other colleges held back, which is how we managed to qualify. Now, the hidden strengths of those colleges are beginning to reveal themselves, leaving the students with little chance of victory. Cast aside, we have labored for so many years, finally making it to the finals, yet we find ourselves at the bottom. It is likely we will be eliminated in the first round. His own abilities were limited. Although he had participated in elite competitions during his youth, he had been eliminated in the preliminaries. After becoming the dean of Clan College, he had devoted himself to its development, aspiring to cultivate a team capable of reaching the finals and claiming the championship. Yet reality was harsh. How are Luo Qing and Su Kuan faring? Casa inquired. These 2 students were key talents at Clan College, with levels of 40 and 39 respectively. They had sustained significant injuries in a recent advancement match. The team leader hesitated briefly before responding. We've summoned a healing spirit master. They will be fine, but the psychological blow is considerable. They faced Thunder Academy. Had it not been for the exhaustion of their opponent, they would have been overwhelmed entirely, and both Luo Qing and Su Kuan were defeated by the same individual. Casa's expression darkened. Without morale, winning becomes even more unattainable. As the 2 were troubled, a staff member knocked and entered, announcing, Dean Casa, this gentleman is here to see you. With a slight motion, he stepped aside to reveal Lian, then discreetly withdrew. Casa's eyes reflected confusion. You seek me out? Yet I do not know you. Lian responded directly. Clan College is not faring well, is it? If this continues, your representative team will finish last in the advancement rounds, and even if you reach the finals, it is unlikely you will survive the first round. Kasa's demeanor darkened, anger boiling within him. Such words were akin to adding fuel to the fire. Have you come merely to mock us? No, Lian replied. I propose a trade with you, Dean Kasa. A trade? Indeed. One individual cannot compete in the elite competition alone. Thus, I require entry into a college. If all goes as expected, your team will be eliminated in the first round of the finals. However, with my presence, Clan College can claim the championship. Lian seated himself before the two, leisurely pouring a cup of tea for himself. Before Kasa could respond, the team leader could no longer contain himself. Do you comprehend the strength of the representative teams from various colleges? Just you alone, claiming you will lead us to victory? How audacious! As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in astonishment. For at Lian's feet, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, were faintly pulsating. Soul King. The team leader was rendered speechless. After over 50 years of cultivation, he had only attained the rank of Soul King himself. A glimmer of light appeared in Kasa's eyes. What is your name? And do you have any accomplishments? In his memory, no prominent soul master from the fighting arenas seemed to match Lian's standing. I am Alon, a soul master of the flowing sand with a level of 53 in the control system. As for accomplishments, Lian smiled, I have not participated in the fighting tournaments, as the rules of those arenas are designed to protect the less capable. Kasa shook his head. The finals test the overall strength of the team. I cannot simply place you on the roster based on your words. Without sufficient teamwork, it could even lead to a decline in overall strength. Dean Kasa, I believe you misunderstand. All I seek is the qualification to participate in the finals. Lian paused before continuing. Let Clan College's team merely perform on stage. Grant me the qualification to compete, and I shall assist you in securing the championship. A fair exchange. The team leader's face flushed with anger. He, too, had invested considerable effort into the members of the representative team, and seeing Lian belittle them provoked him. Though you may be a Soul King, that does not guarantee you can dominate the competition. As far as I know, the seed teams from the Spirit Hall are comprised of 2 Soul Kings at their core. Moreover, the seed teams from Tiando and Xinglua have members with levels exceeding 40. Our Clan College has only Luo Qing reaching level 40. The disparity in overall strength is vast. What assurance do you provide that we can attain the championship? It is futile to explain further, Lian pondered briefly. How about we wager? Let us find a secluded spot for a duel. If I lose, I will leave immediately. If I win, the manner in which we approach the final shall be determined by me, without your interference, and I will ensure Clan College claims the championship. He aimed to demonstrate that in the face of absolute strength, levels and ranks were mere illusions. The choice thereafter would be theirs. There were other low-ranking colleges, if necessary, and he could simply seek another partner. Kasa and the team leader exchanged glances. While they were skeptical of Lian's capabilities, they considered the possibility, what if he was indeed powerful? This uncertainty was why they had not immediately expelled him. If successful, it would be ideal. If not, they would lose little other than time. Young brother-in-law, please follow me. After leaving the rest area, a staff member led them to another room to convey the situation. Inside were 2 individuals. The elder, tall and with a square face, stood with a straight back, though a faint aura of malice marred his appearance. He was the dean of Songhue Academy, Shang Yun, possessing a cultivation level of 71. He waved the staff member away, his gaze filled with contemplation. Could it be that a fish out of water wishes to turn its fortunes? After a moment of thought, he instructed Teacher Shern Yin, please take a trip if necessary. The 3 individuals possessed formidable strength and moved quickly, arriving at the outskirts of Tiando City within half an hour. Kasa scanned the surroundings and remarked, this place is secluded and flat, perfect for a duel. Young brother, take a moment to rest before competing with Teacher Mo. I will act as the referee. Lian gestured dismissively. No need for such formality. Both of you may come at me together. Kasa and Teacher Mo exchanged bewildered glances. Young brother, surely you jest? Kasa hesitated. My cultivation is at 71. Had it not been for the elite competition, I might have already absorbed my 7th soul ring. Teacher Mo, with a cultivation of 58 and a martial soul adept at speed, was a challenge even for most soul emperors without locking techniques. He had encountered soul kings capable of facing soul emperors, but those individuals also possessed top-tier martial souls and levels exceeding 55. The disparity between the 2 parties was at most 6 or 7 levels. He was different. Although he had not absorbed the 7th spirit ring, he was indeed a formidable spirit saint. coupled with a level 58 agile attack-type Spirit King. Their synergy in combat could easily rival that of a genuine Spirit Saint and could triumph over the vast majority of Spirit Emperors without difficulty. There was no need for further discussion. Lian raised a hand, and flowing sand surged forth. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his body, transforming him into a towering figure of over 2 meters, resembling a sand golem. This golem had barely discernible facial features, its surface adorned with a layer of tightly coiled, scale-like armor made of fine sand, exuding a profound sense of weight in its dark yellow hue. Yet its form was agile, possessing graceful lines akin to a muscular cheetah poised to pounce. This was the venomous mode of Wanhua Lu Sha. "Be careful, both of you," Lian cautioned. In an instant, he flashed to Ka Sa's front, propelled by a surge of energy akin to a knight in heavy armor charging on a steed, transforming his fist into a lance aimed directly at Ka Sa's chest. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Ka Sa's expression turned grave as he raised a hand to grasp. A massive, crimson, unsharpened greatsword, a foot wide and 5 to 6 feet long, materialized in his grasp and was swiftly positioned before him. The clash of fist against sword resonated like a hammer striking a bell, producing a sound powerful enough to shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. In an instant, visible ripples emanated from the point of contact between fist and sword. Such formidable strength, Ka Sa was sent flying by Lian's punch, his arms tingling, and his palms aching, nearly unable to maintain his grip on the sword's hilt. His martial spirit was the Qian heavy sword. Wielding such a heavy weapon as a martial spirit, his strength was undoubtedly considerable, rivaling that of many spirit masters with powerful beast martial spirits. However, in this confrontation, his previous advantages had vanished, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from Li An's unguarded back as teacher Mo seized the moment to strike. He and Ka Sa shared a profound rapport. When Lian attacked, he had already activated his martial spirit and ascended to the heights, leveraging the advantages of a flight-type martial spirit. At that moment, he finally grasped the opportunity. However, the outcome was unexpected. His claws landed solidly on Lian's back, yet it felt as though he had grasped a steel plate. No, not even a steel plate would have left no mark. Yet, the sand armor seemed unscathed. Simultaneously, each strike sent an unusual recoil into his palms, causing his nails to ache and his fingers to throb. Though his first soul skill was merely provided by a 10-year spirit ring, enhanced by speed, it was already comparable to an ordinary 100-year soul skill. Such a potent attack could not harm him. What level of defense did he possess? With no time for astonishment, after landing a hit, teacher Mo retreated, only to find that Lian disregarded him entirely and continued his assault on Ka Sa. The implication was clear. Even if he allowed the attack, it would not breach his defenses. The humiliation was profound. "Let me show you something fierce." Teacher Mo's third soul ring glimmered to life, enveloping him in a feather-like mantle of soul power, and then he dove down to launch a surprise attack on Lian. His speed had nearly doubled. Meanwhile, Ka Sa activated his soul skill, and the Qian heavy sword split into 4, attacking from the 4 directions of front, back, left, and right. Having experienced countless soul battles, he was adept at overwhelming opponents. Once he had the upper hand, a relentless barrage of strikes would ensue, leaving no room for respite until total defeat was achieved. With teacher Mo sealing off Lian's escape route, he had no choice but to endure. "Little brother, concede." "Concede?" A muffled laugh echoed from within the sand armor. "You should be the ones conceding." Teacher Mo moved with astonishing speed, instantly appearing behind Li, and as if no resistance existed in the air. His right hand formed a pointed shape, the illusion of a bird's beak ready to peck at Lian's back. However, he suddenly noticed countless minute spikes emerging on the surface of the sand armor, trembling as if poised to strike. "Not good, retreat." Boom! The sand armor exploded like a bomb, sending countless spikes flying in all directions. At such close range, there was no time to evade. As a fragile, agile attacker, if struck by the multitude of spikes, he would likely be reduced to a sieve. This chapter was not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. It was over. Teacher Mo's mind went blank. When the spikes struck him, they suddenly transformed into mere grains of sand. Although it hurt significantly, no wounds were left behind. Teacher Mo was filled with trepidation, realizing that Li An had shown him mercy. Meanwhile, the sand armor shattered into 4 large pieces, deflecting the 4 heavy swords. Just as Ka Sa was about to make a move, A long spear formed from fine sand was pressed against his throat, mere inches away, the point glistening ominously. This battle had begun swiftly and ended just as quickly, lasting less than a minute. Kassar retracted his martial spirit, a bitter smile on his face. If this had been a real fight, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. We have lost. Although they had not utilized their ultimate techniques, a sense of unwillingness lingered in their hearts. Yet defeat was still defeat. They had not exerted their full strength, and neither had Lian. In truth, from the outset, Lian had been setting a trap for the two of them. First, he enveloped himself in sand armor, then closed the distance, all indicating his formidable strength and astonishing defensive capabilities, excelling in direct confrontations. After mastering the Qian Renxue technique, he could create a simple mental field with a radius of 30 meters around himself, within which his pervasive mental energy served as his eyes and ears. Therefore, he could conceal his entire body within the sand armor. Moreover, within this range, Wanhua Lu Sha could be manipulated with the utmost precision, allowing for brief moments of separation. As the flowing sand returned, the residual soul power fluctuations indicated that a brief yet intense battle had just occurred. Regaining his composure, Kasa adjusted his attire and extended his right hand to Li En, sincerely stating, "Welcome, little brother, to our AO Kulon Academy, albeit temporarily." Chapter 88. So it was you. Lian shook his hand. How much longer until the promotion matches conclude? We just finished the 8th match today. The remaining 6 will likely take about 2 weeks. With 15 teams competing, each team must play 14 matches. Given the intensity of the competition, there is a day of rest after each match. Little brother, in these days, aside from barely winning the first promotion match, we have lost the subsequent 7. Could you assist us in improving our ranking? Teacher Mo rubbed his hands together, feeling helpless. If this continued, AO Kulon Academy was destined to finish at the bottom of the promotion matches, which would affect the academy's reputation and also impact the morale of the team. Countless efforts had been invested in nurturing this team, with each member being a top talent within the academy. Initially filled with confidence to participate in the competition, having just passed the preliminary round and preparing for a vigorous effort, I found myself repeatedly defeated in the advancement matches, nearly being overwhelmed by a single opponent. If we continued to lose, the morale of the team would surely crumble. Should any psychological scars develop, they could adversely affect their future training. Those who are more fragile might even fall into despair. Lian inquired, if we win the next 6 matches, can AO Kulon College secure a position among the top 2? The answer was no, since we could not place in the top 2. There was no point in competing in the finals without a bye. Thus, what significance did my participation hold? After all, the advancement matches merely determined rankings without elimination. Indeed, Kassa nodded thoughtfully, his eyes alight with contemplation. To expose my little brother for just a ranking seemed unworthy. It might be better to continue losing and surprise our opponents in the finals. Teacher Mo sighed. I worry they might not withstand the blow, especially the younger girls. Yesterday, I found Zhuo and Xiao Mo secretly crying. Kassa remained silent for a moment. Failure brings both pressure and motivation. If they cannot endure this minor setback, they are ill-suited for the world of soul masters. They might as well remain in the academy and become teachers. Teacher Mo nodded, falling silent. Kassa then turned to Li and little brother. The wager has concluded. Let us return. However, Lian replied, I have matters to attend to. Let us reconvene in half a month in Wuhan City. In truth, he found no interest in watching novices squabble, regardless of their soul skills. He could simply overpower them when the time came. In the face of absolute strength, strategies and opponent information were rendered useless. With this time, wouldn't it be more delightful to return to Wuhan Hall and accompany the little fox? Kassa pondered for a moment. That works as well. If you accompany us, the other academies will surely take notice. So, it is better to meet again in half a month. With that, he bowed to Lian. I entrust the finals to you, little brother. No need for such formality. We each have our needs. Director Kassa, Teacher Mo, see you in half a month. As Lian departed, Teacher Mo sighed deeply. If only this little brother were a student of our academy. Stop dreaming. Return and carefully plan how to approach the finals. Additionally, keep an eye on the children. At least reveal a bit to ease their pressure and prevent any chaos. Shortly after the two left, a tall, elderly man in his 60s, with graying hair, appeared at the location of the earlier confrontation. This man was Shernyan. He had arrived slightly late, missing the confrontation, and, as Kassa was stronger than him, he had not overheard their conversation. However, he was certain of one thing. Lian was highly likely a genius. There were remnants of 3 distinct soul power fluctuations, and with surrounding signs, he could make a judgment. If he could prompt 2 old fellows to act. His cultivation must not be weak. Perhaps he was the secret weapon specially nurtured by A.O. Kulon College. How delightful! His greatest pleasure was to torment geniuses. Witnessing those adored prodigies kneeling at his feet, weeping and pleading, filled him with profound satisfaction. They have separated. It truly is a divine favor. Qian smirked, excitement flickering in his eyes. He could hardly contain himself. If those 2 old fellows were present, I would truly have no means to deal with you. Soon, I shall pry open your mouth and discover what schemes those 2 are plotting. He then pursued the direction in which Li and had departed. The distance between Tiando City and Wuhan City was not far, but certainly not close. Under normal circumstances, the journey would take about half a month. With Lian traveling alone and unencumbered, he naturally consumed much less time on the road. Moreover, Soto City lay conveniently along the route, and he intended to return for a visit, as the future generation of the 7 monsters would gather at Shrek, which was crucial to his plans. Shrek Wuhan Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. These 3 locations would eventually form the foundation of his ambitions. Shrek was a place of hidden dragons. Although the largest dragon had already been intercepted by him, there were still several capable of inheriting secondary divine positions that could not be overlooked. Wuhan Hall possessed unparalleled depth across the continent, with branches established in cities throughout the 2 empires and various kingdoms and principalities, the importance of which goes without saying. The narrative is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. Among the 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Haoyan Sect were established through bloodlines, making it uncertain whether outsiders could join, let alone seize power. In contrast, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was different. Due to the unique nature of its martial souls, it was arguably the easiest for Lian to manage. The Xianwu Sect would thrive, drawing nourishment from these 3 places and rapidly expanding. After traveling for a while, Lian glanced at the sun. It was nearly noon when he parted ways with Casa. Not feeling rushed, he chose a flat, shaded area and prepared for an outdoor barbecue, retrieving a grill, charcoal, skewered meat, and various seasonings. Upon igniting the charcoal and placing the skewers on the grill, Lian sensed an anomaly. A subtle mental force entwined around him. The surrounding environment seemed to shift slightly, appearing both altered and unchanged, creating an uncanny feeling. Suddenly, Lian felt a wave of disorientation. When he looked up, he found himself surrounded by white walls, with metal stands nearby holding 4 bags. He was clad in a striped hospital gown, lying on a bed, while 2 individuals in white coats discussed his condition. There were repeated hemorrhages beneath the skin, in muscles and joints, along with renal bleeding, gastrointestinal bleeding, and intra-abdominal bleeding. His condition was quite severe. What on earth? Had I not already crossed over? Lian was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he soon realized that everything in this hospital room, including the 2 doctors, appeared somewhat illusory, as if even the simplest motion of shaking his head resulted in distortion and lag, reminiscent of subpar virtual reality. An illusion? The skill level is rather lacking. The flaws are abundant. Though it obscured the 5 senses, it failed to deceive the body's primal instincts, and his internal energy continued to circulate normally. Yet, this scenario felt somewhat familiar. Recalling the original narrative, he quickly remembered this segment. Shernyan, it turns out to be you. Chapter 89, The Jade Formula and the Black Heavenly Book. A heart as clear as ice, unfazed by the collapse of heaven. Lian silently activated the Ice Heart technique, simultaneously communicating with the black flame through his mental energy, channeling it into his eyes. The surrounding scenery instantly distorted. Then he beheld a tall, elderly man in his 60s standing not far away. The elder's hair was gray, his facial muscles twitching, his eyes sparkling with a hue of excitement, and he was gesticulating wildly, muttering frantically. Weep, tremble, annihilate, suffer torment in your lingering dreams, then painfully depart from this world. This is my greatest gift to you. Genius. What of genius? My greatest delight lies in gradually driving you brilliant minds to madness, ultimately crushing you like a mere insect. As he spoke, Shinian suddenly realized that Lian was gazing at him, his eyes clear and unclouded, showing no signs of having fallen under an illusion. A question mark emerged in his mind. Has he seen through my illusion? Impossible. Even a soul sage requires some time to escape, once ensnared in a dream. Given this lad's age, his cultivation could barely exceed level 50. How could he possibly discern my illusion? His residual dream martial soul is quite peculiar. In terms of tangible offensive power, it is rather lacking, even inferior to that of a great soul master. Its true terror lies in its ability to conjure various illusions, forcing its opponent to confront their deepest fears, driving them into madness within the dream until death claims them. This bizarre martial soul is exceedingly troublesome. Even soul masters of higher cultivation are reluctant to confront him, as one misstep could lead to their own undoing. Since becoming a soul master, Qian has lost count of how many opponents he has driven mad or to their demise. He possesses ample confidence in his martial soul. As he approached Lian, he then noticed that Li An's eyes reflected his own image. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was too late. His legs suddenly tightened, and the condensed sand coiled around him like a giant serpent, engulfing his body within mere breaths, leaving only his head exposed. "Wait, I'm a teacher from Tsanghue Academy." Lian delivered a sharp slap to his head. Shunyan's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Just in time for a test subject, this old fellow arrived rather conveniently. Lian utilized the acupoint sealing technique to block a total of 86 acupoints on Shunyan's body, ensuring that his vital energy flowed sluggishly. His soul power was obstructed, and his mind became muddled, leaving him in a complete state of unconsciousness. The Qian Shu and the Zhongyu Ju, whether they could be harmoniously combined, rests on the outcome of this endeavor. The Qian Shu originates from the He Tian Mo Palace of the Demon Sect. Practicing the Qian Shu requires a master and a servant. The practitioner acts as the Jianu, who must find someone, the Jiezhu, to open up the 3 yuan and 28 constellations, summoning a total of 31 hidden meridians. Once perfected, this practice will create Jie Hai at random locations within the body, enhancing the functionality of those areas and granting supernatural abilities. Moreover, even without regular practice, the Jieli within the body will operate autonomously, like celestial bodies, leading to a rapid increase in cultivation. The Qian Shu allows one to undergo a transformation into a master within a short time, but this comes at a price. Practitioners are bound by the 4 laws of the Jie, and the Jianu can never betray their Jiezhu, risking calamity for 3 generations. Although this method is vile, it is ideal for controlling subordinates and mass-producing masters. The Zhongyu Ju, on the other hand, is a top-tier furnace technique created by a formidable figure of the demonic path, based on the principles of cultivating demons through the Tao heart. Practicing this technique requires the fusion of mental strength with inner energy, severing a portion of one's cultivation to nurture it into a seed. After selecting a suitable furnace, the seed is implanted into the furnace's dantian, and through secret methods, it is encouraged to take root and sprout. If the furnace possesses cultivation, the seed will absorb its power, growing ever larger, ultimately becoming the foundation of the furnace. If the furnace lacks cultivation, the seed can help the furnace swiftly advance beyond the refining essence stage into the inner energy realm. As the seed grows, it will reshape the furnace into the form of its master. Under subtle influences, the furnace may even willingly sacrifice itself for the master. Ultimately, the seed will yield sweet fruit for the master to enjoy, while the furnace remains under the master's control. A mere glance can incite a surge of inner energy, causing the meridians to go awry, rendering it incapable of resistance. Practicing the Qian Shu is subject to the constraints of reciprocity. The Jianu will face the Qian tribulation periodically. If the Qian Shu is combined with the Zhongyu Ju, then the inner energy will perpetually reside within the Jianu, balancing the inner energy and Jieli, thereby eliminating the need for frequent replenishment of inner energy to alleviate the Qian tribulation. Moreover, it will allow the furnace to grow rapidly, enabling the timely harvest of its fruits. Most crucially, the Jianu may potentially cultivate new Jianu using my inner energy, ensuring that the new Jianu's Jiezhu remains me, thus simplifying the process of nurturing a second furnace. After a moment of contemplation, Lian began to open the hidden meridians for Qian. With each acupoint he unblocked, Qian's body would tremble, and after he had opened 2 hidden meridians, Qian groggily awakened. Bang! Lian delivered a slap that knocked him unconscious again. Once a certain acupoint on the hidden meridian is unblocked, it resembles an endless abyss, consuming vital energy and soul power, leading to an unbearable sensation of emptiness and itchiness. This was the reason Qian awakened. At this moment, Lian should have infused a small amount of inner energy into the acupoint to alleviate the symptoms. However, due to his limited cultivation, Excessive expenditure of inner energy would hinder his ability to continue unblocking the hidden meridians. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this physical remedy. Subsequently, Xinian awakened 4 or 5 more times. Eventually, the 3 yuan and 28 constellations, totaling 31 hidden meridians, were entirely unblocked. The success of this endeavor hinged on the next step. Lian clutched below his navel, and an illusory, colorless seed appeared in his hand. The moment he removed the seed from his dantian, Li An's complexion paled, and his aura significantly diminished. This seed contained 1/5 of his cultivation. Over the past 6 months, a considerable portion of the elixir essence he absorbed had been devoted to nurturing this seed. Exposed to the air, the seed began to show signs of disintegration, and Lian dared not delay, swiftly pressing it into Xinian's dantian. He then activated the secret method. The seed absorbed soul power, gradually forming a vortex, and the rate of decline in Xinian's cultivation began to increase. 64, 63, 62. As the seed grew, it drew a portion of soul power into the flesh, causing Xinian's vital energy to surge, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it began to operate autonomously. Flesh entry, minor success, major success. Crack. Xinian's cultivation plummeted to level 59. A black soul ring quietly emerged, yet before it could vanish, Lian captured it. An hour passed, then 2, until the sun dipped low in the west. Through Li An's diligent efforts, he finally assisted Xinian in transforming soul power into inner energy. At that moment, Xinian, within a mere few hours, had successively transcended 4 significant realms: flesh, tendons, organs, and marrow, successfully entering the inner energy realm. He became the 2nd practitioner of the Qi cultivation realm on the Douluo continent, and he had also opened 6 meridians. In terms of cultivation, he slightly surpassed Lian. The next task was to help him refine the hidden acupoints in succession, truly mastering the Qian Renxue. Chapter 90, Submission. A faint hum escaped Xinian's lips as he slowly regained consciousness. He then discovered that his soul power had vanished, replaced by a strange new energy. Most critically, he could no longer sense the presence of his soul ring. For a soul master, the soul ring represents their cultivation, and its significance cannot be overstated. And now, it seemed as if his soul ring had disappeared. Shock, fear, and a tinge of anger surged within him as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lian. What have you done to me? Where's my soul ring? Where has my soul ring gone? The instinctive communication of the martial soul activated the soul power within him. However, the next moment, he discovered that a strange energy flowed through his body, seemingly replacing his soul power. A long-lost sense of strength filled him entirely. Yet, at this moment, his heart felt a sense of collapse. He had initially thought this was a remarkably simple task, merely requiring a brief visit. Unexpectedly, the renowned Saming martial soul had been shattered, and the adversary was of the very type he had most enjoyed tormenting in the past. This evoked a terrifying sense of retribution within him. Moreover, the familiar essence within him had vanished, transformed into something utterly alien. This feeling was akin to awakening to find oneself on an operating table, with a doctor wielding bloodied instruments, smiling and saying, "Sir, the surgery was a success. From today onward, you shall be called Mississippi." Xinian felt a dull ache in his head, his thoughts entangled like a chaotic web, leaving him in a state of panic. Lian, disinterested in further discussion, raised his hand and pressed on a hidden meridian point on him. Channel the energy within you and refine these acupoints in the sequence. The muscles on Xinian's face twitched, his eyes flashing with ferocity, but it quickly extinguished. He lowered his eyelids and remained silent for a moment before beginning to refine the acupoints as instructed by Lian. Until he fully understood what the other party had done to him, he dared not resist. This was Xinian's first encounter with inner energy. Initially, he stumbled in his efforts, but with prior experience in channeling soul power, he soon became adept. Even while refining the acupoints, he could allocate a portion of his focus to perceive the changes occurring within his body. This energy was astonishing, gathering and dispersing at will, flowing even more smoothly than soul power. Perhaps it was indeed a transformation of soul power. Could it be reverted? Upon a slight attempt, he discovered that inner energy could indeed be transformed back into soul power, filling him with ecstasy. The inner energy currently coursing through him originated from Yuzhong, which was a fusion of Li An's mental energy and inner energy, inherently possessing certain characteristics of Huan Yuan Wuxiang. allowing for the transformation back into soul power, albeit limited. My cultivation seems significantly weakened, appearing to be only at the 50-something level. Yet why do I still retain such a substantial amount of cultivation? Furthermore, my physical attributes far exceed those of the past. From whence does this transformation arise? The more Qian understood, the more alarmed he became. The changes manifesting within him exceeded his wildest imaginations, rendering him increasingly cautious. An inexplicable fear of Li arose within him, stemming from mystery and the unknown. However, having navigated the Soul Master realm for so many years, and with his penchant for tormenting opponents, he had unknowingly accumulated countless enemies. Despite enduring numerous retaliations, he had managed to survive and even become a teacher at Songhui Academy. This was not solely due to his formidable strength, but also his cunning and patience. As long as he was alive, there remained the opportunity to comprehend the changes occurring within him fully. Lian had no interest in what he was contemplating. Even if he were aware, it would matter not. The He Tianxue and Zhong Yujue were each more domineering than the other. Once mastered, becoming a vessel for Yu Zhong would lead him to revere himself as one would a divine being. As for escaping control, the martial path and soul master path are fundamentally distinct, not to mention a mere Qian. Even a titled Douluo would have to obediently serve as a slave and vessel. Observing that Qian had mastered the technique for refining acupoints and was swiftly getting into the rhythm of practicing the He Tianxue, with his aura stabilizing and rapidly strengthening, showing no signs of conflict with the Zhong Yujue, Lian let out a slight sigh of relief. So far, it appeared that the He Tianxue and Zhong Yujue could indeed complement one another, a splendid beginning. The He Tianxue refined hidden meridians, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to transform it into calamity force, while Yu Zhong utilized this calamity force as sustenance, generating inner energy that resided within the meridians and dantian, simultaneously forming a balance that suppressed the outbreak of the black calamity. Thus, it was as if a switch had been installed within him. With a mere thought, he could activate the black calamity at any moment, but it would remain dormant in the meantime. It was nothing short of perfection. To apply two arcane techniques within a single individual was a bold experiment, and unexpectedly, they resonated harmoniously. After observing for a moment longer, Li felt momentarily reassured. He then retrieved a bottle of Ning Yuan Dan, swallowing it to slowly refine and restore his own cultivation. Having assisted Qian in unblocking hidden meridians and implanting Yu Zhong, his own inner energy had been nearly depleted. But fortunately, he was not lacking in medicinal pills, making recovery quite effortless. After a night had passed, across the 3 planes and 28 constellations, comprising 31 hidden meridians, Qian had completed training on 30 of them. The final hidden meridian was also gradually refined as the acupoints were unlocked, moving toward completion. The mastery of the He Tianxue was imminent. Lian's gaze fixated on Qian, pondering the location of this old fellow's calamity sea. Once the He Tianxue was perfected, a calamity sea would manifest randomly in the body, enhancing the function of that area and subsequently forming a unique divine ability. Divine abilities were categorized into 4 bodily and 5 spiritual types. The 4 bodily types excel in physical strength, while the profundity of the 5 spiritual types lies in the will. As for the so-called non-physical and non-spiritual, both physical and spiritual, wielding immense power, Qian was still unworthy of such. Finally, as he completed the last acupoint refinement, the calamity force surged through his entire being, gradually coalescing in his eyes. It was indeed his eyes. After all, this old fellow's martial soul was Sanmeng, a rare spiritual type martial soul, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. It was entirely reasonable for the calamity sea to manifest in his eyes, though whether it was the Taishu eye or the sword within the eye remained uncertain. As the calamity force converged, Yu Zhong also stirred, its rotating vortex resembling a gaping abyss, continuously devouring the scattered calamity force. In a rhythmic contraction and expansion, it expelled a vast amount of inner energy. Within Qian, he had already unblocked more than half of the 7th meridian, and another acupoint was breached. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd. After the calamity sea was birthed, Qian did not cease. His body resembled a funnel, as the essence of heaven and earth continuously converged upon him, absorbed through the hidden meridians and transformed into calamity force, which was then consumed by Yu Zhong. It wasn't until he completely breached the 12th primary meridian, stepping into the realm of minor accomplishment in inner energy that he gradually came to a halt. Now that he had awakened, there was no need for further pretense. With those words, Shunyin opened his eyes, fixating on Lian, his gaze flickering as if weighing something. Lian understood his thoughts. It was nothing more than the enhancement of strength, creating the illusion of being able to resist. He then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Shunyin felt the Yu Zhong in his Dantian leap, and the inner energy dispersed through his meridians rolled back. Entirely out of his control, this was merely the beginning. Without the suppression of inner energy, the vast amount of heaven and earth essence he had absorbed triggered the principle of reciprocity, causing the black calamity to erupt directly. Instantly, he was engulfed in an unbearable itching and emptiness, a torment beyond description, and the sensation intensified. Shunyin curled up on the ground, wailing incessantly. Lian observed from the side, and just as Shunyin was about to reach his limit, he focused his thoughts, and Yu Zhong expelled inner energy. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction engulfed Shunyin, as if he were floating in a celestial realm, his body and mind intoxicated, as though the previous agony had been but an illusion. At this moment, the malevolent snap was once again set in motion, having been tossed about repeatedly for over 10 times. Shunyin lay on the ground, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, his garments disheveled, and every muscle in his body twitching intermittently, presenting a visage of utter devastation. It would serve him well to receive a severe blow, severing some of his trivial thoughts, thus reducing future troubles. To be a dog, one must embrace the mindset of a dog. Lian approached, placing a finger upon Shunyin's brow. The latter not only refrained from resisting, but instead displayed an expression of relief, believing that Li intended to end his life. He then felt an overwhelming influx of information forcefully imprinted upon his mind. Alongside a series of martial arts techniques, he encountered a method for cultivating a jade seed and a tome known as the Black Heavenly Book. The former posed no apparent issues, merely involving the manipulation of internal energy within the body, unblocking specific meridians, while simultaneously fostering concentration to enhance the jade seed and elevate his cultivation. The latter, however, was extraordinarily enigmatic. The Black Heavenly Book comprised 3 volumes. The first served as a general outline, expounding on the principles of existence and non-existence. The second delved into the essence, elucidating the cultivation of calamity force, and the third addressed the application of calamity force. After comparing the descriptions of these techniques with his own condition, he concluded that he had been transformed into a calamity slave. Fear, anger, and powerlessness ultimately morphed into numbness and resignation. It was better to live a wretched life than to succumb to death. He was not a person of great fortitude, contemplating that perhaps a solution could be found in the future. At that time, he might even turn the tables. What if, moreover, as waves of warmth coursed through his limbs, an immense sense of satisfaction and joy enveloped him, akin to ascending to a celestial realm, which was indeed intoxicating. After completing his self-exploration, Shunyin rose, dutifully bowing to Lian. Old servant Shunyin, pays respects to my master. No need for such formality, just call me young master. A flicker of joy spread within Shunyin's heart. Addressing him as young master felt far more intimate than master. Yes, young master. Lian was quite pleased with his attitude, nodding in affirmation. Rise, I have a task for you. Please command, young master. You must be acquainted with the Black Heavenly Book. Upon your return, discreetly develop a few calamity slaves. The quantity should be limited, focusing on quality and concealment, ensuring that others remain unaware. Young master, I am a teacher at Songhue Academy, where hundreds of instructors and over 3,000 students reside. Developing calamity slaves is certainly not an issue. Furthermore, the Academy's head, Shang Yun, is a soul saint of rank 71, making him highly suitable for becoming a calamity slave. Shunyin thought to himself that if it were not for this old scoundrel, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. How you develop them is your responsibility. I shall not interfere. Lian produced a metallic mirror and handed it to him. This is a subsidiary mirror of the 1,000-mile mirror. To contact me in the future, simply channel your internal energy and write upon its surface. The 1,000-mile mirror consists of a primary and a subsidiary mirror, a pair of soul-guiding devices gifted to him by an elder of the Martial Soul Hall, perfectly suited for singular long-distance communication. What calamity force do you possess? Xinyan Zibli Honstili Dai Suzan Voyai. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exhilarating. Indeed, Tai Su Yin possesses the ability to confound wisdom and can also manifest illusions, which will effectively mask your peculiarities. However, do not become overly reliant on it. The other martial arts I imparted to you, if cultivated well, will also wield considerable power. Apart from the subsidiary volumes of the Black Heavenly Book and the Jade Cultivation Technique, all that Lian transmitted were martial arts, not methods. The methods are fundamental. Yes. Xinian hesitated momentarily, then spoke. Young master, after awakening the Tai Su Yin, my fragmented dream martial soul seems to have undergone a certain transformation, as if it can once again absorb soul rings. Initially, he had intended to keep this to himself. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he concealed it now and it were later discovered, the repercussions would be dire. The memory of that unbearable suffering sent shivers down his spine. He had no desire to experience it a second time. Oh, is that so? Lian raised an eyebrow. He recalled that within the Soul Master system, once a realm is diminished causing a soul ring to vanish, or if one voluntarily relinquishes a soul ring, it can never be restored. The explosion technique of Qian Sect merely detonates the power within the soul ring, not genuinely obliterating it. Could it be the effect of the Black Heavenly Book and the Jade Cultivation Technique? Absorbing soul rings essentially merges the soul skill circuit with the martial soul, transforming it into an integral part of the martial soul. Thus, when the soul ring disappears, the position within the martial soul that harbored this soul skill circuit is also damaged. Xinian's cultivation regressed, and the soul ring vanished. However, soon after, internal energy replaced the essence of soul power. Moreover, with the Calamity Sea being opened, enhancing his eyes and significantly bolstering his mental prowess, it is highly probable that he inadvertently preserved the position within his martial soul that contained the soul power circuit. After all, the martial soul is closely linked to the spirit and soul of the soul master. With this in mind, Lian addressed Xinian. Your current martial arts realm is hastily attained. Upon your return, solidify your foundation. You may even attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at that time. Upon hearing this, Xinian was taken aback, though gratitude surfaced on his aged visage. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. His disclosure regarding the changes in his martial soul was, in fact, tinged with a hint of probing curiosity. However, Lian's current demeanor left him feeling increasingly uncertain. Little did he know that his dantian had already been entirely occupied by the jade seed, and no matter how he struggled, he was merely nourishing that seed. After imparting further instructions, Lian allowed him to depart. Now, the seed had been sown, and he awaited the day it would take root and bear fruit. Xinian returned to the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Upon reaching the resting area, a student stationed at the entrance approached him. Teacher Xinian, you have finally returned. The headmaster is waiting for you in the room. Xinian nodded and casually inquired, how did our Tsanghue perform in today's matches? The student puffed out his chest. Today we faced off against the Oakland Academy, and the opponent had only one soul sect. After entering the arena, we triumphed with ease in less than 20 minutes. He failed to notice that as he mentioned Oakland, veins bulged on Xinian's forehead, and he clenched his fists. Damn it, it was because of that Oakland Academy. Xinian wearily waved his hand. All right, you may go rest. I can manage my visit to the headmaster. Chapter 91. The Spread of Darkness, Part 1, Headmaster. Xinian offered a slight bow to Shangyan. Teacher Xinian has returned. How'd it go? Shangyan was all smiles, his spirits buoyed by Tsanghue Academy's resounding victory in the advancement matches. On the way back, Xinian had already formulated his explanation. The headmaster had surmised correctly. That individual was indeed a hidden ace from Oakland Academy. Outside Tiando City, Casa and M.O. Lee, those two old fellows, had tested him. Based on the residual soul power fluctuations, that person was likely a soul king. Regrettably, by the time I arrived, he had already departed. Departed? Shangyan set down his teacup, fixing his gaze upon Xinian, eager for an explanation. Xinian nodded. I followed the traces left by that individual, but was unable to catch up. Shangyan furrowed his brow deeply. At this point, Tsanghue Academy had yet to develop the unique tactic of a 7-in-1, rendering a soul king a formidable challenge. After all, the maximum age of the 5th soul ring is 12,000 years. A 10,000-year soul skill is not to be compared with a 1,000-year soul skill. Among the 15 teams competing in the promotion matches, none possesses the caliber of a soul king. A single soul king, if utilized effectively, can prove to be more formidable than 2 soul zones. The promotion matches have continued without exposing this fact, and those two old fellows from Oakland Academy truly have a knack for concealment. Shang Yin stood up, pacing back and forth, contemplating whether to divulge this information. There are pros and cons to such an action. The advantage lies in other academies being prepared, allowing them to formulate targeted strategies during the finals to eliminate Oakland Academy early on. However, the downside is the absence of a shared burden, resulting in increased pressure. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Yun decided to keep it secret. Knowledge retained solely by oneself provides an informational advantage. Furthermore, his own representative team is not lacking in overall strength. With adequate preparation, they should not suffer greatly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Shang Yun returned to the sofa. Gumin. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a young man in a moon-white soul master robe, appearing to be in his early 20s. Embroidered on the azure, circular insignia on his shoulder were the characters for Tsanghue. Director, Teacher Xinian. Our opponents for the arena match the day after tomorrow have emerged. Oh, which academy? A pained expression crossed the young man's face. It is the Thunder Academy. The representative team from Thunder Academy comprises 4 Soul Zones and 3 high-level Soul Zones, with substitutes also being Soul Zones. Their overall strength is exceptionally formidable, and coupled with the fact that all team members possess lightning attributes, they represent one of the most challenging adversaries in the arena. Since the start of the promotion matches, the Thunder Academy representative team has fought 9 matches, winning 8 and losing 1, with only Xiangjia Academy managing a narrow victory. Given the current circumstances, the Thunder Academy representative team is the most likely candidate to secure first place in the promotion matches. Thunder Academy. Shang Yin closed his eyes, feeling a sense of hopelessness regarding his team's performance the day after tomorrow. The overall strength of Tsanghue Academy's representative team ranks in the upper middle tier among the 15 teams. In facing Thunder Academy, the probability of victory is less than 20%. At this moment, Xinian glanced sideways and waved his hand, signaling the student to exit. Director, I do have a method that could significantly enhance the team's strength within 2 days. Perhaps we could defeat Thunder Academy the day after tomorrow. Shang Yin opened his eyes. What method? By employing a secret technique to unlock certain special acupoints on the students' bodies using soul power, and then allowing the students to successively refine these acupoints. We can enable them to store a portion of soul power within, effectively elevating their cultivation level, while also granting them some unique abilities, Xinian explained. He had a deep understanding of Shang Yun and was aware that once it was proven that the Black Sky book could drastically enhance cultivation and strength in a short period, Shang Yun would likely be unable to resist the temptation to practice it. At that point, converting him into a slave would become a natural progression. Furthermore, Xinian harbored ulterior motives, believing that the more slaves he possessed, the more Lian would rely on him. This would act as a safeguard, ensuring he would not be discarded upon losing value. Additionally, he speculated that by transforming internal energy into soul power, the slaves created from soul power would not truly belong to Lian, the master of the calamity, and he might even have the opportunity to turn the tables in the future. Unfortunately, Lian held a higher rank than him and had anticipated his plan. Shang Yin pondered for a moment before asking, "Why did you not mention this before the promotion matches began?" This method has a drawback. Xinian had prepared his response, because it requires external force to unlock the acupoints before refinement can occur. Consequently, the external soul power remains within the soul master's body, leading to a conflict between the 2 types of soul power over time. At this juncture, it would require compatible external soul power to suppress the conflict, which is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. This situation would likely persist indefinitely. Xinian discreetly omitted 3 of the 4 laws regarding the Black Sky book and slightly altered the principle of reciprocity, making it difficult to detect any flaws. Are you confident? Shang Yin considered for a moment and decided to give it a try. If Xinian's claims prove true, they might have a chance at the championship. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the subsequent exciting content. This time, the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent is offering 3 soul bones as rewards. As for the drawbacks, they pale in comparison to the allure of the soul bones. Xinian nodded slowly. Director, please rest assured, there will absolutely be no issues. Moments later, a young girl entered the room, filled with trepidation. Director, Teacher Xinian. Her name is Pei Qi, a level 35 soul master, and a member of the substitutes. Fearing the failure of the secret technique and its potential impact on the team's strength, Shang Yun selected her as the test subject. Peiqi hesitated to refuse, but dared not express it outwardly. I have explained all the necessary precautions to you. Are you prepared? Xinyan inquired. Peiqi took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I am ready. Please proceed, Teacher Xinyan. Xinyan began to unlock her hidden veins. An hour later, all 31 hidden veins were successfully opened, causing Peiqi to experience an overwhelming sensation of emptiness and itchiness, making her tremble all over. I can't take it anymore. Teacher Xinyan. I feel terrible. Xinyan casually injected a small amount of internal energy into her. The pain vanished, replaced by an immense sense of satisfaction. Peiqi's eyes rolled back. Her flushed face turned dazed, as if she were soaring in a realm beyond. Observing from the side, Shang Yun cleared his throat. Teacher Xinyan. This secret technique seems somewhat off. Xinyan's lips twitched. No one understood this sensation better than he did. He patted Peiqi's head. Do not delay. Follow the sequence in which I opened your acupoints to complete the refinement. Peiqi let out a soft moan, rubbing her smooth and slender legs against each other. Then she sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the hidden veins, with Xinyan and Shang Yun standing guard nearby. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Around 8 or 9 o'clock. Suddenly, Xinyan's expression changed as he activated the Tai Su Eye, witnessing the essence of the world coalescing into a vortex, continuously pouring into Peiqi. Within her body, calamity power surged, converging at her feet to form a sea of calamity. Is this the boundless feat? Chapter 92. The Black Sky Spreads. Part 2. Peiqi's martial soul is the spirit deer, an agility-type soul, known for its incredible speed. Therefore, the ability she acquired is related to this, allowing her to traverse like the wind and leave no trace upon the water, boundless feet. In contrast, my martial soul, the dream of remnants, is of the mental type, granting me the ability known as the Tai Su Eye, capable of disrupting the minds of others. It appears that the emergence of the Calamity Sea is linked to the martial soul, potentially enhancing certain advantages. This is akin to a second awakening of the martial soul. How terrifying is the Black Sky Book? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Xinyan's eyes. How do you feel? As soon as Peiqi opened her eyes, Shang Yun eagerly inquired. Unprecedentedly well. It feels as though my entire being is brimming with power. In the previous discourse by Xinyan, it was mentioned that within the hidden veins lies a peculiar energy, capable of being transformed into soul power with but a mere thought. If entirely converted into soul power, it could potentially augment one's strength by approximately 50%. This energy is also rapidly accumulating. It is anticipated that within a few days, my inner soul power may double. After speaking, Peiqi cast a furtive glance at Xinyan, feeling a slight flush on her face. She vividly recalled the earlier incident, where her performance was utterly embarrassing and deeply shameful. However, the sensation was undeniably pleasurable. Upon hearing this, Shang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should there be an ample supply of soul power, and if the opponent's strength does not reach a level of outright domination, then simply prolonging the confrontation could lead to the adversary's downfall. The disparity between a rank 41 and a rank 49 lies solely in those 8 levels of cultivation. On the arena, this presents a significant advantage. Shang Yun then seemed to have an epiphany and promptly inquired, "Your cultivation is at level 35. Can this energy be utilized to enhance your cultivation?" Peiqi shook her head. No, it can only be harnessed for replenishment after the soul power has been expended. What a pity, Shang Yun mused, yet he did not feel disheartened. If that were the case, Xinyan would not have come to Tsanhui Academy to teach. At that moment, Xinyan interjected, there should be other transformations. After refining these hidden vein points, one will also acquire a unique ability. Indeed, Peiqi nodded, then exerted force with her legs and effortlessly traversed to the opposite side of the room. In the blink of an eye, she covered a distance of 7 or 8 meters, her composure unwavering. Shang Yun noted that she had not utilized any soul power, meaning she had not employed any soul skills, yet had achieved the effect of using them purely through her physicality. What would transpire if both were combined? Shang Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He then slapped the table, rose, and began pacing rapidly. Xinyan, I hereby officially appoint you as the Vice President of Tsanhui Academy. Before the arena match the day after tomorrow, all team members must undergo the secret technique. I intend to surprise the representatives of Tang Academy. He was resolute in his pursuit of victory in this grand tournament. Xinian stood and bowed slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, principal." That night, Sanhui Academy became abuzz with activity, as the 7 official team members and 5 substitutes were all transformed into formidable allies. The following day, at the Tiando Great Fighting Soul Arena, the tournament had been ongoing for over 2 months, with the enthusiasm of the 80,000 spectators unabated. In fact, it had escalated even further. Each time a representative team ascended the arena, their supporters erupted in fervent cheers, stirring the hearts of all present. The host, soaring above with wings, amplified his voice through a soul-guiding device, reaching every corner of the audience. One particular battle team, having secured 8 victories and only 1 defeat, currently held the top ranking. Now, please welcome the representatives of Leitang Academy. Amidst the roaring applause, the competitors from Leitang Academy stepped onto the stage. Subsequently, the host provided another introduction. The representatives of Sanhui Academy, donned in moon-white soul master robes, also ascended the arena. However, the cheers from the crowd were considerably muted, appearing rather desolate in comparison to the acclaim for Leitang Academy. The initial combatants from both teams were not the most powerful members. Huang Hui from Sanhui Academy, with a cultivation level of 38 and a martial soul of black armored rhino, was relatively average among the participating soul masters. In contrast, Lei Yuan from Leitang Academy boasted a higher cultivation level of 39 and possessed the Thunder Leopard as his martial soul. Despite being an agility-type combatant, his formidable lightning attributes rendered him no less potent than some of his stronger counterparts. 3 minutes, and I will finish you, Lei Yuan declared confidently. His speed and attack power were perfectly tailored to counter Huang Hui's more robust, yet slower physique. Huang Hui, undeterred, responded, "Shall we wager? If you defeat me in 3 minutes, I shall kneel and call you father. But if you cannot," before he could finish, Lei Yuan interjected, "then I shall kneel and call you father." Their eyes locked, each brimming with competitive spirit. The airborne host wasted no time and promptly announced the commencement of the match. Lei Yuan took the initiative as his first soul ring shimmered. With hands clasped, he summoned crackling lightning, which erupted into an intensely bright azure luminescence. Seizing the moment when Huang Hui squinted against the glare, he split his hands apart, unleashing his first soul skill, Thunder Shot Arc. 2 arcs of electricity surged towards Huang Hui from either side, forming a pincer movement. In response, Huang Hui activated his 3rd soul ring, enveloping himself in the shadowy silhouette of a rhinoceros and charging at Lei Yuan like an enraged beast. Yet, Lei Yuan remained unfazed, revealing a knowing expression. He executed a counter move as the left arc of lightning veered back, arcing in a near semicircle to strike Huang Hui from behind. The right arc followed suit, landing just as Huang Hui succumbed to a state of paralysis. A tremendous cheer erupted from the audience. In the front row of the VIP section, a figure clad in a golden red robe and adorned with a jeweled crown, the snowy Night Emperor, wore an approving expression, controlling and adjusting the trajectory of a soul skill. This young talent from Leitang Academy demonstrates remarkable mastery, skills that many rank 50 or 60 soul masters might not possess. If nothing unforeseen occurs, victory should belong to Leitang Academy. Sitting beside him, Ning Fengji nodded slightly. The technique of the 7-treasure glazed tile school was birthed from similar principles, and he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. The approval from both dignitaries undoubtedly captivated a vast audience. Cheers continued to resonate from the crowd. Even during his rest the previous day, Lei Yuan had not idled, engaging in pre-battle analyses with his teammates. Such diligence was essential. Otherwise, Leitang Academy could not have achieved such an extraordinary record of 8 victories and 1 defeat. He had studied Huang Hui's 3rd soul skill, which allowed for a rapid surge in explosive power, enabling a direct charge at the opponent. During prior matches, some had fallen from the arena due to insufficient reaction time. Thus, upon learning that his opponent was Huang Hui, he resolved to split the Thunder Shot Arc into 2 separate strikes. While this diminished the overall potency slightly, it allowed for more agile control over each arc. When the first arc struck the opponent, it would induce paralysis, followed closely by the second arc for precise interception. Even a soul master of level 42, employing all their soul power and resistance, would find themselves ensnared in a 2-second state of rigidity. In truth, his most lethal weapon was this seemingly unassuming first soul skill. As Lei Yuan activated his 2nd soul ring, he became enveloped in crackling electricity, almost teleporting to Huang Hui's side in an instant. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and I possess targeted strategies for all of your soul techniques. What do you intend to use to defeat me? Depart from the arena at once. Lei Bao Esiaka. The third soul ring shimmered, forming a lightning-imbued leopard of considerable size. Just then, Huang Hui, who had been rendered motionless, suddenly lifted his head with a mocking smile upon his face. With a pair of robust hands, he disregarded the electric damage and seized Lei Yuan's arms directly. I have you now. How was that possible? Lei Yuan appeared dazed. The distance between him and Huang Hui was approximately 15 meters, at the speed of Lei Baoshan. He could cover that distance in mere moments. Yet the Lei Baosha required about a second to charge. Altogether, it barely amounted to 2 seconds. Without time for further thought, Lei Yuan was lifted and forcefully slammed to the ground by Huang Hui. The yet-to-form Lei Bao dissipated instantly. The soul technique was abruptly interrupted, resulting in significant backlash. Coupled with his intimate encounter with the stone floor, Lei Yuan coughed up blood and promptly lost consciousness. Wang Yu shook Lei Yuan slightly. Unconscious? You are fortunate. Otherwise, I would have made you kneel on the arena and call me father. Upon hearing this, the members of Lei Ting Academy below were instantly enraged, with some ready to charge the stage to deliver a memorable lesson, but were restrained by their captain, Yu Tianyan. Wang Yu grinned, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Boring. He let out a rather arrogant chuckle and addressed the referee. It is time to announce the result. In the first match, Tsanghue Academy emerges victorious. His voice resonated through the soul guiding device, echoing in every corner of the battle arena, causing a stir among the audience. Initially, Lei Yuan had showcased stunning mastery of soul techniques, captivating many, only for the match to take an unexpected turn. Was it truly a misjudgment? The Emperor Shu's interest peaked. Huang Hui, who had been at a disadvantage, managed to complete a reversal at the last moment. Ning Fengji tapped his palm with a short rod embedded with rainbow-colored gems, contemplating for a moment. Being struck by lightning-type soul techniques induces a state of paralysis that requires substantial soul power to resolve. Oddly, it appeared that this member of Tsanghue Academy had not expended much soul power at all. He paused, then extended his perception, and was genuinely astonished. A soft gasp escaped his lips. It is not that little soul power was consumed. Rather, it was consumed while concurrently being restored. The rate of consumption nearly matched the rate of recovery. In such a brief span, he had returned to peak condition. The Emperor Shu scrutinized Huang Hui on the stage. Oh, so he must have employed some form of secret technique to seal his soul power, effectively exploiting a loophole in the rules. This technique involves sealing a portion of one's soul power during training, allowing for rapid restoration when needed by unsealing it. However, it necessitates re-establishing the seal and replenishing the soul power afterward. It is akin to carrying a portable charger. While this method appears advantageous, even eliminating the need for supplementary soul masters, it is not without its drawbacks. Primarily, sealing a portion of soul power affects one's cultivation progress. For instance, if 10 units of soul power could elevate one's rank, sealing 1 unit requires additional refinement to advance. Though the effects may not be immediately apparent, over time, the gap between oneself and others will widen. Furthermore, sealed soul power can impose strain on the body, leading to potential damage. In this regard, it is often more beneficial to cultivate normally. Hence, few opt for such secret techniques. The Emperor Shuya did not consider other implications, as participants must undergo thorough examinations prior to entering the arena. The use of soul-enhancing drugs is strictly prohibited, as is receiving assistance from supplementary soul masters before ascending the stage. Weapons are also forbidden. Violations result in severe consequences. Ning Fengji, despite his cleverness, would never contemplate the enigmatic existence of the Heaven's Black Book. Tsanghue Academy had indeed gone to great lengths. At this moment, the second competitor from Lei Ting Academy stepped onto the stage. Yu Tianlong, a 41st rank battle soul master wielding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. I seek your guidance. Yu Tianlong is the younger brother of Yu Tianyan. Although he ranks lowest among the 4 soul masters at Lei Ting Academy, his strength surpasses that of the 2 42nd rank soul masters, making him the undisputed second strongest in the team. Huang Hui's expression grew notably serious. After the referee announced the start, he made the first move. Yu Tianlong was not to be outdone. His right arm swelled, and amidst the dazzling electric light, blue-purple scales emerged, his fingertips transforming into claw-like daggers. In an instant, the 30-meter distance was traversed by both combatants. Bang! Yu Tianlong blocked Huang Hui's heavy punch with his dragon-transformed right arm, astonishment flashing across his face. Such immense power. The black armor rhinoceros spirit leans towards strength in both defense and offense. However, it must not be forgotten that Yu Tianlong's spirit is renowned as the world's strongest beast spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which significantly enhances physical capabilities. Moreover, he possessed an additional soul ring compared to Huang Yuan. Yet the outcome was unexpected. In terms of strength, he found himself slightly weaker than Huang Yuan. This revelation ignited his pride, and he immediately clenched his dragon claws into fists, retaliating against Huang Hui. Huang Hui welcomed this development, as he lacked one soul technique compared to Yu Tianlong. Consequently, both fighters abandoned their soul techniques, engaging in a fierce, primal battle. This contest was devoid of flamboyant soul techniques, focusing instead on raw, hand-to-hand combat. The audience, accustomed to soul, power-dominated matches, was electrified by this ferocious display. Below the stage, Yu Tianyun frowned slightly. His strategy for his younger brother was to unleash a powerful technique upon entering, swiftly dispatching Huang Hui, and then continue to penetrate the ranks of Tsanhui Academy's representatives as before. However, plans seldom survive contact with reality. Nevertheless, he retained unwavering confidence in his younger brother, rooted in the strength of the world's mightiest beast spirit. On the other side, Shernyan wore a subtle smile. Huang Yuan's arm technique, the Jibhai Ding, awakened the power of the Qianjun AO, granting him immense strength. Thus, Yu Qianlong's actions were a case of attacking the enemy's weakness with his own strength. The other team members were eager, itching to showcase their abilities. The battle on stage continued for a full 10 minutes. Yu Tianlong and Huang Hui exchanged blows, ultimately exhausting themselves and collapsing simultaneously, bringing the match to a close. The result was declared a draw. The representative team of Tsanhui Academy had managed to eliminate two members of Lei Ting Academy, one at the 39th rank and another at 41, with a mere 38th rank sole sovereign. This outcome sparked a considerable uproar. Chapter 93, Return to Shrek. Tsanhui Academy is indeed unusual. The head instructor of Lei Ting Academy remarked gravely. Their second strongest competitor, Yu Tianlong, was unexpectedly bested by a mere soul sovereign from the opposing team. Moreover, the two soul masters from their side had yet to make their appearance. In this manner, the formidable combat power was significantly diminished, and a faint sense of foreboding began to brew within him. If the members of Tsanhui Shuyuan's team were also concealing their true abilities, the upcoming battle would undoubtedly be a grueling one for the participants. Including Yu Qianyun, the members felt a palpable pressure, their spirits somewhat weighed down. The captain and vice-captain of Tsanhui Shuyuan were at levels 42 and 41, respectively, followed by two agile assault-type soul masters at level 39. Below them were Huang Hui and another control-type soul master at level 38. The control-type soul masters were notoriously challenging to contend with, especially with their gem-like martial souls that directly influenced the mind, undoubtedly surpassing Huang Hui in strength. What was initially perceived as a manageable opponent had transformed into a formidable adversary. Tsanhui Shuyuan had previously suffered 2 defeats. Why did they not reveal their true strength then? Only to unleash it against us? How frustrating. A young girl pouted, voicing her grievances softly. At that moment, Yu Qianyun suddenly spoke up. I understand why they chose to reveal their strengths now. All eyes turned toward him. Tsanhui Shuyuan had lost 2 matches prior, succumbing to Qihua Shuyuan and Xiangjia Shuyuan. Consequently, among the remaining matches, the only threats to them were us, Leitang Shuyuan, along with Shunfeng Shuyuan and Tianxue Shuyuan. Both Shunfeng and Tianxue had already been defeated by us. Although Tiando's second team was formidable, they had displayed a rather average performance, having already lost 3 matches. If they could conquer us, while the hope of securing first place might be beyond reach, second place was still attainable. Perhaps they had already devised corresponding battle strategies against Shunfeng and Tianxue. This battle is crucial for them, but even more so for us, as it determines our chances of claiming the top spot. Therefore, I shall take charge in the next match. Just as Tsanhui Shuyuan was rampaging through their opponents, Leon finally returned to Suatawa City. After a leisurely stroll within the city, he exited through the southern gate. It wasn't long before he spotted Shalake. The academy was no longer in need of financial resources. Over the past 6 months, it had transformed significantly from the state he had left it. From a distance, one could see a wall encircling the premises, with a 3-story building inside. The adjacent small village had also been reorganized, with neatly arranged rows of newly constructed residences and roads widened to nearly double their original size. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, 5 bold red characters spelling Shalake Shuin were affixed to a grand iron archway. Inside the gatehouse, an elderly man sat reading at a table, dressed in a short black cloth robe, appearing to be around 60 years old, with neatly groomed gray hair and beard. He emanated a faint ripple of soul power, revealing him to be a 3-ring soul master. It was unclear from where Faland had found him. "Young man, here to register?" The old man inquired in a booming voice, smiling broadly, evidently mistaking Leon for an aspiring student. Leon shook his head, replying, "I am Leon, who departed from Shalake 8 months ago." As he spoke, he silently activated his Qian technique and then let out a soft gasp. Faland and Xiaoxin were absent. The most powerful individual remaining at the academy was Su Yunping. However, there was also an unfamiliar aura present, likely that of a new student. A thought was promptly transmitted. Su Yunping, who was practicing at that moment, slightly shifted his expression, hurriedly washed his face, and began putting on his outer garments. Leon. The gatehouse elder mumbled, feeling as though he had heard the name before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled that the dean and several teachers often mentioned this name, and he promptly stood up. It is the vice dean. You may call me Old Qian." Leon's lips twitched. "Old Qian, no need for formalities. Where have Faland and the others gone?" Old Qian was somewhat curious as to how Leon knew of Faland's absence, but still responded. "Oh, that happened about 3 or 4 months ago. The dean brought back a little fellow named Ayasaka. Just 4 days ago, he reached the standard for soul ring absorption, and the dean, along with several teachers, took him to hunt for soul rings." Ayasaka had actually joined the academy? The inertia of the storyline was indeed formidable. However, he was likely only absorbing his first soul ring. Did he truly require so many people? Leon suppressed his doubts. "So that's the case. Vice Dean, there have been quite a few changes at the academy in the past 6 months. Do you need me to show you around?" "No need. My people have already arrived," Leon replied, nodding toward the approaching figure of Su Yunping, who strode toward them with a commanding presence. How was this accomplished? During the academy's reconstruction, a designated area had been allocated at the back for Su Yunping and 10 orphans, complete with separate training grounds and dormitories, serving as a temporary residence for Zion Wazan. Although still part of the same academy, the distance from their residence to the main entrance exceeded 300 meters. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. "Just a minor tactic," Leon casually explained, then turned his gaze to Su Yunping. He recalled that when he had departed, Su Yunping had only been 2 months into his training. Now he had made significant progress, nearly breaking through to full mastery in a span of 8 to 9 months. Such advancement was quite impressive. Moreover, his demeanor had undergone a notable transformation. Now, his eyes shone with vigor, and his physique had become increasingly robust. Merely standing there, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority, shedding any trace of his previous commoner status, infused with a spirit of ambition and determination. It had been some time since they last met, and Uncle Yunping had made considerable progress. Without knowing what to say, Su Yunping broke into a broad smile, his stern face softening with an endearing expression. Apart from mentoring the younger students, he had devoted his energy to training and hadn't paid much attention to his own cultivation. "Come, let me take a look inside." The two entered through the main gate. The path leading to the teaching building was paved with stone slabs, flanked by weeping willows and adorned with numerous flowers and plants, the air infused with a delicate fragrance of greenery. The current Shalake was incomparably superior to the dilapidated place it had once been. When did the academy undergo such renovations? About 5 months ago, I believe. Dean Faland saved enough money and purchased the land of the village. It took over 3 months to complete the academy in its current form. After spending so much money, I wonder if Faland, the miser, is feeling the pinch. The thought of Faland's contorted expression brought a smile to Leon's face as he continued. "Earlier, I sensed that only you were at the academy. Where is everyone else? Surely they didn't all leave for soul rings?" Su Yunping explained. "A few days ago, Dean Faland broke through to level 70, so this trip to the Xingdo Great Forest is not solely for Ayasaka's soul ring." No wonder. As they walked, their conversation flowed, primarily revolving around the events that unfolded at the academy during Leon's absence. As they passed the training grounds, he suddenly noticed a short, chubby boy with bright red hair running laps, panting heavily, his footsteps heavy, evidently having run for quite some time. Lian's heart stirred as he pointed and asked, "Is that another new recruit who joined the academy after my departure?" Su Yunpeng nodded in affirmation. "His name is Ma Hongjun. He arrived 2 months later than Oscar. The academy has not admitted any qualified students in the past 2 years, which has made Principal Flanders somewhat anxious. During the rebuilding phase of the academy, he traversed dozens of surrounding villages, only managing to bring back 2 individuals. Lian suspected that Flander might have spent too much money and was using the guise of searching for students to awaken other people's martial souls for profit. There was no doubt about it. Such a thing was indeed within Flander's capabilities. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they were likely unexpected delights. Upon entering the training ground, they were approached by a chubby boy, whose clothes were already drenched in sweat. Each step he took caused the rolls of fat on his body to jiggle. "Hongjun, come here," Su Yunpeng called to the chubby boy. Ma Hongjun jogged over, wiped the sweat from his face, bent down with his hands on his knees, and looked up at Lian with curiosity. "Su teacher, is this the new junior?" Su Yunpeng widened his eyes, causing the chubby boy to retract his neck in fright. The academy had a martial arts class taught by Su Yunpeng, who often put him through rigorous training. "This is the sect leader of our Qian Zone, and he is also the vice principal of Shrek." Oh. The chubby boy quickly bowed to Lian. "Vice principal, greetings." Lian scrutinized the chubby boy, raising an eyebrow. From a distance he had not noticed, but now that they were close, he could sense the accumulation of fiery energy within him, emanating a faint, scorching aura akin to a small volcano. "The vice principal, the chubby boy stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Since arriving at the academy, he had heard Flander mention that the mysterious vice principal might have a way to resolve his issues, but now that he stood before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the chubby boy's expression, Lian understood what he wanted to convey. The sensation of your body being consumed by evil fire is quite unbearable, is it not? Yes. The chubby boy nodded fervently, his face filled with anticipation as he asked, "Vice principal, is there a way to solve it? Ever since I developed this affliction, it feels as if a fire is raging within me, making it unbearable." He was indeed a pitiful soul, having grown up eating from the kindness of others. He had thought that awakening the fire phoenix martial soul and qualifying to become a soul master would lead to a better life. However, he did not anticipate that the addition of evil fire would torment him, causing his originally slender body to swell like a balloon, nearly costing him his life. At his current age, he had not yet fully matured. Even if he wanted to vent his frustrations, he found himself powerless. To avoid being consumed by the evil fire, his only recourse was to train frantically, hoping to alleviate some of the burden. Observing the chubby boy's eager eyes, Lian slowly nodded. "There is indeed a solution. I possess a technique known as the Zhuke Wentian Xingdian. Cultivating this technique will not only resolve the issues plaguing you, but will also endow you with formidable strength. However, this technique is a closely guarded secret. If you wish to learn it, you must first join my Qian Zone." "What?" The chubby boy's eyes lit up, filled with disbelief. "Is it really that simple?" Without hesitation, he knelt down. Disciple Ma Hongjun pays respects to the sect leader. He had been at Shrek for less than half a year. Although Flander had intended to take him as a disciple, he had yet to express it, planning to observe him for a while longer. After all, taking on a disciple was no trivial matter. Moreover, the chubby boy merely viewed this place as a soul master academy and had not yet established deep emotional ties. Thus, changing allegiances posed no psychological burden for him. As long as it could help resolve his evil fire issue, he would not hesitate to join Qian Zone, even if it meant acknowledging a father figure. The chubby boy's smooth transition into kneeling surprised Lian, who thought to himself that his return was quite timely, as he unwittingly completed another small goal. "Very well, today I shall accept you as a registered disciple. After imparting the technique, you must diligently practice. Once you meet the requirements, I shall formally accept you as my disciple. I have already accepted another registered disciple before you, and in the future, whoever formally enters first will be the eldest senior brother." With that, Lian raised his hand and imparted the refining portion of the Zhuke Wentian Xingdian to the chubby boy, along with various instructions. Cultivating the Zhuke Wentian Xingdian requires the assimilation of a fire from a bird-type demon, utilizing the demon fire to refine one's body and blood essence, thereby laying a solid foundation during the refining stage. Given that the chubby boy already harbored evil fire, which was generated from his mutated fire phoenix martial soul, it could be said that this technique was exceptionally well suited for him. After digesting the information in his mind, the chubby boy opened his eyes and heard Lian say, "Try practicing it." "Yes, teacher." He was already brimming with eagerness. He swiftly assumed a specific posture and activated the breathing method recorded in the technique, channeling the fire within him. After several initial failures, he began to feel a bit restless. Lian flicked his finger, sending a wave of internal energy to a specific acupoint on the chubby boy's body, causing his mouth to involuntarily open as he popped an ice heart pill into his mouth. Soon, the effects of the pill took hold. The chubby boy's anxious expression faded, returning to calmness. After a few more attempts, he finally grasped the key. Boom! The scorching purple flames erupted from his body. A torrential wave of heat radiated outward, causing the air to shimmer in a slight distortion, a testament to the terrifying temperature. The chubby boy's garments disintegrated into ashes in less than a breath. Yet the purple flames did not harm him. Rather, they ebbed and flowed with his breath. Gradually, the ferocity of the flames subsided, enveloping the chubby boy like a fluid cocoon. As time passed, approximately 2 hours later, the purple flames receded like an ebbing tide, swiftly retreating into the chubby boy's body. His aura surged dramatically, advancing through the stages of physical enhancement. Initial entry, minor success, major success, ultimately reaching the threshold of perfection. Gradually stabilizing. The chubby boy exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to reveal a joyful expression. Since the awakening of his martial soul, he had never felt such relief. The burning heat within him transformed into a warm sensation, filling him with strength. "Teacher, I did it," he exclaimed jubilantly. Lian glanced at his little worm and tossed him a robe. "Put on some clothes first." A gust of wind swept by, causing the chubby boy to shiver. Looking down, he was immediately taken aback and hastily wrapped himself in the robe. "Teacher, I'll head back to the dormitory first." Upon receiving Lian's nod, he dashed away from the training ground, the hem of his robe fluttering in the wind, exposing his 2 chubby legs. "Yimping uncle, have son Qian and the others made any progress during my absence?" With teacher Xiao Xian's rainbow sugar beans, their cultivation has accelerated significantly. Even the weakest, Xiao Liuzi, has reached the minor success stage. Wang Yu and Wu Jiang have both advanced into the muscle and bone realm. That girl Qian has been the most diligent in her training and has made the fastest progress. She is nearing the completion of the muscle and bone stage. Su Yunping spoke with great familiarity, providing an overview of the circumstances surrounding 10 orphans. Lian calculated that nearly 3 years had passed since the adoption of this group, and the absence of any breakthroughs to the Jingu realm indicated that their martial aptitude was rather lacking. It was unlikely that they would achieve significant accomplishments in the future, as late bloomers were exceedingly rare. Those who had entered the Jingu realm were external disciples. Thus, he decided to enhance their treatment, elevating Suan Qian to a distinct status as the senior sister for this cohort, while maintaining the current conditions for those still in the Piru realm, relegating them to the status of miscellaneous disciples. Disciples were the foundation of a sect, and Lian felt that this method of development was somewhat sluggish. 10 individuals seemed insufficient, and he resolved to recruit another group of orphans around 10 years of age, aiming for a total of 30. Such a number might prove challenging to manage. Su Yunpeng was not particularly adept as a teacher. His role was primarily to share his experiences. Occasionally, when students posed questions, he would need to ponder before providing answers. This was manageable when the group was small, but with an increase in numbers, he would find it overwhelming. However, this posed no problem for Lian. After all, there were miscellaneous disciples available. He intended to have them instruct the newcomers, with each mentoring 5 students, which should be quite feasible. Those who taught well would receive rewards, while those who did poorly would assist others with menial tasks. There would be minor assessments, monthly and major evaluations every 3 months, and he would later draft a system of rewards and penalties, implementing a system akin to school examinations from his past life. Distributing training resources based on rankings would provide them with motivation to excel. Su Yunpeng's eyes brightened at this suggestion. While they conversed, the plump boy who had changed his attire returned, rubbing his stomach with an irrepressible grin. During his change, he had noticed a significant reduction in the girth of his belly, to the extent that his previous clothing now appeared somewhat loose. The effects were nearly instantaneous. "Teacher," the boy exclaimed, grinning widely. Lian sensed that the fiery energy within him had diminished significantly, and his pupils glimmered with a faint purple hue. As his gaze flickered, it seemed as if flames danced within. His overall demeanor lacked the previous chaotic ferocity, now resembling the slow flow of lava, poised to erupt at any moment. This was indicative of having practiced the Zhuqiue Fin Tian sacred text. Henceforth, diligent practice would render the Shuo no longer a hindrance, but rather a tremendous asset. Lian felt a sense of accomplishment in having rescued a boy whose thoughts were previously consumed by lustful desires. How do you feel? The boy extended his right hand. Opening his palm, a swirl of purple flames surged forth, morphing into various shapes under his control, gentle as a lamb. Since awakening my martial soul, I've never felt as invigorated as I do today. Thank you, teacher, for imparting your knowledge. Practicing the Zhuqiue Fin Tian sacred text granted him the ability to control fire in the refinement stage, and when combined with the martial techniques recorded therein, the destructive power was quite formidable. Lian nodded. With his issues resolved, he reminded the boy not to neglect practical combat amidst his cultivation. I have only returned briefly and must attend to some important matters. While I am away, feel free to consult Uncle Yunpeng if you have any questions. Teacher, are you leaving? The boy felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting from Lian, who had saved him. Yes, Lian estimated the time. When he departed from Tiando City, the promotion matches would conclude in half a month, and the 15 teams would require approximately 10 days to travel from Tiando City to Wuhuan City. The journey to Shilake had taken him 4 days, and the remaining distance to Wuhuan City would take another 4 to 5 days. This left him with about 2 weeks to spare. He planned to stay in the academy for 5 days before departing. Falande's goal of procuring the 7th spirit ring would undoubtedly involve hunting flying-type spirit beasts, likely those around 50,000 years old. Such creatures were not easily hunted. He would certainly be unable to return in a short time. Moreover, he couldn't bring Sea God along for the hunt and would likely have someone escort him back to the academy, strategically timing the acquisition of Sea God. By the time Falande returned, the matter would be settled. Delightful. After wandering the rejuvenated Shilake, Lian checked in on the 10 orphans, offering encouragement and distributing some condensed yuan pills as rewards. After dinner, he presented a system of rewards and penalties to Su Yunpeng, along with the techniques from the Tianlong Jing covering the 3 realms of internal energy, and true essence, as well as a storage soul guide filled with numerous pills as resources to be allocated. He also indicated that he might not return for several years, advising him to develop his strength discreetly. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following evening, a large and small figure, weary from travel, appeared at the entrance of Shilake. Oh, is Xiaoming back? The doorman greeted with a cheerful expression, his gaze falling upon the boy beside Qinming. The boy was slender, with fair and delicate skin, an attractive visage, and appeared to be around 6 or 7 years of age. What stood out most were his captivating peach blossom eyes. Congratulations, Xiao Ao, on officially becoming a soul master, and a rather rare food-type soul master at that. You will be entitled to subsidies from now on. What is the effect of your first soul skill? Sea God puffed out his chest. My first soul skill is called Recovery Sausage. It can restore soul skills and heal injuries. Oh, that's impressive. Generally speaking, auxiliary soul masters can only enhance one aspect with their soul skills, but yours can heal wounds and restore soul power. Such a rarity. No wonder you possess innate, full soul power. Do whip one up for me to taste. The doorman's jovial remark caused Sea God to wilt like a frostbitten eggplant. Having become an orphan early on and spent several years on the streets, he was well aware of the nuances of life, which made the lewd soul spell difficult for him to articulate. Beside him, Qinming offered an awkward yet polite smile. Qin Day, how about another day? We rushed back without having dinner. Oh dear. The doorman smacked his forehead. I was negligent. Hurry inside. You'll make it just in time for dinner. By the way, the vice principal returned yesterday afternoon. I didn't expect him to be so young. In comparison, I feel like I've lived my life as a dog. The vice principal has returned. Qinming's face lit up with delight. As Shilake developed, his gratitude towards Lian deepened. The academy was the fruit of the efforts of the principal and several teachers. Without Lian's assistance, it would still be a destitute 3-no academy. Come, Xiao. I'll take you to meet the vice principal. What kind of person is the vice principal? After arriving at Shilake, Sea God had often heard by Ziren speak of Lian. He knew that Lian had injected funds into the academy during its most challenging times and had paved the way for its financial stability, even providing a remarkable method for body refinement. It was precisely because of this body refinement technique that he could absorb a spirit ring over 600 years old as his first spirit ring. Not to mention that one could practice martial arts without requiring innate soul power or even a martial soul. As someone who had never met the vice principal, Asika was exceedingly curious. Vice Dean Qin Ming pondered for a moment and remarked, "He is quite enigmatic, and his diligence is commendable. During his time at the academy, aside from the necessities of rest and meals, he devoted most of his time to cultivation, surpassing even my own efforts. I heard from Baigu that the Vice Dean possesses formidable strength, with both Li Yusong and Xiao Xian as his subordinates. I wonder how he compares to the Dean in terms of power." Qin Ming coughed lightly, reflecting that prior to the Vice Dean's breakthrough, the Dean had only utilized his ability to fly to assert dominance over him. But following that breakthrough, the dynamics may have shifted. Despite the Dean having taken a crucial step forward recently, significantly enhancing his strength, the atmosphere was thick with contemplation. In the cafeteria, a chubby boy clutched a bowl larger than his face, filled to the brim with meat porridge, shuffling slowly towards his companions while holding a bun in his mouth. In a corner, Jiang Lingling and Bai Ziren sat together, occasionally feeding each other, scattering affectionate gestures around them. Both were now 15 years old, with cultivation levels of 32 and 33 respectively, assigned by Flander to undergo training at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, striving for the Silver Soul Badge. Amidst their conversation, Jiang Lingling pouted and playfully punched Bai Ziren's shoulder, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, a figure halted before their table. It was Sun Qianqian. "It's been almost 3 years. Do you remember our wager?" She directed her words at Jiang Lingling. The girl before them was no longer the pale, frail child she once was. With ample nutrition and martial prowess, she had transformed into a tall, athletic figure, her resolute gaze, sun-kissed skin, and high ponytail resembling that of a spirited young leopard. Among the orphans, the boys had been surreptitiously admiring her. Jiang Lingling was taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "You mean you wish to challenge me?" "Indeed. Last night, Sun Qianqian had consumed a Ningyuan pill, and its effects were remarkably evident. A barrier that would typically take half a month to breach was easily surpassed. With a bit more time to consolidate her power, she could attempt to refine her internal organs and ascend to a new realm. Let us do it tomorrow. It's already quite late today. What is this about today or tomorrow?" Jiang Lingling and Bai Ziren were seated near the entrance, and as Qin Ming entered, he overheard the two girls exchange. "Senior Qin Ming, Qianqian wants to duel Lingling," Bai Ziren stated, though he felt the need to clarify, "but Qianqian practices martial arts. She doesn't even have a soul power. Soul techniques are unpredictable. Be cautious during the duel," Qin Ming advised, scanning the cafeteria and then inquiring. "I heard from Qin Day that the Vice Dean returned yesterday. Where is he?" "The teacher entered the secret chamber last night and should still be cultivating now." "Do you have a matter to discuss with him, Senior Qin Ming?" The chubby boy mumbled through a mouthful of bun. Qin Ming looked astonished. "The teacher?" The boy swallowed hard, attempting to slim his appearance. "The teacher taught me a technique yesterday afternoon. My issues with the evil fire have been resolved." "Didn't you notice my transformation?" "You have indeed lost weight," Qin Ming observed, though he felt a headache coming on. Recently, Flander had mentioned testing the chubby boy for a while before accepting him as a disciple. But now, unexpectedly, the Vice Dean had intervened. After finishing his bun, the chubby boy leaned closer to Oscar, resting his arm on his shoulder. "Oscar, you are a soul master now. Why not share sausage with me?" Jiang Lingling and Bai Ziren turned their attention to him, having already enjoyed Xiao Xian sweet beans. Now they were curious about Oscar's soul skills since he had become the Academy's second food-type soul master. Oscar's expression darkened. "Get away." At that moment, nearly everyone in the Academy was present in the cafeteria, and reciting soul incantations publicly would lead to social embarrassment. The chubby boy pouted. "What a miser." Qin Ming then placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder. "Little A.O., this is a rite of passage you must endure. Why not start here?" He further explained to the others. Although Oscar's soul incantations are somewhat peculiar, the food he creates is indeed quite effective. Do not mock him. The chubby boy urged. "Hurry, hurry. Senior Qin Ming has spoken." Bai Ziren chimed in. "Yes, little A.O., it's just a soul incantation. We would never laugh at you." After a moment of hesitation, Oscar steeled himself, thinking that today he would go all out, and extended his right hand. "I have a large sausage." Among those present, only the chubby boy, being young and naive, didn't he fully grasp the implications, while the others could only smirk. Sun Qianqian shot him an annoyed glance and turned away, while Jiang Lingling, lost in thought, blushed and began to twirl her hand around Bai Ziren's waist, causing his cheeks to puff up. Observing the reactions around him, Oscar felt a profound sense of despair for his future. Suddenly, his hand was empty. The sausage had been snatched by Lian. With a swift motion, he gathered energy into a blade, making small incisions in the sausage's surface before enveloping it in a wisp of black flames. In mere seconds, the sausage was steaming hot. A rich aroma wafted through the air, making everyone present swallow in unison. Lian then sprinkled seasonings over the sausage. The first bite unleashed a burst of meaty flavor, reminiscent of past experiences in life, evoking memories of purchasing grilled sausages at food stalls. After finishing one, Lian licked his lips. Let us have a few more. Ah, yes. Oscar was deeply moved. He recalled the peculiar expressions on Flander and the other teachers' faces when he had first recited a soul incantation, suppressing his embarrassment. The two of them continued to make and consume sausages until Oscar was utterly exhausted. Finally, Lian patted his shoulder, saying, "Food-type soul masters have no future. Just look at old Xiao. Come join me instead." Chapter 95. Flander's joy turns to sorrow. Observing Li An's recruitment of Oscar right in front of him, Qi Ming felt utterly stunned. His face contorted in distress. Vice Dean, is this really appropriate? With Ma Hongjun already lost, if Oscar disappears too, Flander will surely go mad upon his return. After finally discovering two promising talents, they could be snatched away in just a few days. Who could bear such a loss? Lian shot him a sidelong glance. What is inappropriate about it? Am I wrong? Food-type soul masters must consume their creations for them to take effect. Other support-type soul masters can directly cast their techniques upon their allies, who would eat during battle. Wouldn't they want to die even faster? In all the elite competitions held at the Advanced Soul Master Academy on Douluo, how many teams have utilized food-type soul masters as support? Otherwise, how could old Xiao have switched to martial arts? By the way, what is his current level of soul power? Qi Ming was momentarily rendered speechless. It simply could not be said that teacher Xiao Xian's current soul master rank had plummeted below that of Soul King. Upon hearing this, Oscar was taken aback. He suddenly realized that the status of food-type soul masters within the soul master community seemed rather precarious. Despite being a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power, possibly even unprecedented, he could not alter this predicament. He then recalled teacher Xiao Xian's fierce confrontations with soul beasts in the Qingdao Great Forest, stirring a surge of fervor within him. Noticing the change in Oscar's expression, Lian seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow. He produced a jade vial and casually tossed it to Oscar. "During our first meeting, you treated me to sausages. I must reciprocate in some manner. This vial contains a Ning Yuan Dan, which can be used to restore soul power and enhance cultivation. You may wish to give it a try." Oscar's countenance shifted slightly, and he tightened his grip on the vial. Qi Ming was equally astonished, pondering that if the efficacy of this elixir was indeed as the Vice Dean described, then food-type soul masters would certainly face the risk of being eliminated. After all, the food produced by food-type soul masters has a short shelf life, typically not exceeding 12 hours, whereas elixirs do not bear such limitations. What food-type soul masters can achieve, elixirs can accomplish as well. But elixirs possess advantages that food-type soul masters do not. This is what is truly alarming. Consider it carefully before I depart. You are welcome to seek me out at any time. Lian patted Oscar on the shoulder and then made his way to the cafeteria. The previous day, he had inquired about Oscar's situation from Su Yunpeng. Though both Oscar and Ma Hongjun were orphans, their circumstances were markedly different. Ma Hongjun had the care of many in his hometown, while Oscar's plight was more tragic. He was the kind of orphan who wandered aimlessly, with no knowledge of his parents' identities. Such a background rendered one's thoughts rather sensitive. If he were to exhibit excessive enthusiasm, it might yield counterproductive effects. Moreover, with the 7 monsters yet to assemble, the impact of a single Oscar would be minimal. Capturing him would be delightful, yet losing him would be inconsequential. Conversely, without the celestial herbs and divine tests, as they journeyed smoothly alongside Shrek, would he still embody the Oscar from the original story? Lian could offer him greater opportunities. Whether he could seize them depended solely on himself. The following day, on the playground, Jiang Lingling stood opposite Sun Qianqian, a distance of approximately 30 meters between them. Li En, Su Yunpeng, and Qi Ming were all present to witness this clash between soul masters and martial artists, a collision of two distinct systems. Jiang Lingling, brimming with fighting spirit, declared, "Qianqian, I shall not hold back. If you wish to concede, do so early. Otherwise, I fear I may inadvertently harm you." She had ample confidence in her abilities. 3 years prior, she had reached level 24. Under normal training circumstances, she should now be at level 35 or 36. Yet she had only attained level 32. she had opted to allocate a portion of the soul power generated from her training to strengthen her physique, which inevitably affected her cultivation progress. However, she held no regrets, for the age of her third soul ring was an impressive 2,300 years, exceeding the limit by 500 years. A higher quality soul ring allowed her to stand her ground even against soul masters of greater cultivation, enabling her to potentially overcome them. Sun Qianqian remained silent, instead adopting the initial stance of Bai Quan, glancing towards Lian. Among all present, Lian was the strongest, naturally assuming the role of referee. "Begin," he commanded. As his words fell, Jiang Lingling was enveloped in crackling electric light, manifesting features such as clawed appendages and a tail, instantly completing her martial soul embodiment. Sun Qianqian's response was equally swift. She extended her arms, propelled herself from the ground, and soared upwards like a bird, transitioning from utter stillness to dynamic motion as she swiftly approached Jiang Lingling. Observing this, Lian nodded approvingly. Bai Quan was characterized by its agility, making it particularly suitable for female practitioners. The technique encompassed forms, strikes, and footwork, and Sun Qianqian had not neglected her footwork while focusing on enhancing her cultivation, having reached a level of mastery. Jiang Lingling had participated in no fewer than 30 battles in the Grand Soul Arena, endowing her with substantial practical experience. When Sun Qianqian charged toward her, she maintained her composure. The second soul ring flickered, and bright blue electricity radiated outward from her, extending 5 meters in all directions, the crackling sound of electricity resonating throughout. Sun Qianqian did not hesitate, diving into the area shrouded in electric light. Although she did not sustain immediate damage, the influx of electrical currents caused her movements to become slightly rigid. Now is the moment. Jiang Lingling's first soul ring sparkled as she swiftly maneuvered in front of Sun Qianqian, with her claws poised to strike. She noted a smirk at the corner of Sun Qianqian's mouth. 10 cranes. She formed her hands into beak-like shapes and unleashed a flurry of punches, with Jiang Lingling's vital areas being enveloped by the shadows of her fists. The technique of Bai Quan operates on 2 levels, 10 cranes and 100 cranes. At the most basic level, one can deliver 10 punches in a single breath, while perfection allows for over 100. This is bad. Jiang Lingling immediately recognized that she had fallen into a trap. After activating her third soul ring, electric currents converged at the opposite end of the electric light, weaving into a humanoid figure. Just as Sun Qianqian's fists were about to land on her, Jiang Lingling exchanged places with the electric figure. This was her third soul skill, Electric Clone. When used in conjunction with her second soul skill, Thunderstorm, she could condense a clone anywhere within the electric light's coverage, allowing for seamless exchanges between her true self and the clone, rendering it immensely powerful. In the next moment, Sun Qianqian's fist struck the electric clone, which was instantly obliterated. However, the explosion generated a surge of electricity, scorching her skin and causing her body to tremble and convulse. Witnessing this, Lian called for a stop. "All right, that shall be enough. Continuing further serves no purpose." The encounter appeared to favor Sun Qianqian, yet the damage from the electricity was not severe enough to incapacitate her. The perfection of her physique was remarkably formidable. However, within the electric light's confines, she could not capture Jiang Lingling and could only wait for her soul power to deplete. Jiang Lingling's situation was similarly precarious. Her attacks were relatively weak against Sun Qianqian, unable to achieve a decisive blow. Thus, she could only maintain the thunderstorm technique and wait to see who would falter first. In this regard, if they continued, it would merely become a contest of whose cultivation was higher, which is why Lian deemed it pointless. The 2 young women understood this implicitly, glancing at each other before mutually deciding to cease their sparring. Nonetheless, Jiang Lingling felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Since awakening her martial soul at the age of 6, she had trained diligently for 9 years. And what of Sun Qianqian? She had only practiced martial arts for 3 years. Yet, the outcome of their confrontation was wholly unexpected. Not only her, but Qin Ming too was left in a state of bewilderment. He had always regarded Lian as a mentor, so when he witnessed Lian overpowering several other teachers, he had taken it for granted, unconsciously overlooking Lian's age. However, today's match had jolted him into a sudden realization. A martial artist who has trained for 3 years finds himself almost evenly matched with a soul master who has honed his skills for 9 years. At this moment, Oscar approaches Lian and bows deeply, expressing his desire to join the Qian Sect and learn martial arts under his guidance. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's lips move, but he ultimately lets out a sigh, realizing that some words remain unspoken. After all, Oscar has made this choice of his own volition. What reason does he have to intervene? Lian is not taken aback and responds, "Very well, you shall train alongside Qian and the others to build a solid foundation. In my absence, do not hesitate to seek guidance from Uncle Yunpa." Oscar is momentarily stunned, feeling a pang of disappointment. Just the previous night, the chubby boy had mentioned that Lian had already accepted him as a named disciple, placing him above Sun Qian in status. Yet now he finds himself relegated to the position of a mere servant disciple, akin to several ordinary orphans. The disparity is indeed considerable. However, this remains his only path to power, and he is unwilling to relinquish it. His experiences as a wanderer have taught him a vital truth. Only by mastering strength can one avoid being bullied. Lian's arrangement is also deliberate. In terms of soul master qualifications, Oscar undoubtedly surpasses the chubby boy, as he possesses innate full soul power, while the latter only has level 8. However, the scenario changes when considering martial arts. The chubby boy's martial soul, a mutated fire phoenix, harbors a fierce fire within, making it particularly suited for cultivating the Zhuke Fenshin sacred text, a divine-level technique. If he follows the prescribed training diligently, achieving the realm of divine refinement in the future is entirely within reach. As for Oscar, his sausage martial soul offers no enhancement to martial arts. The sausages he produces serve only to satiate hunger. His innate, full soul power grants him a slight advantage, allowing for accelerated training in the physical realm. Yet one wonders if he is willing to forfeit this soul power to Lian until Oscar demonstrates remarkable martial arts talent. He is no different from the 7 servant disciples. 3 swift days pass. Lian undergoes a brief seclusion at Shrek, successfully opening the remaining half of the 5th meridian, enhancing his cultivation further. On the 4th morning, he departs Shrek, watched by Qin Ming and others, embarking on his journey to Wuhuan City. Simultaneously, at the base of a cliff deep within the Stardo Forest, Flander, Li Yusong, Xiao Exin, and Lu Qibin suppress their soul power, motionless as they gaze skyward. A fierce wind sweeps through as a massive eagle, with pale blue feathers and a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters, bursts forth from a cave at the cliff's edge. After waiting for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, until the great eagle has flown far away, they spring into action. Quickly, we must resolve everything before the male blue-feathered eagle returns. We have only 3 hours. If we exceed this time limit, that male blue-feathered eagle may return at any moment. If Flander has not completed absorbing the soul ring by then, we will be in grave danger. The 4 begin their ascent up the cliff. While the Stardo Forest is a paradise for soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts are not prevalent, particularly among flying varieties. After assisting Oscar in acquiring his first soul ring, they delve deeper into the forest. Their fortune holds as they soon discover a hunting blue-feathered eagle whose cultivation meets their requirements. Following it closely, they locate its nest in the cliff, only to find a larger, more powerful blue-feathered eagle within. The 4 observe for 6 days, discerning the patterns of the 2 blue-feathered eagles' outings before preparing to strike. Their preparations are thorough, and within half an hour, they reach the eagle's nest. Although the nest is spacious, it does not allow the flying soul bees to leverage its advantage, and together, they swiftly eliminate the blue-feathered eagle left behind. Xiao Exan spreads the eagle's wings and assesses its size, his expression shifting with concern. Flander, this blue-feathered eagle's cultivation is approximately 58,000 years. Absorbing its soul ring might be too perilous. Generally, the limit for absorbing a 7th soul ring is 50,000 years. A few thousand years above that is acceptable, but this ring exceeds by a full 8,000 years. Flander's expression fluctuates. When he first spotted the blue-feathered eagle days prior, he misjudged its distance, leading to an error in assessment. Reluctantly, he contemplates the idea of discarding this soul ring, yet he hesitates. Aside from its excessive age, this soul ring is exceptionally suitable for him. Soon, he resolves to absorb it. Li Yusong attempts to advise him, but Flander interrupts. The blue-feathered eagle is stronger than my martial soul, the cat eagle, and belongs to a higher tier of soul beasts. Absorbing this soul ring will significantly augment my martial soul's essence. Furthermore, I recently fused with a 30,000-year bone and practiced body forging techniques. So the risk associated with this soul ring should not be as severe as you believe. Having heard this, the others fall silent. moving to the cave entrance to shield him from external distractions. Flanders sits on the ground, releasing his martial soul. With a pull of soul power, the soul ring encircles his martial soul. The immense pressure descends upon him, yet Flander breathes a sigh of relief. As the weight is not as daunting as he had anticipated, time passes slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and gradually 4 hours elapse. As Flander continues to absorb the soul ring, anxiety mounts among the three. The deceased blue-feathered eagle boasts 58,000 years of cultivation. How formidable must the larger one be? Their 6 eyes scan the distant sky, remaining vigilant, occasionally glancing back at Flander. Almost there, just a bit longer. Suddenly, a small figure appears on the horizon, rapidly enlarging to the size of fist. Oh no, the blue-feathered eagle is returning. Li Yusong steps forward with his dragon-patterned staff. Old Lu, I will hold it off. Be ready to immobilize it shortly. Old Xiao, you lack ranged attacks, so gather some stones. There's no need for such trouble. Leave it to me. At this moment, Flander strides out of the cave, exuding a powerful wave of soul energy. Beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings pulse gently. Flander. The 3 display expressions of joy. Since Flander has already broken through, they need not intervene further. With a piercing cry, Flander unleashes his martial soul's true form and charges toward the returning blue-feathered eagle. Although the 3 cannot discern the battle in the far-off sky, they can clearly feel the waves of soul power emanating from the confrontation. The intelligence of 10,000-year soul beasts is considerable. Upon realizing it cannot subdue Flander, the blue-feathered eagle retreats. Flander, having just broken through and still mastering control over his martial soul's true form, does not pursue. Despite some setbacks during the soul ring hunting process, the outcome is highly satisfactory. The 4 feast on roasted blue-feathered eagle eggs and then set off on their return journey. The following morning, they continue their adventure. After a night's rest in the small town on the edge of the Qingdao Great Forest, the 4 individuals return to Shrek. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Flanders, Qin Ming congratulated him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on becoming a soul saint." Flanders erupted in hearty laughter, adjusting his glasses as he scanned the playground. "Where's Hong Jun? I assigned him a task before we left. It has been several months since I brought him back, and I have observed him closely during this time. He seems quite promising. There's no time like the present. I intend to accept him as my disciple today." "What do you think, Xiaoming?" Qin Ming felt a sudden jolt in his heart, thinking to himself that the very thing he feared had come to pass. And he gritted his teeth. "Master, while you and the other 3 teachers were still in the Qingdao Great Forest, the Vice Dean returned once." "And he," Flanders inquired with a smile, "what happened?" Qin Ming dared not meet his gaze. "The Vice Dean has already imparted Hong Jun's cultivation method, accepting him as a registered disciple, and Xiao Ao has also joined the Qian Sect." Flanders' smile instantly froze. Chapter 96. Does he still like this? Without pausing, they hurried back to Wuhuan City. Upon arrival, Lian entered a modest shop near the center, which was situated at a street corner and measured less than 20 square meters. The items for sale were exceedingly ordinary, resulting in a lack of customers and a rather desolate atmosphere. When Lian entered, 2 unremarkable shop assistants were engaged in conversation behind the counter. They merely glanced up at him, showing no intention of rising to attend to him. Such an attitude is quite absurd. A thriving business would be the exception. However, it was clear that this shop was not primarily concerned with profit. Clink! A special token lay on the counter. Upon noticing the token, the 2 attendants' languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a sense of professionalism and respect. They simultaneously rose and bowed to Lian. "Greetings, my lord." Lian nodded slightly. He observed that upon seeing the token, both individuals exhibited a subtle shift in their aura, revealing that they possess cultivation levels above 50. One of them stepped forward to return the token. "Please follow me, my lord." This was a secure passage established by the Wuhuan Temple, leading directly into its interior, suitable for individuals who preferred to maintain a low profile when entering the temple. After all, the relationship between the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Temple was delicate, involving considerable underhanded dealings. Often, everyone turned a blind eye, choosing not to address the unspoken truths. After navigating the secret passage back to the Wuhuan Temple, Lian initially planned to return to the manor, but encountered individuals sent by Bibi Dong along the way. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, wielding a scepter and adorned with a crown of intricate gold, donned an opulent gown embellished with numerous jewels. Such attire would overwhelm most women, evoking a sense of vulgarity. Yet on her, it exuded an air of noble elegance. Coupled with her inadvertently dominant presence, she resembled a regal empress. Lian noted that Bibi Dong's expression bore less gloom than before, her aura having become slightly more harmonious. It seemed that the Bingxin Dan had indeed yielded results. Lian inclined his body slightly, acknowledging her presence. "Greetings, your holiness." He mused that if his mother possessed such allure, her daughter, Qian Renxue, would surely not be far behind. He felt a hint of anticipation for their first encounter. Bibi Dong nodded and got straight to the point. "Which team has Elder joined?" Lian replied with A Clan Academy. After noting the academy, Bibi Dong continued, according to reports from Tiando City. The Zhonghue Academy representative team has displayed formidable strength in recent qualifying matches. They have consecutively defeated the Thunder, Divine Wind, and Heavenly Water teams. If this trend continues, they could secure the second position in the qualifiers, potentially posing a threat to the Wuhuan Temple Academy representative team. "Would you like me to arrange something for her?" The final match served merely as a cover for this infiltration mission. The outcome of the Wuhuan Temple Academy Championship was inconsequential, and obstacles naturally needed to be removed. Lian lowered his head slightly, his lips twitching. He thought, surely not. Could that old fellow have turned the entire team into disaster slaves? Otherwise, how could Zhonghue Academy, with its foundation, possibly cultivate such a powerful team? That old man truly was a talent. He shook his head and replied, "There's no need for arrangements. Lest we complicate matters unnecessarily. I will undoubtedly stand out during the finals, and if I draw unwanted attention, it could be detrimental." Resorting to underhanded tactics outside the arena to eliminate opposing teams was indeed rather despicable and reeked of pettiness. If word got out, it would have significant repercussions for the Wuhuan Temple, rendering it a case of losing far more than gained. It appeared that Eldarin was quite confident. Bibi Dong chose not to dwell on this topic. In this competition, the Wuhuan Temple had offered 3 soul bones as rewards for the champion. Should Eldarin emerge victorious, it would inevitably attract considerable envy, allowing him to leverage this opportunity to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Moreover, regarding these 3 soul bones, Eldarin could exercise full discretion. If necessary, they could serve as capital to gain Ning Fengji's trust. Most of the elders and worshippers of the Wuhuan Temple had witnessed Lian's prowess. Thus, when Bibi Dong proposed the 3 soul bones as the championship prize, it met with no objections. To them, it was akin to ensuring that the meat remained in the pot. With the Wuhuan Temple Academy representative team in the open and Lian operating in the shadows, which team stood a chance of victory? Offering 3 soul bones as a prize was merely a matter of shifting them from one hand to the other. Lian was somewhat astonished, reflecting on the grand gesture of presenting 3 soul bones at once. Even for the vast Wuhuan Temple, this would likely be a significant expenditure. "Your Holiness, which specific parts do these soul bones pertain to, and what is their age?" Bibi Dong elegantly crossed her legs, her fingers interlaced. "What kind of soul bones does Eldarin desire?" Instantly, a profound aura of wealth emanated from her. For the royal families of the 2 great empires, or the upper 3 sects, possessing even 3 or 5 soul bones capable of being passed down through generations would be considered remarkable. Yet, the Wuhuan Temple? They inquired directly about the specifics of what was desired. This exemplified the disparity. After pondering for a moment, Lian asked, "Are there any soul bones suitable for Nana?" He recalled that in the original narrative, the little fox seemed to possess 2 soul bones. One was a head soul bone with a mental attribute, and the other was an external soul bone in the form of a foxtail. For him, soul bones were merely a step above being useless. Other than nurturing the 5 divine abilities, their remaining utility seemed limited to gifting them away. He preferred to seize this opportunity to equip the little fox. Merging a soul bone would significantly enhance both her cultivation and physique. Accumulating more power now would provide a better starting point when she eventually transitioned to martial arts. Furthermore, after merging with a soul bone and undergoing a period of adaptation, refining it deeply would become much simpler. Bibi Dong did not anticipate that Lian would present such a request. In the realm of Douluo, the most coveted treasures are the 100,000-year soul rings, followed closely by soul bones. Countless individuals have forsaken their loved ones, committing heinous acts for a single soul bone. Yet here, it was so effortlessly relinquished. Even Bibi Dong, with her temperament, found herself slightly dazed. Once, he had doted upon her in the same manner. A sudden pang pierced her heart. After a moment of silence, She spoke softly, expressing her concern for Na, a pitiable child, urging him to protect her and ensure she suffers no harm. Her voice bore a hint of tenderness and fragility. Lian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Such a side of Bibi Dong was rarely seen. Could it be that he had struck a chord within her? Regaining her composure, Bibi Dong continued, detailing that Na's martial soul was a demon fox. And within the treasury of the spirit hall, there were 4 soul bones particularly suited for her. Among them, 2 were head bones with spiritual attributes, one boasting an impressive age of 60,000 years, while the other was around 50,000. The third was a trunk bone, slightly younger at over 40,000 years. And the fourth was a foxtail, a rare and precious external soul bone. She had planned to gift this external soul bone to Na after she became a saint, for none were more deserving of it than she. Which of these 4 soul bones do you desire? Lian waved his hand, declaring, I shall take them all. He intended to infiltrate the 7-treasure glazed tile school and might not return for several years. He proposed that the 3 soul bones, the 60,000-year head bone, the trunk bone, and the external soul bone, be entrusted to the Pope, who would present Na with one each year on her birthday for the next 3 years. Lian's scheming was audacious. In 3 years, the little fox would be entirely his, and gifting her the soul bones would render no difference. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Could there be a more extravagant birthday gift than presenting soul bones, especially for 3 consecutive years? Who could withstand such generosity? Any woman would surely succumb. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt her defenses crumble. Her heart was a tumult, and she even experienced a flicker of jealousy towards the little fox. Their experiences were so similar, both taken in by the spirit hall, becoming disciples of the Pope, and groomed to be the next Pope. Yet, she fell in love with him, only to be betrayed by a beastly mentor, resulting in a cursed offspring. While Na was cherished and adored. How unjust! Bibi Dong's chest heaved violently, her hands clenched tightly on the table, the delicate veins on her pale hands visible. Bloodshot eyes betraying her turmoil. In that moment, she wished to ask why. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Bibi Dong, Lian realized it was time to halt the conversation. He cleared his throat softly, addressing her as Your Holiness. Bibi Dong jolted, recognizing her unsettling state. She lifted the teacup from the table and discreetly swallowed an ice heart pill, which soon cleared her mind, dissipating the negative emotions. My sincerest apologies, Elder In. I was suddenly reminded of some distressing thoughts. After confirming her intentions, she questioned, Soul bones are exceedingly rare. Are you truly willing to gift all 3 to Na? To me, Na is far more precious than soul bones. Bibi Dong once more fell into silence, pondering whether he would go to such lengths for her. After a prolonged pause, as the ice heart pill failed to quell her chaotic emotions, she wearily gestured, the finals commence in 10 days. Elder In should return and spend quality time with Na. Lian nodded, slightly bowing before exiting the Pope's chamber. Upon returning to the estate, he found Zhao Haixin preoccupied. Inquiring with a member of the Elder Guard, he learned that the earlier defeat had profoundly affected her. After his departure, Zhao Haixin had requested permission to train in the Star-Do Forest, vowing not to return until she reached level 80. With Haixin gone and the little fox engrossed in her training, he found himself quite alone. Strolling through the garden felt lackluster, so he retreated to his quarters, shedding all burdens in the bath, submerging himself in the warm spring water. The water flowed from the beast's mouth, pleasantly warm against his skin. Lian closed his eyes, allowing himself to drift into a state of drowsiness. After a yawn, he rose to dry off, slipping into a pristine white bathrobe. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze caught on something unexpected. He picked up a long strip of white silk from a nearby shelf, its smooth texture producing a faint rustling sound. Had these stockings been worn? The remnants of sleep vanished. He cast the silk back, glancing again to find 2 pink garments on the tray, evidently discarded. Had the little fox moved into his room? To verify this suspicion, Lian returned to his bedroom, quickly discovering several strands of hair on the pillow, identifiable by color and length as belonging to the little fox. The room's arrangement suggested it had indeed been occupied. With a click of his tongue, he exited the room, opening the door to the guest chamber and flinging himself onto the bed, his mind wandering as he contemplated his next moves. Ning Fengji was not easily deceived. As thoughts swirled, drowsiness returned. In the evening, with a series of clicks, the door to the secret chamber opened, and the little fox emerged. Gazing up at the distant sky, her lips pouting. It has been 2 months and 8 days. She murmured softly before skipping back to her quarters. Following her training, She had grown accustomed to soaking in the spring to relieve fatigue, not merely because she had heard it could make her skin smoother. Upon entering the bathroom, she began to shed her clothes, discarding 2 pink garments behind her as she approached the bath. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her toes gently wiggling, akin to a cute silkworm. She lifted her hand to her brow, frowning slightly. Still too small. When will I grow up? Her toes grazed the water's surface, dipping in slightly before splashing around. Just as she was about to step in, she withdrew her foot and approached the shelf by the wardrobe. Someone had clearly been rummaging through her belongings. She despised others touching her things, especially intimate garments she typically washed herself. If she no longer wanted them, she would dispose of them directly. The little fox felt anger rising within her. After dressing, she retrieved a small hammer from the coffee table and struck the little bronze bell. Ding! Soon after, a female servant entered upon hearing the sound. Ms. Nana, how may I assist you? The little fox fixed her gaze upon her, an unkind glint in her eyes. Has anyone entered the bathroom today? Inquired the housekeeper. Miss Nana, the staff only enter at designated times for cleaning. Ordinarily, no one would go in. However, what? This afternoon, Eldern returned. What? He has returned? The little fox leaped up, her face transitioning from clouds to sunshine, and her eyes sparkling with delight. The housekeeper confirmed, yes, since Eldern returned. He has not left his residence. The little fox donned a bright smile, thinking to herself that since he had not emerged, he must be asleep. She waved her small hand and began to shoo everyone away. All right, off you go. The housekeeper slightly bowed and departed. The little fox tiptoed to the bedroom door, pausing momentarily as she grasped the doorknob. After a moment of contemplation, she returned to the bathroom, approached the shelf, and picked up a pair of white stockings, a thoughtful expression gracing her face. Did he still have a fondness for these? Previously, Teacher Yin had mentioned that many boys favored girls in stockings. If he did not like them, why would he pick them up? Holding the stockings, the little fox muttered pervert under her breath, her lips curling up at the corners. Teacher Yin had indeed not lied. She was the instructor for her captivating training. Yet, these stockings had yet to be washed. The little fox's expression shifted to one of conflict. The material used to make stockings is quite special. Though sheer, it is incredibly durable. When worn, they provide a certain level of protection. Moreover, their elasticity allows for free movement without hindrance, which is why many female soul masters prefer various styles of stockings. The little fox was no exception. While practicing soul power, it mattered little what she wore. However, during combat training, the scenario was different. After an intense bout, the exertion was substantial, inevitably leading to perspiration, particularly in certain areas. Thus, these were a pair of aromatic stockings. The clean ones were tucked away in the wardrobe. If only she hadn't been so lazy. The little fox's expression fell. She took the stockings to the sink, soaked them for a moment, and then gently began to scrub. The stockings were exceedingly light. Once washed, they dried in mere minutes. She lifted one to her nose, inhaling the fresh scent of soap. All set. She slipped the stockings onto her delicate legs, the soft, rustling sound barely audible. After donning her shoes, she swept a strand of silky shoulder-length hair behind her ear and smoothed out a few wrinkles in her attire, revealing a radiant smile. She approached the bedroom door quietly, grasped the doorknob, and gently turned it. With a click, the door swung open. Peeking in, she found the room empty, devoid of the person she longed to see. He must be in the guest room. Relieved yet slightly disappointed, she pouted and huffed softly. But perhaps this was for the best. The little fox entered the room, opened the wardrobe, and selected her favorite outfit from the plethora of clothing before tiptoeing to the adjacent door. Both the master and guest room doors had excellent soundproofing. Hence, when the little fox returned, Lian had not heard a sound and remained asleep. However, the moment the guest room door creaked open, he was startled awake. As he barely cracked open his eyes, he saw the little fox peeking in, looking rather sneaky. What was this girl up to? He promptly shut his eyes again, feigning sleep, yet extending his spiritual awareness to perceive any changes in the room. The little fox kicked off her shoes at the door to avoid making noise. The stockings were so light that her feet felt pleasantly cool against the floor. She approached the bed, gently raised one leg, and let her knees sink into the soft mattress. Then, bending down, she placed both hands on the bed and slowly crawled up, moving with utmost delicacy. Finally, the little fox lay beside Lian, propping her chin on her small hand, and playfully pinched his cheek. He, still asleep like a pig. As her eyes darted around, she slightly turned, allowing her fluffy tail to emerge from behind her. The little fox grasped her tail and playfully nudged it closer to Lian's face. Just as it was about to touch his nose, Lian suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked, and the little fox panicked, swiftly retracting her tail. Huh? You're awake. Lian sat up, looking at her. Planning something mischievous? No, I just wanted to wake you. The little fox retorted. I was already awake when you came in. Realizing the situation had turned dire, she attempted to escape but was caught by Lian, who seized her ankle and pulled her back. He then pinned her down on his lap, raising his hand to deliver a light smack to her already perky bottom. The sound was crisp and clear, the sensation delightful. The little fox froze in her struggle. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Another slap followed. What was your mistake? I should have tickled your nose with my tail while you were asleep. And what else? What more? If you can't think of anything, keep pondering. Lian grasped her shoulders and helped her sit up. The little fox covered her backside with her hands. Please, no more. Her voice trembled, trailing off like a slender wire tossed into the air. Lian cleared his throat. Did it hurt? The little fox's gaze flickered, and she quietly replied, You've been fierce since you returned. You must promise not to hit me again. Lian raised 3 fingers. I promise. The little fox lightly hummed, took a couple of steps closer, and embraced him, burying her face in the crook of his neck. I missed you. After a moment, she released Lian, draping her legs over his, her toes gently wiggling. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading. It was then that Lian noticed. His gaze lingered for approximately 3 seconds, only to be met with a punch to his shoulder. Pervert, what are you staring at? The little fox tugged at her skirt, yet a smug smile adorned her face. Do you find it appealing? Lian could not deny it. The only thing that could rival white stockings will be black ones. He truly liked the little fox's playful grin. I have several styles of stockings. Would you like me to model them for you? She winked at him, her charm evidently enhanced as she employed some captivating technique. Lian was not swayed by her antics and tousled her hair. Let us have a proper conversation. The little fox stuck out her tongue, nestled beside him against the headboard, resting her head on his shoulder, and actively placed her small hand in his. Are you planning to leave again? Lian uttered a sound of acknowledgement. If I leave again, I may not return for several years. However, for the next 3 years, I have prepared a birthday gift for you for each of your birthdays, which His Holiness the Pope will graciously deliver on my behalf. What gift? The little fox gazed up at him, her face brimming with anticipation, her voice soft and delicate. If I tell you now, the surprise will be lost, he replied. That means I must wait at least 3 years, the little fox said, her spirits dampening. Before knowing him, her daily existence revolved solely around training, as if she were a machine, repeating the same motions day after day. Only in the presence of her teacher could she occasionally feel a trace of warmth and indulge in some affection. However, with his arrival, it was as though a splash of color had brightened her previously gray sky, filling her with hope. Yet, he was about to leave. 3 years, neither long nor short, would pass in the blink of an eye. By then, you will have grown, Lian implied. Huh, she exclaimed, an air of pride evident in her tone. The mere thought of food made her stomach rumble. He had only arrived in Wuhan City at noon and had merely snacked on the way. He had yet to partake in a proper meal that day. The little fox reached out to pat his belly, finding it ticklish. Lian seized her mischievous hand and jumped off the bed. Come, it's time to eat. Typically, due to her cultivation of the Ning Yuan Dan, the little fox's appetite was not substantial. Thus, when 20 dishes were prepared, she was satisfied after sampling just a few bites of each, leaving the remainder for Lian. After their meal, Lian presented the little fox with a mask. After changing their appearances, just as they were about to stroll through the city, a guard approached them hastily. Eldarin, someone has arrived at the Elder Hall and is currently waiting for you in the reception room. Their shopping plans were thwarted, and the little fox pouted slightly, though she refrained from voicing her displeasure. At this time, who would seek me out? Lian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Someone from the Elder Hall? I see. You may leave now. I will be there shortly. Once the guard departed, Lian pinched the little fox's puffed cheeks. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Be good. After speaking, he gently grasped her delicate chin and placed a soft kiss upon her lips, then turned to leave. Her lips, thin and soft, exuded a fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. A blush crept across her cheeks as the little fox stood dazed for a moment, raising her hand to touch her lips, joy gleaming in her eyes, instantly dissipating any lingering discontent. I knew you were taking advantage of me. In the reception room, an elderly gentleman with a rosy complexion and silver hair sat on a sofa in the lower position of the main seat, the emblem on his right shoulder signifying his membership in the Elder Guardian team. The 8 lightning-like patterns surrounding the emblem symbolized his rank as an 8-ring soul Douluo. Judging by the soul power emanating from him, he was very close to reaching level 90. Old man Jin Sheng, I have the honor of meeting Elderin. No need for formalities. Senior Jin, please have a seat. Lian gestured with his hand. May I inquire which elder is seeking me? Lian was familiar with the elders of the Wuhan Temple, but he had encountered few members of their guardian team. The Grand Elder has business with you and wishes to speak in private. As a trusted aide to Qian Douluo, Jin Sheng fully understood the formidable influence this young man wielded within the Wuhan Temple, hence his respectful demeanor. Qian Douluo, could it be related to the undercover plan? It seems the only possibility. Lian contemplated and then stated, please lead the way, Senior Jin. While Qian Douluo had his own estate, he typically resided in the Elder Hall. The two walked in silence for roughly 15 minutes before arriving at the entrance of Qian Douluo's Grand Hall. Jin Sheng inclined his body slightly. Elder and the Grand Elder is awaiting you inside. I shall take my leave. As the adjudicator elder of the Wuhan Temple, the master of both the Douluo Hall and Elder Hall, and the protector of the Angel God, Qian Douluo held a unique position within the Wuhan Temple, thus possessing an independent Grand Hall. Lian nodded and pushed open the door. Before him stood a towering angel statue nearly 10 meters high, a soft golden light casting a veil of radiance over it, creating a striking visual impact. Below the statue, Qian Douluo stood with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura that demanded attention. An alarm rang in Lian's heart. The great causal technique began to operate, concealing the heavenly secrets. Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more exciting. This place might very well be where Qian Renxue completed her divine trials, and the Angel God could observe here, silently stepping into the hall. He halted half a step behind Qian Douluo. Neither spoke. They simply stood in quietude. After a prolonged silence, Qian Douluo's lips subtly quirked, his clear voice echoing throughout the hall. Elderin, your participation in the Elite Soul Master Academy's elite program and joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was initially proposed by me. Do you know why? The Wuhan Temple seeks to unify the entire continent, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect stands as an obstacle that must be removed. Lian replied appropriately. This is merely one aspect. Qian Douluo nodded slightly. Additionally, I hope you can leverage your connection with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to assist someone in fulfilling another grander scheme. This will enable the Wuhan Temple to accomplish half of its unification process. Lian feigned contemplation. After a moment, he uncertainly inquired, are you referring to the Tian-Do Empire? Indeed. Qian Douluo's face bore a look of appreciation. Deducing such a conclusion from a single hint demonstrated remarkable foresight. The former Pope's daughter, my granddaughter Qian Renxue, has disguised herself as the prince of the Tian-Do Empire, Shui Qinghe. If she can gain the support of the Tian-Do royal family, once Emperor Shui Yi passes, the entire Tian-Do Empire will fall under the control of the Wuhan Temple. It turned out that the Wuhan Temple had already established plans within the Tian-Do Empire long ago, indeed showcasing their farsightedness. Lian's pupils subtly contracted, and his heart raced heavily, feigning shock. However, what he truly thought was that this absurd plan nearly squandered a natural-born genius with innate soul power of level 20, who only became a soul sage at 29. It would have been far better to allocate resources to cultivate a peerless Douluo, enabling the Wuhan Temple to possess two unmatched Douluos, which would allow them to effortlessly dominate the entire continent, resolving matters solely through strength, instead of entangling themselves in schemes and courting trouble. To unify the entire continent and spread the radiance of the Angel God to every corner is the ultimate goal of the Wuhan Temple and the dream of my Qian family. Qian Douluo stated solemnly, his soul power resonating subtly with the angel statue. He then proceeded to introduce Qian Renxue's situation to Lethan currently. Shui has become a disciple of Ning Fengji. With this connection, after you join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, you will be able to contact Shui openly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect wields significant influence in the Tian-Do Empire and has a good relationship with the royal family. If we gain their support, the plan will proceed even more smoothly. Therefore, Elderin, your mission is of utmost importance. Chapter 98. Being a blacksmith isn't so bad. Upon hearing Qian Douluo's words, Lian raised an eyebrow. Once I enter the Qibao Liuli sect, how shall I support Miss Qian Renxue? It cannot be entirely at her discretion, can it? This question was rather pointed. As an elder of the Spirit Hall and the only alchemist, his status was second only to Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo. As for Qian Renxue, although the identity of the daughter of two popes remained concealed, She was the beloved granddaughter of the Grand Offer and the future Judgment Elder and Master of the Elder Hall. This status was undeniably substantial. Moreover, the undercover plan of the Heaven Do Empire was entirely centered around Qian Renxue. At the tender age of 9, she had assassinated Shui Qinghe to take his place, and nearly 4 years had passed since then. In that time, one could only wonder how many agents she had placed within Heaven Do and what elaborate scheme she had orchestrated. It could be said that Heaven Do was her domain. Lian's inquiry was meant to convey his stance. Supporting her was not a problem, but to be treated as a subordinate to be commanded was absolutely out of the question. Qian Dalu smiled slightly. This is a matter for you young people. You shall negotiate amongst yourselves. As long as the plan to overthrow the Heaven Do Empire is successfully executed, it matters little who takes the lead. This statement was almost meaningless. Lian inwardly cursed the old fox and directly stated, the Qibao sect has 2 titled to law, and Ningfengji is not easily deceived. Thus, I require sufficient autonomy. Furthermore, in necessary situations, I will also need Miss Qian Renxue's assistance. I kindly ask the Grand Offer to compose a letter for me. Qian Dalu pondered for a moment. He understood Qian Renxue's character. She shared similarities with Bibi Dong. She possessed a gracious demeanor towards the worthy. However, she was also quite assertive with her own. The other elders and offerings might be manageable. Given the Qian family's prestige within the Spirit Hall and Qian Douliu's own influence, it would not be difficult for them to heed Qian Renxue's command. Lian, however, presented a different case. He had only been a part of the Spirit Hall for 8 months, not even a full year. While the Spirit Hall had indeed provided him with ample resources, he had also produced a significant quantity of medicinal pills for them, especially the Beast Spirit pill. Through this pill, he had already garnered the allegiance of more than half of the elders and offerings, even hinting at the potential for forming his own faction. Although Lian was an elder of the Spirit Hall, his relationship with it resembled more of a partnership. Moreover, Bibi Dong had tacitly allowed her only disciple to be close to him in order to win him over. The proposal for an undercover plan against the Qibao sect was largely due to this. Please wait a moment. Qian Dalu summoned someone to bring paper and ink. He composed a letter in Li An's presence, then retrieved a box and handed it to him. This is a small token I prepared for Schwer. Please, Eldarin, be so kind as to deliver it to her. Lian accepted the items and assured him, rest assured, Grand Offer, it will reach Miss Qian Renxue. With the formalities concluded, the two chatted for a while longer before Li and took his leave. Qian Dalu watched him depart. Xue, this is all your grandfather can do for you. In the following days, Li and the little fox disguised themselves and enjoyed their time in Spirit City. In no time, the 30 teams that had completed the promotion matches from the 2 great empires arrived in Spirit City, and the grand finals of the continent's elite Soul Master Academies were about to commence. Concurrently, the annual Soul Awakening ceremony also began. In the morning, at Shanghan Village. In the blacksmith shop, Tang San wielded a hammer nearly as tall as himself, striking the red-hot iron ingot with powerful blows. He had broken through his current bottleneck and officially entered the bone refinement stage a fortnight prior. His bones were as resilient as steel, and with the experience from his past life, he quickly mastered the art of channeling his strength into a single force, allowing him to unleash tremendous power with each punch and kick. With sufficient strength, he decided to forge a concealed weapon. Though his current power was more than adequate for utilizing throwing-type hidden weapons like the Shuaisho arrow and flying locust stone, which possessed considerable lethality, he aspired to create some mechanical hidden weapons. Mechanisms such as silent sleeve arrows and Zhuge crossbows were more easily operated, requiring less strength and skill. Even a child could wield them effectively with the right knowledge, enabling them to slay an adult with ease, an advantage unmatched by throwing weapons. Moreover, mechanical hidden weapons represented a pinnacle of the Tang Sect. Thus, he requested a piece of wrought iron from Tang Hao and began his forging. It was during this process that his unique method of channeling energy caught Tang Hao's attention. Standing silently beside him, Tang Hao closely observed Tang San's movements, particularly his waist and legs. His stance was slightly wider than shoulder width, his knees slightly bent, and the muscles of his lower leg were not overly tense. At the moment the hammer lifted, he drove down through his feet, channeling power from the ground through his joints and into his arms. The hammer compressed the air, emitting a deep, resonant sound. When the hammer struck the ingot, sparks flew, and the tremendous force caused the iron to slightly deform, sending the hammer rebounding high. Tang San shook his arms, bending his knees slightly to dissipate the recoil. Another strike followed, and Tang Hao furrowed his brows in confusion. The coordination of muscles and bones concentrated all his strength, driving the hammer down upon the ingot, while the rebound was managed through muscle contraction, effectively dissipating the force. Tang Hao initially believed this was a technique Tang San had deduced from observing him forge. However, he soon realized that the two methods were entirely distinct. His own technique stemmed from the art of using external force, while Tang San's was about harnessing the inherent strength within his body through controlled muscular and skeletal movements. Upon reflection, he found that Tang San's technique was, in fact, more refined in combat applications. After all, the art of using external force was developed for forging. This seemingly simple technique conveyed a sense of returning to the essence. Mastery of such a skill could not be achieved without countless hours of exploration and practice. The changes in Tang San over the recent months had been remarkable. Who had he become? After noting the transformations in Tang San, Tang Hao meticulously searched the surrounding area. But by then, Lian had already vanished, leaving him in solitude. He had even considered taking Tang San away, but ultimately decided against it. Just as Tang Hao was deep in thought, a warm voice called out from outside. "Tang San, your grandfather is here to fetch you." It was the village chief, Old Jack, who had entered the courtyard. Upon spotting Tang Hao, Old Jack gave a cold snort through his nostrils. Tang Hao had often pondered the origin of the name Shenghun Village, and due to his usual languid demeanor, it was no surprise that Old Jack did not bestow him with any amiable countenance. However, upon seeing Tang San, Old Jack's face lit up with a smile, feeling a deep sense of compassion. Such a well-behaved and considerate child. How unfortunate that he had a father like Tang Hao. "Grandpa Jack, please have a seat," Tang San said as he set down his hammer, using a makeshift towel fashioned from scraps of cloth around his neck to wipe his face, before retrieving a rather primitive chair for Old Jack. At that moment, Tang San remained quite impoverished. He understood the principle of not flaunting his wealth. Thus, he had yet to touch the substantial sum left to him by Lian. After all, in a small rural place like Shenghun Village, spending even a single gold soul coin would attract undue attention. No, Old Jack replied, waving his hands. "Today is a momentous day for Shenghun Village. Shortly, a dignitary from the Wuhuan Hall will arrive to conduct the soul awakening ceremony for the village's children. We must hurry." Tang San glanced at Tang Hao. "Return early. Do not delay lunch." With a cold remark, Tang Hao turned and retreated into the inner room. Tang San acknowledged him and, at Old Jack's urging, changed into a clean set of clothes before following Old Jack to the humble Wuhuan Hall in the village. Upon his arrival, he found 7 other children of appropriate age already waiting there. Tang San felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the awakening of his Wuhuan, though it was merely a fleeting thought. Having witnessed the formidable nature of martial arts and possessing no shortage of techniques, he viewed the realm of soul masters with only a sense of curiosity. Before long, a young man in his 20s, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, arrived at Shenghun Village. Old Jack began to recite his usual lines, and under the impatient urging of the youth, he arranged the children who were to awaken their Wuhuan in a row, with Tang San positioned at the end. With a smile, the young man introduced himself. "I am Su Yuntao." After a brief exchange, Su Yuntao activated the Wuhuan and commenced the awakening ceremony for the village children. Due to Li An's influence, Tang San was well acquainted with the Soul Master system, and after examining the beast-like transformation on Su Yuntao's body for a moment, he lost interest. Instead, he contemplated whether he could defeat this great Soul Master in a duel without resorting to hidden weapons. The Wuhuan awakening ceremony progressed swiftly, and soon it was Tang San's turn. Standing in the center of 6 black stones, he followed Su Yuntao's guidance and felt something surging forth from within him. He extended his right hand, and a delicate blue grass appeared in his palm. His pupils contracted slightly as his left hand, concealed within his sleeve, gripped tightly. "I possess 2 Wuhuan." He recalled what his teacher had said. Dual Wuhuan were exceedingly rare and precious. However, their overwhelming power could lead to catastrophic consequences during the soul ring attachment process due to insufficient physical strength or Wuhuan conflict. Thankfully, as a martial artist, he did not need to cultivate his Wuhuan. Yet another Lan Yin Chao. Su Yuntao sighed, disappointment etched across his face. He had traversed several villages without encountering a single worthy child, and this year, his bonuses were likely to evaporate. With just half a month until CC's birthday, how could he afford her a gift without the bonuses? As he contemplated making rounds to other villages in pursuit of the coveted bonus, Old Jack called out, "Respected Master Zhanhuan, you have yet to assess Shao San's innate soul power. Su Juntai Ziplit Dis Mi Sin Lan in gao is usis wuhun. It is impossible for it to possess innate soul power. Testing would be a waste of time. What if? Old Jack persisted. With a child as well-behaved as Xiao San, he surely has the potential to become a soul master. Suddenly, Su Yuntao recalled that old Tom had exhibited a similar hopeful demeanor in the past, softening his heart. Very well, very well. He retrieved the crystal ball from his bag and handed it to Tang San. Place your hand upon it. Whether you possess innate soul power will be revealed in mere moments. Tang San pressed his palm against the crystal ball. After approximately 3 seconds, he suddenly felt a faint pulling sensation emanating from the sphere, causing a ripple in his internal energy. Hesitant, he recognized that if he channeled even a trace of his energy into it, the crystal ball would likely illuminate, sparing Old Jack from disappointment. Old Jack had cared for him significantly, and he did not wish to let him down. However, doing so would risk exposing his martial prowess, potentially attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, something his teacher had expressly cautioned against prior to attaining sufficient strength. At this moment, Su Yuntao retracted the crystal ball. See? I told you. Lan Yinxiao is a worthless wuhuan. In all my years conducting wuhuan awakening ceremonies, I have never encountered a Lan Yinxiao that possessed innate soul power. Testing is indeed a waste of time. Old Jack's gaze dimmed, and his posture slumped. Tang San opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. As he watched Su Yuntao depart, Old Jack gently patted Tang San's head. Let's go, Xiao San. Grandpa will escort you home. Unlike the other children who had their parents with them, Tang San was the only one Old Jack had brought along. After seeing him home, Old Jack departed with a heavy heart. Tang San donned his blacksmith's attire and was about to continue forging iron ingots when Tang Hao, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and called from behind him, Xiao San, what wuhuan did you awaken? From Old Jack's demeanor, he could tell that Tang San lacked innate soul power. Otherwise, Old Jack would have been overjoyed. Yet, Tang Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How could his child with the Yin possibly lack even innate soul power? Turning around, Tang San extended his right hand, revealing an unusual blue grass that quietly floated into view. Is Lan Yinxiao? Tang Hao bolted out of bed, rushing to Tang San's side. His eyes fixated on the small grass in his hand, raising his hand as if to touch it. Lan Yinxiao, Zutz Lai He. Obs Ving Tang Haus und Simten, Tang San Gon Dem Pet. His teacher had mentioned that a child's wuhuan is inherited from their parents. Thus, one of his 2 wuhuan must have come from his father and the other from his mother. Judging by his father's reaction, it seemed the Lan Yinxiao wuhuan was inherited from his mother. Despite being a powerful titled Douluo, his father squandered his days in alcohol and despair, often lamenting about San Mei. In that moment, Tang San grasped a thread of understanding. However, unless Tang Hao brought it up, he would not inquire further. Father, I possess another wuhuan. Tang Hao's head snapped up, and he saw in Tang San's left hand a small hammer, entirely black with shallow patterns on its cylindrical head. Dual wuhuan. My son possesses dual wuhuan. Tang Hao's heart soared with joy. Yet, reality soon delivered a crushing blow. Regrettably, lacking innate soul power, Tang Hao wore an expression that seemed to oscillate between tears and laughter, his lips quivering and his eyes suffused with bloodshot hues. Why? After a prolonged silence, Tang Hao regained his composure, yet he appeared utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, his gaze engulfed in a pallid gray. Xiao San, starting tomorrow, you shall learn blacksmithing from me. Being a blacksmith has its merits. Upon concluding his statement, Tang Hao trudged heavily to the bedside and collapsed onto it. Tang San was momentarily startled, but soon realized that Tang Hao's breathing was steady, which brought him solace. I lack innate soul power, and my father seems quite disappointed. However, I still possess martial skills, and one day, I shall uncover the truth behind my father's current state. Chapter 99. Before the final match, the 3 seed teams, along with the 30 teams that completed the preliminary matches, have all arrived at Wuhuan City. The grand finale is imminent, set to take place 2 days hence in the expansive square before the Pope's palace. Such a momentous occasion has attracted affluent merchants, nobles, various sects, and soul master families from across the continent. The previously somewhat desolate Wuhuan City has witnessed a surge in population, tripling in number, with every inn fully booked and the streets teeming with fervor. A few days prior, in the eastern district of Wuhuan City, a newly established establishment bearing the name Betting silently opened its doors. Following the conclusion of the preliminary matches, similar venues sprouted like mushrooms after rain. totaling around 40 to 50. Upon entering the shop, one would immediately see a massive odds chart, arranged from low to high. The odds for the Wuhuan Temple representative team stood at 1, 113, Tiando's first team at 1, 118, and Xing Luo's team at 1, 119. The odds for the 3 seed teams were rather low. After all, in all the previous iterations of the competition, champions have invariably emerged from these 3 teams. Interestingly, the Zhonghui Academy representative team, seemingly unremarkable, managed to secure the 6th position. Oh, Tiando's qualifying matches ranked 2nd and even defeated the Thunder Academy? That changes everything. They appear to be dark horses. I shall wager 5,000 gold soul coins. Let us have a little fun. On the 3rd floor of a hotel named Returning Home, directly across from the betting shop, a short-haired mature woman stood by the window, arms crossed, observing the ebb and flow of patrons entering and exiting the shop. Chu Ji's exquisitely exotic visage broke into a smile. Without turning her head, she remarked, "Your idea is quite clever. Simply allocate 60 of the prize pool proportionally, with the only cost being venue rental and some promotional expenses. Regardless of which team clinches the championship, substantial profits are assured. Why are you so financially constrained? You barely have 200,000 gold soul coins as your principal. Even if you knew the final outcome, wagering this amount would yield minimal returns. I have invested all my funds in purchasing soul bones." She revealed a surprising reason. "After years of savings, I am left with merely a little over 100,000. Were it not for your suggestion, I would have considered taking private jobs to hunt for soul rings. Are you not an elder of the Wuhuan Temple? Do you still need to purchase soul bones? Insufficient merit means I must compensate with gold soul coins. Such precious items are scarce even within the Wuhuan Temple. Do you think the elders can use them freely? Even title Douluo require gold soul coins." "I see." Lian reclined on the sofa, sipping tea while assessing Chu Ji's silhouette. She donned a tight-fitting outfit in black and red. Her shoulders appeared chiseled, tapering downward until they reached an exquisite waist, before cascading outwards like water crashing against rocks. This striking, yet harmonious waist-to-hip ratio created a powerful visual impact. I must concede, this woman is the most formidable figure among all the females he has encountered. Without exception, at that moment, Chu Gu suddenly turned around, with her arms crossed over her chest. Her alluring curves seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Her long, shapely legs moved gracefully, the sound of her high heels resonating rhythmically against the tiled floor. Exuding an air of confidence, she approached Lian, perched on the armrest of the sofa, leaning slightly closer. "Am I attractive?" Lian blurted out. "You would make excellent offspring." Chu Gu shot him an incredulous look. "Humph, so now you appreciate your sister's allure?" Should anyone dare utter such words before her, they would be incinerated to the point that not even ashes remain. Generally, Lian maintained a serious demeanor, but occasionally tossed out a cheeky remark, which he found amusing. Chu Gu, currently the youngest titled law in the Wuhuan Temple aside from Bibi Dong, occupied a senior elder position, and others treated her with utmost caution, while the other elders were all ancient relics over a century old, lacking common ground. Until Lian's arrival, she had initially viewed him merely as a tool, but as they grew closer, their relationship flourished, allowing him to jest with her. In truth, Lian had his own struggles. In his past life, he was fragile, cautious even while engaging in manual labor, fearing the rupture of capillaries and dire consequences. Thus, for the sake of his own life, he had always restrained himself. In this new life, emboldened by the passage of time and his developing physique, he was no longer an ignorant child. Once his thoughts began to flourish, it was inevitable he would utter some playful banter. It is quite normal for men to exchange flirtatious remarks with close female friends, is it not? Lian chose not to linger on that topic. "No wonder I sense your soul power has strengthened. How long until you break through to the 93rd level? At the title Douluo level, breakthroughs are not easily attained. The soul bone I fused with is approximately 30,000 years old, which notably enhances my physical attributes. Yet my soul power remains lacking. To reach the 93rd level, a span of at least 8 to 10 years is necessary. Unless you can concoct a pill that elevates even title Douluo's cultivation." Upon finishing her statement, Chu Gu gazed at him expectantly. "Do not dwell on it now. My cultivation is too weak to refine pills of that caliber. This chapter is not concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading." Lian speculated that only after he bridged the gap to the true Qi realm would he have the confidence to attempt such feats. In other words, it truly is possible? Chu Gu leaned closer, twisting her torso at an astonishing angle. Then, with the exuberance of a young girl, exclaimed, "Wow, you are amazing." Her eyes sparkled with delight. The contrast of the confident, mature woman displaying such childlike enthusiasm overwhelmed Lian very well. "You may continue to keep watch here. After the finals, I will leave my share with you. I shall retrieve it when needed." Initially, Lian intended to place a bet directly on the GoldenFinger Academy representative team, aiming to clear all obstacles while earning a little extra. However, he reconsidered, fearing that such actions might complicate matters and jeopardize his undercover plan, leading to potential failure. Then he encountered Chu Ge, who was secretly preparing to place her own bet. She was aware of the undercover plan and had full confidence in Li Un, deciding to wager the remainder of her fortune on the GoldenFinger Academy representative team. Thus, they reached a mutual agreement. Lian reflected on the rules of the lottery, assisting her in placing a bet. Should an upset occur, the vast majority of the prize pool would fall into their hands. This approach was decidedly more discreet. Chu Ge stood up, swaying her hips as she returned to the window, gesturing dismissively behind her. "Fine. While you're away, I'll take good care of that little fox for you, so you won't return to find your home stolen." Lian's lips twitched as she rubbed her face, transforming into a miniature and lawn before departing the hotel. For the convenience of the competition, all participating academies had reserved rooms in hotels near the square. Outside the Huiyao Hotel, the leading teacher, Mo, awaited eagerly. Since the day they arrived in Wuhan City, he had come here daily, waiting for an entire day. Lian was their only hope. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, indicating the anxious state of their owner. "Has he arrived?" Tang San inquired, glancing around. This was already his sixth time coming out today. "No." Mo shook his head, his gaze dimming as he pressed his dry lips together from worry. With only 2 days remaining until the finals, he had yet to appear. Was he perhaps toying with them? Or had he chosen another academy? Impossible. Tang San's tone was resolute. "Why would he toy with us? Our Kulon Academy ranks at the bottom among the 33 teams. Only by helping us secure the championship can he prove his prowess. He has a foundation of collaboration with us. He must be hindered by some circumstance. Montakli hesitated. So, you're saying he chose us because we are too weak?" The two fell into silence, their complex emotions difficult to articulate. Though somewhat cruel, it was the truth. They stood at the hotel entrance for an indeterminate time when suddenly, Tang San's body jolted. His eyes widened slightly, a look of surprise dawning on his face. "He's here. He has arrived." He then strode forward eagerly. Mo exhaled in relief, the worries of the past few days dissipating. "Tang San, Teacher Mo, I apologize for the wait," Lian said, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had originally planned to arrive immediately after placing her bets, but had been occupied with Chu Ge for several days, causing the delay. "It's good that you're here." Tang San dared not express any dissatisfaction. Aside from relying on Li Un to secure the championship, he was not a match for her, so he maintained a low profile. "Lan, my young brother, please, we have already arranged a room for you." Tang San and Teacher Mo flanked Li Un as they entered the hotel. Upon reaching the second floor, a short-haired young man descended, clad in a blue athletic outfit, exuding an air of confidence. The soul power emanating from him suggested he had reached level 40, harboring a fierce and potent strength within. His gaze lingered on Li Un for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he passed the trio. Once the young man had disappeared, Li Un casually inquired, "Was that person from Lei Ting Academy?" She had sensed an aura of electricity around him. Teacher Mo replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. "That was Yu Tianyun, the captain of Lei Ting Academy's representative team, at level 44 with a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial soul. We faced him in the 8th round of the qualifiers, and it was a brutal match. We almost suffered a 1 versus 7 defeat." Lian reassured him, "Do not worry. I will ensure you reclaim your honor in the finals." Kulon Academy had booked 2 large suites and 1 medium suite at the Huiyao Hotel, specifically prepared for teams participating in the finals. Each large suite contained 6 private rooms, while the medium suite had 4. The Kulon Academy representative team comprised 11 members, 7 main team members, and 4 substitutes. After their initial meeting, Tang San addressed the team directly, stating, "Lan is an external aide I have invited, temporarily joining us in the finals. His strength is formidable, and you will follow his arrangements for the competition." The 11 team members remained silent, offering no objections. Lian observed that the team appeared somewhat dispirited, lacking the vigor and enthusiasm typical of youth. If one were to describe them, they resembled defeated hounds with their spines broken. Teacher Mo Li sighed, noting that the team's crushing defeat in the qualifiers had sapped their spirits. He then introduced each member to Lian. This is Luo Qing, level 40, and the captain. This is Su Kun, level 39, and the vice-captain. This is Luo Ning. He swiftly completed the introductions of all 11 team members. At that point, Lian asked, which of you possesses the ability to release soul skills from a distance? Please raise your hands. 6 individuals raised their right hands. A female member quietly inquired, my martial soul is the Guei Yuan Bao Zhu. Does that count as support? What are your soul skills? Lian asked. My first soul skill is fatigue elimination, the second is detoxification, and the third is injury recovery. Excellent, you qualify. As for the remaining 6, the weakest among you is not needed. That will suffice. After making the arrangements, Lian waved for the team to disperse. He did not require their cooperation and had no inclination to provide psychological counsel or boost their morale. They would be useful if they could be, otherwise, it mattered little. After all, they were merely there to fill numbers. However, the support-type female member held some value. Once only 3 individuals remained in the room. Teacher Mo Li hesitated before asking, what use is Han Li, the support-type soul master, in the arena? Wouldn't it be better to replace her with Wang Hao? That way, we could target the 2 weakest opponents with 3 members attacking them collectively. If we can take one down, it would alleviate some pressure. He understood that with Li An's strength, it was highly unlikely she would sustain injuries in the arena, given the resilience of the sand armor. Ordinary soul skills could hardly penetrate it. Thus, he found it curious that Lian had included a healing soul master. I fear our opponents may be too weak. Should I strike too hard, it could result in serious injuries or even death, which would be undesirable. It is safer to have a soul master with healing abilities. Lian contemplated. If that were to lead to disqualification, there would be no recourse for justification. Moreover, this would jeopardize the birthday gift for the little fox in 3 years' time. Where could he possibly find 3 soul bones? Thus, a support-type soul master was indeed necessary. Dean Ka Sa and teacher Mo Li exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They had never encountered someone so audacious as to provide healing to their opponents. However, the more Lian displayed such confidence, the more their own resolve strengthened, and new ideas began to emerge. Dean Ka Sa cleared his throat and asked in Lan, you are absolutely confident in securing the championship, correct? Lian nodded assuredly, of course. In a hushed tone, Dean Casa remarked, recently, I have been wandering around the city and discovered numerous betting opportunities regarding the finals. The odds for our AO Kolan Academy are among the highest. Would you be interested in placing a wager, my young friend? Teacher Mo Li, shedding his previous melancholic expression, straightened his posture and asserted, the finals, being such a significant event that symbolizes the honor of soul masters, should not be tarnished by a group of opportunists. We ought to teach them a lesson. I shall wager 60,000 gold soul coins. Dean Casa concurred. Teacher Mo Li is right. I will stake my entire fortune, 100,000 gold soul coins. Lian felt relieved that the betting pool established with Chu Gu was separate, for otherwise, the house might incur substantial losses. What are the current odds for AO Kolan Academy? He inquired. They had already reached an astonishing 1 to over 40, and were rapidly escalating. By the time the finals commenced, it was estimated that the odds could soar to 1 to 60 or 70. I will wager 200,000. Who could resist the allure of such glittering fortunes? As for any unforeseen complications, that could be addressed once the money was secured. Chapter 100. The first round, 360,000 gold soul coins. The trio split up, and within half a day, they scoured the city for all available betting establishments. By that time, the odds for AO Kolan Academy had skyrocketed to an astounding 1 to 53 and were still climbing. On the morning before the finals, the Spirit Hall dispatched personnel to escort all competing teams to the designated resting area within the arena, preparing for the upcoming match. In the central plaza before the Pope's Hall, a grand arena, composed entirely of large granite blocks and measuring 100 meters in diameter, had been meticulously constructed and reinforced with numerous soul-guiding devices. Its sturdiness could withstand any attack from a Soul King-level Soul Master without sustaining damage. The audience and VIP judging seats totaled only a few thousand, appearing significantly less crowded than during the preliminary and qualifying rounds. Those seated here were individuals of high status with considerable influence across the continent. The Soul Masters participating in the elite competition of the prestigious Soul Master Academies were predominantly aged between 20 and 25, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals. They were on the cusp of graduation. A considerable portion hailed from small soul master families or even commoners. To represent the academy in the finals was a testament to their exceptional qualifications among the younger generation, making them highly sought after by the Spirit Hall, the two great empires, and various other sections. In the resting area of Cultivation Academy, Dean Casa advised, Unlan, although your strength is commendable, you must not become complacent, especially when facing the three-seeded teams. The finals will be conducted in a knockout format to ensure fairness, with opponents determined by a draw in each round. In the first round, the three-seeded teams will receive a bye, while 30 teams will compete for 15 advancement slots. They will undoubtedly scrutinize the strength of each team, so it is crucial for you to conserve some of your strength. In the second round, the top team from the two great empires qualifying rounds will receive a bye, with 16 teams vying for 8 advancement slots, including the three-seeded teams, thus increasing your chances of facing them. In the third round, the top 2 teams from the two great empires qualifying rounds will receive byes, and the remaining 8 teams will compete for 4 advancement slots. Among these 8 teams, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top-ranked team from the two great empires qualifying rounds and the three-seeded teams will be included. This will be a formidable contest. The fourth round will determine the top 3, and in the fifth round, the format will shift to individual matches, with the top 3 competing for first place, while the 2 losing teams will determine the second place through a team battle, culminating in the champion. Dean Casa meticulously outlined the structure of the finals and the details of each round to Lian. The significance of the finals was paramount. Securing the championship would yield immense profits, yet any misstep could result in a considerable loss of fortune. This was a high-stakes gamble. Therefore, Dean Casa repeatedly cautioned Lian, who was investing the most and could not afford to be negligent. Rest assured, you are familiar with my strength. As long as I do not falter, achieving victory should be effortless. What you should contemplate now is how to secure those gold soul coins after the finals. Even with the current odds, the potential returns could amount to around 20 million gold soul coins. Such a substantial sum would undoubtedly attract envy, and obtaining it will not be simple. Those operating within the Spirit City without backing have long been shut down. Placing such a large bet and causing an upset would be akin to snatching a significant portion of flesh from those individuals. This money is not easily acquired. Dean Casa fell into deep contemplation. His cultivation was only at level 70, and he had yet to absorb the 7th soul ring. Cultivation Academy lacked the influential backing that other academies, like Lei Ting and Xiangjia, had with the support of the 7 great sects. Do you have any suggestions, my young friend? Lian feigned a moment of thought before responding. Do you think if this money were in the hands of the Spirit Hall, the two great empires, or the top 3 sects, they would encounter such issues? Of course not. Dean Casa shook his head. Even if it were 10 times more, those who opened the betting would not dare to speak up. However, with Cultivation Academy being a small establishment with no substantial backing, it is evident that becoming the dean does not imply foolishness. Suddenly realizing, he added, Are you suggesting that I find a backing? Finally hitting the nail on the head. Lian nodded. Precisely. Dean Casa fell silent, contemplating the idea of securing a backing to obtain sufficient support, which would foster growth. Yet, such an approach was not without its drawbacks. One could not expect others to provide support without expecting something in return. The cost would inevitably outweigh the benefits. Having an overseer could be tolerable, but the fear of the entire academy being swallowed and reduced to a vassal was unacceptable to him. After a moment, Dean Casa inquired, My young friend, I wonder if this suggestion originates from you or your family? Liam was taken aback, realizing that the other party assumed he was attempting to recruit him. In reality, he sought to leverage Cultivation Academy to connect with the Qi Bao Liuli zone. He clarified, Dean Casa, you misunderstand. Though I belong to a hidden sect, I am indeed the last remaining member of my family. I came to participate in this elite soul master competition, seeking an influential force to ally with. However, merely showcasing talent and strength to secure the championship in the finals would not guarantee swift ascension to power, but arriving with a complete team would make a considerable difference. I trust Dean Casa comprehends my intent. Dean Casa regarded Lian, his mind racing with thoughts. From a long-term perspective, given Li An's qualifications, he would receive the highest level of training regardless of which faction he joined. If he maintained his trajectory, there was a significant likelihood he could become a core figure of power or even a leader in the future. Closer inspection revealed that aligning with a particular force would naturally label Cultivation Academy with his influence, significantly reducing the risk of absorption. Let me ponder for a moment. Although an unequivocal answer eludes him, Lian is aware that he is somewhat intrigued. Before opting to collaborate with Oakland College, he had already conducted thorough research. Oakland College, established by a soul sage of 74th rank, has evolved over 5 to 6 decades into a prestigious academy for soul masters. Its background is pristine, not a mere vassal of any major force, akin to Shalake Academy in this regard. However, it is precisely because of this that Oakland College has recently encountered a bottleneck in its development. It surpasses the majority of advanced soul master academies, yet lags behind the elite ones, resulting in a precarious position. Thus, he initially chose Oakland College. Early the next morning, a designated individual arrived to summon Principal Casa for the drawing of lots. For other academies, particularly the top 2 institutions that secured first place in the qualifying rounds, the initial draw is of paramount importance. Drawing a weaker opponent would facilitate an effortless victory in the first round, providing a solid foundation that would bolster the team's morale and allow them to conserve energy for the competition in the third round. The drawing was overseen by a platinum bishop. Within a dark box, there were 30 small balls, numbered from 1 to 15, with 15 identical sets of numbers. The teams drawing the same number would face each other. The first match would be from Group 1, the second from Group 2, and so forth. Any questions could be raised now, for once the draw is complete, no changes could be made. Casa, along with the other principals or leading instructors from various academies, shook their heads and approached one by one to draw lots. Soon it was Casa's turn. He reached into the box and grasped the first ball that came to hand, hoping for an easier first match. He withdrew his arm and opened his palm to reveal the number 5. At that moment, a tall, middle-aged man beside him beamed, revealing that his own ball also bore the number 5. Ha! It seems fortune smiles upon me. Casa's expression grew solemn. For this man was the leading teacher of the second team from Xingluo Royal Academy, the very first in the Xingluo qualifying rounds. Drawing against one of the strongest teams among the 30 was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Shanyan wore a look of schadenfreude, stating, Principal Casa, I had initially hoped for our students to engage in meaningful exchanges with your team from Oakland College. What a pity. He then displayed his own ball, which bore the number 8. The other team holding an 8 was Zixing Academy, whose overall strength slightly surpassed that of Oakland College. Given Sanghui Academy's performance in the qualifiers, defeating this opponent would be a mere formality. After the draw, in the presence of the Platinum Bishop, the principals or leading teachers of the 30 academies registered their teams, officially confirming the matchups for the first round. Principal, who are our opponents? Upon Casa's return, Molly inquired immediately, the 11 students gazing at him in anticipation. Casa sighed, I regret to inform you that it is Xingluo Royal Academy's second team. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. At that moment, Lian remarked, why the long faces? Once you enter the arena, after unleashing a wave of soul techniques, you will exit without having to confront Xingluo's second team directly. The expressions of the 11 team members froze momentarily. As the former captain of the representative team, Luoqing still harbored some pride. Since we are in the same team, we must persevere till the end. Defeat is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is conceding to the notion of failure within ourselves. We are still young. This loss does not dictate future outcomes. As long as we strive harder than our opponents, we will eventually triumph. The team members trembled with renewed determination, their spirits visibly elevated. Lian silently shook his head, refraining from disheartening them. Indeed, effort is valuable. However, relative to innate talent, it holds lesser weight. The world is replete with diligent individuals, yet how many truly reach the finish line? Before long, the finals commenced. The first matchup featured Xiangjia Academy against Calite Academy. In the Xingluo qualifying rounds, Calite Academy ranked 6th, possessing decent overall strength, yet they paled in comparison to Xiangjia Academy. The initial phase saw them holding their ground, but once the captain of the Xiangjia team, Hu Yinji, breached their defenses, they succumbed within 3 minutes. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth matches concluded. Lian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and rose. It is our turn to take the stage. Wait, Luoqing called out to him, gazing earnestly. I understand that against Xingluo's second team, our chances of victory are slim. However, I must emphasize that even if we face defeat, we must unleash all our strength and engage them wholeheartedly. He then bowed deeply to Lian. I entrust this to you. The other 10 team members similarly bowed in respect. I entrust this to you. Lian pondered silently for a moment. Once we ascend the platform and the referee announces the commencement of the match, seal your ears with soul power at my command. I shall create an opportunity for you. As for how far you can go, that entirely depends on your own capabilities. Upon reaching the platform, the 7 members of Xingluo's second team lined up before them. The referee announced loudly, "Prepare for the match. You may release your martial souls." The rules remain unchanged. The victor advances, while the loser is eliminated. Oakland Advanced Soul Master Academy versus Xingluo Royal Academy's second team. Ready. Brothers, let them witness our strength. At the command of Captain Daylight, 7 powerful waves of soul energy surged forth from their bodies. Although they did not possess the overwhelming strength of the first team, they still had 4 soul masters, with both the captain and vice-captain at the 33rd rank. In stark contrast, the representatives of Oakland Academy appeared rather modest. Yet, the configuration of Li An's 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings stood out distinctly. Gasps echoed from the opposing side. A soul king? Their team actually has a soul king. The disparity between a soul master and a soul king is monumental, marking a significant divide in strength, akin to 2 entirely different realms. Similarly, the audience and esteemed judges took keen interest. Initially expecting a swift and decisive victory, they were taken aback to discover that the lowest-ranked Oakland Academy had a hidden ace, rendering the match exceedingly intriguing. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Lian spoke coolly, "Prepare yourselves." He then stepped forward, inhaling deeply, his chest expanding like a bellows, drawing in a considerable volume of air, the sound of his breath long and resonant. "What is he doing?" "No matter," he instructed, "Lao Ding and Xiaomi, you 2 flank from the sides. Lan, grant everyone a speed boost. Xiongda, Xiong and Xiangzi, each select your opponents, aiming to resolve the battle within 30 seconds. I will handle the Soul King. As long as we eliminate his teammates, victory will be ours." Daylight swiftly assigned tasks as the 7 surged forth towards the representatives of Oakland Academy, soul power swirling around them. At this moment, Liam made his move. He opened his mouth, his chest contracting sharply, unleashing a visible sonic wave that rippled outward. Roar. The roar of the lion from the Buddhist realm is not merely a sonic assault. It also embodies a profound psychological intimidation. Within the ranks of the Xingluo second team, the members Lao Ding and Xiaomi are both agile attack-type soul masters. Despite their rapid speed, their cultivation levels are relatively low at 39 and 38, respectively. They were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and upon being struck by the sound waves, they were plunged into darkness, losing consciousness instantly. They were rendered unconscious by the force of the shock. The other team members of Xingluo's second team were not spared either. Their internal soul power dissipated, and the soul skills they had prepared were abruptly interrupted, causing them various injuries, along with temporary deafness and a blurred perception of their surroundings. At this critical moment, Auckland Academy initiated a counterattack. Chapter 101. The 4th round, Tsanghua Academy, VIP, Judging Stand. With the departure of Qian Sect, the only individuals present here, apart from the representatives of the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Hall, are Ning Fengji and Yu Engine. The combination of mental power and sound, unleashed to achieve a crowd control effect. Could this be a self-created soul skill? Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with interest as he slightly straightened in his seat, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. The distraction control technique of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect is a form of mental manipulation, an area in which he possesses considerable insight, allowing him to discern the essence of the lion's roar at a glance. Beside him, the representative from the Xingluo Empire, a noble named Dai Hongdu, appeared rather displeased. The ruthless training policies of the Dai and Zhu families are only implemented within the royal lineage, and there are still many branch family members. In this elite competition of advanced soul master academies, the captains of both the Royal Academy's first and second teams hail from the Dai family. Dai Leighton is the nephew of Dai Hongdu. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that they would conclude the battle in 5 minutes. Yet the Xingluo team found themselves at a disadvantage right from the start, delivering a swift slap to his face that he was ill-prepared for. The long-standing grievances between the Tiando and Xingluo empires run deep. Observing the Xingluo Royal Academy's second team faltering, Prince Yefeng of the Tiando royal family wore a polite smile. Though he said nothing, his expression was utterly distasteful to Dai Hongdu, prompting an involuntary snort from him. The competition measures the overall strength of the team. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they remain but one person. Even if caught off guard and temporarily at a disadvantage, they could quickly regain their footing. However, At that moment, Luo Qing and his companions unleashed their soul skills upon the members of Xingluo's second team. They adopted a strategy of sacrificing 10 fingers rather than losing a single one, concentrating their fire on the soul master named Qiangzi, who was one of the two at level 40 among the 7. The others, still in a dazed state, were unable to provide assistance, leading to Qiangzi's immediate downfall. Moreover, with 2 team members already incapacitated and one more purely supportive soul master hiding at the back, the Xingluo's second team effectively had half of their combat power neutralized. Lian was not idle either. As Luo Qing and his companions released their soul skills, an endless stream of fine sand spread from beneath his feet, swiftly covering a significant portion of the arena. Then, it surged upward like a tidal wave to nearly 5 meters in height, the fine sand swirling like a tsunami, engulfing the remaining 3 members. Lian raised his hand in a grasping motion, and the sand wave immediately surged downward. By this time, TheReborn's and the other 2 team members had already shaken off their dazed state, with the sand wave towering and rapidly closing in. Although they could leap to safety, doing so would expose them to vulnerabilities at the apex of their jump. TheReborn's made a swift decision. We will use our martial soul fusion technique and charge out. With a fierce shout, the third soul ring beneath his feet flickered, causing his muscles to swell rapidly, transforming him into a formidable wall standing before the other 2. Despite the Bear brothers only being at level 39, once they executed their martial soul fusion technique, they could transform into a giant bear over 3 meters tall, capable of contending with a soul king in a short period. This was their sole method of breaking through. Immediately thereafter, Dilaton's fourth soul ring shimmered, and a powerful golden light burst forth in a fan shape from his center. His fourth soul skill, named White Tiger Shockwave, unleashed a surge of energy to disrupt the air, inflicting damage and causing a stunning effect on the enemy. This skill integrates offense, defense, and control into a vast area effect, rendering it exceedingly powerful. When the shockwave struck the sand wave, fine sand erupted, causing a brief hesitation before it continued its advance. "Captain, step back." TheReborn's decisively retreated as a giant bear, towering over 3 meters, strode forward, its massive paws swinging with all their might. Boom! The sand wave exploded, creating a 2-meter-wide hole. However, the Bear brothers' expressions changed dramatically. The bear paw struck the sand wave without any resistance. It appeared to have penetrated the sand wave. Yet the force simply dissipated, failing to exert any significant impact. Furthermore, the hole they created swiftly healed itself. Their original intention was to either shatter the sand wave or at least breach a portion, allowing them to escape, but they had underestimated the power of the sand wave, leading them to become mired in a quagmire. Realizing this, the Bear brothers controlled the giant bear to stack its paws together and lower them. "Captain, there's no time left. We must send you out." This was their only option. Dilaton lamented in regret, wishing he had been more cautious at the outset, sending someone to probe first rather than committing everyone to the fray, avoiding the current dire predicament. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts. Without time to ponder, he took a running leap, using the upward force from the bear's paw as he jumped out just as the sand wave was about to close in. Splash! Dilaton and the Bear brothers found themselves submerged in endless fine sand. Upon escaping the sand wave, Dilaton was met with 5 or 6 dazzling soul skills awaiting him. Suspended in mid-air without any leverage, he became an easy target. It was over. Dilaton's face fell in despair. After his fall, only the supportive soul master remained standing for the Xingluo's second team. At this point in the match, there was no longer any need to continue. Lian retracted the flowing sand. The Bear brothers' faces turned pale on the brink of collapse. After being trapped, they attempted to break free, but under the immense pressure, their martial soul fusion technique was forcibly disrupted, leaving them both severely injured. The result can be announced now. Lian addressed the referee. The referee, finally regaining his composure, proclaimed loudly, "In this match, Auckland Advanced Soul Master Academy emerges victorious." The previously silent audience erupted into a lively commotion. Given Auckland Academy's ranking, even when Lian revealed his soul rings, they were not regarded favorably. 1 soul king, 1 soul sovereign, and the remaining 5 team members were all soul venerables, while their opponent's lowest cultivation level was 38, averaging at least 3 levels higher. Yet, the outcome was astonishing. How long had the match lasted? Not even a minute. The Xingluo Royal Academy's second team, having surged into the finals with the top rank in the qualifiers, unexpectedly faced a downfall in the first round. They were decisively defeated and eliminated. One cannot help but regard this as ironic. Splendid. Prince Xiefeng clapped his hands in praise. By exploiting the opponent's complacency, they had placed them into their rhythm from the very beginning, perfectly timing the release of their soul skills for seamless integration. The crux of the matter lies in the formidable strength of that Soul King, who is capable of effortlessly commanding 3 powerful assault-type soul masters. Each of these words pierced through Dai Hongdu's heart like a sharp blade, causing his complexion to shift from pale to flushed, and his gaze towards Li Yin and the others turned increasingly hostile. Ning Fengji smiled silently, gently tapping his palm with a gem-encrusted cane. His eyes flickered slightly, revealing a mind lost in contemplation. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. On the arena, Luo Qing and the others were unable to contain their excitement, with one girl covering her face as tears streamed down, though a smile graced her lips. The pressure they had borne was immense, carrying the hopes of all the faculty and students of the academy as they participated in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. Yet, they had faced relentless defeats in the preliminary rounds, forcing them to grit their teeth and continue competing. This overwhelming stress had nearly suffocated them. Now, having secured a significant victory, albeit through the timely release of 2 waves of soul techniques, they found their spirits uplifted. Descending from the arena, Dean Casa approached, his face flushed as he incoherently patted each of their shoulders. Excellent, excellent. You have all performed admirably. When he reached Lian, his mouth moved as if to say 1,000 words, but ultimately only 2 escaped his lips. Thank you. Lian waved his hand nonchalantly. It is merely a transaction, each party benefiting from the other. There will be time for gratitude once the championship is secured. At that moment, teams from other academies were strategizing against Lian, as his performance had exerted considerable pressure upon them. Only the members of Shunfeng Academy appeared relaxed. The first round of the finals concluded, drawing attention to the dark horse, Oakland Academy. Meanwhile, some recalled the betting houses in the city, rushing there with money, only to find that all bets had been closed by the time the finals began. Observing the staggering odds of 1 to 72.5, many were left astounded by the potential windfall. Rumors soon circulated that Dean Casa had been spotted at several betting houses, placing substantial bets for his academy, igniting envy in many. A day later, Dean Casa once again drew lots. In the second round, the 3 seed teams and the top-ranked academy from the 2 major imperial divisions received buys. However, since Xingluo's second team had already been eliminated by Oakland, the buy fell to the second-ranked academy, which rejoiced at their unexpected fortune. The draw was fortuitous. Casa drew the third lot, and their opponent was a relatively low-ranked academy from the Xingluo division. The competition proceeded smoothly, with Lian orchestrating the field, creating opportunities for his teammates to strike. The opposing team had previously devised a counter-strategy, prolonging the match somewhat. Prince Xiefeng extolled their performance, while Prince Dai Hongdu of Xingluo felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his expression growing increasingly grim. After the second round concluded, in the resting area of the Xingluo Royal Academy, Dai Hongdu sat on a sofa while a tall, handsome young man with golden hair stood before him. Uncle. The young man bowed in greeting. Dai Hongdu nodded slightly. Huazong, do you know why I summoned you? Dai Huabin puffed out his chest to defeat Oakland Academy. Especially that Soul King. Are you confident? Of course. Lulu and I will employ our martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger, allowing us to briefly possess power comparable to a high-level Soul King, even against an average Soul Emperor. I am confident we can exchange a few blows and easily take down a Soul King. Dai Huabin was nearing his 25th birthday, boasting a cultivation level of 49, while his fiancée, Zhu Lulu, was 2 months younger with a cultivation level of 48. They were indeed cutting it close to participate in the competition. Excellent. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Dai Hongdu's eyes. You must decisively defeat him. Should I go hard on him, uncle? Dai Huabin inquired. No. A cold smile crept upon Dai Hongdu's face. If you do that, it would play directly into that old fox Xiefeng's hands. He has been mocking me from the judges' panel, clearly aiming to provoke me, perhaps hoping to entice that Soul King from Oakland Academy. In the past, I had someone investigate. That Soul King joined Oakland Academy during the preliminary rounds, likely seeking a chance to shine in the competition. If you antagonize him in the arena, how can we hope to recruit him? Defeat him on the stage to temper his ambition, and after the competition, you can present him with a gift. As for your next steps, I trust you know what to do. Uncle, you are wise. Dai Huabin responded earnestly, If we can recruit him, perhaps within a century, our Xinhua Empire may gain another title Douluo. Another day passed, and the third round of the elimination matches commenced. The teams receiving buys were the third-ranked academy from Xingluo's division, a senior soul master academy named Jiadu, and the second-ranked Songhui Academy from the Tiando division. Excellent. Songhui Academy successfully navigated the first and second rounds of elimination, with their students, once enslaved, showcasing strength that astounded all present. In this round, Dean Casa's fortune held strong. Among the 8 teams, including the 3 seed teams and the top-ranked Thunder Academy from the Tiando division, he drew Shenfeng Academy. Similarly, Shenfeng Academy breathed a sigh of relief. Though that Soul King's strength was formidable, if they could avoid confrontation, even the strongest powers would be rendered ineffective. Indeed, most of our martial souls are flight types, and against Oakland Academy, if we take to the skies, their sand techniques will be of no concern to us. At that moment, we can unleash our soul techniques from a distance, eliminating the others first, and leaving that Soul King for last. We can wear him down. We must be cautious of his self-created soul techniques, but they are quite evident during execution. Merely sealing our ears with soul power will suffice. Let's not forget this detail should we encounter him. As both sides ascended to the arena, upon the referee's announcement to commence, the 7 members of Shenfeng Academy took to the skies immediately. Following this, Lian demonstrated what it meant to unleash flying locust stones at a distance of 30 meters with incredible speed and precision within 30 meters. The 7 members of Shenfeng Academy fell like birds struck by a slingshot, each being taken down within 3 minutes. The flying locust stones, crafted from quicksand, complied with the competition's rules. Following this battle, the remaining 5 academies revised their previous strategies. Their tactics largely aligned with those of Shenfeng Academy, with those capable of flight taking to the skies, while others dispersed to unleash soul techniques from a distance, ultimately encircling Lian. However, once the flying locust stones were revealed, everyone realized that such tactics would only afford him the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Consequently, all academies, including the Wuhuan Temple Academy, regarded Oakland as an unprecedented foe. Although the Wuhuan Temple Academy consistently dispatched their opponents with ease, they lacked the effortless finesse that Oakland Academy, with Lian at its helm, possessed. In this context, the 4th round of elimination has commenced. The 6 strong contenders are Wuhuan Academy, Leitang Academy, Songhui Academy, Auckland Academy, Slavic Academy, and Xingluo Royal Academy. Tiando Royal Academy encountered Wuhuan Academy in the 3rd round, becoming the first seed team to be eliminated. The matchups for the top 3 contenders are as follows: Wuhuan Academy versus Slavic Academy, Xingluo Royal Academy versus Leitang Academy, and Auckland Academy versus Songhui Academy. Chapter 102, Forfeiture. After the draw, Dean Cass's expression turned solemn. Although he possessed ample confidence in Lian, he could not help but emphasize, thus far, Songhui Academy is the most formidable opponent we shall face. We must pay special attention to that control-type soul master with a gem-like martial soul, who can manipulate the 5 senses and ensnare individuals in illusions unknowingly. Such ability is exceedingly difficult to guard against. In the qualifiers, Songhui Academy had previously triumphed over Leitang Academy. Both Leitang Academy and Xingluo's second team ranked first in their respective qualifying divisions. The individual strengths are remarkable, and thus their overall power is undoubtedly superior, marking them as formidable adversaries. Yet, he remained unaware that the leading instructor on the opposing team was one of their own. Songhui Academy? Lian mused, what a coincidence. Upon first encountering the members of Songhui Academy, he sensed the power of calamity within them. He did not expect that the old fellow would act so swiftly. However, due to the crowd, they feigned ignorance and did not meet. Lian had observed several matches of Songhui Academy. In each contest, they had bested teams with average cultivation levels exceeding their own. Were it not for Auckland Academy, or more precisely, were it not for Lian, Songhui Academy would undoubtedly be the dark horse of this tournament. The Soul Masters specializing in agility and offense have awakened their 4 innate abilities, while those focusing on support and control predominantly possess 5 innate abilities. The synergy between the abilities forged from calamity and their soul skills yields exceptionally remarkable results. It must be noted that neglecting the presence of 4 laws, the Black Heavenly Book and the Soul Master System exhibit considerable compatibility. Dean Casa need not worry. Songhui Academy's strength is indeed commendable. Yet it is merely that. How could they possibly surpass Wuhuan Dian Academy? If they cannot overcome this hurdle, I would not have sought you out, Lian asserted. I am here with the intent of claiming the championship. Dean Casa recognized his excessive anxiety, judging by Li An's performances in the preceding matches. Defeating Tsanghue Academy should pose no significant challenge. Let's watch the contest. At this moment on the arena, the two Soul Kings from Wuhuan Dian Academy breached Slavic Academy's defenses, and under their relentless assault, several Soul Masters from the opposing team lost their capacity to resist. Consequently, Slavic Academy conceded defeat. Thus, one of the top three has emerged. Following the referee's announcement, the representatives of Xingluo Royal Academy and Leitang Academy ascended the stage. To many observers, the outcome of this match seemed all but predetermined. After all, in terms of both individual and collective strength, Leitang Academy could not possibly compare to Xingluo's first team. Meanwhile, in the VIP judging section, Dai Hongdu's expression was far from pleasant. He had anticipated facing Auckland Academy in the top 6 showdown, only to find himself pitted against Leitang Academy instead. As a result, after determining the top 3, they must first defeat Wuhuan Dian Academy in the 5th round to have a chance at a team battle with Auckland Academy. Lian's prowess is widely acknowledged. With sheer determination, he had propelled a team of lesser strength to the final stages. Such combat capability would render Soul Masters below the rank of Soul King incapable of withstanding even 3 strikes. A wheel battle would fail to yield the desired effect. Without employing the martial soul fusion technique, the spectral White Tiger, Xingluo's first team cannot guarantee victory. Soon after, Leitang Academy faced defeat. The average cultivation level between the two teams differed by approximately 5 levels, an insurmountable chasm. It's our turn, Lian instructed before the match. After you unleash a wave of soul skills, step down. I shall take care of the rest. In this match, he intended to gauge the capabilities of these calamity slaves rather than simply overpower them as in previous encounters. Doing so might overlook the well-being of the representatives from Auckland Academy. Within the ranks of Tsanghue Academy, 3 individuals bore calamity marks on their arms, 2 on their eyes. Alongside 3 Qianjun AO, 1 Taishu Eye, and 1 sword in the eye. Even though they had only recently begun practicing the Black Heavenly Book, those 3 Soul Masters who awakened the Qianjun AO possessed considerable strength, each capable of exerting thousands of pounds. In their prior matches, they had held back. Should they strike with full force, the impact would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. The Taishu Eye and Sword in the Eye presented even more perilous mental assaults that were exceedingly difficult to defend against. Lian remained unfazed. But if the representatives from Auckland Academy were careless enough to endure a blow, they would be in grave danger. Luo Qing, possessing self-awareness, observed his demeanor and glanced at his teammates. Nodding, he replied, "All right, for this upcoming match, we shall not hinder you." Having reached this stage in the finals, we are already quite satisfied. The other team members echoed their sentiments. Upon ascending the arena, once the referee announced the commencement of the match, Tang San swiftly coalesced upon Li An's body, forming a layer of dark yellow armor, instantly augmenting his stature to over 2 meters. He then charged directly toward the opposing side. Following his orders, Luo Qing and the others unleashed a wave of soul skills and promptly leapt off the stage without awaiting the outcome. This transformation sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience. Previously, Lian had stood still on the arena, either manipulating fine sand to launch attacks or coalescing it into stone projectiles for throwing, entirely embodying the demeanor of a control-type soul master. Now, however, he resembled a powerful assault-type soul master. What is his intention? To single-handedly annihilate the representatives of Tsanghue Academy? Prince Yefeng furrowed his brow slightly. The overall strength of Tsanghue Academy is formidable. Coordinating to defeat a Soul King would be effortless for them, and even a Soul Emperor would find it challenging when besieged. This approach is overly reckless. Would it not be better to create opportunities for his teammates as he did before? Perhaps he is merely showcasing his own strength. Ning Feng Ti Ponderet Guietli. Dai Hongdu intended to counter Xiefeng, but suddenly shifted his expression upon hearing this. What does Master Ning imply? Since noticing Li An's stylistic transformation in the second match, Ning Fengji began to analyze the purpose behind his actions. In the contest against Shanfeng Academy, he exhibited long-range attacks, while in the subsequent 2 matches, he utilized fine sand to compel his opponents to reveal vulnerabilities, with each detail differing significantly. For instance, in the first round against Xingluo's second team, he displayed overwhelming pressure, while in the second round against GoldenFinger Academy, he systematically dismantled their formation, showcasing multitasking and meticulous control. And now, in this match, he revealed his prowess in close-quarters combat. At this moment, Lian had already fallen into encirclement. Amidst the astonished gasps of numerous spectators, 4 or 5 soul techniques descended upon him, momentarily stalling his movements. However, he swiftly retaliated with a series of punches, sending 3 adversaries sprawling to the ground. Unable to rise again, his armor exhibited remarkable defensive prowess. Despite the impact of century-old soul techniques, not a single mark was left upon him. While millennium-level techniques could only barely breach his defenses, only to be repaired almost instantaneously. The representatives of the Wuhuan Temple Academy and the Xingluo Royal Academy displayed expressions of sheer horror. If even millennium-level techniques could inflict no harm, how could they possibly contend against him? What manner of monster was this? If they were to engage him, would the Soul Sect merely be at his mercy? The morale of the team members from both academies began to crumble, particularly for the first team of Xingluo, who were all mere soul masters. In contrast to the Wuhuan Temple Academy's 2 soul kings, there was no time to waste. Dai Huabin clenched his fist in silence. Suddenly, he felt a cool touch upon his hand, a delicate hand resting on the back of his own. The owner of this hand, with her neatly cropped hair and a form accentuated by a black leather outfit, was none other than his fiancée, Zhu Lulu. Do not place too much pressure on yourself, she reassured him. Dai Huabin felt a slight easing of his tension as he smiled at her. Rest assured, the men of the Dai family shall not be easily defeated. Earlier, during the match against the Thunder Academy, I sensed a loosening of my bottleneck and wished to return and attempt a breakthrough. Would you accompany me? Zhu Lulu's face lit up with joy. That would be wonderful. Let's return at once. The representatives of the Tsanghue Academy had only recently begun their training with the Black Book, and the match concluded swiftly. Upon returning to the resting area, Dai Hongdu called for the members of the first team of Xingluo to gather and strategize. However, a quick glance revealed that Dai Huabin was absent. Lulu, where's Huabin gone? Zhu Lulu replied. He sensed a loosening of his bottleneck earlier and went to his room to meditate. I did not want to disturb him. Very well. Dai Hongdu felt a surge of determination. Lulu, once Huabin breaks through, ensure he comes to find me immediately. Dai Huabin had achieved his breakthrough to level 49 4 months prior, and the family had already prepared a 5th soul ring for him before the competition. Understood, uncle. That very afternoon, a powerful wave of soul energy emanated from Dai Huabin's room, and moments later, the door swung open. Zhu Lulu, stationed at the doorway, rushed forward. Have you succeeded in your breakthrough? Dai Huabin's face radiated with joy. Indeed. Have you been waiting here all this time? Zhu Lulu smoothed the wrinkles of his clothing. Uncle instructed you to come to him immediately after your breakthrough, so I stood guard at the door. You should go now. Dai Huabin embraced her briefly before striding towards Dai Hongdu's chamber. He knocked on the door, and upon entering, he slightly bowed. Uncle, you called for me? Dai Hongdu meticulously sensed Dai Huabin's soul energy fluctuations, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Excellent. Your timing for the breakthrough is impeccable. With a wave of his hand, a tremendous iron cage materialized, nearly occupying half the room. Inside the cage lay a colossal tiger-like soul beast, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, its body adorned with numerous sharp-boned spines. Although the creature exuded a feeble aura, the soul energy it emitted confirmed its cultivation to be over 10,000 years. A thorn-bone tiger? Dai Huabin's excitement was palpable. Uncle brought it with him. This formidable thorned-bone tiger, with a cultivation of 11,000 years, was precisely the 5th soul ring prepared for him by his family. Indeed, Dai Hongdu nodded with a smile. The family anticipated your potential breakthrough during the competition, which is why I brought it along. This beast has endured countless torments, and its will has been shattered, minimizing the impact of its mental turmoil. Proceed swiftly. Dai Huabin nodded, unsheathing a long blade and plunging it into the creature's eye socket. Soon after, a black soul ring materialized. He sat cross-legged, drawing the soul ring onto his martial soul to absorb its energy. On the 3rd day, the final round of the competition was about to commence. My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. The current round would first determine the first-place winner through a personal elimination format, followed by the 2 losing teams battling it out in a team format for 2nd place, culminating in a final team battle between the 1st and 2nd place teams to determine the champion. Early in the morning, The three teams that had entered the final competition were already gathered at the entrance of the Pope's palace. The 21 members of the three teams stood in a line, all gazing reverently at the grand doors. Only Lian felt a sense of ennui, yet he had to feign an expression of respect. Shortly thereafter, 12 red-robed cardinals appeared, dividing into two groups at the entrance of the Pope's palace. The leader proclaimed loudly, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." Instantly, the entire Wuhuan city erupted in fervent cheers. Amidst this wave of applause, the grand doors of the Pope's palace creaked open. Clad in resplendent golden robes and wielding a scepter, Bibi Dong emerged with an expression of solemnity, a beam of sunlight illuminating her figure. The gems on her attire refracted a myriad of colors, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being. "We pay our respects to your holiness." At that moment, all those affiliated with the Wuhuan temple knelt on one knee in homage to Bibi Dong. Influenced by their reverence and the cheers resonating from all directions, the three teams also knelt in respect to the sovereign of the Wuhuan temple. This act served to highlight Lian, who stood alone amidst the kneeling throng, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon him. Lian raised an eyebrow. Impertinent, daring to show disrespect to Her Holiness the Pope. The previously vocal cardinal rebuked furiously. Lian scrutinized the man's face for a moment, committing his likeness to memory. Bibi Dong gently raised her hand, silencing the cardinal. "Everyone, please rise." Only then did the crowd stand up. Those associated with the Wuhuan temple, including the 7 representatives from the Wuhuan Temple Academy, glared at Li En with hostility. Meanwhile, the president of the Casa Academy, standing outside the square, turned pale, wiping the sweat from his brow incessantly. "From you, I see hope." Following a moment of encouragement, Bibi Dong waved her scepter lightly. 3 radiant points of red, blue, and yellow emerged, revealing a right arm bone, a left arm bone, and a right leg bone, respectively. Countless eager gazes converged upon these 3 soul bones, with some even swallowing nervously. This was a prearranged agreement. Simply producing 3 soul bones would suffice, and upon Lian claiming victory, the 6,000-year head soul bone of mental attribute, the 4,000-year torso bone, and an external soul bone would be presented as a birthday gift for the little fox over the next 3 years. There can only be one victor. These 3 soul bones will belong to the champion team that ultimately prevails. I hope you will give your all to earn this honor. Bibi Dong spoke in a measured tone. This morning, the individual elimination matches of your 3 teams will commence. The remaining team will gain the upper hand, directly entering the championship contention, while the 2 other teams will vie for another qualification spot in the afternoon. Now, you may send forth your first official contestant. Lian stepped forward. At Auckland Academy, he was the only one eligible to participate. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the representatives from Wuhuan Temple Academy and the captain of Xingluo's first team stood up almost simultaneously, declaring, "We forfeit." Lian was somewhat taken aback, but soon found it quite reasonable. With his strength, he couldn't withstand even a single attack from Soul Master. And given the limited space of the arena, a wheel battle was impossible, especially with only 14 participants across both teams. It made more sense to forfeit outright, conserving their strength to vie for the second qualifying spot. Consequently, both teams aimed to withdraw together, which created an awkward situation. Chapter 103. What can you offer me, the captain of Wuhuan Temple Academy, named Yutong, a soul king of level 53, regarded Dai Huabin, who merely raised an eyebrow in response. Both were rendered speechless, exhibiting an unexpected rapport. Since you are both determined to forfeit, let us move the afternoon's match to the present. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before speaking. The simultaneous forfeiture of both teams caught her off guard. Having just stepped out of Wuhuan Temple and announced the competition rules, she found herself in a predicament as both teams opted not to compete, leading to an anticlimactic conclusion that jeopardized the Pope's dignity. As her words fell, the gazes of Yutong and Dai Huabin sharpened, and they turned to face one another. Their eyes locked, and under the influence of their auras, their spirits subtly began to rise. They were caught off guard, as the prelude had not yet commenced. Yet they were suddenly thrust into the fray. Soon, the representatives of Wuhuan Temple Academy and Xingluo's first team stood upon the arena, while Auckland Academy advanced directly. Lian, standing below the arena, listened gravely as Principal Casa spoke. The representatives from Wuhuan Temple Academy have both the captain and vice-captain as soul kings, one at level 53 and the other at level 52. The remaining 5 members are all soul masters above level 45. In contrast, Xingluo's team comprises entirely of high-level soul masters. although their average level is slightly lower. They have consistently relied on their cultivation to overpower opponents in the finals without revealing any martial soul fusion techniques. Both teams possess formidable overall strength. And in this match for the final qualifying spot, they will undoubtedly reveal their trump cards. We must observe keenly. Lian glanced at him. Is Principal Casa worried about his own money? Casa retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? The odds are a staggering 72.5 to 1. A wager of 100,000 gold soul coins would yield over 7 million. Such a substantial sum would make even a soul Douluo envious. Can you blame me for worrying?" However, upon remembering that Lian had bet 200,000, his anxiety eased considerably. Alas, how rash! Had I known this, I would have wagered my entire fortune for a chance to win a few more million. Meanwhile, on the arena, the referee announced the start. Yellow, purple, and black soul rings instantly captivated all attention. In the next moment, the crowd was stunned. No way. There were 3 10,000-year soul rings on the arena. On Xingluo's side, a dark presence was strikingly prominent, as Dai Huabin emanated a soul power fluctuation that had astonishingly reached level 52. In previous matches, Dai Huabin was clearly a soul master of level 49. Yet now he had ascended to the rank of Soul King, a remarkable increase of 3 levels. Not only that, but he also possessed an additional 10,000-year soul ring. Is he a Soul King? Principal Casa's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the captain of Xingluo's first team be a Soul King? I recall him being a Soul Master just the day before yesterday. The fusion techniques of the Dai and Zhu families from the Xingluo Empire are renowned across the continent. When 2 Soul Douluos collaborate, they can even contend with titled Douluos in a short span. Battling above one's level is commonplace. Dai Huabin's original cultivation was level 49, while Zhu Lulu was at level 48. After employing their martial soul fusion technique, they were already comparable to high-level Soul Kings. Now, with Dai Huabin's 3-level increase and an additional 10,000-year soul ring, their martial soul fusion technique could likely match a Soul Emperor's combat prowess. Coupled with 5 well-coordinated high-level soul masters, Principal Casa grew increasingly concerned. Lian smiled. Now this is intriguing. Constantly defeating the weaker opponents is rather dull. I didn't expect the finals to offer such a surprise. Likewise, the majority of spectators below the arena shifted their focus to Dai Hongdu. Prince Xiefeng voiced his suspicion. "Prince Dai, are you cheating?" Dai Hongdu chuckled. Huabin is a royal relative, and the 5th soul ring has been selected for some time. Months ago, he was already at level 49, poised to break into level 50 at any moment. As his uncle, it is only natural for me to assist him with his soul ring, isn't it? Before Prince Xiefeng could respond, Dai Hongdu interjected. What? Is it forbidden to break through during the competition? I don't recall such a rule, and the Pope has said nothing. Do you wish to overstep your bounds? Prince Xiefeng glanced toward the Pope's throne and fell silent. On the arena, Dai Huabin let out a mighty roar, and as his martial soul manifested, his body swelled once more. The black and white fur on his form surged, while Zhu Lulu was enveloped in a layer of dark light, becoming ethereal as she floated toward Dai Huabin. In an instant, their forms fused into one. A massive black pillar of light, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, shot into the sky and rapidly expanded outward, the overwhelming surge of soul power causing the members of Wuhuan Temple Academy to change colors. With a deafening roar, the black pillar vanished, along with Dai Huabin and Zhu Lulu. In their place stood a gigantic white tiger with black stripes, measuring over 13 meters in length and nearly 4 meters in height. Upon its emergence, the Yoming Baihu lunged towards its adversaries. This colossal beast combined the explosive force of the white tiger with the agility and speed of the Yoming Ling Mao, covering a distance of 50 to 60 meters in a single leap, almost instantaneously reaching the Wuhuan Temple Academy team. The chapter does not conclude here. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The Yoming Baihu unleashed its power. In the presence of such a colossal creature, the students from Wuhuan Temple Academy appeared utterly diminutive. Quickly disperse. Yutong bellowed, retreating alongside another Soul King to avoid being caught in a single sweep. However, some were ultimately unable to escape. One team member was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he plummeted to the arena floor. Another narrowly dodged, only to be struck by a massive tail sweeping toward him, leaving him helpless as he was caught in a moment of weakness, barely managing to raise his arm. With a sharp crack, both of his arms twisted at grotesque angles. The unfortunate soul who fell to the arena below was the team's healing soul master, thus losing any hope of continuing the fight. In a mere encounter, Wuhuan Temple Academy had already lost 2 members, and the formation was shattered by the Yoming-Bai-Hu, prompting the 5 members of Xingluo's first team to follow suit. They split into pairs to engage the vice-captain of Wuhuan Temple Academy, while the remaining 3 each found an opponent, leaving Yutong to contend with the Yoming-Bai-Hu, who pressed the attack relentlessly. He was acutely aware that defeat was not an option. Should he falter, it would allow his adversaries to consolidate their strength, and his comrades would be unable to withstand the onslaught for long. At present, he was striving to prolong the confrontation. Although the spectral Bai-Hu possessed immense power, its consumption was equally formidable. The two could not sustain their exertion indefinitely, and ultimately, they would unravel from within. He held unwavering confidence in his companions. Should any one of them emerge victorious, the tides of battle on the arena would inevitably shift. However, he ultimately underestimated the prowess of his opponent. The spectral Bai-Hu was not only swift and powerful, but also exhibited an agility that belied its formidable size. Under the relentless assault of the spectral Bai-Hu, Yutong found himself in peril, ultimately succumbing to a critical opening that was ruthlessly exploited. With a cough of blood, Yutong fell from the arena, and before losing consciousness, he witnessed yet another opponent being sent flying by the spectral Bai-Hu. The Wuhandian Academy had suffered defeat. As the spectral Bai-Hu dissipated, Dai Huabin stood on the arena, pallid and trembling slightly, a symptom of the extreme consumption of soul power and physical strength. Nonetheless, his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. From his elevated position, Dai Huabin regarded Lian, his gaze ablaze with fighting spirit. Is the target me? How intriguing. Lian smiled faintly and turned to leave the square. Behind him, the referee's voice resounded. In this match, the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy emerges victorious. In the rest area of the Auckland Academy, Lian sat cross-legged on the bed, his posture impeccably straight, his eyes gently closed, each breath infused with a unique rhythm, prolonged and deliberate. He was in the process of cultivating his internal energy to refine his acupoints. In the realm of internal energy, each refined acupoint would gradually unblock the obstructed meridians. Once the entire meridian system was connected, he would be able to store a greater amount of internal energy within. However, the process of refining acupoints was quite taxing. Unlike during seclusion, he could not dedicate his entire focus to cultivation during ordinary times. Given Li Yan's current level of cultivation, a pace of refining one acupoint every 3 or 4 hours was just about right, allowing his internal energy to maintain above 60%. In the event of an unforeseen complication, he would not be caught off guard. With a deep breath, Li Yan opened his eyes and expelled a breath of stale air. The progress was too slow. The 6th meridian had barely been partially unblocked, not even 1/5 of the way through. At this rate, it would take at least a year to fully connect the 12 primary meridians. Furthermore, there remained the 8 extraordinary meridians. Should I harvest the Shernyan fruit now? This thought crossed his mind, but was promptly dismissed. Shernyan's cultivation was still rudimentary, and he had yet to absorb the lost soul rings. If he were to reclaim the jade seed now, he would merely unblock the remaining primary meridians. It would be wiser to nurture it for a while longer, waiting for the jade seed to mature before reaping the benefits. By that time, he would likely be able to cultivate a second jade seed. Harvest one to supplement another. Sustainable development is the undeniable truth. My strength is still insufficient to venture into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Otherwise, I could gather more celestial herbs and concoct several treasures, thereby swiftly enhancing my cultivation. Li Yan currently found himself in an awkward stage of power. He could contend with soul saints, yet if they were intent on fleeing, it would be quite difficult to apprehend them. After all, the radiation range of Zhua Xanhe Yin was not particularly vast. Once beyond that area, its potency would diminish significantly. The Zhenqi realm. Only upon reaching that stage and mastering the Wu, Lei Zheng Fa and Qian Renxue, even with just minor success, would he be able to hold his ground against title dual-level combatants, and even if he could not win, he would at least be able to extricate himself with ease. Let me ponder, is there a way to swiftly enhance my cultivation without compromising my foundation? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Li Yan frowned and rose to open the door, only to find Dean Casa standing outside, his face alight with joy. Dean Casa, what brings you here? Law and excellent news. Dean Casa quickly glanced around and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. The master of the Qi Bao Lili Sect, Ning Zhongzhu, and the Sword Douluo have come to visit. I had a brief conversation with them earlier. They are inclined to recruit you. Lian feigned curiosity. Why were you not this jubilant when the two great imperial courts sent representatives previously? After the finals, his demonstrated strength had drawn the attention of numerous factions, and various individuals had approached him, but ultimately, none had yielded results. Ah, that is entirely different, Dean Casa replied. Xing Luo is simply too distant. Relocating the academy would pose a significant issue, and that is another matter entirely. The Tiando Imperial Court has its own Advanced Soul Master Academy. If we were to agree to them, it would inevitably lead to a merger of the two academies, resulting in the dissolution of Auckland Academy. The Qibao Sect, however, has yet to establish its own Advanced Soul Master Academy. Hence, Auckland would likely retain considerable autonomy. With your connection, the academy could continue to thrive. And with the support of the Qibao Sect, it would indeed flourish. After several days of contemplation, Dean Casa had resolved to bind Auckland Academy's fate to Lian's, leveraging the momentum of the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies. This opportunity would be a significant leap for both him and Auckland Academy. This was precisely the outcome Lian desired. Dean Casa wished for Auckland Academy to persist, and the only suitable partner was the Qibao Sect. Come quickly, my young brother. Let us not keep Ning Zhongzhu and the Sword Douluo waiting. Upon entering the reception room, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo were seated on the sofa. Lian had seen them from a distance during the competition, but this was the first time he was so close. Ning Fengji appeared to be in his 40s, donned in a pristine white robe, his smooth black hair cascading down his back, a gentle smile playing on his lips, exuding an approachable demeanor. In contrast, the Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, was an elderly man with white hair, his silver locks meticulously styled, yet he bore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent. His attire resembled that of Ning Fengji, but seemed to conceal a sword within. Immensely powerful. In the entire Wu Hundian, aside from Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong, and the second elder, Jin Yi, it was unlikely that anyone could rival him. Ning Fengji stood, slightly bowing. Lan, my young brother, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I trust you are aware of my intentions. If you are considering joining a faction, I invite you to contemplate the Qibao Sect. The Sword Douluo remained seated, not sparing a glance at Lian, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Yet, Lian sensed that the elder was observing him, not through his eyes or spiritual power, but through his heart. The sword heart. Lian mused this Sword Douluo had attained the remarkable state of clarity in sword heart. Such individuals were indeed rare. He was a formidable being constrained by the world. Should he embark on the path of sword cultivation and forge a personal flying sword, he could even challenge weaker divine beings. As his thoughts raced, Lian spoke up. I came to participate in the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies precisely to seek a faction to align myself with. Today, with Master Ning's visit, I shall be forthright. If I were to join the Qibao Sect, what could you offer me? Chapter 104 concludes. He never anticipated that Ning Fengji would be so forthright. Shouldn't such matters have been broached by him first? Nonetheless, the inquiry indeed left him momentarily speechless. Given the talents exhibited by Lian, he would undoubtedly receive significant support regardless of which faction he chose to join. In terms of advantages, the Qibao stands as the wealthiest sect in the world, yet it seems to only possess financial resources when compared to other powers. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before confidently suggesting, "Younger brother, why not allow me to offer my analysis before you make your decision?" Lian replied, "Please." Sect Master Ning. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is formed through the bond of bloodline martial souls. Outsiders wishing to join must first adopt the surname Yu and marry into the clan. The tyrannical nature of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul lies in its powerful assimilation ability. After 3 to 5 generations of intermarriage within the clan, any external martial souls would cease to exist, which is a crucial reason for the clan's sustained prosperity. As martial souls are a family's heritage, I believe younger brother would not wish for his martial soul to vanish. Lian nodded in agreement. He practiced martial arts, rendering the martial soul inconsequential to him. However, for the natives of the Douluo world, a martial soul represents a family's lineage and identity. The loss of one's martial soul equates to the obliteration of the family, a matter of grave significance. Consequently, many families implement intermarriage to ensure the continuation of their martial souls. He certainly needed to exhibit a degree of caution. In contrast, the royal families of Tiando and Xingluo restrict power to their own blood relatives, while outsiders may only serve as vassals, akin to elite enforcers nurtured by the two great empires. Even marrying into the royal family would not alter this status. Additionally, during transitions of power, vassals must choose sides, and if their cultivation does not reach the level of a titled Douluo, they may encounter difficulties. Ning Fengji was quite aware of the intricacies surrounding the close relationship between the Qibao Liuli zone and the Tiando royal family. Lian could not deny this. The constraints imposed by the two great empires were indeed considerable. He understood that Ning Fengji was stating the truth, yet he only mentioned drawbacks, omitting the rights that should be entitled. In reality, there was no need to elaborate as the conditions proposed by various factions were largely similar. Lastly, he spoke of the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and after a brief sigh, continued, "The Spirit Hall is vast. Its branches extend deeply into both empires and every city within the principalities, conducting martial soul awakening ceremonies for commoners and thus attracting countless talents. Since its inception, the Spirit Hall has cultivated an unknown number of titled Douluo. Its establishment of the Douluo Hall is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of countless soul masters across the continent. However, precisely because of this, the Spirit Hall is not lacking in geniuses." Ning Fengji's tone carried a complexity that was difficult to articulate. Although the Qibao Liuli zone is one of the top 3 sects, possessing wealth rivaling nations and 2 exceptionally powerful titled Douluo, it still faces a significant disparity in foundational strength when compared to the Spirit Hall. Observing the Spirit Hall's development over the years, he sensed a subtle hint of danger. Just how vast is the continent? What is the combined territory of the top 3 sects? The attitudes of the lower 4 sects remain ambiguous, yet they have garnered the hearts of countless commoner soul masters, ensuring that high-end combat power will not be lacking. If this trend continues, it may become increasingly difficult for the Spirit Hall to be restrained. No, the current Spirit Hall is already beyond restraint. The two great empires regard it with trepidation. Although they intend to dismantle the branches of the Spirit Hall within their territories, it has already developed a momentum that cannot be easily curtailed. There is currently no viable solution for this predicament, for if such actions were taken, the first to object would be those commoner soul masters who have benefited from the Spirit Hall. The subsidies for soul masters come from the allocations of the two great empires, distributed by the Spirit Hall. Such claims would only deceive the naive. It is merely a facade. The two great empires are rife with corruption. If they could truly produce that money, would they still require the Spirit Hall's involvement? Is establishing an institution to distribute subsidies such a daunting task? The inadequacy of the two great empires leaves him with no choice but to strive to strengthen the Qibao Liuli zone. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, Ning Fengji maintained a smile and, regaining his composure, continued, "However, my Qibao Liuli zone is different. Due to the unique nature of martial souls, our sect is traditionally inclusive and has more lenient rules, with a significant number of our disciples being from external surnames. Although Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu rarely involve themselves in day-to-day affairs, they are indeed core figures of power within the sect. Major decisions are made collectively by the 3 of us. If younger brother is willing to join the Qibao Liuli zone, I will exert all the resources of the sect to cultivate you into the 3rd titled Douluo of our sect, and I can even permit you to establish a family of your own within the sect." The conditions proposed by Ning Fengji were extraordinarily generous. Allowing the establishment of a family within the sect essentially means relinquishing part of the authority that belongs to the sect master. Such boldness took Lian by surprise. Is Sect Master Ning not concerned about losing power? Ning Fengji smiled gently, his refined countenance radiating unparalleled confidence. Without the Ning family and the Qibao Liuli Pagoda, the Qibao Liuli zone would cease to be the Qibao Liuli zone. The observing Dean Casa exchanged knowing glances with Li An, seemingly eager to speak on his behalf. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." However, Lian responded, "Sect Master Ning is correct. The Qibao Liuli zone will forever remain the Qibao Liuli zone of the Ning family. Yet if I choose to join the Spirit Hall, I would likely be conferred the title of Holy Son, becoming the successor to the Pope." Ning Fengji fell silent. Suddenly, the previously stoic Jian glanced over, his eyes emanating a sharp glint. "Young man, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall?" The voice was not loud, yet it felt like a blade gliding across the skin, sending chills down the spine. A mere exchange of glances caused Li An's eyes to sting slightly, his instincts signaling danger, compelling his internal energy to stir involuntarily. An oppressive weight bore down upon him. Li An understood that even if Douluo intended to act, he would surely refrain from doing so here. Moreover, he had initially planned to join the Qibao Liuli zone if he did not present himself as someone open to negotiation. Allowing Ning Fengji to concede a bit more, he knew he would not feel at ease. Thus, there was nothing to fear. Yet, Dean Casa, unaware of Li An's intentions, presumed the discussion had faltered. Jian merely exuded a fraction of his aura, causing Cass's face to pale, his body frozen in fear, urgently signaling to Li An with his eyes. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji called out. Douluo returned to his previous demeanor. Subsequently, Ning Fengji, with a hint of apology, addressed both men. I apologize. Uncle Jian has this temperament. Dean Casa managed a smile that resembled a grimace. The truth is undeniable. How could he dare voice dissent? In this exchange, Li An appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of bravery befitting a general, which enhanced Ning Fengji's assessment of him further. Your earlier statement was indeed astute. However, have you considered that the Pope is already a titled Douluo? Given her cultivation level, even if she were to abdicate, it would be at least a century before that occurs, if not longer. As he spoke, Ning Fengzhi revealed a bittersweet smile. In the Qibao Liuli zone, due to a certain flaw in the martial soul, the direct descendants are destined to never surpass the level of 80, thus unable to absorb the 8th spirit ring. Consequently, the lifespan of successive sect leaders only extends a few decades beyond that of ordinary individuals, leading them to relinquish their positions directly upon the emergence of a suitable successor. I have but one daughter, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to become the next leader of the Qibao Liuli zone. Moreover, there exists a stipulation within the sect. All direct descendants, particularly the leader, must forge a partnership with a powerful spirit master. At this juncture, Ning Fengji deliberately paused, his expression laden with unspoken implications, easily prompting others to delve deeper into his suggested meaning. Yet, in truth, he merely articulated a regulation of the sect, rendering his statement almost inconsequential. Li An raised an eyebrow and directly stated, "Does sect leader Ning wish for me to wed your daughter?" Douluo's eyes widened in shock, his hair bristling as his right hand emerged from his voluminous sleeve, poised as if ready to draw his sword in a moment of fury. But Rongrong is not yet 6 years old. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew oppressive, akin to the dark clouds that loom before a tempest. Dean Casa trembled, wishing fervently to bury his head in a pile of sand. Ning Fengji's expression stiffened slightly. Why did it seem as though he was offering his daughter? He cast a calming glance toward Douluo and softly remarked, "If my little brother can win my daughter's affection, I would naturally have no objections." In his eyes, Li An was indeed a fitting candidate, possessing both strength and talent, and only a few years older. However, his background required further investigation. Currently, Li An harbored no particular thoughts regarding Ning Rongrong. I will give it due consideration. Ning Fengji rose, stating, "In that case, we shall take our leave." After bidding farewell to the two, Dean Casa hurriedly inquired, "Little brother, why did you not agree when sect leader Ning and Douluo personally visited? Compared to other factions, Qibao Liuli Zone is undoubtedly the best choice. What is the rush?" Li An replied confidently, "Dean Casa must understand one thing. It is sect leader Ning who invited us to join Qibao Liuli Zone, not us seeking to join. Moreover, agreeing now is not the same as doing so after securing the championship." Dean Casa pondered for a moment. "Your reasoning is sound. I may have overstepped. However, do you truly possess the confidence to secure the championship? If it were merely against the Yuming White Tiger, you would undoubtedly manage, but the Xingluo team, aside from Dai and Zhu, comprises 5 highly coordinated high-level spirit masters. While their combined strength may not match that of a spirit saint, they are certainly beyond the capabilities of an average spirit emperor. This is indeed a valid point. The team battles in the elite competition of advanced spirit master academies are structured in teams of 7 for a reason. The spirit master system tends to be specialized. The existence of martial souls determines the developmental path of each spirit master, which is clear and distinctive. It is precisely for this reason that spirit masters with differing focuses, be it defense, offense, disruption, control, or support, can, if they accurately identify their roles and work in harmony with their teammates, contend against and even triumph over opponents of superior rank. However, This only applies to those who have developed abnormally. Individuals like Li An, a versatile warrior, do not fall into this category. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the best is yet to come. Rest assured, I am determined to claim the reward for the championship. Alas, it is the academy that has burdened you. Even 1 or 2 more spirit masters could alleviate some of the pressure. The following day, on the arena, the 7 members of the Xingluo team stood in a line, each wearing an expression of unwavering confidence. In stark contrast, the other members of the Auckland Academy, aside from Lian, wore faces etched with worry, clearly anxious about the outcome of the match. Having come this far, they undoubtedly wished to seize the championship, even if only to bask in its glory. Regrettably, today they were merely there to fill the numbers. Upon the judge's announcement to commence, Luo Qing and the other 6 stepped back, retreating to the edge of the arena. They understood that only by stepping aside could Lian truly unleash his full potential. The Xingluo team did not strike immediately. Dai Huabin advanced a few steps, stating, in terms of individual strength, I may not match you, but on this stage, I have 6 brothers and sisters with whom I have fought for over a decade. Out of respect for you, our opponent, we shall unleash our utmost strength to defeat you. What a cliché, Lian thought, shaking his head. The myriad transformations of flowing sand enveloped his form, forming a layer of dark yellow armor upon his body. He then tilted his head slightly. Since the finals commenced, this was the only match that piqued his interest. Opposite him, the black column of light dissipated, revealing a colossal white tiger, its fur white with black stripes, stretching over 13 meters in length. Upon its appearance, its robust limbs propelled it forward with explosive force, producing a thunderous sound. In an instant, the colossal beast lunged toward Lian, its massive form eclipsing the sunlight and casting him into shadow. A gigantic paw rose high, preparing to strike down with ferocity. Lian's pupils constricted slightly, and with the aid of his mental power, the movements of the white tiger appeared to him as though in slow motion. He sidestepped, narrowly evading the descending paw, and took hold of its wildly swaying tail. Up you go. His legs anchored like nails to the arena. He exerted his arms with force, swinging the giant tiger into the air. After executing the Yuming white tiger attack, the immense force generated was sufficient to shake a power-type spirit saint. Coupled with the great mass of the Yuming white tiger, which brought with it tremendous inertia, even a solid block of steel could be reduced to scrap, let alone flesh and blood. Yet, it was lifted skyward. A figure merely 2 meters tall managed to hoist a beast exceeding 13 meters in size, a sight that instantly captivated the audience. The other members of the Xingluo team, rushing in, wore expressions of shock, quickly altering their trajectories to evade. However, the sheer size of the Yuming white tiger cast a wide shadow over the arena. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 team members had been eliminated. The Yuming white tiger was slammed back down by Li An with tremendous force, causing the entire arena to tremble. Just as it began to rise, Li An delivered a kick to its midsection. The white tiger's limbs clawed at the ground, carving deep grooves into the arena as it barely managed to halt at the edge. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. How could they continue fighting? The Yuming white tiger vanished, revealing a pale-faced Dai Huabin and Zhu Lulu, both still bearing traces of shock. In their eyes, disbelief lingered. After just one exchange, their confidence lay shattered. To continue would only lead to humiliation. We concede. Chapter 105. Would you dare to accept? After employing the martial soul fusion technique of the Yuming white tiger, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lulu merged their spirit powers, temporarily transforming their martial souls into a tangible form that enveloped them, granting them formidable strength. Essentially, it was akin to their martial soul's true forms. However, receiving damage would deplete their spirit power. Previously, although Lian's powerful strike did not injure them, it drained a considerable portion of their soul power. Even if the Yuming Baihu could endure for a while longer, how many more exchanges could it withstand? Rather than being forcibly eliminated from the arena, it would be wiser to concede. We concede. Upon uttering this phrase, Dai Huabin seemed to be sapped of all strength, his body collapsing into Zhu Lulu's embrace. He had devoted over a decade of relentless effort to secure victory in this prestigious continental elite competition. Training day in and day out, the time spent with his fiancée was predominantly consumed by various training sessions. Countless days and nights were spent pouring sweat into his craft. He had faced defeat at the hands of adversaries numerous times, yet ultimately, he had triumphed over them. These experiences had endowed him with immense confidence. However, today, he encountered the bitter taste of despair. Champion, we have truly claimed the championship. Luo Qing and the others flushed with excitement, with the soul girl among them bursting into tears of joy. Though they had played no part in the battle at this moment, Lian represented the glory of Aoklan Academy. This honor belonged not only to Aoklan Academy, but also to them. I knew it. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Dean Casa and teacher Imoli danced with joy, their smiles so wide that their teeth were nearly hidden from view. This time, not only did Aoklan Academy make a remarkable impression on the continent, but the two of them also reaped substantial rewards. The final champion of this year's Continental Elite competition is Aoklan Academy, Bibi Dong announced, her voice resonating with a blend of gentleness and authority throughout the venue. Congratulations! The 7 team members, with Lian at the center, formed a line, while Dean Casa and teacher Imo Li positioned themselves behind. A member of the Spirit Hall presented a brocade plate, within which glimmered the intertwining hues of red, blue, and yellow. Specifically, the right arm bone, left arm bone, and right leg bone. In an instant, even the titled Douluos present had their gazes ignited with fervor. The rarity of these soul bones was second only to that of 10,000-year soul rings, and the prospect of acquiring 3 at once was irresistible. Dai Hongdu, who was observing, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that the highly regarded Xinglua team would crumble so easily against Lian. The defeat was swift and decisive. His eyes fixated on the 3 soul bones on the brocade plate. His jaw clenched and fists tightened. Those should belong to us. To us. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled discovering that Lian was not originally a student of Aoklan Academy, but had joined the team after the preliminary rounds and before the finals. From a certain perspective, this could be deemed cheating. Should he expose this? Dai Hongdu's gaze flickered as he began to deliberate. If he revealed it, the likelihood of ensuring fairness in the competition would mean those 3 soul bones would likely not be awarded. Moreover, it was evident to anyone with discernment that these soul bones were a perfect match for 3 members of the Spirit Hall's representative team, as if they had been prepared specifically for them. No one had anticipated losing the championship. Such an act would irrevocably offend Lian, eliminating any chance of recruiting him. This was not something Dai Hongdu wished to see. However, if he chose not to disclose it, once Lian obtained those soul bones, the cost of recruitment would be exorbitant. After all, given the value of the soul bones, even titled Douluos would be tempted. Dai Hongdu's original plan involved Dai Huabin and Zhu Lulu employing their martial soul fusion technique to defeat Lian, securing the championship and subsequently offering one of the soul bones to entice Li in as a victor. That would have allowed for a dual benefit. Yet, the Xinglua team had lost and lost thoroughly. At that moment, another question arose in Dai Hongdu's mind. Did the Spirit Hall truly remain unaware of Aoklan Academy's cheating? No. The Spirit Hall must be aware of this matter. Such an important event as the Continental Elite competition would inevitably prompt investigations into any conspicuous presence. Dai Hongdu quickly connected the dots. The reason for their silence must be that they had their sights set on Li En, intending to leverage the cheating claim as leverage against him. What a clever scheme. No, even if our Xinglua fails to recruit him, we absolutely cannot allow him to join the Spirit Hall, for the Spirit Hall is far too powerful. Powerful enough that even the 2 great empires cannot contain them. He then glanced at Prince Xiefeng, who was standing nearby with a contemplative expression. Dai Hongdu's lips began to move. The latter's expression stiffened momentarily as he glanced at Dai Hongdu and nodded slightly. Although the 2 empires often clashed, they maintained a certain level of understanding when it came to dealing with the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the officiating cardinal, clad in red robes, declared loudly, "Please have the representatives of Aoklan Academy step forward to receive their championship reward." Lian strode confidently to the forefront, halting about a meter away from Bibi Dong. Their eyes briefly met before Bibi Dong spoke. "Do you wish to join the Spirit Hall?" The unfolding drama remained to be acted out. Before Lian could respond, a voice rang out from below. "Your Holiness, please hold for a moment." As Dai Hongdu spoke, all eyes turned to him as he stepped forward to the center of the arena. To my knowledge, this young brother-in-law is not a student of Aoklan Academy. He joined the team only after the preliminary rounds. In other words, he did not register to compete prior to the tournament, which constitutes cheating. Such matters could be trivial or weighty. If no one chose to expose it, everyone might simply turn a blind eye, as adding members midway is not uncommon and could even be considered strategy. However, once someone brought it to light, it must be addressed openly, or it would have significant repercussions for the competition. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted past Li and to fixate on Casa, her tone devoid of emotion. Is this matter true? The attention of the assembled crowd, particularly the 5 or 6 titled Douluos present, was abruptly drawn to Casa. He was merely a soul master who had yet to absorb even his 7th soul ring, and his face drained of color as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Upon witnessing his expression, it was evident to everyone present that further inquiry was unnecessary. Bibi Dong's demeanor turned icy. Dispatch someone to investigate and ascertain who from a spirit hall was involved in this matter. We shall not tolerate any transgressions. A red-robed cardinal immediately received the order and departed. Ignoring Casa, Bibi Dong turned to Lian, questioning, "Anlan, are you aware of your crimes?" Instantly, the air around them thickened with tension. Even knowing this was a performance, Lian felt an unsettling pressure. He straightened his posture and met Bibi Dong's gaze. "What crimes have I committed? Audacious! You dare to argue before the Pope. You are not a student of Oakland Academy, nor did you register to participate in the Continental Elite competition. This is cheating, an act of deceit." The cardinal, who had previously reprimanded Lian, glared at him with the demeanor of someone ready to seize him at any moment. "Is there not a rule against mid-competition participation in this grand tournament?" Lian's retort left the cardinal speechless. "You are grasping at straws. Enough." At last, Bai Dong spoke. "We shall discuss everything after the results are confirmed." Shortly thereafter, the cardinal who had departed earlier hastily returned and bowed to Bai Dong. "Your Holiness, what is the outcome?" The cardinal responded. On the day following the conclusion of the qualifying rounds, the principal of Qian Academy, Casa, bribed the official responsible for managing the participant roster with 50,000 gold soul coins, enabling the addition of one name to the Qian Academy team roster, Anlan. Among those present, apart from the members of the Qian Academy team, there were hardly any weaklings. The cardinal's voice, though not loud, was clear to all. Bai Dong pondered for a moment. "Since this has been verified, the champion's reward is null and void, but considering this is your first offense, we shall not pursue further action. Moreover, the rule against mid-competition substitutions and additions of team members shall be added to the tournament regulations, should such a situation arise again. The offending academy will be permanently disqualified from future participation." With that, her gaze returned to Lian. "Would you be willing to join the Wuhuan Temple? If you join, I can personally bestow upon you these 3 soul bones." What a grand gesture. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, wishing they could take his place. "Hold on." It was Prince Shui Feng who spoke up to halt the proceedings. "I have a question. Those 3 soul bones, a fire attribute right arm, an ice attribute left arm, and a rock attribute right leg, perfectly correspond to the 2 soul kings of the Wuhuan Temple Academy and this young brother-in-law. Is that not a bit too coincidental?" Those present were far from foolish and began to scrutinize the dynamics between Bai Dong and Lian thought to himself, "He guarantees this is indeed a mere coincidence." Prince Shui Feng smirked knowingly and continued, "Amongst the numerous elite soul master academies, Qian Academy is hardly distinguished. It is absolutely incapable of producing such a young soul king. Not even our Tiando Royal Academy can claim such a feat. In fact, throughout the continent, only one institution possesses such capability, the Wuhuan Temple. How else could one explain how a mere soul king dares to conspire with the principal of an elite soul master academy to exploit the rules of the elite tournament? With 2 soul kings in plain sight and one extraordinarily powerful soul king lurking in the shadows, the Wuhuan Temple certainly plays a clever game. It is no wonder they would offer 3 soul bones as a prize for the tournament champion. It appears they are merely playing a sleight of hand." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The cardinal who had scolded Lian twice trembled, feeling as though the world was spinning. If this were true, then the individual before him must be the current Holy Son, the future Pope, no doubt. Even Principal Casa's gaze toward Li and transformed into one of uncertainty. Could it be that Anlan truly belongs to the Wuhuan Temple? If so, why would he choose to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school? He dared not ponder further. If Casa could surmise such thoughts, then Ning Fengji and Jianduo certainly could as well, and their vigilance instantly heightened. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Lian felt a bit numb. He could not discern whether Prince Shui Feng was merely guessing or deliberately leading the narrative astray. Yet this was indeed the truth. A happy accident. It seems this so-called elite tournament of elite soul master academies across the continent is nothing more than a plaything in the hands of the Wuhuan Temple. Claiming fairness and justice. How laughable. Dai Hongdu interjected with a sharp retort. Were it not for the undercover plan, Lian would simply be an ordinary talented soul master, entirely unrelated to the Wuhuan Temple. In such a scenario, even if he desired to join the Wuhuan Temple, they would likely deliberate upon it. For once accepted, it would solidify the perception that the Wuhuan Temple regards the rules of the elite tournament as trifles. Manipulating the proceedings at such a prestigious event would undoubtedly provoke disdain within the Soul Master community. In turn, the Wuhuan Temple's reputation across the continent would likely suffer considerable damage. It must be said, the partnership between Dai Hongdu and Prince Xuefeng, often at odds, was exceptionally harmonious, creating significant trouble for the Wuhuan Temple. This cannot continue. A solution must be found. Should this matter be substantiated, not only would the Wuhuan Temple's reputation be tarnished, but the undercover plan of the seven-treasure glazed tile school would also be thwarted. How could he then approach Qian Renxue? Lian glanced at Bibidong, noting that her expression management remained intact. However, he surmised that she must be feeling an urgent desire to obliterate Dai Hongdu and Prince Xuefeng with a single blow. He then turned to face the two. You two so-called royal relatives are nothing more than petty individuals, full of base desires and sordid motives. Your own thoughts are tainted. Hence you perceive others through a lens of filth. Whom are you insulting? Young man, I advise you to watch your words. The two glared at him furiously. As representatives of the emperor, attending the elite tournament as esteemed guests, their status in the two great empires was undoubtedly extraordinary, and no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner, let alone with such blatant disrespect. Since you were already aware of my mid-competition participation and its potential connection to the Wuhuan Temple, why did you not disclose this before I secured the championship? You have spoken so much, was it not for those 3 soul bones? When unable to compete on the arena, you resort to this underhanded tactic, ensuring that if I cannot have them, neither shall you. Truly a royal lineage, steeped in such traditions. Those 3 soul bones, I do not even regard them. What if there are none? I, and Lan, can still conquer all peers without a rival. Here I declare, I am capable of participating in 2 more elite tournaments of elite soul master academies. So be wary, esteemed royal academy. Do not find yourselves in my path. To openly threaten the competing teams of the 2 great empires is nothing short of audacious. Yet at this moment, they found themselves powerless. Dai Hongdu and Xuefeng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Ignoring the two, Lian continued, I came to participate in this elite tournament indeed with the intention of seeking an affiliation. I have had interactions with various factions these days, and it is high time for a resolution. Almost everyone instinctively held their breath. Whoever secures his allegiance would mean claiming the championship for both upcoming elite tournaments. Such glory would be coveted by all. Lian then turned his gaze toward Ning Fengji. Ning Zhongzhu, as a member of the Wuhuan Temple, I wish to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Are you willing to accept me? Chapter 106, The City of Slaughter. Are you willing to accept me? This question forced Ning Fengji into a corner. To refuse? That would undoubtedly show fear of the Wuhuan Temple. While everyone understood this internally, to express it was an entirely different matter. To act in such a manner before the Pope would be tantamount to tearing off the mask. And if he were to accept? What if he truly were an undercover agent of the Wuhuan Temple? After rapidly weighing the options in his mind, Ning Fengji revealed an impeccably refined smile. Then he proclaimed loudly, We, the Buddha Sect, have always warmly welcomed talented soul masters like Xiao Anlin. How could we possibly hesitate to accept him? From this day forth, Xiao Anlin shall be a member of our Buddha Sect. Lian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to accept himself and dispel doubts, it would be an easy matter. He then slightly bowed, saying, Anlin, I have met the Sect Master. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning, on acquiring such a fine talent. Yu Engine, who had been mostly silent and lacking in presence, was the first to extend his congratulations. Dai Dong and Xiefeng wore rather unsightly expressions. However, since Lian did not join the Wuhuan Hall, they had achieved their objective, so they also feigned congratulations, managing to maintain a semblance of decorum. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning, came Bibi Dong's voice, devoid of any tremor, her face betraying no emotion. Such demeanor only deepened Ning Fengji's unease, leaving him to respond with a mere smile. The award ceremony for the champions of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy concluded rather abruptly. Upon returning to the VIP lounge, Douluo cast a layer of soul power barrier within the room. Fengji, that lad possesses a certain wickedness. I fear he might truly be a spy sent by the Wuhuan Hall. Qian Renxue exclaimed. Ning Feng Ti, somem hot helpless, replied. Please do not view people through the lens of your emotions. Douluo narrowed his eyes. How am I letting my emotions cloud my judgment? Ning Fengji continued. Although Rong is still young, she will eventually grow up. You wouldn't want to see her live a solitary life, would you? Whenever the topic of their little princess arose, the two elders transformed into entirely different individuals, much to Ning Fengji's chagrin. After a moment of silence, Douluo remarked, I have a persistent feeling that this lad is not a good person. His joining our GoldenFinger sect must be driven by ulterior motives. Ning Fengji took a sip from his teacup. Ambition is not inherently negative. As for the possibility of him being a spy from the Wuhuan Hall, that likelihood is quite low. If the roles were reversed, would we be willing to send such a talented soul master out as a spy? Moreover, especially under such dubious circumstances, he continued, if he truly is a spy from the Wuhuan Hall, with both you and Uncle Wa here, should we really fear him plotting something beneath our noses? Regardless, we would not be at a loss. Douluo's silver-white eyebrows furrowed and then relaxed. Very well, I shall leave such cerebral matters to you younger folks. I and Old Gua shall provide the muscle. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. Douluo waved his hand, and the door swung open of its own accord. A disciple from the GoldenFinger sect entered. Sect Master Elder Jian, the principal of the Aoklan Academy, Casa, has come to pay a visit. Is it just him? Douluo inquired. Yes, just him, the disciple confirmed. Douluo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hasn't fled, has he? Ning Fengji shook his head. Unlikely. He then instructed, please invite Principal Casa in. Shortly thereafter, Casa, guided by the disciple, entered the room, slightly bowing in greeting before producing a letter and placing it on the tea table before Ning Fengji. Sect Master Ning, Elder Jian, this is a letter from Xiao Anlin for you. He then sat upright, his posture tense. Had it not been for Li An's repeated requests, Casa would never have delivered this letter. Ning Fengji opened the envelope. After reading the letter, he handed it to Douluo. Principal Casa, I will ensure that the wager winnings you placed will be retrieved, so do not worry. Additionally, upon your return, please prepare for the relocation. I will designate an area near the sect for the new campus of Aoklan Academy. Yes, thank you, Sect Master. Casa exclaimed, a look of delight spreading across his face as he stood and bowed repeatedly. All right, you may return to your preparations. After Casa departed, Douluo slammed the letter onto the table, the paper disintegrating under a wave of sword energy. I said earlier, that lad must have fled. How dare he come to us with demands, claiming he does not wish to burden us? Calm down, Qian Renxue. The situation is indeed precarious. During the award ceremony, he deeply offended both empires. If he has no ties to the Wuhuan Hall, they would not stand idly by as he grows stronger. Given these circumstances, it is only natural for him to hide. What surprises me is his decisiveness. He chose not to meet us, sending only a letter via Casa, indicating his distrust in us. Ning Fengji analyzed. Douluo's hair stood on end. Are we unable to protect him in the GoldenFinger sect? After a sigh, he continued, with Ning Fengji's assistance, he can indeed contend against 2 or even 3 foes. But what if there are more? Young master, this chapter still has more to unfold. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling. Moreover, there's still a Qian Douluo. If the Wuhuan Hall is adamant about intervening, he can only flee with Ning Fengji. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the spy plan? Bibi Dong asked, her brow slightly furrowed. Currently, I am relying on the Bingxin Dan to suppress my nightmares. I can sleep soundly at night. Under such circumstances, I certainly do not wish for Li and to be in danger. With unwavering confidence, Lian replied. Ning Fengji has publicly acknowledged my admission into the GoldenFinger sect. It would be a pity to abandon this path midway. Moreover, he has explicitly stated that due to the unique characteristics of the GoldenFinger pagoda, soul masters possessing this martial spirit cannot break through to level 80. And the lifespans of successive sect masters are not long. This is precisely my opportunity. Who could resist the allure of immortality? The deficiencies of the GoldenFinger pagoda cannot be remedied, and Ning Fengji has no choice but to follow me down this path. Of course, this presupposes that I possess the strength to persuade Ning Fengji to sit down and negotiate. Bibi Dong persisted as of now. All the medicinal pills from the Wuhuan Hall are supplied solely by you. If you were to encounter any mishap, who would take responsibility? There is no need to risk your life. Lian reassured her, "Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will not gamble with my life. Before coming here, I had Casa deliver a letter to Ning Fengji, proposing that I would not join the Buddha Sect for at least half a year. During this time, I hope Your Holiness can escort me to a particular location. Where do you wish to go? To the City of Slaughter." Bibi Dong paused for a moment before asking. "Since you are aware of the City of Slaughter, you must understand how perilous it is. Why do you wish to go there?" "I possess a method that can swiftly enhance my strength in a place like the City of Slaughter. Your Holiness ought to know my capabilities. Under conditions where soul skills cannot be utilized, even ordinary title Douluos are no match for me." Lian contemplated, believing that the City of Slaughter was the most suitable place for rapidly boosting his cultivation. He initially intended to locate a certain rabbit, collect its rings and bones, and then use its corpse to refine a treasure pill. Once within the Buddha Sect, he would gradually refine the treasure pill to elevate his cultivation and, upon breaking through to the true Qi realm, venture to the eyes of ice and fire. This was the safest and most reliable route. However, he did not anticipate the unexpected turn of events during today's award ceremony. Under such circumstances, upon entering the Buddha zone, it is likely that suspicions will be difficult to dispel in a short time. Actions may be restricted. At present, one must adopt a more radical and perilous approach to enhance their cultivation. Bai Dong pondered for a moment. 2 days hence, I shall take you to the City of Slaughter. She was cognizant that Lian possessed several formidable self-created soul techniques, and coupled with her own fearsome presence, the danger would be minimal. It was precisely this consideration that led her to agree. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Lian exchanged and practiced a peculiar dark art known as Shui Shinjing. Unlike ordinary techniques where internal energy circulates through the meridians, this unique method diverges by integrating internal energy into the blood, forming a special blood essence. Once connected, one could utilize this blood essence to activate the secret arts recorded within the technique, thereby enhancing their cultivation through blood. By mastering the Hunyuan Wuxiang Great Method, the transformation between Wuxiang internal energy and blood essence could occur freely. Hence, the City of Slaughter became an ideal venue for cultivation. After all, the inhabitants here were all scoundrels, making them the most suitable resource for enhancing one's power. In the morning, Bai Dong escorted Li into a small town. The City of Slaughter lay within. Sensing the bizarre atmosphere of the town, Lian silently nodded. The overwhelming aura of killing was perfect for practicing the Tianju-Di Miao Wang, with Killing Fist. The Shui Shunjing enhances cultivation, while the Killing Fist augments combat prowess. Both pursuits could be simultaneously realized. As the two walked along the street, despite donning a mask to obscure her appearance, Bai Dong remained the center of attention. With a flawless physique coupled with a noble and commanding presence, even with a somewhat ordinary visage, she easily stirred the desire for conquest in men. A few lingering glances were one thing, but Bai Dong paid them little mind. Yet, one audacious individual dared to whistle at her. With a swift glance, Bai Dong met his gaze, and the unfortunate fellow's lewd expression instantly froze, quickly replaced by dark vapors emanating from his mouth and nose. Within mere breaths, flesh dissolved, leaving only bone fragments. Those with ill intentions promptly scattered like frightened birds. Bai Dong remarked coolly, "In this place, every individual walks the path to their own demise. Therefore, there is no need to consider wrongful killings. Anyone you deem a threat is fair game, provided you possess the requisite strength." This was even more true within the City of Slaughter. Once inside, the only way to exit was to navigate the perils within. As they walked, Bai Dong elucidated some of the rules of the City of Slaughter to Lian. They entered a tavern adorned in black, the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, accompanied by the cold, indifferent gazes of patrons. Should an ordinary person step into this establishment, they would likely be overwhelmed with terror. "What can I do for you?" A server approached with an icy demeanor. Bai Dong replied, "The entrance to the City of Slaughter lies beneath the counter. How you proceed is up to you." The server's expression changed, and just as she was about to respond, she witnessed Lian raise his fist and strike it against his chest. A peculiar heartbeat resonated throughout the tavern. From the server's gaping mouth, dark flames surged forth, instantaneously incinerating her vocal cords to nothingness, her form reduced to ashes without a sound. The same fate befell her colleagues and the patrons within the tavern. Lian mused on the wastefulness of it all. Had Bai Dong not been present, He could have extracted the blood to refine blood crystals. Bai Dong nodded in approval, stating, "Your self-created soul technique is quite impressive. It is exceedingly practical in both one-on-one confrontations and on the battlefield. However, it only poses a threat to soul masters of a lower level and is inconsequential against the title Douluo." Lian smashed the counter with a resounding clap, followed by a heavy stomp that caused the ground to collapse into a gaping hole. "Your Holiness, I am descending now," he called out before leaping down. Through the lengthy, dark corridor, a chilling voice echoed from all directions. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." Lian paid no heed and continued forward. Upon turning a corner, he found himself in another realm. The Black City, the purple moon, two hues intertwined, as if countless cold tendrils unfurled. "You have violated the rules." 101 knights clad in black armor obstructed his path, the leader addressing him. These were subordinates of the King of Slaughter. While slaying them would likely incur no repercussions from the king, it was courteous to show respect on their territory, particularly when one's strength fell short. "Is it necessary to defeat you?" Lian inquired. The leading black-armored knight raised his long spear. "I am a Fear Knight, Scott. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the City of Slaughter." With that, he spurred his steed, charging at Lian with a piercing and frigid intent, evoking the image of an army surging forward. At 10 meters, 7 meters, 4 meters, the black-armored knight thrust his spear towards Lian's chest. Just as it was about to pierce him, Lian suddenly reached out and grasped the spear firmly. His grip was steady, and he remained unmoved. Under the immense force, the spear bent into a U shape, forcing the knight to relinquish his hold. At that moment, the steed charged towards Lian. He raised his other hand and merely pressed down, dissipating the horse's tremendous momentum into nothingness. The black-armored knight was thrown onto the horse's back, his helmet falling away to reveal an ordinary middle-aged face. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Lian inquired, "Shall we continue?" "No, that's quite enough." The black-armored knight swallowed hard. Just by passively defending, he felt an insurmountable aura if Lian were to truly strike. He then produced a black token and handed it to Lian. The token bore the engraving of a skull, beneath which was inscribed a number, 8946. "This is your proof of identity within the City of Slaughter. Present the token at the city gates, and someone will guide you." Lian accepted the token, furrowing his brow slightly. The number indicated the populace within the City of Slaughter. It was still far from 9,000. With so few individuals, how long would it take to extract blood for cultivation? He then recalled the blood pool on the path to hell. The accumulation within the City of Slaughter over the past millennium would surely suffice for his practice. Chapter 107. A place to rest at the city gates. 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood stoically. After Lian presented the token, a woman clad in a black veil soon emerged. She possessed a slender waist and long legs, and though her face was obscured, her silhouette suggested an undeniable beauty. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." Her voice was melodious, yet carried a formal indifference. After stopping before Lian, she slightly inclined her body, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation. "I am your guide. Within the next 24 hours. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire with me. After 24 hours, you shall officially become a denizen of the City of Slaughter." Lian nodded and followed the woman into the city, beginning to survey his surroundings. The streets were bustling with people. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, the rather sinister decor, in the absence of street vendors and various shops, it bore a resemblance to those cities beyond, which come alive at night. A faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air. With each breath, a barely perceptible exotic toxin infiltrated his body, but in the next moment, the Qinglian to Hixi technique activated on its own, expelling the toxin from his system. Before long, they traversed a major thoroughfare. The woman halted, her brow slightly furrowed. "Mr. Bak Jiosi Lu, do you not have any questions?" she inquired. "In the outer city, indiscriminate killings are prohibited. Those who remain here are merely wretches who contribute 2 cups of blood each month to survive." Lian sensed several individuals lurking in the shadows, their vitality drained. Akin to sugarcane that has been squeezed dry, such individuals held no value even as fodder. It would be better to enter the inner city sooner. His plan was to first absorb the murderous aura within the hellish arena. At the very least, mastering the Tianju-Di, Mia Wang, with killing fist to a consummate level before venturing into the Hell Road. That place would be ideal for cultivating the blood goddess nerves. Prior to entering, someone had already briefed him on the rules of this place, so he urged, "Please take me directly to the hellish arena." As an emissary capable of becoming the King of Slaughter, the woman was well versed in the intricacies of the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing Lian's words, she trembled slightly. The rules of entry and exit in the City of Slaughter made it seem enigmatic to the outside world. It was likely that only the two slaughter gods were aware of the regulations here. Contemplating this, her demeanor grew increasingly respectful. "My lord, please follow me," she said. After more than an hour of walking, they arrived at a wall approximately 10 meters high. The city gates stood wide open, unguarded by any black-armored warriors. "My lord, this is the inner city. As you enter for the first time, please remain within 5 meters of me, lest you encounter unforeseen dangers." Lian nodded noncommittally. "Let us proceed." Upon entering the inner city, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. Chaos, silver, and madness mingled with emotions, and the inhabitants lived like beasts. It resembled a sacrificial rite conducted by the devotees of an evil deity. Crafting such a place to leave a legacy. The Shura god was certainly no saint. Lian mused silently, aware that voicing such thoughts aloud might attract the attention of divine beings. Noticing Lian's expression of disgust, the woman explained, "My lord, this is the nature of the City of Slaughter. The strong enjoy everything, and adapting to these conditions is essential for survival here." Her voice was soft, yet within the inner city, all were undoubtedly powerful. Upon hearing her words, many individuals turned their gaze towards Lian. A fledgling newcomer to the City of Slaughter was a source of amusement for these seasoned veterans. Nothing excited them more than to toy with a novice. One individual, with a silvered face, licked his lips at the sight of Lian. However, due to the woman's presence, these wolves refrained from pouncing. Feeling the predatory gazes upon him, Lian became increasingly uncomfortable. "This place allows for indiscriminate killings, does it not?" he queried. The woman nodded. "As long as you possess the strength." Suddenly, a flash of silver light erupted, encircling him like ribbons. In that instant, within a radius of 20 meters from Lian, the expressions on most faces around him froze. A bald giant, facing away from them, felt a chill in his neck and raised his hand to touch it. After taking a few steps, with a sickening thud, a head rolled to the ground. The headless corpse continued to move instinctively forward. As blood sprayed forth, an invisible force absorbed it, funneling it into a large barrel. Lian weighed the barrel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Such ripe fodder," he thought, surveying his surroundings. Those who made eye contact with him immediately averted their gazes and swiftly retreated. The woman observed the scattered remnants of drained bodies, a chill creeping up her spine as she contemplated that perhaps this individual could become the 9th slaughter god in a millennium. The nauseating stares vanished as he dispatched those who lacked discernment. "How far is the hellish arena?" he inquired. "Just ahead," the woman replied as they continued onward. After approximately half an hour, a chimney-like structure came into view. The building was entirely black, soaring to a height of 50 meters. "My lord, that is the hellish arena. Do you wish to watch the matches or register to compete?" "To watch, you will need a cup of blood, Mary, to enter. It could be either yours or someone else's." "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling." To register, simply take your identity token and enter. As long as there are 10 participants, the match will commence. At the entrance of the hellish arena, Lian poured a cup of blood into the barrel and tossed the identity token to the woman. "I wish to participate in the next match. Please enroll me." Inside the hellish arena, both the platform below and the surrounding spectator stands were quite rudimentary. The audience was sparse, only numbering in the hundreds, and they maintained a considerable distance from one another. On the platform, 6 of the 10 participants still stood, each bearing various injuries. After a brief standoff, they clashed once more. As only 3 remained in the arena, the woman approached Lian, returning his identity token. "My lord, we have gathered 10 participants for the next match. Once this round concludes, you shall take the stage." "That was rather swift. Does this happen daily?" Lian inquired, toying with the identity token. With such a rapid pace, participating in 3 to 5 matches daily would be feasible, allowing him to accumulate 100 victories and seize the championship within a month. "Not quite, my lord," the woman clarified. "Each time one survives a match, they gain an additional year of life in the inner city, during which they may indulge in pleasures. However, aside from the top-ranked individuals, most are reluctant to participate, as only 1 out of 10 survives each match, and they must also contend with ambushes from outside after the match concludes. Most only register as the deadline approaches, but such individuals rarely survive beyond 10 matches." Lian furrowed his brow. "So, we are currently at the deadline? What is the average duration between matches?" The woman replied respectfully, "This cannot be guaranteed. Individuals die in the inner city every moment. There have been instances where it took over 20 days to gather a group." Lian crossed his fingers over his knee, contemplating the necessity of swiftly obtaining the championship to challenge the Hell Road at any moment. "My lord, it is your turn to compete," the woman reminded him. At this moment, the outcome of the arena battle had already been determined. However, the sole survivor bore grave injuries. Even if he managed to escape the infernal battleground, he would likely still be unable to evade the myriad of ambushes awaiting him outside. Lian descended from the spectator stands and stepped onto the arena. To his left stood a strikingly voluptuous female soul master, clad in a black leather miniskirt that shielded her vital areas. Her weapon of choice was a pair of curved daggers, and a prominent scar adorned her alluring face, adding a touch of wild beauty to her appearance. Lian observed the evident trepidation on the faces of the other soul masters upon her arrival, faintly catching whispers of the name Black Widow. "Little brother, is this your first competition? I haven't seen you before," the female soul master remarked, holding her dual blades in reverse as she approached Lian. Her long, smooth legs revealed delicate muscle definition with each step. "Indeed, what should I call you, sister?" Lian replied with a radiant smile, seemingly oblivious to the malicious glee etched on the faces of the other competitors. "You may call me Zhu Zhu Jia," she answered, her demeanor cheerful. "How many competitions have you participated in?" "Not many, only 23 so far." Before the match officially commenced, participants were prohibited from engaging in lethal confrontations. The female soul master responded amicably to Li An's inquiries, divulging numerous details that Bai Dong had not mentioned. Suddenly, a prolonged chime resonated through the arena. The female soul master's bright smile transformed into a chilling aura of menace as she swung her dual blades toward Lian's neck and abdomen. Lian stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with crimson light, and unleashed a formidable punch. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn into a vacuum, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A layer of frothy air enveloped his fist, while the space around him trembled as if on the brink of shattering. This singular punch, devoid of inner energy, was fueled solely by raw, overwhelming strength. The female soul master trembled, cursing him as a madman. If she did not relent, her blades might strike him. But Lian's punch, even if it did not kill her, would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. With 8 other competitors lurking in the arena, injury equated to elimination, and she had no desire for death. Thus, she bent her arms, retracting her blades and positioning them to meet Lian's fist. Clang! As their weapons collided, the female soul master gazed in disbelief as her blades shattered like glass under a hammer strike. She barely managed to shift her body, yet Lian's fist struck her shoulder with devastating force, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. Half of her shoulder vanished, exposing her internal organs. She gasped, blood pouring from her mouth, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. "I coated my blades with deadly poison. A mere scratch will lead to your demise within minutes. Huh. If I die, you shall not live either." In the next moment, her skull was crushed. "Kid, you won't survive much longer anyway. Let me send you on your way." "Don't worry, it won't hurt." A towering figure, at least 2 meters tall and as solid as a fortress, grinned menacingly at Li, and while wielding a bloodied, wolf-toothed club, Lian sidestepped to evade a dagger thrust from behind, pivoting on his right foot with great force. He raised his left arm, elbow bent like a spear, and struck the assailant's temple with tremendous impact. The man fell silent, blood gushing from his orifices as he collapsed onto the arena floor. Simultaneously, as he breathed, a faint wisp of black mist escaped Lian's lips. His fists, now entwined with flesh and vitality, bore a deep gash that swiftly transformed into a fine white line, only slightly lighter than his skin tone. He smiled at the giant. "Very well, let me send you off." Among soul masters who endure in the city of slaughter, their prowess is indeed formidable when pitted against peers of equal rank. Without the use of soul skills, they can easily dispatch their kind, and surpassing ranks is commonplace. Yet before Lian, they paled in comparison. Not to mention, the arena offered no means of restraining him, and his physical prowess far surpassed that of these soul masters, though the giant appeared muscular. He succumbed to Lian's might in mere 3 exchanges, his skull shattered by a single punch. At this juncture, 3 competitors remained alive in the arena. Having witnessed Li An's overwhelming strength, they quickly resolved to launch a coordinated assault, knowing that only by eliminating the strongest among them could they hope to survive until the end. They formed a triangular formation around Li An, wielding a steel rod. a serrated blade, and a slender trident striking at him from various angles. Lian's inner energy surged as he unleashed a dragon-like punch. In an instant, his vision was tinged with a faint crimson hue, drawing in the lingering malevolence from the arena. Then, he erupted with ferocity. Kill! The three were engulfed by his murderous intent, their weapons momentarily halting mid-attack. That fleeting moment marked the precipice between life and death. In the spectator's stance, many onlookers wore grave expressions, with some even departing to plan an ambush for Lian outside the infernal battleground. This was a rite of passage for every newcomer. Lian gradually withdrew his fist, absorbing a pure, chilling aura of death into his strike. Though he had yet to master the technique of the killing fist, a nascent form began to take shape. He recognized that the blood of the fallen pooled on the arena floor, absorbed by the very ground beneath him. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from drawing the blood of the deceased. The King of Slaughter could be watching at any moment, and such an act would surely draw his attention. Before entering, he had heard Bai Dong mention that the path to hell lay beneath the arena. Rather than gathering blood now, it would be more prudent to collect a substantial amount when challenging the path to hell. Upon leaving the arena, Lian took his identification badge and proceeded to the hall to register for the next match. Chapter 108, 1 Month Bang. A middle-aged man clad in black, stout as a barrel, crashed heavily against the floor tiles, blood spewing forth uncontrollably. His chest had caved in completely, and the light in his eyes faded rapidly, replaced by a grim pallor. Lian raised his hand, and the blood vessels of the 30 or so corpses around him swelled like worms beneath their clothing. Blood mist erupted from their bodies, filling the air with a thick, metallic scent. All their blood was forcibly extracted, causing their bodies to shrink significantly. Curled like clothes wrung dry, Lian collected the blood into a preservative container. He anticipated the possibility of refining a blood crystal. Blood crystals are formed from the purest essence of blood, and only those who have mastered the blood god's energy can refine them, making them a specialized resource. Refining a single blood crystal could equate to 3 to 5 days of arduous training for Lian. Today marked his first day in the City of Slaughter, having already participated in 3 consecutive arena matches. As he emerged from the infernal arena of slaughter, he was met with a series of relentless ambushes. This time, the assailants were numerous, with 3 being the formidable GoldenFinger. In the outside world, such a throng might have posed some trouble for him. However, in the City of Slaughter, where soul techniques were rendered useless, they were left to rely solely on their rudimentary combat skills, which were no match for Lian. Observing Lian, who remained unscathed, and his ruthless methods of drawing blood in front of the crowd, even those who had survived on the heaps of corpses felt a chill run down their spines. Those who had intended to attack were quickly dissuaded. The fact that 6 attempts at ambush had failed to draw a single drop of his blood was sufficiently intimidating for many who were eager to act. Is this where it ends? Lian thought, somewhat disappointed. He glanced at the sky and realized that in this place, there was no distinction between day and night. Though it was likely deep into the night, he needed to find a place to rest. Securing a stable dwelling in the inner city was no easy feat, as one could be confronted at any moment. Only by collecting the heads of those they had slain could they instill a sense of dread. Perhaps even one of those skulls belonging to a former master. Soon, guided by the advice of a few well-meaning individuals, Lian arrived at what was termed the upscale residential area of the inner city. Here, the population was significantly reduced and the streets were clean, unlike other areas where one might stumble upon dismembered fingers or witness public brawls with crowds cheering on 2 combatants. In this street, the frenzied atmosphere was nearly imperceptible, or perhaps it had merely been concealed within the very bones of the inhabitants. This was evident from the gruesome displays of heads piled at the entrances of each residence. Lian intended to procure a chicken to avoid unnecessary complications. As he ventured deeper into the street, the number of people diminished. Yet each individual seemed shrouded in an inescapable aura of bloodlust, capable of freezing one's blood with a mere glance. Suddenly, 2 women appeared on the street. To his astonishment, the one in a black dress exuded a rather feeble presence, at best a soul king, akin to a sheep amidst a pride of lions. Nevertheless, passers-by made way for her. The woman following her appeared to be a guard or maid, possessing both grace and beauty, possibly a favored concubine of a powerful figure. Lian scrutinized her. Though she was veiled and dressed modestly, her every gesture radiated an alluring charm that evoked thoughts of intimacy upon first glance. It must be due to her martial soul, Lian mused. The enchanting aura of the little fox's fox spirit had often enveloped him, though she was still too young to fully harness such allure. Reflecting on the little fox, he felt a surge of anticipation, pondering the captivating beauty she would embody in adulthood. Dig out his eyes. Just as he brushed past the woman, he heard a sultry voice. Almost simultaneously, the woman behind her clawed towards Lian's face with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. Judging from the aura she exuded, she was at least a high-level soul emperor, possibly even a soul sage. Given her assault, Lian had no intention of holding back. He slightly sidestepped to evade the claw aimed at his cheek, and then stepped forward with a force that surged from the ground, coursing through his shoulder. Lian resembled an old bear scratching an itch, crashing heavily into the woman's chest. Although the movement was minimal, the force unleashed in that confined space was immensely powerful. A loud thud echoed as she was propelled several meters away. Despite the thick armor that cushioned the blow, her ribcage shattered upon impact. He casually collected her blood and then turned his gaze to the woman who had commanded the attack. Trembling, she feigned composure and said, "I am a concubine of Lord Bai Guang. If you harm me, he will not let you go." Intrigued, Lian felt he had found the perfect chicken he was seeking. "Tell me about this, Bai Guang." Lord Bai Guang has participated in 62 matches and ranks 13th in the Infernal Arena. The woman continued, albeit interrupted by Lian. "You must be new to the City of Slaughter, unaware of the significance of those numbers. Take me to this, Bai Guang." A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes before she lowered her head and replied softly, "Yes, my lord, please follow me." Regardless of whether the woman was arrogantly courting death or had confidence in her strength, she had no choice but to comply. Yet, she held considerable faith in her beauty and figure, believing that regardless of the outcome, she would emerge unscathed, a notion she had experienced more than once. Under her guidance, Lian soon arrived at Bai Guang's residence. Although termed a residence, it resembled more of a grand estate. Flanked by two blood-red doors, akin to being splattered with blood, there were towering conical structures made of skulls, each several meters high, with countless hollow eye sockets gazing ominously across the way, instilling a sense of dread. In a place like the City of Slaughter, possessing such a haven was a testament to one's strength. Did Bai Guang slay all these? Lian inquired, gesturing toward the heaps of heads. Not entirely. Before Lord Bai Guang eliminated the previous master, these two piles of skulls were already substantial, she replied, leaving unsaid the fact that after Bai Guang's ascension, he not only inherited this estate but also her. As they entered the estate, those witnessing the event in the streets wore expressions of shock, yet none lingered to spectate. Instead, they hastened to distance themselves, lest they be caught in the chaos. Bai Guang was notorious for his brutality, and those who dared to provoke him often met a gruesome fate. Upon entering, Lian noticed the estate was eerily deserted, giving off an empty ambience, with only a numbed maid encountered as they approached the back hall. This was to be expected. The greater the number of individuals, the more vigilance required, and in such a treacherous realm, even the most cautious and powerful could fall victim to underhanded tactics. As they walked, a sudden gust of wind rushed from the left. A sharp, white spike, seemingly crafted from bone, struck the ground with a thud. "I was already prepared for you." At that moment, Lian retaliated with a swift palm strike. The white tiger slaughtering god blade cleaved through everything in its path. However, the assailant was astute, launching the spike from a distance before swiftly retreating, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge. While it was true that Lian was focused on mastering his killing fist, it did not imply he would forsake other methods. Upon entering the estate, he had already dispersed his spiritual energy to guard against ambushes. The Bai Guang, true to his name, possessed skin as pale as bone, a hue reminiscent of one who had long been deprived of sunlight. His sunken eye sockets and prominent cheekbones revealed a skeletal frame, with hardly any flesh clinging to his bones. He seemed to be merely a layer of skin draped over a bony structure, clad in a flowing black robe that appeared almost empty. Unlike the despondent souls languishing in the outer city, within his emaciated form lay a vigorous vitality and spiritual energy, nearly several times that of a soul saint. Judging from the soul power radiating from him, it was evident that he was a soul Douluo. How audacious to dare bring others back. The Bai Guang's ghostly eyes fixated on the woman, causing her to tremble in fear. Instinctively, she edged closer to Lian suddenly. A blade of energy pierced through her chest. In her final moments, she failed to comprehend why Lian had taken her life. The Bai Gu Wang was both astonished and enraged. Though he despised the woman for introducing intruders, he had not wished for her demise. After all, he had yet to fully savor her allure, only to be unexpectedly dispatched by Li Yan's strike. Soon, he regained his composure. Although he had narrowly evaded Li Yan's lethal blow, it left him drenched in cold sweat. The sensation of a sharp blade grazing his skin, as if it were to cleave him in two, was one he had no desire to endure again. Since entering the city of slaughter, aside from the initial days of struggling like an ant, he could scarcely recall the last time he had been so close to death. The Bai Gu Wang's eyes darted, his knees slightly bending beneath his voluminous robe, his calves taut. "Youngster, that self-created soul technique of yours is formidable, but I am no pushover. In the end, it remains uncertain who shall live and who shall die. Should you attempt to leave here, before he could finish his sentence, he launched a bone spike. Simultaneously, Li Yan released a flying locust stone. The two sounds nearly overlapped. However, while Li Yan remained stationary, a layer of sand armor enveloped his face, shattering the bone spike. In contrast, the Bai Gu Wang swiftly evaded. The flying locust stone struck the wall, creating a direct breach. Damn, he possesses long-range capabilities. The Bai Gu Wang, noticing the gaping hole in the wall, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he fled. The walls of the courtyard, though not as robust as the outer perimeter, were still constructed of 2 layers of blue bricks, easily breached by a single strike, an indication of immense power. Having tested the defenses twice with his bone spikes, he realized he could not penetrate Li Yan's defenses, while Li Yan could severely injure him in one blow. In such a scenario, was it wise to remain and await death? Just as he ducked behind the wall, preparing to slip into a secret passage unseen, an eerie heartbeat reverberated. The resonating pulse was soon accompanied by a searing pain in his heart. The intense burning sensation caused his heart to clench, momentarily slowing his movements. Suddenly, a slender, gossamer-like blade of energy sliced through the wall, piercing his temple as if a hot knife through butter. To his astonishment, even after the Bai Gu Wang's demise, Li Yan felt a lingering pulse of soul power emanating from him. Navigating around the wall, Li Yan drew forth blood and, with a finger akin to a blade, sliced through the flesh of the Bai Gu Wang's right arm, revealing a gleaming piece of white jade. It was a soul bone. This soul bone appeared largely intact, and based on Li Yan's experience, it was approximately 40,000 years old. A splendid acquisition. After years spent in the city of slaughter, it was likely that several soul bones had accumulated there, merely serving to enhance vitality in a place where soul techniques could not be unleashed. Such a waste. The Bai Gu Wang ranked 13th in the hellish arena. Even if only 1/20th or 1/30th of the top 100 possessed soul bones, this journey would have been worthwhile. For him, while soul bones might seem trivial, they were treasures in the eyes of soul masters. Whether to gift or exchange for other resources, they held significant value. Li Yan pondered the idea of eliminating the top 100 soul masters in the hellish arena. He could potentially acquire at least 3 more soul bones. Yet, there was no need to rush. Should he eliminate them all, it would likely complicate matters with the King of Slaughter. He would observe for a while. Those who had absorbed soul bones typically had superior physical capabilities compared to other soul masters of the same rank, and he would wait for the opportune moment to strike. Setting this matter aside for now, Li Yan explored the courtyard and discovered that apart from himself, only the maid he had encountered earlier remained alive. After some contemplation, he decided to keep her. Firstly, her strength was not formidable, and Li Yan had no fear of being poisoned. She posed no threat to him. Moreover, having spent considerable time in the courtyard, she was familiar with her surroundings. Replacing her would necessitate acclimatization, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Li Yan had entered the city of slaughter to cultivate and could not attend to every trivial matter. Thus, having someone to manage the mundane tasks was essential. He gestured toward the Bai Gu Wang's corpse. "Take this outside." The maid's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, but she silently complied, lifting the body and departing. The news of the Bai Gu Wang's demise spread rapidly. Some speculated that even though he was dead, Li Yan would still suffer significant injuries from the encounter, given the Bai Gu Wang's evident prowess. Consequently, some were tempted to take advantage of the situation, secretly entering with the intent to pillage. However, it was not long before several more corpses were piled at the small hills flanking the entrance. The following day, Li Yan returned to register for the hellish arena once more. Over the course of the month, he participated in 46 matches. In the initial days, each time he emerged from the arena, he faced 5 to 6, sometimes even a dozen attacks. The last time was the most significant. with nearly 200 assailants surrounding him, including 4 soul Douluos. It was during this battle that he gained notoriety. Thereafter, no one dared to confront him outside the arena. This led to a sharp decline in his participation frequency. After registering, few dared to follow suit, prolonging the time required to gather a group. In the last 5 days, he had only competed in 2 matches, averaging a match every 2 days. Without contests, the efficiency of his training in the killing fist diminished significantly. As he toyed with a diamond-shaped blood-red crystal, Lian's expression turned somewhat grim. This won't do. At this rate, who knows when I will master the killing fist? I must devise a plan. Chapter 109. 100 matches in the Hellish Arena. Participants who have won more than 50 matches would not encounter each other again. This was an unspoken rule of the arena. Otherwise, if anyone could reach 100 matches, there would be hardly anyone left in the City of Slaughter. Thus, individuals at this level, provided their luck was not exceedingly poor, typically lived quite comfortably within the City of Slaughter, bolstered by their reputations. Most of these individuals ranked within the top 30, wielding considerable influence. Perhaps there was an opportunity to exploit this situation. Lian paced back and forth, lost in thought. The room was silent, save for the soft sounds of his shoes against the wooden floor. Moments later, he halted his steps. Eureka! As the vibrant red doors of the courtyard swung open, the people on the street instinctively quickened their pace, a shiver running through them. A dozen pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows hastily retreated. Soon, a piece of news spread like wildfire. The bloodthirsty lord had emerged. Upon hearing this, countless individuals turned pale, abandoning their thoughts of signing up for the Hell's Arena. In the arena, every time Lian vanquished his opponents, he would drain their blood entirely, leading to the swift propagation of his ominous reputation. Furthermore, within a mere month, he had achieved a staggering record of 46 consecutive victories. Hardly anyone dared to compete in the same group as him. If even ants cling to life, how much more so for humans? As he walked down the street, Lian's presence, which was incongruous with the atmosphere of the City of Carnage, rendered him akin to a tiger prowling the pristine streets. Upon reaching an intersection, he encountered a wiry man clad in black attire, his hooked nose suggesting a formidable character. The man was evidently not to be trifled with, causing pedestrians to scatter as he passed. Lian's eyes brightened. While this fellow's cultivation level was likely below 65, he ranked 24th in the Hell's Arena, consistently dispatching his adversaries with astonishing speed. Lian surmised that he had likely absorbed a leg soul bone capable of enhancing speed, though it remained unclear whether it was from the left or right leg. Lian deliberately halted, coldly fixing his gaze upon the hooked-nosed man. The latter paused, furrowing his brow. After all, Lian's notorious reputation preceded him. His grotesque achievements in the arena and the fact that he had dispatched the Bone King on his very first day in the City of Carnage attested to his formidable nature. Recognizing Lian, the hooked-nosed man intended to evade him, but Lian's piercing glare stopped him. "Did you just frown at me?" The hooked-nosed man's heart raced. "If you frown at me, you must be plotting against me, and plotting against me inevitably leads to your demise." A benevolent smile crept across Lian's face. "Your end is nigh." The hooked-nosed man's pupils constricted slightly, knowing that this encounter would not end well. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, let alone a merciless figure ranked 24th in the arena. As his ferocity surged, he produced 2 three-edged steel darts, launching them towards Lian with remarkable speed, creating a flurry of afterimages that rendered him elusive. The hooked-nosed man relied on his swiftness to maneuver behind Lian, thrusting the steel darts towards his lower back. However, such tricks were futile before Lian, as his mental energy enveloped the vicinity, accurately capturing every movement. Just as the steel darts were about to make contact with his attire, Lian sprang into action. His right foot arced upward like a scorpion's tail, targeting the hooked-nosed man's neck. Just as the latter intended to change direction, an inexplicable and intense pain surged through his heart, momentarily slowing his movements. With a swift motion, Lian's toe shattered the hooked-nosed man's throat. Clutching his neck, he crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, gradually succumbing to asphyxiation. Lian collected his blood and then severed the left leg of the hooked-nosed man, extracting a pale blue soul bone. The bone was incomplete, estimated to be around 20,000 years old. Another piece acquired. Lian gleefully stowed the soul bone away. Over the past month, aside from his routine refining of blood crystals to enhance his cultivation, he had spent most of his time in the Hell's Arena. During this period, he had identified several individuals suspected of possessing soul bones, with the hooked-nosed man being the 6th he had slain. Regrettably, The previous 5 had yielded only one soul bone, a 30,000-year-old fire-attributed right arm bone, which overlapped somewhat with the one he had obtained from the Bone King. Next, Lian pulled back the sleeve of the hooked-nosed man's right arm, revealing a black wristband about 2 fingers wide, which was a storage soul tool. After thoroughly inspecting the body, Lian continued on his path. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the largest mansion on another street. The mansion was owned by the Mo Xiong Wang, who had won 89 matches in Hell's Arena and had maintained the top rank for several years. Due to certain apprehensions within the core area of the inner city, only one individual ranked in the top 30 of the arena was permitted on each street. Typically, one had to kill the mansion's owner and withstand subsequent waves of challenges to qualify for residence within the mansion. At the entrance, upon seeing Lian approach directly, a doorman was about to take action but was restrained by a companion. Isn't that the bloodthirsty lord? Lian was indifferent to this title, merely nodding slightly. I have business with Xiong Wang. Lead the way. The doorman dare not oppose him, lowering his body slightly and immediately turning to walk ahead. The doorman's pace was swift, yet it allowed Mo Xiong Wang time to prepare. When Lian arrived, he found the imposing figure of Mo Xiong Wang, nearly 2 meters tall, already awaiting him in the living room. At that moment, the man's attire hung loosely on him, exposing a patch of dark chest hair, and he emanated a faint scent of cologne. With a fierce glare, he fixed his eyes on Lian. What brings you here? His tone was brusque, a bit aggressive. Anyone disturbed during a critical moment would feel displeased, let alone a notorious killer such as him. Had it not been Lian, he might have already taken action. I am here seeking your assistance. Assistance? Mo Xiong Wang's mouth curled into a grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth as if he had heard something amusing. Lian nodded, stating, Indeed, my participation frequency in the Hell's Arena has diminished significantly. In the initial days, I could compete 3 to 4 times daily, but now I must wait at least 2 days to gather enough participants for a group. Thus, I came to seek your help, hoping you could expedite my completion of 100 matches. A glint of menace flickered in Mo Xiong Wang's eyes. You mean you want me to send my men to the arena to meet their demise, assisting you in achieving 100 victories? Lian replied, That is essentially the case. It doesn't necessarily have to be your subordinates, as long as there are enough people to sign up with me. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, given your years in the City of Carnage, right? Why should I assist you? Montauk Xiong Wang scoffed, his confidence in his own strength rendering him unconcerned about Lian. Had he not learned through secret channels that the individual who facilitated Lian's entry into the City of Carnage was of considerable stature, he would not be treating him with such courtesy. Xiong Wang, do you think these are sufficient? Lian produced 3 soul bones, 1 white, 1 red, and 1 blue, arranging them neatly on the table. With every soul bone he revealed, Mo Xiong Wang's breath grew heavier, and when all 3 were laid out, even his composure faltered momentarily. At that moment, Lian flicked his wrist, just as Mo Xiong Wang anticipated the extraction of a 4th soul bone, a silvery, blade-like energy, as delicate as gossamer, sliced through the air. Danger! Mo Xiong Wang's body bristled with alarm. Although caught off guard by Lian, his reflexes were remarkably swift. In a critical moment, disregarding the intense pain in his heart, he exerted force through his waist and legs, resulting in a resounding crack as his chair shattered beneath him. With a last-minute maneuver, he evaded the blade aimed at his neck, though a small patch of scalp was still severed. The wound revealed a stark white skull. A miscalculated strike. Lian swiftly countered, slicing downward with a diagonal slash. The bloodied Mo Xiong Wang rolled clumsily, barely evading the lethal energy of the blade. Yet he felt a sharp pain in his side. It turned out that when Lian shattered the chair beneath him, the myriad sands had stealthily spread from beneath his feet. Consequently, with his follow-up strike, Mo Xiong Wang was forced to roll away, only to collide with the sharp spikes formed by the coagulated sands. With the external threat of the Baihu Lu Shun Dao and the internal torment of the black flames searing his heart, his focus was drawn to these 2 lethal crises, leaving him no room to discern other dangers. Moreover, in this city of slaughter, those who had witnessed Lian wield the myriad sands were already dead. Thus, Mo Xiong Wang had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Although the wound was not deep and had not inflicted damage to his internal organs, he faced Lian, who had cultivated the blood nerves and possessed a certain degree of blood manipulation. Merely a feigned grasp at his wound caused a torrent of blood to surge uncontrollably from him. In an instant, nearly 30% of Mo Xiong Wang's blood had drained away, and he found himself momentarily blinded, his mind swirling in dizziness. With a swift sweep, The Lu Shan Dao passed through. The robust body of Mo Xiong Wang froze instantly, a thin red line emerging from his neck, oozing droplets of blood. Thud! His bear-like frame crashed to the ground, his head rolling to rest at Lian's feet, their gazes locking in a fierce stare. Since he refused to comply, let me borrow your head for a moment, and I shall return it once I am done. With that, Lian extracted the blood. He bent down, plunging his fingers into the neck of the headless corpse, yanking fiercely. A complete goat scorpion bone was drawn forth. Lian clicked his tongue in admiration. Nearly 80,000 years of skeletal integrity, coupled with the prowess of a titled Douluo, no wonder he maintained his top position. Were it not for the perilous environment of the City of Slaughter, even a high-ranking soul Douluo would find it challenging to eliminate him so easily. As he caressed the soul bone, Lian fell into contemplation. The quality of this soul bone far exceeded that of the one from the Wuhan temple. Likely originating from a bear-type soul beast, perhaps dropped by this creature when it sought its ninth soul ring. Such a soul bone should offer skills more inclined toward defense. He wondered if it would be suitable for Xiaohu. Although he possessed considerable knowledge about soul bones, it was primarily superficial, lacking in-depth research, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Never mind, I shall inquire with Bai Dong once I am out of here. After inspecting the corpse, Lian took the head of Mo Xiong Wang and proceeded to the residence of the second-ranked frenzied tiger in the arena. Initially, the frenzied tiger was hesitant, but upon seeing Li and place the head of Mo Xiong Wang on the table, his demeanor transformed dramatically, and he readily agreed. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Afterward, Lian visited other formidable figures ranked higher in the arena. At that moment, in the highest echelons of the Hell's killing field, within a dark and spacious chamber, a slender, exquisitely featured woman emerged from the shadows to report to the figure seated upon the grand throne. Great King of Slaughter, Mo Xiong Wang, is dead. Worthless trash is not worthy of our attention. The City of Slaughter only accepts true power. The individual seated on the expansive chair possessed a lanky physique. Clad in a scarlet robe, his features obscured by shadows, his voice resembling the friction of iron plates. The woman's icy voice echoed again. The Lord of Bloodshed is a true powerhouse. In a month since his entry into the City of Slaughter, he has achieved 46 victories, claiming thousands of lives. And 11 of the top 100 strongmen in the Hell's killing field have already perished at his hands. Should we absorb him, Great King? It seems completing 100 victories will not pose much difficulty for him. After a moment of silence, the figure on the grand chair continued. Do you believe he can endure the challenges of the Hell Road? Impossible. The woman's tone grew fervent. In a millennium, only 8 have truly emerged from the Hell Road. Although the Lord of Bloodshed is formidable, his chances of overcoming the Hell Road's trials are slim. That is satisfactory. We need not concern ourselves with him henceforth. Why, my king? The figure on the chair expressed impatience. He is destined to depart. We cannot hinder him. Allowing him to perish on the Hell Road may be a prudent choice. The woman inquired further. As long as he completes 100 victories, the Great King of Slaughter can equally grant him the privilege of free entry and exit. Why must he challenge the Hell Road? Because he was brought here by a god of slaughter. A god of slaughter. The room fell into silence. On that very day, those whom Lian had visited sprang into action. When Lian competed the following day, despite the fear evident on the faces of many participants, registration surged enthusiastically, and Lian effortlessly achieved 3 consecutive victories. In the subsequent period, Lian maintained a steadfast routine, participating in 3 matches daily, steadily increasing his victory count. However, as his opponents grew weaker, the progress of his slaughter fist slowed, barely reaching a minor level of mastery. Lian remained unconcerned, recalling that the condensation of the slaughter god domain required the infusion of killing intent, a process seemingly completed at the end of the Hell Road. Savoring each bite, who would prefer a direct infusion? With this thought, Lian resolved to cease lingering in the City of Slaughter, in such a place. Even the most virtuous souls would become tainted over time. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the Hell's killing field, on the arena, Lian tore apart the neck of his final opponent with a claw. His aura of slaughter was not overtly intense. Rather, in the absence of a deliberate outburst, it was virtually imperceptible. Nonetheless, the fallen spectators around him, as if grasped by an invisible hand around their throats, lowered their heads in utmost reverence. 1 month and 18 days. Averaging just over 2 matches per day, Lian achieved 100 victories. This remarkable pace shattered the records of the killing arena. It was a miracle witnessed by all. Chapter 110. The Dark Golden Three-Headed Bat King, Refining Goo. Congratulations. Young Lord of Bloodshed. A chilling voice suddenly resonated from all directions. Upon hearing this voice, all fallen beings in the Hell's killing field fell into a frenzy. For this was Li Yan's 100th match. 100 victories marked a moment worthy of fervor throughout the entire city of slaughter. Hence, the once empty spectator stands were nearly filled to capacity. King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. Amidst the cheers of the fallen, a blood-red figure descended from above, tall and enveloped in a crimson cloak. With a pallid complexion and blood-red eyes, 2 sharp fangs protruded beneath slightly parted lips. Imanating afandi shilinyoha. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he possessed an unusual charm. Lian couldn't help but think that this figure resembled a vampire. The King of Slaughter gradually descended to a height of 5 to 6 meters, his form eerily suspended in midair. With merely a raised hand, the cheers abruptly ceased. The ability to command such a reaction from a group of deranged individuals who revel in murder underscores his terrifying charisma in the city of slaughter. The King of Slaughter gazed down upon Li and from his lofty vantage point. In recent decades, no one had emerged as a 100-match champion, and you are the singular exception, achieving such a feat within a mere 2 months, something unprecedented and perhaps never to be replicated. The city of slaughter requires formidable beings like you. Thus, I have resolved to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. Henceforth, you shall be a guest of the city of slaughter, granted the freedom to enter and exit at will. Each activation of the Hell Road consumes vast amounts of fresh blood. Blood is the very foundation of the city of slaughter, and, as its sovereign, the King of Slaughter is understandably reluctant to witness such occurrences. Therefore, he was making his final efforts. Li Yan's muscles tensed, his inner energy surged, and his vigilance reached its zenith. King of Slaughter, I must traverse the Hell Road. You surely comprehend my purpose for being here. Although I have Bai Dong as my ally, and the King of Slaughter is unlikely to impede me, who can truly fathom the mind of a madman? Such matters are not to be gambled upon. In truth, Lian had prepared himself to remain. If I cannot proceed to the Hell Road, I can still cultivate my blood nerve and slaughter fist within the city of slaughter, albeit at a slower pace. It is preferable to losing my life. The King of Slaughter's power undoubtedly ranks among the apex of Douluo, a level beyond his current reach. The Hell Road offers no retreat. Once entered, one either perishes within or emerges victorious. I shall grant you another opportunity to choose, so ponder wisely. A chill emanated from the King of Slaughter's voice. Li Yan's eyelids twitched. I implore you, open the Hell Road. If that is your desire, then let it be so. I hope you will not regret it. Upon concluding his words, the King of Slaughter trembled. A dark red radiance erupted from his being, enveloping the entire Hell Slaughter arena in an instant. Those fallen beings caught in this crimson glow fell into a peculiar state, devoid of consciousness and pain, transforming into mere monsters driven solely by the instinct to kill, engaging in primal and savage combat. Some even resorted to self-mutilation. For these sacrificed fallen beings, their injuries seemed to be a form of twisted enjoyment, relentlessly urging them to end their own lives. Soon, aside from Li Yan and the King of Slaughter, the entire Hell Slaughter arena was devoid of life, transforming into a realm of blood. Countless streams of blood converged, flowing from the spectator stands and ultimately pooling into a trough on the arena, forming a bat-like pattern. Is the Hell Road about to open? Lian held his breath, instinctively disregarding the gruesome scene of severed limbs surrounding him. Even in the brief span of a month since entering the city of slaughter, the number of lives he had claimed reached into the thousands. Yet the blood-soaked world still instilled a profound discomfort within him. Meanwhile, the King of Slaughter displayed an expression of ecstasy, closing his eyes and tilting his head back in a gesture of embrace, seemingly reveling in the chaos. Moments latte. The King of Slaughter let out a bizarre chuckle directed at Lian, then gestured with a finger. In an instant, bloodlight erupted from the arena, engulfing Li Yan, while the murderous aura emanating from him safeguarded him from being consumed by the bloodlight. Beyond the bloodlight, all perception blurred, and a sensation of being torn apart intensified. Li Yan refrained from struggling, for he understood this was a necessary process of transportation, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. He finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. Li Yan lifted his gaze to find himself on a circular platform approximately 5 meters in diameter. surrounded by an abyss of unfathomable depth. A narrow path, less than a foot wide, led into the darkness of the unknown. What a thick aura of blood! Lian observed the abyss below the platform. In his perception, there lay a vast lake entirely composed of gathered blood. However, the distance was too great for him, at his current cultivation level, to extract the blood from below. The existence of this blood likely served as a source of energy, shrouding the entire city of slaughter and suppressing the majority of soul masters, preventing them from unleashing their soul skills. The King of Slaughter wielded dominion over this realm, enabling him to grant others the power to utilize soul skills. The Shura Blood Sword is a coveted artifact for Lian. Yet, he lacked the confidence to engage with such a level of power at present. In the City of Slaughter, he had continuously employed the Great Causality technique, wary of attracting the attention of the Shura God. The Shura Blood Sword must remain untouched for now, but after encountering Han-Hai Qian Renxue, I can attempt to wield it. By then, my strength should be barely sufficient. Possessing such a treasure that creates its own internal space will expedite my progress in practicing the 9 steps of Qian. With his thoughts gathered, Lian crouched down, tilting his head to observe the narrow path. It sloped downward, and following it should bring him closer to the blood pool below. Once adjusted, Lian set forth along the path toward the unknown darkness. The path was not particularly wide. An ordinary person would likely falter with fear after a few steps. Yet for him, it posed no challenge, and he felt no pressure. After traversing 300 to 400 meters, Lian sensed a rise in temperature within the space. Soon, a faint buzzing sound approached. Within the depths of his gaze, 2 points of black flame flickered, and then he noticed thousands of dark red bats soaring toward him. Each bat was not particularly large, with a wingspan of no more than 1 meter, possessing limited lethality, but their immense numbers compensated for any shortcomings. However, Lian was least intimidated by such swarming foes. He halted, awaiting their arrival. After a brief wait of several seconds, a blood-red bat appeared within a 20-meter radius. Suddenly, its wings faltered, countless blood vessels ruptured, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from its form, followed by a second, then a third. Hundreds upon hundreds of blood-red bats surged toward Lian, bursting in a blood mist, their broken corpses cascading like fallen leaves into the abyss. In less than a minute, a diamond-shaped blood crystal, the size of a thumb, materialized, which Lian swiftly seized. Truly, these creatures of this realm seemed to yield crystals more refined than those extracted from the blood of soul masters. With a breath, he consumed the blood essence within his hand, and a sensation of fulfillment blossomed within him. Regrettably, these bats possessed a degree of intelligence. More precisely, the entity commanding them demonstrated significant cunning. After a few attempts, it ceased sending the bats to their demise. Instead, it commanded them to linger 20 meters away, incessantly chattering and disrupting his focus, while coordinating their wing beats to conjure fierce winds directed at Lian. The existence of the horse stance in martial arts serves primarily to strengthen the lower body. As a powerful gust of wind swept through, Lian felt the muscles in his toes and the soles of his feet subtly twitch, working in harmony with his calves to counteract the force. The fierce wind barely affected him, allowing him to traverse the narrow path with remarkable stability. Realizing that this approach was ineffective against him, the commander of the bats swiftly altered their strategy. Groups of 200 to 300 bats divided and launched their assaults from various directions, wave upon wave. Lian furrowed his brow. While this did not inflict any harm upon him, it consumed a significant portion of his energy, becoming quite a nuisance. It seemed that unless he demonstrated some formidable power, they would not retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lian focused inward. He controlled his heart to gradually expand before suddenly contracting. The resounding thumps of his heart echoed throughout the space, like the beating of a war drum. Wherever the sound traveled, the movements of the crimson bats faltered, only to be followed by a surge of black flames igniting from within, reducing the bats to nothingness. This time, Lian exerted his full strength. Within a radius of approximately 200 to 300 meters around him, all the crimson bats vanished in unison, as if a large bite had been taken out of cookie. The power of the searing black flames was not particularly potent. However, utilizing this technique for large-scale extermination was undeniably optimal. Watching the fleeing crimson bats, Lian felt a pang of regret. At least 20 to 30,000 had been eliminated, and if they had all been used to refine blood crystals, he could have acquired at least 5. With the threat of the crimson bats abated, Lian did not relax. Instead, he became increasingly vigilant. He recalled that among these crimson bats was a particularly formidable presence, a dark gold, three-headed bat king. Not far into his journey, the sound of wind stirred, previously caused by countless bats flapping their wings, but this time it was the approach of a singular, massive bat. In a world enveloped in soft red light, a hint of dark gold appeared in the distance, rapidly enlarging as it covered thousands of meters in mere breaths. Upon recognizing the appearance of the dark gold, three-headed bat king, Lian's eyes gleamed with excitement. What an impressive sight! The bat king measured over 4 meters in length. With a wingspan reaching 10 meters, its entire body adorned in dark gold. It had a prominent snout, large ears, and a gaping maw filled with fangs. Its massive claws, each a meter in diameter, glinted ominously like curved blades. What should have been a grotesque and fearsome visage instead exuded an aura of majestic power. In short, it was a striking blend of beauty and fright. The more Lian observed, the more he admired it. As the bat king approached, it descended upon him like a bomber, unleashing a formidable and fierce aura. As it came within 10 meters, the three heads of the bat king opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting a sharp scream. Instantly, a wave of dark red ripples emanated from its head, surging toward Lian at an alarming speed. Lian swiftly retreated. The dark red ripples struck the narrow path, causing the hard rock to explode and a 5-meter section of the path to crumble. In fact, from this distance, Lian could unleash the Bai Hu Lu Shun Dao with all his might, capable of cleaving the Bat King in two. Though it might not guarantee an instant kill, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. However, if he did so, this colossal creature would likely flee, and what Lian desired was to subdue it. Failing to land a hit, the Bat King opened its mouth once more. With a swift motion, 3 iron projectiles were fired into its maw. The Bat King coughed violently, stifling its scream before it could escape, its massive body twisting in midair, nearly plummeting to the ground. Try screaming again, Lian threatened, brandishing an iron projectile. The Bat King, not lacking in intelligence, retreated to a distance, its 6 eyes darting about. With a puff of golden smoke, its immense form erupted, splitting into hundreds of tiny golden bats that launched an assault from all directions. Amiba, Lian performed a Buddhist gesture with one hand, as his blood essence transformed into pure Buddhist energy. With a serene smile and a dignified aura, he radiated a soft glow, resembling a deity descended upon the earth. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, perceives the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, transcending all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. The Heart Sutra resonated like a booming bell, leaving the hundreds of dark gold bats dazed, but soon the sound quieted, resembling the rustling of snakes or the feel of wet, sticky tendrils wrapping around them. Meanwhile, Lian's once serene smile transformed into something eerie, eliciting an unsettling effect. Hundreds of dark gold bats flapped their wings, their quirky faces gradually morphing as their previous confusion was replaced with fervor. At that moment, Lian was wielding a remarkably unique martial technique, known as the Suo Ming Fan Yin. This technique, crafted by a powerful being who had traversed from Buddhism to demonic practices, fused mental force with sound, generating an overwhelmingly coercive influence capable of warping the mind. With a resounding thud, the golden mist swirled, and the hundreds of dark gold bats were formed, reverting to the dark gold 3-headed Bat King. In its 6 small eyes, expressions of rage and tranquility flickered, clearly struggling to escape the fate of being subdued. Lian immediately accelerated his chanting. His mental energy dwindled rapidly, and the effects became apparent. Though the dark gold 3-headed Bat King was a peculiar creature, it possessed no defense against such an uncanny mental assault. Its endurance stemmed from its profound foundation. Soon, the fury in the Bat King's 6 eyes dissipated, replaced by a fervent tranquility, with golden characters flickering in its depths. Not only the Bat King, but also the remaining tens of thousands of crimson bats were being subdued. Their grotesque faces subtly exuded an air of solemnity and majesty. With a thud, the Bat King landed on the narrow path, folding its membranous wings and crawling forward to Lian, its 3 heads adorned with dark gold fur bowing slightly. Lian felt a twinge of unease. After all, he had only recently begun practicing the Suo Ming Fan Yin, and his proficiency was not yet refined. Should anything go awry, the Bat King might easily break free from the state of subjugation. After some contemplation, he commanded the Bat King to rise, its arms moving swiftly, creating dozens of afterimages. With a series of swift strikes, he executed the GMI show, delivering hundreds of precise taps to the Bat King's body, directly severing its vital energy, soul force, and mental essence. At that moment, the Bat King had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lian stroked the Bat King's dark gold fur, contemplating that the remaining crimson bats had already been subdued. It would be a pity to refine them into blood crystals. Instead, he could use the dark gold three-headed Bat King as the main ingredient, with the others serving as auxiliary materials to concoct a potent concoction. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The crimson bats were a type of extraordinary being, and as their king, the dark gold three-headed Bat King was even more extraordinary. It would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional material for potion crafting. Moreover, it could fly and possessed such a majestic appearance. Its presence would be nothing short of impressive. Suddenly, Lian began to operate. Chapter 111, Cultivation. Gulu. Under the simmering heat of the small fire, a colorful concoction within the alchemical furnace was bubbling vigorously. Like a rainbow, ethereal smoke wafted from the vent of the furnace, spreading a sweet aroma tinged with a hint of bitter almond. Upon catching the scent, the blood-red bats became intoxicated, performing a mesmerizing figure-8 dance in midair. Fortunately, due to his prior intentions of refining goo, all necessary materials were prepared. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss during this endeavor. Lian forced out a drop of essence blood, flicking it into the furnace. He was employing the blood refinement method, and if he overexerted his essence blood, this technique could easily damage his foundation. However, since he was on the Hell Road, and there awaited a vast blood pool ahead, the loss of this drop of essence blood would soon be replenished. The goo items produced through this method, although not as attuned to his will as his life goo, could still be manipulated with ease, making it quite convenient overall. Of course, should the goo item perish, Lian, as the goo master, would also incur some damage. Had it not been for the decent life-preserving ability and superior quality of this dark golden three-headed Bat King, he would not have resorted to the blood refinement method. Sizzle. Finally, under the scorching black flames, the ruby-like essence blood emitted wisps of pale, red smoke as it gradually diminished in size until it vanished. Inside the furnace, a crimson hue enveloped the mixture. The vaporized essence blood mingled with the smoke from the medicinal liquid, both escaping through the vent. At this moment, the swarm of blood-red bats became agitated, their dark eyes replaced with a fiery hue. The bat nearest to Lian suddenly darted towards him. Almost instantly, it burst in midair, releasing a blood mist that began to spread outward. Chirp, chirp, chirp! One by one, bats rushed forward to their demise, their lifeless fragments falling like autumn leaves. Gradually, a massive blood cloud formed around them. Lian remained undeterred, continuing to refine the medicinal liquid. The smoke, intermingled with the evaporating essence blood, integrated into the blood cloud. Once the essence blood in the furnace was exhausted, he flicked in another drop. It was not until the fourth drop was consumed that the concoction in the furnace was reduced to mere dregs. Cough, cough. It is no wonder that the initial stages of goo refinement generally involve smaller insects and beasts. Larger creatures are challenging to process at this step alone. For Lian, even with his constitution, expelling 4 drops of essence blood was quite taxing. After a brief pause, he summoned the blood cloud and pointed at the dark golden three-headed Bat King. The blood cloud cascaded like a torrential river, enveloping the Bat King entirely. Before long, a massive, egg-shaped object, over 5 meters in diameter and a deep purple-black hue, appeared before Lian. Yet this was not the end. Allowing the Bat King to slowly absorb the energy from the blood cloud would take an eternity, so Lian had to take action. He approached, channeling blood essence through his hands, merging strands of mental energy into the process, continuously striking the giant egg. With each impact, the egg quivered slightly. Time passed gradually. Lian struck the giant egg thousands of times, during which he retrieved accumulated blood crystals to replenish his blood essence. Finally, the surface of the giant egg lost its luster, taking on a withered purple-black color, resembling a large mass of congealed blood. Crack, crack, crack. A fissure appeared on the giant egg, approximately 2 feet long. Then another, and a third crack emerged, multiplying in number as the essence-depleted shell began to flake off. At this moment, the giant egg trembled violently. Bang! A large hole ruptured where the cracks converged. A chin, half a foot wide, emerged from the opening, swiftly gnawing at the edges, like a squirrel gnawing on a nut. It soon expanded the diameter of the hole to nearly a meter as the other 2 heads joined in. It was emerging. Lian noticed that the Bat King's fangs appeared slightly more slender than before, yet their sharpness had increased, shimmering with a faint glow with each bite. This glow was exceedingly dim, and had it not been for the dark red backdrop of the Hell Road and Lian's keen eyesight, it would have been nearly imperceptible. It was this glow that allowed the eggshell, harder than steel, to crumble under its bite as if it were mere biscuit. After a couple of minutes, a large hole, about 2 meters in diameter, appeared on the giant egg, and the dark golden three-headed Bat King crawled out from its shell. The three heads swayed as they approached Lian. Now, the Bat King was slightly smaller than before, having been nearly 4.5 meters long prior to refinement. It now measured just over 4 meters. It appeared more robust, and strange crimson patterns adorned its membrane wings, a feature that had not existed before. The dark golden three-headed Bat King lowered itself, not much shorter than Lian, yet inclined its head, gently rubbing against his thigh. Its 6 small eyes brimming with affection, resembling a dog eager for its master's affection. Lian reached out to touch it. The short, dark golden fur stood on end, resembling steel needles. However, it felt remarkably soft to the touch. As he patted the main head, the other 2 heads eagerly jostled for attention. Seeing this, Lian raised an eyebrow. Was it possible that these 3 heads shared a singular consciousness? Placing his hands on the heads on either side, both closed their eyes, displaying expressions of bliss while the central head glanced around, then looked up at him with a pitiful gaze. This chapter is not over. Please click to continue reading on the next page. Indeed, it appeared that 3 minds coexisted within one body, seemingly unaffected by one another, a rather peculiar phenomenon. Perhaps it was time to bestow you with a name. Lian pondered for a moment. Fu Tong Fu, as the 5 blessings are often depicted with 5 bats. Henceforth, you shall be known as Lai Fu, a name both simple and memorable. With a means of transportation at his disposal, Lian naturally would not meander slowly down the narrow path. Take me for flight. Lai Fu, possessing considerable intelligence and having undergone Lian's refinement, could easily comprehend his words. Thus, it promptly turned around, lowering its tail wings to form a ladder for Li and to ascend. Lai Fu's back spanned over 1 meter in width, covered with a dense layer of dark golden short fur, relatively flat and soft, akin to standing on a woolen carpet. As it was Lian's first ride, he proceeded with caution, crafting a bridle from flowing sand to secure around Lai Fu. Let us go. Lian gently shook the reins. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, Lai Fu took off from the narrow path, followed by a vigorous flap of its wings, generating immense lift that propelled both it and Lian into the air. Lai Fu's speed was remarkable. A single flap could cover nearly 100 meters. And with a rapid frequency of flapping, they soared several thousand meters in mere breaths. Remarkably, this was not even at full speed, although riding it caused slight bumps. The exhilarating rush of wind and the sensation of speed filled Lian with an adrenaline surge. No wonder so many in his previous life were drawn to racing. This thrill was indeed intoxicating. Let us head down. Lai Fu's wings gently folded, the frequency of their flapping slightly diminished, presenting a significant downward tilt as they plunged toward the blood pool above within half a breath. The viscous blood pool was in a state of tumult, bubbles erupting with a gurgling sound, creating a world painted in crimson. At an altitude of approximately 20 meters, Lai Fu's 3 heads suddenly emitted piercing shrieks. Blood-red ripples cascaded over the blood pool, causing the thick liquid to explode in all directions, intensifying the already potent stench of blood. Lian took note of the peculiar sight. Beneath the undulating waves of blood, strange creatures, as thick as a thigh and of a vivid scarlet hue, surfaced, slightly twitching as they were struck by sound waves. Lai Fu dove down to capture one. The blood pool possessed a mental barrier, and with its depths filled with blood, it was impossible to ascertain the presence of life below through sensory perception. These bizarre creatures concealed themselves within the blood pool, eluding Lian's detection. Yet they could not escape the vigilance of Lai Fu, who thrived in this environment. The blood pool harbored a unique toxin, and upon realizing that life existed within it, Lian felt a flicker of surprise, only to dismiss it as entirely reasonable. Without sustenance, the crimson bats could not have flourished into such a vast population. The path to hell boasted its own distinctive ecosystem. Lai Fu ferried Lian several kilometers away to a rock protruding from the blood pool, and then presented the strange creature it had just caught before Lian, seemingly inviting him to taste it. Lian's mouth twitched at the sight. This creature, elongated to 4 or 5 meters, resembled a skinned snake, exposing its muscular fibers, akin to a magnified leech, adorned with a mouth reminiscent of a lamprey, evoking a sense of revulsion. Perhaps you should indulge instead, Lian suggested. Lai Fu rotated its 3 heads, seemingly perplexed by Lian's rejection. It then bent down and, akin to consuming a grilled sausage, tore the creature into 3 pieces and devoured them within mere seconds, all 3 mouths working in unison at an astonishing pace. Lian surveyed his surroundings. The rock upon which he stood was not particularly large, approximately 12 or 13 meters in diameter, and relatively flat. Judging by the traces on the ground, this appeared to be Lai Fu's dining area. Lian approached the edge of the rock, extending his hand to extract a significant quantity of thick blood, which he swiftly condensed into a blood crystal. Unlike the previous blood crystals he had refined, this one bore a darker hue, indicating a higher concentration of impurities, or more precisely, toxins. He expelled the blood essence from his palm to refine the crystal. Lian distinctly felt the blood begin to boil, a surge of exhilaration bubbling within him. The toxin was of the same nature, directly extracted from the blood of the fallen, the Bloody Mary, and now the blood surrounding him, each with escalating concentrations of toxins, yet he deemed it manageable. He gently activated the Qing Lian Tue Shi technique, exhaling a wisp of dark red, murky vapor. Truly, this was an exceptional place. The seemingly inexhaustible blood from the pool was undoubtedly a prime resource for him. Lian contemplated his strategy. Refining blood crystals while practicing was somewhat time-consuming. Since he was not averse to toxins, why not excavate a smaller pool in the center of the rock? Then dig a trench to channel the blood from the pool directly into it, allowing him to soak in it? However, the presence of numerous strange creatures within the blood pool posed a challenge. The creature Lai Fu had previously captured was relatively large, while the smallest creatures he had observed at the rock's edge were only slightly larger than his thumb. Although these diminutive monsters posed no threat, the mere thought of them crawling all over him sent shivers down his spine, a truly nauseating prospect. Even filtering them out would be uncertain. Who knew if there were even smaller ones? What should I do? Lian paced back and forth. Perhaps I could excavate an additional pool. Initially, divert the blood into that one. Introduce toxins to eliminate any incoming creatures, and then channel it into the practice pool. This method appeared quite feasible. He was not fearful of toxins. The introduction of an additional poison into the blood would matter little. The critical issue was that the creatures surviving in the blood pool inherently possessed a strong resistance to toxins, and while he was aware of several potent toxins, he lacked the materials necessary. Wait, how could I forget about the Shou Lai Yang Shi? The Shou Lai Yang Shi was an extremely toxic entity, and its venom would undoubtedly be lethal to the creatures inhabiting the blood pool. Lian turned to observe Lai Fu, who had just fished out another creature from the blood pool, shaking its 3 heads and indulging in a feast. As a native being of the path to hell, Lai Fu should know where to find the Shou Lai Yang Shi. Acquiring its inner core would eliminate his concerns regarding the blood pool creatures. Have you seen this creature? Lian conveyed a description of the Shou Lai Yang Shi to Lai Fu using his mental prowess. Ji. Excellent. Although Lian did not fully comprehend Lai Fu's response, its demeanor suggested that it had indeed encountered the Shou Lai Yang Shi before. Consequently, Lian mounted Lai Fu, and they sped away. In under 2 minutes, they discovered a serpentine creature coiled upon a narrow path, its entire body dark red, exceeding 10 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. On its head and spine, 9 vivid red protrusions marked the presence of the Shou Lai Yang Shi. Upon noticing Lian and Lai Fu, the lower half of the creature coiled upon the path while the upper half reared up, spewing forth a stream of crimson toxic fire towards them. Lai Fu swiftly ascended, simultaneously letting out a cacophony of shrieks. The blood-red ripples clashed with the toxic flames, resulting in a violent explosion. However, Lian leaped down. As the Shou Lai Yang Shi prepared to unleash another fiery breath, Lian was determined not to grant it its wish. A metal projectile found its mark within the creature's throat, silencing its toxic flames. In that instant, Lian's left hand descended, directing the Bai Hu Lu Shan Dao straight at the creature's vital spot. The scales erupted, and the 9 vibrant protrusions on its back shattered, golden ichor splattering forth, coalescing into a fist-sized golden inner core that shot towards Lian. Just what I was waiting for. Lian wielded his blade, aiming to instill a sense of imminent danger within the Shou Lai Yang Shi, compelling it to fight for its life. As the inner core was released, Lian severed its connection to the beast through a secret technique, and then the Lu Shan Dao struck decisively at the creature's vital point, cleaving it in two. Lian landed steadily upon the narrow path, grasping the inner core, only to feel a surge of intense fiery poison coursing through his body. A slight sting in his palm. The scorching black flame and the Qing Lian Te Shi technique activated simultaneously, dissipating the fiery toxin, while the black flame subtly advanced in refinement, filling Lian with increasing delight. What an overpowering poison! At that moment, a dull thud resounded. The two halves of the Shirk show Lai Yangshi's corpse plummeted to the ground, yet Lai Fu promptly retrieved them, saliva dripping from its three massive mouths. Clearly eager for the remains of the Shirk show Lai Yangshi, Lian stored the serpent's carcass. We'll feast on this later. They returned to the rock, where Lai Fu savored the Shirk show Lai Yangshi's remains, while Lian quickly excavated a shallow pit measuring just over 2 meters in diameter and less than half a meter deep, and then proceeded to dig a second one not far away. Then, a trench connected the two small pools to the blood pool, channeling blood into the filtering pool. Plop! Lian tossed the inner elixirs of 10 fiery serpents into the mix. Within a single breath, the surface of the filtering pool became adorned with the corpses of several strange creatures. Lian was quite pleased with the results. It was indeed effective. However, he realized a filter net needed to be installed to prevent waking up after his practice to a surrounding littered with monster carcasses. Chapter 112. True Qi Realm, a world of dark red. The stench of blood, accumulated over millennia, lingered. Lian was submerged in the blood pool up to his neck, his eyes closed, his expression serene, reminiscent of an infant in the womb. Thump! Thump! The sound of his heartbeat resonated heavily and powerfully. With each pulse of his heart, the arteries on either side of his neck slightly bulged. Meanwhile, his skin, submerged in blood, seemed to become translucent, revealing a network of blue and red veins sprawling across every corner of his body. With each heartbeat, the blood essence circulated, gradually depleting the pool's vitality. Simultaneously, the Qinglian Tushi technique activated spontaneously, expelling wisps of dark red impurities from his body. Together, they formed a perfect cycle. The blood, now devoid of essence, transformed into a purplish-black residue, slowly sinking to the bottom of the pool and beginning to coagulate. Lai Fu lay beside the filtering pool, consuming the accumulated corpses of the blood pool's life forms as they surfaced. As a primordial aberration of the Hell Road, Lai Fu possessed extraordinary resistance to toxins. Having devoured the bodies of the fiery serpents, particularly their gallbladders, the potent toxins emanating from the inner elixirs had no effect on it. Time passed unnoticed during cultivation. Only when the absorbed energy noticeably diminished did Lian slowly open his eyes. A slight movement revealed a distinct resistance, as if his body were ensnared in a viscous gel. Glancing down, he discovered that waste and residual fluids had filled the entire pool, leading to a decrease in the incoming blood, explaining the decline in his cultivation efficiency. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of breaking ice, Lian extended his limbs, standing up as his subcutaneous muscles trembled slightly, shaking off all the residue that clung to him. He leaped out of the pool and flicked his fingers. A strand of black flame descended into the pool, incinerating the waste to ashes. Lai Fu, on all fours, approached, bobbing its 3 heads in front of Lian, its wide mouth grinning in a plea for affection. While Lian was in seclusion, Lai Fu could neither sleep nor leave, remaining close by. This was undoubtedly quite tedious for such an intelligent creature. While soothing Lai Fu, Lian meticulously sensed the changes within his body. Within his veins, the blood essence fused with the blood, causing it to radiate a crystalline red hue, each drop brimming with immense energy. As it reached the capillaries and began to nourish every cell, his physique gradually strengthened. Lian clenched his fist suddenly, the air in his palm compressing into bubbles, producing a resounding pop. This overwhelming sense of power brought comfort. He then struck again, and the blood essence detached, coalescing into a massive dark red hand gripping a skull, crashing down into the blood pool. Strangely, not a drop of blood splattered. Yet, within 3 seconds, a foul-smelling vapor erupted from the pool, hissing continuously, revealing a vast cavity as if a spoon had scooped out a chunk of jelly. The blood essence had increased by more than 3-fold. If fully converted into internal energy, it should be sufficient to open all 12 meridians. However, there was no rush. It was best to let it settle for a few days, refining it to eliminate any excess heat. The technique Lian had just employed was the skeleton blood hand seal, recorded in the blood nerve. Those struck by this technique would have their blood instantaneously dissolve. Lian's application of the blood hand seal in the pool was hampered by his lack of proficiency and issues with controlling the blood essence, resulting in a delay. The best way to hone the blood essence was through combat. After consuming some food to satiate his hunger and resting for a few hours, Lian mounted Lai Fu and began his search. The expanse of the Hell Road was vast, having formed a uniquely diverse biosphere over centuries, teeming with countless aberrations akin to Lai Fu. As they traveled, the myriad bizarre creatures left Lian in awe. However, formidable beings like Lai Fu or the fiery serpents were exceedingly rare. Here, they were regarded as apex predators. Lai Fu moved swiftly, although the space was considerable. Their journey only took 3 hours. On the return path, Lian suddenly caught a faint whiff of fragrance. Initially, he suspected it to be some sort of toxin, instinctively activating the Qinglian Tushi technique. Yet, in the next moment, his blood surged, leaving him intoxicated and warm, akin to savoring a bowl of warmed wine after freezing in the cold winter. The previously restless blood essence seemed to have shed its heat, becoming mellow. Lian's eyes brightened. It had to be some rare treasure. As the saying goes, from yin comes yang. In a place rife with malevolent energy like the Hell Road, the emergence of exquisite treasures was perfectly natural. If he could acquire it, his cultivation speed would accelerate further, allowing him to exit sooner. Although this was a decent place for cultivation, it was overly oppressive. Even if Lian could endure solitude, he had no desire to linger here for long. After all, he was but a normal person. Exiting sooner rather than later would be ideal. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lai Fu let out an excited screech and hastened toward a particular direction. Lian's body swayed, nearly losing balance, and he tugged on the reins, admonishing, seeing something beneficial. You exert all your strength. Why didn't I see you so diligent before? One of Lai Fu's heads turned back, giving a couple of aggrieved calls. Its speed did not wane. The fragrance grew increasingly potent, and after about 10 seconds, a colossal stalactite, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, descended from the ceiling, blocking their path. The source of the fragrance was indeed this stalactite. Lai Fu called out, ready to charge forward, but Lian reined it in. Rare treasures are often guarded by strange beasts. If one were to be blinded by greed and suffer an ambush, it would be nothing short of a farce. Reluctantly, Lai Fu adjusted its course, circling the stalactite, only to discover a massive centipede, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, resting behind it. The centipede's shell was a purplish black, not smooth, but adorned with uniformly sized protrusions, somewhat akin to mountain armor. However, what puzzled Lian was that part of the centipede's shell was shattered, and several legs were missing, appearing to have miraculously healed rather than bearing old wounds. Lian speculated, it seems the fragrance has attracted competitors, or perhaps it is the one that was drawn here. Hiss! The giant centipede raised half its body into the air, its 2 antennae swaying back and forth, and its knife-like legs incessantly clashed together, issuing a threatening hiss toward Lian and Lai Fu. Without the obstruction of the colossal centipede, Lian discovered a gaping hole, the size of a human head, near the tip of the stalactite. From the deepest part of the hole, a deep crimson liquid, akin to syrup, continuously flowed forth. The aroma emanating from this liquid was intoxicating. Could this be the Dishue Jingsui? The Dishue Jingsui is not a naturally occurring treasure, but rather a substance formed from the blood of a powerful life that seeped into the earth after death, compressed and refined over millennia, ultimately crystallizing. Moreover, this place must be abundant in the primordial energies of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the crystal would not take form. The blood pools in the path to hell, composed of the blood of countless soul masters, naturally give rise to Dishue Jingsui in such an environment. A fervent intensity surged within Li Yan's eyes. He must obtain the Dishue Jingsui. This treasure, with simple refinement, could significantly enhance one's cultivation, eliminating the need to extract blood from the blood pool as a resource for practice. The aerial environment was not conducive to maneuvering, and with a massive centipede perched on the stalactite, using the Baihu Lu Shan Dao could result in the entire stalactite being cleaved in two if he were unable to withstand it. Although the Dishue Jingsui is formed from blood, it does not possess the characteristics of blood. If it were to spill out all at once, Lian could not guarantee he would be able to gather it all. This was a method of last resort. Somewhat apprehensive, Lian took out an iron pellet and aimed it at the colossal centipede's head. The sound of metal striking metal echoed in the space. The colossal centipede waved its antennae twice, brandishing its knife-like legs, seemingly unfazed, as if it realized that Lian posed no threat, then lowered its head to continue devouring the Di Shui Jing Sui within the stalactite. Lian, too, dared not exert too much force with the pellet. Nonetheless, its power was sufficient to harm a turtle-type soul beast with 5,000 years of cultivation, demonstrating just how formidable the centipede's defenses were. Its defenses were incredibly robust. Unless one could strike directly into its mouth, it would be challenging to injure it. However, with a shift in his gaze, Lian commanded Lai Fu to fly around the colossal centipede, letting iron pellets fall upon it. The colossal centipede's body twitched slightly, as if the pellets were merely scratching an itch, and soon it paid no further heed to Lian's attacks. Gradually, the colossal centipede relaxed its vigilance. Under the relentless barrage of pellets, its tail, previously concealed in the rocky cavern above, became exposed. What a splendid opportunity! Lian flipped his hand and produced a fist-sized, resplendent golden orb, the inner core of the Shou Lai Yang Shi. With a swish, the inner core transformed into a beam of golden light, piercing into the colossal centipede's rear end and burrowing deep inside. The colossal centipede, engrossed and voraciously consuming the Di Shui Jing Sui, suddenly trembled violently. Before it could react, crimson smoke began to billow from the crevices of its exoskeleton. Its myriad legs could no longer grasp the stalactite, and its massive body stiffened and fell. Lian shook the reins, and Lai Fu immediately dove down. With a whoosh, a silver blade of energy flashed, severing the colossal centipede's head. Lai Fu seized the centipede's corpse and then plunged down sharply, significantly reducing speed. No wonder its defenses were so formidable. Lian stored the body into his storage soul guide. He then approached beneath the stalactite and retrieved a palm-sized jade vial from his belt. This vial was also a soul guide, albeit designed solely for holding liquids, with an internal capacity of 3 cubic units, ample enough to contain the Di Shui Jing Sui. Lian extended his fingers, channeling blade energy as he meticulously shaved away at the tip of the stalactite. As he neared the hole excavated by the colossal centipede, he sliced down, and the finger-thick rock was removed, causing a thick, red liquid to gush forth like a fountain. Quick as a flash, Lian placed the jade vial over it, infusing a hint of inner energy, which instantly generated a strong suction at the vial's mouth. Continuously drawing the Di Shui Jing Sui. After approximately half an hour, a hollow sound emanated from a stalactite. Lian removed the jade vial and gently shook it. At this extraction rate, he estimated he could obtain about a cubic unit of Di Shui Jing Sui. This was a substantial gain. Storing the vial securely, Lian continued his endeavor. With each stroke of his blade energy, the stalactite yielded to his efforts, revealing a crimson crystal column over a foot long and as thick as a wrist within. This was the true treasure. The Di Shui Jing Sui exhibited a dark red hue, indicating the presence of certain impurities, suggesting that its quality was not exceptionally high. However, possessing such a considerable quantity was quite unusual. The sole explanation was that the stalactite housed a core of Di Shui Sui, and the liquid flowing out was merely its bathing water. Cautiously, he extracted and secured the Di Shui Sui core. Satisfied, Lian mounted Lai Fu and departed. Upon returning to the rocks, Lai Fu, having finished devouring the centipede, playfully approached Lian for affection. With the Di Shui Sui core in hand, the importance of the Di Shui Jing Sui diminished. Lian filled a basin with the substance, and, as one of Lai Fu's heads dove in to eat, the other 2 heads looked on with pitiful expressions, which brought a smile to his face. Regardless of which head feasted, all benefited, yet it still engaged in such antics. That was all. Nothing more remained. Having said this, Lian ignored Lai Fu and took out the marrow core, slicing off a piece the size of a grain of rice to consume. Soon, his heart began to pump more rapidly. The time it took to circulate once now executed thrice, with his veins feeling as though they might burst. His skin turned crimson. Resembling a heated iron, water poured on him would likely evaporate into steam. Lian dared not delay, channeling his full energy into the blood nerves. Gradually, he entered a state of transcendence. Lai Fu licked the basin clean after consuming the Di Shui Jing Sui and began gnawing on a piece of the colossal centipede's exoskeleton. 10 minutes later, Lian exhaled deeply. He carefully assessed his condition. The enhancement was roughly equivalent to a full day of cultivation. Subsequently, He sliced off another small piece to swallow. In the ensuing time, the pieces of the Dishue core he consumed grew larger, while the remaining portion diminished. When less than a third remained, Lian decided to store it away. At this point, the blood essence within him had increased tenfold, and within a 10-meter radius. One could faintly hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins. It was time to break through, adjusting his body and mind to their optimal state. Lian began to reverse the blood essence into inner energy, rapidly filling his once empty dantian, and upon completion, he continued to infuse it into his meridians. One by one, the acupoints burst open. In less than 5 minutes, all 12 primary meridians were connected, followed swiftly by the infusion of inner energy into the extraordinary meridians. The Chou Mai, Dai Mai, Yang Xiao Mai, and Yin Xiao Mai surged through like a tidal wave, and soon after, the Ren and Du meridians were also connected, followed by the bridges of heaven and earth. L'Ion aura surgi dramatiquement. Ultimately, he felt a resounding explosion within him as a certain barrier was forcefully breached, causing the inner energy in his dantian to compress sharply, transforming into a higher quality energy. At this moment, about 1/5 of the blood essence remained, which also became a resource for amplifying his true energy. The overwhelming inner energy dissipated, replaced by a more substantial form of true energy. Yet it was but a thin layer, causing Lian to feel a sense of emptiness. He clenched his fist and struck out. The true energy within him surged forth. Instantly, a transparent fist imprint shot out, landing in the blood pool 100 meters away, exploding into a vast cloud of blood mist. To be able to unleash a strike over such a distance without employing martial arts, the prowess of true energy was indeed formidable. Chapter 113. Departing from the path of hell, the path of hell. On the protruding rocks in the blood pool, Lian gazed intently at his palm. In the center of his hand, a small beast, about the size of an egg, gradually formed, entirely composed of condensed true energy. Although it was not an exquisite work of art, it was remarkably detailed, achieving a level comparable to that of an ordinary craftsman. Lian continued to meticulously carve it. Having broken through to the realm of true energy, his once solid foundation now appeared somewhat tenuous, particularly in terms of control. The quality of true energy surpassed that of inner energy, exhibiting greater power, yet it was also more volatile and difficult to tame. What Lian was currently undertaking was to familiarize himself with the true energy, striving to reach a level of effortless manipulation. This was a task that demanded considerable patience. If one were to progress step by step, such complications would be unnecessary. After a breakthrough, a mere familiarization would suffice. Yet, he had rapidly traversed 3 minor realms of inner energy, small success, great success, and perfection in a remarkably short time. Such swift advancement could not possibly come without a cost. As he sculpted the eyes of the small beast, a flicker of emotion stirred within Lian. Merely a slight error caused the true energy beast to explode into a display of sparks. He was so close. Undeterred, Lian summoned a surge of true energy in his palm, quickly shaping it into a rough form, which he then refined under his careful guidance. With each failure, Lian's control over the true energy grew increasingly adept. Before the 4th depletion of true energy, at last, a lifelike small beast appeared in his hand. He casually placed it on the ground, and the true energy beast darted away, initially stumbling like a newborn creature, but soon its movements became agile. As it ran farther away, its already transparent body gradually turned ethereal until it vanished. Of course, the essence of the small beast was merely a mass of true energy, and its actions depended on Li An's manipulation. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. Reaching this stage was commendable, and further significant progress would be challenging in the short term. From here on, it would require diligent practice. Unlike inner energy, which dissipated in an instant once released from the body, true energy possessed formidable cohesiveness, maintaining its form even after departure until it was entirely consumed. The city of slaughter was indeed a remarkable place. Lian had expressed his admiration more than once. Regrettably, up to this point, the second jade seed had yet to mature. Otherwise, he could have established a furnace here to pass down the demonic arts, allowing for a harvest in no time. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he returned next time. However, by then, it would be quite difficult for him to re-enter the path of hell, so he needed to refine more blood crystals before leaving. With this thought, Lian raised his hand and grasped the blood pool. A pillar, over 2 meters in diameter and composed of gathered blood, was extracted. containing both large and small creatures from the blood pool. Subsequently, under the influence of a secret method, it transformed into numerous ruby-like blood crystals. Following his breakthrough, the efficiency of refining blood crystals surged. The time once required to refine a single blood crystal now enabled him to produce at least 5. With a cascade of sounds, one blood crystal after another fell to the ground, swiftly forming a small mound. Having caught a single sheep, it would be a disservice to leave it unshorn. The accumulation of the city of slaughter over millennia was profound. No matter how much Lian extracted, the water level of the blood pool showed no signs of decline. After depleting his true energy 3 times, he had amassed over 20,000 blood crystals before ceasing his efforts. Having stayed for so long, it was time to leave. Lian gestured, and Lai Fu promptly scampered to his side before turning around. Riding on Lai Fu, he flew along the narrow path, uninterrupted all the way. The closer he approached the exit, the higher the temperature rose and the denser the toxic air became. However, these were trivial matters. The hidden malevolence had a more significant impact. Lian could counter it with the Bing Xianju, while Lai Fu relied solely on consuming Bing Xiandan. Before long, Lian spotted the exit above. It was an oval light curtain formed from white luminescence, coalescing against the stone wall. As he drew near, Lian leaped, grasping the crevices in the stone wall beside the light curtain. Lai Fu's form shrank drastically, becoming no larger than a palm when its wings unfurled, then flew onto Lian, clutching the inner side of his belt with its claws and wrapping itself snugly with its membranous wings. In this manner, Lai Fu appeared akin to a dark golden gem adorned with crimson patterns. Lian exerted his arms, gripping the stone wall and moving several meters toward the exit, then plunged headlong into it. In the blink of an eye, Lian found himself in a peculiar world, where his gaze was met with pure white, and a chilling sensation seeped through his pores into his body. This chill was not of the frigid winds of winter, but rather a mental and spiritual coldness, gathering an infinite amount of murderous intent into a unique space, where true energy was subjected to certain restraints. Indeed, the methods of the divine were remarkable. As life intruded, the dormant murderous intent gradually revived, beginning to infiltrate Lian and Lai Fu. The sensation was akin to a knife gradually carving flesh and scraping bone, a pain that even Lian, who had previously undergone dark energy tempering, could not help but frown. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. Lai Fu fared even worse. Its wings fluttered, causing it to crash to the ground, its form reverting to its original size. Under the onslaught of the murderous intent, it emitted shrill cries, bursting into hundreds of small bats, yet to no effect. As it reformed once more, flailing about like a headless fly, it exhausted its energy, collapsing to the ground, limp and defeated under the overwhelming murderous intent. Lian was at a loss for what to do. After observing for a moment and confirming there was no danger to life, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Having painstakingly refined a superior goo creature, the loss would be significant if it were to perish here. He stroked Lai Fu's head, saying, "This place is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Endure it well. If you can attain the domain of the god of slaughter, you will have struck gold." After a moment's thought, Lian took out blood crystals, feeding each of Lai Fu's mouths with 1,000. Then he began to absorb the murderous intent, condensing his fist's power. The Tianju-Di Miao Wang Wuxia Quan martial art relied heavily on the force of murderous intent. Training requires a substantial amount of murderous intent for assistance. Every punch imbued with the intent to kill the opponent. Without sufficient murderous intent, the punch's power fails to materialize. Thus, those who master this martial art are ruthless individuals who have slaughtered countless foes, refining their fist's power through relentless combat, making it best suited for battlefields. Lian was now borrowing a stroke of luck. With the murderous intent he cultivated in the city of slaughter, it would be challenging to progress beyond the initial stages once he entered. In this place, an aura of relentless violence permeated the atmosphere. With each punch thrown, Lian felt a subtle enhancement in his prowess. Immersed in the rhythm of combat, his progress surged forth with remarkable speed. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lian was suddenly jolted awake. He clenched his fist and struck out, instantly radiating a fierce aura reminiscent of a cataclysmic conflagration. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, instilled fear in those who dared to gaze upon him, diminishing his formidable presence even before he had struck. At this moment, his killing fist had reached perfection. Yet, within his heart, there was no trace of joy. he found himself enveloped in a state of detachment. Furrowing his brow, Lian sensed that something was amiss with his current condition. With a heart as clear as ice, unperturbed by the collapsing heavens, steadfast amidst change, he remained tranquil and composed. As the Bingxinju circulated continuously, it felt as if a refreshing stream washed over the solid ice, gradually melting and dissolving it. Concurrently, Lian's emotional turmoil began to intensify, imbued with a newfound warmth. This cursed place, if lingered in for too long, could potentially warp one's humanity and transform one into a bloodthirsty fiend. Unwilling to remain any longer, he glanced around but found no exit, nor did he see Lai Fu. They had entered together, yet somehow they had become separated. With a resolve to reconnect, he opened his mind and, guided by an inexplicable bond, swiftly located Lai Fu. At that moment, Lai Fu had yet to fully absorb the killing aura, but was only a step away from completion. Upon its expansive, dark, golden, membranous wings, besides the intricate crimson patterns, emerged a stark white design, though less complex than the crimson. This white pattern had solidified, yet continued to absorb the killing aura. In a few hours, it would likely awaken. Having fortuitously acquired a domain of the god of killing, Lian felt a sense of triumph. Imagining the expressions on Tang Hao and Bai Dong's faces upon witnessing the manifestation of such a domain on a mount. During the waiting period, he did not remain idle. He repeatedly practiced the Bingxinju, further dispelling negative emotions. Although he had regained his composure, an icy demeanor still surrounded him, making him difficult to approach. Such an aura was too conspicuous to conceal. Thus, he resolved that once he exited, he would seek a remote place to recalibrate himself. As time passed incrementally, Lai Fu's membranous wings flickered with the white patterns, and an invisible aura began to radiate. Lian sensed it carefully. Although it could not compare to the white space surrounding him, there was a notable ferocity amidst the killing aura, likely due to Lai Fu's beastly nature. Having evolved through countless battles, Lai Fu opened its 6 eyes. Upon seeing Lian, it appeared momentarily dazed before nuzzling forward, extending its 3 heads. Lian absent-mindedly patted 2 of them, then turned his head, sensing a misty white fog rising nearby, vaguely revealing the scenery beyond. It was as though a portal had opened to this unique realm. At last, the opportunity to depart had arrived. Lian felt a surge of elation and beckoned to Lai Fu, which immediately crawled to his feet. With a gust of wind, the pair traversed the white mist, and their vision expanded dramatically. The azure sky, the white clouds, and the lush greenery all sprang to vibrant life. Yet upon turning back, he discovered that the exit had transformed into a barren stone wall. Outside, Lai Fu was exuberant, having spent its existence traversing the path of hell. With ample space yet limited by its speed, it could traverse the entire area within a day. It had never encountered such vastness. Consequently, upon emerging, it soared to its utmost speed, occasionally emitting excited cries. Lian did not restrain it. In the city of slaughter, amidst the oppressive dark red hues of the path of hell, returning to this resplendent world evoked emotions that were difficult to articulate. Suddenly, Lai Fu swooped down. With a sharp cry, it obliterated a black bear that was feasting into a bloody mess. Several kilometers away, a herd of wild goats, startled by the commotion, began to flee. Lai Fu screamed again and darted towards them, evidently intent on slaying the goats. Observing this, Lian furrowed his brow, pulling on the reins to redirect its course deeper into the mountains. Gaining the domain of the god of killing significantly enhanced his power, which was undoubtedly a boon. However, the influence of the killing aura had rendered the already ferocious Lai Fu even more bloodthirsty, a development that was less than desirable. Just imagine if Lai Fu unleashed the domain of the god of killing in a city, causing the untrained civilians to be overwhelmed by the killing aura. Even if they survived, they would likely suffer severe psychological trauma, potentially rendering them incapacitated. This was something Lian wished to avoid. Fortunately, as the master of the goo, he possessed absolute control over it, confident in his ability to teach Lai Fu restraint. After flying for over 2 hours, Lai Fu finally descended upon Lian's urging. They arrived in a small valley, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and graced by a gentle stream, making it suitable for settling down. During their flight, they had glimpsed the outlines of towns multiple times, prompting Lian to redirect Lai Fu, as their current state was unsuitable for entering any town, especially for Lai Fu. However, the frequent changes in direction left Lian somewhat disoriented, unsure of their precise location. Nonetheless, this was not a pressing issue. He decided to remain here for a while to properly train Lai Fu. Once it learned to temper its ferocity, they would proceed to the Binghua Liangyi Yen. If the opportunity arose, he might even return to Shrek or the Wuhuan Palace for a visit. After setting up camp, Lian gathered a few small fish from the stream, cleaned them, and placed them in a pot to simmer. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lian inhaled deeply, salivating. During his time on the path of hell, he had only been able to nibble on some preserved rations, which, while practical for storage, lacked any discernible flavor. Lai Fu, too, leaned in with its 3 heads, eyeing the bubbling pot and attempting to curry favor with Lian. It showed little interest in the fish soup, instead yearning to be allowed to roam free for a while. Having finally escaped the hellish path, it was eager to explore, and being confined here was not to its liking. Behave and don't think about running away. If I catch you trying to escape, you can forget about ever having freedom again, Lian warned. He possessed numerous beast soul pills, which could enhance the intelligence of spirit beasts. During their time on the path of hell, he had fed Lai Fu quite a few. Coupled with its naturally high intelligence, it was now able to comprehend many of Lian's words. Lai Fu promptly drooped, resembling a wilted eggplant. It retreated to a corner, lying on the ground and covering its 3 heads with its large membranous wings. Life as a beast was indeed challenging. Chapter 114, Reunion with Tang San. Thunder is born from the interplay of yin and yang energies. Thunder represents yang, while lightning embodies yin. The essence of the 5 elements intertwines, transforming into these dual energies, thus enabling the summoning of thunder. This is the true method of the 5 thunders. Lian sat cross-legged upon a large blue stone by the stream, employing secret techniques to stimulate his internal organs, allowing strands of elemental essence to flow forth, intertwining and gradually merging into a singular entity. Suddenly, Lian's heart skipped a beat as a peculiar half-black and half-white energy surged forth. The collision of yin and yang energies created a crackling sound of thunder. Lian skillfully guided this thunderous energy through his body in a grand circulation, ultimately directing it to the Tanzhong acupoint. As he breathed a long, rhythmic inhalation accompanied by flickering blue-violet arcs of electricity became apparent. Not far away, Lai Fu, who was cautiously fishing, was startled. It abruptly turned around, its 6 wide eyes fixated on Lian, and expressions of terror emerged on its 3 furry faces. Born and raised in the hellish realm, Lai Fu was undoubtedly a creature of dark and sinister nature. Although Li and had refined it into a magical creature, much of its malevolence had been purged. Yet it remained sensitive to the masculine energy of the sun. The thunder represented the very essence of heaven and earth, potent and fierce, making Lai Fu particularly attuned to it. After staring at Lian for a moment, it turned back, its 6 eyes now focused on the stream, as it folded its membranous wings and lowered its claws toward the water surface. After a brief pause, it suddenly plunged its claws into the water and emerged with a small fish no larger than a finger, wriggling vigorously and unharmed. Lai Fu's eyes gleamed with a red glint as it gazed at the fish, before tossing it into a nearby puddle. The puddle, though only about a foot wide and shallow, was teeming with hundreds of fish, all alive, having been caught by Lai Fu as per Lian's instructions. In the past, it would have annihilated them without a second thought. However, under Lian's guidance, the transformation was evident. At least now, he need not worry about it unleashing a massacre upon entering a town. After a considerable time, Lian felt a slight tremor in his Tanzhong acupoint. Focusing his mind on it, he perceived a blue-violet, 3-dimensional rune pulsating like a heartbeat. As the rune contracted and expanded, the thunder surged forth, permeating his internal organs, causing a tingling sensation as they gradually strengthened. Simultaneously, the organs expelled wisps of vital essence, which converted into yin and yang energies, colliding and generating thunder that returned to the Tanzhong acupoint, forming a cycle. At last it was achieved. A wave of joy surged within Lian. With his thunder rune, he could effortlessly wield thunder techniques without the fear of exhausting his reserves after just a few uses. However, since the rune had just been born, it remained delicate and required careful nurturing. Previously, when he had just begun practicing the 5 thunder method, he had attempted to harness the first trace of thunder energy. The result had been a mere bolt of thunder as thick as a chopstick, creating a small, charred pit in the ground. The power was feeble, and the painstakingly refined thunder energy from over 2 hours of effort had been completely depleted in an instant, an experience akin to charging for 2 hours only to enjoy a fleeting moment of exhilaration. The Thunder Rune constituted the very core of the Five Thunder method. Until it was solidified, the thunder energy stored in the Tan Zhong acupoint could not replenish itself automatically. It was a finite resource. If depleted, he would need to refine more vital essence from his organs to convert into thunder once again. It was only with the Thunder Rune that he could truly claim mastery over the Five Thunder method. Concluding his training for the day, Lian opened his eyes. With a crackle, arcs of electricity shot from his gaze, striking the surface of the stream. Within moments, a multitude of fish flipped over, revealing their white bellies as they floated to the surface, carried away by the current. Using the Five Thunder method to catch fish proved to be quite effective. Lian casually rose, approached Lai Fu, and inspected the fish in the little puddle, nodding in approval. Excellent. He tossed a beast soul pill, which Lai Fu devoured in one gulp, while the remaining 2 heads gaped expectantly, seeking more food. Lian chuckled playfully, "You rascal. Always relying on your many mouths to swindle food." He then tossed an entire bottle into its mouth. By now, Lai Fu had learned to temper its behavior. And with Lian having initially mastered the Five Thunder method, there was no need to linger in this small valley any longer. After tidying up, Lian mounted Lai Fu and set off towards the nearest town. In less than half an hour, the silhouette of the town came into view. Naturally, Lai Fu could not parade through the streets ostentatiously, so it transformed into a decorative accessory on Lian's person. Upon entering the town, he replenished his supplies and inquired about the current time and location, discovering that he had unwittingly arrived near Gung Xian City, known as the City of Metals. Following Lai Fu's erratic flight. Thus, northward lay the Ficino province, with Nuo Ding City situated roughly to the northeast. The Spirit Hall was approximately due east, while further east and slightly north was Soto City. The Eye of Ice and Fire resided at the center of the Sunset Forest, likely to the north of Soto City. After determining his position, Lian began to ponder. The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent had concluded nearly 5 months ago. In a letter I sent to Ning Fingji, I mentioned that I would set off for the 7-treasure glazed tile school within half a year to a year. If we consider 8 months, I have approximately 3 months of free time, which should suffice. Although Nuo Ding City, the Spirit Hall, Soto City, and the Eye of Ice and Fire were not aligned, given Lai Fu's speed, it was entirely feasible to visit all these places, even if it meant circumventing some towns along the way. Determined, Lian exited the town and headed northeast atop Lai Fu. During the day, he paused at each town for an hour or two to ensure he remained on course, and at night, he pressed on relentlessly. Thus, in less than 2 days, Lian returned to Nuo Ding City. In Sheng Hun Village, at the blacksmith shop, Tang San, bare-chested and muscular, wielded a hammer, rhythmically striking the glowing iron bar. Each blow was powerful, sending sparks flying. The sound of clanging persisted in a steady rhythm, neither hurried nor slow. As he worked, his muscles flexed continuously, sweat rolling off his skin, giving a machine akin to oil. Gradually, the material on the anvil morphed into the shape of a hatchet. Tang San used tongs to place the rough piece into a large barrel. With a hiss, white steam billowed. He grabbed the towel draped around his neck, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a smile graced his face. He was quite content with his current life. Each day was fulfilling, filled with practice and forging. And since taking over the blacksmith shop, the family income had significantly increased, alleviating the burden of hunger. Through his trips into the city, he had exchanged some gold soul coins for a small number of silver soul coins and a considerable amount of copper soul coins, making his expenditures less conspicuous. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. However, Tang San cast a glance into the back room, revealing a wry smile on his face. After he learned to forge several common iron tools, Tang Hao had become a hands-off manager, spending his days drinking and sleeping, completely neglecting the blacksmith shop. Suddenly, Tang San was jolted. A look of surprise flickered in his eyes. He set aside the tools in his hands, stepped outside, soaked the towel in the basin, wrung it out, and wiped the sweat from his body. After donning his clothes hanging on the rack, he returned indoors. "Father, I'm stepping out for a while, and I will return before lunch," Tang San addressed the inner room. After a brief pause, accompanied by a heavy breath, the feeble voice of Tang Hao emerged. "Understood, just do not delay the cooking. In the future, you need not inform me when you go out." "Father, then I shall take my leave." Tang San stood at the door of the inner room for a moment, and upon receiving no further words from Tang Hao, he turned and exited the house. At that moment, Tang Hao, lying on the bed in the inner room, opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity appearing on his pale, wan face. Was that just now spiritual force? Not far from the village, there stood a small hill reaching a height of 100 meters. This was Tang San's habitual training ground. For several years, he had visited this place every morning to practice his ZGMO Tong, becoming intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree upon the mountain, so much so that he could reach the summit with his eyes closed. At this moment, he was racing towards the peak with remarkable speed, his form akin to a hunting leopard, graceful, agile, and bursting with energy, with each step creating a small crater in the ground. Upon reaching the summit, he saw a young man standing on the very stone where he usually sat during practice. Disciple Tang San pays his respects to the master. Tang San greeted with utmost reverence, only to find his knees stubbornly refusing to bend, causing a sense of alarm within him. The mastery of his teacher seemed to have grown even more unfathomable. Allow me to observe the results of your recent training. With that, Lian floated towards him, moving at a pace that appeared slow yet was, in fact, incredibly swift, arriving before Tang San in the blink of an eye. His hand reached out, devoid of any warmth, as it grasped towards him. Instantly, Tang San felt the hairs on his body stand on end, employing the ghost shadow phantom to shift positions repeatedly, yet he could not shake off Lian, helplessly witnessing that hand draw ever closer. Ultimately, it landed upon his shoulder. Squeezing slightly, Lian nodded approvingly. Indeed, in less than half a year, you have entered the minor success stage of your bones and muscles. It seems you have not been idle during this time. Your perception is quite sharp, and your reactions are commendable. Master, what was that just now? Tang San could not help but inquire. In that fleeting moment when Lian struck, he had felt a life-threatening danger, as though a blade were poised at his throat. Suggesting death could come at any moment, Lian replied, I merely released a hint of killing intent. Without this, how could I compel you to unleash your full potential? Tang San bit his lip. Has the master taken many lives? Such a slight, killing intent induces a chilling sensation. How many must one have slain to reach such a level? Lian, well aware of Tang San's disposition, which was self-righteous yet somewhat naive, decided to provide a brief explanation to ease his acceptance of what he might otherwise deem unacceptable. A thought flashed through his mind, and he said, quite a few. I recently visited a place where the inhabitants are skilled in the art of death. You will understand when you visit. Lian resolved to teach Tang San the blood god technique once he reached the perfection stage of blood marrow, then throw him into the city of slaughter. At that time, a blood demon Tang San would surely be intriguing. Tang San remained unaware of his teacher's intentions and curiously asked, Master, what is your current level of cultivation? I recently broke through to the true Qi realm. With such cultivation, as long as you do not provoke the top-tier powerhouses, you should be able to traverse Douluo continent with ease. Now, Lian had secured a foundation, allowing him to engage in numerous endeavors. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. No longer must I tread with such trepidation. Tang San's heart surged with excitement. Master, when may I venture forth into the continent? You? Lian shook his head. You are far from ready. Focus on your training. I came to assess your progress, and you have not disappointed me. With that, he produced 2,000 blood crystals and handed them to Tang San. However, your advancement remains somewhat sluggish during the refinement stage. The essence of life force is paramount. Without sufficient vitality, the pace of your cultivation will naturally lag. To enhance your vitality, besides diligent practice, ample resources are essential. A powerful figure like your father, choosing to live incognito in a small village, must have formidable adversaries. Hence, you are not suited to reveal yourself. Take these blood crystals. They should suffice for your journey to the blood marrow stage. But remember, they can be addictive, so do not overindulge. After Lian broke through to the true Qi realm, the blood crystals he refined became pure, with most harmful substances expelled during the refining process. As long as you manage the dosage, 2,000 should not adversely affect your body. Tang San accepted the blood crystals, squeezed one, and inhaled its scent, feeling a surge of vitality within him. Excellent. Recently, his appetite had increased significantly, and relying solely on regular food for nourishment had slowed his training pace. Even occasional meat supplements proved inadequate. This had been a source of concern for him. Thank you, Master. Lian smiled and nodded, inhaling as the fortune atop Tang San's head dropped back to 80 layers. The great causality technique had advanced considerably. In a sense, this can be viewed as a trade. Exchanging tangible resources for intangible ones, which are renewable, making it difficult to determine who benefits more. However, Lian would undoubtedly come out ahead. Well, my purpose here has been fulfilled. I shall not linger any longer. You may return as well. Lian continued, once you break through to the blood marrow stage. You may meet me at Shrek Academy in Sotawa City. It serves as a base for my Qian Sect, and I will return periodically. Tang San solemnly assured him. Rest assured, Master, I will strive to practice diligently. Lian nodded, his body swaying slightly before he vanished like a wisp of smoke from sight. Tang San withdrew his gaze, raising his hand to brush against the ring that had transformed into a necklace, revealing a blood crystal in his palm. He examined it carefully before placing it back. Then, gathering strength in his legs, he dashed down the hill with great speed. Upon returning home, Tang San quickly noticed that the heavy breathing from the inner room had ceased. He lifted the door curtain and entered, finding a disheveled and filthy bed. Where is father gone? Chapter 115. Confrontation with Tang Hao after leaving Shenghan village. Lian did not hasten to Nodding City, nor did he board a carriage to the Wuhuan Palace or Shrek. Instead, he leisurely ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately 2 hours, Lian halted, scanning his surroundings before nodding slightly. This is a commendable location, well suited for confrontation. He then glanced toward a certain area. Sir, you have followed me for so long. Why not reveal yourself? When he had earlier notified Tang San with his spiritual force, Lian had sensed that Tang Hao was aware of his presence. Of course, he had no intention of concealing it. Otherwise, had he waited longer on the small hill, he would certainly have encountered Tang San the next morning. Thus, from the outset, Tang Hao had trailed behind Tang San, eavesdropping on their conversation, which Lian had deliberately allowed him to hear. After all, even with his severe internal injuries limiting his strength, Tang Hao still surpassed many titled Douluos at levels 91 and 92. Lian sought an individual to validate his prowess while simultaneously honing his skills. Tang Hao presented himself as an exemplary whetstone. Moreover, he was certain that Tang San's transformations would not escape Tang Hao's notice, for they would inevitably meet. Why wait for a more opportune moment? Even if Tang Hao harbored murderous intent, his blood escape technique was not in vain. He could certainly evade any attempts to restrain him. With a series of measured steps, a towering man clad in a tattered gray cloak emerged from the woods. The hood of the cloak was drawn low, revealing only the stubbled half of his face. Beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings emerged sequentially. And upon the 9th ring, a deep black was tinged with a faint red hue. Simultaneously, an elusive aura locked on Lian. Why was the 9th soul ring black with a hint of red? Wasn't this soul ring granted to him by the Lan Yin Huang? Lian pondered this perplexity, soon considering a possibility. Could it be that after the explosion of the ring, it had yet to recover? He concluded that Tang Hao's injuries were likely far more severe than he had imagined. Indeed, with Qian Renxue personally intervening, alongside the 2 titled capable of martial soul fusion techniques and a multitude of soul it was already remarkable that Tang Hao had managed to bring Tang San back alive. At this moment, Tang Hao spoke, his voice harsh and frigid. Is what little San has learned from you. Yet, Lian astutely perceived a subtle vulnerability beneath the cold exterior. Tang Hao was evidently putting on a brave front. The more feeble he felt, the more he sought to project strength. Maintaining a facade was essential to avoiding unnecessary troubles. The mightier one appeared, the more secure one felt, leading to a tendency to conceal one's true capabilities. Lian's gaze flickered momentarily, and a spark of energy coursed through him, dissipating the aura that had locked onto him. Indeed. So, have you come to accuse me? Tang Hao's heart trembled. Although Lian was clearly within his line of sight, if he were to close his eyes, he might think there was no one before him, as the aura seemed to lose its effect. For a powerhouse of his caliber, while sight and sound were significant, in combat, it was ultimately perception and an innate battle intuition that mattered. Now, this method faltered in the presence of Lian. Without having engaged in combat, he had already lost his most critical auxiliary means, a devastating predicament for a strong individual. Who are you? Tang Hao Inguit? Me? Lian raised an eyebrow. I come from the same place as Tang San. Otherwise, I would not have taken him as my disciple. This was a test, probing whether Tang Hao had discerned the extraordinary aspects surrounding Tang San. Lian believed the likelihood was high. Otherwise, why had he maintained a laissez-faire attitude towards Tang San for so many years, only to change his stance upon the awakening of his dual martial souls? As expected, Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? Indeed, Tang San's behavior since childhood had rendered Tang Hao conflicted. Lian smiled. You should already know what I mean. No need for further elaboration. Tang Hao stood in silence for a moment before coldly retorting, I don't understand what you were saying. A clandestine figure appearing near my home can only be up to no good. Suddenly, a dark light surged from his right hand, transforming into an imposing giant hammer that appeared before Li Yan in an instant. The hammer swung toward Li Yan with tremendous force, compressing the air into a frothy mass, hinting at the terrifying power contained within. Before it even reached him, the overwhelming wind pressure assailed him, uprooting stones and snapping branches. In response, Li Yan raised his hand, summoning quicksand that swiftly coalesced into a dark yellow spear, its tip becoming a fleeting shadow that struck the rear end of the hammer's handle. With a resounding crash, Li Yan seemed to dissipate like smoke, retreating rapidly in the opposite direction of the hammer, while his arm's muscles rippled, effortlessly dissipating the force transmitted through the spear. Tang Hao, however, fared less well. The spear struck at a point that evaded the hammer's most potent force, cleverly creating a fulcrum that redirected much of the impact onto Tang Hao's hands. This left his arms numb and aching, almost causing him to lose his grip on the hammer. Had the Haotian hammer not been his martial soul, it might have slipped from his grasp. An eye for an eye. Let us see your spear. Li Yan's right arm trembled as he thrust the spear forward. Tang Hao, with both hands on the hammer, was poised to counter, but he was caught off guard when Li Yan's left hand unleashed a bolt of thunder as thick as an arm. The lightning struck with such speed that he had no time to react, erupting in a dazzling display of blue and purple electricity, leaving the surroundings charred black. Tang Hao, enveloped in smoke, struggled to articulate a response. A moment's inattention to Li Yan's 5 thunder techniques had inflicted considerable harm upon him, aggravating his existing injuries. At this juncture, Tang Hao unleashed his true fury. Initially, he had only intended to test Li Yan's mettle and deliver a warning against any improper thoughts. However, having engaged in combat, he found himself at a disadvantage. His temper flared. A white pattern flickered upon the hammer's head, rapidly emanating an aura of murderous intent that enveloped Li Yan within a unique force field. Tang Hao's presence surged, and the Haotian hammer expanded in size, his cloak billowing outward. The Haotian hammer transformed into a myriad of hammer shadows that descended upon Li Yan. Li Yan's eyes blazed crimson, exuding an icy aura of lethal intent. If Tang Hao's domain of slaughter resembled a handful of iron sand, then Li Yan's lethal strikes had forged that sand into a finely honed steel blade, the superiority of which was self-evident. Tang Hao's domain bore no influence over him. Instead, Li Yan effortlessly cleaved through it. Li Yan condensed quicksand upon his body, forming a protective armor. With each punch he unleashed, his heart would rhythmically beat in an uncanny manner. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's thick brows furrowed as the chaotic style of his hammer technique began to reveal cracks, losing its fluidity. The compounded strength dissipated significantly. Seizing upon these weaknesses, Li Yan relentlessly exchanged blows with the Haotian hammer. Astonishingly, it was Tang Hao who found himself retreating continuously. Li Yan had cultivated an extraordinary foundation through the 3 meridians technique, further enhanced by the refining of his internal energy, rendering his physical prowess unparalleled on the Douluo continent. In terms of strength, he could easily overpower Tang Hao, who struggled to execute his full hammer technique. The forest resounded with thunderous roars as countless trees were shattered by the turbulent energy unleashed by their clashes. Each step they took erased the verdant landscape as if erasing a drawing from a canvas. Within a mere 5 or 6 breaths, a significant portion of the once lush forest had vanished. Ultimately, Tang Hao had unleashed a total of 81 strikes. His entire being was enveloped in a shroud of dark light, whirling at high speed to create a formidable force field akin to a tornado, ripping apart everything that approached him, with Li Yan being the foremost target. Even the incomplete, chaotic wind hammer technique wielded immense power, let alone that executed by Tang Hao. With a roar, the final strike resembled a black dragon suddenly emerging from the stormy clouds, baring its fangs. Yet, Li Yan did not evade, his muscles tense like a coiled spring, resonating with a sound akin to a drawn bow. His inner energy surged wildly, and at that moment, he felt neither joy nor sorrow, but was consumed by a singular thought: to throw a punch. Heart and mind united, breath and spirit harmonized, all his essence converged into a singular point, and he launched a punch forward. When the fists collided, it seemed as though time itself momentarily halted, and then visible ripples surged forth like lightning, turning trees to dust and stripping layers from hard rock. Li Yan was akin to a nail his legs violently driven into the earth. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer high, retreating 3 to 4 dozen meters before he finally halted. Gripping the hammer with both hands, blood gushed from his split palm, dripping steadily onto the ground, his arm trembling slightly, a sign of exhaustion. Yet his eyes remained fixated on Li and without blinking. Lian coughed as he extracted his legs from the earth. The armor formed from myriad sands shattered, then reformed. However, after the armor on his right arm dissipated, his bone jutted out from the elbow, flesh torn. Though not completely shattered, it was marred with cracks, resembling a piece of ice-cracked porcelain. Ouch, that hurts! Lian grimaced, gripping his right arm and pulling it back. With a crack, the bone returned to its rightful place, flesh rapidly knitting together as a small portion of his inner energy transformed into blood essence, surging to the wound, healing the cracks in his bones. In mere moments, the once mangled flesh transformed into a shallow gash, which subsequently scabbed over visibly. The combination of 1 yuan heavy water and the Qinglian breathing technique produced a dual effect. Along with the formidable healing ability acquired through cultivating the blood nerve, manifesting at this moment in its full glory. Lian flexed his right fingers before forming a fist and striking out fiercely. A resounding boom echoed through the air. Tang Hao glanced at his bleeding palm, then at Lian, who had nearly restored his injuries. Even with his temperament, he could not conceal his astonishment. Without a healing-type soul master, achieving such recovery solely through physical prowess, was that still human? He felt there was no need to continue the fight, although he had yet to unleash his soul skills. The true form of his weapon soul, or the great subtlety hammer, who could guarantee that Lian had no hidden cards. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Setting aside other matters, it was clear that with such recovery ability, the one who could not endure would be him if the fight dragged on. A hint of color appeared on Tang Hao's pallid face, though it was quickly suppressed. He pondered that this mysterious individual, with a formidable physique, along with the various techniques previously employed, was vastly different from the Soul Master system. Little San lacked innate soul power. If he could learn his abilities, it would heighten the hope for future vengeance. Thus, he spoke solemnly. I do not oppose you taking Little San as your disciple, but should any untoward thoughts arise, you should first inquire whether my Haotian hammer consents. Lian scoffed lightly. You might as well find a way to mend your old injuries and strive to live a few more years. Upon finishing, he whistled. A small dot in the sky rapidly expanded, and as it descended to a height of around 50 meters, Tang Hao discerned that it was a dark golden three-headed bat. The familiar aura emanating from it caused his mind to waver. The god of slaughter's domain had unexpectedly manifested upon a creature. Witnessing the look of horror on Tang Hao's face brought Lian a sense of satisfaction. He slightly bent his knees, then with a powerful leap, the ground exploded into a pit over a foot deep, and he landed on the back of Lai Fu, vanishing along with the beast. After their departure, Tang Hao swayed slightly, then spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. Who exactly are you? And what about Little San? In Nodding City, Lian booked a room at the largest hotel. After freshening up, he began to organize the gains from the battle. His strength should be akin to that of a tidal Douluo at levels 91 or 92, excluding the poisonous tidal Douluo from the underground. Yet his shortcomings were glaring. A tidal Douluo could soar through the skies, and while he possessed methods for lightness, the disparity was significant, particularly against those with flying martial souls. Hence, he must swiftly acquire the Hanhai Qianquan shield, or borrow it temporarily. Once he achieved the 9th step of Qianquan, this deficiency would truly be remedied. Moreover, he had just completed the 5 Thunder technique, and having expended 30% of the Thunder energy in that exchange, he had indeed injured Tang Hao. However, if Tang Hao had no prior injuries, it would have only caused him superficial wounds. What remained lacking was a decisive technique, and he needed to continue refining the 5 elements oddities. The stronger his organs became, the greater the efficiency in extracting Thunder energy. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was reputed to be the richest sect on the continent, wealthy enough to rival nations. He hoped it would yield a pleasant surprise. If he could condense 365 Thunder runes, corresponding to the number of the celestial cycle, and transform them into a Thunder seal, even 1,000 path flow would not deter him. In room 404 of the Grand Hotel in Nodding City, Lian closed his eyes, clad only in shorts. Seated cross-legged in the bathtub, as his chest rose and fell, the rhythm of his breath fluctuated between calm and rapid. The bathtub was filled with a light, blue medicinal liquid, which was swiftly clarifying as strands of medicinal energy were continuously absorbed into his body. Once the medicinal power was fully consumed, Li Yan's chest swelled as if filled with air, reaching nearly 1.5 times its previous size before gradually contracting. With a long, gentle exhale, a visible stream of air extended 0.5 meter, taking a full half-minute to dissipate. Within this breath lingered an almost imperceptible dark red hue. And as it spread throughout the room, a faint scent of blood became discernible. During his confrontation with Tang Hao, Li Yan's most significant injuries were not to his bones, but to his meridians. Each clash with the Haotian hammer, although he held the upper hand in strength, forced him to counter the overwhelming soul power unleashed by the hammer, using only his true energy. For a powerhouse of the title Douluo level, each increment in soul power underwent a refinement process. While in quality, Tang Hao's soul power was slightly inferior to Li Yan's true energy. In quantity, it was at least several times greater, and this was while he had to allocate a portion of his soul power to suppress his internal injuries. In this manner, enduring 3 to 5 strikes, or even 10, 20, was not a problem. Yet Li Yan had withstood 81 strikes, after 30 or so blows. Each impact caused his true energy to churn, his meridians to tremble, ultimately resulting in significant tearing. Naturally, if there had been no benefit, he would not have undertaken such a thankless endeavor. Li Yan opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying yet gradually calming, returning to a state of simplicity. With a splash, he emerged from the bathtub. As the muscles across his body quivered gently, every bit of moisture on his skin, including that on his shorts, shattered as he slipped his feet into his slippers. The sound of a light crackle echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers, as he stretched, the bones in his body producing a soft symphony. Li Yan wrapped himself in a bath towel and opened the window for ventilation. He then settled down and poured himself a glass of fruit wine, taking a delicate sip, savoring the fruity aroma that lingered in his mouth. A lazy and indulgent expression gracing his face. His control had improved, yet his internal energy felt somewhat ephemeral, requiring gradual solidification. The 81 strikes from Tang Hao had arrived at a most opportune moment. Though he had endured some hardships, it had saved him several months of effort. Surely, he was not faring well at this moment. Having sustained serious injuries, he had dared to confront me and suffered a minor setback. After finishing his drink, Li Yan approached the outer door and grasped a hanging bright yellow rope, giving it a gentle tug twice. He had booked the most luxurious suite, complete with room service. And within 3 minutes, a knock echoed at the door. Enter. With a crisp sound, a young and attractive female server, clad in a fitted skirt suit, entered. Sir, here is the menu. She placed a menu and a pen before Li Yan. As she bent slightly, an unintentional glimpse of a delicate curve was revealed. Yet noticing that his gaze did not linger on her, her smile faltered, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Those who could reserve such a room, even if not of noble lineage, surely possessed considerable wealth. Girls like her relied solely on their looks and figure, hoping to catch the eye of someone like him. Li Yan remained oblivious to her subtle thoughts. As he leafed through the menu, occasionally sketching selections with the pen, he ultimately chose about 13 or 14 dishes, handing the closed menu to the table with a decisive toss. That will suffice. Please expedite the delivery. By the time he completed his meal, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving only a fiery half-face resting on a mountaintop. Li Yan changed his attire and checked out of the hotel, then strolled leisurely down the street towards the nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. At the iron gate, 2 guards leaned against the wall, quietly discussing plans for a night out at Chunfeng Lu after payday tomorrow. Li Yan felt a stir within and approached, enveloping them with his mental energy, his eyes transforming into swirling vortices. Tomorrow is the end of the month? The guards' gazes became vacant, one of them nodding, yes, tomorrow marks the end of the month. So, the students have already been given a break? They have 2 days off. Will the students return home? Those living nearby will go home, while most of those residing in the countryside will remain in the academy dormitories, although the main gate remains open. Excellent. Li Yan snapped his fingers, and the guards returned to their previous conversation about which girl at Chunfeng Lu was more enticing. The scene had drawn no attention from the passers-by on the street. Thus, there was no immediate need to act. If someone vanished from the academy, it would surely incite chaos. Waiting for her to emerge tomorrow would facilitate matters. However, he still needed to verify her presence within the academy. With this thought, Li Yan entered Nodding Academy. At this time, the afternoon classes had concluded, and with the forthcoming break, the campus was sparsely populated, primarily hosting students who lived farther from home and resided in the academy. Lian traversed the playground, dormitories, and even the classrooms, yet found no trace of her. His brow furrowed slightly. Was it possible she was not present? Could it be that due to Tang San's absence, a butterfly effect had occurred, causing Xiao Wu to arrive and leave? Such a possibility was not out of the question. Tang San bore half of the blue-silver emperor's bloodline, naturally attracting Xiao Wu. Without him, she might not linger here. He decided to seek out the staff managing the new student records. If this were indeed the case, he would have to mobilize the forces of the Wuhuan Temple's branch to investigate the new student list of the Junior Soul Master Academy in the vicinity of Nodding City. 100,000-year soul beast in human form must maintain contact with humans, especially soul masters, before truly maturing. Otherwise, their cultivation becomes exceedingly difficult. In the beginning, the unassuming Junior Soul Master Academy was the most suitable environment for her. I refuse to believe I cannot find her. Lian, a self-serving individual, sought Xiao Wu for two reasons: to acquire her soul rings and soul bones, and also for her flesh. Even in human form, she remained, in essence, a soul beast until she fully matured. The transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast into human form is a process. Only upon reaching full maturity does one truly become human, thus evading detection by soul Douluo and higher-ranking soul masters. The soul rings and soul bones contain a majority of her energy, while the remaining essence is intertwined with her flesh. If refined into a vital elixir with auxiliary materials, it could significantly expedite the accumulation of internal energy. Moreover, Xiao Wu's mother had become a soul ring for Bibi Dong, creating an unending enmity between her and the Wuhuan Temple. Lian viewed the Wuhuan Temple as his own property and could not allow a potential enemy to grow unchecked, extinguishing her before she could cause any future complications. What if he inadvertently nurtured Tang San as a formidable ally, only for her to whisk him away? That would be a tremendous loss. Regardless of the angle considered, she could not be overlooked. Even though a month-long break was in effect, some faculty members remained on duty, while others resided in the academy-assigned dormitories. Liam made his way to the faculty housing area. After just a few steps inside, he spotted a young girl dressed in a pink outfit, with a round face and braids, bouncing joyfully out of a moderately aged building. She turned back, waving her hand, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Master, I'm heading home." At the staircase, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, around 45 years of age, nodded slightly. "Make sure to practice diligently with the techniques I taught you. The stronger your physique, the higher the maximum age your second soul ring can endure. If you keep at it, you may even attempt to absorb a fourth soul ring over 10,000 years old. It is worth it, even if it means temporarily slowing your cultivation speed." Xiao Wu beamed with a sweet smile. "Don't worry, Master. I have mastered it and have been working hard." Goodness, Lian had not anticipated that, despite Tang San's absence. The Master had managed to win Xiao Wu over. Moreover, based on his earlier remarks, it seemed he had passed on the rudimentary cultivation techniques to her. It appears the Master remains undeterred, attempting to cultivate Xiao Wu to demonstrate the 10 core competencies he proposed. Lacking a twin martial soul, he has settled for a naturally full soul power, but alas. At that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to recall something. "Oh, Master, I would like to ask you for a favor. Could you help me request a few days off from my teacher? I need to return home tomorrow, and since my home is quite far, I may not be back before the holiday ends." Upon hearing this, the Master furrowed his brow slightly. In his usual practice, Xiao Wu seldom demonstrates diligence. He fears that without his supervision, Xiao Wu may completely relax. "How many days do you wish to take off?" A pitiful expression emerged on Xiao Wu's face as he blinked his large, watery eyes, hands clasped together. "About half a month, perhaps a bit longer. I have matters at home that require my return." The Master appeared somewhat troubled. If it were merely 3 to 5 days, it could be easily managed with his influence. However, half a month seemed excessively long. After all, this was not merely a quest for a soul ring, and Xiao Wu was a newcomer, having only recently enrolled. After a moment of contemplation, the Master nodded slightly. "I can assist you in requesting leave, but you must not neglect your training. Upon your return, I shall expect to assess your progress." The pitiful expression on Xiao Wu's face instantly transformed into one of joy, and he bowed deeply to the Master. "Thank you, Master. Please wait a moment," the Master replied, ascending the stairs once more. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a belt adorned with 24 exquisite jade stones. This is a storage soul guide. Each jade contains a cubic space, allowing you to store items with a mere infusion of soul power. Since you are returning home tomorrow, it will be more convenient for you to use this. Consider a gift. Really? Thank you, master, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she accepted the belt. She then lowered her head, glancing around, picked up a stone, and tried it out, only to furrow her delicate brows again. Pouting her rosy lips, she remarked, "But this belt is designed for males. How can I wear it? I once possessed a storage soul guide in the form of a ring, but I traded it away. This is the only one I have left," the master explained, gesturing towards the jade stones on the belt. "However, I have studied this soul guide. Its storage function is based on the 24 jade stones, meaning the belt merely serves to secure the stones. You may seek someone to alter the belt to a female design." Understanding dawned on Xiao Wu's face, and she joyfully examined the belt from various angles. The master waved his hand. "It is getting late. Return to pack your belongings and rest early." "Goodbye, master," Xiao Wu chirped as she bounced towards her dormitory, with Lian trailing behind like a wisp of smoke. Having requested a half-month leave, she was presumably returning to Qingdao Forest. However, judging by the aura she emitted, her cultivation level was only around level 12, insufficient for coalescing a second soul ring. Was it possible that the techniques she traded to the master had omitted many intricacies? Yet, this also made the entry easier and lowered the requirements for talent. Thus, as long as the appearance was not drastically different from that of a human, anyone could practice, implying that primate soul beasts could also master this cultivation method. Realizing this, Lian understood her intentions. It seemed she aimed to impart this cultivation method to the Titan giant ape, should it become widespread among primate soul beasts. And if they mastered the techniques for consolidating vital energy, it would spell disaster for soul masters and humanity alike. Indeed, the old adage holds true. Those outside my clan will inevitably harbor different intentions. Thus, you cannot be spared. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly halted. She raised a hand to her chest, furrowing her delicate brows as she scanned her surroundings. Why did she feel a surge of anxiety? Regardless, she resolved to depart that night, heading directly back to Qingdao Forest, though she still needed to bid farewell to Wang Sheng and the others, for they were her subordinates. Upon returning to the dormitory, a group of students led by Wang Sheng immediately approached her, chattering excitedly. "Sister Xiao Wu, you're back. I made your bed and prepared your washing water. Sister Xiao Wu, during your absence, I saved quite a bit of money. Let me treat you to a feast tomorrow. If it weren't for you, I surely would have been beaten by that senior student. And me. Xiao Wu slammed her hand on the table. "All right, everyone, silence." Instantly, the chatter ceased. "I have something to announce. I will be going home shortly and have requested a half-month leave from the master. During my absence, if anyone provokes you, bear with it until I return, and then we shall deal with them one by one. Understood?" After this declaration, she stepped out of the dormitory, leaving her reluctant subordinates behind. Chapter 117. The Master of Control, Part 1. Xiao Wu had little to pack, and after bidding farewell to her subordinates, she departed the academy directly. The sky was dimming but not entirely dark. Young individuals from affluent families, having finished their meals with nothing to do, especially couples in love, ventured outside for a stroll. Numerous small vendors set up stalls along the street, their enthusiastic calls blending into a lively chorus. At this hour, Notting City presented a vibrancy distinct from the daytime, brimming with the aroma of life. In the past, such scenes would have captivated Xiao Wu. Yet, today, for reasons unknown, an unsettling anxiety lingered in her heart. Her delicate brows knitted together, her mind restless. Why was this happening? When I bid farewell to the master earlier, I felt a similar sensation. Could it be that a soul master of the Douluo level has arrived at the academy and discovered my true identity? Impossible. How could such a powerful figure deign to visit a small place like Notting City? In the entire Fasnuo province, there are over 100 junior soul master academies, and Notting Academy is the least noteworthy among them. Reflecting on her initial entry into the human world, marked by similar trepidation, Xiao Wu found herself reassured. It must be a mere illusion. If a soul master of Douluo, or even a title Douluo level had seen through her true form, they would have acted immediately, not waited until now. With little interest in lingering, Xiao Wu headed straight out of the city. Lian followed at a leisurely pace. Once in a secluded area, he silently appeared behind Xiao Wu, gently pressing a finger against her neck. Xiao Wu's eyes rolled back, and she promptly lost consciousness. The ease with which he succeeded still left Lian somewhat uneasy, prompting him to sever her vital energy and soul power with a precise strike. Then, he flicked his fingers against the dark golden gem at his waist, which trembled slightly before awakening from its slumber. Transforming into a colossal beast with a wingspan of 10 meters, carrying Li En and Xiao Wu rapidly into the depths of the forest. 100,000-year soul beast, upon death and the emergence of its soul ring, releases a powerful surge of soul energy. Thus, preparations must be made. Within the nameless cave, the beast that once resided there had reduced to ashes. The entrance was blocked by massive stones, and on the cave's stone walls, a total of 108 triangular flags, designed to obscure their presence, were strategically placed to ensure that no trace of energy would escape. Lian gazed at the unconscious Xiao Wu, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. In the next life, let it be as a human. It was time to proceed. With a gentle tap on her forehead, Xiao Wu's body trembled, and a radiant red light erupted from her, growing increasingly intense. Simultaneously, a terrifying wave of soul energy emanated outward. The 108 small flags trembled gently, their poles and the intricate patterns on their surfaces shimmering with a ghostly light, firmly sealing the fluctuations of soul power within the cavern, ensuring not a trace escaped. Gradually, a crimson glow enveloped the entire cave, and a blood-red soul ring materialized. Lian collected it. At that moment, the residual soul power swiftly converged. After a few breaths, it stabilized completely, with the source of the soul power fluctuations clearly originating from Xiao Wu's back. The trunk bone. Lian felt a genuine thrill. He had initially anticipated acquiring a leg bone, considering that rabbits excel in running and jumping. A better outcome would have been a head bone with spiritual attributes, given Xiao Wu's enchanting skill. However, he was astonished to find it was the most precious trunk bone. It made sense, as the Rugu rabbits are balanced in all aspects, making it normal for them to provide trunk bones. 100,000-year soul bone grants 2 soul skills, whether it be the devastating 8-stage throw, the invincible golden body, or even the void and instantaneous movement, all of which are remarkable abilities. Lian retrieved the soul bone. It was a gem-like, stunning pink, flawless and incomparable to the finest jade. A gentle touch allowed him to distinctly feel the overwhelming energy contained within. The so-called absorption of a soul bone merely allows it to exist in another form within the body. If fully absorbed, the soul bone would not drop upon death. Such foreign objects can only truly belong to oneself once refined. Xiao Hu, at 12 years of age, had lingered at level 29 for quite some time when the finals commenced, and by now, she had likely surpassed level 30, even absorbing her 3rd soul ring. This 100,000-year trunk bone could at least provide her with 4 levels of cultivation, coupled with the aid of medicinal pills. Breaking through to Soul Master within a year should not pose a problem, and she is likely to become a Soul King before the age of 15. By then, I would possess sufficient confidence to no longer conceal the existence of martial arts from the Wuhuan Temple, attaining the cultivation of a Soul King. Transitioning to martial arts would enable a breakthrough to the inner Qi realm in less than half a month. After refining her cultivation slightly, she could assimilate the soul bone within her, breaking through all meridians to the true Qi realm or even the true essence realm within 1 to 2 years. Currently, besides this 100,000-year trunk bone, Lian also possessed an 80,000-year trunk bone, a nearly 20,000-year left leg bone, a 30,000-year fire attribute right arm bone, and a right arm bone of about 40,000 years. As for Xiao Hu's 3 soul bones, the trunk bone could be exchanged for an arm or leg bone, leaving 3 soul bones still needed. Lian pondered. This return might allow him to gather a complete set of soul bones for her. No, that would be too conspicuous. He should first let her assimilate this 100,000-year trunk bone. Then, gazing at Xiao Wu, who had transformed into a 3-meter-long pink-furred rabbit, Lian fell into contemplation. Xiao Wu was already dead. In half a month, the academy would be fine with losing a new student, but the master would be a more significant issue, as the probability of encountering a naturally full soul power was exceedingly low. How should he handle him? Directly killing him was certainly out of the question. Such an act would likely prompt Bibi Dong to send someone to investigate. With no clear direction, Lian temporarily set this matter aside and injected a trace of true energy into the massive rabbit's corpse. What abundant energy! Although he was uncertain about the mystical herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the energy contained within this corpse could undoubtedly be regarded as top-tier material, even without the soul rings. Lian conjured a wisp of black flame. Once the black flame touched the corpse, it rapidly spread, enveloping the entire body. Under the terrifying temperature of the black flame, ordinary flesh would be reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye, yet this rabbit's corpse was markedly different. After several breaths, the stones on the ground melted, forming a liquid glass-like substance, while the light pink fur on the corpse remained unchanged. Lian remained patient, gradually increasing the flame's temperature, slowly refining the material. Over time, within the perception of his spiritual force, both the light pink fur and the outer skin and flesh began to exhibit signs of melting. Simultaneously, wisps of gray-black gas continuously emanated from the corpse, indicating the impurities being refined. Lian felt a surge of joy. He ceased to raise the flame's temperature, maintaining it at a level that neither incinerated the corpse nor hindered its refinement. For days past, the originally 3-meter-long rabbit corpse had shrunk to about half a foot, forming a crystalline red mass. This was the essence blood extracted from the corpse. Almost there, Lian let out a slight sigh of relief. A trace of fatigue appeared on his brow, and his eye bags were slightly dark. For consecutive days without sleep, while maintaining a high level of concentration, had been quite a trial for him. Fortunately, the most grueling phase had passed. Lian extinguished the flames, retrieved a cold jade box with 20 compartments, and evenly divided the essence blood among them. With a thud, the alchemy furnace landed on the ground. Lian ignited a wisp of black flame to preheat it. He then took out hundreds of jade boxes and bottles of various sizes. He intended to concoct a precious pill known as Qi primarily composed of the essence blood of demon beasts, supplemented by over 10 types of medicinal materials that invigorate the blood. Qi can strengthen the foundation, enhance one's depth, and also has the effect of improving cultivation. This type of pill does not have a rank. The more abundant the energy contained in the demon beast's essence blood, the stronger the pill's effect. The Qi made from this essence blood would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. After refining all the auxiliary materials, Lian had expended nearly all of his true energy. He consumed a medicinal pill and rested for about 5 hours, restoring himself to peak condition. Then he began the alchemical process for Qi. By the afternoon of the 5th day, all 240 Qi were successfully refined. Each was the size of a longan, glistening like agate, with a viscous liquid flowing within, giving a mirror with a sensation of surging vitality within. This Qi could even elevate the cultivation of a tidal Douluo by a small margin. Even with a 90,000-year or even 99,000-year demon beast, it likely would not achieve such an effect, for soul beasts experience a qualitative change at the 100,000-year mark. Lian pinched a Kiksuidan, wrapped it in edible medicinal paper, then placed it into a hollow jade shell, sealing it with another half of the shell and gently twisting it shut. Finally, he sealed it with a layer of wax to ensure its preservation. Such a precious pill must be stored separately. Any accidental collision leading to a loss of medicinal potency would be a significant loss. Lian had yet to test the Qi. The mere aroma from these 20 batches of pills had already conferred considerable benefits upon him. Not only had his true energy increased by nearly 20%, but the jade seed nurtured in his dantian had also begun to take shape ahead of schedule. The master focused primarily on theory, largely due to his inability to elevate his strength, which led him to aspire to cultivate a remarkable soul master to fulfill his hopes. If I were to offer him an opportunity for strength, Xiao Wu would become less significant to him. After all, the two had only known each other for a few months, and Xiao Wu had not formally apprenticed under him. Nevertheless, it was time to take decisive action. Resolutely, he gathered all the Qi. After consuming some food, Lian took advantage of the night to ride on Chengfu and return to Nuoding City once again. The principal of the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy was merely a high-level Soul Zune, and with the Academy security forces, Lian naturally moved about as if in an unguarded realm. He effortlessly arrived at the door of the Master's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was exceptionally clear in the stillness of the night. The Master, who had just fallen asleep, opened his eyes and furrowed his brow slightly. So late. Who could it be? Please wait a moment. I will open the door immediately, he shouted, sitting up to put on his slippers, then draping a garment over his pure, white cotton pajamas. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The Master shuffled to the door, and with a click, he turned the doorknob. As he peered outside, before he could clearly see who was there, he suddenly felt his gaze ensnared by 2 swirling vortices. Both his spirit and thoughts, even his very soul, were drawn into those vortices, unable to escape. Bang! The door slammed shut. The Master, in a daze, was led into the bedroom by Li In and sat down on the bed, staring blankly ahead. Lian turned on the light and glanced around. He discovered that even in the bedroom, it was filled with various books. On the low table by the bedside lay a stack of handwritten documents, likely the master's unfinished work from before sleep. Such diligence, yet a waste of a martial soul, Lian remarked, taking out a packet of silver needles. He opened it and withdrew one, infusing it with true energy. With a hiss, the 2-inch-long silver needle pierced into the master's head. Then came a second and third. Within just 10 minutes, over 100 silver needles were inserted into the master's skull. Lian occasionally pinched one, twisting it slightly, infusing it with a bit of true energy, laboring for more than an hour. Having completed his preparations, Lian sat opposite the master. He adjusted his state, gradually consolidating his mental energy before tearing off a small portion. His face turned pale. Tearing apart mental energy did not merely exhaust it. That portion was irrevocably lost. Enduring the headache, Lian used the torn segment of mental energy as his ink, sketching 2 peculiar runes that mirrored each other, akin to twin stars. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a dark glimmer bursting forth, and the 2 runes flashed before the master's eyes. What Lian was performing was a method of control. Using the silver needles as a medium, he transmitted true energy into the target's brain to stimulate it, ultimately imprinting it with his mental energy. This way, the mental imprint would gradually integrate with the target, influencing all their actions and even thoughts. At critical moments, the master could directly seize control of the target's spirit and body. Ultimately, the target would become not merely a puppet, but an existence even more profound than a puppet. This was a particularly insidious and tyrannical secret art. Only if the target's cultivation surpassed that of the imprint's master could they possibly discover and escape the mental imprint. However, Lian would not grant him that opportunity. After a brief moment of meditation, Lian removed the silver needles from the master's head and snapped his fingers. The master's gaze became momentarily vacant. "Have you come to trade something with me again?" he inquired. Lian nodded with a smile. "I indeed have a transaction to propose, but it is not an object. Rather, I seek your support." "Support?" The master frowned, feeling a slight headache, albeit one he could endure. "I wish to invite you to join my Xianwu Zone and support me in promoting martial arts in Shrek." The sincerity on Li An's face was palpable. "In return, I can impart to you profound martial arts techniques, enabling you to attain the level of a soul saint and even a soul Douluo, without the need for a martial soul or soul rings." Chapter 118. Mastery over the Master, Part 2. Without a martial soul and soul rings, how could that be possible? The master's face revealed astonishment. The notion of wielding immense power without a martial soul or soul rings, even under the influence of the mental imprint, was shocking. After all, the soul master system had existed on Douluo continent for countless years, becoming an undeniable truth. "Why is that impossible?" Lian replied leisurely. "You must have researched body refinement methods and are likely aware of their unique properties." The master nodded. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. By mastering breath control and various movements, one can guide soul power to strengthen the body. I have never encountered such a method." He then shook his head. "However, the human body is ultimately flesh and blood, and it has its limits. Even if one were to enhance it to the utmost, able to withstand some 10-year soul techniques or even 100-year soul techniques, could it truly contend with 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul techniques? The mental imprint only subtly influences the target. Gradually, bit by bit, it transforms the target into a being with complete self-awareness, yet under the control of the imprint's master, rather than directly altering a person's mental will. Thus, persuasion was still necessary. The path of martial arts encompasses 3 major realms: refining essence, refining energy, and refining spirit, each divided into 4 minor realms. The body refinement method I propose to you is merely a simplified version of the martial arts techniques from the refining essence stage. Achieving mastery in refining essence grants one a body akin to bronze and iron, impervious to the typical 100-year soul techniques. Upon entering the refining energy realm, one can manipulate wind and fire, executing martial prowess that rivals soul techniques. Should one achieve mastery in refining energy, they would possess the power to burn mountains and boil seas. As for the refining spirit realm, such strength could only be matched by deities. As he spoke, flames, thunder, quicksand, and blades of energy manifested from Li An's outstretched palm, each like a docile pet. "This is martial arts." The master's eyes fixated on Li An's palm, his nails digging into his palms, his breath becoming increasingly labored. "My innate soul power is only half a level." He would never forget the day of his martial soul awakening, marked by his father's cold and disappointed gaze. "My innate soul power is 0. Yet even so, a soul saint would still be utterly defenseless before him. Do you not wish to possess such power? Lian picked up the thick stack of documents from the bedside table, flipping through them. Most of the contents were about the anomalies of martial souls. He smiled, locking eyes with the master, and a thread of mental energy began to emanate from him. Master, your relentless research into martial souls must stem from your desire to resolve the flaws in your own martial soul, correct? The master fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, for decades, he had tirelessly pursued this goal. Yet the more he studied, the more disappointment he felt. Martial soul anomalies, especially the non-beneficial kind, had remained unresolved for countless years. Even the limited materials that had been passed down were scarce. He had often contemplated giving up, but ultimately persevered. Lian's smile grew ever more radiant. To become a soul master, the ultimate goal is to wield formidable power and ascend to greatness. Given this, if the path of a soul master proves unfeasible, why not pursue an alternative route? The master slightly bowed his head, engaged in an internal struggle, his facial expression reflecting his turmoil. He had long dreamt of becoming a powerful soul master, expending countless energies and time towards this ambition. Was he truly prepared to abandon this path? In the past, even if he felt tempted, he would not easily believe that an abruptly emerging martial arts system could rival or even surpass a soul master system that had evolved over countless years on the continent. Yet now, he found himself devoid of such doubts. The insidious nature of a mental imprint could silently transform a person's thoughts. This was its terrifying power. Lian resolved to intensify his persuasion. A martial soul is predetermined from birth. The type of martial soul one possesses and the innate soul power level essentially dictate a soul master's potential for growth, no matter how much effort one exerts. Breaking this chain seems impossible. Is this fair, master? His voice resonated deeply, penetrating the core. The master's jaw clenched, his eyes wide with bloodshot intensity. Fair? How could it possibly be fair? He was a direct descendant of one of the top 3 sects, the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family, the son of the clan leader. Yet, due to awakening a useless martial soul and possessing only half a level of innate soul power, he faced disdain from his elders, ridicule from his peers, and even contempt from many juniors, who referred to him as a waste behind his back. And that woman, he had come this far, only to seek refuge at the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Why was this so? Was it not because he was deemed a failure? A failure? The master forced a bitter smile, as if a flame ignited within his chest. He fixed his gaze intently on Li, and his voice hoarse. I'm already 47 years old. Is it too late for me to switch to martial arts? While martial arts also values talent, it places greater emphasis on character and perseverance. Even the most foolish individual, if willing to toil and persist, can at least contend with a second ring soul master. As for you, you're somewhat advanced in age and lack a solid foundation. It is indeed late for you to transition to martial arts now. Lian feigned contemplation for a moment. However, I possess a technique for cultivating qi. By condensing true energy into a qi seed and implanting it in your dantian, you can refine true energy through this seed and potentially break through to the true energy realm within a few years. After that, it will depend on your own efforts. The master's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, his voice slightly hurried. Is there truly such a method? Lian explained further. This is not a conventional approach. Creating a true energy seed requires at least 5 or 6 months, and it will have certain effects on your cultivation. If the master is willing, I can assist you in planting this true energy seed. The master displayed signs of interest. Why would you help me? Despite the influence of the mental imprint, he still retained the necessary caution. He would not assume that someone would go to such lengths for him based solely on a fleeting encounter. Lian had prepared his response. I forgot to mention that I'm not only the leader of the Qian Sect, but also the vice principal of the Shrek Academy. You are familiar with the four-eyed cat eagle, Flanders, are you not? Master, you are well-versed and possess a wealth of knowledge, making you an excellent teacher. Currently, aside from myself, the Qian Sect has only 2 formal members, Su Yunpeng and Xiao Xian, while the rest are merely young disciples. I hope you will join the Qian Sect and assist me in training this group of disciples. To his surprise, you actually know Flanders. The master's expression reflected a mix of sentiment, and after a moment of silent contemplation, his gaze shifted to one of resolve. I accept your proposal. The addition of a talent such as you to the Qian Sect would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Lian was not merely interested in the master himself, but in the connections he could leverage. As a scion of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family, the son of the clan leader Yu Yuanjin, and the former lover of Bai Bai Dong, there were many avenues to explore. Whether through his influence within the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family or encountering Bai Bai Dong, these were all promising options. The master was a person of discernment. After agreeing, he stood up decisively and bowed deeply to Lian Yuxiao Gang. I have met with the sect leader. Lian was greatly pleased with his attitude. Haha, Elder Yu, there is no need for formalities. From now on, we are all comrades. As for the true energy seed I mentioned earlier, we can proceed whenever you are ready. Upon hearing this, the master trembled slightly. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he gestured for Lian to wait in the study for a moment. Lian had no objections. Following the master into the study, he sat down and waited for less than 5 minutes before the master re-entered, dressed appropriately. Sect leader, what should I do? Lian glanced around and said, we need to find a more spacious area. This place is somewhat cramped. The master pondered for a moment. Would the playground suffice? It is late at night, and apart from the duty teachers, no one else will be around if we just give a heads up. Lian nodded. That works. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the playground. After selecting a suitable location, Lian took out over 20 triangular flags and sequentially planted them into the ground. The surrounding space seemed to distort slightly, and the sounds of insects outside abruptly faded away. This was a simple concealment formation. Within it, one could hide their aura and isolate sounds, serving no other purpose but being quite practical. The master stepped out of the formation, and as the external sounds rushed back into his ears, they vanished once more upon his return. Remarkable. Lian spread a mat on the ground. Elder Yu, please lie down first. I will implant the true energy seed into your dantian. Once the true energy seed is implanted, it will consume your soul power and transform it into true energy. This process poses no danger, so please remain calm. The master was a decisive individual. Having resolved to transition to martial arts, he lay down without hesitation upon hearing this. Lian was experienced in planting the jade seed, and every step was executed with proficiency. As the jade seed was implanted into the Master S dantian, the secret method was activated. The Master S cultivation level swiftly diminished. In less than half a minute, 2 yellow soul rings, one deep and one shallow, emerged from him. Lian, adhering to his principle of waste not, gathered them without hesitation. Soon, the Master S internal soul power was depleted, leaving no surplus to enhance his physique. While Lian could control the jade seed to expel true energy for physical enhancement, the Master S low cultivation meant that consuming his soul power would render any excess true energy insufficient for even a breakthrough to the flesh realm. This ineffective individual falls far short compared to the past. Lian had no choice but to extract a blood essence pill. With a swift motion, he pressed it against a specific acupoint on the Master S body, prompting him to involuntarily open his mouth. Lian then flicked the pill into his mouth. The blood essence pill, crafted from the essence of a 10,000-year soul beast, possessed immense potency. As soon as it settled in the stomach, its pure power began to radiate. The master felt as though a flame ignited within him, threatening to roast him from the inside out. In an instant, pain coursed through his body, causing his muscles to convulse, and cold sweat beaded upon his forehead. Elder Yu, this elixir can strengthen your foundation and enhance your essence, while also advancing your cultivation. I will assist you in refining its potency. You must persevere. With that, Lian infused his vital energy into the master, melding the elixir's power into his sinews and flesh. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for further reading. The master's vitality surged, and after reaching a certain threshold, began to circulate under Lian's guidance, fortifying his physique while a portion was devoured by the U-seed. Once the U-seed was fully stabilized, it would transform into vital energy, expelling it to further enhance the master's physique. With the intervention of such high-quality energy, the efficiency of the enhancement was dramatically increased. Consequently, the master's martial prowess soared. After 3 hours, the master had ascended to the level of a Zongfu realm warrior. With a mere stamp of his foot, he created a pit several inches deep in the solid ground. What tremendous power! Even a formidable 3-ring soul master would struggle to match my current strength. With his vitality renewed, the master felt as though he had regained several years of youth. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the overwhelming strength coursing through his taut muscles and sinews, nearly intoxicated by the sensation. Moreover, the master touched the skin on his arm. He then picked up a sharp stone from the ground and, with a swift motion, drew it across his arm. The stone's sharp edge dulled against his skin, leaving only a faint white scar. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! The master laughed heartily and as laughter turned to tears, they streamed from the corners of his eyes. No one knew the sacrifices he had made for his cultivation, nor the countless disappointments he had endured. Now, he felt capable of defeating 10 versions of his former self. After a moment, having released his exuberance, the master bowed deeply to Li and helped him to his feet, and then placed a finger on his forehead, imparting the refined techniques of the Zhongyu Ju furnace, encompassing both the refining essence and cultivating energy aspects. A torrent of information flooded the master's mind, causing him to frown and pale for a moment before he regained his composure. "Thank you, Sect Master. Elder Yu, you are too kind." Lian then produced 100 bottles of Ning Yuan Dan and handed them to him. "You have just begun your martial journey, and your foundation is relatively weak compared to those who have diligently cultivated for years, ascending through each realm. To reach greater heights, you must first solidify your foundation. These Ning Yuan Dan will aid your daily practice, but do not become overly reliant on them, as they are external substances." The master accepted the elixirs. "Rest assured, Sect Master, once my cultivation is stable, I will come to Shrek to see you. It has been far too long since I last met that fellow Flander." Lian chuckled. By then, that miserly Flander will surely be taken aback. After glancing at the sky, he noted the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. As daybreak approaches, "Elder Yu, you should return to solidify your progress. I have matters to attend to and will not linger in Nodding City." The master replied earnestly, "Take care, Sect Master. You too, take care." In the next moment, Lian vanished from the master's sight like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 119. A long-awaited reunion a day later. Within the Pope's Hall. "I never expected you would pass the Hell Roads trial so swiftly upon entering the City of Slaughter." Bibi Dong gazed at the young man below, surprise flickering across her flawless face. When she entered the City of Slaughter, it took her nearly 3 years to secure 100 victories and claim the championship, ultimately escaping that fallen place. Yet Lian had only been in the city for a mere 5 months, less than half a year. Moreover, he exuded an aura of murderous intent. Had she not personally escorted him to the city, Bibi Dong would have found it hard to believe that he had just emerged from that hellish realm. As one of the last remaining gods of slaughter, she was acutely aware of the state one emerged in from there. However, Bibi Dong did not dwell on it further. After all, the ability to concoct the miraculous Bingxin Dan suggested he possessed means to ward off the taint of murderous intent. In the City of Slaughter, while soul ring techniques and soul bone techniques were rendered ineffective, self-created soul techniques were exempt. Otherwise, she would not have ventured there to face death. Lian provided a brief explanation and continued, "I will not linger upon my return. After a few days of rest, I shall set forth for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Is there anything you wish to convey, Your Holiness? It has been 5 years. I wonder how that individual is faring." Bibi Dong fell silent. Noticing her lack of response, Lian surmised that she was lost in thought. Her eyes flickered slightly, pondering deeply. In truth, Bibi Dong was a woman starved for love. Initially violated by her esteemed teacher, she was later forced apart from Yu Shaojiang and eventually gave birth to Qian Renxue. Love and familial bonds had all eluded her, leaving her in a state of perpetual anguish, gradually succumbing to darkness. This perhaps was precisely what the Rakshasa god desired to see. If her first love were to return, cherishing her once more and removing the burden of Qian Renxue from her heart, devoid of hatred, Bibi Dong would likely falter in the Rakshas's trials. Lian understood, well, that his true enemies did not reside within this realm, but rather among the pantheon of false gods. Upon entering the 4th realm of divine refinement, he would inevitably clash with them, contending not only for resources but also for doctrinal supremacy. A cadre of deities utilizing divine trials to select their successors would never permit the existence of individuals capable of wielding divine power through cultivation. Otherwise, if anyone could attain divinity through practice, what purpose would their existence serve? Lian's mind cleared as he pondered. The Yu seed within the master, formed from the convergence of myriad true energies, could be transformed into soul power. It would be prudent to wait until he breaks through to the inner Qi realm before he absorbs soul rings, perhaps enabling him to shatter the 29th level restriction and subsequently join the Spirit Hall. Just as Lian contemplated orchestrating a reunion between the master and Bibi Dong, she suddenly spoke. "Regarding the undercover mission within the Tiando royal family, the Grand Elder must have informed you, correct?" Lian nodded. "Miss Qian Renxue has replaced the eldest prince, Xue Qinghe, and become the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. One of my tasks in joining the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is to assist her in seizing control of the Tiando Empire. Bibi Dong remained silent for a moment. Qian is the daughter of the former pope and the granddaughter of the Grand Offering, while elder and is the youngest elder of my Wuhuan temple. Both are prodigies of their kind. I hope that you can work together sincerely when the time comes. Even if there are some frictions, the overall situation must take precedence. Her feelings towards Qian Renxue are exceedingly complex. Logically, she understands that Qian Renxue is not at fault, yet the mere thought of the blood flowing through Qian Renxue's veins, belonging to that person, evokes feelings of revulsion within her. That very person destroyed everything she held dear. However, perhaps unbeknownst to her, she has begun to view Qian Renxue with a degree of rationality. At the very least, when she mentions Qian Renxue, she no longer feels that nauseating sensation rising from within. Lian's heart stirred. Your Holiness, I have no objections to supporting Miss Qian Renxue, but you must be aware that the significance of the Qibao Liuli Zong is on par with the Tiando imperial family. Therefore, I require the authority to act independently. And it would be best if I could also mobilize some of the personnel stationed by Tiando. Last time, that old fox Qian Douluo did not make things clear. On the surface, he appeared to adopt a conciliatory attitude. But in reality, what of it? There are at least 2 titled Da by Qian Renxue's side, and the personnel arranged by Tiando are almost entirely under Qian Renxue's command. If Lian were to go there, he would essentially be a lone commander. Since Qian Douluo is unwilling to relent, Lian can only demand power from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment. I will have someone notify them. If you have any further requests, feel free to present them now. Lian replied, a certain level of autonomy will suffice. The Qibao Liuli Zong is extraordinary. The strengths of the title Douluo Jian and Gu are formidable, and with Ning Fengji's assistance, apart from the Grand Offering, perhaps only the Second Offering could keep them at bay. Moreover, the Wuhuan Temple cannot send people to protect you. Once exposed, the consequences would be dire. You may still reconsider now. Bibi Dong's expression turned grave as she reminded him. At this moment, her second martial spirit had yet to be enhanced with several soul rings. Thus she remained cautious of those 2 seasoned title Douluo. Lian recognized her goodwill. Although a significant part of her concern stemmed from the fear of losing the Bingxin Dan, he appreciated her intentions. Your Holiness, please rest assured. My agreement to execute this undercover plan was born from ample confidence. I would never gamble with my life. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. If that is the case, I shall refrain from further discussion. Go check on Nana. During your absence, she has inquired about you every time she visited me. At that moment, Lian recalled the matter of the soul bone. By the way, Your Holiness, I acquired a fine torso bone in the city of Slaughter, which is particularly suitable for Nana. Perhaps we could exchange it for a leg bone from the Wuhuan Temple. You are indeed fortunate. Bibi Dong acknowledged with a nod, indicating her understanding. During her time in the city of Slaughter, she had also obtained a soul bone, though it was merely a left arm bone and not a high age. Outside the estate, 2 members of the guard, clad in standard armor and patrolling, approached him upon seeing him. Greetings, Elder. Lian casually rewarded them with 2 bottles of Ning Yuan Dan. What transpired during my absence? The 2 carefully received the pills. As both were at the Spirit Master level, they could easily break through their bottlenecks with a few Ning Yuan Dan, which they typically hesitated to use during regular training. Reporting to the Elder, 2 months ago, Miss Hu Lai Na broke through to level 30 and has already absorbed her 3rd soul ring. One of them respectfully reported. The little fox, with Bibi Dong's tacit approval, had moved in, and the members of the guard were well aware that she would likely become the mistress of the estate. The other, slightly frustrated that his companion had spoken first, added, just a few days ago, Steward Zhao returned to the Wuhuan Temple and has absorbed her 8th soul ring. This was indeed a double blessing. Lian was not surprised by the little fox's breakthrough, but was taken aback by Zhao Haixin's progress. This, too, was a pleasant surprise. She was of a similar age to Bibi Dong, in her 40s, and could be considered quite young at the Spirit Douluo level, while Flender was several years her senior and had only recently broken through to Spirit Saint 6 months prior, a full 10 levels behind her. With her talent, she could easily become a title Douluo within 20 years. Very well, continue your patrol, Lian instructed, rewarding them with another 2 bottles of Ning Yuan Dan. Thank you, Elder. The 2 did not expect such unexpected gains, their faces illuminated with joy, nearly grinning from ear to ear. These 2 bottles of Ning Yuan Dan could spare them a month or 2 of arduous effort. Lian waved his hand and entered the estate. As he walked, he contemplated how to nurture Zhao Haixin. 20 years was the normal cultivation speed for a soul master with his intervention. This time could be shortened to 5 years, or even less. A title Douluo would be considered acceptable. Sister Haixin's martial spirit was the Mandarin Duck Twin Blades. If she were to switch to martial arts, forging two blades and merging them with her martial spirit to create a divine weapon could amplify her power. However, this matter would need to wait a few years before being addressed, and so he temporarily set aside that thought. After all, the path of crafting a divine weapon was suitable for all weapon-type martial spirit users. If this were to be revealed, the Soul Masters would surely go mad. At present, he did not feel sufficiently confident. As he passed the secret chamber, the heavy stone doors stood wide open. Upon inquiry, he learned that recently, the little fox had been conducting practical training in the small arena, with Zhao Haixin serving as her sparring partner. The small arena was located in the rear section of the estate, adjacent to the back garden on either side. Inside the arena, the little fox moved with light steps, her feet seemingly never leaving the ground as she approached Zhao Haixin with an unusual gait. With her palm shaped like a blade, she aimed directly for Zhao Haixin's ribs. The soul power concentrated at the tip of her palm, transforming her petite hand into a lethal weapon. Zhao Haixin twisted her waist to evade the palm blade while simultaneously launching a long, graceful leg toward the little fox, enhanced with a gust of wind. Despite not using soul power beyond level 35, the physical prowess granted by her 8 soul rings was formidable, even though her martial spirit was a weapon spirit. Not known for strength or defense, she was still not to be underestimated by the little fox. The kick was swift and fierce. Just as it was about to connect, the little fox's arms seemed to lose all rigidity, wrapping around Zhao Haixin's leg. With a light leap, she appeared to defy gravity, using the momentum to propel herself backward. As Zhao Haixin's technique reached its limit, the little fox had already grasped her ankle. With a heavy stomp on the ground, she exerted a powerful pulling force in the opposite direction. With the combined strength of Zhao Haixin and the little fox, the kicking leg could not be retracted in time. Stretching into a splits position, the elastic fabric accentuated the curves of her form, making it difficult to exert force. The little fox grasped her foot and twisted it forcefully. Zhao Haixin, balancing on one leg, lost her stability and fell directly to the ground. She propped herself up with her hands and kicked at the little fox in an attempt to drive her back. Yet, the little fox did not retreat. Instead, she nimbly evaded the kick with a slight twist of her slender body. Then, with a sharp clap, she struck Zhao Haixin's jade-like bottom, sending ripples through the air. "Sister Haixin, you've lost." The little fox beamed, waving her delicate hand at her. Although Lian had not taught her martial arts, he had imparted various techniques. And even without the use of soul skills, her prowess was exceptional among her peers. Zhao Haixin rose, brushing off the dust from her hands. Her cheeks flushed slightly, unsure whether it was due to her momentary carelessness in losing to a little girl or the embarrassment of being struck. She chided Miss Nana. "It would have sufficed to strike my leg. Why did you have to hit there?" The little fox giggled, just as she was about to respond. She suddenly heard applause from a distance and turned her head to look. "Oh!" she exclaimed, letting out a shriek, and instantly activated her martial spirit, sprinting towards the source with utmost speed. Then, she leaped into Li An's open arms, who caught her and supported her thighs with both hands. The little fox clung to him like a koala. "I missed you. Did you miss me? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" "I just returned," Lian replied, planting a kiss on her cheek, holding her as he approached Zhao Haixin. "Sister Haixin, congratulations on becoming a soul Douluo." It was only then that the little fox remembered Zhao Haixin was still there. Her face turned crimson as she buried her head in Lian's neck, shutting her eyes in self-deception. "If I can't see you, you can't see me," she continued. "I must also thank you. If it weren't for the pills you provided, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Your strength, however, is becoming increasingly difficult to discern." Zhao Haixin looked at Lian, who she had previously thought to be deeply hidden, and now, merely by sensing him slightly, she felt a thrill of trepidation. After speaking, she glanced at the little fox clinging to Lian. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave Miss Nana's training to Elder Shaoan." She then winked at him and gracefully departed the small training ground. Chapter 120. Fusion of Soul Bones. 2 major skills. Autumn had already arrived. In the afternoon, warm sunlight cascaded down, while a cool breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft sound. Golden leaves twirled and gently fell, blanketing the ground in a serene and tranquil manner. In the corner of the small training ground, within a pavilion, Lian sat on a round stone bench while the little fox perched on his lap, her slender legs pressed together, gently swaying her calves, her toes pointed. Her hands fiddled with his fingers, her voice melodious as she recounted recent events. While I was absorbing the soul ring, It felt incredibly painful, as if a knife were scraping my flesh. However, after enduring it, my soul power increased by 2 levels, and I'm not far from reaching level 33 now. Lian listened quietly. A beam of soft, golden sunlight fell into the pavilion, illuminating the girl's face, which bore a delicate blush, her flawless complexion appearing almost translucent. As she spoke softly, her voice trembled slightly, akin to the delicate, peeled egg white or a freshly unsealed jelly, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. With a playful peck, Lian left a faint pink mark on her cheek. "Hey, I'm talking to you," the little fox playfully protested, covering her face. A look of bashful delight emerged in her eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, she coyly leaned in closer. They exchanged playful banter. The little fox, her cheeks flushed, stood up, her eyes lowered in shyness, and in a voice as soft as a whisper, said, "You poked me." Lian felt a slight embarrassment wash over him. Silently reciting a calming technique to suppress his feelings, then cleared his throat. "I brought you a gift upon my return." "A gift?" The little fox's eyes sparkled with surprise. For girls, the importance of a gift often lies not in the object itself, but in the sentiment behind it. Lian glanced around cautiously. "It's not convenient to take it out here. Let us go back to my room, preferably to the secret chamber." The little fox paused, her expression turning peculiar. Her mind buzzing, her heart racing. She was no naive little rabbit. "You don't mean what are you thinking about?" Lian lightly tapped her on the head, causing her to retract her neck, pouting at him. "I really have something to give you. It's very precious." "I'm not thinking about anything." The little fox's cheeks reddened as she vehemently rebutted, feeling relieved, yet inexplicably a bit despondent. She then extended her small hand for him to hold, and together they walked shoulder to shoulder away from the small training ground. Upon entering the secret chamber, the heavy stone doors slowly closed with a series of grinding sounds. Above, a fist-sized pearl radiated light, illuminating the chamber as bright as day. The little fox waved her fist at him, revealing her tiny fangs as she playfully threatened. "Hurry up and show me the gift. If I'm not satisfied, humph." Lian waved his hand, producing a small flag. A soul bone of 10,000 years is no trivial matter, especially one of the 6 most precious trunk bones. The surrounding area was inhabited by tidal Douluo. If the aura of the soul bone were to leak and be sensed by them, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. Seeing Li An's mysterious demeanor, the little fox's anticipation for the gift grew. After setting up a concealment formation, Lian retrieved a brocade box and handed it to the little fox. "Take a look." The moment he opened the box, the little fox felt a powerful surge of soul power emanating from within, and she had an inkling of what lay inside. As she lifted the lid, a breathtaking pink hue met her eyes. From top to bottom, there were 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, 1 sacrum, and 1 coccyx, 26 pieces in total, each flawless, forming a complete spine that naturally lay curved within the box. The little fox's mouth fell open, her eyes widening in astonishment, her pupils dilating. "This is a soul bone, and it's a trunk bone." As a disciple of Bai Dong, she had certainly studied the knowledge of soul bones. From its completeness, she could roughly gauge the age of this particular soul bone. Lian playfully pinched her cheek, the tender and bouncy texture making him reluctant to let go. "Do you like it?" The little fox took a deep breath, then turned her head, closing the lid and returning the box to him. "I can't accept this." Lian was somewhat taken aback and asked why not. "This old bone is meant for you." The little fox stepped forward to embrace him, burying her head in his neck, her voice softening. "I understand. You want me to enhance my cultivation faster, but this trunk bone is too precious. Its age is at least 80,000 years. You absorb it, and your strength will be significantly enhanced. Although I am unaware of the plan you are to execute, I have heard from the teacher that the destination you are heading to is perilous. The more strength you possess, the greater your safety. I will wait for you always." Lian gently cupped her face and kneaded it a few times. "The plan I am to carry out was once rather dangerous, but now it is entirely different. My life is no longer at risk, so there is no need for you to worry about that. As for the soul bones, let me put it this way. They do not significantly augment my strength and are not particularly precious. They are merely dispensable items. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the subsequent exciting content. Nonsense. The little fox playfully punched him. Such quality soul bones are scarcely found even within the Wuhuan temple. Most elders possess only 1 or 2, and those are usually the less valuable arm or leg bones. Lian raised an eyebrow. "You do not believe me? Unless you can produce another one." With a resounding thud, Another ornate box landed on the table, accompanied by a distinct fluctuation of soul power unlike the previous one. Is it real? The little fox opened the box. Inside lay another trunk bone, only slightly inferior to the one before. This. The little fox glanced between the box and Lian, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She even reached out her delicate fingers to touch it. It is not fake. It is truly not fake. Lian was amused by her adorable demeanor, and then took out 3 more ornate boxes in one go, opening them one by one. Pink, deep black, pure white, crimson, and pale blue. 5 soul bones gleamed in harmony, the lowest quality among them nearing 20,000 years, with 2 exceeding 60,000 years. I can't take it anymore. Hold me. I feel faint. The little fox swayed, feeling her legs growing weak. To suddenly possess 5 soul bones felt like a dream. Lian lifted her and placed her on his lap, casually patting her well-rounded little bottom. I just said that soul bones are not precious to me. Do you believe me now? Take these. If you refuse again, I shall have to punish you. The little fox scrutinized the 5 soul bones. How? She felt dizzy and did not know what to say. Most elders toil tirelessly to accumulate contributions, and even now, they manage to acquire only 1 or 2 soul bones of comparable quality. How is it that in his hands, they seem as common as cabbages? The little fox pondered for a moment and suggested, why don't you give me that deep black trunk bone? You can keep the pink trunk bone for yourself to fuse with. The deep black trunk bone likely originates from a bear-type soul beast, and since you are a control type, it is not particularly suited for you. You should fuse with the pink trunk bone, which is specifically reserved for you. Seeing her still reluctant, Lian added, it is merely a soul bone. No matter how precious, it cannot compare to my Nana. Upon hearing this, the little fox's heart nearly melted. She cupped Lian's face and kissed him repeatedly, clinging to him and refusing to part, even forgetting to look at the soul bones. After a moment of intimacy, Lian could no longer endure it. He pinched her nose and said, go ahead and fuse with the soul bone. I will keep watch over you. The little fox obediently responded and, with a gentle push, stepped out of Lian's embrace, walking a few steps forward before turning back to glance at him. She then delicately unfastened her clothing with her fingertips. A rustling sound ensued. Soon, her outer garment lay on the ground, leaving only a pink inner garment. The little fox spread her arms wide, twirled around gracefully, and then tilted her head to ask, does it look good? Lian raised his hand and made a gesture of grasping. You still need a few more years to grow. The little fox immediately pouted, rolling her eyes at him, before taking the trunk bone and placing it against her spine. I'm a bit afraid. Although there are no cultivation level restrictions for fusing soul bones. The higher the age of the soul bone, the greater the difficulty of fusion and the intensity of the pain endured. With Lian present, she felt a sense of reliance, prompting her subconscious desire for comfort. If she were alone, she would summon the courage to press on. Noticing the little fox's pitiful gaze, Lian too felt a pang of concern, for this was her first fusion with a soul bone, and it was a 100,000-year-old one. Do not worry. I am here watching. The little fox nodded, then held her breath, carefully enveloping the soul bone with her soul power. In the next moment, a brilliant pink light erupted from the soul bone. Under the influence of her soul power, the soul bone quickly softened into a gelatinous substance, adhering to the little fox's spine and swiftly permeating through her pores. The little fox let out a muffled groan, her delicate brows knitting together, her cheeks puffing in and out. Lian observed that a formidable surge of soul power radiated from her spine, and the muscles on either side were twitching faintly. Clearly, she was enduring immense pain. In truth, the energy contained within a 100,000-year-old soul bone is vast. The moment it merged with her body, it inflicted upon her an agony akin to having her spine brutally crushed. The third soul ring absorbed by the little fox reached an age of 2,000 years, surpassing the maximum limit by nearly 250 years. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the subsequent exciting content. She took a tremendous risk, absorbing a soul ring of such age, as she did not wish to fall too far behind Lian. The pain she experienced during her previous soul ring absorption now seemed trivial in comparison. However, she was on the verge of biting her teeth to shreds, desperately striving to persevere. It felt as though she might faint at any moment. Yet, she understood that if she lost consciousness, she would be irretrievably severed from this soul bone. Moreover, her body might suffer irreparable harm from the impact of this soul power. There was no turning back, and she was even less inclined to retreat. Thus, she could only endure with all her might, clinging to the thread of clarity. Seeing that the little fox had bitten her lip until it bled, Lian could no longer sit still. However, he was at a loss for what to do. He wanted to act, but dared not, fearing he might disturb her. At this moment, the little fox was in an incredibly critical state, akin to walking a tightrope. Any intervention could disrupt the balance. She had to rely on herself to endure. If she succeeded, the horizon would be boundless, but if she failed, regrets flooded him. He regretted not having imparted the martial arts techniques from the refining stage to the little fox earlier. Otherwise, even if she were merely in the flesh realm now, merging with this 100,000-year soul bone would not be so arduous. She must persevere. As time trickled by, Lian experienced the sensation of days stretching into years. After approximately 2 hours, the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the little fox suddenly subsided, no longer as tempestuous as before, and began to enter a state of tranquility. The expression of agony etched upon her face also slightly eased. At this moment, the most challenging phase had already passed. Lian exhaled a long breath, mindful not to rush, then settled back to await in silence. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the little fox's aura suddenly began to rise. Level 33, 34, 35, it soared until it reached 37 and halted. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she promptly opened her eyes. Had the fusion of the soul bone been completed? Indeed. Lian stepped forward, lifting her effortlessly and placing her upon his lap, though the little fox squirmed slightly. No, I'm all sweaty. During the process of merging with the soul bone, she had endured immense suffering, even though her cultivation had surged by 5 levels. A hint of weakness lingered in her voice. Lian gently tucked a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear and lowered his head to inhale her fragrance, a subtle scent that was quite pleasant. The little fox reached out to pinch his cheek, allowing him to continue his tender ministrations, curling up in his embrace like a boneless creature while feeling the skills bestowed by the soul bone. Then, she became exhilarated. This soul bone, it possesses 2 skills. Only a 100,000-year soul bone could offer such a rarity. Were they? Lian inquired, equally intrigued. The little fox, her eyes wide, asked him, "So you knew all along? This is a 100,000-year soul bone. Why didn't you keep it for yourself?" Lian urged, "You belong entirely to me. Merging with the soul bone does not change that, so hasten to tell me what the 2 soul skills are." The little fox nestled closer into his embrace. One is the 8-fold slaughter throw, which locks the opponent and executes 8 consecutive throws, an immensely powerful close-range attack skill. The other is the invincible golden body, which, within 3 seconds, grants immunity to the vast majority of attacks below the divine level, usable 3 times a day. Chapter 121. The Aftermath of the 8-fold Slaughter Throw and Invincible Golden Body. Lian nodded approvingly. Indeed, these 2 skills, one offensive, one defensive, will perfectly complement your weaknesses. You are so good to me. The little fox's eyes sparkled as her voice dripped with sweetness. She even took his hand and placed it against her cheek, rubbing it like a pet. Lian added, "By the way, since the soul bone has granted you 2 skills, it is best to keep this matter discreet. I suggest you conceal the invincible golden body. It could prove unexpectedly advantageous in critical moments." Another 100,000-year soft bone rabbit had perished under BB Dong's 6th soul skill, Cultivation. This soul skill happens to counter the invincible golden body. BB Dong surely has a vivid recollection of the 100,000-year soul beast she personally slain. Therefore, should the invincible golden body be revealed, it would likely attract her attention. While it may not lead to immediate trouble, there would be much to explain if questioned. "I understand you. This is our secret, and I won't tell anyone, not even the teacher." The little fox responded softly. Her gentle breath caressed Lian's palm, sending a delightful shiver through him. She had not given it much thought, merely desiring to avoid any unnecessary complications due to the preciousness of the 100,000-year bone. Lian pondered another issue. Your sudden increase in cultivation is a rather conspicuous flaw. Raising 5 levels of soul power at once typically requires the fusion of a soul bone over 80,000 years old, which is highly noticeable. "I know, and you'll surely find a way." The little fox, being quite intelligent, had developed a sense of reliance on him. She had grown accustomed to letting him make decisions whenever he was around. Such a naive girl, caught in a romantic haze. Yet, if the one she loved were him, it was truly delightful. Who wouldn't he yearn for a girlfriend utterly devoted to them? "Will you not fear being sold out by me?" The little fox playfully nipped at his hand, then tilted her head back, her glistening eyes asking, "Should I help you count your money?" Perhaps due to the energy expended during the soul-bone fusion, her voice was soft and delicate, exuding an air of vulnerability that stirred a strong impulse within to cradle and cherish her. However, she possessed a beguiling beauty that captivated all. As the tales of her martial spirit multiplied, her allure only intensified, her enchanting capabilities amplifying exponentially. These two contrasting qualities, combined with the unique freshness of youth, created an exceptional charm. Lian gently stroked the blush at the corner of her eye. So beautiful. The little fox had grown weary of such compliments. Yet when they came from Lian, they filled her with immense satisfaction, prompting her to giggle. I have prepared many pairs of socks in various colors and styles. Would you like to see me wear them? She exclaimed, extending her long, supple legs and playfully twisting her feet. Lian felt a slight heat rise to his cheeks. He cleared his throat. Let's not rush into that. Close your eyes and center your mind. I will transmit something to you. The little fox obediently nodded and complied. Lian exchanged several sets of agile techniques for her, which could be practiced from the flesh realm up to the blood marrow realm. During the refinement stage, while practicing these techniques, one could utilize soul power to enhance their physique, even yielding better results, as soul power is readily available for immediate use, unlike the gradual increase required for vitality. However, practicing martial arts techniques while soul power is depleted could result in a decline in one's realm. Lian intended to exploit this aspect, allowing the little fox's cultivation to drop by 2 levels, making it quite normal for her to elevate her soul power by 3 levels upon merging with a quality soul bone at the soul master level, thus rendering it less conspicuous. Moments later, the little fox opened her eyes. With a resounding kiss, she planted a firm peck on Lian's face. After assimilating the information, she realized that the value of these techniques far surpassed that of the 100,000-year soul bone. After all, a soul bone could only be fused by one individual, while these techniques could be practiced by countless others. Moreover, she fully understood what it meant to possess a technique capable of significantly enhancing one's physique. Lian queried, "Are you not curious as to why?" The little fox shook her head, gazing earnestly at him. "Your kindness is sufficient for me." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "I will practice in secret until I possess sufficient strength. These matters must remain undisclosed, especially to the teacher. I fear she may harbor ill intentions toward you." Observing the little fox's smooth maneuvering, Lian felt a deep sense of satisfaction, cupping her face and savoring the moment. "When the time is right, you shall know." He then shared his plans regarding lowering his own cultivation. The little fox, utterly devoted to him, naturally accepted whatever he proposed without question. The art of spiritual transmission is indeed miraculous. During practice, any misstep is instantly apparent, allowing for self-correction. With Lian's close guidance, the little fox mastered the Ling Hu fist after just 3 attempts. As her soul power gradually depletes, her physique rapidly improves. By the time her cultivation level drops to 35, she has already reached the minor success of the physical realm. How impressive! This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. The little fox waved her pale fists, her face flushed with excitement, resembling a ripe apple. I sensed that my strength had increased by at least 200 pounds, and my skin had undergone significant changes, becoming much tougher and less prone to injury. Now, even if Xiaoyu and Yin teamed up, I am confident I could defeat them within 10 minutes. Suddenly, the little fox remembered that she had arranged for 2 others to engage in sparring today. Never mind, I shall leave them waiting. After all, they can see me often. In a certain area of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Xiaoyu and Yin were present. Lian affectionately ruffled the little fox's head. "This is merely the beginning. Once you break through to the next level, your strength will see a substantial enhancement. Furthermore, the integration of skin and bones forms a cohesive whole, rendering one impervious to damage from soul skills bestowed by 10-year soul rings. While a 100-year soul skill merely breaks the skin, one cannot be overly ambitious, which is why Lian did not prepare any horizontal training techniques for her. Additionally, horizontal training typically requires external assistance, making it easy to expose oneself while training in the Wuhuan Temple. No wonder your skin is so tough." The little fox playfully pinched his waist. "It does not hurt, but it tickles a bit." Upon seeing Lian dodge, she reached out with her other hand, giggling as she attempted to tickle him. However, the little fox was no match for him. In just a few moments, he had subdued her, pinning her down on his lap and seizing her ticklish spots. Laughter erupted, and tears of joy nearly spilled from her eyes as she pleaded for mercy. "No, I can't take it anymore. Please, please." After some playful antics, Lian felt rejuvenated in spirit. Although his psychological age was not particularly advanced, the little fox lay atop him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, wearing a look of distress. "What troubles you?" Lian stroked her fluffy tail, the silky texture akin to the finest satin, making it irresistible to touch. Initially, when he began to stroke her tail, the little fox would tremble slightly, her little face scrunched up in a display of enduring discomfort. However, after some time, she had grown accustomed to the sensation. She rested her chin on his chest, offering him a sweet smile. "It's nothing." Lian knew that such an inquiry would yield little insight, so he playfully stroked her tail again. Instantly, the little fox shot up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Wait, I'll tell you. Previously, Lian had only stroked the portion of her tail closer to the tip, which was not overly sensitive. However, the other areas were quite different. The sensation was akin to blowing air into one's ear or gently scraping the spine during a massage, sending shivers across her body. "If I play with his tail again, I shall change my surname," the little fox thought resentfully. Her mood began to sag. "I have been diligently practicing, hoping to assist you sooner, yet the techniques you imparted consume soul power during cultivation, which only slows my progress. I feel increasingly inadequate as the gap between us widens." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, biting her lip as she gazed at him pitifully. Lian's rapid rise in strength placed mounting pressure on the little fox. Despite her relentless efforts, her hopes seemed to dwindle. Over time, a sense of insecurity began to take root within her. "Why do you think that way?" Lian sat up, adopting a serious tone. "You are currently 12 years old, a 35-level control system battle spirit. In about a year, you will likely break through to level 40. Before you turn 15, there's a strong probability you'll become a soul king. At such an age and level of cultivation, how many can compare to you across the entirety of Douluo? The little fox was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Xiaoyu and Yin lagged significantly behind her, and even individuals with talents comparable to the teacher, at her age, were merely soul masters. "What about you?" The little fox widened her eyes at Lian. "You are only a few years my senior, yet you can effortlessly defeat a soul sage. In fact, we are of the same age. Moreover, even titled Douluos of level 91 or 92 may not stand a chance against me anymore." Lian dared not voice this thought, fearing it would overwhelm the little fox. "My strength stems from years of early practice with martial arts. You are just beginning and have missed so much time. It would be remarkable if you could catch up." Indeed, the little fox nodded, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. At that moment, Lian continued, "I nearly forgot to mention that I recently concocted a type of elixir that is particularly suited to your current state." He then produced a Qi and handed it to her. The little fox peeled away the wax seal, opened it, and brought the elixir to her nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma deeply. Soon, she felt a surge of vitality coursing through her, and sticking out her pink tongue, she licked it, her face lighting up with excitement moments later. "This elixir is incredible." "Just a moment." Lian quickly intervened. "What is it?" The little fox tilted her head in confusion. Lian explained, "The potency of the Qi is too strong. Consuming a whole one will be quite taxing, even with my assistance in guiding you through absorption. If you take it on your own, you may end up overdoing it. A rough old man can endure such trials, but for the little fox..." Lian could not bear to let her suffer. "Then let us split it into portions." The little fox produced a delicate little knife, preparing to slice the Qi in two. "Leave it to me." Lian took the elixir and, using his black flames, remelted it, dividing the size of a dragon's eye into 30 bean-sized portions. One portion divided into 30 pieces is manageable for the little fox as cultivation level. "Give it a try." The little fox swallowed a small portion. Quickly, she felt as if a flame ignited within her belly, an overwhelming energy spreading to her limbs, causing her skin to flush a bright red. She felt as though she had stepped into an oven. "It's so hot." She exhaled a breath of hot air and then assumed the starting position of the Ling Hu fist, beginning her practice. The Ling Hu fist was undoubtedly a perfect match for her, as each move flowed gracefully and elegantly, reminiscent of a cunning little fox darting through the forest. After nearly an hour, the little fox concluded her practice, eyes closed, slowly exhaling a breath. She attentively observed the changes in her body and joyfully remarked to Lian, "My strength has increased a bit more, and most of the energy is settling within me. If I absorb it gradually, my constitution will further enhance." "Let me see," Lian said as he grasped the little fox's wrist, probing her condition with a strand of true energy. The enhancement effects of the Qi were merely incidental. Its primary function was to strengthen the foundation and augment one's essence. The pill consumed by the master had most of its potency utilized by Li to aid in his cultivation, which, although not entirely detrimental, yielded limited benefits. In contrast, allowing the medicinal power to temporarily settle within the body, as the little fox did, enables a profound and solid foundation to be established. While immediate changes might not be evident, in the long run, it would manifest as a significant breakthrough. Upon completing his examination, Lian advised, for future doses of Qi Shui Dan, it is best not to refine it with soul power. Practicing while digesting it, as you did this time, is quite effective. He then produced 30 Qi Shui Dan, dividing them into groups of 10, and further into 30, 20, and 10 portions. Take one each day, starting with the smallest. And once that is consumed, move to the larger ones. Perhaps by the age of 15, you shall break through to level 50. Really? That is wonderful. The little fox carefully tucked away the pills, her already curvaceous figure swaying slightly. Oh dear, I worked up quite a sweat from practicing. Let's head back. I wish to take a proper bath. Only then did Lian notice that the fabric of her already form-fitting attire had become even more translucent, and she exuded a peculiar fragrance that was quite enticing. Let us depart. We have lingered in this secluded chamber for too long, and it is likely nearing evening. After my bath, I shall indulge in a hearty meal. 2 days later, under the reluctant gaze of the little fox, Lian departed from the Wuhan temple. The last time I returned was 6 months ago, seizing the opportunity while Flender was away. He must be furious upon discovering that Ma Hongjun and Oscar fell into my grasp. Lian sat upon the back of Lai Fu, resting his chin in amusement. Both Ma Hongjun and Oscar were students painstakingly gathered by Flender, who had intended to nurture them into exceptional soul masters. However, in a moment of negligence, he had his prized students snatched away by Lian year after year, lamenting the loss of investments, only to make garments for others. Flender's fury would have been a cause for concern in the past, but now, Lian was confident that Flender would calmly sit down and listen to reason. Lai Fu's speed was remarkable. Lian enveloped himself in a protective barrier of true energy. Otherwise, the strong winds would make it difficult to keep his eyes open. In the distance, the outline of a city came into view. Lai Fu took a turn, making a wide arc before continuing toward their destination. During the day, they had to take detours when passing through towns to avoid causing unrest, as many towns were guarded by the Wuhan Temple sub-branches, with some major towns even overseen by a cardinal. Lai Fu's peculiar appearance was not to everyone's taste. In most eyes, he belonged to the realm of the fearsome. Should he be mistaken for an invading flying soul beast, it could lead to complications. It must be said, having a flying mode of transportation was quite comfortable. A journey that would typically take 7 or 8 days was completed in just over 4 hours. Lian patted Lai Fu, who understood the cue, slightly folding his wings before diving down. After floating in the sky for over 4 hours, it was now midday, time to eat, as the remaining distance to Shrek was not far. Upon landing, Lian tossed a bottle of beast soul pills to Lai Fu. Enjoy yourself, but do not wander too far. The area surrounding them was the outskirts of the Stardow forest, devoid of human presence, eliminating any concerns about trouble. Lai Fu rubbed his 3 fluffy faces against Li An's leg before taking off into the sky. During their days at the Wuhan Temple, the presence of tidal Douluo had intimidated Lai Fu into inaction, but now that they were free, he deserved some time to roam. Lian scanned the surroundings and selected a relatively flat area to set up a grill. Then came the charcoal, meat steaks, and various seasonings. The steaks, half an inch thick and the size of 2 hands, sizzled gently as they cooked over the charcoal fire. Lian held tongs, turning the steaks every few minutes to ensure even cooking. Gradually, the steaks transitioned from pink to a light brown, while a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. After arriving on Douluo continent, the cuisine had become one of Li An's greatest pleasures. The higher the age of a soul beast, the longer its body had been refined by soul power, resulting in an abundance of energy and tender meat, perfect for grilling. Moreover, many soul beasts were of considerable size, yielding a high meat ratio. Slaying one could provide sustenance for quite some time. Once the steaks were thoroughly cooked, Lian retrieved a large flatbread, wrapping the seasoned meat inside. Taking a bite, the succulent and flavorful meat burst forth in his mouth, an exquisite sensation. As he savored his meal, he placed a second steak on the grill. Midway through his flatbread wrap, Lian suddenly turned his head toward the forest on his left. After a minute or two, a man and woman emerged from the trees. Both were no longer young, their hair graying, appearing to be in their 60s. However, they bore no signs of the frailty typically associated with old age. Instead, they exuded vitality, subtly radiating significant fluctuations of soul power. Furthermore, there existed a peculiar connection between their energies, reminiscent of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Is this a martial soul fusion technique? The elderly man introduced himself. I am Meng Shu, and this is my wife, Chao Tianxiang. We have come uninvited, and we hope you do not take offense. Meng Shu's gaze was drawn to the meat on the grill, clearly lured by the enticing aroma. Lian found the names somewhat familiar, though he could not recall immediately. But he recognized that they were likely minor characters from the original story. After sensing their presence more closely, he discerned that Meng Shu was a soul sage, while Chao Tianxiang was a quasi-soul emperor, boasting a level 60 cultivation, yet lacking a 6 spirit ring. They were not worth his time, as he could easily dispatch them with a single blow. What brings you here? He replied, his tone laced with a hint of impatience, clearly indicating his refusal. The expressions on their faces stiffened slightly. Known as the Heavenly Dragon and Serpent, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang held considerable renown within the Soul Master community. Few could wield martial soul fusion techniques across the continent, and given their respectable cultivation, together they could rival a Soul Douluo. Since their rise to fame, they have been met with various honors and accolades wherever they went. This encounter is indeed unprecedented. The chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. When venturing into the world, the greatest taboo is to speak recklessly. For a youth of tender years, how should he behave upon encountering two soul masters of unknown prowess? Caution should be the norm, should it not? Even if one were to decline, a more tactful approach would be prudent, unless bolstered by sufficient confidence. Initially, they were merely lured by the enticing aroma of grilled meat, but now, their interest had shifted towards Lian. The Meng family is neither large nor small, sustained solely by the elderly couple, finding themselves in an awkward predicament. Therefore, they are rather eager for soul masters of decent aptitude. The two exchanged glances, and then Kao Xingxiang spoke. Not long ago, I fortuitously broke through to the 60th level. My purpose in coming to the Xingdou Great Forest is to hunt for the 6th soul ring. As she spoke, she keenly observed Li An's expression, yet unfortunately, she found no revealing signs. It seemed that the allure of a 60th level cultivation was less compelling to him than the meat sizzling on the grill. Kao Xingxiang, somewhat disheartened, continued. If young brother is also here to hunt for a soul ring, it would be wise to join forces with my old man and me for mutual support. Lian shook his head, responding, Thank you for your kind offer, but I am merely passing through and currently have no need for a soul ring. As he spoke, he turned the meat over, allowing the fat to drip onto the charcoal, producing a satisfying sizzle. Meng Shu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he pulled out a bag of gold soul coins, weighing it in his hand. Young brother, how about sharing half of that grilled meat with this old man? I want to take it without compensation. Lian shot him a sidelong glance. The grilled ones are off limits. I have some raw ones. You can grill them yourselves. He produced 2 raw meat pieces and placed them on the grill before wrapping the golden brown, fragrant grilled meat in a flatbread and stepping aside. A flicker of displeasure crossed Meng Shu's eyes as he glanced at the meat in Lian's hand and then moved to the grill. After finishing his second wrap of meat, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air from above. Meng Shu's expression changed dramatically. In his hand appeared a dragon-headed staff, and 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. What a powerful fluctuation of soul power. It must be a soul beast of at least 60,000 years. Kao Xingxiang also summoned her martial soul, revealing a serpent-headed staff. How could a soul beast of such caliber appear at the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest? The two of them combined their powers, unleashing a tremendous wave of soul energy. A soul beast of 60,000 years, in terms of strength, was equivalent to a high-ranking soul sage, and exceedingly close to a soul Douluo, given their respective levels. Neither could stand alone against the other unless they utilized a martial soul fusion technique. At this moment, both sought to intimidate the approaching entity. However, upon sensing their soul energy, the owner of that cry did not retreat, but rather charged towards them at an accelerated pace. Dragon Gong and Snake Pa both wore grave expressions, realizing that a fierce confrontation loomed ahead. Typically, if soul masters cannot repel an opponent with their soul power, it indicates that they have become targets, and a conflict is inevitable. Just then, Lian suddenly interjected, It may be coming for me. That cry was emitted by Lai Fu. And sensing the soul power fluctuations from you two, it might believe that a skirmish is underway. I must say, this is a delightful misunderstanding. Coming for you? Meng Shu shot him a glance, noticing a small dot in the distance rapidly enlarging. He decisively seized Ko Xingxiang's arm, urging her to retreat swiftly. Let us go. The two moved with remarkable speed, covering several hundred meters in mere breaths, nearing the forest. At that moment, a loud thud resonated. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. They realized it was the soul beast that had made the noise, yet no soul power fluctuations followed. Did it not resist? Ko Xingxiang instinctively turned to look back, and her entire being froze. A massive soul beast, adorned in dark gold with red and white patterns and possessing 3 heads, was affectionately nuzzling against Lian's leg like a dog. What? What is it, my dear wife? Meng Shu turned to see, and he too was struck dumb. At that moment, Lian tossed the grilled meat he had taken from the two in Elifu's mouth, extinguished the fire, gathered his belongings, and leapt on Elifu's back. Soaring into the sky, Ko Xingxiang sighed. Old man, I sense we may have missed a significant opportunity. Meng Shu's lips twitched. A soul beast of at least 60,000 years serving as a steed was a luxury even the spirit hull could not boast. If only they had been bolder. They might have forged a connection. Ko Xingxiang sighed again. I wonder who he is. At such a young age, I cannot see through him. Meng Shu remained silent for a moment, then said, Let us go, my wife. Your 6th soul ring has yet to be obtained. As dusk approached, the sky was painted with fiery clouds. Lian arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. The gatekeeper was still the old man Qian, who was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Lian's approach, he immediately stood up. Weisstein, you have returned. Yes, just came back for a visit. Lian glanced at the cover of the book on the table, which depicted a voluptuous woman in colorful attire. The title is Female Soul Master Shao Jia. This old gentleman has quite the taste. Old Qian awkwardly tucked the book into a drawer. Clearing his throat, he asked, Weisstein, how long will you stay this time? Are you leaving again? Just came to take a look. Lian nodded slightly. You continue. I can enter by myself. Once inside the academy, he had barely taken a few steps when the sound of melodious bells echoed, and the once tranquil academy erupted into a bustling commotion. The bell must signal the end of class. Quickly, Xiao Ao, the cafeteria is serving food. I heard they have roasted chicken today. If we're late, there'll be nothing but soup left. Fatty, why are you so eager and lively today? Don't call me fatty. I've lost weight. At that moment, a small boy with fiery red hair and pale purple eyes emerged from the classroom. Ma Hongjun, whose slightly chubby figure had now slimmed down considerably, had developed some angular features, hinting at a promising appearance in the future. The transformation of the little chubby boy was quite remarkable. Ma Hongjun despised being called fatty, especially by those who weren't close to him. Hearing this youthful voice, which sounded somewhat unfamiliar, he abruptly turned around, clenching his fist to confront the speaker. Since practicing the Cultivation sacred text, his strength had surged, making him a formidable opponent. In just half a year, he had surpassed all those below the 3rd ring in the academy, naturally becoming a leader among the younger students. How dare someone still call him fatty? Then, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. Elle teacher. Oscar and the other students also spotted Lian, collectively addressing him as Zhongzhu and bowing in respect. Lian raised his hand, an invisible force lifting them back up. It is time for a meal, while Ma Hongjun and Xiao Ao remain. After the other students have departed, Ma Hongjun boldly inquires, Teacher, when will you return? Just entered the academy. Come over and let me see. Lian perceives that within Ma Hongjun, the fiery energy has amplified more than 3-fold compared to 6 months ago. Through his spiritual perception, he discerns that the young man's vitality and flames have completely merged, resembling a human-shaped torch. He pinches Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Not bad. Your physique has significantly improved. It seems you have been diligent during this period. Of course, other than eating, sleeping, and fighting, I've spent all my time cultivating. Ma Hongjun proudly proclaims. Yet, Lian swiftly shifts his tone, saying, However, compared to Xiao Ao, you are still somewhat lacking. Your martial soul is the fire phoenix, and you cultivate the highly compatible Cultivation sacred text, and you surely have ample resources. Yet Xiao Ao practices the Peiyuan Gong, and now you both reside at the same level. Ma Hongjun, in disbelief, exclaims, Xiao Ao, you too have reached the minor completion of your physique? Oscar smiles and replies, I just broke through a few days ago, hadn't the chance to tell you. Well, Xiao Ao. Ma Hongjun's words are interrupted by a voice. The Weisstein returns, remarking, Why didn't you come to see me first? What is there to discuss with these 2 children? The sarcastic tone causes both Ma Hongjun and Oscar to retract their necks. Lian beams with a radiant smile. Dean Flander, it has been a while. Shall we find a place to converse privately? Chapter 123, Tongue Duel. Flander has already given up on Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun possesses a top-tier Fire Phoenix martial soul, he is an elusive disciple candidate due to his inability to resolve the issue of evil fire. Oscar, however, is different. A food system soul master with innate full soul power, he is a rarity on the continent. To Flander, such a genius practicing martial arts seems a waste. After all, being a soul master is far more appealing. Yet, Oscar harbors a different aspiration. He yearns for power. Compared to being a food system soul master, he desires to be a warrior. Since one can directly roll up their sleeves and engage in battle, who would prefer to linger behind as support? Overpowering all opponents is the ultimate form of assistance. In recent months, Flander has tirelessly tried to persuade him, even offering conditions for dual cultivation, all in hopes of preventing him from abandoning the path of Soul Master. However, just as Oscar was swayed and prepared to relent, Lian returned. Thus, upon hearing the news today, Flander could no longer remain seated. He rushed over without even finishing his meal. A private conversation? Flander adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Lian from head to toe, yet he found nothing noteworthy. When Lian departed, this young man had just broken through. Now, less than a year later, his cultivation has certainly improved, but a significant breakthrough seems unlikely. Lian's true energy converges in his dantian, like a dragon lurking in the depths, and he possesses methods to conceal his aura. Even a title de law would not uncover his true nature upon confronting him. Lian gazes at Flander with a smile, which only serves to exacerbate Flander's irritation. I'm a soul sage, after all. After painstakingly finding 2 qualified students, you whisk them away on a mere outing. I cannot let this grievance go unpunished. Thus, he readily agrees. The 2 then exit the academy in succession. Ma Hongjun wears a worried expression. Xiao Ao, do you think the dean and teacher might fight? Should we follow and see? I don't know. Oscar shakes his head. Their speed is too swift. We cannot keep up. Let's seek out a few instructors instead. Quickly, let's go. When Xiao Xian and Li Yusong arrive, the battle has already concluded. Upon seeing Flander's gloomy face, they instantly grasp the outcome. Did it end so quickly? They exchange incredulous glances. Flander is not the type of soul sage to be trifled with. The Cat Eagle, while not a top-tier martial soul, is among the strongest of the sub-top tier, possessing optimal soul ring configurations and a quality skeletal frame. With these conditions combined, he could hold his ground against an ordinary soul Douluo for a while. Yet, from the moment they left the academy to when they received the news and arrived, not even 3 minutes had passed. A smile spreads across Xiao Xian's face. Vice Dean, why didn't you greet us upon your return? We have welcomed you. He understands that calling out Sect Master now might provoke Flander. So he simply addresses the Vice Dean. We are all comrades, and there is no need for formality. Lian waves his hand, glancing at Xiao Xian. Not bad. Old Xiao, you have advanced from the initial blood marrow stage to the inner energy realm in just a year, and you have also connected most of your meridians. That is quite rapid. Upon hearing this, Flander's face darkens, feeling a sense of betrayal. Xiao Xian glances at Flander, then smiles ruefully. Yes, in order to expedite my breakthrough, I have repeatedly diminished my soul power, and now I have fallen to the level of a grand soul master. All right, old Xiao, you and Old Li should return first. I have some matters to discuss with Old F. Lian dismisses them. Flander, with a darkened expression, opens his mouth to protest, but refrains, as he is still reeling from the shock Lian has dealt him. Originally, he had been brimming with confidence, intending to thoroughly reprimand Lian and release his pent-up frustration. Yet, when the time came to act, he could not even unleash his soul skills before suffering defeat. If it were only once, he might attribute it to carelessness. But to be bested 3 times in a row, each time with Lian's blade at his throat, has left him questioning his own existence. Observing this, Li Yusong raises an eyebrow, sensing something amiss with Flander's reaction. But he knows now is not the time to speak. Thus he exchanges a glance with Xiao Xian. The latter comprehends. Then we shall take our leave. They had come to mediate, but now that the battle is over, remaining would likely make Flander uncomfortable. After Xiao Xian and Li Yusong depart, Flander snorts coldly, remarking sarcastically, Sect Master Li, with your high cultivation and formidable strength, our Shrek Academy cannot accommodate a powerhouse like you. I kindly suggest you and your Qian Sect seek another path. Today, Flander has genuinely been provoked. Originally, with Xiao Xian shifting to martial arts. And even Liu Song and Lu Qibin being somewhat ambiguous, he could overlook it and pretend nothing had happened. After all, he cannot dictate others' thoughts. They're all friends. And if one desires to grow stronger, there is no reason to hinder them. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar's departure to the Qian Sect has indeed dealt him a substantial blow. The promising talents he had personally nurtured have swiftly become someone else's in the blink of an eye. This is a grievance anyone would find hard to swallow. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ultimately, he was effortlessly defeated by Li Yin, losing even the last shred of leverage he could rely upon. In terms of strength, he was the crush party. In terms of influence, while he is the founder of Shrek, the Academy truly found its footing only in the past 2 years. What did it rely on? Was it not the profits garnered from selling potions that amassed a fortune in gold soul coins? The prescription, however, was provided by Li Yin. This alone signifies that Li Yin's contribution to the Academy is no less than that of its founder. Moreover, due to that fragment of a skeletal structure, he owes Li Yin a considerable favor. If he truly intends to usurp power, Fu Lon dare not contemplate further. Thus, he currently resembled a hedgehog with its quills exploded, the sarcastic jibes serving as a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Li Yin maintained his unchanging smile. Old Fu, didn't you merely win by accident? There is no need to speak so harshly. Win by accident? Accident? What do you mean by that? In an instant, Fu Lon's nostrils flared with indignation, his eyes glaring fiercely as he invoked his martial spirit. Come, let us engage in another contest. All right, I concede. Li Yin waved his hands repeatedly. Should another altercation arise, the conversation would become impossible to continue. Old Fu, what was the initial purpose of you, old Xiao? And the others in establishing Shrek? Fu Lon was momentarily taken aback, and then he relinquished his martial spirit, allowing his soul power to return within him, his gaze gradually becoming distant. The original purpose? There was no grand purpose, really. We merely found the conduct of certain soul master academies intolerable, and after gathering with a few like-minded friends, we sought to create a different kind of soul master academy. Thus Shrek was born. As the years went by, the desire not to let their hard work go to waste led to an unwavering standard for admissions. In fact, part of the reason was the insufficient teaching staff, as an influx of students would mean they might not be able to provide adequate instruction. A flicker of pride then crossed Fu Lon's face. Only students under 13 years old and possessing a spirit power of at least 20 can enroll. The graduation requirement is to become a soul master before the age of 20, along with achieving certain accomplishments in the soul arena. Those who graduate successfully from the academy, provided they do not perish prematurely, will at least become a soul sage, and those with a bit more talent could even reach the level of a soul Douluo. Are there any title Douluos? Li Yin inquired. Fu Lon deux expressions d'arcane. If Shrek had ever produced a title Douluo, would we have needed your investment back then? Regret lingers. If only I had not been greedy back then, we wouldn't be facing such troubles now. Old Fu, the students who leave the academy will likely only become a title Douluo at most. Li Yin's words were interrupted by Fu Lon. What do you mean only a title Douluo? There are only a handful of title Douluos on the entire continent. Do not think that winning against me grants you the ability to roam freely across the continent. Your current strength is still lacking. Old Fu, what if I told you that I now possess the strength of a title Douluo? Li Yin's voice was soft, yet it resonated in Fu Lon's ears like a thunderclap. What nonsense are you spouting? How could you possibly? Fu Lon faltered. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although he was only at the 73rd level, he could likely contend with those at levels 77 or 78 in actual combat. Even a soul Douluo would require considerable effort to defeat him. Yet Li Yin could effortlessly vanquish him. Such strength could indeed be deemed as that of a title Douluo. Could it not? How young is he? A sense of helplessness washed over Fu Lon, making him feel as though he had wasted many years of his life. What do you wish to convey? The martial path consists of 3 major realms: refining essence, refining chi, and refining spirit, each of which is further subdivided into 4 minor realms. The refining essence stage comprises the realms of flesh, muscles and bones, organs and blood and marrow, while the refining chi stage includes the realms of internal chi, true essence, and true Dan. I am currently at the true chi realm. Initially, Fu Lon harbored some doubt, but soon a look of astonishment spread across his face. To possess the strength of a title Douluo merely at the true chi realm, what would the true essence and true Dan realms entail? Furthermore, above the refining chi stage, there exists the refining spirit. Refining spirit? This is impossible, Fu Lande exclaimed. How could a mere mortal possess the power of a deity? Lian understood that he might have been misunderstood, yet he did not correct him, instead retorting, why is it impossible? As far as I know, to become a deity, one must first pass the trials set by the gods before inheriting a divine position. How could a mortal achieve godhood through mere cultivation? What Fu Lande spoke of was, in the realm of soul masters, considered an open secret with a high degree of credibility. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation or hails from a significant power, such knowledge is accessible. After all, the Spirit Hall venerates the angel god, whose reputation is indeed formidable. Lian clicked his tongue. The divine trials originate from the deities, correct? Then tell me, old Fu, how did the original batch of deities come into being? How did soul masters and soul beasts arise? Fu Lande fell into contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. On the Douluo continent, a legend circulates. Countless years ago, the deities residing in the divine realm engaged in a divine war, resulting in the fall of many deities. Their flesh, weapons, and divine power descended to the mortal realm. Having absorbed the essence of the deities, the beasts and humans of the mortal realm underwent transformation. The beasts mutated into soul beasts, while humans gained martial spirits. As for how those deities came to be, this sudden twist nearly caused Li to lose his composure. I do not know. They certainly did not just emerge from the cracks and stones. Then he continued, Old Fu, what I have shared with you thus far is to encourage you to adopt a broader perspective. If you continue to teach with this mindset, the students emerging from Shrek will only become titled Douluos at best. Do you not aspire to cultivate a god? Upon hearing this, Fu Lande's pupils widened slightly, and his breath became somewhat rapid. Lian pressed on, painting a vivid picture. Currently, Shrek does not lack funds but rather students. You must realize this, right? However, if we continue to recruit under the previous standards, there will be barely any students year after year. Why not alter our approach? In addition to Soul Masters, we could establish a martial arts department. Unlike other Soul Master academies, which only accept students with potential martial spirits and inherent soul power, martial arts could be practiced even without a martial spirit. Among those children who lack the qualifications to become Soul Masters, how many are fit to cultivate martial arts? The Soul Master families, top sects, and a vast majority of nobles possess inherited martial spirits, wielding immense power, thus becoming the ruling class. These individuals hold over 99% of the continent's wealth. The breakfast they consume or the clothing they wear could equal the earnings of commoners over a year or even several years. Is this fair? Unfair. However, commoners lack quality martial spirits and innate soul power. They cannot become soul masters and have no strength to resist, so they must endure the oppression. Shrek may very well become a beacon of hope to change this status quo. Old Fu, do you not wish for the name Fu Lande to be remembered by future generations? Fu Lande clenched his fists, his eyes alight with fervor, his expression brimming with excitement. In that moment, he felt as though he had discovered his life's purpose. Just then, Lian delivered a decisive blow. Moreover, with your talents, you may likely become a titled Douluo in the future. But then what? Do you not yearn for the divine power of the gods, for an endless lifespan, or even to take their place? At this moment, Flander could no longer maintain his composure. My mind is rather chaotic now. Grant me a moment to contemplate. After returning, Flander pondered for quite some time before realizing that he had not come to seek justice, but found himself intrigued instead. Yet, there seemed to be some merit in the proposition. Chapter 124. Journey to the Luri Forest. Old Fu. Consider this carefully. Whether Shrek Academy will be immortalized in history rests upon your choice. Lian patted Flander's shoulder and then elegantly departed. His return to Shrek would be brief. Much like the last time, Flander's enlightenment was indeed a cause for celebration, but whether he grasped it or not was of little consequence. After all, he merely occupied a position at Shrek, while the true focus lay upon the 7 monsters destined for divinity. Half a year had passed. In the cafeteria, Lian encountered Su Yunpeng. At that time, he was still a distance from mastering his internal organs, yet he had now entered the blood marrow realm. The first batch of orphans had all made progress, while the 30 who joined later had generally reached the initial stages of the flesh and skin realm. With regulations, a contribution system, and a reward and punishment mechanism, the Qian Sect had begun to resemble a small sect, and Lian had always taken a hands-off approach. The remarkable development was largely due to Su Yunpeng's efforts. Uncle Yunpeng, you have worked hard, Lian said, raising a bowl of soup in place of wine to honor him. Su Yunpeng humbly replied, there is no need for such praise. I am merely executing the plan left by the sect master. These children have endured hardships and are very obedient. They follow instructions without requiring much effort. That said, without a reliable person to oversee matters, it would indeed be unmanageable. However, as Lian's cultivation continued to rise, the gap between him and the Qian Sect seemed to widen. If this continued, it would serve little purpose and might even become a burden, diverging from his original intentions. The continued development of the Qian Sect was imperative, yet it would take at least 10 years for this batch of orphans to mature. Such a lengthy period was something Lian could scarcely afford to wait. Nevertheless, he could recruit a few more skilled individuals to establish a framework, ensuring that there would be no lack of capable hands when needed. He immediately thought of Douluo, that old fellow with the Bailin Shi Huang martial spirit, who not only bore potent venom himself, but also passed it on to his descendants. For soul masters, being harmed by their own martial spirit signifies a flaw. However, for martial artists, it represents an excellent constitution, particularly suited for the practice of poison techniques. After dinner, Lian arranged for a large tub filled with boiling hot water, and upon adding a vial of medicinal liquid, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Uncle Yunpeng, once you enter the tub, how long you can withstand it depends entirely on you. The longer you endure, the greater the rewards. But rest assured, I will be here to ensure your safety. You need only focus on your cultivation. Su Yunpeng was willing to put in the effort, and resources were ample, so his training speed was not slow. Yet, it was incomparable to Lian. As a senior figure by his side, Lian would not leave him unattended. One of his primary purposes for returning was to assist Su Yunpeng in enhancing his cultivation. After all, as the chief steward of the Qian Sect, his level of cultivation should not be too low. Su Yunpeng glanced at the bathing tub, his face flushed, and after a moment's hesitation, he quickly shed his clothes, leaving only a pair of baggy shorts. Plop! He entered the tub. Lian then took out a Qi Shui Dan and offered it to Su Yunpeng, who swallowed the pill and began to circulate his energy to refine its potency. Meanwhile, Lian did not remain idle. He shattered 500 blood crystals, transforming them into a river of blood that flowed into the tub. The water in the tub had only just begun to boil, and upon the infusion of the blood river, it erupted into a fervent boil. Under Lian's guidance, the pure energy contained within the blood coalesced into countless fine needles, piercing hundreds of acupoints across Su Yunpeng's body. Su Yunpeng trembled as the blood and energy within him began to boil like the liquid in the tub. His heartbeat quickened, accompanied by a tearing pain coursing through his veins, as if they might burst forth. Fortunately, he could endure this agony. However, the intensity of his vital energy surged dramatically. The efficiency of each cycle of his cultivation was nearly 7 or 8 times greater than before, and it continued to escalate. At present, Lian was employing a secret technique known as the blood essence transformation method. Utilizing this technique allowed martial artists in the refining stage to experience rapid advancements. Yet it bore significant drawbacks. Aside from the intense pain felt by the recipient, the infusion of blood essence could inflict damage upon the body. Should one be unable to endure the suffering and falter in their cultivation, they could suffer internal injuries or even fall into madness. Moreover, the damage caused by the blood essence was notoriously difficult to recover from. Nevertheless, Lian had added a pain-relieving potion to the water, which would alleviate much of the discomfort. Su Yunpeng was also consuming Qi Shui Dan. While his body would undoubtedly incur some damage, it would not affect his foundation. 2 hours later, the medicinal liquid in the tub was depleted, and most of the energy from the blood crystals had been absorbed by Su Yunpeng. He had transitioned from the initial stage of blood marrow to a minor achievement. Lian once again poured a vial of medicinal liquid into the tub, followed by the shattering of another 500 blood crystals. By the next morning, Su Yunpeng's entire body was crimson, with his skin emitting faint sizzling sounds. The room was filled with white mist, and sitting in the tub felt akin to immersing a red-hot iron into cold water. The heat radiating from him was sufficient to boil the water in the tub, indicating that his vital energy had reached a substantial level. Vital energy furnace, blood marrow perfected. Su Yunpeng felt the changes within him, filled with both shock and gratitude. Lian's secret technique had propelled him from the initial stage of blood marrow to perfection in a single night. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. At least he had saved over a year of arduous effort. Thank you, Sectmaster. Lian waved his hand dismissively. Su Yunpeng was highly compatible with the Tianlang scripture. Once he advanced to the internal Qi realm and transitioned his cultivation method, his training speed would increase exponentially, allowing him to achieve rapid progress. At that point, he would not need to worry about him. Lian placed several items on the table. You have experienced both the Qi Shui Dan and the blood crystals. The former enhances your foundation and strengthens your essence, so I shall leave you 30. The latter is quite effective during the refining stage, and I will leave you 5,000. How you wish to allocate them is up to you. I will keep a good record. Lian nodded. You have just broken through, and my methods are rather aggressive. Take some time to stabilize your cultivation. Try not to advance further within the next 3 months, and focus on refining your skills. With that, he exited the room. 2 days later, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, several teachers led by Flander and Li Yusong, along with members of the Qian Sect, such as Ma Hongjun and Oscar, gathered. With the exception of Su Yunpeng, who was still in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, nearly half of the Academy's personnel were present. You all may return. I will see the vice president off. Flander adjusted his glasses and said. Everyone understood he had something to discuss with Lian, exchanged glances, and left the two of them with some space. Lian and Fu Landa walked further apart, as the villagers from the small hamlet had already relocated to the other side. The road here was constructed with funds from the academy. Thus the villagers seldom ventured this way. Consequently, the path became quite tranquil. Fu Landa remained silent, and Lian was disinclined to inquire. They simply continued walking step by step. Gradually, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Clearing his throat, Fu Landa was the first to break the silence. Glancing around before leaning in slightly and lowering his voice. Speak truthfully to me. Can martial arts truly achieve that? He gestured upward. Lian cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly. I've already said all that needs to be said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Fu Landa chose not to dwell on this any longer. You mentioned you are in the true Qi realm, and the previous realm is the inner Qi realm, correct? Indeed, what of it? Lian responded. I have sparred with old Xiao several times. His strength is indeed formidable, equivalent to a Soul Emperor of level 62. However, compared to you, he is like the heavens and the earth apart, and you are merely one realm apart, aren't you? To be frank, prior to Lian's return, Fu Landa had not perceived martial arts as particularly powerful. Some of its mysteries seemed inferior to those of soul masters. After all, only martial artists who reached the Qi cultivation realm could externalize their energy, while any soul master who absorbed a soul ring could do so instantly. Moreover, upon absorbing a soul ring, soul techniques could be unleashed at will, unlike martial arts, which required arduous practice. However, the strength that Lian displayed this time was a solid lesson for him. The inner Qi realm is the first stage of Qi cultivation, serving as a bridge between the previous and subsequent realms. To attain this realm, one must connect the 12 primary meridians, the 8 extraordinary vessels, and the 2 bridges of heaven and earth. As for old Xiao, he had yet to connect even the first primary meridian, which naturally limited his strength. Once he breaks through to the true Qi realm and masters several powerful martial arts, while he may still lag behind me, an average soul master should not stand a chance against him. In the refining essence stage, Lian cultivated all 3 meridians simultaneously, primarily to smoothly transition into the mixed element without form great method, yet he also laid an exceptionally solid foundation. Upon entering the Qi cultivation realm, the quality and quantity of his inner Qi were unmatched by others of equal cultivation level. This was something he would not disclose to Fu Landa. Fu Landa's expression was somewhat complex. Xiao Exen, a food-type soul master, was continuously growing stronger right under his nose and was showing signs of surpassing him, which left him with an indescribable feeling. What was even harder for him to accept was that after decades of effort to break through to the 7-ring level, he was effortlessly defeated by a mere teenager. This blow shook the worldview he had constructed over the decades, leading him to ponder whether the soul master system truly lagged behind the martial arts system. At that moment, he felt torn, wanted to take that step, yet unable to commit. Abandoning decades of perseverance to embark on an entirely different path was no simple matter. After a prolonged silence, just as Lian was about to lose patience, Fu Landa finally spoke. Some time ago, I asked old Xiao, before reaching the Qi cultivation realm, there is no conflict between practicing martial arts and cultivating soul power, though it does impact training efficiency. Do you understand what I mean? After speaking, Fu Landa felt a flush rise to his face, overwhelmed by the urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Initially, he had devised this reasoning to persuade Oscar not to abandon the path of a soul master, never expecting it would ultimately apply to himself. It must be said, this situation was quite ironic. Lian chuckled. Old Fu, you wish to cultivate both? Now that the topic was out in the open. Fu Lan's years of training had bolstered his resolve. Indeed, for now, I do not wish to abandon the Soul Master system. So I devised a compromise, using soul power to enhance my physique, and in turn, once my physical condition improves, I will be able to absorb higher-tier soul rings. As for the future, Fu Lan did not continue, but Lian understood his implication. On Douluo continent, while the path of a soul master may reveal an obvious endpoint, it is one that countless individuals have traversed, devoid of treacherous obstacles. One simply proceeds step by step. In contrast, martial arts presented a different narrative. For him, this path might reveal vistas of greater heights, yet it remained merely a possibility. He could not forsake the well-trodden path to explore this uncharted territory. For now, he remained observant. Xiao Xian's circumstances were somewhat distinct from his own. As a food-type soul master, Xiao Xian found himself in a rather awkward position, leaving him with limited options. I can comprehend, and I believe you will ultimately make the same decision as old Xiao. Strengthening oneself through martial arts is the true transcendence. Lian wore a smile, contemplating that since Fu Lan had already stepped into the pit, retreating would be impossible. Shrek would become the Shrek of the immortal martial sect. Old Fu, prepare yourself. I will impart the techniques to you. Fu Lan paused, instinctively glancing around. Here? But those are techniques of 4 realms. I should consult old Xiao instead. There is no need for that. I'll directly infuse the techniques into your mind using my spiritual power. This way, you will become intimately familiar with all the intricacies. It is both convenient and practical. Fu Lan was increasingly astonished by the concept of spiritual power. He took several deep breaths to compose himself. I am ready. Lian pointed, and in an instant, Fu Lan felt a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Once he had organized the information, he opened his eyes to find Lian had already departed. Sigh. I wonder if today's choice is right or wrong. After leaving Shrek, Lian boarded a carriage and hastened toward the sunset forest without pause. The ice and fire yin-yang eye at the center of the sunset forest should be relatively easy to locate. There, he could refine a precious pill using immortal herbs, significantly shortening the accumulation process of true qi. Lian tossed the qi shui dan into his mouth. Once it settled in his stomach, it was crushed by his churning stomach, and a warm sensation spread through his limbs. The medicinal effects gradually permeated his muscles and bones, and under the scan of his spiritual power, the vitality of his body was slowly enhancing. The qi shui dan, made primarily from the essence blood of a 100,000-year soul beast, produced such effects. If he were to refine a precious pill entirely from immortal herbs, the results would likely be even more potent. Immortal herbs were merely the apparent treasures. The true value of the ice and fire yin-yang lay in the remains of the ice and fire dragon kings. Alas, even in death, their residual souls possessed semi-divine powers, and perhaps only by breaking through to the true pill realm could one dare to approach them. The corpses of 2 deities, if refined into puppets, could potentially unleash a portion of their pre-death strength. Should he manage to distill some essence blood, that would be even better. Chapter 125. 9 Reverse Armor. Compared to the Stardo Great Forest, the Sunset Forest appeared significantly smaller, with less lush vegetation. In both the quantity and variety of soul beasts were far inferior. Lian surmised that the formation of the Sunset Forest might be related to the 2 Dragon Kings. One whale falls, and all life springs forth. The 2 deceased deities created this place, and their tombs lay at the heart of the Sunset Forest. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, forming beams of soft golden light that fell to the ground, leaving countless dappled patterns of light. The forest is lush, adorned with flowers of myriad colors and dappled with light, forming a breathtaking tapestry. It is indeed worthy of the name Sunset. Lian lingered in the splendid scenery, his pace leisurely as he tread upon the thick carpet of withered branches and fallen leaves, producing soft, crunching sounds. Lai Fu perched upon his shoulder, exuding an intense and fierce aura from its diminutive form, sensed by the soul beast beneath 10,000 years, which scurried away in fear. Thus, Lian could stroll undisturbed through the forest. Suddenly, Lai Fu alerted him, its 6 small eyes glinting with a cruel light. To his surprise, another soul beast dared to approach. Lian raised an eyebrow. Since Lai Fu had joined him, it had continuously consumed beast soul pills, along with blood crystals and condensed essence pills as snacks, leading to a significant increase in its cultivation. now equivalent to a soul beast over 60,000 years old. Coupled with the effects of the killing god domain, it belonged to the upper echelon among soul beasts under 100,000 years. At this moment, even its presence alone was imposing, suggesting that the incoming entity was no benign creature. Li Yan's internal energy began to circulate. Subsequently, a terrifying mental force rapidly radiated outward from him, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. After a few breaths, he dissipated the true energy. In the southwestern direction, approximately a kilometer away, for soul masters were in pursuit of a gale leopard. Judging by its size, the gale leopard's cultivation was just over 10,000 years. It was sprinting straight toward him, likely sensing Lai Fu's aura and drawing the 4 soul masters along in a bid to escape. The pursuers consisted of 1 soul emperor, 2 soul kings, and 1 quasi-soul king. This configuration of strength should have made it relatively easy to corner a soul beast that had just broken through 10,000 years. However, the soul emperor and the 2 soul kings were not agility-based attackers, and in the forest, they were far less nimble than the gale leopard. Fearing that they might inadvertently kill it, they could only pursue relentlessly from behind, attempting to outlast it. After a moment's contemplation, Lian halted. He flicked Lai Fu on the head, and the latter reluctantly leaped onto his waist, transforming into an ornament. Within the realm of his mental perception, the gale leopard hesitated briefly before accelerating once more. After several breaths, a 3-meter-long, entirely black leopard with azure energy swirling around its claws suddenly burst from the woods. Upon seeing Li Yan, a flicker of startled humanity manifested in its emerald eyes, only to be met by a thunderbolt the thickness of an arm. The gale leopard had no time to react before the lightning struck. Boom! The thunder exploded upon its waist, creating a fist-sized, smoky, charred cavity, with surrounding flesh instantly cooked without a single drop of blood spilling forth. The leopard's hind legs were rendered useless. It struggled to rise, but after several failed attempts, it fixed its emerald gaze upon Li Yan and roared incessantly. The 4 soul masters trailing behind, upon hearing the thunderous explosion, immediately changed their expressions. Not good. Someone is attacking the gale leopard. Not far away, one of them, accompanied by Nan, urged, "I will take the lead. There may still be a chance. You too. Hurry up." With that, the soul emperor rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the slender waist of the woman beside him. She caught off guard, collided with his chest. Instantly, the ground beneath them erupted into 2 pits as he accelerated towards the source of the sound. That damn Lao Gao is deliberately taking advantage of the girl. The soul ring was crucial. It was hard to find a suitable soul beast, and he could not simply let it go. As they dashed forward, their soul rings illuminated almost simultaneously. Clearly, in their haste, they had activated speed-enhancing soul skills, disregarding their energy expenditure. Upon their arrival, they found the soul emperor Lao Gao and the woman tense and alert, eyes fixed on the opposite side. Although the gale leopard lay motionless, resembling a corpse, its chest still rose and fell faintly. With the vitality of a 10,000-year soul beast, it would not perish easily. Their gazes soon fell upon Li Yan. So young, was their first thought. They quickly realized that the youth before them might be a scion of a prestigious family, here in the Sunset Forest for training. Seeing their compatriots gathered, Lao Gao breathed a slight sigh of relief and politely addressed Li Yan, "Young brother, may I kindly request the presence of your elders?" Li Yan responded directly, "You may have this gale leopard, but I have a question to pose." The 4 of them felt a surge of joy. The woman eagerly asked, "Please, young brother, go ahead. Which direction is the center of the Sunset Forest?" Compared to the Stardew Forest, although the Sunset Forest is not particularly vast, it is one of the major gathering places for soul beasts in Douluo continent. Its overall area comparable to that of a principality. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is relatively small. If one were to plunge directly into the Sunset Forest, the risk of getting lost is high. Even if Lai Fu's speed is sufficient, searching would still be somewhat time-consuming. Since he encountered people, it would be advantageous to inquire about what he wished to know. If he couldn't, it would matter not. "Please hold on a moment, young brother," Lao Gao said as he took out a leather map. After studying it for a moment and observing the position of the sun, he pointed northeast. "It should be in this direction. Continue deep into the forest, and when you see the toxic miasma, you'll be near the center of the Sunset Forest." He then sketched something on the map, rolled it up, and tossed it to Li Yan. "Consider this map a gift, young brother. I have made some annotations on it." Receiving the map, Li Yan opened it. It marked the cardinal directions, circled his approximate location, and drew an arrow pointing to the center of the sunset forest. Though somewhat crude, it was comprehensible and saved him considerable effort. Lian nodded slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, and I wish this sister a smooth ascension." As his figure vanished into the forest, Soul Emperor Lao Gao cautiously approached the Gale leopard to examine it. He then urged, Nan, quickly, finish it. Even the most beautiful scenery can become tiresome upon prolonged exposure. The following day, Lian mounted Lai Fu and sped toward the center of the sunset forest. The journey was far from tranquil. Several times, they were ambushed while passing through territories ruled by aerial overlords. Yet fortunately, they did not encounter any soul beasts of 10,000 years or more. On one occasion, Lai Fu caught the eye of an 8th-level soul master who sought to hunt it for his 8th soul ring. But naturally, that individual met their demise. After 2 days, Lian finally discovered the toxic miasma. Under the sun's rays, the miasma shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing quite beautiful, akin to satin. However, in nature, the more vibrant the colors, the greater the danger. Lian clearly observed a giant horned deer, pursued by a 1,000-year-old Mo Yun tiger, plunge into the toxic haze, only to slow down and collapse after several breaths. This area was merely the outermost edge of the center of the sunset forest. The deeper one ventured, the denser the miasma became. After several minutes, it even coalesced into a fog, severely obstructing visibility. "Let's descend." Lian patted Lai Fu's back. The latter comprehended the situation, slightly folding its wings, and inclined its body downward, crashing directly into the miasma. To Lian's surprise, upon reaching the ground, the miasma was not as dense as it had been in the air. The plants thriving in this region were vibrant in color, and among the flora, incessant rustling sounds emerged. Suddenly, a small emerald-green snake lunged at Lian's ankle, but as its venomous fangs were about to graze his garment, a fierce force erupted spontaneously, reducing it to a pile of flesh. At the same time, Lai Fu shrank to about a foot in size, its 3 mouths busily devouring a black centipede, a colorful spider, and a crimson toad. This locale was rife with venomous creatures, which, to Lai Fu, proved advantageous, prompting Li to loosen his constraints. "Go play," he encouraged. Lai Fu chirped excitedly for a moment before soaring into the distance, occasionally diving down, returning with 1 or 2 poisonous creatures to savor. The direction from which I entered must differ from that of Douluo Bo, leading me into the poisonous miasma. Lian closed his eyes and activated the Qian Renxue technique, his formidable mental energy encompassing a 2-kilometer radius around him. Moments later, he obtained the desired results and ventured to the right. The fiery eye of the Bing Huoliang, he was akin to a hot spring. Where there was a hot spring, sulfur was inevitable. Thus, the direction with fewer snakes should align with the location of the Bing Huoliang E. The interplay of life and death meant that amidst this toxic wasteland, antidotes could flourish. With the medicinal hoe in hand, Lian collected any precious herbs or potentially useful plants he encountered, though he practiced moderation, taking only 2 or 3 out of 10, favoring quantity over quality. Nevertheless, he had not traveled far before his storage soul guide contained nearly 100 empty jade boxes. Lian felt akin to a mouse in a granary. Indeed, this was a treasure trove. Medicinal toxins were intertwined. Potent toxins could serve as potent remedies, and when utilized correctly, their effects could be amplified. Lian was aware of a method known as the GoldenFinger, which involved refining the body using various deadly poisons, achieving a level comparable to the golden body of the Buddha Sect while also providing immunity to toxins. The crux of the matter was that as long as sufficient toxins were available and the body could endure, this technique could be mastered swiftly. Consequently, Lian was no longer in a hurry to locate the Bing Huoliang E. He resolved to first cultivate the GoldenFinger to a minor completion, for merely possessing the Qing Renxue technique would not suffice against Douluo Bo. It was prudent to be prepared. After all, the process of detoxifying with the Qing Renxue technique required time, and if the toxicity were too potent, there would not be enough time to complete the process, inevitably leading to injury. After exchanging for the technique, Lian pondered briefly. The GoldenFinger consisted of 9 levels, with the first requiring the concoction of 108 types of poisonous herbs into 100 poisons liquid, which was rather simple, as poisonous flowers and plants were abundant. The second level required venomous insects, which was also manageable. However, the third level demanded mineral toxins. Where could one find such substances? Achieving minor completion of the GoldenFinger necessitated reaching the third level, but mineral toxins seldom appeared in clusters, requiring extensive travel to collect. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Yet, he had no time for such distractions now. Regardless, through sheer determination, the first 3 levels demanded physical refinement, and he could undergo 1,000 refinements for the first 2 levels, believing this would suffice against those who completed all 3 levels. In less than an hour, Lian gathered the necessary poisonous flowers and herbs for the 100 poisons liquid, and in abundance. However, as this was his first experience utilizing the poison liquid for body refinement, he proceeded with caution, only concocting a standard version of the 100 poisons liquid. Unlike some toxins that are either vividly colored, pungent, or tasteless, the 100 poisons liquid resembled a pale green, clear, oil-like beverage, exuding a fragrant herbal aroma that was quite appetizing. Of course, even a mere whiff could prove fatal. Lian felt dizzy from the slightest scent, his Qian Renxue technique providing a protective barrier. Could this truly be used for bathing? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lian found a hillside, excavating a tunnel slanting downwards, creating a space the size of storage room at the very end, laying down array flags to conceal his presence. After completing all preparations, he produced a large bathtub carved from a solid piece of jade, dissolving the 100 poisons liquid in water, shedding his clothes until he wore only a pair of shorts. The instant his skin met the potion, it felt as though stung by a scorpion, a pain surging from his bones. This sensation was not fleeting, but rather relentless. A series of waves crashing upon him. Lian's lips turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. I can endure this, he thought. Splash! He plunged his other leg in as well. Soon, from his legs to his waist, Lian was entirely submerged in the liquid, veins on his forehead and neck bulging. His muscles involuntarily twitching, particularly in sensitive areas. After a considerable duration, he finally regained control, his teeth clenching audibly. Why can't it just numb me directly? Closing his pulsating eyelids, he first practiced the Bing Xian Ju several times, then began to circulate true energy along the pathway of the Jia, amalgamating the 100 poisons liquid to temper his body. After over 2 hours, Lian emerged from the bathtub, supporting himself against its edge. The shorts made from a century-old snow silkworm had been nearly completely eroded, crumbling at the slightest movement. His skin appeared faintly white, displaying even wrinkled patterns akin to the effects of prolonged immersion in water. A gentle touch elicited pain. Lian rinsed his body with clean water, then sat down gritting his teeth, utilizing the Qian Renxue technique to expel residual toxins. Approximately 20 minutes later, the last trace of poison was expelled from his body, and he noticed his skin had taken on a pale yellow hue, resembling a dry, rough keratin layer. Raising his hand, he snapped. A fissure opened in the keratin layer on his arm, revealing tender, pink skin beneath. Lian, akin to a snake shedding its skin, peeled off a complete layer of himself, including his eyebrows and hair, feeling the smoothness of his scalp before gently urging his blood and energy, causing his hair to regrow. His physical strength seemed to have increased somewhat. Chapter 126, Douluo. With each tub of wastewater discarded, the progress of the GoldenFinger cultivation surged dramatically. Within 2 days, while foraging for herbs, he no longer needed to activate the Qian Renxue technique. His body alone could withstand the pervasive miasma. Half a month later, Lian sat cross-legged in the bathtub, the potion dark and thick, emanating a peculiar fishy aroma. Amidst the rustling sounds, a white centipede, as thick as his forearm, crawled onto the bathtub, dipping its golden head into the potion. In less than 3 seconds, the centipede began to thrash violently, as if stimulated, continuously expelling its potent venom into the liquid until it was drained of its life. The centipede was merely the first of many venomous insects. Soon after, scorpions, spiders, and various other poisonous creatures of all sizes flooded into the chamber, incessantly infusing their lethal toxins into the potion. The originally foul-smelling, thick liquid gradually clarified, releasing a subtle, sweet fragrance. Upon inhaling this scent, the venomous creatures became increasingly frenzied. Within a short span, the exterior of the bathtub became heaped with a multitude of the corpses of venomous insects. The once exquisite jade bathtub, adorned with intricate anti-slip patterns resembling a masterpiece, was now marred by various toxic corrosions, appearing dull and akin to ordinary stone. Lian sat within the tub, resembling a monk in deep meditation. His skin was alabaster, devoid of any visible pores, presenting him as a statue carved from mutton fat jade, with his chest gently rising and falling as wisps of dark vapor escaped his lips. Time flowed languidly. The number of attracted insects dwindled, and soon a thick layer of carcasses accumulated around the rim of the bathtub, with no further insects appearing, as all within a 10-mile radius had perished. Inside the tub, a layer of insect remains gathered at the bottom, and with no new influx. The toxins in the water gradually diminished. At that moment, the penetrating voice of Lai Fu reached his ears. Lian's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Returning to seek my aid, it seems he has encountered a formidable adversary. Extending his consciousness outward, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy rapidly approaching behind Lai Fu, evidently in pursuit. Indeed, Lian raised an eyebrow. It appeared Lai Fu had sustained injuries. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to evade. In the core region of the Sunset Forest, aside from the old poison master Douluo, there should be no one else. He had initially planned to seek out the Binghuo Liangyi after completing this training, but seemed Douluo had conveniently presented himself, saving Lian considerable effort. Stepping out of the tub, he shook off the droplets of water clinging to him. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he conjured a strand of black flame. And by the time he donned his garments, both the insect remains and the bathtub had turned to ashes. As he exited the secret chamber, a furious roar echoed. "You beast, D!" The voice was filled with rage, imbued with a chilling murderous intent. Lian was greatly astonished. What had Lai Fu done to incite such hatred from Douluo? In the distance, he beheld an eerie radiance emanating from the Bailin Snake Emperor, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius, precisely where Lai Fu was situated. At that moment, it was as if a massive piece of amber had suddenly appeared, solidifying everything within its reach. The trees and soil, pressed down by the fierce winds, were instantly immobilized. Similarly, Lai Fu remained suspended mid-flap. In this confined space, the only entity capable of movement was the 30-meter-long, barrel-thick Bailin Snake Emperor. Its colossal form, like a taut spring, contracted and expanded, launching itself nearly 200 meters in the blink of an eye, quickly closing the gap to Lai Fu. Its enormous tail, resembling a long whip, sliced through the air with a deep, booming sound as it lashed out at Lai Fu. Just as Douluo made his move, Lian also sprang into action. The ground beneath him shattered violently, and the air before him transformed into a solid wall pressing down upon him, only to shatter again, creating a wave of frothy energy. The area he traversed appeared as though plowed, with vegetation reduced to fragments and the earth forcibly torn open, revealing fresh soil. The combination of his lightness skills and physical prowess produced a terrifying effect, allowing Lian to cover nearly 4 to 5 kilometers, reducing the distance to around 200 meters. The thunderous runes within his body trembled slightly as he unleashed a bolt of lightning the width of a calf. However, having only recently mastered the 5 thunder technique, the lightning he conjured lacked refinement, limiting its effective range to about 100 meters. Beyond that, much of the energy would dissipate midway. Even so, under his full power, the destructive potential remained considerable. Boom! The lightning struck the snake's tail, causing a surge of electricity that momentarily slowed its strike, diminishing its force. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Fu broke free from its confinement, flapping its wings powerfully, ascending to the upper left, only to have its right wing struck by the snake's tail, shattering like a broken leather. With a cry of distress, Lai Fu erupted in a cloud of golden mist, transforming into hundreds of dark golden bats. Shortly thereafter, the bats reformed, and at this moment, its right wing had fully healed, though its aura had diminished somewhat, its size reduced to 2/3 of its original. Evidently having utilized this tactic to escape Douluo multiple times, Lai Fu swiftly flapped its wings, soaring to Lian's side, then minimized its form to perch upon his shoulder, incessantly chattering with its 3 mouths, seemingly reporting a grievance. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. You are the master of this beast. An elderly man in a gray robe questioned coldly from above the Bailin Snake Emperor. The elder was tall and gaunt, with hair and beard of dark green, disheveled and his eyes resembling emeralds, with sunken cheeks and a face akin to that of a corpse. At this moment, a hint of apprehension flickered across his countenance. Having just executed his 8th soul skill only to receive a lightning strike, it was a substantial burden, leaving his soul power at less than 40% of its peak. Were it not for his desire to stall and recuperate his soul power, His ruthless nature would not permit him to pause. Lian scrutinized him closely. Douluo. It appears you have yet to absorb the 9th soul ring to attain the rank of Douluo. From a distance, I sense some weakness. But now I see you have not yet reached Douluo level, though you're not far from it. It was unclear what provoked Douluo, but his emerald eyes suddenly gleamed with ferocity. Beneath him, the 5th soul ring ignited. A wave of green toxin swiftly spread from his form, engulfing the area and obscuring Lian. His figure vanished within the toxic mist. Many soul masters find such area of effect, continuous damage, soul skills exceedingly troublesome, not to mention the severe limitation on visibility. This toxin was particularly insidious, as probing with mental energy felt corrosive. Moreover, the fluctuations of soul power were concealed. Within the mist, Douluo was essentially invisible. The toxic fog rapidly enveloped Lian, inducing a tingling sensation on his skin and within his nostrils. Though that was the extent of it. Clearly, the 9th reverse armor had proven effective, yet the sensation still indicated that this old man's poison was not trivial. No wonder he was dubbed the master of mass poisoning, capable of exterminating thousands on the battlefield in one fell swoop. Lian raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that tore a significant hole in the fog. A faint groan echoed from within. A smirk played at the corners of Lian's mouth. While his physical form and fluctuations of soul power could be concealed, the flow of blood within could not be hidden. He then unleashed successive bolts of lightning, striking with no discernible pattern, yet every 2 or 3 shots, one would find its mark on Douluo. Had he not wished to capture him alive, Douluo would have already been reduced to a charred corpse after the first strike. After being struck 5 or 6 times, the toxic mist retreated swiftly, revealing Douluo's figure. How did you achieve this? You'll have a guess. Lian shot forth another bolt of lightning. Before Douluo, a green light coalesced into a semi-transparent, scale-like shield, which shattered upon impact with the lightning, but did not harm Douluo behind it. Douluo sneezed coldly as the 30-meter-long Bai Lin Snake Emperor re-emerged, and the 8th soul ring shimmered. Just moments ago, Lai Fu found himself suspended in midair due to a skill wielded by his opponent. Li In, ever vigilant, leapt into action, propelling himself away like a bolt from crossbow. To his surprise, however, Douluo merely feigned an attack. The 8th spirit ring flickered briefly before Douluo ceased his movements, retreating swiftly while enveloped in his martial spirit's true form. It stands to reason. Such a formidable skill would either demand immense energy or possess a lengthy cooldown period, making consecutive uses improbable. Consequently, Lian pursued Lai Fu, who, hindered by injuries, slowed significantly, initially widening the gap and rendering him unable to catch up with Douluo in the short term. Similarly, Douluo found it challenging to shake them off, resulting in a deadlock. The chase continued for over half an hour before Douluo could no longer endure the strain. At this point, the sun had reached its zenith. A familiar tingling sensation arose at his side, intensified by the excessive consumption of soul power, making it increasingly difficult to suppress. Why do you persist in your pursuit? Do you wish to perish alongside me? A chilling voice echoed from afar. Feeling the surge of medicinal energy from the shattered Qi Renxue Dan within him, a smile graced Lian's face. Perish together? What of your descendants? Do you wish for them to succumb to poison as well? Given that it's now noon, your hidden affliction should be manifesting, should it not? The light, seemingly casual words fell upon Douluo's ears like thunder, causing his mind to reel. The agile Bai Lin Shi Huang executed a sudden pivot, rearing half its body. Douluo, standing atop the serpent's head, fixed his eerie green gaze upon Lian, his face a mask of frost. How do you know this? From where? Of course, from the original text. Since mastering the secret of mental cultivation, Lian's memory had vastly improved. Things he once forget could now be recalled with deliberate effort. He recalled that the original narrative had mentioned that Douluo's son had perished just as he ascended to the title of Douluo. This implied that Douluo was, in fact, still alive. However, judging by Douluo's cultivation, it seemed that Douluo was not far from death. And therein lay Lian's opportunity. What could surpass the debt of gratitude owed for saving a life? Surely, rescuing an entire family would eclipse it. Your hair is green, and your visage is withered. These are signs of poison permeating your very bones. If I am correct, the poison originates from your martial spirit. Should your descendants awaken a similar martial spirit, or one of slightly lesser caliber, they too will succumb to the same fate. Lian proclaimed from atop Lai Fu's back, looking down with a commanding presence. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Douluo's gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment before responding. You pursue me relentlessly and speak at length. You must have a purpose. If you can eliminate the poison plaguing my son, I shall agree to any condition. His tone had softened considerably, shifting from this seat to I. It was a refreshing experience to converse with an intelligent individual. Lian produced a prepared booklet, infusing it with his true energy before presenting it. First, take a look at this. As an expert in toxins, Douluo approached with caution. He held his breath, enveloped his palm with soul power, and carefully received the booklet, scrutinizing it closely before opening it. Soon, he found himself captivated by its contents. The poisons of the Douluo family were birthed from their martial spirits, intricately entwined with soul power. Using ordinary methods to dispel these toxins would lead to the loss of both the poison and one's cultivation. Furthermore, as the deadly toxins accumulated within the martial spirit, further poisoning would ensue without the suppression of soul power, creating a terrifying predicament. Thus, one must continuously elevate their cultivation to counteract the toxicity. However, the higher the cultivation, the more potent the toxins produced, necessitating even greater strength. Eventually, the day would come when suppression would become impossible, rendering all efforts futile, a lethal cycle. Yet, the content within this booklet illuminated a new path for Douluo, Li, and had transcribed the first layer of the Douluo. This technique was straightforward yet brutal. It involved deliberately damaging the body with toxins before restoring it with vitality, building resistance to the toxins over time, and then introducing a different toxin. This cyclical process would result in a continuously damaged and restored body, ultimately growing stronger and more resistant to toxins. This method appeared promising. Douluo's eyes brightened, the long-standing gloom in his heart dissipating considerably. He meticulously pondered each word, but upon reaching the most critical section, he was met with an expanse of blank pages. The sensation was akin to watching a film only to have the power abruptly cut. Douluo flipped through several more pages, still finding nothing. Growing increasingly agitated, he raked his fingers through his hair and then looked up, demanding, "What comes next?" A smile spread across Lian's face. "There is nothing more." "Nothing more? How can that be?" Douluo shook the booklet vigorously, his face a mask of excitement and agitation. The writing on this, he almost exclaimed that it had clearly been penned recently, but suddenly fell silent. Douluo, with his reclusive and capricious nature, had always acted according to his whims, fearing entanglements and constraints above all. Yet he was still a father. Each time he saw his son curled up in bed, emitting sounds akin to a beast's roar, his heart ached like a knife. For his son, he was willing to change himself, even at any cost. Douluo lowered his head, fingers tracing the booklet, before a subdued voice broke the silence. "Regardless of your conditions, I will agree, as long as you provide me with the complete content above." Chapter 127. Cultivation of the Two Instruments. My request is simple. I ask that you, Senior Douluo, join my Qian Zone and assume the role of an honorary elder. Lian was a pragmatic individual. Though his methods of taking advantage of another's misfortune may seem unscrupulous, achieving the desired outcome was what mattered. The process was secondary, and the result was paramount. "Very well, I shall agree to this matter." Douluo consented with remarkable swiftness, not even inquiring about the nature of the Qian Zone. In his eyes, if it meant saving his son and rectifying the issues plaguing his family's martial spirit, even opposing the spirit hall or the three upper sects would be worthwhile. Although Douluo was ruthless and straddled the line between good and evil, he was a man of his word. Lian, too, was untroubled by the prospect of him going back on his word. He promptly retrieved the complete text of the Douluo, enveloping it in true energy before sending it towards Douluo, who caught it eagerly, quickly flipping through its pages and carefully stowing it away. Having completed this exchange, Douluo turned to Lian, his face breaking into an awkward smile. "Please, young brother, follow me." With that, the Bailin Shi Huang beneath him turned its head and began to weave its way ahead as a guide. Lian understood that the destination Douluo was leading him to was likely the Binghuo Liangyan. The two traversed for approximately half an hour, arriving at an area shrouded in green mist. Douluo produced 2 black pills the size of soybeans, consuming one himself before extending the other to Lian. "This is a poison array I devised using the Bailin Shi Hua. Even the most formidable 10,000-year-soul beasts dare not venture within. Place this pill beneath your tongue, and you shall be immune to the toxic mist." Although the poison formation was set by him, The perimeter of the Binghua Liangyi Yin was overgrown with a plethora of poisonous flowers and plants. Over the years of absorbing the deadly toxins, the potency of the poison formation had escalated beyond its initial capabilities. Even he had to take certain precautions when entering or exiting. Lian received the pill but promptly placed it in Lai Fu's mouth, declaring, "I have no use for this." Upon witnessing this, Douluo's lips twitched. He had no need for it either. Previously, while concocting medicine, he had no idea when Lai Fu had breached the poison formation. Not only did it devour his 9-section jade, but it also overturned his cauldron, which was why he had pursued it so fervently. The 9-section jade was a rare species he had captured, possessing the ability to absorb toxins. In the past, Douluo had suffered multiple poison outbreaks, all of which he had managed to remedy using the 9-section jade. Furthermore, that pot of medicine had taken him considerable effort to prepare, also for the sake of Douluo. Hence, his earlier fury was entirely justified. As the two entered the poison mist, they were enveloped by the omnipresent toxic haze. Lian instantly felt a prickling sensation all over his body, with a slight burning in his mouth and nasal passages, far more intense than the poison mist technique previously employed by Douluo. However, compared to his prior training with the GoldenFinger, it felt rather trivial. In fact, he didn't even need to circulate his true energy. The slight damage inflicted by the poison was swiftly healed with each breath. Moreover, as his body endured the deadly toxins, it was gradually growing stronger, and the previously stagnant bottleneck of the GoldenFinger began to loosen. Perhaps I could leverage the poison mist here to elevate the GoldenFinger to its pinnacle, Lian pondered. Meanwhile, Douluo was secretly observing him. Noticing Lian's lack of reaction, he felt a surge of joy. Even he would have found this poison mist daunting upon first encounter. Yet Lian, without any protective measures, strode through it with unwavering composure. This display only bolstered Douluo's confidence. Both moved swiftly, soon emerging from the shrouded area of poison mist and into a clear expanse. Before them stood a hill towering over 500 meters. The ancient trees were exceptionally lofty, and exotic flora flourished abundantly, creating an appearance of untouched wilderness. Yet, there were no spirit beasts here, as if it belonged solely to the realm of plants. Upon entering, Lian sensed a tumultuous energy permeating the air, its concentration several times greater than that of the outside world. And this was merely the periphery of the Binghua Liangyi Yin. Truly, this was a treasure trove. If he were to meditate here for a time, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar, not to mention the abundance of precious celestial herbs. Taking a deep breath, he felt the raging energy surge into his body, wreaking havoc within his meridians. However, it was akin to a ferocious beast confined within an indestructible cage. No matter how it thrashed about, it could not escape, only to be rapidly refined and dissipated by his true energy. Soon, he became like a black hole, drawing in the energy scattered in the air as if attracted by a magnet. Lian welcomed it without reservation, and due to the overwhelming influx of energy, a whirlwind formed around him, centered on his figure. Douluo, who had been anticipating a spectacle, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. Douluo was not a kind-hearted man, nor was his temperament particularly broad. Having been coerced into joining the Xinwu sect by Lian, it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment. Thus, he had deliberately refrained from mentioning the area's peculiarities, hoping to let Lian suffer a hidden loss. After all, the objective had already been achieved. To his surprise, Lian absorbed the energy like a pai xiao, without exhibiting any adverse reactions, even displaying an expression of enjoyment. This left Douluo feeling utterly exasperated. He recalled his own first experience in this place. After merely inhaling a few breaths, his spirit power had gone haywire, and he had expended considerable effort to subdue it, despite already being a spirit saint at that time. Even now, after years of living here, he still dared not practice recklessly, fearing an overload of energy could lead to an explosive demise. He possesses some skill. If you enter that wondrous place and still display such composure, I shall truly be convinced, Douluo silently mused. He then raised his chin and stated, "The medicinal garden is over there. I need to prepare several prescriptions to control the deadly toxins within my body before attempting to cultivate the technique you provided." With that, he moved with astonishing speed, each step covering nearly 10 meters. Meanwhile, Lian, while inhaling the pure energy, leisurely followed behind, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters throughout. Within mere breaths, they reached the summit of the small hill. Before them lay an inverted conical basin. from which thick steam billowed, forming a dense cloud that obscured the view below. Noticing Lian still voraciously consuming the surrounding energy, Douluo hesitated before advising. The energy concentration below is even higher, at least 10 times that of the outside world, and it is far more volatile. Absorbing it poses a risk of explosion. However, if you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you. Quite the relief, in fact. With that, he leapt down unceremoniously. This old man. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lian's mouth. He flicked his finger on Lai Fu's head, causing the latter to enlarge and prostrate on the ground, enabling them to reach the Binghua Liangyi Yin with greater speed. At the very bottom of the basin, precisely at its center, lay a peculiar pool of water. One half was milky white, while the other half was crimson. The milky section was crystallized with ice, and the red portion exuded steam. The two halves were distinctly separate, yet interdependent, creating a delicate balance of ice and fire. This was one of the most extraordinary sights on the Douluo continent. The burial site of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Binghua Liangyi Yin. After 6 long years, I have finally arrived here. A peculiar emotion welled within Lian. Not long after awakening the San Yuan Tower, he had envisioned coming to this place, and now, 6 years had swiftly passed, with this goal finally realized. He was no longer the weakling he once was. He had gained the strength and confidence to traverse the continent. While he was lost in thought, Douluo approached him, retrieving a tome detailing the complete poison body technique and handing it to him without ceremony. In the technique you provided, there are numerous terminologies I can only guess at. I will circle the parts one do not understand, and then I need to prepare medicine. You shall assist me with annotations. There is no need for such trouble. Lian raised his hand and pointed at Douluo's forehead. The latter's pupils constricted slightly, and his body instinctively swayed but did not evade. Immediately, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Douluo glanced at him, then silently he sat down to begin comprehending the poison body technique. This technique was a horizontal cultivation method composed of 5 layers, meaning that once one reached the inner energy realm, it would cease to exist. The true technique Lian had prepared for Douluo was a divine-grade method known as the Wan Shi Tian Shida, Fa, comparable to the Tian Lang Jing, both of which were practices of the 12 celestial demons. Of course, for Douluo at this moment, the poison body technique was more than sufficient. Before long, Douluo opened his eyes, his expression a blend of laughter and tears. It is astonishing that the Douluo family's martial soul has been passed down through so many generations, with the majority succumbing to lethal toxins. From the moment each member awakens their martial soul, they are in a relentless race against death. Achieving the rank of titled law before succumbing to poison grants one the ability to suppress toxicity for an extended period. Yet this is no simple feat. His father, grandfather, and several generations preceding them have perished along this treacherous path. Many members of the clan, in their final moments, became subjects for experimentation, striving to discover a method to control the toxins within them, inadvertently paving several pathways that led to the Douluo family's toxic arts. It can be stated that every pathway chronicled within these toxic arts was forged through the blood of countless clan members. However, despite the efficacy of these toxic arts, they remain but a drop in the bucket for the Douluo family. Now, he has encountered a technique that comprises a complete cycle of 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, totaling 20 channels. While his heart swells with delight, a deeper sorrow lingers. There is a way to treat the poison plaguing Douluo Xian. Suppressing his emotions, Douluo's expression softened, revealing a hint of sincerity. I do not require thanks for this great favor. I assure you that I will fulfill my promise. Please rest assured, young brother. Douluo Xian has suffered from the torment of poison for over a decade. Now, I shall enter seclusion to thoroughly comprehend this technique. Once I have alleviated the poison from Xian's body, I shall be at your service. Please proceed, Douluo Gongfu, Lian replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of celestial herbs. I wish to collect some medicinal materials to concoct elixirs. I hope you will grant me permission. With a grand gesture, Douluo responded, take whatever you desire, though I must confess that many of these herbs are unfamiliar to me. Yet, I can ascertain that they are indeed antidotes. Be cautious when harvesting. I do not wish to be responsible for your demise. After issuing his warning, he hurriedly departed. Lian approached the point where the waters of the yin-yang eye converged, where he discovered a delicate, leafless flower, approximately a foot in size. Its petals a soft pink and its stamen a gentle purple, resembling clusters of amethyst embedded within the petals. Each petal appeared as clear and lustrous as crystal. emitting a subtle fragrance. This Yoxiang Chilua, a celestial herb and nemesis of all toxins, has the ability to neutralize deadly poisons. Within the fragrant radius of this flower, no toxicity could prevail, making it the finest antidote. The pollen harvested from it should suffice for Dugu Xian's needs. Having provided the technique, Lian felt no hesitation in procuring this vial of elixir. He estimated that Dugu Xian was already teetering on the brink of death from the poison, lacking Dugu Bo's formidable cultivation to suppress the toxins within. His continued survival depended on Dugu Bo crouching down. Lian gently grasped the Yoxiang Chilua, extracting a faint lavender mist from its stamen and condensing it with his true energy into a minuscule clump, the size of a sesame seed. After securing the pollen, he randomly selected several herbs known for their gentle properties that could bolster vitality. Dugu Xian's condition must be dire, riddled with afflictions. Thus, merely suppressing the poison would not suffice. He must also restore his constitution, for only then would it be feasible for him to cultivate further. Having refined the antidote and vitality elixirs, Lian did not rush to gather celestial herbs. Such high-grade materials necessitated a suitable alchemical formula with the proper arrangement of monarch, minister, and assistant herbs to fully unleash their medicinal properties. To consume them directly, as per the original text, would yield at most half of their potential, if not less. Moreover, these celestial herbs are unique. Any misstep during the alchemical process would leave Lian bereft of a second chance to salvage them. Hence, caution is paramount. After all, the celestial herbs are rooted here and are not going anywhere. Lian found a smooth stone to sit cross-legged upon, allowing his true energy to surge like a mighty river, rapidly coursing through his meridians to create a state of negative pressure. His entire being seemed to form a cavity at the lake's bottom, with energy continuously flowing into him from the basin, gradually coalescing into mist that enveloped him like a delicate eggshell. Lian felt an overwhelming joy. How splendid! The energy here is so abundant that meditating for an hour is equivalent to 5 days of cultivation. Thus, there is no urgency to refine the celestial herbs into elixirs. In comparison, the cultivation environment here presents a true opportunity. The true energy realm is a gradual process, necessitating the continuous accumulation of true energy until the entire dantian is filled before one can attempt to transform energy into liquid and advance to the true element realm. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is replete with energy. Each breath is akin to consuming a condensed essence pill. With Li An's full exertion, he surpassed even the speed of his previous cultivation during his trials in the road of hell. Days passed as he steadfastly absorbed energy, with liquid energy beginning to coalesce on the surface of his body. The limitless energy from the basin surged towards him, gradually forming a gust of wind that grew stronger. Chapter 128. Healing Dugu Xian within the stone house. Dugu Bo's brow furrowed, surrounded by a layer of eerie green mist. His gray robe occasionally revealed the twitching of muscles, and he let out soft groans. After an indeterminate time, he inhaled deeply, drawing the surrounding toxic mist into his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a smile breaking across his otherwise pallid face. His physical strength had nearly tripled, according to the classification of the toxic body technique. He had now reached the blood marrow realm. Most crucially, the peculiarities along his ribs, soles of his feet, and atop his head had not manifested, and his soul power was no longer chillingly icy, but rather considerably gentler than before. After a moment of self-reflection, Dugu Bo shook his head. No. It is not that his body has developed a greater resistance to the venom of the Bailin Snake Emperor. Rather, it is the effectiveness of the toxic body technique surpassing his expectations. Should he continue his training, even if he cannot completely rid himself of the Bailin Snake Emperor's poison, he can substantially alleviate the burden on his body and easily suppress the toxins within. If Xian were to cultivate this, he would no longer be bedridden, tormented by the agonies of poison. However, upon reaching the next realm, the energy that would emerge within him would be known as inner qi rather than soul power. Dugu Bo furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing again. What does it matter what kind of energy it is, as long as it resolves the issue of the relentless toxins? Clenching his fist, he felt as though an immense weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The colossal stone that had burdened his heart for many years was finally removed. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over him, followed by an epiphany. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. The bottleneck that had confined him at the 89th level finally dissipated, and thus, another title Douluo was added to the continent. Ha! With double joy, Douluo was overwhelmed with happiness, erupting into thunderous laughter. Yet, as he laughed, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. How many years had it been? For his son, and indeed for himself, each day was consumed with the study of toxins and relentless training, leaving no room for complacency. Even so, an overwhelming sense of trepidation lingered in his heart, fearing the sudden news of misfortune. Losing his mother in childhood, his father in adolescence, and his wife in middle age. While his only son lay in torment upon a sickbed, this seemed like an inexorable curse upon the entire Douluo family. However, today, this curse has been shattered. After a prolonged period of agitation, Douluo finally regained his composure, a contemplative glint flickering in his emerald-like eyes. He had now ascended to the 90th level. With the absorption of one more soul ring, he would attain the status of a title Douluo. The 9th soul ring for a soul master, at 70,000 years, is lamentably insufficient. Typically, one would require rings of 80 to 90,000 years. Such formidable soul beasts belong to the pinnacle of the food chain within the Sunset Forest. Not to mention the restrictions involved. There was no rush to absorb the 9th soul ring. Finding a suitable soul beast would take considerable time, and Xener's health was paramount. Resolute in his decision, Douluo exited the stone abode. Outside, in the clearing, Lai Fu lay there despondently, 2 jade vials positioned before him. Upon seeing Douluo emerge, Lai Fu immediately propped himself up, gesturing with his folded membrane wings toward the vials, emitting a series of chirps. For me? Douluo extended his emaciated hand from his sleeve, fingers curling like talons, deftly grasping the 2 jade vials. He soon noticed the slight abrasiveness of their surfaces. Turning one around, he saw the inscription by Du Dan on one of the vials, accompanied by a note. Suppressing myriad toxins? Douluo raised an eyebrow, impressed by the bold claim. After years of delving into the art of poison, he had never dared to assert the creation of a remedy capable of neutralizing various lethal toxins, as he could only concoct targeted antidotes. The sight of these 4 characters ignited his pride. He uncorked the vial, pouring out a pill slightly smaller than his thumb, its pale purple hue reminiscent of crystal. After inspecting it closely, he brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff, and an ethereal fragrance wafted into his lungs, causing the potent venom of the Bailin Snake Emperor within him to languish. Although this unusual effect lasted merely half a breath, it still caused a subtle change in Douluo's expression. Merely inhaling the pill's aroma had such an impact. If he were to consume one, it was likely he would be unable to utilize his soul techniques for at least 5 or 6 hours. Much of his strength relied on his toxic abilities, and should this be rendered ineffective, even achieving the title of a true title Douluo would be significantly hampered. Initially startled, Douluo soon felt elated. If Xener were to ingest one of these by Du Dan, it could at least suppress the toxins within her for 7 days. He carefully emptied all the Bai Du Dan, counted them, and sealed them in a specially crafted wax cloth to prevent the loss of their potency before returning them to the vial. Next, he turned to the other vial. It bore the inscription Gu Yuan Dan, with an accompanying note reading solidifying the foundation and cultivating essence. Douluo took out a Gu Yuan Dan and inhaled its fragrance. The aromatic essence entered his body, as if countless delicate hands were soothingly caressing him, alleviating the restlessness from his recent breakthrough. Though not as markedly as the Bai Du Dan, its effect was nonetheless potent. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo grasped Li An's intentions. These 2 elixirs, one for suppressing toxins and the other for restoring health, were clearly tailored for the Douluo family's needs, and with the assistance of his unique body cultivation, his confidence surged. While his face remained expressionless, he etched this gratitude deep within his heart. Where's your master? The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue relishing the captivating tale. He recognized Lai Fu's intelligence and posed the query. Chirp. Lai Fu responded with a couple of calls, shrinking his size and fluttering his membranous wings to lead the way. Having nearly been eliminated by Douluo in the past, Lai Fu was quite wary of this old man, thus behaving obediently in his presence, especially now that Lian was not around to bolster him. Nearby, on a massive stone near the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, stood a colossal, egg-shaped object nearly 2 meters tall, radiating a faintly iridescent glow, pulsating rhythmically as it absorbed immense energy. Surrounding it, pure energy coalesced into a hazy mist, appearing infinite. Witnessing this sight, Douluo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man would truly be cultivating here, and without any issues. How could that be? Even he would not dare to practice in such a location, and after a period of residing there, one would need to depart for several days, lest the accumulated energy within their body cause significant harm, potentially even rupture. After observing for a moment, Douluo surmised that the young man would not emerge anytime soon. There were no soul beasts in the vicinity, and with the three-headed bat standing guard, there was no danger. He then found a nearby stone, inscribed a few lines upon it, placed it in a conspicuous location, and swiftly departed. In an unknown valley, despite autumn's arrival, the valley remained warm as spring, adorned with vibrant wildflowers. At the valley's innermost depths stood rows of wooden houses, devoid of ornate carvings, appearing unpretentious yet exuding a timeless, classical charm. In the corridor, a striking young girl sat upon a bench, leaning against a pillar, delicately tearing the petals from a pale yellow flower. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a sleek mane of dark green hair, her fitted attire accentuating her curvaceous figure, radiating youthful vitality. Yet, her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her dark brows were knitted together, her azure eyes betraying an unmistakable concern, with a hint of fragility and fatigue evident in her demeanor. "Grandfather, when will you return?" Her father might not have the strength to endure much longer. Just moments ago, Qian had suffered another bout of poisoning. In the throes of torment, he even contemplated seeking ultimate release. Yet fortunately, he had persevered, downed a pain-relieving potion, and had now fallen asleep. She had finally gained a fleeting moment of freedom. Over the past year, as Qian's health had deteriorated, the frequency of his poison episodes had increased, prompting Qian to take an extended leave from the academy to care for her father. Each time she witnessed her father's anguished state during an episode, she wished fervently to take his place. Having lost her mother at a young age, she could not bear the thought of losing her father as well. The only one capable of saving him was her grandfather. However, 6 months prior, Douluo had departed to pursue his cultivation, aiming to breach the 90th level, and since then, there had been no word. "Yin," a familiar voice echoed, causing Douluo to startle, a bittersweet expression washing over her lovely face. A hallucination? In recent times, as her father's condition worsened, she had experienced similar auditory illusions more than once, sometimes even in her dreams, only to awaken and find it had all been a false hope. Upon hearing this, Douluo, standing behind her, felt a pang in his heart and called out once more. "Yin." Douluo whirled around sharply, and upon seeing that familiar visage, she felt an immense sense of reassurance, the tension that had gripped her for the past 6 months dissipating instantly, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Grandfather." She threw herself into Douluo's embrace, choking back sobs. "Do not cry. Grandfather has returned. Grandfather has returned." Douluo gently stroked his granddaughter's back, softly reassuring her, his heart swelling with an inexplicable emotion. After a brief outpouring of emotion, Qian stepped back slightly, raising a hand to wipe away her tears, the shadows clouding her brow lifting considerably. She scrutinized Douluo intently. 6 months prior, upon his departure, his hair and beard were vivid green, and his sunken cheeks rendered him akin to a zombie. Now, although his hair and beard remain green, they lack the previous air of desolation, and his complexion has taken on a hint of rosy vitality, resembling a more normal individual. He appears to have shed several years from his appearance. Furthermore, during the recent embrace, one could sense the warmth emanating from him, no longer like before when he felt as cold as a serpent, exuding an aura of chilliness. "Grandfather, have you broken through?" Qian inquired, her heart racing. Only by becoming a titled Douluo could he suppress the deadly poison within and simultaneously treat her father. Douluo nodded slightly. 2 days ago, he had fortuitously broken through and had yet to absorb his 9th spirit ring. "Regarding your father's condition, I have garnered some confidence. Even if it cannot be entirely cured, he can at least live and cultivate like a normal person." "That's wonderful, truly wonderful." Qian's face beamed with a smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. Douluo let out a sigh of relief, his hands trembling slightly within his sleeves. His greatest fear was returning only to hear the dreadful news. Thankfully, how is Xina now?" "Just moments ago. His father experienced a bout of poisoning and has since fallen asleep." "Grandfather, I shall take you to him at once." Qian wiped her tears and hurried towards the sick room. Douluo followed closely behind, his heart filled with trepidation. With a click, the door swung open. The figure on the sickbed had lips tinged blue and radiated a chilling aura. The not-so-thin blanket covering him barely concealed the protruding bones beneath. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest and the occasional twitch of his body, he might be mistaken for a lifeless corpse. Upon seeing the gaunt face of the man on the bed, who appeared even older than himself, Douluo felt a pang of anguish and immediately stepped forward, placing his fingers upon the frail wrist that seemed to be but skin over bone. After a moment, Douluo furrowed his brow. Qian's body bore numerous dark injuries inflicted by the corrosive poison, and describing his state as oil running out and lamp extinguished was not an exaggeration. It was far worse than he had anticipated. Should this delay continue, with one or two more bouts of poisoning, there would be no hope left. Upon witnessing this, Qian's heart sank, her lips pressed tightly together, her clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. This is quite troublesome. Douluo turned to her, saying, Yin, please fetch some warm water, using 2 bowls, but do not fill them too much. Qian nodded, glancing at her father lying on the sickbed, and then quietly exited. After a brief moment, she returned with a thermos, placing 2 bowls on the table, filling them 1/3 full, testing the water temperature before handing it to Douluo. At that moment, Qian was akin to being in a coma. Each time he suffered from poisoning, he required an extended period of sleep. Douluo did not rouse him. He first administered a Guiyuan Dan, washing it down with warm water, then carefully helped him assimilate the medicinal properties. Sensing that his breath had stabilized somewhat, and the internal injuries were slowly recovering under the influence of the medicine, Douluo let out a slight sigh of relief. Qian's body could no longer withstand much strain, hence the need to first administer the Guiyuan Dan. Proper nourishment was essential before he could take the anti-poison Dan. Otherwise, the medicinal effects might provoke a backlash from the deadly poison within him, potentially becoming the final straw that breaks the camel's back. After observing for a moment, Douluo felt a bit more at ease. All right, let your father rest well. The Guiyuan Dan has a gentle medicinal effect, helping to restore vitality. After a few days, when his condition improves, we can administer the anti-poison Dan, which will suppress the poison within him. Is it really that simple? Douluo asked, somewhat incrédule. She quickly added, Grandfather, I am not doubting your alchemical prowess. 6 months prior, Douluo had been at a loss regarding the poison afflicting his son, yet now he claimed that a pill could suppress it. The disparity between the past and present was quite striking. Douluo waved his hand dismissively. This medicine was not originally concocted by me. He had no intention of concealing the truth and recounted in detail how he had encountered Li's grandfather. Are you suggesting that a youth who stumbled into your medicinal garden not only defeated you, but also imparted to you the method to counter the Bai Lin Shi Huang's poison? And he is even younger than I am? Douluo's emerald eyes widened slightly, as if she were listening to a fantastical tale. At not yet 16 years of age, the notion that a boy younger than herself could defeat a high-ranking soldat was so bizarre that, were it not for Douluo's words, she would have certainly found it unbelievable. Ahem, grandfather was merely caught off guard. Douluo, unwilling to lose face before his granddaughter, hastily defended himself before shifting the topic. Yin, come here with me. I will pass on the Douluo poison body technique to you. Under Douluo's guidance. It wasn't long before Douluo had grasped the fundamentals of the poison body technique. The young girl sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration as she practiced the technique, her back straight as an arrow. Her fair hands formed seals at her abdomen, her lips pursed in earnest focus. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a faint green hue occasionally appeared on her otherwise pristine face. She was utilizing the deadly poison to temper her physique. After carefully monitoring her, and seeing that his granddaughter's training had entered the right track, Douluo felt a measure of relief. Although Douluo was still young and her cultivation was not high, the poison within her had not accumulated to the extent that it had in him. Yet this was only relative. A sole master of the same rank, if lacking specific countermeasures, would suffer severe consequences even from the slightest contact with poison. It might even lead to significant energy depletion. The deadly poison was a double-edged sword, harming both others and oneself. Thus, using it to temper the body was inherently fraught with danger. Observing his granddaughter silently practicing the technique, Douluo felt a pang of concern. It was also deeply gratified, a faint smile breaking through his previously stoic demeanor. Yin has grown up. I just wonder which little rascal will end up with her. Then, with a raised eyebrow, a figure flashed through his mind, a boy wielding lightning in his palm. That lad appeared to be several years younger than Yin Yin. His age was appropriate, and his strength and talent were commendable. It would be just right to bring Qian and Yin Yin along this time. If he could become a son-in-law of the Douluo family, what harm would it be to have him serve? Though he often found himself away from home, he understood his granddaughter's character quite well. She possessed a strong desire to win, yet deeply admired peers who surpassed her in strength. Given her disposition, one of her criteria for a boyfriend would likely be that he must be able to defeat her. Therefore, he felt there was still hope. As for whether Lian would agree, Douluo had not given it much thought. He had considerable confidence in Douluo Yin. After all, relationships were cultivated over time. Lacking feelings at first, they could develop through companionship. As the saying goes, a girl pursuing a boy is but a veil apart. Which young boy could resist the allure of a beautiful older sister? A peculiar smile crept onto Douluo's face. One day, I will make you willingly call me grandfather. Of course, he merely entertained the thought of matchmaking. If Douluo Yin were unwilling, he would not force the issue. He was a man of deep feelings, and despite his optimism regarding Lian, he would never joke with his granddaughter's happiness. Just as he pondered this, Douluo Yin's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her delicate white hands clenched a few times, feeling the surge of strength within her body. A look of astonishment gracing her face. This poison body technique is truly remarkable. My strength has increased by nearly 10%, and my constitution has also seen a considerable enhancement. If it weren't for the depletion of my soul power, I could have attained even greater fortification. Should I continue to practice diligently, although the rate of soul power enhancement may slow, I will be able to select soul rings of a higher age upon breaking through. Grandfather, what cultivation level does that Lian possess? What is the configuration of his soul rings? Upon hearing this, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Pondering to himself, I did not see that lad's martial spirit or soul rings at the time. Then he considered a possibility. That boy so easily bestowed the poison body technique upon me. He must possess even stronger methods. When the poison body technique reaches its 5th level, a peculiar energy known as internal qi will emerge within the body, which can then be utilized to temper the physique. Perhaps that lad is cultivating internal qi rather than soul power? This would make sense. Douluo, possessing keen insight, deduced a reasonable assumption, yet he refrained from voicing it. With a smile, he said to Douluo Yin, when your father's condition improves a bit, I plan to take him to the medicinal garden, and you can accompany us. It will be best for you to ask him directly at that time. Instantly, Douluo Yin's eyes brightened. Grandfather, didn't you previously mention that the energy there's excessively violent and could harm the body? Defeating a high-ranking soldier at such a young age and possessing the miraculous poison body technique, she felt immense gratitude and curiosity towards Lian observing his granddaughter's expression. Douluo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he affectionately ruffled her hair. That lad must have a way. Previously, Douluo Xian's physical condition did not permit him to go. If he were to be taken to the eye of ice and fire, rather than suppressing the toxic effects, it would have harmed him instead. However, the situation is different now. The Gu Yuan Dan restores vitality, and the Bai Du Dan suppresses the toxicity. The only concern lies with the violent energy there. Since Lian can cultivate in that environment, he must possess a method to address this issue, and Douluo was unconcerned about maintaining any pretense. Thus would not hesitate to approach him. That night, Douluo Xian awakened, and under the nourishment of the Gu Yuan Dan, although his internal injuries had not fully healed, he experienced a revival akin to an old tree sprouting new buds. 5 days later, after consuming the Baidu Dan, he was able to walk with Douluo Yin's support. Freed from the torment of the toxic effects, coupled with the powerful effects of the Gu Yuan Dan, as a level 47 Battle Soul Master, his recovery progressed swiftly. Half a month later, apart from appearing somewhat frail and being unable to engage in vigorous activities, he could move about freely like a normal person. In the courtyard, the emaciated Douluo sat on a bench, his eyes greedily scanning the surrounding scenery. A gentle breeze blew, causing his clothes to flutter lightly, evoking a sense of emptiness. After years of bed rest, he had become little more than skin and bones. Father, your health has just begun to improve. You should only walk around the room for now. Why venture outside with the wind? Douluo Yin hurried over, draping a thick garment over him, and gently chided him with a slight furrow of her delicate brows. For the past 2 years, I have been confined to a sickbed. My bones are nearly rusted. If I did not come out for a stroll, I may forget what the outside world looks like, Douluo Xian replied, a hint of a smile breaking through his gaunt features as he glanced at his daughter, filled with sentiment. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. You have suffered during these years. I never thought I would see this day. Enduring years of confinement, occasionally grappling with the excruciating sensation of toxic outbreaks. He would have given up long ago, if not for the desire to not let his father and daughter's efforts go to waste. All he could do was grit his teeth and persist. Your health is recovering. It will only get better from here. All of that is now in the past. Duguyan reassured him as she supported him in a slow walk. At that moment, a familiar fluctuation of soul power emerged, bringing a look of joy to her face. Grandfather has returned. A few days prior, after Dugu Xian's condition had stabilized, Douluo had gone to the Yi family to request the assistance of the only person on the continent who possessed the Nine Hearts Sea Pearl. The Nine Hearts Sea Pearl is an extraordinarily powerful support-type martial spirit. Regardless of how many soul rings are absorbed, the soul skill remains singular, area-wide healing. Due to this uniqueness, the healing effects of a Nine Hearts Sea Pearl Soul Master are formidable. When at a lower cultivation level, it may be manageable. But once their cultivation reaches the rank of Soul Sage, the healing capabilities can be described with the words bringing the dead back to life. Were it not for the fact that each generation of Nine Hearts Sea Pearl inheritors can only be one, and there are only two such soul masters alive at the same time, the world's foremost support-type martial spirit might not have fallen short of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda provides various enhancements, while the Nine Hearts Sea Pearl allows soul masters to face death without fear. Moreover, soul masters possessing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda cannot surpass level 79, while those with the Nine Hearts Sea Pearl can become titled Douluos. Before long, Douluo led a mature woman with blue hair, tied high and a black veil covering her face into the courtyard. The fluctuation of soul power emanating from her unmistakably indicated that she had reached the rank of Soul Sage. Yi family head, I appreciate your assistance, Douluo said with utmost courtesy. In the past, during Dugu Xian's toxic outbreaks, he had invited this Yi family head multiple times. Although the Nine Hearts Sea Pearl could not entirely cure Dugu Xian's severe toxicity, it could restore some of the organs damaged by the poison. One could say that without this Yi family head, Dugu Xian would not have been able to endure until now. Aunt Yi, Duguyan greeted sweetly as she approached. She and Yi Lingling were not only classmates, but also members of the same battle team, sharing a close relationship. Furthermore, Yi Lingling had repeatedly pulled Dugu Xian back from the brink, instilling in her a deep sense of gratitude towards Aunt Yi. The Yi family head's voice was cool. It's Yin Yin. Once your father's health improves a bit more, come stay at Auntie's house for a while. Lingling doesn't have many friends. Dugu Yin smiled in agreement. Had it been before, she would have certainly declined, fearing that with Dugu Xian's condition, he might leave at any moment. But now, the situation was different. With her recent practice of the poison body technique, she was aware of its effects, and she had confidence that her father would fully recover. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the Yi family head's eyes. She was well aware of Dugu Xian's condition and understood Dugu Yan's character, quickly comprehending the implications. Congratulations, Elder Dugu, she said. Douluo waved his hand dismissively. It is all thanks to you, Yi family head. Otherwise, Xianer would not have lasted until now. Dugu Xian also expressed his sincere gratitude. The Yi family head was in good spirits. She was already aware that Douluo had broken through a certain threshold, and now only lacked a soul ring. Cultivating a relationship with a titled Douluo would undoubtedly be advantageous for the entire Yi family. The four of them entered the room, and Dugu Xian lay back on the sickbed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Douluo had already informed him about the poison body technique. Once his internal injuries healed, he would be able to practice this technique, freeing him from the torment of the poison. Please prepare yourself. I am about to begin, the Yi family head instructed, extending her right hand. As a wave of vibrant soul energy surged forth, a begonia flower, composed of delicate pink and white petals, materialized in her hand, accompanied by a faint yet enchanting fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Beneath the feet of the head of the Yi family, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, glimmered softly. Subsequently, these rings illuminated one by one, and beams of white light descended from above, falling gracefully like drifting feathers, revealing themselves to be the very petals of the flower. One by one, the 7 petals landed upon Dugu Xian, causing his body to tremble subtly. With this tremor, the skin that clung tightly to his bones rapidly filled out, the previously withered hue visibly fading away, replaced by a healthy, slightly rosy complexion. Within mere breaths, Dugu Xin transformed from the appearance of a frail elder in his 60s or 70s into a robust young man in his early 30s, brimming with vitality. He rolled off the bed, engaged in some gentle movements, and then bowed deeply to the head of the Yi family, expressing profound gratitude for the favor he had received. The Yi family head pondered deeply, reflecting on the efficacy of Dugu Bo's method to suppress the lethal poison. In previous instances, after treating Dugu Xin, he would quickly return to his peak condition, only for the poison to flare up once more, reverting him back to a state of decay within days. Yet now, there were no signs of poison manifesting. It appeared that the Dugu family's affliction had been resolved, but the curse of the Yi family still loomed large in her mind. With Dugu Xin's recovery, she decided not to linger any longer, noting that Yin had time to visit her aunt. Due to the frequent interactions regarding Dugu Xin's condition, coupled with the relationship between Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, Dugu Bo refrained from being overly formal. Yi family head, I shall escort you, he offered. After their departure, Dugu Yin securely closed the door and retrieved the tome from her storage soul guide, presenting it to Dugu Xin. Father, this is the Dushan Gong. As Dugu Xin diligently practiced the Dushan Gong, Lian's cultivation was also nearing its conclusion. Enveloped initially by the energy egg, he entered a wondrous state. As if he had returned to the womb, his consciousness hazy and devoid of thought. His heartbeat slowed to its lowest frequency, only discernible after lengthy intervals. In this state, his body instinctively channeled qi to absorb energy, achieving an efficiency several times greater than during his self-directed practice, while minimizing the impact of the energy's violent attributes. The qi within his dantian, once a mere thin layer, began to accumulate at a visibly rapid pace, now nearly overflowing to 50% capacity. He had transitioned from the initial stage of qi to a minor success in qi cultivation, without any sense of superficiality. However, nearly 20 days of continuous practice had pushed his meridians to their limits, resulting in a slight sensation of pressure that gradually brought Li An's consciousness back. Simultaneously, the speed of qi circulation began to diminish, and his body's attraction to energy correspondingly waned. The once overwhelming influx of energy had dwindled to nothing, and the energy cocoon surrounding Lian became increasingly thin, ultimately dissipating. At that moment, Lian suddenly inhaled deeply, instinctively stretching his limbs. His previously subdued body instantly awakened. Muscles elongated, fascia shifted, blood surged, and bones clicked with a soft crack. Lian yawned, tears welling in his eyes. That was a refreshing sleep. Wait a moment. Wasn't I in the midst of cultivating? How did I suddenly fall asleep? With a thought, his qi, now far more potent than before, surged through his meridians like a mighty river. Upon directing his consciousness into his dantian, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of qi, feeling as though he had yet to fully awaken. If his previous qi capacity resembled a small puddle, it had now transformed into a pond. After thoroughly examining his body, he confirmed that all was well. Thus, it seemed that during his cultivation, he had unwittingly entered a miraculous state, resulting in a significant breakthrough to minor success in qi cultivation. Chapter 130. Alchemy. Lian himself was astonished by how swiftly he had advanced to minor success in qi cultivation. His primary purpose for visiting the Bing Huoliang Yin had been to enhance his cultivation, yet now, without having harvested any celestial herbs or refined any pills, he had already achieved his modest goal. After a brief period of acclimatization to his newfound abilities, it felt completely natural, devoid of any sense of superficiality, and saved him considerable effort in refining his skills. Regrettably, the extraordinary state he experienced was not something that could be summoned at will. If only he could replicate it a few more times. Lian was tempted to sit down and attempt it once more, but quickly extinguished that thought. One must learn to be content. Excessive greed often leads to unintended consequences. Gigi, Lai Fu had been vigilantly nearby, and, upon witnessing Li An's awakening, approached with a stone in his mouth, eagerly seeking recognition for his efforts. Upon seeing the inscription on the stone, Lian understood that Dugu Bo had emerged from his retreat, having left a note while Lian was still in his practice. Realizing this, Lian silently acknowledged his oversight. He had initially intended to engage in a brief practice session while selecting alchemical formulas and waiting for Dugu Bo to emerge, planning to return together. If he could heal Dugu Xin, his indebtedness to Dugu Bo would only deepen. It was clear that one could not hope to win over someone like Dugu Bo through mere force. One must extend kindness, especially that which cannot easily be repaid. However, He had provided the method for body refinement through poison and offered alchemical materials, so Douluo's absence was not a significant setback. After rewarding Lai Fu with a vial of elixir, Lian took out a blank tome and a pen, beginning to circle the vicinity of the Liang Yan, recording the various spiritual materials he encountered. Moments later, he raised an eyebrow in perplexity. Why do these celestial herbs appear as though they have been drained of life? The celestial herbs possessed spirit. The one closest to him was the CC Duan Chong Hong, its leaves swaying gently as if silently lamenting its plight. Lian examined the records in his tome. There were 12 celestial herbs categorized into the first tier, of slightly lesser quality, but still possessing the essence of celestial herbs, totaling 38, classified as the second tier. The remainder, found in abundance around the Binghua Liang Yin, constituted the third tier, with 284 specimens. Even a third tier would suffice as primary materials for refining precious pills. However, harvesting them would be wasteful. Regrowth could take many years. And with his cultivation now significantly enhanced, he no longer required the use of alchemical pills to accumulate qi in the near term. The miraculous state he had entered allowed for rapid cultivation, although devoid of the pitfalls associated with a weak foundation. The qi he had gained was more volatile compared to that acquired through normal practice. Compressing a process that would typically take years into a mere fortnight naturally brought about some turbulence. Should he consume pills to further enhance his cultivation without allowing for proper grounding, it would indeed jeopardize his foundation. Such a trade-off, exchanging potential for immediate gain, was unwise. Lian directed his consciousness into the San Yuan Tower, exchanging for a secret technique named Shi Yuan Shou. This secret technique is specifically designed to extract the essence of spiritual plants, allowing one to obtain their quintessence without harming their roots. Although numerous spiritual materials grow around the Binghua Liang Yin, they are not inexhaustible, making this technique the most suitable for refining elixirs. By mastering the right balance, one can harvest periodically, akin to cutting chives. After a brief moment, Lian opened his eyes. Sustainable development is the key to maximizing benefits. Directly slaughtering a chicken for meat cannot compare to raising it for a continuous supply of eggs. Glancing around, he noticed rare treasures that are seldom encountered in a century. As a novice in the technique of Shi Yuan Shou, Lian was not yet adept, and using it directly on these treasures could result in significant losses. However, plants were abundant nearby. Leaving the basin, Lian stood before an ancient tree that could be embraced by 3 people. He circulated his true energy, opening several specific auxiliary meridians in his palm, and then reached out toward the ancient tree. The tree showed no reaction. Had he failed? Upon reflection, Lian realized that his true energy had momentarily stagnated during circulation, preventing the formation of a complete cycle, thus leading to his lack of success. The technique of Shi Yuan Shou utilizes the Laogong point in the palm as a minor dantian, constructing a cycle through specific auxiliary meridians in the hand. Once the true energy circulates completely, it swiftly disperses into the hand's Jian pericardium, creating a suction force at the Laogong point. This suction power is modest and targets energy rather than physical entities, making it effective for extracting the essence of spiritual plants. With the auxiliary meridians just opened and still lacking sufficient lubrication, the flow of true energy was somewhat sluggish, but with repeated practice, it would improve. Lian's robust physique and remarkable recovery abilities meant he did not need to nurture the damaged auxiliary meridians carefully. He simply expanded them with his true energy, and any minor injuries healed quickly. After several attempts, the true energy flowed smoothly through the auxiliary meridians. He then applied the Shi Yuan Shou technique to the ancient tree once more. The tree trembled slightly, and a thin, light green smoke resembling a small snake emerged from the trunk, wafting toward Lian. As this wisp of smoke detached, the once vibrant ancient tree visibly withered, its numerous green leaves rapidly turning yellow and falling. Gigi, Gigi, coming forth, the 6 eyes of Lai Fu fixated on the smoke, emitting urgent cries before opening wide. Lian cast a sidelong glance at it, quickly comprehending. When Lai Fu had been pursued by Douluo, it had likely undergone countless disintegrations before fleeing to him. Even if its essence remained intact, it could not have recovered so swiftly. The essence of these plants was exceedingly gentle and would greatly aid in its recovery. Lian condensed the smoke into a small clump and flicked it into Lai Fu's mouth, which promptly closed. Two slender green smoke snakes emerged from Lai Fu's nostrils, while its other 2 heads eagerly opened their mouths to inhale, though some dissipated into the air. The three grotesque faces of Lai Fu gradually converged, and its 6 eyes looked pitiably at Lian. There was no need to rush. Many ancient trees remained nearby. Lian smiled, switching to another ancient tree to continue utilizing the Shiyuan Shou. Within a single day, he had harvested the towering plants surrounding the basin, causing them to appear as though afflicted by pests, with their leaves yellowing and wilting. He then shifted to shorter plants to hone the precision of his Shiyuan Shou technique, resulting in a rapid increase in proficiency. By the 4th day, he began to attempt extracting the essence of spiritual materials. But even the lowest quality spiritual materials contained energy far beyond that of ordinary plants. Furthermore, spiritual materials exhibited a certain resistance to the Shiyuan Shou, complicating its application. If he exerted too little force, the essence would not be extracted. Too much force could damage the vitality of the spiritual material, potentially turning it into waste. Fortunately, Lian had accumulated ample experience and, after several failures, quickly discovered the key. The essence extracted using Shiyuan Shou could be purified simply and directly used for alchemy, saving many steps. However, the essence could not be over-extracted at once, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of elixirs produced per furnace. At most, he could yield 4 to 5 pills, and at least 1 or 2, a far cry from the previous 12. Nevertheless, each pill possessed extraordinary effects. Lian's heart soared with joy. He had 14 types of elixirs that could enhance cultivation, totaling 52 pills. If he could refine them all, even if he could not break through to the completion of true energy, the gap would be minimal. Moreover, given the unique environment of the Binghua Liangyi Yin, waiting a year or so would allow these spiritual materials to recover, permitting another harvest. Now only 12 strains of celestial herbs remained. Lian surveyed his surroundings, rubbing his hands together, and approached the Lihua Xingjiao Shu, standing 3 feet away. This celestial herb was entirely crimson, continuously emitting an intense heat, and no other spiritual materials were present in its vicinity, showcasing its dominance. However, Lian did not intend to use it for alchemy. The Lihua Xingjiao Shu, possessing both fire and wood attributes, was perfectly suited for enhancing the Zhuangxin Haiyan and Qinglian Tushi technique. These 2 supernatural abilities could strengthen the heart and liver. Currently, Lian's primary long-range combat technique was the Wulei Zhengfa, which was based on the 5 internal organs. Thus, enhancing them would benefit the lethality of the Wulei Zhengfa. He raised his hand to grasp. The Lihua Xingjiao Shu gently swayed, and a crystal-red essence, about the thickness of a thumb, was extracted. With this essence removed, the Lihua Xingjiao Shu visibly weakened, its leaves curling as if deprived of water and subjected to harsh sunlight like an ordinary plant. Lian directly sat cross-legged, compressing the essence into a small clump and placing it in his mouth. Soon, his skin turned crimson, and smoke even began to emanate from his clothing. Lian paid no mind, focusing intently on refining the dual energies of fire and wood within the essence. Half an hour later, he stood up and approached the Jiguang Fengwang Kui, repeating the process. Refining the essences of these 2 firewood attribute celestial herbs enhanced the power of the Zhuangxin Haiyan and Qinglian Tushi techniques, while also significantly replenishing the energy of his internal organs. He carried a considerable amount of unique metals and rare ores, with the Baihu Lucian Dao ready for enhancement at any moment. The Binghua Liangyi Yin contained abundant water and fire energies, and during the extraction of the plant essences, he had absorbed quite a bit of wood energy. The only deficiency lay in the earth attribute oddities. Among the numerous 5-element oddities he had acquired, those of the earth attribute were the least in quantity and of average quality, causing the efficacy of the Wanhua Lusha technique to lag behind the other 4 supernatural abilities. It had even begun to hinder his progress. Consequently, while refining the energy of the internal organs, the pressure on his spleen was considerable, and his advancement in the Wulei Jingfa was relatively slow. The Qibao Liuli Pagoda possesses a unique sensitivity to various treasures, particularly precious gemstones, which is why it has become the wealthiest sect on the continent, as many gemstones belong to the earth attribute oddities. Whether the final shortcoming of the 5-element supernatural abilities can be addressed would depend on the support of the Qibao Liuli sect. Lian exhaled a scorching breath and approached the next celestial herb, commencing the extraction of its essence. Of the 12 celestial herbs, each, except for the Lihua Xingjiao and Jiguang Fengwang Kui, could yield a unique elixir. The last herb, Xiangxi Duanshanghong, brought Lian to a Waterloo. He found himself unable to extract it. Furrowing his brow, he quickly recalled the unique characteristics of this mystical plant. This extraordinary flower possesses the ability to choose its master. To harvest it, one must think of their beloved with genuine sincerity, sprinkling their own blood upon its petals, without any wavering of intent. Forcing the extraction would only result in the destruction of the herb. Lian dismissed this as nonsense. Even if it were indeed a celestial herb, it was fundamentally just a plant, a mere blade of grass, capable of understanding emotions. The chapter does not end here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This method of harvesting, while peculiar, is not without its traces. Contemplating one's beloved with utmost sincerity and the act of bleeding resembles a kind of ritual designed to focus the mind and enhance one's spirit. It bears some resemblance to the divine strikes used in Shinmen. Lian attuned himself to Xiangxi and soon detected a strange, albeit faint, spiritual fluctuation emanating from the herb. Even with his formidable spiritual strength, he might have overlooked this subtle energy had it not been for his repeated attempts to sense it. Gradually, he adjusted his own spiritual fluctuations to align with those of the herb, establishing a connection as if inserting a key into a lock. A gentle twist, and the Xiangxi swayed lightly before detaching from the Wujiu stone, landing in Lian's hand. Genuine sincerity? No wobbling? Lian scrutinized the Xiangxi in his grasp. How amusing. It was merely a trick. Historically, deep affection has proven ephemeral, while only clever schemes win hearts. This herb would serve perfectly for concocting a batch of Luju Baodan. Furthermore, the Wujiu stone was also a valuable find, a rare earth elemental oddity, a delightful bonus indeed. After thoroughly absorbing the essence of the herb, Lian realized he had achieved all his objectives at the Binghua Liangyi Eye, even exceeding his initial expectations. He calculated the time and noted that he had approximately a month before his appointment with Ningfengji. The Sunset Forest was not far from the Qibao Glaze Sect. With a few days of travel, he would arrive without haste. Thus, Lian directed his focus towards cultivating the 5 elements' divine abilities, refining several pieces of rare metals each day, then immersing himself in the Binghua Liangyi Eye, practicing while relaxing. Occasionally, he would train in the toxic mist, honing his Jiuan'ai Jia, each day feeling quite fulfilled. However, at first, Lian was somewhat resistant to entering the Binghua Liangyi Eye. After all, this was the tomb of the Binghua Dragon King, and the herbs could be considered mere weeds upon their grave. While that aspect could be overlooked, the Binghua Liangyi Eye itself was akin to their embalming fluid. Even deities might find it repugnant. Yet after a single experience, Lian found it utterly enchanting. Upon entering the spring, particularly the Fire Eye, he felt enveloped by energies of both water and fire, of exceptionally high quality. Even without actively absorbing it, the energy would seep directly into his body. Thus, his Zhuangxin Haiyan and the Yuan Chongshui made rapid progress. Within just a few days, these 2 abilities became the most advanced among the 5 elements' divine abilities. While Lian was engrossed in his cultivation, Dugu Bo departed from his home with his son and granddaughter. Chapter 131. Before departure in the Binghua Liangyi Eye, Lian, entirely unclothed, descended at a steady pace. He had tried wearing clothes, but they would soon be incinerated or frozen, and after several attempts, he ceased the effort. 700 feet, 800 feet, 900 feet. At this depth, while the temperatures of the Fire Eye and ice I had not yet reached absolute extremes, they were nevertheless quite close. The view was a stark contrast of pure white and crimson, devoid of any life, protected by his Haiyan and Chongshui, which provided him with strong resistance to both ice and fire. He remained unscathed, neither boiled nor frozen. Beneath the Liangyi Eye lay the bones of the Binghua Dragon King, an unsettling sight indeed. He had descended multiple times, each yielding no success. As he ventured deeper, the pressure increased, and the energy within the water grew more potent and violent. Approaching a depth of 1,000 feet, he began to struggle under the strain. However, Lian discovered that the immense water pressure, coupled with the concentrated energies of both ice and fire within this strange environment, not only strengthened his body through continuous damage and recovery, but also slowed the circulation of his true qi compared to normal conditions. It felt as if gravity was gradually intensifying. His true qi moved as slowly as a tortoise, and with each complete cycle, it consumed nearly 7 to 8 times the usual amount of energy. Yet, the benefits were equally conspicuous. The quality of the refined true qi improved by about 10 to 20%. Do not underestimate this enhancement. Higher quality means greater density. And transitioning from true qi to true essence requires compressing the true qi until it liquefies into true essence. Elevating the quality of true qi simplifies this transformation process, resulting in higher quality true essence. At around 1,120 feet, Lian reached his limit. He carved a hole into the stone wall at the junction of the ice and fire springs, slipping inside like a fish, clearing a small, flat area, and placing a heat-insulating mat. He then began to temper his true qi. As the true qi circulated within him, as long as it did not run out, he could remain submerged without needing to surface for air, allowing him to stay underwater for extended periods. Moreover, pure energy continually seeped through his pores, replenishing the consumed true qi, which extended his underwater duration even further. After some time, having adjusted to the water pressure, Lian prepared to dive deeper, engaging in this cycle repeatedly. "Grandfather, is this your medicinal garden?" Upon entering the basin, Yin blinked in wonder, taking in her surroundings with wide-eyed amazement. It was her first visit here. Previously, Bo had feared that she and Xan might succumb to poisoning, as any disruption to their internal balance could prove quite troublesome, even for him. Thus, he had only mentioned this place in passing, leaving Yin curious for quite some time. "Yin, do not wander off, especially near that peculiar spring. There are herbs here that even I do not recognize, capable of countering the lethal poison of the Bailan Snake King," Bo cautioned, his gaze scanning the area. Observing this, Xan inquired, "Father, has that individual you mentioned already departed?" "Not likely." Bo shook his head. "Before leaving, I left him a message. Unless something urgent arose, he would certainly not abandon this treasure trove." Having observed the unusual phenomena during Lian's cultivation, he was certain that Lian would not relinquish the Binghuoliang Yi, especially with the abundance of celestial herbs present. Suddenly, Bo raised his head. Yin and Xan followed his gaze and saw a small dot in the distant sky rapidly enlarging, heading directly toward their location. Even from afar, they could sense the menacing aura radiating from it. Xan's expression turned tense. Although he had an antidote to suppress the deadly poison and had fully recovered from his internal injuries, he now possessed the strength of a high-level soul master. Yet, faced with that malevolent presence, he felt no inclination to resist. "Grandfather," Yin instinctively moved closer to Bo. Even though she had ample confidence in Bo, the overwhelming presence of the ancient soul beast still unsettled her, evoking a sense of trepidation. This reaction is natural when one is confronted with danger. Bo, however, chuckled reassuringly, stating, "There is no need for concern. This creature is merely a pet of that young lad." The notion of using an ancient soul beast as a pet astonished Yin, and her anticipation for their forthcoming encounter grew. Xan added, "This is no ordinary ancient soul beast. Judging by the aura it emanates, its cultivation level is at least over 60,000 years. As he spoke, Lai Fu had already soared to the trio's vicinity, folding its wings and landing gracefully, its 6 eyes fixed on them. Upon their gaze meeting, Yin felt a chill run down her spine. Bo noted that Lai Fu not only had fully recovered from its injuries, but seemed to possess an even heightened aura. "Where's your master?" Lai Fu tarned, its 3 heads calling out a few times towards the Binghuoliang Yin, then glanced at Xan and Yin, concluding they posed no threat before departing. "Is he daring enough to enter the water?" Bo pondered, taken aback. He had extensively studied the wonders of the Binghuoliang Yin and thus understood the perilous nature of that spring, which made him wary of approaching it. The chapter was not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. First, let's settle down. You two should remain within my sight as much as possible. This place is still too perilous for Xan and Yin, especially with Lai Fu around. I cannot afford to let them stray too far from me in case I need to intervene." After preparing 2 rooms and laying out bedding, Yin and Xan officially settled here. Xan's body was plagued by potent toxins, merely subdued by the antidote pills, each only effective for 7 days. Having used one during their passage through the poison formation, he was left with a limited supply. Just recently beginning his training in the toxin body technique, he feared reverting to his former state if the pills ran out. Having endured the excruciating agony of that experience, he was determined not to return to such a state. Thus he yearned to utilize his time wisely and began practicing diligently. As for Yin, with the hope of her father's recovery, the immense burden that had weighed upon her heart began to lift, dispelling the shadows that had loomed over her. Compared to her previous maturity and composure, She now exhibited a vivacious and cheerful demeanor typical of a young girl. In her daily routine, aside from her methodical training, she would often find herself by the Liang Yin during her free time, seated on a flat stone, her slender legs extended gracefully, her fair skin contrasting beautifully with her azure skirt, radiating the essence of youth. She tossed a small pebble into the water, watching it skip and splash, sending up several droplets. How could a person remain submerged for so long without surfacing for air? She had learned from Douluo about the terrifying nature of the dual springs, and since Lian had entered, he had yet to re-emerge, leading her thoughts to wander. After sitting for a while longer, Douluo stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from her skirt, and was about to head back when suddenly the tranquil waters began to churn, as if something formidable were about to surface. She stepped back a few paces, her eyes fixed on the water's surface, biting her lip in anticipation. The one who had saved her father, even the entire Douluo family, was remarkable in the art of poison crafting and alchemy, captivating her with a sense of curiosity. Boom! The agitated surface of the spring erupted violently. Lian, his body glistening with moisture, leaped from the depths of the water. His bare feet touched the surface without any energy sustaining him, merely using his toes to stir the water, creating small whirlpools that buoyed him. His skin's muscles quivered, scattering the droplets clinging to him. He scratched his backside, suddenly feeling an intense gaze upon him. Turning, he encountered a beautiful young lady with dark green hair, her emerald eyes wide with shock. Oh no! Lian's heart raced as he suddenly realized he was not clothed. In the next moment, a rosy hue spread across the lady's cheeks, and she opened her mouth to unleash a high-pitched scream. Ah! Damn it! Lian thought, feeling overwhelmed. The myriad sands swiftly enveloped his body, forming a protective layer. Just then, Douluo arrived on the scene, riding atop the Bai Lin Shi Huang, with 8 soul rings subtly pulsing around him. The old fellow's keen gaze quickly assessed the situation, noting Lian's sandy armor and Douluo's expression, which was nearly steaming with embarrassment, leading him to draw a hasty conclusion. He posed with an air of authority, asking, Yin, did this young man bully you? Even if I cannot best him, I will certainly seek justice for you. Douluo, however, heard none of Douluo's inquiries. Her mind was abuzz, utterly frozen in shock. The image she had just witnessed was seared into her memory, impossible to erase. At 16, she was of an age where, in an ordinary family, one might already be contemplating marriage. She was far from naive. In her academy days, the girls in her dorm occasionally engaged in risque discussions. Thus, she possessed some theoretical knowledge about matters between men and women, but Lian had certainly surpassed her expectations. Witnessing Douluo, Yin nearly buried her face in her chest. Lian's lips twitched as he attempted to explain, Ahem, I inadvertently startled this lady. I apologize. Douluo suddenly lifted her head, her cheeks aflame as she spat at him, then activated her martial spirit and departed, likely not wishing to face him for days to come. Lian was left with an exasperated feeling, unable to express his frustration. She had gawked at him a moment ago, yet now she left without uttering a word, leaving him feeling utterly mortified. It was he who had been exposed. Douluo arrived belatedly, pausing upon seeing Lian, yet he refrained from inquiring about Douluo's earlier scream, as he had faith in Douluo. Douluo bowed deeply to Lian, addressing him as sovereign, without further comment, which provided Lian a moment of reprieve. Ahem, let me assess your condition, he said. Douluo extended his right hand, and Lian grasped it, channeling a thread of energy to quickly discern his state. Observing the expectant gazes of the father and son, Lian pondered before speaking. Even though the toxin body technique has only 5 levels, even if perfected, it would merely delay the onset of severe poisoning by several years. However, I do possess a method to eliminate it entirely. Excitement flickered across Douluo's otherwise stoic face, for he had been troubled by this issue for many years. Quickly, tell me. Douluo, having languished in illness for years, had cultivated a resilient disposition through countless toxic episodes. Perhaps he had simply faced too many disappointments. Lian met his gaze and asked, would you be willing to forfeit your cultivation entirely? Douluo had already deduced a few points. What does it mean? The poison is indeed produced by the martial soul. Even if one loses their cultivation, as long as the martial soul remains, the poison will still exist. One cannot simply abandon their martial soul, can they? After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lian, who was waiting for Douluo's response. Moments earlier, he realized that Douluo might be more suited to cultivate the Wan Shi Tian Shida Fa than Douluo. as this technique requires enduring the agony of being devoured by myriad snakes. Although the poison within him was not as potent as Douluo's, he had suffered greatly from the toxic affliction, which had enhanced his endurance. Douluo pondered for a moment. As long as I can completely rid myself of the poison, my cultivation is of little consequence. Lian glanced again at Douluo. You should have already surmised that my cultivation does not stem from the martial soul or spirit rings, but rather from my own arduous efforts to elevate it incrementally. Even with a similar conjecture, Douluo still felt profoundly astonished. The notion of possessing strength comparable to a title Douluo without relying on martial souls or spirit rings, if made public, would likely cause an upheaval across the Douluo continent. He paused momentarily and said, "What is the point of discussing this? After all, I'm already tied to you. I practice the martial way and possess a technique called andHis, which is perfectly suited to the current predicament of the Douluo family, and similarly advantageous for all soul masters with serpent martial souls." Lian's implication was unmistakable. You are not the only option. The two exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, yet they remained silent. Lian continued, "As long as this technique is cultivated to the true Qi realm, or even a slightly lower level, it should resolve the issue of the poison. However, this technique is notoriously difficult to master. One must endure the trial of being devoured by myriad snakes to genuinely cultivate andHis. The trial of being devoured by myriad snakes? It must be quite painful, right?" Douluo's expression remained calm. Pain was something he had long since lost count of. Each trial had made him wish for death, yet he had persevered through them all. Indeed, if one can withstand the trial, subsequent cultivation will be smooth sailing. But if one cannot endure, Lian did not elaborate further. The initiation of andHis begins with the inner Qi realm. The process of being devoured by myriad snakes requires countless venomous snakes as assistants, allowing one to adopt serpentine traits, after which one can utilize secret methods to gradually transform their inner Qi into an immensely powerful serpent state, which signifies true entry into the technique. Douluo turned his gaze to Douluo, who remained silent for a moment. "You decide for yourself." Douluo bowed once more to Lian. "Please impart the technique." "Sect Master. First, cultivate the poison body technique. Once perfected, proceed to andHis to alleviate some of the pain." After providing a few pointers, Lian transmitted the first two layers of the technique to Douluo. The poison body technique, combined with the initial layers of andHis, would suffice for the three of them to cultivate for quite some time. Chapter 132. Contacting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect during the ensuing days. Douluo avoided Lian at all costs. Even when they crossed paths, she would lower her head, unable to meet his gaze. After all, the previous scene had been far too shocking for an innocent girl. Simultaneously, Lian felt a tinge of discomfort. After revealing himself, he replenished his energy with ample nourishment and then re-entered the air utilizing the water pressure and pure energy to refine his true Qi. Thus, days passed by. Bang! The waters of the air erupted. Lian emerged from the depths, enveloped in sand armor. Upon entering a normal environment, the flow of true Qi within him accelerated dramatically. If previously he was akin to a modest electric scooter, now he had transformed into a motorcycle. Furthermore, the quality of the true Qi had significantly improved, nearly reaching 1.5 times its former strength. Although the total amount remained unchanged, both the output speed and quality had increased, resulting in a multiplicative enhancement of his overall power. After changing his attire, Lian exited the poison formation. He walked approximately 500 to 600 meters southeast when he heard rustling sounds. Soon, a pit measuring 10 meters on each side and 5 meters deep came into view, teeming with poisonous snakes. The rustling noise was produced by countless snakes entangled together, their scales rubbing against one another. It was unclear what method Douluo had employed to create such a snake pit. Seeing so many snakes, Lian halted, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp. He stifled the impulse to unleash a 5 thunder technique. Old Poisonous One, the snakes in the pit began to writhe violently, eerily parting to reveal Douluo, clad in a gray robe. "Little monster, what do you want from me?" Days prior, this old poison master had resolved to abandon the soul master system and switch to the martial way, drawing upon his profound foundation. He had already entered the process of being devoured by myriad snakes ahead of Douluo, advancing rapidly. In no time, he would grasp the fundamentals of andHis. Given his current pace, he would surpass the frail period within 6 months and attain considerable combat strength. In fact, within a few years, he could achieve a reversal. The various secret techniques recorded in Wan, Shi Tian, Shurta, Fa. While perhaps slightly inferior in quality to his several 10,000-year soul skills, undoubtedly surpassed 1,000-year soul skills, and the quantity was no longer a limitation. As long as conditions were met, one could cultivate as many as desired. Consequently, this would provide a significant advantage over those soul masters with limited skills. A plan to depart. Lian directly addressed Douluo. The deadline agreed upon with Ningfengji was fast approaching. He could not afford to break his promise. Depart? Douluo raised his now gray-white brows, though his expression bore little surprise. I knew you wouldn't stay long. Rest assured, I will guard this place well. In the realm of potion crafting, Douluo could not rival Lian, who possessed the San Yuan Tower. Yet his 50 to 60 years of experience with poisons was formidable. Their exchanges had broadened his horizons, and they had become fast friends. Lian took out a piece of jade and tossed it to him. Thank you. I will return periodically. This contains some medicinal pills, primarily antidotes, and those for enhancing cultivation, clearly labeled on the bottle. This jade was dismantled from the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, and Lian had even concocted a special dye to color the jade, rendering it unrecognizable even to a master. Douluo caught the jade and examined it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. You are quite thoughtful. Inside the jade, a small portion was composed of antidote pills, sufficient for Qian for a long time. His greatest concern now was the potential resurgence of the poison within Qian. Then you should also reciprocate, right? Lian's gaze fell upon the blue leather pouch at Douluo's waist, roughly the size of 2 palms, and he said with a smile, the Rui Baobao pouch is an extraordinary storage soul guide, as it can contain living beings, and medicinal herbs placed inside remain fresh. Lian had long coveted it. Although Lai Fu could conceal his aura and masquerade as an accessory to a soul master of title Douluo's caliber, it stood out like a torch in the darkness. I knew you wouldn't engage in a losing deal. Douluo's lips twitched, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. He then reached to remove the leather pouch, transferring most of its contents to another storage soul guide. Hurry up and leave. As the Rui Baibao now came into Lian's possession, he opened it, and, with a flick directed at the creature named Lai Fu perched on his shoulder, summoned it back into the pouch. Upon retrieving it, Lai Fu had vanished, leaving behind the pouch that began to bulge with various contents. The blue leather of the pouch appeared robust, yet Lian hesitated, uncertain if it could withstand any powerful moves Lai Fu might unleash within. Fearing that the pouch could be damaged, he promptly released Lai Fu. After soothing it and experimenting a few times, Lai Fu quickly acclimated to the space inside the pouch. What a treasure! Observing Lian fiddling with the pouch, Douluo snorted, and the writhing serpents converged, obscuring his form, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell, Lian mounted Lai Fu and swiftly transformed into a mere speck in the sky. 4 days later, in Tiando City, Lian arrived at the entrance of a jewelry store. On the prominently displayed sign, a 7-tiered pagoda was inscribed in the lower right corner, symbolizing that this establishment belonged to the Qian Sect. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon entering, a striking girl clad in a black uniform approached him, a nameplate inscribed with the characters Wu Jia Jia adorning her left breast. Good day, sir. I am a sales associate here. How may I assist you? The girl's hands were elegantly crossed at her abdomen, her body slightly inclined forward. Her smile genuine and warm, her voice soft, resonating with the gentle cadence of Wu dialect. Such service quality. One could see why the Qian Sect had ascended to the pinnacle of wealth among the sects of the continent. Concurrently, Lian sensed a faint wave of soul energy emanating from her, although she was merely at the second ring. Having a young and beautiful grandmaster serve as an attendant spoke volumes about the sect's profound heritage. I would like to browse for now. The display cases showcased an array of jewels, each imbued with varying degrees of earth attribute energy. Noticing this, Lian felt no urgency to contact the Qian Sect. Please take your time. The girl inclined slightly, then followed Lian at a respectful distance, remaining quiet. The first floor exhibition area was expansive, with similar types and styles of jewelry grouped within the same display cases, numbering around 50 to 60. Each piece was priced between 3,000 to 8,000 Gene Soul coins. After perusing, Lian discovered only a handful of jewels that contained substantial earth attribute energy. Yet even those offered minimal enhancement to him, rendering them practically useless. Thus, he ascended to the second floor. Most of the gemstones rich in earth attribute energy displayed exceptional color and brilliance. A glimmer of delight appeared in the girl's eyes as the second floor housed even pricier jewels, thus increasing her commission, contingent upon Lian's purchases. The second floor display cases were significantly smaller, no longer the elongated glass cases of the first floor. Each case contained at least one jewel, with some showcasing up to 5. And the prices surged exponentially. Suddenly, Lian halted. He had not discovered a jewel rich in earth attribute energy, but rather an exquisite neck ring. A black silk ribbon, as wide as a finger, bore a bell the size of a dragon's eye, intricately crafted from a transparent gemstone. Imagining a little fox adorned with this neck ring, sporting beastly ears and swaying several fluffy tails, crawling towards him on a bed, Lian felt a warmth in his nose. Cough. Could you take this out for me to examine? Please hold on a moment, sir. The girl smiled as she opened the display case. Yet Lian sensed an odd emotion in her gaze directed at him. After a cursory examination, Lian found the neck ring satisfactory, albeit priced at 28,000. Slightly on the higher side. Please wrap it up. The girl beamed, of course, sir. Subsequently, Lian also purchased an anklet adorned with a circle of colorful gemstones and a lace leg ring embedded with gems, totaling just over 100,000. As she handed the packaged items to him, her fingers gently brushed against his palm. Leaning forward, her doe-like eyes sparkling, she softly offered, Sir, would you like me to help you try on these jewels? What do you take me for? Lian dismissed her overture. Could you arrange for your supervisor? I have matters to discuss. The girl's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, biting her red lip and gazing at him with a pitiful look. Sir, she assumed Li and intended to lodge a complaint against her. Though the store operated under certain unspoken rules, such matters were strictly kept under wraps. Lian quickly discerned the situation. It has nothing to do with you. You may go. The girl managed a strained smile, then hurriedly exited, returning shortly with a beautiful woman in her 30s, also clad in a uniform, exuding a mature charm. Sir, this is our manager Liu. Hello. Manager Liu extended her delicate hand. Had Lian not spent over 100,000 Gene Soul coins, she would not have emerged so readily. Such expenditure classified him as a valued customer. Hello, could we speak privately? Lian briefly shook her hand. Please follow me. Manager Liu led him to her office, brewed a cup of tea, and set it before him, sitting opposite him with her legs elegantly crossed, a smile gracing her lips as she awaited him to speak. Manager Liu, do you have any raw stones available? The jewels in the store were all cut, with the largest being bracelets. Even if they contained rich earth attribute energy, they would suffer some degradation during the cutting process, causing the energy to dissipate. Thus, Lian sought raw stones. What do you need raw stones for? Manager Liu regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly considering him a peer in the trade. I have a penchant for stone gambling. Lian casually fabricated a reason. Gambling with stones? Manager Liu's expression shifted, her mind racing with thoughts she could not quite grasp. Could you elaborate? Lian briefly explained the concept of stone gambling, and as Manager Liu listened, she nodded slightly. Moments later, her eyes widened in surprise. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the enthralling content. Suddenly, Lian realized that stone gambling did not exist in Douluo, and this Manager Liu was attempting to take advantage of him, leaving him feeling quite displeased. Just as he reached a crucial point, Lian abruptly ceased his elaboration. Sir, why did you stop? Manager Liu quickly interjected, immediately recognizing her lapse in composure. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and pondered for a moment before continuing. Sir, how about this? If you share the entire process of stone gambling with me, I can authorize a waiver for your expenditures today, and in the future, you will enjoy a permanent 20% discount whenever you visit our store. Furthermore, I am willing to submit an application to provide you with a sum ranging from a minimum of 300,000 to a maximum of 1 million Gene ONB as compensation for this idea. Upon speaking, Manager Liu fixed her piercing gaze upon Lian. In her view, investing a substantial amount to acquire this concept is exceedingly worthwhile. Although it is simple for competitors to follow suit, with the financial backing of the Buddha Sect, capturing a significant portion of the market poses no challenge, and they could emerge as leaders in this industry. Lian reclined slightly, sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa. What if I choose not to agree? Manager Liu furrowed her brows, initially suspecting he was about to demand an exorbitant price. Sir, you must understand, regarding the gambling stones, you have already disclosed a significant portion. Even if the final part is absent, the impact would be minimal. Lian nodded, deliberately responding. Oh, so your GoldenFinger sect intends to bully others? Manager Liu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Sir, the GoldenFinger sect has always believed in harmonious commerce. I was merely engaging in a serious business discussion with you, and the terms I have offered are quite sincere. I hope you won't complicate matters. Level 55? Quite impressive. Although Manager Liu had concealed her true abilities well, Lian could roughly deduce that she was likely a Soul King. At that moment, a faint ripple of soul energy emanated, which Lian promptly identified. Manager Liu's expression subtly altered. Just as she hesitated to summon assistance, Lian continued, as the person in charge of this jewelry store, with your cultivation and status, you should be able to contact the higher-ups of the GoldenFinger sect, correct? What do you mean? Manager Liu's eyes glimmered with caution. The sect of the GoldenFinger sect is nestled within the mountains, and I cannot locate it, so I wish to ask for your assistance in relaying a message. Lian paused. Yes, just inform them that Anlan is here for an appointment. Anlan. Manager Liu felt the name was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, and instinctively inquired, who is this appointment with? Of course, it is with Sect Master Ning. Sect Master? Manager Liu's eyes widened, and she stood abruptly. Anlan, you are. After a prolonged period of fermentation and the subtle nudging of certain individuals, the name Anlan had almost become legendary across the continent. However, Lian had remained elusive until recently when the initial waves had finally settled. Lian nodded slightly. I am indeed the Anlan from the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. By the way, do you have any raw stones here? Yes, indeed. Let us proceed. Show me. Chapter 133. Picking up people as one of the largest jewelry stores in Tiando City. The Sun Jewelry Store not only has its own workshop, but also possesses a dozen or so gemstone mines that supply raw stones. What is transported to the workshop are those that have been opened and confirmed to contain gemstones. In the workshop, Manager Liu guided Lian on a tour, while also serving as an interpreter, which quickly provided him with a general understanding of the jewelry-making process. Before his very eyes, a pink octagonal gemstone, approximately the size of a thumb, was polished into shape and then set into an exquisite platinum necklace. The entire process took no longer than 30 minutes. Such a necklace would not sell for less than 5,000 GoldenFinger, representing a remarkable profit. It must be said that in certain fields, the efficiency of soul masters can surpass that of machines. After the tour, Lian was left astounded. He also acquired several gemstones imbued with abundant earthy energy. However, it was still insufficient for him, only allowing a slight enhancement to his Wanhua Lusha technique. He required a greater quantity of earthy artifacts. Are the gemstone mines supplying the store all properties of the GoldenFinger sect? Manager Liu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, even with preparation. Lian inhaled deeply. Truly extravagant. Not only do they possess mines, but they are also gemstone mines. What difference is there from robbing banks? Moreover, the jewelry store is merely one of the many enterprises of the GoldenFinger sect. There must be other lucrative ventures as well. No wonder they are the wealthiest sect on the continent. Hearing Lian praise the GoldenFinger sect, Manager Liu straightened her posture, filled with pride. She then humbly inquired, Mr. Anlan, as you mentioned earlier, some excess materials from the workshop can be used to host a gambling stone event, correct? In her perspective, Lian's affiliation with the GoldenFinger sect seemed inevitable. Thus, she no longer regarded him as an outsider. Lian pondered for a moment. These stones, which have been opened and confirmed to contain gemstones, inherently possess value. However, until the size of the gemstones is determined, this value cannot be established. So they should be considered as half-gamble items. Thus, each piece must have a baseline price, since he had not elaborated earlier. Her inquiry allowed him to provide a more detailed explanation. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu's eyes sparkled, seemingly transforming into the shape of gold coins. Half gamble? So there's also a full gamble? Lian nodded in agreement, stating raw stones extracted from the gemstone mines should be sold without any processing, displayed at a lower price. After all, half-gamble materials hold substantial value, which not everyone can afford. Of course, they can be screened beforehand to retain a small portion containing gemstones. After capturing the big fish, they would not let even the small ones escape. Manager Liu felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world. No wonder it is called gambling stones, Essentially, this is a little different from gambling. There is one thing she did not state explicitly. The GoldenFinger sect serves as the house, profiting from all. While there might be a fortunate individual who strikes it rich overnight, as the house, the GoldenFinger sect would never incur losses. She then considered another issue. Gambling can involve cheating. It cannot be assured that the same would not apply to gambling stones, especially given the myriad of techniques available to soul masters. If a soul master with a special martial spirit were to appear, similar to the direct descendants of the GoldenFinger sect, possessing a unique sensitivity to various treasures, particularly valuable gemstones, how would that be addressed? Lian raised an eyebrow. The GoldenFinger sect is immensely wealthy. They can simply invest money to cultivate their own members. Can't they? I doubt the Spirit Hall and other 7 sects would be so trivial as to seek trouble, and, as for others, few would refuse the invitation of the GoldenFinger sect. Manager Liu was taken aback, awkwardly smiling. She had indeed contemplated using money in such a manner. Mr. Lan, it is nearly noon now. I have arranged for lunch. There are 3 more workshops like this one, and if you're interested, I could take you to visit them this afternoon. That would be fine, but I do not require further tours. Not all gemstones are earthy artifacts. The probability is merely higher. The jewelry stores under the GoldenFinger sect are numerous, supplied by those dozen gemstone mines, which means the distribution of earthy artifacts is even more limited. Even if I were to visit the other 3 workshops, the yield would likely be minimal. It would be better to head directly to the gemstone mines. Mr. Lan, please follow me. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Lian casually extracted the earthy energy from several pieces of raw stone, yielding some minor gains. He sat cross-legged on the bed, employing secret methods to stimulate his organs, refining the quintessence of the 5 elements and transforming it into thunder, which flowed continuously into his dantian. Previously, in the Sunset Forest, whether practicing the 9 reverse armor or utilizing the water pressure of the 2 instruments to temper his body, he had significantly enhanced his physique, indirectly benefiting his internal organs as well. At this moment, the efficiency of the thunder conversion has nearly doubled compared to the past. Furthermore, once a sufficient quantity of earth-attributed artifacts is refined and absorbed, this efficiency is bound to increase even further. After all, the capacity of a barrel to hold water is determined by its shortest plank. As the thunder continues to accumulate, gradually, the second blue-purple 3-dimensional rune begins to take shape. Compared to the first rune, this one is slightly smaller and appears more ethereal, and upon its emergence, it establishes a unique gravitational pull towards the first rune. It then begins to orbit around the first rune like a satellite. The 2 runes pulsate in sync. Throughout the Zhongxue, the thunder ebbs and flows, delicately spreading into the internal organs, enhancing the sensation of numbness and pain. Clearly, the reinforcing effect on the organs has intensified. Solely relying on the 5 thunder technique to refine the internal organs is still too slow. The collection of 5 elemental artifacts must continue, or else it would take at least a decade to condense 365 thunder runes, a duration I cannot afford to wait. As the process progresses, the demand for resources grows increasingly substantial, and ordinary resources can no longer suffice. Once the training concludes, Lian does not leave the room. Before taking him to tour the workshop, Manager Liu had already dispatched news back to the GoldenFinger sect, and it won't be long before someone arrives. With the sword law at level 96, the attack power of the 7 killing sword rivals that of the Haotian hammer. Given my current strength, even with all my means, defeating him seems improbable. However, capturing me is not an easy task either. If the Bone Douluo and Ning Fengji join him, the pressure will significantly increase. I must swiftly establish contact with Qian Renxue, ideally acquiring the Hanhai Qianquan shield, or at the very least, borrowing it for a while. Once I cultivate the Qianquan 9 steps to a minor success, should I wish to leave, no one could possibly obstruct me. It is prudent to prepare an escape route. Even if my identity is exposed, I can depart with ease when the time comes. The Qianquan 9 steps is a premier movement technique. Perfected, each step encompasses a universe, allowing one to traverse anywhere within 9 steps. However, the prerequisites for this technique are exceedingly stringent, necessitating practice in areas of intense spatial fluctuation. Lian sought the Baibao pouch from Douluo, hoping to test whether this special soul guide, capable of containing living beings, could aid him in entry. Regrettably, it was a disappointment. The only suitable artifact is likely the Hanhai Qianquan shield, the treasured national artifact of the Tiando Empire. Although deemed a national treasure, its value is somewhat inflated. Without knowledge of its connection to the Sea God.The token, its symbolic significance outweighs its actual utility. Otherwise, it would not have been gifted to Tang San by the Snow Knight Emperor in the original story. With Qian Renxue as the crown prince, along with Ning Fengji's ties to the Tian-Do royal family, acquiring it should be relatively straightforward. Meanwhile, as Lian patiently awaits, news has already returned to the Buddha Sect to transmit the message to the sect with utmost speed. A soul saint possessing the Black Eagle martial soul was enlisted, accomplishing the task in less than a day. Such a grand gesture could only be matched by the Spirit Hall or perhaps the top 3 sections. That little brat dares to come back. The Sword-Daw clenches the letter, his beard and hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind, his expression turning rather grim. Initially, Lian's abrupt disappearance suggested a lack of confidence in his own strength. Even if that is a fact, having it so blatantly presented before him inevitably breeds discontent. Ning Fengji, on the other hand, is quite pleased. After such a long period without any news from Lian, he was nearly ready to give up hope. Yet unexpectedly, the person has arrived. He smiles and explains, "Sword Uncle, you are well aware of the circumstances at that time. His actions were justifiable. If it were me, I would likely have made the same choice." A tall, slender elder beside him chuckles and adds fuel to the fire. "Hee, old sword, if your strength falters, how can you not raise suspicion?" The Sword-Daw raises an eyebrow, a glint of sword intent flickering in his eyes. "Old bone, is your bone itching again? Do you need me to help loosen you up?" The bone Douluo slightly recoils. Although his bone dragon martial soul excels in defense and possesses spatial powers, it struggles against the 7-killing sword of the Sword-Daw. Moreover, he is at a disadvantage, being 1 rank lower than the Sword-Daw. After reaching level 95, the disparity between each rank becomes significantly pronounced. Consequently, he has not fared well in their previous sparring sessions. Grandpa Bone is the strongest. At that moment, a delicate voice with a hint of cuteness chimes in. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo instantly perks up, stepping forward with a proud chest and a playful expression. Cool me, old sword. Let's go outside for a duel. The loser is the grandchild." The sword Douluo, fierce yet succinct, grips the 7-killing sword, which materializes in his hand. Ning Fengji's head swells with concern. "Bone uncle, sword uncle, Rong is just being mischievous. Must you join her folly?" He then turns to look back. Rong. From a small door leading to the inner chamber emerges a delicate girl with light blue eyes. Dressed in a pale blue dress and brown shoes, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, she resembles a playful little princess. As soon as she appears, the formidable titled Douluos of Sword and Bone instantly transform into tender-hearted grandfathers, their expressions filled with anticipation, hoping this little princess will approach them and sweetly call them grandpa. The little girl rolls her eyes, glancing back and forth between the two, then giggles and climbs onto the large chair at the front, swinging her little legs. "Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, I heard that someone wants to join our Buddha Sect, so you need to go to Tian-Do City, right?" Ning Fengji's face turns stern. Rong, have you completed the tasks I assigned you this morning?" She is still young, and Lian is somewhat inscrutable to him, so he prefers not to let his daughter focus on Lian just yet. "Little master, this chapter isn't finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Unexpectedly, both grandpas, Daddy is being mean to me. The Sword-Daw immediately expresses his discontent. "Fengji, how old is Rong? You pressured her to train after her martial soul awakening just a few days ago. What if she overexerts herself and injures her body?" "Exactly. Rong is still young, at the age of playfulness. As her father, you cannot always restrain her. When she grows older, she will naturally understand the importance of diligent practice." The Bone Douluo chimes in as well. "Who didn't T begin training right after their martial soul awakening? Am I to be blamed for everything?" Ning Fengji finds himself at a loss for words. If there's one thing that troubles him the most within the Buddha Sect, it is undoubtedly this daughter of his. With the backing of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, she is like a little demoness in the sect. He cannot bear to scold her, and if he dares to say anything, he is met with complaints from the 2 elders. It is virtually impossible for him to exert control. Ning Rong sticks her tongue out at him, further exhausting the patience of her father, Ning Fengji. Meanwhile, the 2 titled Douluos, Sword and Bone, remain oblivious to the ruckus, smiling and praising the cleverness and cuteness of the little demoness, completely forgetting their earlier competitive demeanor. Defeating the formidable demon king Ning Fengji, Ning Rong was in exceptionally high spirits. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, I crave the crispy sugar from Tianifang. Aren't you heading to Tiando City? Who will bring the sugar back for me? I will play with whoever brings it tomorrow. Douluo interjected eagerly. Fengji, I'm swift and can traverse space. Allow me to go. Douluo was not to be outdone. You have not even seen the lad. Let me go instead. I travel by sword and am hardly slower than you. I'll go. I'll go. The two vied with one another, glancing towards Ning Fengji. Fengji, whom do you suggest should go? Yes, Fengji, you decide. Ning Fengji shot a glare at the instigator and quickly pacified his two elders. All right, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Cease your quarrel. You both shall go together. The expressions of the two subtly shifted. Typically, at least one of the two titled law would remain at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially with Ning Fengji still present. Fengji, this is inappropriate. Indeed, it is merely to fetch someone. There is no need for such a grand affair. Ning Feng Tietz Lipstichet, to bicker over purchasing sugar for a little devil like her. And yet you claim not to want to make a fuss? Tiando City is not far from the sect. With your speeds, you could return in less than half a day. Such a brief time poses no issues. Having spoken, he cast a sidelong glance at the little devil. With the two elders preoccupied, he could properly discipline this unruly little sprite. The two titled law indeed felt tempted. They exchanged glances. Very well. We shall depart immediately and ensure we return before dawn. Ning Fengji inclined his head with a smile. Thank you for your effort, my esteemed uncles. Once the two departed, Ning Fengji's gaze settled on the little devil, his expression softening like that of a caring father. Rong, come with me. The little devil's eyes widened in alarm. Grandpas, save me. Chapter 134. Earning Trust, Part 1, Nightfall. In Tiando City, the capital, there is no curfew. Here, nobles abound, and merchants flourish. The nightlife is undoubtedly vibrant. The streets were adorned with lanterns, and some upscale establishments even employed soul-guiding devices, ensuring that even in the dark, it shone as brightly as day, possibly even more splendidly. The Qian jewelry store closed before sunset, unlike its usual 24-hour operation. In the VIP lounge, Lian sat cross-legged on the bed, rich qi flowing slowly through his broad meridians. He had now replaced sleep with meditation. Although he could not significantly enhance his cultivation overnight, it improved his mastery over qi. If he persisted, it would be beneficial for his long-term practice. Moreover, meditation often surpassed sleep in efficacy, keeping his spirit in peak condition. Of course, if one lacked inner qi, an entire night of meditation would surely lead to stagnation. At the zenith of the moon, he suddenly opened his eyes. A mere span of several hours had elapsed, remarkably swift, yet two distinct auras approached, one cold yet exuding a hint of draconic might, likely Douluo, and the other, more restrained and sharp, reminiscent of a concealed sword, belonged to Douluo, with whom he had crossed paths before. The simultaneous arrival of the two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School left Lian puzzled. Had he been exposed? Unlikely. The undercover operation was known only to a select few high-ranking members of the Wuhuan Temple, and Bibi Dong had initiated preparations a year prior. How could such information be leaked? Lian felt unease, though not fear. With his current strength, he could preserve his life even under the assault of two titled Douluo, provided he was willing to pay a price. Soon, he reined in his thoughts as the auras of Jian and Douluo approached the lounge where he rested. Lian dismounted the bed and entered the living room, pondering briefly before retrieving a jade teapot and 3 teacups. Placing a few leaves of his specially crafted spiritual tea into each cup, he poured boiling water from the teapot, infusing the cups. The steam rose, curling around the tea leaves as they danced in the hot water, gradually unfurling. Before long, the clear water acquired a faint green hue, and a subtle tea fragrance wafted through the room, evoking a sense of being in a spring meadow. Knock, knock, knock. In the next moment, a knock resounded. Lian raised his hand, turning the doorknob to open the door. There stood Manager Lu, her body slightly turned, a respectful expression on her face. Before her stood 2 tall elders. One was Douluo, while the other, slightly weaker in aura, was slender as a bamboo stick, his garments appearing baggy. This must be Douluo. Lian rose to greet them. Esteemed elders, please. Upon the entrance of Jian and Douluo, Manager Lu discreetly closed the door behind them. You are in lawn? Indeed. Quite impressive. After settling down, Douluo grinned widely, casting sidelong glances at Douluo, who merely snorted. I thought you would not dare to come. Lian smiled, having promised Sect Master Ning, I would not renege on my word. Old Jin's temperament is as such. Do not take offense. In any case, now that you have joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, we are all family. Douluo and Douluo were old friends. One playing the role of the heavy and the other the light, their cooperation seamless. After Li An's disappearance, Ning Fengji had deliberately utilized the intelligence network of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to seek his whereabouts. Yet he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even the traces of his existence could only be traced back to his meeting with Casa, and before that, there was an entire void, as though he had sprung forth from a crevice in stone. Such abnormalities were indeed suspicious. Although Douluo's attitude appeared amiable, like Douluo, harbored considerable wariness. Lian was acutely aware of this. However, dispelling their suspicions was relatively straightforward for him. Thus, he asked directly, esteemed elders, when shall we return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Now, Douluo fixed his gaze upon him. Lian nodded. So, soon? Very well. The sect was nestled deep within the mountains, not close to Tiando City. Thus, let me guide you along the way. With that, Douluo extended his hand toward Li, and Lian raised an eyebrow, allowing the bony hand to grip his shoulder. Old Jin, I shall take this lad ahead. In the room, the space seemed to shatter like a mirror under assault, cracks spreading before collapsing inward to form a black hole, which soon stabilized. Spatial fluctuations. Instantly, Lian's eyes lit up as his mental energy delved into the black hole, exploring its depths. Douluo grasped his shoulder and stepped into the black void. And in a breath, the shattered void began to mend. Douluo's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, well, you old bone, how dare you disregard the rules? Previously, they had agreed to procure the crispy sugar together, fetch Lian, and then return, yet Douluo had taken such liberties. Immediately, his body was enveloped in sword light and shot from the open window, vanishing swiftly into the night sky. Outside Tiando City, in the outskirts, approximately 30 kilometers away, the fabric of space began to ripple before suddenly tearing apart. An old man and a youth emerged from the black void. Lian was diligently attempting to harness the spatial fluctuations, which previously had been impenetrable due to the rigorous defenses of Qian Renxue. However, it was gradually becoming more accessible, even if he was still quite distant from truly mastering it. The Douluo, who had been observing him, felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed as though this young man was growing increasingly attuned to the fabric of space, a curious phenomenon indeed. At that moment, a glimmer of sword light was swiftly approaching from the sky. With a grin, the Douluo tore open another black hole before gripping Lian's shoulder and stepping through, re-emerging 50 kilometers away. Thus, the Douluo guided Lian through repeated spatial traversals, with each interval lasting only a few breaths. Before long, they had distanced themselves from the sword Douluo, but the continuous spatial transitions, especially while carrying another person, were taxing for the Douluo. He finally set Lian down in a secluded mountainous area. We are still quite far from the sect, and at the speed of the old sword master flying on his sword, it will take at least 2 hours for him to catch up with us. Let us rest for a moment, he said, eyeing Lian with a hint of astonishment. Spatial traversal places immense stress on the body. Those with fragile constitutions could even suffer severe injuries. However, the Douluo's formidable bone dragon martial spirit enabled him to withstand such strain. Yet, observing Lian, he noted that the young man showed no signs of discomfort and appeared even more at ease than himself. This young man harbored considerable secrets. Lian, seemingly oblivious to the Douluo's probing gaze, focused intently on Qian Renxue. The techniques he had exchanged were firmly embedded in his mind, and he was already quite familiar with them. The Douluo's extensive experience in spatial traversal provided Lian with an intuitive understanding of spatial fluctuations, allowing his theoretical knowledge to flourish at an astonishing pace. He was now merely lacking in practical application. Given some time and a few attempts, he would surely be able to master Qian Renxue. A sense of joy welled up within Lian, as a feeling of security enveloped him. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure after an arduous search, initially believing he would have to risk the wrath of the Sea God to cultivate this technique, only to find it realized through the Douluo instead. After a brief respite, the Douluo resumed their journey, this time without utilizing spatial traversal, but rather riding on the true form of his martial spirit toward the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After more than an hour, a brightly lit area emerged in the distance amidst the depths of the mountains. The scale of the architectural complex rivaled that of a small town. indicating the substantial financial resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Standing atop the Bone Dao's dragon head, he pointed ahead, declaring, "There lies the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." The sect was ensconced amidst towering mountains, with only two valleys providing access. In a world devoid of soul masters, such terrain would spell doom for any army attempting to invade. However, for soul masters, such natural fortifications were not insurmountable. Soon, they landed in the plaza before the main hall, where Ning Fengji awaited them, personally extending a warm welcome, a gesture of great respect. Brutanlan, you have finally arrived. We have eagerly awaited your return." His resonant yet cordial voice easily fostered goodwill. Lian inclined his head slightly. "Circumstances compel me to act as I did. I hope the sect leader does not hold it against me." The past was now behind them, and there was no need for further discussion. Ning Fengji stepped forward, clasping Lian's arm as they entered the hall side by side. Once seated, the Bone Dao cast a glance towards the small door leading to the inner sanctum, mentally chastising himself for his oversight. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had already retired for the night, and he could not allow Ning Fengji to be alone with Lian. After all, despite Ning Fengji's high cultivation, he lacked the means to protect himself, and based on Lian's formidable track record, any ill intentions could prove catastrophic for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. "Brother Anlin, to be honest, we have dispatched individuals to seek your whereabouts multiple times over the past 6 months, yet we found no trace of you. Before your message arrived, we feared the worst," Ning Fengji remarked with a hint of sentiment, implicitly seeking an explanation. It is only natural for a leader to desire control over situations beyond their grasp. "I secluded myself to cultivate in a remote location after departing from the Spear Hall, and only recently did I emerge to contact the sect once the storm had passed." Lian offered a vague explanation, deliberately omitting details about the Slaughter City. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with its considerable resources, would undoubtedly have some knowledge of that place. They might even be aware that Bai Bai Dong was a deity of slaughter, and any inquiries could potentially reveal his identity, leading to adversarial consequences. Thus, Lian resolved to keep Laifu hidden within his treasure pouch during his time at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The realm of the god of slaughter could not be concealed. Should he be recognized, it would pose a significant problem. Though he had no such concerns regarding the Killing Fist, Lian's explanation evidently did not satisfy Ning Fengji, as it glossed over too many critical details. After all, in the Spear Hall, he had provoked representatives from two great empires and publicly declared his allegiance to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Given the modus operandi of the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the riveting content." The three factions involved were not to be underestimated. Escaping their scrutiny unscathed was no small feat, even for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji smiled amiably at Lian, but remained silent, creating an invisible pressure in the air. This pressure was not one of martial prowess, but rather the commanding aura cultivated through prolonged authority. It was akin to the natural intimidation exuded by high-ranking officials or prominent figures, instilling a sense of inferiority in those beneath them. However, Lian held little reverence for Douluo or Bai Bai Dong, let alone Ning Fengji. "It seems the sect leader still harbors doubts about me. Very well, I can understand your concerns. Let us consider this visit as if I had never come," Lian declared, rising with the intent to depart. This strategic withdrawal cornered Ning Fengji, leaving him momentarily at a loss. To join a faction, even without a formal declaration, one must at least provide some background. Which force would willingly admit an individual of unknown origins? Of course, should one bring substantial benefits, that would be an entirely different matter. The Bon Douluo, possessing a wealth of experience, could speak candidly about matters that might be inappropriate for Ning Fengji to address. "Hey, are you perhaps feeling guilty?" Lian paused after taking a few steps, turning back with a smile that radiated defiance and audacity. "Guilty? Why should I feel guilty? To be candid, I never intended to join the Qibao Liuli zone. Had it not been for the numerous complications, the Spirit Hall would have directly awarded me the championship prize, and I might have already become the holy son of the Spirit Hall by now. What you are concerned about is merely the suspicion that I am an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall. However, there is one thing you may not yet be aware of. With my current strength, should I wish to bring harm to Ning Zhongzhu, even the esteemed Bon Douluo would likely be unable to stop me." Upon finishing my words, the true energy within Lian surged rapidly, releasing an unreserved aura. The majesty of the five thunder rites, the searing intensity of the blazing black flame, the solid weight of the ever-changing quicksand, and the razor sharpness of the white tiger divine blade. These forces converged in an instant, enveloping the entire hall in a unique atmosphere. Ning Fengji felt a jolt of apprehension, instinctively summoning the Qibao Liuli Tower, while Bondo moved with uncanny swiftness to position himself in front of Ning Fengji, his expression turning grave. Clearly, he sensed considerable pressure emanating from Li Un and began to regret bringing him back alone. His Bone Dragon martial spirit excels in defense and possesses the ability to traverse space, making it a rare top-tier dual system martial spirit. However, in terms of offensive power, it appeared somewhat lackluster, relatively mediocre. Li Un's lightning-based techniques countered the Bone Dragon's Yin attributes, and with the ever-changing quicksand as a protective measure, should a true confrontation occur, the outcome would likely be dire, regardless of Ning Fengji's assistance. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 135, Gaining Trust, Part 2. Ning Fengji and Bondo both unleashed their martial spirits, their energies subtly intertwined, indicative of their rapport. Li Un too focused intently on them, the various powers within him harmoniously melding, matching Douluo's imposing presence, and exerting significant pressure on both. Within the hall, the atmosphere tightened like a taut string, becoming increasingly strained. Should it reach its limit, the consequences would be unbearable for both parties. If this stalemate continued, the negotiations might truly collapse. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Li Un actively tempered his aura, gradually retreating to the entrance of the hall. "Gentlemen, I bid you farewell." With that, he decisively turned to leave, counting silently in his mind. To his surprise, after taking several steps, Ning Fengji did not speak. Just as he believed he had overplayed his hand, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Little brother, please wait." Sighing inwardly in relief, Li Un slowed his pace, feigning hesitation as he halted. He understood that this time, he had likely secured his position. Although there were other methods to eliminate suspicion, they were too slow, and there would inevitably be various tests that could expose him if he was not careful. Thus, he had deliberately acted with fervor earlier. The more they doubted him, the more trust he would gain once he shed that suspicion. Of course, Li Un had no intention of causing any trouble for the Qibao Liuli Zone. He simply wished to avoid wasting his energy on trivial matters. "What is it?" Li Un turned, lightning flickering in his eyes. "Is Zhongzhu Ning planning to keep me here?" With a single exchange of glances, a subtle tingling sensation coursed through Ning Fengji's body, leaving him astonished. The quicksand, flames, thunder, and that razor-sharp aura suggested that Li Un had concealed considerable strength half a year ago. No wonder he had managed to leave the spirit city unscathed. Yet, how could a youth of merely a few years possess such power? Was it possible he awakened his martial spirit from birth? Or perhaps he had access to some secret method to accelerate his cultivation. He found it hard to believe that such a vast leap in power could be achieved in just 6 months. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, though he maintained a composed exterior. As the leader of a sect, I must consider my decisions for the sake of the entire organization. I hope you will not take offense if I have inadvertently caused any dissatisfaction. I shall personally apologize to you later. Holding one of the few top-tier powers in the continent, Ning Fengji was not a simple man. A thick skin and a shrewd heart were basic qualities for him. At that moment, Douluo suddenly spoke. "Young man, your strength is commendable. I admit, even with Fengji's assistance, I may not be able to stop you if you truly wish to leave. However, since you initially reached out to our Qibao Liuli Zone, it indicates that you desire to join our sect. To react so vehemently to a mere test seems rather excessive, unless you truly are an undercover agent." Li Un slightly raised his chin, replying with impatience. "You are correct. I indeed came as an undercover agent. Since you have seen through my disguise, remaining in the Qibao Liuli Zone holds no significance for me. Farewell." How vexing. Douluo grimaced in frustration. His intention was to provoke, but he had not anticipated that Li Un would be impervious to both soft and hard tactics, effortlessly countering his remark, leaving him at a loss for words. Watching Li Un continue his descent down the mountain, Ning Fengji called out, "Little brother, having traveled through the night, it would be discourteous for my Qibao Liuli Zone to let you leave so abruptly. Please stay a while longer, and I shall personally escort you down the mountain at dawn. Thank you for your kind offer, Zhongzhu Ning, but if I wait until dawn for Jian Douluo's return, I fear I shall be unable to leave the Qibao Liuli Zone." His voice echoed back, and soon, Li Un's silhouette faded into the distance. Ning Fengji rubbed his forehead. Li An's behavior was too erratic, making it impossible to discern his character. His thoughts were equally inscrutable, leaving Ning Fengji feeling as though he were grasping at shadows in their dealings. Bones, with your insight, can you tell whether he was merely putting on a show? It does not seem staged. Douluo pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. The pressure he had felt was undeniably real. Otherwise, he would not have been so tense back then. Suddenly, a faint wave of soul power emanated from the mountains below. Ning Fengji's expression shifted. This is bad. He must have encountered the patrolling disciples. He is an unfamiliar face without an identity token. A conflict is bound to arise. Bone, I need you to go down and escort him. At this, Douluo's expression changed. Fengji, do you think it could be a ploy to lure us away? If I leave, who will protect you and Renxue here? Perhaps we should send Elder Zheng instead. His martial spirit is the ink scale leopard, and he is swift enough to test that young man. Ning Fengji contemplated for a few breaths before nodding in agreement. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. Unexpectedly, Elder Zheng returned swiftly, but while he had set off with confidence, he returned in a rather disheveled state. Seeing the charred and occasionally sparking Elder Zheng, both Ning Fengji and Douluo were taken aback. Elder Zheng, what happened? Elder Zheng was no weakling. He possessed a formidable level of 87. And while his ink-scale leopard martial spirit focused on speed, its attack and defense were not lacking, making it a well-rounded beast martial spirit. However, the actual duration of their confrontation had been less than 5 minutes, with true engagement lasting even shorter. Coughing out a few puffs of smoke, Elder Zheng felt somewhat relieved, though his face still stung. Zhongzhu, it is of no consequence. I merely feel a bit numb and temporarily unable to move. A moment's respite will suffice. In the eyes of countless disciples, I have been effortlessly defeated by a mere child, a most humiliating experience. Merely moments ago, I had thumped my chest in assurance, only to be swiftly slapped in the face by reality. Cough, Elder Zheng, how formidable is that boy's strength? Given his current state, Ning Fengji found it inappropriate to speak. And so Douluo took the initiative. I told that lad that he could only obtain the token to descend the mountain by defeating me. Yet before I could finish my words, he unleashed a bolt of thunder, leaving me no time to react. Elder Zheng gritted his teeth. Shouldn't one declare their martial soul and cultivation level before engaging in combat? Is it customary to attack without warning? That boy lacks martial ethics. Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged silent glances. We owe a debt of gratitude to Elder Zheng for his efforts. Please, Elder Zheng, take some time to rest. After Elder Zheng was carried away, the two fell into a prolonged silence. Ning Fengji's expression was complex. Uncle Gu, does he truly possess the strength of a tidal Douluo? Although he wields the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, the inherent flaw of the 7 treasure glaze tile is an eternal affliction. It can never absorb an 8th spirit ring. Douluo's countenance grew grave. Even considering the element of surprise, to incapacitate Elder Zheng with a single blow, he must possess a cultivation level above 90. Perhaps even not merely at the 91 or 92 mark. I find it difficult to comprehend. Previously, Fengji, you mentioned to Old Sword that this lad used sand flow in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. But the aura he exuded today suggests more than one ability. Moreover, he utilized the power of thunder to defeat Elder Zheng. What then is the true nature of his martial soul? Ning Fengji nodded slightly. What kind of martial soul could possibly embody at least 4 attributes? Moreover, his cultivation seems quite abnormal. Uncle Gu, could he potentially be an evil soul master? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Douluo's brow furrowed deeply. He should be no older than 15. Having awakened his martial soul at 6, it is implausible that within less than 9 years of training, he could reach the level of a tidal Douluo. However, if he is indeed an evil soul master, the malevolent aura should be quite evident. We would have sensed it in the Great Hall. Furthermore, in recent years, there have been no reports of mass slaughters among civilians. An evil soul master would need to kill tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of innocents to ascend to the level of a tidal Douluo. Ning Fengji suddenly proposed, what if it is a soul beast? Douluo contemplated for a moment, then nodded slightly. That is indeed a possibility. A 10,000-year-old soul beast could be equivalent to several hundred individuals. Rest assured, Fengji, it won't be long before Old Sword returns. In the short term, that lad cannot escape too far. When the time comes, we shall see how he fares. In the autumn's chill, the weather turns brisk, particularly in the mountains where the nights are shrouded in thick fog. By morning, dew clings to withered grass and trees, and a lingering coldness pervades the air. Lian casually hunted a plump beast, then chose a suitable spot to kindle a bonfire. After cleaning and preparing the meat, he skewered it and set it over the flames, soon filling the air with the enticing aroma of roasting meat. The target is so obvious. It won't be long before Sword Douluo finds this place, right? Indeed, he awaits Sword Douluo's arrival. Upon his recent breakthrough to the true Qi realm, he had engaged in a spar with the half-damaged Qian Renxue. Now, with nearly 50% of his true Qi accumulated in his Dantian and its quality significantly enhanced, his strength has multiplied many times over. He is in need of a worthy opponent. Otherwise, without a comparison, he would remain oblivious to his current standing. Furthermore, during his engagement with Sword Douluo, inadvertently revealing that his cultivation does not stem from a martial soul and lacks soul power and soul rings, should be quite reasonable, right? A cultivation system that requires neither soul power nor rings, even devoid of a martial soul, signifies something monumental for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, of which Ning Fengji should be acutely aware. It would also completely absolve him of any suspicion. What faction would send an undercover agent to bolster a rival's strength? Such madness is unthinkable. Thus, once he joins the seven-treasure glazed tile school, his standing will be equal to that of Sword and Bone, possibly even surpassing both in significance. At that moment, Lian suddenly lifted his head. Far in the distance, a beam of sword light was rapidly approaching. Finally, he has arrived. After a few breaths, the sword light dissipated, revealing an elder with hair as white as snow, standing poised in midair. Beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings shimmered, their powerful and sharp aura nearly rending the very fabric of space. Child, make your move. I grant you 3 strikes. So do not claim that I am bullying the weak. Sword Douluo's voice rang with the clarity of a sword drawn from its scabbard, directly locking onto Lian with his aura. Lian, however, remained unhurried, turning the meat over, the golden fat dripping into the fire, producing a sizzling sound, and the aroma of the roast intensified. Why the rush? I have yet to eat breakfast. Let me dine my fill first. Would you care for some, esteemed elder? This chapter has not concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Sword Douluo felt a constriction in his chest, wishing to express his frustration, but finding himself unable to do so. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly, retracting his martial soul and soul rings. Alighting upon the branch of a great tree, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, assuming an air of superiority. Yesterday evening, he had received word and traveled a great distance with Bone Douluo to Tiando City. Upon arrival, he was tricked by an old acquaintance. Returning home, he discovered that the person he was to retrieve had fled, forcing him to search, and he had not eaten nor drunk for an entire night while on the road. Even the best of temperaments would fray under such circumstances. Before long, the meat was fully cooked. Lian deftly sliced through it with his fingers. Just then, Sword Douluo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, fixing his gaze upon Lian. He had sensed an exquisite sharpness, rivaling his own sword aura. Though they manifested similarly, their essences were distinctly different. Next, Lian tossed half of the roasted meat, along with some seasonings, to him. As Sword Douluo grasped the meat, his fingertips brushed against the smooth, mirror-like surface, feeling the subtle edge of its essence. Such power! Seeing Lian begin to devour his meal heartily, Sword Douluo could no longer maintain his composure. He cut a small piece of roasted meat and placed it in his mouth, only to hear Lian's impudent voice. "Are you not afraid I might poison it?" Sword Douluo's expression tightened, and he discreetly circulated his soul power. Upon finding no abnormalities within himself, he realized he had been played, and the meat in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. A wave of frustration washed over him. With his empty hand, he pretended to grasp at something, wishing to brandish his sword and strike at something. "Just you wait. I shall teach you a lesson." Resolving to make Lian pay, Sword Douluo no longer cared for appearances, biting into the roasted meat with vigor and tearing it apart to swallow. Without a full stomach, how would he have the strength to fight later? After teasing Sword Douluo just a bit, Lian ceased his chatter and focused on his meal. In less than 20 minutes, he had devoured a substantial piece of roasted meat, bones and all, reducing it to mere fragments with his teeth and swallowing them down. Lian wiped his mouth and stood up, casting his gaze towards Sword Douluo, perched atop the tree. The latter, having discarded the bones, happened to glance back. Their eyes met, and in that instant, a formidable aura emanated from both of them. At this moment, within a radius of several dozen miles, Birds and beasts of all sizes sensed an impending calamity and began to flee desperately towards the distance. The Qisha sword, gripped firmly in hand, emitted a melodious and resonant sound. Duo refrained from offering further instructions to Lian, for he recognized the latter as a formidable opponent. Although Lian possessed great physical strength, he was unwilling to test the sharpness of the Qisha sword with his body. Thus, he swiftly donned his sand armor and summoned flashes of lightning in his hands. The two stood in a tense standoff, ready to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and Lian noticed Duo's eyes momentarily narrow. A prime opportunity. In a contest of skilled fighters, even the slightest flaw, once seized, could be magnified to sway the outcome of the battle. Thunderous booms erupted as Lian unleashed 3 strikes of lightning. In an instant, brilliant azure light traversed nearly 100 meters, simultaneously striking forth. Duo flicked his wrist, and the Qisha sword, angled towards the ground, abruptly ascended, transforming into an afterimage as it swiftly punctured the air 3 times just as the lightning approached. The energy-formed lightning was astonishingly cleaved, as if it were a tangible object, narrowly brushing past his garment before continuing on its trajectory, only to dissipate thereafter. Remarkable. Both combatants shared this thought in unison. This young man's lightning was exceptional. It coursed through Duo's grasp, imparting a tingling sensation, a power that rivaled the most potent of soul techniques. Half a year prior, this young man must have been concealing his true strength. Truly, Duo thought, within the tempest of lightning, my will was shattered by the sword's intent. Even the mightiest force, devoid of spirit, becomes merely a hollow facade. Lian contemplated this as he stepped forward. Strangely, his foot did not land upon the ground, but rather in midair. The seemingly empty void felt tangible, his foot pressing down as though it were a stone cast into water, ripples of transparency expanding outward. With each step, he ascended, gaining stability and speed as if climbing a staircase, rising to a height parallel to Duo. Fortunately, he did not embarrass himself. He silently exhaled in relief. After numerous spatial traversals with Duo, he had successfully crossed the critical threshold of Qian Renxue, and with practice, he would soon fully harness the power of this technique. Before Duo could approach, he had already attempted this several times. Although his experience was brief, he had managed to walk through the void, enabling a 3-dimensional combat approach. Is this the power of space? Duo's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Upon returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji and Duo had informed him of Li An's possession of multiple attributes of power, yet they had not mentioned his control over spatial abilities. Just how much strength has this young man concealed? Even Douluo, with his stoic demeanor, could not suppress an urge to curse. Among all abilities, the power of space was the most enigmatic. Having sparred countless times with Douluo, he was acutely aware of how troublesome an opponent wielding such power could be. Consider the predicament of facing someone who could slip into the void at will, while wielding formidable offensive skills. What a headache it would be. This meant that 1's attacks could miss entirely, while the opponent could materialize from any direction to launch their own assault. No, Douluo's expression shifted. This young man's mastery of spatial power was not yet on par with Douluo. At his current level, he likely could not yet achieve true spatial traversal. Concentrating his sword intent, he locked on Lian's presence, preparing to strike. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming wave of mental energy erupted from Lian, forcibly breaking free from the lock. Visually, Lian stood firmly in place, yet in perception, he was a void. His mental power was astonishing. What manner of creature was this young man? Duo, also adept at long-range attacks, realized that without the ability to lock onto his target, his efforts would be futile. Having experienced countless battles, he swiftly adapted his strategy. If the distance remained too great, he would become a target. He must close the gap. With a flash of sword light enveloping his entire being, Duo shot towards Lian like a flying sword piercing the air. Lian did not retreat. Having only grasped the basics of Qian Renxue, he could manage fleeting steps in the void, but in a chase, he would ultimately be at a disadvantage. Moreover, with the sand armor providing protection and the dual recovery effects of the water and wood from the Yuanyuan heavy water and Qinglian breath technique. While wary of the Qisha sword's edge, he was not to the point of fear. Thunderous booms echoed as Lian unleashed one thunderbolt after another against the sword light. Although each was shattered, they diminished the speed of the sword light by 2 or 3 tenths, significantly reducing its sharpness. Currently, he had only condensed 2 lightning runes. The power of the 5 thunder technique was still somewhat lacking. With a clang, the Qisha sword descended. A stroke of sword light cleaved downward, and before it could reach him, its extreme sharpness had already carved several marks into the sand armor. GoldenFinger did not utilize soul techniques at his level. Even a casual strike exceeded the might of most soul kings and soul emperors wielding 10,000-year soul techniques. Moreover, out of pride, he looked down upon employing soul techniques against a mere teenager like Lian. Despite this, the lingering sword intent continued to mar the sand armor with scars that would not easily heal. Lian slightly bent his legs, his body straightening as power surged upward from his feet, flowing seamlessly. His eyes took on a blood-red hue as he clenched his fists, launching a series of strikes. The air crackled with explosions as waves of true energy, akin to battering rams, surged towards the sword light. As the punches passed, the space slightly collapsed, forming folds that heightened their potency. Though Qian Renxue was a technique of movement, its essence remained rooted in the manipulation of space. As Lian swung his fists, a spark of inspiration struck him, allowing him to amalgamate spatial power with his killing punches, a modest demonstration of his capabilities. The clash of sword light and fist energy erupted. There was no dispersing energy, nor a thunderous roar. Instead, it resembled a chemical reaction, with both forces eroding and annihilating one another. What appeared to be a process was, in truth, completed in an instant. Ultimately, the sword light was overwhelmed by a multitude of punches, dissolving into nothingness, while the remaining punches surged toward GoldenFinger. Immediately afterward, GoldenFinger's Qisha sword glided forth, as if an antelope's horn, devoid of any fiery presence. One by one, the punches burst like puncture balloons. This was simply unbelievable. Such power bore a resemblance to the Qisha sword. GoldenFinger's lips twitched in disbelief. He had become numb to it all. Even if Lian demonstrated several different attributes of power, he would no longer be surprised. What on earth was this young man's martial soul? Each soul ring provided unique soul skills. How could this be possible? The attributes of soul power are derived solely from the martial soul, typically manifesting as a single type. However, instances of 2 or even 3 attributes appearing within a single individual do exist. Yet, a case like Li An's completely challenges conventional understanding. The flowing sand coalesced into a long rod, striking downward towards the sword Douluo. The latter deftly redirected the force with his sword, mitigating much of the impact. Yet he still found himself forced to retreat several meters. Such immense strength. The sword Douluo's white brows twitched. It seemed he had overlooked something. Indeed, up until now, this lad had not summoned his martial soul. Even 6 months prior, he had relied on that peculiar sand. It was time to test the waters. The sword Douluo acutely sensed that this could be his opportunity for a breakthrough. His sword intent surged, and with the 7-kill sword, he unleashed countless sword energies towards Lian. In a previous exchange, he had only utilized 50 to 60% of his power, but this time he unleashed 80%, leaving Lian momentarily flustered under the onslaught. Various lethal techniques manifested. Killing fists, thunder strikes, and blade energies all converged. The sword Douluo remained observant of Li, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened. After that blade energy skill was unleashed, the soul ring activated. Something was amiss. Consequently, the 7-kill sword grew even more formidable. Have you realized? Beneath the sand armor, a slight smile curled at the corner of Lian's mouth. Under the relentless assault of the sword Douluo, he found himself increasingly precarious, soon revealing larger vulnerabilities. The soul skill had activated 23 times, yet the soul ring had only responded 22 times. Indeed, the sword Douluo had caught on. That formidable thunder did not originate from a soul ring providing a soul skill. But if it were a self-created soul skill, why disguise it with a soul ring? Suddenly, an absurd thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that all the skills he employed were self-created? This notion was not entirely plausible. Even if they were all self-created, there should be some trace to follow. With such varied attributes, how could they all be fueled by the same type of soul power? Furthermore, each self-created soul skill required countless hours of practice to achieve the potency analogous to that of soul ring skills. At his tender age, could there exist some secret method allowing a soul master to interchange soul power attributes so effortlessly? This was inconceivable, unless he was not cultivating soul power at all. The sword Douluo suddenly froze. Eliminating all impossibilities left only the real answer, no matter how absurd it might seem. So that was it. If this were the case, then everything could be explained. Just as the sword law was lost in thought, a bolt of thunder shot towards him. His defensive reaction was a beat too slow, resulting in him being struck, his silvery hair standing on end, and his robe torn, emitting wisps of smoke from numerous holes. Cough, hold your horses. The usually proud sword law's demeanor shifted dramatically, a rather stiff smile forming on his face. Young man, I have uncovered your secret. Lian ceased his movements, a deep voice emerging from beneath the sand armor. What secret could I possibly have? The sword Douluo directly pointed out Li An's earlier flaw. If I am not mistaken, the soul rings adorning your body must be a facade, correct? After a few seconds of silence, Lian replied, So what? Whether true or not, it is of no concern to your seven treasure glazed tile school. You should know, my resolve to depart is unwavering. You cannot hinder me. Indeed, Lian's response only solidified the sword Douluo's deductions. Young brother, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Ningfengji. The sword Do earnestly bowed to Lian. For him, the seven treasure glazed tile school was akin to family. Ningfengji was like a nephew, while Ning Rongrong was his granddaughter. All the disciples were his friends and juniors. He genuinely hoped for the prosperity of the seven treasure glazed tile school, and for the sake of the sect, this formidable Douluo was willing to sacrifice much, even his life. The greatest peril facing the seven treasure glazed tile school was the sect master lacking any combat prowess, necessitating constant personal protection. Furthermore, due to a flaw in a martial soul, he could never break through rank 79, leading to a shortened lifespan that rendered him unable to compete with other power holders. A path divergent from that of soul masters might enable the seven treasure glazed tile school to transcend this limitation and even advance further. What was a small matter of bowing to a junior in such a case? The crux of the matter was that if other factions possessed such a power system, they would never cultivate an undercover agent, especially one at the level of a title Douluo. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Developing in the shadows and accumulating wealth quietly. What could be wrong with that? There have been some misunderstandings previously, which need not be revisited. Now, I officially extend an invitation to you, young brother. With my endorsement, will you join the seven treasure glazed tile school? What if I refuse? A scoff resonated from beneath the sand armor. Are you suggesting that if I am not of use to you, I will surely be eliminated? Young brother, throughout the entire continent, the seven treasure glazed tile school is undoubtedly the most suitable faction for you to take refuge in. Lian countered with a sharp retort. If I were to ally with the Spirit Hall, I imagine they would say the same. The sword Douluo could only chuckle bitterly within. It seemed he had severely offended him, harboring deep grievances. However, the ability to communicate was a positive sign, as it indicated that further discussions could still occur. What he feared most was Li An abruptly turning to leave without a word. Upon reflection, it was understandable. A youth bearing a mysterious legacy and standing at the pinnacle of power on the continent would hardly be devoid of pride. Such an individual, poised to join the seven treasure glazed tile school, would naturally feel suspicion, whether overt or subtle. The fact that he had not outright torn the table over this was already a show of great restraint. He recalled the grandiosity of his own admission into the sect, the impressive display that had accorded him ample respect. The sword Douluo began to self-reflect. He envisioned a proud, powerful youth who ultimately left in a huff. Young brother, I implore you to grant me this favor and accompany me back. Should Ningfengji fail to provide you with a satisfactory response, you are free to depart, and I shall not impede you. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear upon my martial soul. Having reached the level of title Douluo, he had forged a profound connection with the heavens and earth. Once a vow was made upon the martial soul, any transgression would bear severe consequences. Nonetheless, he believed that if he could bring Lian back, Ningfengji would undoubtedly be able to persuade him to stay, which was why he dared to make such a claim. Otherwise, why require an oath? Lian gestured invitingly. At this juncture, if he were to elevate himself and then gently set the matter aside, it would only serve to betray his own insecurity. The sword Douluo's lips twitched as he pointed the seven-kill sword towards the heavens. Xin, hereby swear upon my martial soul that should young brother-in-law be unwilling to join the seven treasure glazed tile school, I shall not obstruct his descent from a mountain. If I do so, may my martial soul be tarnished and my cultivation progress cease. As his declaration echoed, it was as if the heavens responded. A rumble of thunder resounded from the sky. Though the sound was not loud, it instilled a sense of trepidation in both men. The secrets of the Douluo continent are even more numerous than I had imagined. Lian raised an eyebrow, then retracted his sand armor. Sword Douluo, please proceed. Chapter 137. First encounter with Ning Rongrong. Young brother, may I accompany you for a while? With a wave of his hand, the 7-kill sword transformed into a platform large enough to serve as a door. He stood atop it, hands clasped behind his back. A gentle breeze rustled, his robes billowing, and his silvery hair danced gracefully, presenting the image of a celestial swordsman. The black hole on the long robe merely disrupts the aura. Lian gazed at it with a tinge of envy. Setting aside other considerations, the mere appearance of this garment stirred his heart, for charm is a lifelong affair. Owashidoing Mia Pawis. As for the Qian Renxue, he had only just begun his training. He could maneuver in small areas with ease. Yet the art of flying at a distance was still beyond his current abilities, necessitating further practice. I apologize for the trouble, Senior, Lian said, stepping forward to mount the Qisha Jian, positioning himself behind the Sword Douluo. Instantly, a chill surged from the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. Despite the thick soles of his shoes, he could distinctly sense the terrifying sword intent and murderous aura contained within the massive sword. Truly worthy of the name Qisha. Lian mused. If this sword were to serve as the spirit, complemented by various rare metals and forged into a true flying sword, it would undoubtedly unleash the full potential of the Qisha Jian. The martial soul, constrained by the soul rings, seemed rather rigid. Although the soul skills were useful, they also functioned as shackles, layer upon layer, sealing the martial soul's potential. Unbeknownst to Lian's thoughts, the Sword Douluo formed a sword gesture with one hand, pointing at the Qisha Jian. Young brother, brace yourself. As his words fell, the previously motionless giant sword erupted with countless rays of sword light, enveloping both individuals. Following, there was an intense sensation of being propelled forward. Buzz! The two soared upon the massive sword, transforming into a streak of light as they sped towards the direction of the Buddha Sect. Lian was aware that he would need to return, so he did not venture far, even kindling a fire to deliberately reveal his location, thus simplifying his return. Approximately 10 minutes later, the architectural complex of the Buddha Sect was clearly in sight. The Sword Douluo lowered their altitude and reduced their speed, guiding Li indirectly towards the main hall. It is His Majesty, the Sword Douluo. The patrolling team below gasped in astonishment and respectfully bowed from a distance. There was another person atop the Qisha Jian, who was quite young, yet had earned the personal escort of His Majesty. Some began to feel envious. As one of the two pillars of the Buddha Sect and the strongest sword within the sect, the Sword Douluo was immensely popular among the disciples, many of whom admired him greatly. If only I could ride the Qisha Jian just once. With you? Dream on. I know that person. Not long ago, he injured several individuals, even defeating Elder Zheng. The patrolling disciples displayed expressions of shock. Elder Zheng's strength was indeed formidable within the Buddha Sect. Was the previous chaos instigated by him? It must have been. I caught a glimpse from afar and recognized his attire. So, he was captured by His Majesty? Unlikely. Given His Majesty's temperament, if he were truly an enemy, he would have been slain with a single stroke. Why bring him back? Furthermore, although the earlier commotion was significant, no one sustained severe injuries. A few days of recuperation would suffice. That makes sense. It seems he has not been restrained. Hurry, he is looking this way. Lian and the Sword Douluo remained silent throughout their journey. They eventually landed in the small square before the main hall, where Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo awaited them. Upon seeing the charred hole in the Sword Douluo's robe, both were taken aback, especially in contrast to Li An's pristine attire. They soon realized that only the robe was damaged, while the Sword Douluo's aura remained steady. This, while not conclusive, indicated that the Sword Douluo had suffered a minor setback at Li An's hands. Regardless of the circumstances at the time, achieving such a feat was no trivial matter. Noticing their gazes, the Sword Douluo's face flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat. Young brother, allow the old bone to accompany you for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Fengji. With that, the Sword Douluo exchanged a glance with the Bone Douluo, who, though puzzled, nodded slightly and stepped over to Lian's side. Young brother, we meet again. Lian nodded, remaining silent. The Bone Douluo, having encountered a setback previously, twitched his lips a couple of times and ceased speaking. Previously, Ning Fengji's actions could not be deemed incorrect, merely a matter of differing positions. Now, with the Sword Douluo having brought Lian back, the situation had shifted to a passive one. The Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji entered the main hall. Lian extended his spiritual awareness towards that direction, But as soon as he entered the hall, he encountered a barrier. Inside the hall, the sword Douluo raised an eyebrow and proceeded to share his previous discoveries and speculations. Ning Feng Teats Pupis Vitenet. And the veins on the back of his hand gripped tightly around his short staff. His lips pressed firmly together as he contained his excitement. Waiting for the sword Douluo to finish speaking before inquiring, "Sword uncle, do you mean to say that this young brother-in-law is not cultivating soul power? And may not even be a soul master, yet possesses a method that allows one to grow rapidly in a short period, acquiring formidable strength?" "Precisely." The sword Douluo nodded solemnly, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Initially, I thought he was an extraordinary prodigy, but later I discovered that the power he wields differs significantly from that of the soul master system. It may even be more potent." "More potent? Sword uncle, do you mean even stronger?" "Soul masters awaken their martial souls around the age of 6, and he is not yet 15. Achieving the level of a title Douluo in merely 9 years implies an average increase of at least 10 levels per year. Is that even possible? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The sword Douluo's words left Ning Fengji in contemplative silence. Yet his eyes grew increasingly bright as he paced back and forth, tapping his palm with his short staff. Among the known title Douluo, the record for the shortest breakthrough was set by the long-vanished Haoyan Douluo, who achieved this at the age of 44. This means he trained for a full 38 years. Even then, he remains the youngest title Douluo in millennia. If this time frame were shortened by 5 or 6 years, or even 10 or 8, people would marvel. Yet someone has reduced it by nearly 30 years. Ning Fengji's first reaction was disbelief, yet it genuinely manifested. "Sword uncle, when you faced him earlier, did you sense any traces of evil soul masters?" The sword Douluo, aware of his concerns, narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "That lad's abilities appear entirely normal. Fengji, I believe that regardless of the cost, we must ensure he remains with us, even if his abilities cannot be replicated in others. A titled Douluo-level combatant is worth our earnest pursuit. Let us not forget, he is still under 15. Ning Fengji calmed himself and contemplated for a moment. "Sword uncle, my concern now is whether his extraordinary strength stems from rigorous training or if he has employed some method to temporarily attain it. If it is the former, he is indeed someone we should earnestly recruit. However, if it is the latter, the most terrifying aspect would be a fruitless endeavor." With the sword Douluo's insight, he understood that certain secret methods could temporarily enhance one's cultivation by depleting potential, yet those who employed such methods had very short lifespans, often merely a few years. Recalling how he had been forced back by a single strike, leaving his entire arm numb, the sword Douluo's lips twitched subtly. "That is not a concern. Those who utilize secret methods are typically quite obvious. That lad's ability to defeat a defense-type soul emperor with a single punch does not seem indicative of someone utilizing such methods." "That is reassuring." Ning Fengzhi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. After a brief discussion, as they exited the grand hall, they noticed Lian sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Not far away, Douluo stood silently. Upon hearing their footsteps, Lian opened his eyes. "Anlan, my young brother, I sincerely hope you do not hold any grievances from our previous encounters. Recently, we have accumulated a batch of gemstones infused with earth attribute energy in our storage, not in large quantity, merely a few thousand pounds. Consider an apology. If this is insufficient, our sect can continue to gather more. At Buddha Sect, we lack nothing except for golden soul coins and various gemstone mines." Ning Fengji smiled at Lian, casually uttering extravagant words. "Gemstones delivered by the pound? And several thousand pounds at that?" This, Lian had initially planned to negotiate, but the offer was simply too generous. Since the past had already passed, there was no need to dwell on unpleasantness. He understood Ning Zhongzhu's intentions. There was no need for further mutual testing. Joining Buddha was simple. He merely required 3 conditions to be met. Ning Fengzhi's smile faded as he leaned on his short staff, hands clasped atop it. "Please, young brother, speak your mind. Firstly, while I am willing to contribute to the sect, I cannot be subjected to mandatory orders. I must retain the right to refuse." Ning Fengzhi pondered briefly before responding earnestly. "This is only fair. When Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle joined Buddha Sect, they possessed similar privileges. In a sense, the relationship between a worshipper and the sect is one of equality." The implication was clear. Once Lian joined Buddha Sect, he would enjoy the same status and authority as the titled Douluo, Sword and Bone. Ning Fengzhi's approach was straightforward and magnanimous, based on sincerity. Over the years, both Sword and Bone, proud individuals, have become inseparable from the sect. Given enough time, he was confident that Lian would also integrate seamlessly into GoldenFinger's sect. Secondly, I require sufficient autonomy to enter and exit the sect freely without interference. Of course, I assure you that I will not engage in any activities detrimental to the sect. Ning Fengji contemplated for a moment and replied, I can agree to this request, but it will only apply to you. If you wish to bring strangers into the sect, I am afraid that would not be permissible. Lian nodded in agreement. That is only natural. Strangers are out of the question, but acquaintances will certainly be allowed. Long ago, the Wuhuan Temple began embedding spies within GoldenFinger's sect. One of them has even risen to a high position, wielding significant power. While I am aware of these spies, I will not rashly approach them. At least not until I ascertain their loyalty. Lian's primary objective in joining GoldenFinger's sect was to gain Ning Fengji's trust and seize control over the sect. This way, if a siege were to occur against GoldenFinger's sect, he could turn the tide at a critical moment, and if fortune favored him, he might even transform GoldenFinger's sect into a stronghold for the Wuhuan Temple. Simultaneously, he would assist Qian Renxue in executing her plan to overthrow the Tiando Empire. Regardless, the initiative would remain firmly in the hands of the Wuhuan Temple. By leveraging the Wuhuan Temple as a stepping stone, Lian intended to infiltrate GoldenFinger's sect under the guise of spy, ultimately for his own gain. Both the Wuhuan Temple and GoldenFinger's sect were targets of his ambitions. Now, for the third condition, the cultivation technique I practice requires a substantial amount of earth attribute materials, and I will need your assistance in gathering other resources. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Sword and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, clearly surprised. The reason was simple. The three conditions Lian proposed were exceedingly reasonable. Ning Fengji had anticipated that Lian would make exorbitant demands, yet this was what he offered. As the most progressive sect, GoldenFinger's sect granted generous treatment to external soul masters who joined. Frankly speaking, Lian's request seemed somewhat beneath his capabilities. Nonetheless, Lian was unconcerned. For he sought not trivial benefits. Ning Fengji beamed brightly. Very well, I accept the third condition. He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Lian. An Lang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lian offered a slight bow in response. The addition of a titled low-level fighter to GoldenFinger's sect, with considerable growth potential, even stirred joy in Ning Fengji's heart, prompting an uncontrollable laugh. And Gonfeng need not be so formal from now on. We are all comrades. Our previous sparring was merely a taste. In the future, I shall challenge you properly. Unlike certain old fellows who evade like a timid mole, there is no enjoyment in that. As he spoke, Sword Douluo shot a sidelong glance at Bone Douluo, clearly expressing disdain. The timid mole was a cowardly soul beast, yet with powerful burrowing abilities. Naturally, Bone Douluo took offense at being compared to it. What I employ is termed strategic retreat and flanking tactics. Unlike you, who merely swings your sword haphazardly. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, where's my candy? At that moment, a little girl clad in a sky-blue dress and brown shoes approached. Her face adorned with a sweet smile, resembling a little angel. Daddy is here too. Oh, who is this young man? What are you all doing here? Her large, sparkling eyes turned to Lian, exuding an air of mischief. This must be Ning Renxue, Lian thought, casting a glance at Ning Fengji. This is my daughter. Ning Renxue, Ning Fengji introduced, pulling his precious daughter closer. Renxue, this is our third worshipper at GoldenFinger's sect, and Lan. Ning Renxue's mouth fell into an O shape, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity and surprise, appearing adorably naive. Lian understood that she was a spoiled child. Thus he was reluctant to engage further, merely nodding at her. Miss Ning Renxue, he and Gonfeng is so young. Ning Renxue, quite the extrovert, approached him. Her small hands clasped behind her back, her eyes darting around, hinting at some mischievous thoughts. Lian's eyelids twitched. He usually kept his distance from spoiled young ladies. Yet it seemed that he had caught her attention. How troublesome. Chapter 138. Ning Renxue seeks a mentor. Ning Fengji was well aware of his daughter's temperament. With Lian having just joined GoldenFinger's sect and both parties still in the adjustment phase, he preferred to limit her interactions with him until they truly understood one another. Renxue, do not be rude. Ning Fengji's tone became slightly firmer. The clever little girl understood, pouting her lips as she obediently stepped back. Observing this, Bone Douluo produced a brocade box. Renxue, look what this is. Instantly, the little girl's eyes lit up. This old fellow, unexpectedly snatching the spotlight. Fortunately, I'm still one step ahead. Douluo also retrieved an identical brocade box, but he possessed two. You two grandpas are the best. Ning Renxue rushed forward to embrace the three brocade boxes, but due to her small hands and short arms, she struggled to hold them all. Tilting her head, she pondered for a moment. He placed the brocade boxes on the ground, then picked one up and approached Lian, presenting it with a sweet smile on his cherubic face. Brother-in-law, will you play with Renxue in the future? Such a display immediately stirred jealousy in both Douluo and Douluo. Even Ning Fengji felt a twinge of envy, as they all fixed their gaze on Lian without blinking. This box was not easy to handle. Lian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it, feeling as if he had jumped into the exclusive pond of Miss Ning. The other three fish in this scenario were Qian and Gu, the two titled Douluos, along with Ning Fengji. Lian thought to himself, this won't do. If I become entangled with Ning Renxue, I fear I will never find peace again. In the Buddha Sect, Ning Renxue was an exceptionally unique presence. Firstly, as the only daughter of Ning Fengji, she was destined to inherit the sect. Moreover, Qian and Gu, the two titled Douluos, treated her like a beloved granddaughter, granting her almost every wish. Thus, they had nurtured a little demoness. Such a being could neither be scolded nor harmed, for the two titled Douluos would truly fight for her, and while it might not provoke Ning Fengji's hostility, it would certainly discomfort him. Most of the time, I must practice. I fear I won't have time to play with Miss Ning Renxue, Lian said, maintaining a respectful distance. Ning Renxue, of course, was not pleased with this answer. She thought, I've given you my favorite Suhi Tang, yet you still refuse. With Qian and Gu present, she felt emboldened, pouting her lips and preparing to speak. Suddenly, Ning Fengji placed his hand on her head. He smiled at Lian and said, "Gongfeng, you're our third esteemed guest in the Buddha Sect. To celebrate your joining, we plan to hold a ceremony." "There's no need for such trouble," Lian replied, shaking his head. "Sect Master, I wonder if there is a secret chamber for closed-door cultivation within the sect?" Among the 5 elements divine arts, the weakest aspect was currently the Wanhua Lu Sha. If I could address this shortcoming and achieve balance among the 5 elements, the power of the 5 thunder rites would undoubtedly be enhanced. Of course, aside from this, Lian wished to extricate himself from Ning Renxue's entanglement. Being a little girl, her nature was such that her curiosity would wane. Once this phase passed, he could naturally avoid her and thus minimize contact. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow in surprise. "And Gongfeng, are you planning to enter closed-door cultivation?" Lian provided no further explanation. "I hope the sect master can assist me with arrangements. By the way, the batch of gemstones you mentioned earlier is just what I need, so please have them sent over." Douluo nodded in agreement. "No wonder you possess such formidable strength at this age. It is not only talent, but also diligence." Douluo also expressed his sentiment. "Sometimes, effort outweighs talent." Ning Fengji patted the little girl's head. "Renxue, look at Gongfeng. He is only a few years older than you, but possesses the strength of a titled Douluo. Moreover, he works so hard. You should strive to do the same." Recently, Ning Renxue celebrated her 6th birthday, and during her martial soul awakening ceremony, she was found to possess a 9th-level innate soul power, which delighted Ning Fengji, feeling assured that the Buddha Sect had a promising future. However, less than half a month later, the little girl lost her initial enthusiasm and ceased to practice diligently, becoming as inconsistent as fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. This left him quite anxious. Now, it was perfect to use Lian as a means to motivate her. A titled Douluo? How could that be? He is hardly older than me. Ning Renxue scrutinized Lian with a furrowed brow. Since she could remember, she had been learning about soul masters, although she had not studied diligently. She understood how challenging it was to become a titled Douluo. Now, suddenly encountering one who was only a few years her senior, she felt compelled to observe closely. "It's nothing particularly special," she muttered softly, but everyone present, being soul saints at the very least, could certainly hear her. Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances with Lian, their eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Though they stood at the pinnacle of the soul master world, their status and strength had been earned through decades of persistent effort, while Lian, at such a young age, stood at the same height as them. In comparison, they felt as though they had merely lived their lives as dogs over the years. Thus, they were quite entertained to see Lian being challenged by the precious granddaughter. Lian, however, did not take offense with the little girl. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard her. "Renxue, Ning Fengji emphasized his tone. Ning Rong shot him a glare. Bad daddy, I want to play with you again. This little girl was becoming increasingly unruly. Ning Fengji's mouth twitched, and his expression turned somewhat unnatural. And Gongfeng, I will have someone arrange a secret chamber for you right away. Thank you, Sect Master. Following Ning Fengji's command, the secret chamber and gemstones were soon prepared. With a series of dull thuds, a thick stone door made of solid basalt, over a foot thick, slowly closed. A fist-sized, luminous pearl radiating light. Lian walked directly to the 4 large chests placed beside the stone table. Each chest was quite large, over a meter in length, secured with a massive iron lock. The keys were neatly arranged on the stone table. Lian casually picked one up, noticing the characters Jia-E engraved at the tail of the key. Finding the corresponding lock, he inserted it and twisted gently. With a click, the lock sprang open. Removing the lock, he opened the chest to reveal an array of gemstones of various shapes and colors, their only commonality being the presence of earth attribute energy. Lian proceeded to open the other 3 chests, taking out a fist-sized purple gemstone. Although the earth attribute energy contained within each gemstone was not particularly rich, the sheer quantity should suffice to supplement the deficiency, and he hoped Wanhua Lusha could advance further. Sitting on the stone platform, Lian circulated his true energy, beginning to extract the earth attribute energy from the gemstones. Suddenly he paused. What is going on? The earth attribute energy within the gemstones was lethargic, replete with inertia. The gemstones he had previously acquired from the Qian jewelry store had not exhibited such behavior during extraction. Setting the purple gemstone aside, he picked up a green gemstone, only to find the same situation persisted. After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Running his fingers over the rough surface of the gemstone, Lian fell into contemplation. Why was this happening? After a moment, a flash of insight struck him. The gemstones from the Qian jewelry store had been partially cut, their surfaces damaged, which facilitated easier extraction, while these gemstones were pure raw stones. This was the sole difference. With this realization, he deftly sliced the gemstone in half. Extraction became significantly easier. However, a new problem soon emerged. Cutting one piece and extracting another was far too inefficient if he cut them all at once. Some of the earth attribute energy would dissipate and be wasted. If only he could extract directly through the stone skin. Lian suddenly froze. Of course, direct extraction. After all that deliberation, he had circled back to the obvious solution. What a misstep. He quickly grasped a gemstone and activated his energy manipulation technique. In the realm of mental perception, the earth attribute energy within the gem converged towards the Laogong acupoint in his palm like iron filings drawn to a magnet. However, upon encountering the outer layer of the stone skin, it was obstructed, seeping out only gradually, as if filtered through a fine sieve, though significantly faster than at the outset. Lian continuously adjusted, amplifying his absorption power. At last, with a sudden burst, the earth attribute energy coalesced into a force, breaking through the barrier of the stone skin and surging into the Laogong acupoint. The method proved effective. After several attempts, he discerned a pattern, which greatly enhanced the efficiency of extracting earth attribute energy. The gems within the box diminished, and the technique of Wanhua Lusha simultaneously strengthened. 2 days later, the last gem crumbled into fine debris, slipping from his fingers. Lian clapped his hands and directed his consciousness inward, specifically to the Tan Zhong acupoint, where 4 runes fluctuated and slowly revolved amidst a flash of thunder. To his astonishment, after compensating for his shortcomings, he experienced such a significant enhancement. The balance of the 5 elements provided a level of vitality that surpassed previous standards, enabling him to condense 2 runes within just 2 days. Furthermore, from this moment forward, the efficiency of refining thunder energy would also see a remarkable increase. With a click, he pressed the mechanism, and the stone door creaked open. It was noon, and the sun shone brightly, its rays nearly blinding him. Over the past 2 days, his eyes had adapted to the gentle glow of the night pearl, and upon exiting the secret chamber, they quickly wept in response to the sudden brightness. Lian squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand, and after standing still for a moment, he soon acclimated. At that moment, a young man clad in formal attire approached. He respectfully addressed Gongfeng. Your residence has been prepared. Please follow your disciple. As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Lian. In these 2 days, news about Lian had spread throughout the Buddha Sect, and many disciples had heard of the arrival of the 3rd Gongfeng. Gongfeng holds a title equivalent to that of a Douluo, This Ngongfeng seems rather young, though. When I was his age, I had just become a great soul master. The young man harbored no doubts about Lian's strength, as this matter had been personally certified by Douluo. Lian paid no heed to the young man's thoughts. Let's go. Upon reaching their destination, the young man bowed and departed. Ning Fengji had arranged for him a small manor as his residence. Although it was not as expansive as the one in the Wuhuan Palace, its intricate designs were superior. In Lian's perspective, each had its merits. Once settled, he resumed a life of seclusion, only meeting with Ning Fengji and the two titled Douluos a few times, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. As if returning to the initial period of his journey. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. In the early morning, a layer of frost blanketed the Earth's surface. After meditating throughout the night, Lian stepped outside, placing a pot of warm tea and 2 cups on a stone table in the courtyard, then assuming his boxing stance to stretch his limbs. This had become a habit over the past 6 years. Even though most of the techniques from the refining stage had ceased to be effective for him, he would exchange for a new one every month or so for his morning practice, perfecting it before moving on. Over time, he had indeed reaped different rewards. The sound of delicate footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and within 10 seconds, a petite figure appeared at the doorway. It was Ning Renxue. At that moment, she donned a fitted white outfit, her hair tied into a ponytail, and her exquisite face bore a slight blush, with beads of sweat on her forehead and labored breaths. Evidently having engaged in physical activity moments prior, she sat at the stone table, unceremoniously pouring herself a cup of tea, and after drinking, let out a long sigh. Perhaps inspired by Lian, the young girl had been diligently working out, making it a point to exercise each morning. On one occasion, Lian was caught practicing his boxing, and since then, she would occasionally join him. Noticing that she posed no interference, Lian tacitly accepted this arrangement, preparing an extra cup of morning tea, lest she would have to drink directly from the pot. After completing his final stance, Lian gradually withdrew his fists. Subsequently, his chest expanded and contracted as he opened his mouth, unleashing a visible blast of air that shattered a branch from a decorative tree in the flower bed. So impressive. Ning Renxue's eyes widened, her cheeks puffing out as she blew forcefully. Yet, the white mist she exhaled dissipated within inches. Why can't I do that? She picked up the teapot, filled another cup, and carefully presented it to Lian, her rosy face revealing a glimmer of hope as she blinked. Can I learn this? She mimicked the blowing action. Why do you wish to learn this? Through their interactions, Lian discovered that although Ning Renxue exhibited a mischievous side, her obedient demeanor was quite endearing, which explained why Jian and Gu were so captivated by her. It's truly remarkable. Ning Renxue frowned slightly. My martial soul is the Qi Bao Lu Li Tower, devoid of any offensive capabilities. If I could master this, I could protect myself. Lian replied, half in jest and half earnestly. I could teach you, but you must become my disciple. Become your disciple? I consider you a friend. Yet you wish to take advantage of me. Ning Renxue pouted, her cheeks appearing slightly inflated, seemingly annoyed. After pondering, she declared, just wait, and then dashed out of the courtyard. Was she off to seek Jian and Gu for retribution against me, or to consult Ning Fengji about the matter of apprenticeship? Lian surmised that the former was more likely. Chapter 139. I am not a soul master apprenticeship. Ning Fengji observed the earnest expression on Ning Renxue's face, his brows furrowing in surprise. Renxue, tell me, why do you wish to become an Gongfeng's disciple? What did he say to you? As the leader, his initial instinct was to suspect that Lian had employed some underhanded means to incite such thoughts in his beloved daughter. The role of the teacher of the little princess of the Qi Bao Lu Li sect was no trifling matter, while there was no saying of once a teacher, forever a father on Douluo continent. The bond between teacher and student was among the closest. Should they establish a master-disciple relationship, it would undoubtedly bolster Lian's influence within the Qi Bao Lu Li sect significantly. This was an exceedingly convenient path to ascendancy. Father, I want to become his disciple of my own volition. I wish to learn this. Ning Renxue puffed her cheeks and blew air. However, the room was not as cold as outside, and no visible breath emerged, regardless of her efforts. What are you saying? Ning Fengji was somewhat bewildered. Oh, it's just that. Ning Renxue stamped her feet in frustration, her small hands gesturing animatedly. This morning, he performed a set of movements that was quite peculiar. Although it appeared slow, it possessed a certain. She struggled to find the words to describe it. In any case, it was impressive. After completing that set of movements, he opened his mouth, and exhaled a cloud of white mist. Ning Fengji explained, Rong, during this chilly, early morning, it is entirely normal for breath to appear as white mist. Father, please listen to me. Ning Rong nestled into Ning Fengji's embrace, her small hands playfully covering his mouth. In the entirety of the GoldenFinger sect, only she possessed the audacity to do so. All right, you speak. I shall not interrupt you. Ning Fengji lifted his daughter onto his lap, his expression radiating the indulgence of a doting father. The white mist he exhaled was distinct from that of others. While others released puffs of vapor, his emerged as a long, straight stream, akin to a slender rod, approximately this thick, as Ning Rong illustrated with her tiny fingers forming a circle. Ning Fengji, lost in thought, felt a twitch at the corners of his eyes, his complexion darkening slightly. What a dreadful description! Unaware of her father's expression, Ning Rong animatedly recounted the scene. The mist shot forth with a whoosh, soaring over 3 meters, shattering a branch of a small tree in the flower bed. But Dad, didn't you say the GoldenFinger tower has no offensive capabilities? Just think if I mastered this. Wouldn't I then have a means of self-defense? After listening, Ning Fengji finally comprehended. He had previously heard from the sword Douluo that some physically robust spirit masters could expel their breath like arrows, a testament to their pulmonary prowess. However, he had never encountered anyone capable of expelling a breath arrow over 3 meters with such lethality. What extraordinary physique could achieve such a feat? Ning Fengji silently siket, his mind swirling with thoughts. The stronger the physique, the greater the upper limit for absorbing spirit rings. Recently, Rong had absorbed her first spirit ring. If she could elevate her physical condition before reaching level 20, she might be able to absorb a ring of 800 or 900 years. When she reached her 4th spirit ring, perhaps she could attempt to absorb those of 7,000 or 8,000 years, or even 10,000. Compared to other spirit masters, such as those specializing in attack, agility, or support, the enhancement in physique when absorbing spirit rings was not as pronounced. Each ring bore slight differences, yet when accumulated, the disparities became glaringly evident. Furthermore, spirit masters of the GoldenFinger tower inherently possessed 2 fewer spirit rings due to the flaws of their martial soul, amplifying the gap even further. Over the years, the GoldenFinger sect had amassed numerous methods to enhance physicality. While initial results were often striking, the effects dwindled once physicality reached a certain threshold. His recruitment of Li was largely motivated by his discovery of the latter's formidable physique, one that could not be solely achieved through spirit ring enhancement. The sword uncle mentioned that Li might be pursuing a path entirely distinct from the spirit master system, with spirit rings merely serving as a facade. If that were indeed the case, his physique and abilities must have been acquired through some alternative means. Currently, if the deficiencies of the GoldenFinger tower could not be rectified, my prospects for advancement have diminished. Yet Rong is merely at the onset of her training. Ning Fengji contemplated. Noticing her father's distracted demeanor, Ning Rong began to knead his face with her small hands, pouting adorably. Dad, why aren't you paying attention to me? Ning Fengji was jolted back to reality. Rong, how did you discover that Gongfeng possesses such abilities? As an authority figure, suspicion instinctively coursed through him. It's all because of you, Dad. Ning Rong turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. How did this become about him? Ning Fengji began to protest. Why is there no connection? Ning Rong began to count on her fingers. You previously said he wasn't diligent, even using Lan as an example. So for the past few days, he's been running and exercising every day. Just the other morning, I passed by his house and saw him practicing those strange movements, so I went to watch for a bit and even stole his tea. At this, Ning Rong's face lit up with joy, resembling a little fox that had stolen a chicken. She recalled how she had polished off an entire pot of tea, while Lian wore an expression of helplessness as he held the empty pot. That tea was truly delightful. After drinking it, her body felt warm, and her calves no longer ached. Dad, one day I'll ask him for some, so you can try it too. Hearing this, Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened, subtly squeezing her shoulder while channeling his spirit power into her body to check for any abnormalities. He then emitted a soft sound of surprise. Ning Rong's physical condition was exemplary. Her month of training had yielded results surpassing those of 3 months. He understood his daughter's temperament. Even with her determination to train, she would not genuinely exhaust herself. If she only trained sporadically, he would already be immensely relieved. Could it be the effect of that tea? Unaware of her father's subtle actions, Ning Rongrong continued to recount her recent experiences, emphasizing the hardships she endured and her diligent training. Ning Fengti, listenet guietli. A smile gracing his face. Previously, I would leave after finishing my tea, and he and T completed his movements then. However, this morning I woke up late, and by the time I reached him, he was almost done, and that is when I witnessed him expelling the white mist. Ning Fengti notet tok chuli. Ning Rongrong spoke in intricate detail, and he listened intently, detecting no signs of orchestrated intent. He was also well aware that Lian practiced his morning exercises daily in the courtyard. Dad, is it really feasible? Ning Rongrong began to twist her body, acting coyly. Ning Fengji hesitated. After all, only a month had passed since Lian joined the Buddha Sect, and he remained a reclusive figure. Thus, Ning Fengji could not claim to know him well. It was not a decision to be made lightly regarding Ning Rongrong's request to take him as her master. Seeing her father's uncertainty, Ning Rongrong resorted to her most persuasive charm. Dad, you adore Rongrong the most. Is this such a small request that you cannot grant? As she spoke, her arms encircled Ning Fengji's neck, shaking him vigorously. All right, you made me dizzy. Ning Fengji embraced Ning Rongrong, preventing her from causing further mischief. She tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, will you agree? Ning Fengji replied, this matter is not mine to decide. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately pouted, her hands dropping as she prepared to leap from his embrace. If her initial desire to take on a master had been an impulsive whim, she now felt a rebellious urge. As the esteemed Ning young lady, no one could thwart her wishes. Ning Fengji felt a sense of foreboding. Rongrong, if you wish to take Gongfeng as your master, you must first seek the consent of Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu. They cherish you dearly. Can you bear to cause them sorrow? Indeed, upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong hesitated. Yes, Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu had spoiled her so, at the onset of her training. They had imparted all their cultivation experiences to her. If she chose to be taught by another, how would they feel? Her little face contorted in conflict. Yet, she truly desired to learn the skill of expelling breath arrows from Enlon. Well, if Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu do not approve, I shall not pursue it. Temporarily pacifying his beloved daughter, Ning Fengji let out a sigh of relief and spoke softly. Rongrong, if you truly wish to learn, there are indeed ways. How about I offer you a suggestion? Ning Rongrong eagerly replied, Father, please tell me. Ning Fengji gazed at her with a smile, remaining silent. With a playful huff, Ning Rongrong cupped her father's face and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Is this sufficient? Ning Fengji touched his face and chuckled lightly. What you fear is merely the thought of disappointing your Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bon. This concern can easily be resolved. First, you should take them as your teachers, and then seek out Gongfeng as well. Would that not suffice? With the position of a worship teacher, coupled with the identity of the sect leader's daughter and heir, such a status could very well lead to her becoming the supreme emperor of the Buddha Sect in the future. However, the Buddha Sect does not require a supreme emperor. Although Lian currently appears to be very compliant, resembling a devout ascetic, one must remain vigilant. Thus, Ning Fengji proposed this solution. The distinction between having a single teacher and one among three is quite significant, ensuring that no single entity holds too much power. Ning Rongrong's face brightened with a smile. Great. I will go find Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bon right away. The two titled Douluo had previously expressed their desire to take her as a disciple more than once, even nearly coming to blows, but ultimately she had not agreed. Watching Ning Rongrong dash away, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and tapped the ground with his short staff. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a fierce demeanor appeared in the hall. Clad in black, his short hair stood on end, and a scar ran near his temple, clearly indicating a man who had survived countless battles. The forces of the Wuhuan Temple, the top 3 sects, the lower 4 sects, and various soul master families all possessed their own hidden strengths. Ning Fengji inquired, have there been any discoveries? The subordinate replied, returning to the sect leader, my men have conducted a thorough investigation. He first appeared in a town about 100 miles outside of Tiando City, and the townsfolk claimed they had never seen him before. He came from outside the town. The chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Later, my subordinate had people check several surrounding towns, but there were no traces of his presence, and the clues seemed to vanish, as if he had materialized from thin air. The middle-aged man in black respectfully answered, Having an additional titled Douluo level of combat strength in the sect is beneficial, yet we must investigate this matter thoroughly. How else can we feel at ease? Having anticipated such a situation, Ning Fengji rubbed his temples and waved his hand. Very well, you may leave. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, Sect leader, during this recent period, the gems accumulated at the mine are nearly depleted. Are we running out? Ning Fengji contemplated for a moment. Let's have someone gather more. Problems solvable with money are not issues. Additionally, mines numbered 34 to 46 can commence extraction. Understood. I take my leave. After the middle-aged man in black departed, Ning Fengji considered his next course of action and made his way to Li An's estate. At that moment, Lian was enjoying breakfast. Sect leader, please take a seat. Ha! Just in time, I have not yet had breakfast. Ning Fengji did not stand on ceremony. He picked up a bowl and scooped a bit of medicinal porridge into his mouth. A faint bitterness spread, followed by sweetness, and a warm sensation enveloped him after swallowing. Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. With his experience, he could tell that this porridge was extraordinary. And Gongfeng is this porridge? I provided the kitchen with a recipe, incorporating several medicinal ingredients to enhance vitality and focus. There are also other medicinal recipes available. If the sect leader enjoys it, you may ask the chef in the kitchen directly. For Lian at this time, the medicinal cuisine no longer had a significant effect, but in small doses daily. It would still yield some benefits over time. I shall not be modest. Ning Fengji consumed a bowl of medicinal porridge and then served himself another, gently stirring with a spoon. Earlier, Rong came to me, mentioning that she wishes to take Gongfeng as her teacher. As a father, I must inquire about this, and I hope you can understand. Hence, I shall speak candidly. And Gongfeng, I previously heard from Uncle Jian that your soul skills seem somewhat different. Are they self-created, or? With anticipation and trepidation, Ning Fengji posed the question he had long wished to ask. Even without the matter of Ning Rong seeking a teacher, he would have sought an opportunity to inquire, as it pertained to the future development of the Qibao glazed sect. If it remained unclear, it would surely linger in his mind. Li An's chewing momentarily halted. He had intended to find an opportunity to share his martial insights with Ning Fengji, but unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself today. After a moment of silence, just as Ning Fengji believed he would refuse to answer, Lian said, since the sect leader already has suspicions, I shall not conceal it any longer. I ask that you keep this confidential. Rest assured, in Gongfeng, Ning Fengji made a gesture for patience and stepped outside briefly, soon returning. And Gongfeng, please continue. In truth, I am not a soul master. Chapter 140. Guidance not a soul master. The word struck Ning Fengji's mind like a bomb, causing him to leap to his feet. He failed to notice that the bowl of porridge had toppled over, although he had suspected it prior. Hearing Lian state it outright left him utterly astonished. The framework of soul master power had existed on the continent for countless ages. The land is known as Douluo, highlighting its profound influence. Now, with Lian declaring he is not a soul master, it was akin to a drop of ink in clear water. Ning Fengji gripped the handle of his short staff tightly, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. He produced a silk scarf embroidered with an orchid pattern and wiped away the remnants of porridge clinging to his hand. And Gongfeng, since you are not a soul master, then you must not practice soul power, correct? But why do you possess a soul ring? Do you also need to absorb soul rings? This question was of paramount importance to him. The Qibao glazed tower consists of only 7 tiers, incapable of accommodating an 8th or 9th soul ring. If Lian's power system also required the addition of soul rings, it would likely be beyond his reach. As the leader of a sect wielding great power, yet being a completely defenseless support-type soul master, how could he be content to remain perpetually protected? The soul rings are merely a facade. Lian did not conceal the truth, knowing that Ning Fengji would eventually need to know. He drew forth a necklace from beneath his collar, which emanated a faint wave of soul power. This is a soul guiding device, designed to alter the quantity and color of soul rings. As he spoke, he manipulated the necklace to create 900,000-year soul rings, then reduced them to 1, shifting between black, purple, yellow, and white hues like a neon light. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted slightly. No need for soul rings. A wave of immense joy surged within him, causing his voice to tremble. And Gongfeng, then you practice martial arts. Lian placed both hands on the table, fingers interlaced. I practice martial arts. Martial arts do not necessitate innate soul power, nor do they require soul rings or even martial souls. Possessing a healthy body and unblemished intellect suffices for practice. How could this be possible? Ning Fengji speculated that Li An's cultivation system might be rather peculiar, fundamentally merely an application of martial souls. However, he did not anticipate the revelation he would ultimately receive. After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji gently tapped his forehead with his fist, displaying a bitter smile. It was simply astonishing. The deeply ingrained belief he had held for so long told him this was impossible, yet the tangible example of Li An lay before him, compelling him to believe. Regaining his composure, Ning Fengji fixed his piercing gaze upon Li An and inquired in Gongfeng, "Might I ask why? With your current prowess, you stand at the pinnacle of the continent, requiring no one's protection. Why then do you seek to join the Qian Sect?" He was not blinded by the immense benefits presented before him. There is no such thing as a free lunch when such a substantial opportunity falls upon one. His first instinct is to suspect poison. The apex of the continent does not represent the culmination of martial arts. Lian succinctly articulated, "What does this imply?" Ning Fengji leaned forward slightly, adopting a posture of earnest attention. In the realm of martial arts, there exist three major realms: refining essence, cultivating qi, and refining spirit. Upon hearing Lian delineate the levels of martial arts and his current standing, Ning Fengji found himself unsettled, experiencing a dryness in his mouth and throat. The realm of true qi could unleash battle prowess equivalent to that of a title Douluo. What then of the realms of true essence and true Dan? Moreover, beyond the stage of qi cultivation, there exists a grand realm known as refining spirit. Refining spirit? Spirit? Ning Fengji appeared to have misunderstood something, his breath quickening. Deities, signifying immortality. He then heard Lian state, "The path of martial arts also bears qualifications. Those lacking adequate talent may spend their lives revolving in the refining essence stage. Of course, if one is willing to pay any price, resources can be utilized to elevate one's cultivation." At this, a restrained smile graced Ning Fengji's face, exuding confidence. "Our Qian Sect is replete with gold soul coins. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem." Speaking the most audacious words in the most humble tone, Lian found himself impressed. Nonetheless, Ning Fengji indeed possessed this confidence. In terms of foundation, the Qian Sect might not rival the Spirit Hall, yet the Spirit Hall's magnitude is vast, aptly described as a gathering of formidable figures with numerous factions. Resources, though plentiful, become less abundant when distributed among individuals. The Qian Sect, however, is different. The wealthiest sect on the continent is not merely a saying, and the true core of Qian consists only of the Ning father-daughter duo and two titled Douluos, Jian and Gu, which significantly enhances their resource distribution. Now, the sect master should understand why I wish to join the Qian Sect, Lian remarked, acknowledging the truth of his words, albeit only a portion of it. However, Ning Fengji was unaware that Lian had expended a considerable amount of gems during this time, indirectly substantiating his claims, leading to his belief. And Gongfeng, rest assured, the resources you require for cultivation will be supplied by the sect henceforth. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click the next page to continue reading the subsequent thrilling content. After speaking, Ning Fengji fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lian, his meaning unmistakable, having made a promise. It was now time for Lian to express his stance. Lian produced a tome, stating this is the technique for the first realm of refining essence, which can effectively enhance physical constitution. The sect master may have someone try it. Ning Fengji eagerly accepted the book. Upon opening it, he scrutinized each page for quite some time, occasionally posing questions. The tome was not thick, yet over half an hour had passed, and he had only turned a third of the way through. At that moment, outside the courtyard's entrance, the void shattered, forming a swirling black hole, from which emerged three individuals, Jian, Gu, and Ning Renxue, who had previously gone to find them. The expressions of the two title Douluos grew grave, revealing their discontent. Previously, both had vied to be Ning Renxue's teacher, even engaging in a few scuffles over the matter, only for the young girl to reject both, leaving them with a lingering sense of regret. Today, however, the girl suddenly approached them to seek mentorship, delighting them immensely. Yet, they soon discovered that Ning Renxue's intention to seek their guidance was merely to spare their feelings, as her true desire was to apprentice under Lian, instantly igniting their indignation. They had come to demand an explanation. "What gives you the right to have my precious granddaughter seek you as her teacher? What kind of enchantment have you cast upon her? Father, what are you reading?" Ning Renxue scampered over, darting beneath Ning Fengji's arm to stand before him. "Martial arts techniques," Ning Fengji explained, his gaze unwavering. Upon seeing the illustrated annotations within the tome, Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes, finding it quite intriguing. What are martial arts techniques? Jian and Gu paused momentarily, curiosity stirring within them. They then approached Ning Fengji from behind. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Ning Fengji began to rise, but was gently pressed back down by two large hands on his shoulders. We are all family here, no need for formality. Ning Fengti noted it, continuing to leaf through the tome, while Jian and Gu also peered over, occasionally frowning but quickly revealing expressions of realization. They even occasionally struck poses to try the techniques themselves. Captivated by the contents of the tome, they had entirely forgotten their original purpose for coming. After finishing the tome, Ning Fengji released a long sigh, closing his eyes to rub his temples. The process of reviewing and interpreting the contents had consumed much of his mental energy. He had encountered numerous methods to enhance physical constitution, but none as profound as those presented in the tome. Indeed, it was profound. The various movements within the tome required specific breathing patterns to engage all the muscles in the body, showcasing remarkable efficiency compared to the techniques he had previously encountered, which seemed far less refined. Fengji, two hands were extended toward him. Jian and Gu had only glimpsed the latter part of the tome, lacking the initial sections, leaving them with a sense of dissatisfaction. Old Jian, I was the one who brought you here. Without me, you wouldn't have had the chance to see this tome so quickly, so I should go first. All right? Gu began to claim credit. Jian shot him a sidelong glance, indicating his disapproval. It was only a few steps away. If I'd flown on my sword, I would have reached here just as quickly. Having argued for half a lifetime, neither was willing to concede, so they deferred the decision to Ning Fengji, who found himself equally troubled by the situation. Being caught between two elders was rather uncomfortable. At that moment, Ning Rongrong raised her small hand. Grandpas, I haven't seen the earlier content either. Why don't the three of us look at it together? There's no need for such trouble. Lian addressed the two elders, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, suggesting, if you two esteemed seniors trust me, why not attempt the transmission of divine thoughts? Transmission of divine thoughts? This refers to a method where mental energy serves as a medium to directly impart information into the mind. The two exchanged glances. Gu Douluo proclaimed, I shall go first. Jian Douluo did not object. Their frequent banter and occasional squabbles had fostered a remarkable tacit understanding. Within the Liuli clan, Jian Douluo represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, thus the need for caution, perhaps as a precaution against Lian, but more so due to their accustomed way of operating. Ning Fengji was equally astonished. Essentially, the distraction control technique of the Liuli clan was a secret method utilizing mental energy to assist multiple targets. Although his mental power was formidable, he could not transmit information using it. Moreover, spirit masters of the mental system often relied on spirit abilities to achieve such feats. Gu Douluo stepped forward confidently. Come, young brother. Lian inclined his head slightly and, with a gentle motion, pointed to Gu Douluo's forehead. After absorbing the information, Gu Douluo closed his eyes, reflecting for a moment, and then began to practice each move. The first attempt was clumsy. He struggled to reach the final stance. But by the second attempt, he had markedly improved, making virtually no errors, and by the third, he had mastered it entirely. This exemplified the advantage of divine thought transmission, allowing the nuances of a technique to be conveyed to another, enabling a deeper understanding and a more efficient practice. Old Bon, how is it? Jian Douluo inquired immediately after Gu Douluo ceased his movements. With a long sigh, Gu Douluo's face bore a look of regret. Had I grasped this martial arts technique before reaching level 30, perhaps you, old Jian, would not be my match now. Jian Douluo opened his mouth to retort, but remained silent in the end, even having only glimpsed the latter half of the technique. His keen eye recognized that it could significantly enhance a person's physical attributes. The importance of physical prowess for a spirit master, particularly for those just beginning their cultivation, cannot be overstated. A swift step leads to rapid advancement. If what Gu Douluo claimed were true, the possibility of their strengths being reversed was not far-fetched. Quick, let me witness this as well. I won't try. Ning Rongrong exclaimed eagerly. However, Gu cautioned her, Rongrong, you are still young with low cultivation. The transmission of divine thoughts may impose considerable strain on your mind, so it is best to refrain. Jian Douluo chimed in, what Grandpa Bone said is correct. Think carefully. Cramming so much information into your mind at once. Can you endure such discomfort? Ning Rongrong instinctively recoiled, conceding, as she was typically very true to her feelings. After the transmission, Douluo practiced a few times. This martial arts technique was indeed remarkable, particularly effective for novice spirit masters. But alas, it became less impactful at his advanced level. Elder, have you heard of the 4 realms of Sword Dao? Lian inquired with a smile. Douluo, having devoted his life to swordsmanship and now embarking on the path of sword, was intrigued as he lacked a systematic understanding and had relied solely on self-discovery. He was curious about the sparks that might ignite if he were to grasp some sword concepts. Douluo's gaze sharpened suddenly. What do you mean? In the initial realm, grasping the sword, the blade in hand is fierce and unstoppable. With the sharpness of the sword and the precision of technique, one can defeat all foes. Holding the sword, yet having no sword in the heart. As one's cultivation deepens, the sword becomes an extension of oneself, flowing like water, devoid of fixed techniques. Where the essence lies in the sword's intent. The sword in hand is also in heart, and clarity reigns in the sword heart. Douluo nodded slightly. Indeed, before reaching level 70, I relied on the sharpness of the 7 kills sword and the might of my spirit abilities in battle. Gradually, I became less fixated on spirit abilities, allowing the sword to move with my heart. Unexpectedly, young friend, you understand the sword well. With a shared topic of interest, Douluo's demeanor shifted, displaying a newfound warmth. Noticing this, Lian smiled and continued. In the 3rd realm, one holds no sword in hand, yet possesses a sword in heart. At this stage, one is not bound by material, finding swords in grass, wood, bamboo, and stone. The person embodies the sword. Douluo fell into contemplation. After a moment, his eyes sparkled with sword light, only to quickly retract. I have not yet entered this realm, yet I have grasped a glimmer of understanding. And what comes next? The 4th realm is holding no sword in hand, nor in heart. To acquire the sword is to forget the sword. The sword remains the sword, and the person remains the person. What does that mean? The sword path is my path. Using the sword to refine the heart. Douluo repeated these 4 words, nearly succumbing to a trance. Although no sword intent emanated from him, his aura grew increasingly formidable. What madness has overtaken old Qian? Douluo murmured enviously, realizing he would struggle even more against this old fellow in the future. He then swiftly positioned himself in front of Ning Fengji and Ning Renxue, shielding them from the overwhelming pressure. Before long, Douluo's aura receded like a tide, rendering him an ordinary old man, returning to simplicity. He then bowed deeply to Lian. I shall forever remember your kindness and guidance. Chapter 141. The Artifact Embryo Uncle Qian, what has happened? Observing the significant change in Douluo's demeanor, Ning Fengji tentatively sought confirmation. Indeed, Douluo nodded slightly. Upon hearing your words, I have been inspired and have discovered the pathway to a breakthrough. With a period of seclusion, I should be able to ascend to level 97. The cultivation level is secondary. What matters is that I have found a route forward. In the future, with sufficient accumulation, I can break through directly without being trapped at a certain level as I was before. Congratulations, Uncle Qian, Ning Fengji exclaimed, his spirits soaring. Douluo was the backbone of the Qi Bao Liuli clan. His strength directly bolstered their confidence. Once he breaks through, only the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall might rival him across the continent. Lian's eyes flickered as he pondered. At this time, the known peerless Douluos include Qian Daolu, Poseidon, and Tang San. However, one is stationed at Sea God Island, and the other is trapped in the City of Slaughter, making it unsurprising that Ning Fengji is unaware. Given Douluo's strength, a further advancement could indeed rival that of a level 98 powerhouse. He has experienced the might of the 7-kill sword. In terms of offensive power, it is not inferior to the Haotian hammer, perhaps even surpassing it. However, the number of inheritors of the 7-kill sword is scarce, unlike the Haotian clan, which has formed a sect. Thus, the 7-kill sword cannot be compared in reputation to the Haotian hammer. Otherwise, the title of the foremost weapon spirit might have changed hands. At that moment, Ning Renxue's eyes twinkled mischievously as she approached Douluo, grasping his arm and tilting her head with a pout, seeking recognition. Grandpa Qian, do not forget Renxue's contributions. If I hadn't come to find you today, you wouldn't be here. Ha ha ha, indeed, Renxue's contribution is the greatest. Douluo let out a hearty laugh, then crouched down to align himself with Ning Renxue. Once Grandpa breaks through, how about I prepare a splendid gift for Renxue? Shall we seal the deal? Ning Rongrong cheerfully extended her pinky finger. Absolutely, let us seal it. In front of Ning Rongrong, he was merely an indulgent grandfather, devoid of the imposing presence of a super Douluo. Observing the interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter, Douluo felt a surge of envy and jealousy. His old face contorted with emotion. The key point was that Douluo's gaze occasionally darted in his direction, clearly a display of pride. Their granddaughter belongs to both of us. Douluo, feeling irked, turned his head away, but then suddenly glanced at Li Un and quietly inquired, "Young brother, do you have any methods to help me enhance my cultivation? I have lingered at level 95 for quite some time. If this continues, I fear I will be left far behind by old Qian." "Well, my cultivation revolves around martial arts, while you have focused on soul power. We are not in the same system. Senior Chun Xin's breakthrough can be considered an exception, primarily due to his sufficient personal accumulation. In truth, Lian possessed several types of elixirs that could assist Douluo in breaking through his current bottleneck. However, even he found them insufficient for his own use. Thus they were not an option. Moreover, by taking Ning Rongrong as his disciple, he had already provided Douluo with a potential opportunity for advancement. Too much is as bad as too little. Upon hearing this, Douluo sighed deeply, expressing his frustration. Old Qian has indeed struck a stroke of luck. Douluo did not suspect that Li Un was deceiving him. After all, Lian had merely offered a conceptual approach without providing tangible aid. Unlike Douluo, who needed to comprehend sword intent, Douluo had already reached the pinnacle of level 95. He merely required that final push, which could come unexpectedly. Yet he might also remain stuck, gradually expending time and energy to grind through. Ning Fengji comforted him from the side. "Uncle Gu, do not be too anxious. There will come a day when you too will break through." Sighing, Douluo lamented, "One step ahead, every step ahead. It seems I may find it difficult to catch up with old Qian." Douluo had discovered the opportunity for breakthrough, and though he felt happy for his old friend, after competing for so many years, the brother was about to soar while he remained in the same place, inevitably causing some imbalance in his mindset. At that moment, Douluo raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Old Bone, it seems that you have yet to adapt even after all these years of not surpassing me." Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Douluo's forehead as he took several deep breaths to suppress his anger. So what if I'm about to break through? When the day comes that I also achieve a breakthrough, we shall have a proper spar. Grandpa Bone is also quite formidable." Ning Rongrong cheered him on with her little fist, then furrowed her delicate brows. "Grandpa Qian is going into seclusion, so only Grandpa Bone can play with Rongrong from now on." Indeed, upon hearing this, the gloom on Douluo's face dissipated entirely. "Old Qian, you may rest assured in your seclusion. During this time, I will take good care of Rongrong." Suddenly, Douluo felt a bit distressed. Ahem. Seeing this, Ning Fengji quickly interjected, "Today Uncle Qian has found the opportunity for a breakthrough, and Rongrong is to apprentice under Uncle Qian, Uncle Gu, and myself as her teachers. This is indeed a double blessing. We should celebrate accordingly." Douluo waved his hand. "There is no time to lose. I shall go into seclusion now and will not partake in this matter." After speaking, he nodded slightly to Lian, raised an eyebrow at Douluo, and then transformed into a beam of sword light and departed. With one principal figure gone, Ning Fengji turned his attention to Li and Lian stated, "There is no need for such formality. Let Rongrong bring me a cup of tea, and we shall establish our master-disciple relationship. Starting tomorrow morning, I will officially teach her martial arts, but there is one matter that requires the sect leader's careful consideration." Ning Fengji grew serious. "Please do go on in Gongfeng." Lian explained, "Martial arts and the soul master system are not inherently compatible. If the sect leader merely wishes for Rongrong to enhance her physical constitution as a foundation for absorbing higher-ranked soul rings, then the blood marrow realm would be the endpoint for her. Upon reaching the next realm, internal energy will manifest within her body. At first, it may seem manageable, but as her cultivation progresses, internal energy is bound to conflict with soul power. If the sect leader is willing to let Rongrong forego the path of a soul master, then all would be well. She could utilize her internal soul power to refine her body, and her cultivation could rapidly advance to a minor success in flesh and skin. I must caution the sect leader, however, that the process of transitioning to martial arts is irreversible. Once the cultivation level in the soul master system falls to 0, innate soul power will vanish forever, meaning she will no longer be able to become a soul master." After hearing this, Ning Fengji hesitated. The seven-treasure, glazed tile pagoda symbolizes the inheritance of martial souls. Once she transitions to martial arts, she would no longer even qualify as a soul master. In that case, what purpose would the seven-treasure, glazed tile pagoda serve? Without the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, how would it be inherited in the future? Historically, all sect leaders of the seven-treasure, glazed tile sect hailed from the Ning family. But this presupposes that the sect leader must be a soul master possessing the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda not only signifies the legacy of the Ning family, but also embodies the essence of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. To draw a somewhat inappropriate analogy, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda is akin to a national seal. If the martial soul cannot be utilized, then the identity loses its legitimacy, and the outcome is evident. Thus, Ning Fengji found himself in a dilemma. He wished for Ning Renxue to practice martial arts and acquire sufficient strength to protect herself. Yet he also hoped she would inherit the seven-treasure glazed tile sect and further its legacy. At that moment, Douluo suddenly interjected, "Fengji, do not forget that in the realm of soul masters, strength is always paramount." Although he had not engaged in battle with Lian, Douluo had recounted the details of that fight afterward. Thus, he held a favorable view of Lian, or more precisely, of martial arts. Ning Fengji suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, what does it matter if the martial soul cannot be used? What does it matter if she is not a soul master? As long as she possesses sufficient strength, who would dare oppose Renxue's authority over the seven-treasure glazed tile sect? Furthermore, after transitioning to martial arts, she might even have the opportunity to reach that legendary realm. As the leader of sect, Ning Fengji had successfully developed the seven-treasure glazed tile sect to its current stature, possessing both a meticulous mind and a decisive nature. And GoldenFinger, I shall entrust Renxue to you from here on out. The sect leader is too kind. Lian did not suggest that Ning Fengji also transition to martial arts. Having already taken Ning Renxue as his disciple, how far could Ning Fengji be behind? Lian did not believe that. Fully aware of the potential for extending one's lifespan through martial arts, Ning Fengji would cling to the evidently flawed seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Currently, he was likely just observing, perhaps waiting for Ning Renxue to truly mature. In the future, when both Ning father and daughter had transitioned to martial arts, would Jian and Gu, the two titled Douluos, be able to escape their fate? Whether pursuing a more formidable power or seeking to stand taller and witness broader vistas, transitioning to martial arts remains their only option. In due course, as martial arts proliferate within the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, and all the Ning family members become martial artists, the merger of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect with the Qian Sect should encounter little resistance. And this, indeed, was the true purpose of Li's visit. In order to prolong the lives of the Ning family descendants and empower you to possess formidable strength, no longer remaining as mere support-type soul masters in need of protection, I ask for your service in return. Is this too much to ask? Ning Fengji was oblivious to Li's inner thoughts. He beckoned Ning Renxue and said, "Renxue, from now on, and GoldenFinger will be your teacher. Come over and present tea to him." At that moment, Ning Renxue set aside her mischievous demeanor and, under the witness of Ning Fengji and Douluo, obediently approached Lian with a cup of tea in hand. "Teacher, please enjoy the tea." Lian took the cup and took a gentle sip, thereby solidifying their relationship. Up to this point, he had accepted 3 disciples, but Tang San and Ma Hongjun were only nominal students, while the last to join, Ning Renxue, became the eldest sister. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, 4 had already been taken under his wing. As for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, they were far away in the Xingluo Empire, and he would leave their fates to chance, as their absence would likely not alter the grand scheme. Since you have already become my disciple, it is only fitting that I present you with a gift to commemorate this occasion. Allow me a moment to ponder. After a brief contemplation, Lian produced a series of materials nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. Your martial soul is known as Qi Bao, which also has its counterpart in the Taoist tradition. The human body comprises 7 treasures: essence, blood, black, marrow, brain, kidney, and heart. Essence is mercury, blood is gold, black is jade, marrow is crystal, brain is spirit sand, kidney is ball pearl, and heart is coral. These 7 treasures are inseparable from the body and can forge powerful elixirs, allowing all deities to ascend to immortality. Today, I shall forge a base artifact for you using volcanic silver, celestial gold, 10,000-year jade marrow, earth mother crystal, colorful spirit sand, remnants of a seashell that failed to survive a 100,000-year lightning tribulation, and deep sea purple coral. Was a base artifact. Ning Rongrong tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Your martial soul is the Qi Bao Lioli Pagoda, and I will use these 7 treasures to forge a tower. This tower will serve as your base artifact. Later, I will impart to you a method for nurturing this artifact. By diligently nurturing it, ultimately integrating it with your martial soul, you will be able to cultivate a personal spiritual instrument that belongs solely to you. Your personal spiritual instrument can be understood as an alternate manifestation of your martial soul, albeit a more potent form. As he explained, Lian conjured black flames, refining the 7 materials. He then used celestial gold as the core, volcanic silver, and jade marrow as the flesh, and crafted a translucent 7-layered small tower, adorned with the other 4 materials, finally taking shape. Since this small tower is merely a base artifact, the crafting process was quite simple. Whether it can be nurtured into a personal spiritual instrument would depend on Ning Rongrong's efforts. A personal spiritual instrument? Ning Fengji lightly tapped his palm with a short staff. Is this a method to utilize one's martial soul? However, it seems that only soul masters with weapon or gemstone martial souls can achieve this. Since the Qi Bao Lioli Pagoda can, then Uncle Jian's 7 killing sword should also be feasible. Yet he instinctively glanced at Douluo, who happened to turn his head as well, evidently harboring the same thought, remarking with a hint of envy, "Why do all the good fortunes fall to that old fellow?" "Thank you, teacher," Ning Rongrong said, pursing her lips as she accepted the small tower, a fleeting frown crossing her delicate brow. Lian lacked artistic sensibility. Hence, the small tower was not particularly beautiful, merely adequate, which diverged from Miss Ning's refined tastes. "This is merely a base artifact," Lian clarified. "It is akin to a blade that has just taken shape. It requires further tempering, polishing, and assembly through numerous steps to become a complete weapon. This process must be accomplished by your own hands, taking at least a year to complete. Only then will this base artifact bear your exclusive imprint, and it will gradually align with the ideal form you envision in your heart. Despite its current ordinariness, when it reaches its final form, it will undoubtedly reflect your most cherished desires." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong cradled the small tower in her hands, her face illuminating with excitement. It seemed to spark her interest. She then flashed a sweet smile at Lian. "Teacher, thank you. Now, I will impart to you the method for nurturing the artifact. Take your time to comprehend it when you return home." "Wait, little brother." As Lian raised his hand to point at Ning Rongrong's forehead, Douluo quickly interjected. "Rongrong is still young, only at the 12th level. Transmitting spiritual power can impose considerable strain on her mind. Let us find an alternative method. Spiritual transmission will allow her to quickly grasp the fundamentals, and the nurturing method is quite simple, comprising only a few hundred words. Even with all the annotations, it won't exceed 10,000 words. There should be no discomfort. Should we allow Rongrong to remain a sheltered girl for life?" As he spoke, Lian glanced at Ning Rongrong, who immediately straightened her small face and donned a brave expression, closing her eyes and declaring loudly, "Rongrong is not a sheltered girl. Teacher, go ahead. Rongrong is ready." Lian pointed at her, under the concerned gazes of Ning Fengji and Douluo. It took a considerable amount of time for Ning Rongrong to finally open her eyes. "How do you feel? Is your head hurting, Rongrong?" Before Ning Fengji could speak, Douluo, with a worried expression, asked anxiously, resembling a doting grandfather. Ning Rongrong furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head, saying, "I don't feel pain. Just a bit dizzy." She then turned her head to Lian and asked, "But the nurturing method says the first step requires refining the base artifact with one's vital energy." "What is vital energy, teacher?" Lian replied. "You will understand what vital energy is when you become a true martial artist tomorrow. The path of martial arts is arduous. Make sure to rest well when you return home and prepare yourself for hard work. Today is likely your last day of leisure." Instantly, Ning Rongrong's small face fell, as she vaguely realized that from now on, she might face considerable hardship. Chapter 142. Training Ning Rongrong. "I'm so tired. Please, teacher, let Rongrong take a break. I can't endure any longer." Woo. Ning Rongrong squirmed back and forth, her little face contorted in distress as she implored Lian, her eyes fixed on him, gauging his expression. Earlier that morning, the little girl had arrived with great enthusiasm, considering her limited capacity for endurance. Lian had divided a foundational Taoist technique into several small sections, transmitting each part to her at intervals through spiritual power. After breakfast and a brief rest, Lian began guiding her in practice. Initially, Ning Rongrong was full of interest, but after practicing a set of punches repeatedly, she grew weary and began asking for water or a break, attempting to seize the opportunity to slack off, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Lian. With an emotionless glance, Lian remarked, "It hasn't even been 3 hours. Continue practicing." After all, she was a soul master who had absorbed a century-old soul ring. Although her body had not fully matured, she was far from the ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. It was impossible for her to claim exhaustion after just over 2 hours of practice. Compared to her, the other 3 disciples, including Tang San, who had long since integrated cultivation into his daily life, were far more diligent. This lazy habit of hers must be corrected, otherwise, teaching her would become an insurmountable challenge. "Teacher, look at me, I'm all sweaty." Ning Rongrong persisted, pouting and pointing to her forehead, where a fine sheen of sweat had indeed formed. As a young girl, her clothes clung uncomfortably to her body, making her feel rather miserable. "Can I take a shower, change my clothes, and then come back to practice?" Upon finishing her plea, she clung to Li An's arm and shook it gently, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. She had her own little scheme in mind. The time taken for a bath and a change of clothes would likely stretch into lunchtime, allowing her to enjoy a meal before returning, which would mean she could rest until the afternoon. It was simply perfect. However, this plan hinged entirely on Lian's consent. Unfortunately, the tactic that had proven effective with Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo fell utterly flat with Lian. He had already seen through her intentions. "If you step outside this door without my permission, you need not return." Ning Rongrong was about to voice her thoughts, but upon meeting Li An's stern gaze, the words caught in her throat. For some reason, whenever she encountered Li An's serious demeanor, she felt like a mouse before a cat, her rebellious spirit extinguished. Forced to comply with his directives, pouting, she resumed her martial practice. Neither Sword Grandpa nor Bone Grandpa had ever been so strict with her. Lian dismissed her complaints as mere background noise. The reason for Ning Rongrong's obedience was twofold. She had only recently begun to mature. Unlike in the original story, where she was pampered until the age of 12, developing a spoiled temperament. Furthermore, Lian, wary of her being difficult to manage, purposely exerted a subtle psychological pressure when speaking. Thus, even though she harbored small thoughts of rebellion, she dared not voice them and resigned herself to her fate. Yet, as someone who had always been cherished, Ning Rongrong found this treatment increasingly unjust, her eyes gradually reddening as tears began to fall. She bit her lip, striving to suppress her sobs. If Ning Fengji or the Bon Douluo were to witness her pitiful, stubborn appearance, they would surely feel a pang of sorrow. Nevertheless, Lian chose to ignore the scene before him. He understood that with a girl like Ning Rongrong, who effortlessly wielded the art of manipulation, granting her even a sliver of hope would only complicate future discipline. Lian preferred not to expend energy on managing her, opting to withhold any semblance of promise so that she would be compelled to fulfill her assigned tasks without fail. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. "All right, let's take a break. Lunch will be delivered shortly. You may wash up and change clothes, then rest for an hour after your meal, and we will continue our training in the afternoon." "I understand," Ning Rongrong replied, her eyes red and her face streaked with tears, her voice trembling. Thus, the day came to a close. As evening approached, Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo arrived together, resembling parents eagerly awaiting their child after school. Ning Rongrong, feeling sore all over, stepped through the door, and upon seeing them, the pent-up grievances erupted. She dashed into Ning Fengji's embrace, crying, "Daddy, I never want to go back again. I don't want to practice martial arts anymore. I want to become a soul master. And I promise I'll listen to you and train diligently." "Rongrong, my dear, please don't cry. Tell your father what happened today," Ning Fengji coaxed gently, squatting down to her level. "Today." Ning Rongrong choked on her words as she recounted her dismal experience, shaking Ning Fengji's neck for emphasis. "Please, Daddy." Ning Fengji was momentarily speechless. He knew that the tasks Lian had assigned were not particularly arduous, as he himself had endured similar training during his youth. Yet, upon seeing Ning Rongrong's tear-streaked face, his heart softened. Though he refrained from confronting Li, and observing Ning Fengji's reaction only deepened Ning Rongrong's sense of injustice, prompting her to burst into tears. "You don't care about me at all, bad daddy. I'm never playing with you again." With that, she abandoned Ning Fengji and leaped into the arms of the Bon Douluo. "Grandpa Bone, Daddy doesn't want me anymore. I only have you and Grandpa's sword." Little Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The Bonne Douluo hurriedly wiped her tears, soothing her gently. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Fengji. Rong, you should return home with your father. Grandpa Bonne will go find Gongfeng now. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong's spirits lifted significantly as she sobbed, Grandpa Bonne, I will wait for you right here. Please hurry back. The Bonne Douluo wiped her tears away and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, Ning Rong stood in place, eagerly awaiting his return. Her small figure appeared lonely, occasionally stifling a sob, which tugged at Ning Fengji's heartstrings. Rong, come here. The little girl held a grudge, casting him a sidelong glance, huffing in defiance. And turning her head away, Ning Fengji, feeling helpless, approached and scooped his precious daughter into his arms. Although she squirmed momentarily, she ultimately relented. On the other side, the Bonne Douluo had reached Li and was already prepared for this encounter. Ning Rong's apprenticeship had been sanctioned by Ning Fengji, who likely harbored the intent for Li to oversee her training, so it was improbable that he would join them. Currently, Sword Douluo was in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough, leaving only the Bonne Douluo, a doting grandfather, to come forth. Are you here to seek retribution, old friend? Lian inquired, feigning ignorance. The Bonne Douluo chuckled awkwardly. Retribution? That sounds rather harsh. I merely wish to have a chat. About what? Lian pressed, pretending not to know. Young brother, Rong is still just a child, and I'm not much older than her. The Bonne Douluo's lips twitched. With such words, how am I to proceed? Ever since learning of Li An's prowess from the Sword Douluo, he had instinctively regarded Li An as an equal. But now he suddenly realized that the lad before him was likely not even 15 years old. It had been bearable to be overshadowed by Sword Douluo. But now there was another prodigious talent below that age, and given his training speed, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed them all. This thought left the Bonne Douluo increasingly troubled. What I mean to say is, Rong is a girl who has been pampered since childhood. Even when assigning her tasks, there should be a gradual approach, right? Incremental increases in difficulty, perhaps with some rewards along the way, would greatly motivate her. I know what Rong enjoys. Lian abruptly interrupted. Are you suggesting that I beg her to learn? The Bonne Douluo fell silent. How could one expect her to learn skills without enduring hardships? Lian rolled his eyes. Elder Gurong, may I pose a question? Please, young brother. After all these years in the Qibao, Liuli sect, you must know the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda better than I. Do you know how long a soul master with this martial soul can live after reaching the 79th level? The Bonne Douluo fell silent at once. Upon attaining the esteemed rank of Hun Sheng and possessing the true form of one's weapon soul or martial soul, an individual's lifespan may experience a modest enhancement, albeit merely extending their existence by a few decades compared to an ordinary person. Moreover, what soul master has ever remained unscathed? Whether through the trials of battle or the perils of training missteps, one inevitably harbors subtle, insidious injuries within, which accumulate over time, leading to a gradual reduction in lifespan. Thus, it is not uncommon for many Hun Shengs to fall short of their life expectancy. Only upon reaching the exalted level of Fenghao Douluo does one witness a substantial increase in longevity, rendering time itself a trivial commodity. Contemplating these truths, Gu Douluo let out a deep sigh. I comprehend your intentions, he remarked. Lian's face brightened with a smile. If you wish to avoid the heart-wrenching agony of sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one, I implore you to cooperate to the fullest extent tomorrow. What do you mean, little brother? Lian proceeded to delineate his plan. Upon hearing it, Gu Douluo's brow twitched in agitation. This seems rather harsh. I'm afraid Rong cannot bear it. As the old saying goes, to raise a child is akin to slaying a child. If you continue to coddle Rong, you may ultimately harm her. A little hardship now is inconsequential. Gu Douluo fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding. Very well. I shall return to discuss this with Fengji. The following morning, Gu Douluo escorted Ning Rong to Li An's residence. With a pitiful expression, Ning Rong inquired, Grandpa Gu, what if my teacher assigns me too many tasks? Gu Douluo patted his chest, reassuringly declaring, do not worry, Rong. Grandpa Gu is here and will advocate for you. With a dependable ally at her side, the young girl, as confidence surged, her steps lightening considerably. Observing this, Gu Douluo sighed inwardly, Rong, I do this for your own good. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Li and engaged in morning training. Instinctively, Ning Rong slowed her pace and hid behind Qian Douluo. However, sensing that this made her appear timid, she quickly moved ahead but dared not stray too far. Miss Ning, have a protector. I am unafraid. Her chin held high and her chest puffed out. She resembled a little fox basking in the might of tiger. Lian halted his movements and glanced at Ning Rongrong. Ah, she has learned to tattle. The words, delivered without any emotional fluctuation, sent the young girl into a panic. She turned, tugging at Douluo's garment, seeking refuge. Douluo exchanged glances with Lian, their eyes meeting briefly before he spoke to Ning Rongrong. Today, I shall remain here. You may proceed with your martial training. At that moment, Lian suddenly interjected, Ancient Yong, I must regrettably decline your proposal from yesterday. Small? Lian's gaze lingered on Ning Rongrong for a few seconds before turning back to Douluo. Pray tell, Ancient Yong, what were you doing at the age of 6? Reluctance filled Douluo as he recalled his painful childhood. Nevertheless, he replied, at 6, I was but a small beggar, surviving on the meager scraps of others. Often dreaming of a morsel to eat. At times, I had to compete with wild dogs for food. Grandpa Gu. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Douluo's frail hand, as if wishing to bring warmth to his childhood. Holding her small hand, Douluo felt his heart melt, yet he steeled himself. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, Do not grieve, my dear granddaughter. Those days are long past. At 7, I awakened my bone dragon martial soul, and thereafter was taken in by a wealthy benefactor, never to suffer such hardships again. Ancient Yong was once a mere beggar, yet now he stands as a Fenghao, Douluo. And you? Lian's expression darkened as he admonished without mercy. The daughter of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School's leader. A prodigy born with a silver spoon, yet you lack diligence and cannot endure even a modicum of hardship. How can you inherit the sect? How can you command respect? Ancient Yong cherishes you dearly, wishing to spare you from the trials he faced. What will you do to repay him? Refusing to train? Being willful and capricious? Engaging in petty schemes? Across the continent, nearly all children commence training post-soul awakening. If others can do it, why not you? Are you truly worthless? The barrage of questions shattered Ning Rongrong's composure, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. I'm not worthless. Douluo could no longer bear to witness her distress, signaling to Li and to temper his words. Lian, however, remained oblivious. Speak up. I cannot hear you. I shall ask you again. Are you worthless? I am not worthless. Ning Rongrong shouted, her voice piercing as it cracked under strain. Very well, prove it to me. Today, your tasks shall be doubled, and failure to complete them means no meals. I'm not worthless. Ning Rongrong reiterated, wiping her tears before resolutely embarking on the tasks assigned by Lian. At this juncture, Lian signaled to Douluo, indicating that it was time to conclude. Douluo promptly stated, Rongrong, he is merely provoking you. Do not heed his words. You are still young, and such a demanding task is beyond your current capacity. We shall cease training. I will protect you for life, as long as you are happy. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong wavered. Indeed, the thought of such a daunting workload was daunting. Lian clicked his tongue, seizing the moment while her innate soul power had yet to deplete. Return to being a support-type soul master. Why train under such hardship? It would ease my own burdens as well. Yet a century or so hence, both Ancient Yong and Qian Renxue would likely remain as they are now. While you would appear older than them, your hair white and face lined with wrinkles, most of your teeth lost. If you were then to call out, Grandpa Gu. Lian rubbed his arms, a shiver coursing through him. Douluo's lips twitched. He realized that if the issue of lifespan remained unresolved, Lian's depiction could indeed manifest. He could not help but introspect. Should Rongrong truly become frail and aged, surpassing his own years, would he still cherish her as he does presently? Not only he, but Ning Rongrong too was taken aback, her small face pale and glistening with tears. I do not want to become ugly, nor do I wish to grow old. Chapter 143. The arrival of Xue Qinghe in the capital city of Tiando, within the prince's palace. The state minister Ozan held a reviewed memorial in his hands, scrutinizing it with utmost diligence. His once dark brows now occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, reflecting a grave seriousness. After a considerable time, he finally finished reading the document. A look of satisfaction and even admiration graced his stern visage, a sight that would surely astonish acquaintances who had known him as the cold-hearted, ice-like Ozan, now displaying a smile. Your Highness, the memorial you reviewed contains several commendable suggestions that, once implemented, would greatly benefit the empire. The Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, at the tender age of 15, commenced his engagement with certain minor state affairs a year ago under the guidance of the Snow Knight Emperor, with the esteemed minister Ozan serving as one of his mentors. Upon hearing this, the young prince appeared to exhale in relief, and, with a demeanor that belied his age, humbly stated, "It is all due to Master O.'s insightful guidance. I dare not claim any credit." Though Xue Qinghe's youthful appearance is not particularly striking, he possesses a unique aura that renders him unforgettable to those who encounter him. Dressed in a modest azure robe devoid of extravagant accessories, he embodies a simplicity that greatly satisfies Ozan. As the heir to the empire, maintaining such a frugal demeanor sets an admirable example, especially amidst the opulence often exhibited by the nobility. Your Highness is far too modest. Leadership is not an innate quality. The remarkable progress achieved in just 1 year signifies your diligent efforts in this regard, which is more than sufficient, remarked Ozan. A year prior, the exceptionally gifted second prince and the highly talented third prince met untimely deaths, leading to a thorough investigation that ultimately pointed to the Wuhuan Temple. This revelation prompted the Snow Knight Emperor to order an exhaustive inquiry within the palace, which, at a critical juncture, safeguarded Crown Prince Xue Qinghe from potential harm. Currently, the young fourth prince Xue Bang, although still immature, has begun to display a frivolous disposition, while Crown Prince Xue Qinghe may not possess the brilliance of his late brothers. He is nonetheless a promising candidate to succeed the Tian-Do Empire. Hence, both the royal family and numerous ministers are fervently nurturing his potential. The initial results appear to be quite promising. Yet, a faint smile of self-awareness crossed Xue Qinghe's face. I am well aware of my limitations. In terms of intellect, I cannot compare to my second brother, and regarding talent and cultivation, I fall short of my third brother. However, with their tragic fates and my younger brother's immaturity, I have found myself in this position. He then jested, "Perhaps it is my unremarkable nature that has allowed me to remain alive and occupy this seat. Your Highness, do not underestimate yourself. After a year of close engagement, I hold great confidence in your potential," Ozan asserted. "Not only I, but most officials who have interacted with you speak highly of your character. Those who do not express anything but humility and kindness in their evaluations. Generally, all officials agree that your abilities are commendable, complemented by a magnetic personality that was previously overshadowed by your brothers." The elder minister continued earnestly in the past year. His Majesty, in his grief, has been unable to manage state affairs. Thanks to your Highness's vigilant governance, no significant errors have occurred. This alone is sufficient proof that you are fit to inherit the throne and possess the qualities of a ruler. Furthermore, the elder ministers and many colleagues will wholeheartedly support you. In response, Xue Qinghe sighed, acknowledging, "I owe everything to the support of my mentors. Without their assistance, how could I possibly uphold the vast empire alone? Fortunately, my father has emerged from his sorrow and resumed his duties, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Your Highness, now that you have some free time, why not pay a visit to the Qian Sect? Master Ning is one of your mentors, and it would be wise to cultivate that relationship," Ozan suggested, stroking his beard thoughtfully. In the Tian-Do Empire, the Qian Sect occupies a unique position. Firstly, Ning Fengji shares a good rapport with the Snow Knight Emperor. Secondly, the sect's numerous enterprises within the empire contribute significantly to its tax revenue. Additionally, the sect boasts 2 titles de law, surpassing even the imperial family in terms of formidable strength. Therefore, despite Ning Fengji holding no official title, his status within the Tian-Do Empire is exceptionally elevated, with his every word and action capable of influencing the entire realm. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's gaze flickered slightly. "You are right. I have been remiss in not visiting Master Ning recently. I shall arrange for a visit to the Qian Sect tomorrow." Ozan was particularly pleased with Xue Qinghe's attitude, which always exudes humility and respect. "You are too kind, Your Highness. I merely offered a gentle reminder. As long as you do not mind my prattling, I shall take my leave now," he replied. Xue Qinghe promptly stood to see him off. After bidding farewell to Ozan, he returned to his chair, drumming his fingers on the table as he fell into deep contemplation. Shadows. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. There's even more exciting content. A voice suddenly echoed in the empty room. Unlike before, the clear male voice transformed into a melodious female tone. Subsequently, a shadow reflected from a vase seemed to come alive, swiftly twisting and expanding until, in mere seconds, it assumed the form of an adult. The flat, shadowy figure broke free from the ground, transitioning from 2 dimensions to 3, rapidly transforming into a mysterious figure clad in black with a matching mask. Miss, the mysterious figure knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Qian Renxue. The angel Wu Huan symbolizes light. Yet where there is light, there are shadows. The Ink family, possessing the shadow Wu Huan, has always been a subordinate clan of the Qian family. Has Elder not been in contact with you? Qian Renxue inquired. 2 months ago, Elder joined the Qian Sect as planned. He is now the 3rd honored elder of the sect. To date, he has not communicated with his subordinates nor interacted with the embedded agents within the sect. The Ink family soul master replied, keeping his head bowed and devoid of emotion. Qian Renxue stood up, slightly astonished. The 3rd honored elder of the Buddha Sect? According to the information I received, Elder and strength has been acknowledged by the sword Douluo, which has led to his elevation as the 3rd honored elder. It is intriguing that one of our Wuhuan temple elders has become an honored figure in the Buddha Sect. A glimmer of interest danced in her eyes. To gain Ning Fengji's trust so swiftly and achieve a high position within the Buddha Sect, it seems Eldarin's methods are not simple. Has he undertaken any actions in the sect over the past 2 months? The Ink family soul master paused before responding. Eldarin has been reclusive, seemingly focused on his cultivation. Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Our embedded agents within the Buddha Sect have been unable to approach Eldarin. The information we currently possess is primarily gleaned from the sect's disciples, and it holds little value. Qian Renxue nodded. Very well, you may withdraw. Yes. The mysterious figure reverted to shadow form, swiftly vanishing from the room. When left alone in the room, Qian Renxue could no longer contain her emotions. Damn it. The letter and items my grandfather entrusted to me are still in his possession. Surely he hasn't forgotten? It had been a year since Douluo had requested Li to deliver the letter and items. Believing that Lian would seamlessly join the Buddha Sect following the conclusion of the elite competition. Yet, as fate would have it, she had been waiting until now. The letter contained no significant information, and the items were not particularly valuable. Douluo merely sought to create an opportunity for Li and Qian Renxue to connect. Due to the prolonged lack of response, he had informed Qian Renxue about the matter through the intelligence system of the Spear Hall. Therefore, she had been aware for quite some time that the letter and items from Douluo were in Lian's possession. Yet, he had not made an appearance. Just as she was about to give up hope, she suddenly received news of Lian's joining of the Buddha Sect. From that day forth, she had been eagerly anticipating his arrival. After waiting and waiting, she found herself at this moment. It was her first experience of being stood up, and the prolonged wait only fueled her indignation. Once we meet, I shall see what excuse you concoct to appease me, Eldarin, Qian Renxue muttered to herself. Her teeth clenched in frustration. The following day, Qian Renxue visited the imperial palace to pay her respects to the Emperor Shuya. Upon receiving his consent, a contingent departed from the crown prince's quarters. In the Qiando Empire, once a prince reached the age of 14, he would move out of the palace, and Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, had just reached that age a year ago, thus acquiring her own quarters. As one of the wealthiest sects on the continent, the Buddha Sect boasted an extensive commercial network. Although the sect was established amidst the mountains, a road had been specially constructed to connect it with the outside world, facilitating the visits of soul masters seeking to pay their respects or seek refuge, as well as the transportation of goods. Due to its mountainous location, the road was not in the best condition, often concealed by flourishing vegetation and occasionally inhabited by sun-loving wild beasts. Fortunately, the entire contingent consisted of soul masters. Even Qian Renxue, with her relatively modest cultivation level, had attained level 46. Logically, given her innate soul power of level 20, she should have made more progress in nearly a decade. In reality, however, circumstances compelled her to remain at this level. As the crown prince, Xue Qinghe's talent for cultivation was rather unremarkable, and perhaps for this reason, he was not particularly enthusiastic about practicing. Consequently, after Qian Renxue took his place, she had to feign a similar demeanor. Otherwise, a prince who showed no interest in cultivation suddenly changing his attitude would raise suspicions among those observant enough. Additionally, after absorbing soul rings, a soul master's soul power would experience a period of intense fluctuation, and while there were soul guiding devices to conceal one's aura, they could not deceive tidal Douluo, leaving a risk of exposure. The higher the quality of the absorbed soul ring, the longer and more intense the fluctuations would last. While this would not pose a problem for other soul masters, Qian Renxue had to navigate it with utmost caution, seeking the right moment to act. Furthermore, as a prince, her education was distinctly different from that of others. Although cultivation was important, it was not the sole focus. There were many other vital subjects for royal members to study, such as social etiquette, which significantly reduced her available time for cultivation. Given these constraints, it was already remarkable for Qian Renxue to possess advanced soul master capabilities by the age of 15. No one else would likely have fared better under similar circumstances. How far have we come? Qian Renxue inquired, lifting the curtain in the carriage, her voice having reverted to a clear masculine tone. The guard beside her replied, Your Highness, we should reach the Buddha Sect in about an hour. Someone has already gone ahead to notify them. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Renxue acknowledged with a slight nod before lowering the curtain. The Crown Prince was always so humble and courteous. Serving as a guard for the Crown Prince was far more pleasant than serving the fourth prince, the guard mused. At that moment, within the Buddha Sect, Ning Fengji pondered deeply upon hearing the news that Qinghe was nearing the mountain gate, absent-mindedly rubbing the handle of his short staff. Was he coming to pay a visit, as per usual? Or had he received news of Eldarin? Or perhaps a combination of both? For Ning Fengji, the Tiando Empire resembled a business partner. Although there were many shared interests, the relationship was quite delicate. The Tiando side maintained a stance of both closeness and caution towards the Buddha Sect. The taxes from the Tiando Empire included a significant portion contributed by the Buddha Sect's commercial tax, and the presence of the title Douluo, Jian and Gu, deterred many unscrupulous individuals from causing trouble within the empire. Likewise, this immense influence of the Buddha Sect in the Tiando Empire had caused unrest among many. Despite this, no one dared to propose restrictions on the sect's development. Ning Fengji was well aware of this reality. Under these circumstances, Lian, or more accurately, the martial arts he wielded, could very well become the catalyst for a rift between the Buddha Sect and the Tiando Empire. The significance of a power system that required no innate soul power, soul rings, or even a martial soul for its operation was self-evident. He would absolutely not allow the existence of martial arts to be revealed. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji tapped the ground with his short staff, and suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared within the hall. Summoned Eldarin. Shortly thereafter, Lian arrived at the hall, guided by the cloaked figure. What business does the sect leader have with me? Ning Fengji did not conceal his intentions. We have just received word that the Tiando Empire's crown prince, Xue Qinghe, is coming to pay a visit, and his entourage will soon arrive at the mountain gate. We would like to invite Elder in to join us in welcoming him. Qian Renxue is coming. Lian's heart stirred. Could it be that she is coming for me? He suddenly recalled that the letter and items Douluo had entrusted to Qian Renxue were still in his possession. Furthermore, it had been 2 months since he joined the Buddha Sect, yet he had yet to make contact with Qian Renxue. Any person in his position would likely be growing impatient. Lian believed that it was not the right time for the two to meet. Why does the sect leader wish for me to accompany you? Ning Fengji explained. Elder N is the third elder of our Buddha Sect, and Qinghe is one of our disciples. Today, as he comes to visit, it is only fitting that you two meet. After a brief pause, he added, I hope that Elder N will present himself before Qinghe as a soul master. Lian understood his meaning well. Rest assured, sect leader. Ning Feng Tismidet, confident in Li An's discretion. Elder N, how has Ning Rongrong been performing lately? Though she has been a bit spoiled, her resilience is commendable. She has been completing the tasks assigned to her quite well, and she has now reached the minor success stage of her physical cultivation. Although her communication with the tool embryo still lacks depth, preventing her from establishing a spiritual connection. Lian recounted Ning Rongrong's progress over this period, eliciting both pride and concern from Ning Fengji. Since being stimulated over half a month ago, Ning Rongrong had completely transformed her previous demeanor, diligently striving to accomplish the tasks set forth by Li in each day. In pursuit of more ample time, she even moved into the courtyard where Lian resided. Days swiftly passed, and the once pampered young lady underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 146. Conversation. Qian Renxue, with an impassive expression, stowed away her belongings and placed a long, rectangular brocade box upon the table. Inside lay 12 black pearls, and, at tomorrow's auction, a piece of sea soul bone would also be up for bid. Should you be interested, you may have Ning Fengji secure it for you. The sea soul bone, a rare item dropped by the sea soul beast, can only exhibit its full power in the ocean. Once on land, its efficacy diminishes severely, akin to a fish out of water. Due to the incompatibility with the terrain, the sea soul bone holds little value inland. Nevertheless, despite its challenges, it remains a soul bone, second in rarity only to the 10,000-year soul rings. The vast majority of soul masters cannot afford it, and those who can would often dismiss the sea soul bone as a mere trinket, preferring to purchase a standard soul bone with the same funds. Qian Renxue would not casually mention the sea soul bone without intent. Lian's gaze flickered as he pondered her motives, surmising that she sought to gauge his true standing within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The title of deacon carries a significant degree of flexibility. A deacon with real power holds a status within the sect nearly equal to that of the sect leader, wielding immense authority. Conversely, an honorary deacon merely serves as a high-ranking enforcer funded by the sect, lacking substantial influence. The disparity between the two is stark. The Sea Soul Bone serves as an excellent litmus test. If Ning Fengji were willing to invest in acquiring the Sea Soul Bone for him, it would indicate that even if he were not a deacon endowed with real power, he could still sway some of Ning Fengji's decisions. However, an honorary deacon would not receive such financial backing from the wealthiest sect in the continent for mere acquisitions like the Sea Soul Bone. Having contemplated these intricacies, Lian could not help but admire Qian Renxue's astute mind. How did the Sea Soul Bone find its way to the auction in Tiando City? As he spoke, he deftly opened the brocade box. 2 rows of 6 black pearls, each the size of longan fruits, revealed themselves. Their surfaces exuded a gentle radiance, enveloped in a misty aura that allowed one to sense the water attribute energy contained within without needing to touch them. Qian Renxue explained. It was inconvenient to act in Hanhai City, so naturally, it had to be sent inland for auction. Lian immediately grasped the implication. The Sea Soul Bone was likely something that could not be openly displayed, necessitating its auction in Tiando City. Signorin, as I understand it, your strength has gained a recognition of the Sword Douluo, after which you became the 3rd deacon of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Am I correct? As a soul master, Qian Renxue was quite passionate about enhancing her strength, though her current circumstances did not allow for it. Her intuition suggested that Lian, at such a young age, possessed the power of a titled Douluo, undoubtedly harboring secrets. When she first learned this news, she was left in a state of disbelief. Even with her innate soul power at level 20, she could not claim to have achieved the status of a titled Douluo in her teens. She was a proud individual, often leaving many of her peers behind despite her limited practice time. Yet now, for the first time, she felt a sense of inferiority toward her contemporaries, predominantly driven by curiosity. Indeed, Lian replied with a slight nod. When he descended the mountain, he had defeated Elder Zheng, who wielded an 8th-level martial soul, the Ink-Scale Leopard, and the following day was brought back to the sect by the Sword Douluo. Such events could not remain concealed. Thankfully, Ning Fengji's confidentiality measures were effective. However, apart from those matters visible to countless eyes, nothing else had escaped into the open. Otherwise, Qian Renxue would have surely been unsettled. She then addressed him directly. Your rapid rise in strength cannot solely be attributed to the use of Ning Yuan Dan, can it? Having consumed Ning Yuan Dan herself, she was well aware of its effects. Lian, disinclined to delve deeper, replied, it is merely a matter of opportunity. Qian Renxue scrutinized him for a moment before choosing not to press the issue further. As of now, I am the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Gaining the support of royal members and ministers should be relatively simple. I merely need to present myself as the monarch they envision. However, I require your assistance regarding the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. I have only recently joined the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and while I do have some influence over Ning Zhongzhu, it is not yet sufficient to sway his decisions. This will take time. After a moment, Lian cautioned her. One thing I hope you will heed, Miss Qian Renxue. Ning Zhongzhu has begun to harbor suspicions about you. Qian Renxue's expression shifted slightly, and she lowered her gaze, contemplating where her flaws might lie. After a brief pause, she inquired, please, Signorin, speak plainly. The greatest beneficiaries of the deaths of the 2 princes are none other than you, the crown prince. This alone is sufficient for suspicion. Thankfully, he has attributed it to internal strife among the princes, merely noting your cunning without questioning your true identity, Lian remarked, his fingers grazing the pearls. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow and sighed. Initially, the Snow Knight Emperor and his ministers had decided to designate the 2nd prince as the crown prince. If she did not take action, once the position was solidified, her opportunities would dwindle, unless she could seize military power and instigate a coup to claim the throne. Such a course of action would be exceedingly challenging. Should the second prince ascend to the position of crown prince, the neutral ministers would inevitably shift their allegiance, necessitating his removal. As for the third prince, his cultivation talent was remarkably high. He would be considered a rare genius even within the Spirit Hall. The following year, the Snow Knight Emperor intended to appoint him as the crown prince. Her original plan was to gradually demonstrate her abilities, replacing the second prince in the hearts of the Snow Knight Emperor and the ministers, thereby seamlessly ascending to the position of heir. She possessed the confidence to achieve this. However, this plan hinged upon having sufficient time to showcase her talents. Alas, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. The Snow Knight Emperor had acted too hastily, likely with the intent to extinguish the aspirations of the other princes, resulting in the untimely demise of both princes. Lian could easily surmise the subsequent events. With the second and third princes dead, and the fourth prince still a child, Qian Renxue naturally became the target of suspicion, having benefited the most. Later, she resorted to a strategy of self-infliction to cast off much of the blame, but to the discerning eye, it was hardly a secret. Everyone merely pretended to be oblivious. In the realm of imperial succession and the struggle for the heir, the deaths of a few princes are hardly unusual. Some might even regard it as a necessary trait for those who wield power, for there is an adage: compassion does not command armies, righteousness does not engage in commerce, benevolence does not govern, and kindness does not hold office. This is especially true for emperors. Yet, they remain unaware that the so-called crown prince, Xue Qinghe, has been a counterfeit from the very beginning. Lian felt a twinge of sorrow for the Snow Knight Emperor. Two sons of commendable stature had perished, and whichever he wished to elevate to the throne met with demise. Now, one of the remaining sons was an undercover agent from the Spirit Hall. For a ruler of a nation, this was undoubtedly tragic. Chapter 147, The Auction, Part 1. Half an hour later, Lian departed the consignment shop with the black pearls in hand. His objectives had been achieved, and he no longer felt inclined to continue browsing. Upon returning to the hotel, I encountered Ning Rongrong at the entrance, who was joyfully carrying several bags from another direction, her small face aglow with excitement, a hint of perspiration glistening at the tip of her nose. Upon spotting Lian, she instinctively concealed the bags behind her back, only to be reminded that it was a day off. Immediately, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Teacher," she called out, her gaze flitting away, betraying a hint of guilt. This demeanor evoked memories for Li and of the times he had encountered his homeroom teacher while out on weekends, a time he could never return to. Lian's eyes transformed into two black voids, drawing the attention of the two receptionists at the hotel entrance, erasing their recent memories, and he gently reminded her, "When we are outside, please refrain from calling me teacher. You may address me by my name, or simply as Ngongfeng." Oh, I'm sorry, Ngongfeng," Ning Rongrong responded, her head lowered in a manner reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving, her demeanor flustered. She had been instructed by Ning Fengji prior to arriving in Tiando City, but her nerves had caused her to forget. She stared at her shoelaces, her petite brown leather shoes fidgeting restlessly. "Did you buy a lot of things? Would you like me to carry them for you?" Lin offered, extending his right hand, to which Ning Rongrong instinctively handed over the bags. The two entered the hotel, with Ning Rongrong trailing behind, contemplating how this fellow wasn't so disagreeable after all. The following evening, Li Un, Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji, and Gu Rong arrived at the auction. Ning Rongrong had never attended an auction before, and thus she found everything around her utterly fascinating, her eyes darting about in wonder. Suddenly, Lian felt a poke in his lower back. Turning around, he saw Ning Rongrong approaching with small steps, raising her chin to gesture forward. In a hushed voice, she inquired, "Why does that maid's bottom keep swaying?" Instinctively aware that such a question was inappropriate to pose to Ning Fengji and Gu Douluo, she opted to direct it at Lian instead. Influenced by his earlier kindness in helping her carry her items, she was no longer as distant from him as before, perhaps even attempting to bridge that gap. Lian glanced ahead to see the maid leading them, her curvaceous form accentuated by a snug floral skirt, swaying gently as she walked, drawing the gaze of onlookers, particularly men. Perhaps her waist itches, and she is unable to scratch it due to the presence of guests, hence the swaying, akin to how cats and dogs scratch themselves. Lian replied with utmost seriousness. Though their voices were low, Ning Fengji and Gu Douluo could not help but overhear. Initially concerned that Lian might lead Ning Rongrong astray, they were taken aback by the absurdity of his comment, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Ning Rongrong glanced around, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion, wondering if all maids experienced such an affliction. Ahem, Ning Feng Ti Gol Ket. We have now arrived at the VIP room, which boasts a variety of snacks. Rong, do think about what you'd like to eat first. This diversion allowed the young girl to shift her focus away from her previous musings, while Ning Fengji cast Li a reproachful glance. Passing through the lavish red VIP corridor, the quartet soon entered a modestly sized room adorned with a round glass tea table at its center and semicircular sofas surrounding it. A massive glass panel, embedded in the wall opposite them, faced the central auction stage, seemingly offering an enhanced view of the proceedings. Lian had noticed that the glass appeared indistinguishable from the wall, rendering the interior of the room invisible from the outside. It was a one-way mirror. Indeed, the technological advancements in the Douluo world were intriguingly peculiar. Once seated, Ning Rongrong eagerly expressed her desires for various snacks, prompting a maid to hasten away in response. She then picked up a catalog on the tea table, flipping through it with great enthusiasm, revealing items to be auctioned off. There are soul bones. Where? Let me see. Ning Fengji immediately shifted closer. Duoluo, no longer pretending to rest, displayed a flicker of interest. Even a titled Duoluo could not resist the allure of soul bones. However, as Ning Fengji examined the catalog, his expression darkened. A sea soul bone over 30,000 years old. What a pity. Ning Rongrong nestled against him, inquiring, "Father, what distinguishes a sea soul bone from a regular soul bone?" He explained, this soul bone originates from a sea soul beast, and its abilities can only be fully realized in the ocean. They diminish significantly on land. As a thought struck him, he turned to Li En and Gong Feng. Would you consider the sea soul bone a water attribute rarity? Li En nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Ning Fengji, displaying his characteristic generosity, declared, very well. We shall acquire this sea soul bone. Since Rongrong has chosen you as her teacher, let this serve as her token of respect. Li En scanned the starting bid for the sea soul bone, noting that it began with a figure in the thousands, totaling 8 digits. Despite previously believing that the over 10 million he had won during the elite competition was substantial, he now felt impoverished, possessing merely half of the starting bid. If he were to secure it, the value would multiply several times over, yet it remained a modest sea soul bone. Ning Fengji, without a flicker of hesitation, spoke as if procuring groceries. Today, Lian finally grasped the true wealth possessed by the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Thank you, Sect Master, he mused. A sea soul bone of such antiquity could significantly elevate the prowess of a certain water manipulation technique. He contemplated a visit to Anhai City, where water attribute rarities were sure to abound. Before long, the auction commenced. Thanks to the soul guide devices, the host's voice resonated clearly throughout the auction hall. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Tindo Auction House. Without further ado, let us invite our lovely hostess to present the first item for auction. As the words fell, a woman clad in a short white dress and towering heels strode onto the auction stage, catwalking gracefully. She held a tray adorned with a red cloth, concealing an object beneath, which appeared to be elongated, at least the size of a forearm. In the VIP room, Ning Rongrong flipped to the first page of the catalog. It depicted a purplish-black, cylindrical meat-like object, its surface bristling with spines. Hehe Yuan's treasure? What is this? Ning Fengji snatched the catalog from her hands, expressing slight regret for bringing his precious daughter to the auction. Lian's brow twitched. He was well aware of the Hehe Yuan, a particularly rare soul beast, notorious as a devil of the soul beast realm. Regardless of the type or size, any female captured by the He Yuan inevitably meets a singular fate. Indeed, there have been instances where female soul masters were abducted. However, despite the repulsive nature of this soul beast, its lower organs possess remarkable effects, making it highly sought after by middle-aged and elderly male soul masters. At one point, the He Yuan faced near extinction due to the peril of possessing such treasures. On the auction stage, the host had unveiled the red cloth, gesturing with his arms as his gaze swept across the audience. The esteemed guests present must have heard of the He Yuan, this exquisite soul beast. This particular specimen boasts an impressive cultivation of 7,000 years, and its condition is remarkably intact. After professional preparation, its medicinal potency remains uncompromised. We shall now commence the bidding. The starting price is set at 10,000 gold soul coins, with a minimum increment of no less than 1,000 gold soul coins. As his words concluded, numerous attendees began pressing the bidding buttons. The price of the He Yuan treasure soared rapidly. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, ultimately being secured by a distinguished guest in a private room for an astonishing 63,000 gold soul coins. Instantly, the atmosphere in the auction house reached a euphoric crescendo. Introduction: Martial Soul, San Yuan Tower. Innate Soul Power, 0. Lian, since I possess no soul power, I shall practice martial arts. Years later, the descendant of the Demon Sect, Tang San, a mere sea god, received my attack of blood sea overwhelming. In an instant, the universe shifted and the stars realigned as billions of blood god offspring surged forth, engulfing the sea god. The disciple of the Buddha Sect, Qian Renxue, manifested the Buddha's form behind her, radiating light across the vast expanse, one hand pointing to the heavens, the other to the earth. In heaven and earth, I am the unrivaled sovereign.